Family, who understands? Crossing over to Douluo continent and becoming the peerless Douluo. As soon as I arrived at KnocksYu Academy, I provoked the master and sent him flying with a single punch, along with the door. The master even wanted to fight again to take me as his disciple. This plot twist is too crazy. I tell you, I was standing right at the entrance of KnocksYu Academy, and that legendary master, Yu Xiaogang, was sent flying like a broken sack by my punch. Goodness, that scene, the academy's 20-meter wide stone door was smashed to pieces with a boom. Wait, let me start from the beginning. I have to tell you about what happened when I first opened my eyes. Just a second ago, I was worrying about KPIs, and the next second, I closed my eyes and opened them again, and boom, I was directly parachuted into the Douluo forest. I pinched myself, it hurt. This is not a dream. I, Xiaoyan, have crossed over to Douluo continent. Ha ha, Tang San, just wait. Your Xiao brother is coming to challenge you. I was just fantasizing about the future when I quickly followed the process and thought to myself, system, where's my system? Suddenly, ding, a sweet girl voice system was activated. I tell you, that voice was so sweet it made my heart tremble. Hey, this treatment, starting off with a sister system, not bad at all. I was already thinking about some indescribable special services, but then the system hit me with a loud announcement, ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the identity of an orphan, both parents deceased. I was stunned. Family, who understands? This is hellish difficulty right from the start. I got furious. You unscrupulous system. Do you believe that when you can turn into a real person, they'll deal with you? The system girl ignored me and continued, ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a new player gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open it, hurry. What else could I say? An orphan is fine as long as I have a cheat. It's all good. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a soul power level of 99 and become the peerless Douluo. What the heck? I was frozen 99. Peerless Douluo? Isn't that the pinnacle combat power of Douluo continent? Even Tang, how would have to bow down to me, right? I instantly forgave the system. Chuckling, system sister, I was wrong. I promise to treat you well from now on. The system playfully retorted, humph. I've never seen such a shameless host. Just as I was feeling the soul power inside me like a dam bursting, a big guy emerged from the bushes in front of me. It was a man-faced demon spider, looking like a Cthulhu monster, with a huge blood-red mouth and oozing green slime. Its level was outrageous 9,999 years. Just 1 year short of being a 100,000-year soul beast. This thing would make even a titled Douluo think twice. It lunged at me, and I tell you, at that moment, I didn't even have a martial soul. It was just a simple, ordinary punch. Just one punch. With a bang, the entire Douluo forest fell silent. The spider was sent flying, crashing through hundreds of large trees, and the ground cracked open into a chasm thousands of meters deep, with nothing growing for miles around, instantly turning into hell mode. I quickly retracted my soul power. If I had waited a few more seconds, the Douluo forest would probably have disappeared from the map. The spider died on the spot, dropping a soul ring that was dark red. 99,999 years. Tisk, just 1 year short of 100,000 years. Garbage, I don't want it. At this moment, the system girl chimed in again. Main quest released. Please join KnocksYu Academy in the most domineering way. Slap Tang San and the master in the face, making them doubt their lives. Quest reward. A mysterious martial soul. Wow, this quest is tailor-made for me. Tang San? Master? Just wait. I'm coming to give you a lesson. And Xiao Wu, don't think you can run, you'll be my sister from now on. Following the system's guidance, I rushed straight to KnocksYu City. The girls in the city were indeed charming, each with slim waists and long legs. But I had seen the world. My target was the future 100,000-year rogue rabbit. These passersby were really not up to par. I casually found a girl to ask for directions, and she even tried to flirt with me. I didn't even look back and directly headed to KnocksYu Academy. Upon reaching the academy entrance, a gatekeeper stopped me, acting all high and mighty. Stop. What are you here for? Do you have a martial soul hall certificate? I was immediately impatient. I'm here to register. I don't have that thing. What's the problem? The gatekeeper's face turned dark upon hearing I didn't have the certificate, waving his hand like shooing away flies. Get lost. He even tried to push me. I couldn't help but laugh. I looked up and just glanced at him without even releasing my soul power. With a buzz, that guy clutched his chest, staggering back several steps, and fell on the ground, trembling like a leaf, blood frothing from his mouth. Only then did he realize he had messed with someone he shouldn't have. I looked down at him from above, coldly saying, "You can't afford the consequences of provoking me. You have two choices. Either roll out of KnocksYu Academy within 3 seconds, or die." The gatekeeper was so scared he was about to roll away into a ball when a hoarse voice rang out, "Stop." I turned around to see a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, thin as a pole and looking disheveled. "Oh, Master Yu Xiaogang, you finally made your appearance." The gatekeeper yelled as if he had seen a savior. Master, you're here. The master waved his hand and walked directly in front of me, slightly bowing with great sincerity. Child, I apologize on behalf of the academy for what just happened. His eyes were fixed on me. I guess he had already regarded me as some innate full soul power genius and was calculating how to take me as his disciple to prove his unbeatable theory. Could I not see through his little thoughts? I played along, putting on an expression of admiration, my voice high-pitched. Master, are you the legendary master? Master, I finally get to see you. Please take me as your disciple. Hearing this, the master's old face lit up like a blooming chrysanthemum, his hands trembling with excitement. Good child, of course. Are you really willing? Yes, yes, a million times yes. I nodded vigorously and then changed the subject. But master, there's a rule in my family. Before taking a teacher, you have to prove that the teacher is qualified to teach me. So, can we have a duel? If you can win, he'll bow down and become your disciple right away. The smile on the master's face froze. Letting a waste with a pig martial soul fight me? Isn't that too difficult for him? He wanted to change the subject and ask for my name, try to use his theory to deceive me. I wouldn't let him succeed, directly provoking him. Master, you wouldn't be afraid, would you? You can't even accept a challenge from a 6-year-old child? As soon as those words came out, the master's face turned green. For the sake of his pride and to take me as this genius disciple, he gritted his teeth and straightened his back. All right, I accept you. In his mind, he must have thought, as a great soul master, how could it be difficult to defeat a 6-year-old child? I was almost laughing my head off inside. The master stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a transcendent figure, generously saying, Child, reveal your martial soul. As an elder, I can't bully the young. You can attack, don't worry about hurting me. After all, I am. Before he could finish that I flashed and threw a punch. Then, just like you heard at the beginning, with a boom, the master and the door were both wrecked. He was buried under the rubble, bruised and battered. With a few teeth knocked out, he looked absolutely miserable. But let me tell you, this is not even the craziest part. I just stood there, casually watching him, while I was already laughing madly inside. So refreshing. Damn, it felt so good. Let's see you act cool again. I tell you, that punch I just threw didn't even use any soul power. It was purely a physical attack, and still, it almost sent him flying. This is the fist of a peerless Dalu. Are you kidding me? If I had used just a bit more strength, the entire Knotting Academy would have gone up with him. At that moment, the system in my head chimed, and a sweet girl's voice popped up. Host brother, increase the force. Let him feel what a societal beatdown is. I thought, of course, directly killing him would be too easy. What I want is to crush his spirit. I want him to question his life. It would be best if I could take away all his future romantic prospects. I immediately put on an overly guilty expression and ran over to help him. Oh, master, are you okay? It's all my fault. I used too much strength. You're getting old. And guess what? This old guy actually forced a smile while coughing up blood. He said, good kid, it's fine. I just let my guard down for a moment. To be honest, you're even more impressive than I imagined. Family, who understands? He was overjoyed inside. He thought he had struck gold, discovering me, this peerless genius. He believed he was about to take off. I rolled my eyes and played it to the end, looking disappointed and saying, oh, so master, you're this weak? Then never mind. It seems I don't need to take you as my master. Farewell. After saying that, I turned to leave. This made him anxious, and he jumped up from the ground, directly blocking my way. Wow. He didn't even care about his injuries just to take me as his apprentice. He anxiously shouted, wait a minute. Then he roared, Luo San Pao, come out. Let me tell you, I almost couldn't hold it together. I saw something pop out beside his feet with a bayou sound. How do I describe it? It looked like a pig and a dog mixed together, as fat as a ball, wagging its tail. This is his martial spirit? He actually wanted to challenge me again, saying that if I lost, I would have to take him as my master. I thought, your calculations are so obvious I could hear them in 2025. You just want. Are you asking that pig of yours to fart and make me faint? I deliberately asked with a curious expression, Master, can your martial soul fight? He immediately took on the persona of a life coach and began to give me a motivational speech. Haha, child, remember, there are no useless martial souls. Only useless soul masters. I thought to myself, yes, you are right. You are that useless soul master. But I still cooperated with a smile. All right, I agree. Come on, show me. Let me see how embarrassing you can really be. The next second, this old fellow really broke the rules. Taking advantage of my distraction, he launched a surprise attack. With a twist of his hands, 2 yellow soul rings on his body suddenly lit up, a 100-year soul ring, quite impressive. He pointed his finger at the pig, called Luo San Pao, and the second soul ring was directly activated. I heard the pig take a huge breath, its body swelling up like a balloon, and then it lifted its rear end and suddenly let out a loud noise, releasing a large cloud of yellow smoke towards me. Good grief! I was shocked at that moment. Who understands? It's already 2025, and there are still people using biochemical weapons to fight? The smell was so potent that the security guard nearby took a whiff, rolled his eyes, and collapsed. The master, however, was experienced. He pulled out a mask from his pocket and put it on, wearing a face that said, "You're doomed now." He was still smugly lecturing me. Hee kid, a sneak attack is also a tactic. But before he could finish speaking, he was stunned. Because as the yellow smoke dispersed, I was gone. He panicked, his eyes bulging like copper bells, looking around frantically. Where is he? Where is he? My soft voice came directly from behind him. Master, you are right. A sneak attack is indeed a skill. So you lost. He turned around, only to meet my swift and clean kick. He flew out like a cannonball, landing face first on the ground like a dog eating mud. I felt like his nose bridge had shattered. The pig let out a whimper and transformed into a beam of purple light, shrinking back. I walked over slowly, looking down at him. Tiske. Master, we meet again. Are you all right? He struggled to get up, still not giving up, and surprisingly looked at me with a pleading expression. Child, I admit you are amazing. Please take me as your teacher. I beg you. I was really so angry that I laughed. I said, we agreed before that I would only take you as my master if you won. Now who was lying on the ground? He saw that I was softening and actually came at me hard, his eyes turning red as he yelled, No, you must take me as your master. Otherwise, I won't let you enter Nodding Academy. I shot back at him with a single sentence. You? A waste who can't even break through your own martial soul. And you think you're qualified to be my teacher? What are you going to teach me? How to lie on the ground more standardly. The more I spoke, the angrier I got, and I directly returned his theory about having no waste martial souls, cursing him thoroughly. This old guy was completely broken, trembling with anger, pointing at me and saying, You dare to insult me? Not only did I insult you, but I'm also going to beat you up. I kicked him again, right in the stomach. Let me tell you, I controlled my strength just right, enough to make him hurt, but not enough to take his life. I wanted him to live, to watch as I crushed each boastful claim he made and won over every woman he cherished. He spat out a mouthful of old blood, completely collapsed like a dead dog, only able to glare at me with a look of resentment. I stepped on his chest and laughed, saying, Not convinced? Here's a saying for you. In front of strong, the weak have no place. Understand? After that, I kicked him a few more times, and his screams sounded like someone who had just undergone a sterilization surgery. It was painful just to listen to. I was stepping on him, calculating in my mind all the messed up things that Master Yu Xiaogang had done before, like deceiving Bai Dong's feelings, disappointing Lu Erlong, and stealing the theories from the Spirit Hall as his own. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got, and the harder I pressed down with my foot. Just as I was getting ready to finish up and leave, suddenly, a beam of white light shot toward my throat with incredible speed. I instinctively sidestepped and easily dodged. The white light struck the wall with a snap, and when I looked down, it was a sharp short needle, coated with poison. Goodness, this is meant to take my life. I turned around and saw two people at the door. A. The child was wearing patched up, tattered clothes, had short blue hair and dark skin, but his gaze was chillingly cold. No need to guess, it was Tang San and Old Jack. I heard Old Jack, looking terrified, pull the child and say, Xiao San you. Tang San, with a blank expression, pointed at the corpses of the master and the guard on the ground, and coldly said, Grandpa Jack, look at the ground. His meaning was clear. He saw me bullying the weak, so without a second thought, he struck hard. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I walked over and picked up the needle, waving it in front of him. Did you throw this? Tang San took a step forward, raised his chin, and acted all high and mighty. I threw it, what do you want? That look, that tone. It was totally a script for a Dragon King's son-in-law. Who did he think he was? A righteous partner? Coming up and wanting to act on behalf of justice? Without saying a word, I suddenly raised my palm, and with a loud slap, I gave him a big slap. The crisp sound was unforgettable. Tang San was spun around 360 degrees by my slap, and then fell to the ground with a thud, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. He was momentarily stunned, struggling to get up while covering his stinging face, his eyes filled with anger and disbelief. You dare to hit me? I imitated his tone from earlier and scoffed. Oh, did I hurt you? Sorry, but I don't need a reason to hit someone. The kid's face turned pale, trembling with rage, but he surprisingly held it in. Let me tell you, this kid is definitely something. A flash of killing intent crossed his eyes. Then it was instantly suppressed. The next moment, he actually cupped his fist towards me, forcing a smile. I'm sorry, I was reckless. I'm also here to study at Nodding Academy, and we'll be classmates from now on. Can you tell me your name? Damn, he's adaptable. The speed of his mood change is worthy of a performance. Unfortunately, I'm not falling for his act. Just then, old village chief Jack hurried over to mediate, looking humble, almost on the verge of kneeling to plead for me to spare his little third party. I quickly caught him, as I wouldn't hit an old man. I looked and saw an opportunity. I immediately put on a humble and polite expression and began to praise old Jack profusely, saying that I had long heard that the Holy Spirit village had produced a soul saint, and that as the village chief, he must have played a significant role. This flattered the old man so much that he was beaming with joy, his wrinkles smiling. However, the old man suddenly changed his tone, tears streaming down his face, and sighed that our Holy Spirit village is no longer thriving, and it has been a long time since any strong warriors have emerged. As soon as I heard this, I thought, isn't this a great opportunity? I immediately slammed on the brakes, changed my tone, and fixed my gaze on Tang San with a pained expression. Old man, I've always admired the sacred place of Holy Soul Village, but this Tang San, he also came from Holy Soul Village? Old Jack sighed. Yes. Xiao San is the only child in our village this year with soul power. All right, the groundwork is laid. I revealed my intent, pointing at Tang San and saying word by word, Old man, I can overlook what happened today. However, Tang San, must kneel before me. Tang San's eyes nearly popped out, trembling all over. Guess what? Old Jack actually nodded. He accepted it. In his view, all of this was Tang San's own doing. Who told him to strike first? Xiao San. Old Jack directly issued the order. Quickly kneel before this young friend. You're in the wrong here. Tang San was completely stunned, looking at old Jack in disbelief. Grandpa Jack? How can I kneel to him? Shut up. Old Jack's face turned red with anger as he began to rant. Are you acting like a human today? You represent the honor of our village. The children of Holy Soul Village are all good kids who can recognize their mistakes and correct them. You made a mistake, so you should be punished. The young master isn't holding your offense against you, and you still aren't grateful? No, I can't kneel. Tang San was still resisting. Old Jack threw out the ultimate trump card. If you don't kneel today from now on, you're no longer a part of Holy Soul Village. Family members who understands. This move was too ruthless. Tang San immediately backed down. He didn't want to be expelled from the village. Gritting his teeth, he slowly moved in front of me and, with a thud, actually knelt down. Although he knelt, his eyes were filled with a hatred that seemed like they wanted to eat me alive. As for me, I still had to perform. I went up and pretended to pat his head, saying, All right, get up. I, the young master, have a great capacity for forgiveness and won't hold it against you. I was incredibly pleased with myself. Old Jack saw that the situation had calmed down and was beaming with joy, quickly urging Tang San, look at our young friend's broad-mindedness. Quickly thank him. Tang San could only squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Thank you for forgiving me. But what he was really thinking was, Chao Yan, just wait. This matter is not over. Don't let me catch you at the academy, or you're dead. Just based on you? With the misunderstanding cleared up, old Jack handed a crumpled certificate to Tang San and earnestly reminded him to be obedient at school, not to cause trouble, and that he was the hope of their village, among other nonsense. Then he walked away with his hands behind his back, swaying. Tang San watched old Jack's receding figure, still acting with tears in his eyes, saying things like, Grandpa Jack, I can't bear to part with you, and I will definitely become the new pride of Holy Soul Village. Goodness, instead of thinking about how to improve himself, he was only fixated on becoming the village chief. What a lack of ambition. Just as the old man left, I was about to enter the academy to register when suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the academy. Who dares to cause trouble at KnocksYu Academy? As soon as the words left his mouth, two figures, one old and one young, rushed out. From their attire, one was a teacher and the other a student. The short student, looking like a lackey, pointed at me and shouted, Director Su, it's him. He came to cause trouble and even injured the gatekeeper and the master. Tang San, seeing that his backer had arrived, immediately performed like a drama king, jumping out to testify, Yes, it's him. I saw it with my own eyes. Hey, this kid even wanted to use someone else to take me down. Director Su furrowed his brows and stared at me. Did you do all of this? I smirked and confidently said, It was done by me, so what? I tell you, the moment I uttered the words this young master, Director Su's expression instantly changed. He had a fierce look on his face, but after sizing up my splendid outfit and hearing my tone, his face transformed faster than a Sichuan opera face change. He shot a fierce glare at the talkative student beside him, then immediately replaced it with a fawning smile, nodding and bowing to me. Oh, I see this young master is imposing and remarkable, obviously of noble birth. Surely, the master must have offended you earlier, right? I took the opportunity to elevate my status, deliberately raising my voice by an octave. Indeed, I am Chao Yin, a descendant of the hidden Chao family. I have come here to enroll in the Noble Academy. The mention of a hidden family? Upon hearing those 4 words, Director Su's eyes nearly sparkled with excitement, rubbing his hands together in anticipation, his attitude extremely respectful. I am a director of the Academy, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly. This is truly my oversight. He pointed to a building inside, a beaming smile on his face. Young master, that is my office. Please, come in, and wait a moment while I handle these irrelevant people here. I will be right back. I smiled slightly and pretended to be modest. Director, you are too polite. Then I walked in with a swagger. As soon as I entered, Tang San approached with his shabby certificate, quite polite. Hello, teacher, I am from Holy Soul Village. This is my proof. Director Su took the certificate, initially still immersed in the joy of finding a genius, but when he saw the content on it, his expression darkened immediately. Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass. Innate full soul power? Is this for real? He looked at Tang San with disdain, his gaze like he was looking at trash. How ridiculous! Director Su suddenly erupted, grabbing Tang San by the collar. How could Blue Silvergrass, this useless martial soul, possibly have innate full soul power? You little brat. Dare to fake it in front of me? This certificate, you forged it, right? No. Director, please let me explain. Tang San tried to struggle, but unfortunately, he was injured and couldn't muster any strength. Shut up. Director Su directly lifted him up and threw him out like garbage. Holy Soul Village? More like Beggar Village. The smell of a country bumpkin on you is unbearable. Get lost. Our Nodding Academy is not a charity. Tang San was thrown to the ground, too pained to get up, feeling utterly humiliated. At this moment, the master, who had been lying nearby, finally regained his composure and tried to add insult to injury. Director, you can't let that child into the academy. He injured me. As a result, Director Su unleashed a barrage of insults at the master. Master? You are getting more and more arrogant. The academy finally has a genius, and you can't even tolerate him? You got beaten because you are useless. Do you think the academy is your home? If it weren't for your relationship with the dean, I would have kicked you out a long time ago for being a freeloader. The master still wanted to argue. Without my invincible theoretical knowledge, how would the academy have such fame? Ha! Director Su laughed out loud. This is pure nonsense. Save it. Your theory is just nonsense to fool idiots. You, a useless person who can't even become a great soul master. How dare you say these things? It's simply laughable. After saying this, he was still not satisfied and kicked the master away, then ignored him and hurried off to find me. At the academy gate, only Tang San and the master remained. 2 unfortunate brothers, staring at each other. The master looked at the disheveled Tang San on the ground, and suddenly felt a sense of shared suffering. He asked Tang San to show him the certificate. Upon seeing it, the master became excited and launched into a long monologue about how he had studied thousands of soul masters, how the probability of blue-silver grass manifesting soul power was itself small, concluding that, you have twin martial souls. Tang San was so scared that he nearly wet himself. Let me tell you, his hidden weapons were already in his sleeve, prepared to kill and silence him at any moment. However, the master was completely unaware and continued to flaunt his theories. As Tang San listened, he suddenly felt, hey, this person doesn't seem like a useless individual. He might be a great master. Without hesitation, he knelt down with a thud. He directly knocked his head 3 times on the ground, sincerely saying, Master, once a teacher, always a father. Please accept me. The master was overjoyed inside, finally striking gold. His little calculations were all written on his face, thinking about how BB Dong would regret it, and how when I, Little San, became powerful, I would destroy your spirit hall. Goodness, dreaming big here, not even considering one's own abilities. Then, he took Tang San and said they should go to his place to recover, and later he would take him to hunt for spirit rings. Tang San, also nodding obediently, was actually plotting in his heart that once he healed, he would find a chance to finish me off. Meanwhile, I was completely dazed upon entering the academy. This Nodding Academy was too big, with several teaching buildings, and I had no idea which building Director Su was referring to. Goodness, did I just start off by getting lost? Just as I was at a loss, the system's gentle voice rang out. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task and successfully humiliating the master and Tang San. Ding, randomly drawing a martial soul for the host. I thought to myself, is this it? It's too easy, right? With their mental fortitude, one is a seasoned veteran from 2 lifetimes. and the other is a ninja turtle who can tolerate having his cousin as a wife. This little humiliation is nothing. They'll forget it in no time. It seems I'll have to intensify my efforts in the future. These two guys, one picks up a bowl to eat and puts it down a curse, ruining the path of others in the city of slaughter. The other is a waste himself, but still pillowing his students every day, thinking of using his disciples to get revenge. I came here for their doom. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the guardian spirit martial soul. Loyal minister of the Chow family, General Eugene. I was speechless at that moment. Eugene? What does it mean to give me a male guardian spirit? Is the system trying to trick me? Host brother, Eugene's strength is very powerful. I couldn't help but complain. I'm a level 99 peerless Douluo. Do I still need to rely on him? As a result, the system splashed a bucket of cold water on me. Ahem, host brother, you currently do not have a soul ring, and if you encounter a title Douluo level expert, you may not necessarily be their opponent. Let me tell you, this system is just a professional at debating. It immediately started giving me a lesson, saying, host brother, listen carefully, your soul power bar is full now, and you can drain the blue bar of an ordinary title Douluo in a standoff. But once they use their skills, you understand, right? If they cast a fireball, you can only take it head on, and you won't last long before you go GG. If you run into someone above level 95, you're basically just a punching bag, standing there to take hits. As for the 99 level unparalleled Douluo, wow, with just a glance from them, you're done for. And you won't even have the qualification to be their opponent. I was stunned at that moment, thinking, no way. Am I this bad? With all my skills, I can only go to the newbie village to bully weak players, and I can't even beat Tang Hao. Does anyone understand? My mindset is, I suddenly remembered, wait a minute, that human-faced demon spider in the starry forest, which has been alive for nearly 100,000 years, wasn't it killed by me with one punch? That thing can't be dealt with unless it's above level 95, right? But then the system hit me with a fatal blow. Host brother, that spider was undergoing tribulation at that time, you know? Just like Ascension, that was its weakest moment, and its combat power was weakened to the level of a soul king by the system. You just picked up a bargain. Fine, I'll give you that. What else can I say? I quickly changed the topic. Hey, system, can you show me the information about Eugene? What level is my guardian spirit? The next second, I had a file package in my mind. Eugene, from the Soul Town, a fierce general. My ancestor, Boss Chow, said he was as brave as El Bu. This is like pulling an SSR, and it just so happens that my surname is Chow. Isn't this the chosen one? But I still asked, how strong is this extremely powerful exactly? Then, the system read me 3 pages of disclaimers, which I summarized into one sentence. I got annoyed and interrupted. Speak plainly. System, without a soul ring. P.S. Just an ornament. You can force him to move with soul power, but you'll be drained immediately, so it's better for you to do it yourself. I really thank you. I just drew an SSR, but it turned out to be a powerless Gundam model that I can only look at and not operate. Never mind. I'll put this aside for now and go report to the teaching building first. Following the system navigation, I twisted and turned and finally found the academic affairs office. As soon as I pushed the door open, wow, there were 3 teachers inside gathered around a table sighing. One old man, who should be Director Su, was banging on the table. I'm so angry. It's all that master's fault. He had to forcefully take on disciples and scared away such a good talent. The 2 younger ones next to him echoed. Exactly. That master is simply a disgrace to our academy. A genius who could defeat the master has just vanished. It's such a pity. As soon as I heard that, I laughed. Isn't that just describing me? I cleared my throat, walked in with a smile, and said, Director Su, teachers, what are you discussing? Why is the atmosphere so tense? Guess what? The moment Director Su saw me, his eyes lit up instantly. His expression was like he had just seen his long-lost father. He jumped up and greeted me with a big smile, saying, little friend, you finally came. I thought you didn't want to come because you were dissatisfied with our little temple. I immediately switched to my acting mode with a humble expression. How could that be? It is my honor to study at Nottingham Academy. It's just that your institution is so grand that I got lost earlier, which is why I arrived late. As soon as I said this, the way the teachers looked at me changed. It was as if they were looking at a rare treasure. One young teacher excitedly asked, Are you the hero boy who defeated the master? I smiled slightly. It's me. Goodness, now I've stirred up a hornet's nest. They surrounded me, showering me with flattery as if it were free. Director Su even rubbed his hands and asked me, young friend, may I ask what level your soul power is? I need to register it for you. I was thinking if I tell the truth about being a 99 level supreme, wouldn't I send those 3 away on the spot? So I lowered my voice and pretended to be very modest. I'm just a junior with Innate full spirit power, only level 10. As soon as I said only, the air in the entire office froze. Director Su's hand trembled, almost spilling his teacup, and his voice quivered. Innate? Full spirit power? The other two teachers also had expressions as if they had heard some absurd tale. Director Su insisted on verifying it personally. I extended my hand and precisely controlled my spirit power at level 10. When he touched it, he became so excited that his face turned red. Indeed, a young hero. You will surely have a place in the future continent. Then he curiously asked what my martial soul was. I said, my martial soul is a bit special, called guardian spirit, and it has its own mind. They became even more intrigued. So what could I do? I decided to satisfy their curiosity. I clasped my hands together and called out, Wenza, come out. Instantly, a 3-meter-tall phantom appeared behind me, holding a sword and shield, exuding an imposing aura and pressure that was simply overwhelming. As soon as Eugene appeared, he didn't even glance at the teachers and directly knelt on one knee, addressing me in a deep voice. I am Eugene, here to greet the young master. I tell you, those 3 teachers were so scared that they were dumbfounded. One by one, their faces turned pale, their legs trembled uncontrollably, and sweat poured down like rain. Director Su stammered even more, saying, little friend, PL, please retract your powers. My heart can't take it. I stifled my laughter and took back Eugene. Now everything was smooth sailing for the registration process. Director Su was not only giving me storage rings and gold soul coins, but also a new school uniform, being extremely attentive. Finally, when it came to the dorm assignment, Director Su enthusiastically introduced, little friend, the first dorm is the best, with a beautiful environment. Next to him, a teacher winked and added, the second dorm is a paradise for male students, filled with the most beautiful girls from our academy. If you want to go there, I can arrange it for you. I felt a stir in my heart. Second, sounds good, but my goal is not this. I shook my head and said with a serious expression, thank you for your kindness, teachers, but I want to go to dormitory 7. They were all stunned. Dormitory 7? That's the worst dormitory. It's filled with work-study students, messy and dirty, not befitting your status. I looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle and said solemnly, dear teachers, I am someone who is willing to endure hardships. Only in the worst environments can my fighting spirit be ignited. As soon as I finished speaking, Director Su clapped his hands in approval, and his gaze towards me was filled with admiration. Impressive, truly impressive. Young friend, at such a young age, you possess such awareness. I'm ashamed. I turned around expressionlessly and walked away, their admiration still echoing behind me. What is there to say to you bunch of mortals? What do you understand? The 7th dormitory, that's where Xiao Wu is. To steal Tang San's wife, one must start from a young age. Just as I stepped out of the academic affairs office, the system's voice rang in my head. Ding! Main quest released. Win Xiao Wu's heart and sleep on the same bed with her. Quest reward. A copy of the Xintian treasure record, plus a random hidden weapon. I was like, wow, isn't this Tang San's hometown? The system wants me to strip Tang San completely. All right, I'll take on this task. With excitement, I made my way to Building 7. As soon as I reached the door, a familiar smell of foot odor mixed with some indescribable scent hit me. The room was a mess, with a dozen or so adolescents roughhousing. As soon as I walked in, a guy who looked like a kid came over, his chin held high. New work-study student? I nodded. Kid, my name is Wang Sheng, the boss here. From now on, you'll be my little brother. If you don't want to get beaten up, just call me boss and let me hear it. I almost laughed out loud. Is this it? Even the little monsters in the beginner village have more presence than you. I replied, my name is Chao Yin, the guardian spirit of the martial soul. How about we have a practice match? Whoever wins is the boss. Hearing this, Wang Sheng exploded with anger. Hey, you little brat, you're quite arrogant. All right, today the boss will teach you what the power of a martial soul really is. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted, martial soul possession. A layer of yellow light erupted from his body, claws sprouted from his hands, and a white 10-year soul ring wobbled and rose up from beneath his feet. The few little lackeys immediately began to cheer. The boss is mighty. Knock him down. Wang Sheng struck a pose that he thought was very cool and looked at me. Where's your martial soul? Why don't you unleash it? I crossed my arms and smiled slightly. I don't need to deal with you. Good boy. You've got some nerve. Wang Sheng was completely enraged by me and charged at me violently, shouting the name of his skill. First soul skill, Tiger Claw Blade. Let me tell you, that guy came charging at me, shouting like crazy, talking about tiger claws and sharp blades. His level of delusion was off the charts. And what happened? I just raised my middle finger and lightly tapped. Well, the whole scene froze instantly, as if someone hit the pause button. That kid Wang Sheng turned pale. His eyes wide open like bronze bells. Probably his CPU was overheating. He couldn't understand it, with his level 11 soul power and using a soul skill. Yet I took him down with just one finger? What was going on? This isn't scientific. He just stood there, completely confused, not knowing where to use his strength. Totally dazed. I looked at his expression of existential doubt and laughed. I said, "Are we done? It's my turn now." With just a little strength from my fingers, I sent him flying. Luckily, his little buddies had the sense to rush in and act as a human cushion. Otherwise, he would have landed in a really bad way. Guess what? The first thing Wang Sheng did when he got up was not to threaten me, but to run over with a complete change of attitude, shouting, "Boss, how are you so strong?" Seriously, family, who understands the speed of changing faces? Not even Sichuan opera can match it. What can I say? I can't just tell him, "Dude, I'm a level 99 boss here to fish in the novice village," right? So I made up some random excuse. I'm naturally strong, you know? It's innate. Nothing I can do about it. As a result, this kid's imagination is quite strong. He slapped his thigh and said, "Boss, you can't be someone with max innate soul power, right?" I thought to myself, you're quite good at picking up the main points. So I went along with it, smiling and giving him a pat. "Hey, little saint, not bad. Your mind is quite sharp." As soon as I said that, the whole dormitory erupted. The young guys, all of them at most level 6, looked at me as if I were a deity descending from the heavens. Wang Sheng, also known as Little Saint, immediately bowed down and said, "Boss, from now on, I'll follow you, Little Saint. Our dormitory 7 will listen to you from now on." The others also flocked around, calling out Boss Chow like chicks pecking at rice, creating quite a scene. I sat down on the bed, crossed my leg, and thought to myself that this little brother was quite skilled. This little saint was quite perceptive, continuously analyzing and saying that I hadn't used my martial spirit at all just now, and that I definitely showed mercy. He called me boss with genuine respect. I thought to myself, this little brother seems capable, and he must be efficient in handling tasks. So I cleared my throat and called him over. "Little saint's son, the boss has a glorious yet challenging task to assign to you." As soon as he heard this, his eyes lit up, as if he had received a sacred decree. "Boss, you say?" "I guarantee to complete the task." I lowered my voice and mysteriously said to him, "Go. Help me buy a brand new set of bedding. Remember, it must be pink. And give me a big basket of carrots. Change the curtains to pink as well. It would be great to have some lily-scented candles." "Got it." The little saint was stunned on the spot. His expression seemed to say that my new boss had some strange quirks. I was overjoyed inside. "Brother, what do you know? This is called precise planning. Little Dance is arriving this afternoon, and the key is to cater to her preferences. This lavishness must come from her own discovery." In the end, he held back for a long time, awkwardly scratched his head, and said, "Boss, I don't have any money. I just remembered that they are all work-study students, poor as can be." I slapped my forehead and dug into the storage ring that Director Su gave me. To my surprise, there were actually several hundred gold soul coins inside. I casually tossed 10 gold soul coins over. "Here you go. Use the rest of the money to treat the brothers to a good meal at noon. Consider it a welcome gift from the boss." Instantly, the loyalty of everyone in the 7th dormitory shot up. The little saint took the money, moved to tears, and patted his chest to get things done. As for the others, I didn't let them slack off either. I directly started to enforce dormitory discipline. "Listen up. No going shirtless in the dorm from now on. Clean up all the trash on the floor. And those moldy socks, throw them all away. If the dorm smells bad, when pretty girls come around in the future, do you still want to be single?" As soon as these guys heard about pretty girls, their motivation shot up, and they quickly cleaned the dorm spotless. Before long, the little saint returned with everything. I lay on the brand new pink bed, smelling the faint scent of lilies in the air, with a basket of fresh carrots beside me, feeling utterly content. Just as I was closing my eyes, contemplating how to win over Xiao Wu, a little brother suddenly rushed in a panic. "Boss, it's bad. Someone is causing trouble at the door and beat me up." Wang Sheng got angry upon hearing this. "Is it that bunch of bastards from Haotian? They're asking for it." The little brother, with a sorrowful face, said, "No, it's a girl." Before he could finish, a crisp and somewhat arrogant voice came from the doorway. "No need to look, this young lady is here." We all turned around at the same time and saw wow. A delicate little girl was standing at the door, with a long scorpion braid and big sparkling eyes. Simply too cute to be legal. My heart skipped a beat. "She's here. She has arrived." My little brother, who got beaten up, was still fanning the flames. "Boss, it's her. Get revenge for me." Xiao Wu made a face at him. "It's your fault for stopping me. You deserve it." Just as I saw my little brother about to speak again, I quickly stepped forward, pushed him behind me, and gave him a stern lecture. Ahem. This is where you went wrong. That girl is so cute. How could you lay a hand on her? How have I taught you all usually? You need to protect girls. Do you understand? My little brother was completely stunned, but Wang Sheng was quick-witted and immediately chimed in. Yes, 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 the boss is right. We in the 7th dormitory love peace the most. I turned around and gave Xiao Wu what I thought was the gentlest and coolest smile. Hello, my name is Chao Yan, and I'm the boss here. I apologize on behalf of my little brother. When Xiao Wu saw my good attitude, her anger dissipated, and she smiled sweetly. My name is Xiao Wu, with the character for dance. I'm also from the 7th dormitory. Can I stay here? Of course you can. I was already starting to celebrate inside. Then, the classic scene unfolded. Xiao Wu said she didn't have a blanket and would be cold sleeping at night. The other little brothers were very enthusiastic and offered her their own. But when Xiao Wu saw the shabby blankets, she shook her little head like a rattle drum. In the end, her gaze precisely landed on my large, soft pink bed. With a twinkle in her eye, she pointed at my bed and said, Hey boss, you said you would take care of me. I see your blanket is quite big. How about we combine our beds and sleep together? I was shocked at that moment, and on the surface, I had to pretend to be a gentleman, repeatedly waving my hands. Isn't that inappropriate? Men and women shouldn't be too close. As a result, Xiao will put her hands on her hips, even bolder than me. What's wrong with that? I'm just a little girl, and I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Afraid that I'll eat you up? I was almost laughing crazily inside. But I could only reluctantly say, fine, I guess I have to make do. In no time, the bed was assembled. She even dramatically drew a line down the middle with a bundle, warning me not to cross it. I couldn't miss this opportunity, so I leaned over and said, Aren't you afraid of the cold? Actually, we can cuddle together to keep warm. Xiao Wu's face turned bright red in an instant, and she huffily said, Unless you agree to one request. What request? She sneaked a glance at the basket of carrots by the head of the bed and whispered, Can you give me a carrot to eat? Without saying a word, I grabbed the biggest one and stuffed it in her mouth. Watching her munch on the carrot with such delight gave me a tremendous sense of accomplishment. Just as we were chatting, Wang Sheng came over and said it was time for lunch. I waved my hand. Today, the boss treats, 2nd floor of the cafeteria. Order whatever you want. The entire dorm cheered, and Xiao was so happy that she jumped beside me, chattering away. However, just as we reached the entrance of the cafeteria, we ran into trouble. A cocky kid was standing at the top of the 2nd floor stairs, mocking us in a sarcastic tone. Oh? ISNT this Wang Sheng's group of bro kids? What is up? You want to come to the 2nd floor to see something new today? With me backing him up, Wang Sheng's courage had grown, and he shot back directly. Xiao Qinyu, watch your words. Our dorm has a new boss now. Xiao Wu, with her fiery temper, pointed at that kid and was about to start cursing. I patted Wang Sheng on the shoulder and asked him, Is that Xiao Qinyu? How come you can't beat him? Wang Sheng looked aggrieved. Boss, his martial soul is a wolf, and mine is a tiger, which is just the right counter for him. I always get beaten up by him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu clenched her small fists and angrily said, Wang Sheng, this guy is so annoying. Let us go teach him a lesson together. But Wang Sheng shrank his neck, clearly traumatized, and said softly, But Xiao Wu, I can't beat him. And guess what happened? Xiao Wu's temper exploded right on the spot. She pointed to Xiao Qinyu's back and shouted, You, stop right there. Let us have a one-on-one. Loser is the grandson. Saying this, she was about to charge forward. Family who understands. At this critical moment, Chaoyan grabbed Xiao Wu's wrist and said smoothly, Let me handle this kind of thing. I tell you, Xiao Wu's little face turned red immediately, and her heart was probably racing at 180 beats per minute, behaving like a little kitten. She just nodded and stopped talking. Goodness, it seems that Xiao Yan has figured out how to be a hero, saving the beauty. Xiao Yan stepped forward and got straight to the point. Xiao Qinyu, right? Take back what you just said and apologize to Xiao Wu. Otherwise, this matter won't end today. The tone was calm, but the pressure was overwhelming. Xiao Qinyu couldn't help but laugh in anger. After all, he was a seasoned 6th grader, looking disdainful. Who do you think you are? Wang Sheng. Is this your new boss from the work-study program? You ungrateful brat. Today, I'll let you know who the real boss of Nodding Academy is. Before he could finish his sentence, let me tell you, the dramatic scene unfolded. Slap. A loud, crisp sound of slap. Chaoyan swung a big slap right across his face, leaving 5 clear fingerprints. Chaoyan was as calm as ever. Less talk, let's fight. Also from today on, they are under my protection. The subtext was crystal clear. You insult my future girlfriend? Who do you think you are? Xiao Qinyu covered his face, completely stunned. It was probably his first time receiving such a big slap, shaking with anger. You dare hit me? Let me tell you. I have powerful forces behind me that you can't mess with. Wang Sheng and the others erupted in cheers. Boss is mighty. Well done. That's so satisfying. Xiao Qinyu side was furious. His martial spirit manifested. With a howl, he transformed into a werewolf, his muscles bulging, claws sharpening, and a white soul ring rose beneath him. A level 11 battle soul master, looking quite impressive. And what about Xiao Yan? He casually reported his title. Xiao Yan, first-year student, martial soul, guardian spirit. Soul power level 10. Upon hearing level 10, Xiao Qinyu was stunned. His heart skipped a beat. Innate full soul power? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, gestured invitingly, and then casually waved his hand as if snapping his fingers. Wenza, come out and play. Boom. A gigantic, ancient general appeared out of nowhere behind him. Let me tell you, the aura was so powerful that the air in the cafeteria felt like it had solidified, the temperature dropping several degrees, a total dimensional suppression. Everyone present was dumbfounded, jaws dropped. Xiao Qinyu's little brothers had their smiles frozen, looking at Xiao Yan as if he were a monster. Xiao Qinyu's legs went weak, his voice trembling. This is your martial soul? His wolf martial soul looked like a husky in front of this general, utterly cowardly. He was panicking inside, thinking, is this really a martial soul that a work-study student can have? What kind of family is behind this? His father is the city lord, who has always told him not to provoke those low-key, true big shots. Oh no, it seemed like he had kicked a steel plate this time. One of his little brothers, ignorant of the situation, fanned the flames. Boss, take him down. No matter how weird his martial soul is, he doesn't even have a soul ring. Xiao Qinyu was so angry, he almost kicked him. What do you know? Shut up. He was already half cooling down inside, looking at the fearsome figure behind Xiao Yan, feeling like a clown. He even started to question his life, tremblingly asking, are you really a work-study student? Xiao Yan smiled. When did I say I was a work-study student? Look at my clothes, do I look like one? Xiao Qinyu shivered, finally noticing that the material of Xiao Yan's clothes was better than his. Oh no, this was completely over. Xiao Yan couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. Come on, let's have a match. Winning or losing doesn't matter. After this, let's move on. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinyu found himself with no way out. Fine, let's fight, but he had already decided in his heart that he absolutely couldn't go all out. If he hurt this guy, even his father, the city lord, wouldn't be able to save him. First soul skill, White Wolf Blade. Xiao Qinyu steeled himself and charged forward. His claws glowing, doubled in size, howling as he lunged at Xiao Yan, ready for a head-on clash. And what happened? Xiao Yan didn't even move. He simply whispered, Wenza. The general figure behind him stepped forward, blocking in front of him, roaring. In my life, I was a general. How can I become a wandering spirit after death? Bang! Xiao Qinyu was sent flying like a basketball by an invisible force. Before he could react, a cold long knife was already pressed against his throat. Let me tell you, that guy was so scared he almost wet himself. His pants were soaked. He shouted, I concede. Xiao Yan waved his hand. Wenza, that's enough. The general figure instantly vanished. Xiao Yan walked up to Xiao Qinyu, smiling. You lost. Apologized to Xiao Wu. Xiao Qinyu dared not refuse, scrambling to Xiao Wu, lowering his head. I'm sorry. Then he apologized to Wang, Sheng, and the others, promising never to bully work-study students again. Xiao Yan patted his shoulder and directly took Xiao Wu and the others upstairs to eat, leaving the entire cafeteria in shock. Wang Sheng and the others were completely dumbfounded. In less than a minute, they had knocked down the academy's boss, and this was without a soul ring? This was no longer just strong. This was insane. Wang Sheng felt overjoyed, thinking, having such a boss, we can walk around the academy with swagger. In a corner of the cafeteria, Master and Tang San watched like they had paid to see a show, completely engrossed. Master was pounding his chest, lamenting how such a genius was not his disciple. As for Tang San, let me tell you, this kid's eyes were filled with jealousy and resentment. His fists clenched so tightly they were sparking. He had probably cursed Xiao Yan 1,000 times in his heart, secretly vowing, once I get my first soul ring, I will definitely kill you. Once they reached the second floor, it was the VIP area. Wang Sheng followed behind, buttering up loudly. Boss, you were so impressive just now. Xiao Yan waved his hand generously. It's nothing, since I'm your boss. Your matters are my matters. Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes beside him, quietly asking, did you just now do that to stand up for me? Xiao Yan was incredibly gentle. Yes, as your boss, I will protect you. But what he was really thinking was, you're my future wife. If I don't protect you, who will? Tang San is not worthy. Xiao Wu's face turned red, and she stubbornly replied, Humph. Even if you didn't intervene, he wouldn't be my match. At the dining table, Chao Yin casually threw the menu. Order whatever you want. It's on me. Wang Sheng and the others had never seen such a scene before, hesitating to order. Only Xiao Wu was unreserved, ordering a whole bunch of expensive dishes like she was calling out menu. When the food arrived, Chao Yin even told an artistic story about the legend of Tian Cantu Do, leaving Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng in awe, their admiration skyrocketing. Then it was time to drink. Wang Sheng led the way, and a bunch of work-study students took turns toasting Chao Yin, genuinely sincere. Chao Yin welcomed all the toasts, drinking cup after cup, incredibly bold. After the meal, Wang Sheng, being quite clever, immediately found an excuse to take everyone away, creating a golden opportunity for the boss and Xiao Wu to have some time alone together. Only the two of them were left in the cafeteria, and Chao Yin immediately switched to his actor mode, pretending to be drunk. He staggered as he walked, grabbing Xiao Wu's delicate little hand, leaning against her. Mumbling incoherently, Xiao Wu, do you know? From the first moment I saw you, I liked you. Xiao originally wanted to get angry, but when she saw his drunken state, her heart softened, and she could only helplessly help him back to the dormitory. She gently placed him on the bed, covered him with a blanket, and was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Chao Yin turned around and hugged her from behind, his eyes still closed. Mumbling, "Can I hold you to sleep? I'm so cold." Oh my, this tactic. Xiao Wu's little hand, which was ready to push him away, hesitated in mid-air for a moment and finally slowly lowered it. Blushing, she pouted her lips and muttered softly, "Humph, you're lucky. If it weren't for you standing up for me today, I wouldn't let you hug me." Just like that, the two of them fell asleep together for the whole night. The next morning, Chao Yin was still in a deep sleep, and the sound of the system notification in his head rang like firecrackers during the new year. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of sleeping with Xiao Wu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the Xiantian Balu secret manual. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random hidden weapon, the soul-chasing Death Yin Wang sticker. Chao Yin was overjoyed. The soul-chasing Death Yin Wang sticker? Isn't that the ultimate weapon used by Tang San to counterattack the Soul Sage in the original work? The system's sister is too generous. Immediately after, the system said, "Host, this system will now instill various secret techniques from the Xiantian Baolu into your mind. Please feel it carefully." Chao Yin quickly calmed his mind and felt a warm current flowing through his body, which was extremely comfortable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the skills of the Xiantian Baolu, including the purple extreme demon eye, controlling cranes, and capturing dragons, Xian Jade Hand, Xiantian Gong, and various hidden weapon techniques. Wait a minute, system sister, Chao Yin hurriedly asked in his mind, are you sure I've successfully comprehended it? Why do I still feel a bit unfamiliar with these things? The system sister directly retorted, saying, bro, do you think this is software installation? One-click install, lifetime activation free? I'm just giving you a beginner's guide. Letting you know what a mouse looks like is already good enough. Want to master it? You have to grind it out yourself. I was a bit confused at the time, and I said, no way. Isn't this supposed to be a one-stop service from the system? Guess what she said? She said, back then, Tang San took it one step at a time. You just took all of his hard work and got a shortcut, so just be happy about it. All right, I was wrong. I was just too excited. I quickly apologized to the system's sister and promised to practice diligently, not to let her down. Just kidding. I'm so smart that I'll definitely learn faster than that clumsy Tang San, right? While he's struggling to level up, I'm already thinking about how to use Tang Sek's hidden weapons to push against the Spirit Hall. This is the correct way for a transmigrator to operate. However, let's put the unification of the continent aside for now. The most important thing at the moment is to get my hands on that rabbit, Xiao Wu, and completely shatter Tang San's determination. Let me tell you, there can only be one protagonist on this continent. As long as I'm here, Tang San, he's just that man who will always live in the trailer. I was happily planning my grand blueprint when suddenly an angry voice jolted me awake. Hey, where do you think your hand is going? As I opened my eyes, lo and behold, Xiao Wu's blushing and furious little face was right in front of me, and a small palm was about to slap me. I quickly jolted up and asked, Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Are you rebelling? How dare you lay a hand on the boss? Her face was completely red as she pointed at me and shouted, how can you still have the nerve to say that? Look where your hand is. I looked down and saw. No wonder it felt so soft in the dream just now. I thought I was eating big pink grapes in my dream, but it turns out it wasn't a dream, right? Family, who understands this development is still a bit, cough cough, full of potential. You're still touching. Xiao was about to explode, and she really slapped me in the face. I told you, I'm not angry at all. The hand of a 6-year-old girl hitting my face is soft and fluffy, like cotton candy, so it couldn't possibly hurt. I cover my face and started acting. Xiaowu, you've changed. You actually hit the boss. I can't believe you took care of me all night while I was asleep. As soon as she heard this, her momentum immediately weakened, and she said a bit sheepishly, "Well, that's because you don't sleep properly. I just saw you kicking the blanket. All right, the boss forgives you." I waved my hand generously, feeling delighted inside. After all, she will be my wife in the future. What does it matter if she hits me a couple of times? It's just a bit of fun. Seeing that I wasn't really angry, she laid down some ground rules. Then you can't touch me randomly while sleeping. Got it? I nodded vigorously at the moment. No problem. I promise you. Anyway, if I fall asleep, it's not me operating, it's my body moving on its own. What does it have to do with me, Chao Yin? I'm just an honest person. All right, I believe you. Xiaowu finally felt at ease. Let's go. Wang Sheng and the others have gone to class. It's just the two of us left. I got up and looked for my clothes, but then Xiaowu yanked me up and said, "Put something on. You didn't even take it off last night." After saying that, she grabbed my hand and rushed towards the classroom. We hurried along, and just as we arrived, the bell rang, making us late on the first day. Unbelievable. Fortunately, the teacher hadn't arrived yet. As soon as Xiaowu pulled me into the classroom, all eyes turned to us, especially those little kids, who looked at me as if they were about to breathe fire. I tell you, these little brats are all very precocious. When they see such a beautiful and cute little girl like Xiaowu, their protective instincts are almost overflowing from the screen. If I weren't holding her hand, someone probably would have rushed in to save the beauty by now. Xiaowu's face turned red from being stared at, and she whispered to me, "Chao Yin, it seems there's no more space. What should we do?" I glanced around and saw that the classroom was basically filled with boys and girls sitting together, all flirting with each other. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. These 6-year-olds haven't even grown all their hair yet, and they're trying to date? That's just wrong. Unlike me, I'm a time traveler with a mature psychological age. So flirting with girls is perfectly normal for me. Don't worry, follow me, I'll have your back. I directly pulled Xiaowu to the last row, where there was a small guy with shifty eyes sitting all alone, clearly a single dog. I walked over and gently patted him on the shoulder. "Hey, Junior, look, we don't have any seats left. Can you do us a favor?" The little guy hesitated for a moment, but then the people next to him gave him a look, and he immediately backed down, probably realizing that someone recognized me as the one who brutally beat up Haotian. He quickly stood up and smiled, saying, "Sure, I wasn't comfortable sitting here anyway. You can have the seat." I also made myself at home, plopping down and calling out to Xiaowu, "Xiaowu, come sit. There's a spot now." The back row of the classroom is prime real estate, as those in the know understand. Xiaowu seemed a bit shy. "How can you do this? You're so bad," with her little mouth pouting and her pearly teeth lightly biting her red lips. It made my heart itch. I pointed seriously at the little guy who had squeezed in next to a couple and was chatting with them, looking quite foolish. I said to Xiaowu, "Look, I'm doing this for his own good, helping him integrate into the group and let him experience the joy of being a third wheel. I'm really such a kind person." As soon as Xiaowu heard this, she understood immediately, and her gaze towards me was filled with admiration, thinking I was truly a helpful and good person. Then she obediently sat next to me. She also ceremoniously drew a line on the table with her hand, saying, "This is the demarcation line. No crossing." I nodded with a smile and thought to myself, is the boss really that kind of person? We've already shared a bed. So who does this line even matter? Just then, a female teacher walked in. I tell you, my eyes went wide. That figure, those curves, those long legs and black stockings. Simply stunning. As soon as she walked in, the entire classroom was filled with a fragrant air. Before I could even take a good look, a sharp pain shot through my arm. Little Wu's small hand was gripping my flesh tightly. "What are you looking at? Ouch, that hurts." I quickly pulled my hand back. Little Wu said to me very seriously, "Boys who look too much will have dreams at night. Hey, this little bunny actually cares." I quickly patted my chest and assured her, "Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. You misunderstood. Just kidding. With such a lovely wife like Little Wu by my side, how could I be interested in other women? I was just appreciating her. Yes, just appreciating." At that moment, the female teacher also noticed me and smiled. She spoke up. "Hello, everyone. I am your subject teacher. My name is Menstruation, but you can call me Teacher Man." I was stunned on the spot. Menstruation? Family. Is this name really not a joke? It's 2025, and someone still named this? The teacher continued from now on. "We are all classmates and should help each other. Since this is our first class, let's introduce ourselves." The short boy whose seat I took went first. Saying his name was Duan Tienda, an orphan who grew up eating at different families' tables and felt very inferior. When it was my turn, I simply said, My name is Chao Yin, and you will remember this name. As a result, the menstruation teacher, after hearing this, started praising me right in front of the whole class. Everyone should learn from Chao Yin. He even defeated a master. At such a young age, amazing. As soon as these words were said, the class erupted. It turned out he was the one who had beaten the master. Impressive. I also heard that the master was just a theoretical fraud, and he deserved to be beaten. Listening to these discussions, I felt great. At that moment, Xiao Wu nudged me and whispered, Chao Yin, a lot of girls are looking at you. They can't be thinking about wanting to. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard that. With a mischievous grin, I said, there's nothing I can do. Maybe it's because I'm too handsome. How about I let you have this opportunity? Xiao Wu's face turned red. She huffed and immediately turned her head away, ignoring me. Just then, the short guy named Duan Tianda suddenly raised his hand. Teacher, it seems like one person is missing. Teacher Yue Jing glanced at the attendance sheet, raised her eyebrows, and said, Oh, is it Tang San? The master's disciple. Don't worry about him. His martial soul is blue silvergrass, such a useless martial soul. He isn't even qualified to attend my class. As soon as I heard it, I realized the opportunity had come. So I immediately raised my hand and said with a righteous expression, Teacher, why don't we wait for him? After all, the first class is very important. Of course, I wasn't really concerned about him. I just wanted to take the chance to sneak a few more glances at the teacher's black stockings. The monthly teacher nodded approvingly at me, but still refused. The classmates in the class got more excited, mocking Lan Yinggrass as a trash martial soul. However, Xiao Wu looked at me with even sweeter eyes. She must have thought that I was truly a kind-hearted person who cared about my classmates. At that moment, a system notification suddenly rang in my head. Ding, side quest released. Please, host brother, stop Tang San from obtaining a 100-year soul ring and deal him a blow. Task reward, none. I was so dumbfounded. No rewards? Am I working for free? I was about to protest on the spot. Then the system's sister giggled and asked me, Doesn't the host brother want to dominate Tang San? Doesn't the host brother want my favorability to go up? As soon as I thought about it, I realized, bullying Tang San. Isn't that the greatest pleasure of my time travel? What rewards do I need? I'm in. So, as soon as the morning class ended, I casually found an excuse and sneaked out of school, heading straight for the soul-hunting forest. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the master was pointing at the dead 400-year-old mandala snake on the ground, his face flushed with excitement, saying to Tang San, Xiao San, this is great. If you absorb it, you'll be above others. Tang San still hesitated a bit. Teacher, I'm a plant type absorbing beast souls this. This isn't scientific. I tell you, at this moment, the master, that old PUA began with a serious expression to pat Tang San's dog head, saying, Good disciple. It's up to you to verify my theory. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Do you believe in your teacher? He spoke with such righteous fervor. But in his heart, he was thinking, You little fool, hurry up. If you succeed, I'll be famous all over the world. If you die, then that proves the theory doesn't work. Anyway, I won't lose anything. Folks, isn't this operation beyond description? It's simply despicable and shameless. Poor Tang San. He was truly moved by these words and immediately expressed his willingness to dedicate himself to the teacher's theory. He cleanly cut off the snake's head, and a yellow 100-year soul ring slowly rose. Tang San looked at the soul ring, his eyes changed, and he must have been thinking, Once I absorb it, Chao Yin, your death is imminent. Just as he calmed down and prepared to absorb it, he suddenly frowned and sharply looked toward the big tree not far away, shouting, Who? I slowly walked out from behind the tree, clapped my hands, and chuckled, Tang San, are you in such a hurry to absorb the soul ring to deal with me? The moment he saw me, Tang San's pupils suddenly constricted, and his whole body tensed up as he exclaimed in disbelief, Chao Yin, how could you be here? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, casually walking over to him. I said, What's up, Santa? Surprised to see me? Goodness, his gaze was so cold, as if he wanted to stab me. He immediately threatened, Get out of here quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. I glanced at the mandala snake on the ground, which was nearly cold, and the yellow soul ring above it, purposely teasing him. Hey, don't be so angry. Haven't we resolved our conflict? I still want to be friends with you. Why do you hate me so much? Tang San, being a stubborn guy, snorted coldly and said, Let's talk about friendship later. Don't waste my time now. I'm telling you, I know exactly what you're thinking. You just want to absorb the soul ring to become powerful and then come back to take revenge on me. I couldn't help but laugh out loud at that moment. You want to absorb this thing? I must have heard wrong, right? Blue silvergrass, plant type. To absorb a snake's spirit ring? Who understands this, family? Which genius taught you this? Just as I finished speaking, someone jumped out from the side. their face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Master. He stepped forward and said, "This is my suggestion. Xiaoyan, please leave. We don't welcome you as master and disciple." Oh, the real deal has arrived. I looked him up and down with disdain. So it's the master, huh? I'm just curious. As a great soul master stuck at level 20-something for life, where do you get the confidence to engage in these theoretical innovations? The master was choked by my words and still stubbornly retorted, "My theory is not wrong. In the future, I will definitely be an authority in the soul master world." I knew his little calculations. He just saw my good talent and wanted to take me as his disciple. But when I ignored him, he settled for second best and chose Tang San instead. I directly confronted Tang San in front of him. "Hey Sanner, look at your teacher. A useless person like him will never hope to level up again in his life. Do you really believe in the stuff he studies? You have some guts." This master was completely broken down, his eyes turned red, and his fists were clenched tightly. Let me tell you, every word I said hit his sore spots. Being dumped by the Pope, trying to flirt with his cousin Lu Erlong, all those trivial matters that others might not know. But I was well aware. What he couldn't stand the most was being called useless and having his private life criticized. And guess what? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, the more wronged he felt, and years of suppressed resentment exploded all at once. He held his head and started roaring like a madman, then coughed up a mouthful of black blood and fell straight to the ground. Wow, he was so furious that he ended up poisoning himself. Tang San panicked at that moment, rushed over to hold him, and shouted, "Teacher." When he checked, he yelled, "Oh no, he's poisoned." I stood by the side, expressionless, and added a stab, "Tisk, you're really useless." This sentence completely triggered Tang San. He suddenly stood up, a white light flashing in his hand. And a move called Xian hand came rushing towards my face, while he shouted, "Shut up. It's all because of you." At that time, I couldn't even be bothered to dodge. Just because of him, a weakling without a single spirit, Ring dares to fight me? I didn't even need to use my soul power. I could rely purely on my physical strength, and I had to hold back a bit. Otherwise, I was afraid I would knock him out with just one slap. I slapped him backhandedly and shouted, "Get lost. You and your teacher are both useless." With a crisp sound, he flew out like a top, spinning 720 degrees in the air, landing face first. He was stunned at that moment, probably unable to understand how his full force attack felt like a joke. I couldn't be bothered with him and walked straight towards the corpse of the snake. My goal was clear, to get that precious soul ring of his. Tang San lay on the ground and, seeing me walk over, instantly panicked. His voice changed pitch as he shouted, "Xiaoyan, what do you want to do? Do you dare to touch my soul ring?" I stepped on his face, pressing him hard against the ground, looking down at him with a smile. "What are you doing? What do you think? Just watch carefully. Your cheat is about to expire." I snapped my fingers and summoned Eugene directly, pointing at the yellow soul ring and saying just 2 words, "Wenze, crush it." Tang San's eyes were about to pop out in panic, screaming, "No, you can't. I worked so hard to kill it. You can't destroy it." He knew that if this thing was gone, his Xiantian skill would be deadlocked, and revitalizing the Tang sect would be nothing but a pipe dream. Unfortunately, it was useless. Eugene was incredibly loyal to me, replying, "As you command, young master." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the soul ring was directly pulled into his grasp. Crack! With a crisp sound, it was easier than crushing an egg. The century-old soul ring instantly transformed into countless light points, and then completely disappeared. No! Tang San's scream was heart-wrenching, making listeners sad and viewers weep. Let me tell you, what shattered wasn't just the soul ring. It was clearly his heart that aspired to be a dragon. After finishing the task, I kicked him aside and left without looking back. Xiaowu was still waiting for me at home. I'm not the kind of bad man who stays out all night. After I left, Tang San crawled up like he had lost his soul, staring blankly at the snake's corpse, completely numb. The gear he had worked so hard to obtain was gone, destroyed right in front of him by his enemy. Who could withstand such a blow? He was there pounding the ground, probably thinking, could it be that Tang San, can only be a useless person in this life? But this guy, to be fair, was quite resilient. He quickly started a plan, thinking it was okay. He still had his teacher. Although the master was useless, he was still a great soul master. If the two of them teamed up, finding another century-old soul beast shouldn't be difficult. Goodness, his mindset adjustment was truly impressive. Thinking of this, he immediately got energized, ran over to the unconscious master, stripped him of his clothes in a flash, took out a small knife, and started working on the wound on the master's arm, beginning to inject poison blood. His technique was so skillful. Once the black blood flowed out, he tore a piece of his own clothing to bandage it up. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the master slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, He looked confused. Where am I? Where are my clothes? Upon seeing the bandage on his arm, he realized it was little San who saved him. Just as he wanted to feel touched, he suddenly felt weak all over, with the world spinning around him. Tang San quickly approached and handed him his clothes. Teacher, you're awake? After the master put on his clothes, the first thing he did was grab Tang San's hand, asking with great anticipation, Little San, was the soul ring absorbed successfully? Tang San shivered, lowered his head, and said, Teacher, my soul ring is gone. Then he recounted in detail how I had beaten him and destroyed the soul ring. After hearing this, the master exploded with rage, slapping his thigh and roaring, how outrageous. Even my disciple Yu Xiaogang dares to bully. Do they really think we are useless? However, he exerted too much force, causing his injury to act up, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Tang San quickly patted his back to help him breathe. The master, with tears and snot, began to blame himself. It's all my fault. I'm such a useless teacher that I couldn't even protect my own disciple. I'm truly a waste. Just look at these two masters and disciples. It was something else. One was crying, and the other was comforting him, with Tang San saying how he would always be his only teacher. The scene was as emotional as it gets. Finally, after wiping away his tears, the master regained his spirits and said, Little San, don't worry. Once I recover, I will help you find a suitable soul ring. Tang San asked, Does the teacher have a target in mind? The master pondered for a moment and said, Do you remember the solitary bamboo I told you about? Although it's only a 10-year soul beast, its attributes match you perfectly. When Tang San heard this, 10 years. Although it was far from what he had expected, given the current situation, having anything was good enough, so he could only nod. Yeah, teacher, I'll listen to you. On the other side, I had already returned to Nodding City. Just as I was walking down the street, the system's voice in my head rang out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. At that moment, I was complaining to the system in my heart. I said, Sister, do you have a grudge against Tang San? Isn't this a bit too harsh? The system chuckled and replied, Host, I can't stand despicable people like Tang San. As soon as I heard it, I laughed. Isn't this a coincidence? I've been feeling annoyed by him for a long time too. I rejected the system's proposal to directly eliminate Tang San. Killing him would be too easy for him. I want him to watch helplessly as I take away everything he cherishes, one by one. That is true despair. As for those good girls he has let down in the original story, I must take care of them all. After chatting with the system for a while, I claimed the reward for my last mission, the soul-claiming Yama Talisman. This thing is a powerful weapon, and I need to keep it to defend against that old guy Tang Hao. The system also reminded me that this item is poisonous and must be stored in a special container, and I have to use the Mystic Jade Hand when handling it. So, I found a blacksmith shop and made a box myself, and I also made 3 hidden arrows for Xiao Wu from the leftover materials. After all, she is my future wife, so I must prepare something for her self-defense. By the time I returned to the academy, it was already dark. I saw Xiao Wu bouncing around by herself, gazing at the stars, looking so lively and adorable. I walked over, took her little hand, and softly said, The stars in the sky are as beautiful as you. Xiao Wu's face turned red instantly, and her fluffy rabbit ears popped out. I then took the opportunity to tell her a tragic love story I made up on the spot, which moved the little rabbit to tears. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, I took out the 3 hidden darts and handed them to her, saying, Xiao Wu, this is a gift for you. Xiao Wu held the darts and, feeling both shy and curious, asked me, Xiaoyan, why are you giving me this? I gently touched her little ear and smiled softly. Silly, it's because we are friends. Xiao Wu's eyes dimmed noticeably, probably thinking I was going to confess my feelings. But this was it? I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Little bunny, the trick is just beginning. I explained to her that this is called a hidden dart, a skill passed down from my grandfather. Then, the key part came. I started to sell my sorrow. I told her that I was actually an orphan, having depended on my grandfather since childhood. And then he passed away, leaving me with no relatives at all. The sad expression, the melancholic gaze, I almost believed it myself. Sure enough, Xiao Wu immediately overflowed with maternal love, her nose tinged with sadness, and she began to comfort me. I seized the moment, held her hand, and looked at her sincerely. Xiao Wu, do you see the brightest star in the sky? I believe that is my grandfather watching over me. I have to say, my operation is simply textbook-level AI gaming, precise and flawless. After laying the groundwork for a long time, I finally revealed my true intentions. I looked into her eyes and asked seriously, Xiao Wu, would you be willing to be my little sister? I really hope to have another family member. Xiao Wu was stunned at the moment, and she hesitated. Then she asked the classic question, what if one day many people want to kill me? and you can't fight them off? Here it comes. A question with easy points. I'm a man who has read the original work. I didn't blink at all, gazing at her with deep affection, using all my acting skills, and said word by word. Then what they have to do is to step over my dead body first. I just finished saying something harsh, and when I turned around, wow, I saw that girl Xiao Wu looking at me with red-rimmed eyes. That little look of hers was simply melting my heart. Bro, when she called me so gently, it felt like my heart was filled with honey. I told her on the spot, patting my chest and assuring her, "Don't worry, little sister, from now on, I will be your personal support, always looking out for you." As I spoke, I naturally pulled her into my arms. Oh, that feeling, soft and fragrant, was simply irresistible. I started to think, now I have a little sister. In the future, who knows, I might even be able to form a sister group. I am someone who values a sense of measure. After giving her a hug, I let go and casually planted a kiss on her rosy little cheek. Seeing her shy yet slightly delighted expression made my heart blossom with joy, so I quickly changed the subject. "Come on, sister. Let me teach you something exciting, hidden weapons training. One-on-one private lessons, guaranteed to teach you well. You would believe it, that girl Xiao Wu is really smart." We tinkered around in the dorm all night, and she quickly became adept at using the sleeve arrows. As for feelings, they just soar like a rocket. The whole night, we were like conjoined twins. And in the end, she happily bounced and pulled me to bed to sleep. Family, who understands? Just when my relationship with my future wife, with my sister was rapidly progressing. On the other side, Tang San wasn't having such a great time. The scene shifts to the soul-hunting forest. That kid Tang San was looking at Master with a face full of flattery and excitement. "Teacher, thank you. If it weren't for your Ruo sand cannon, I wouldn't have been able to defeat this 10-year soul beast." Goodness, I thought, a 10-year soul beast is just a low-level monster in a beginner's village, right? Why get so excited? But guess what he was really thinking? He was thinking, I, Tang San, have finally obtained my first soul ring. The glory of the Tang sect will be re-established by me. You old folks, just wait and see. I will personally build a Tang sect that belongs to me. At that moment, I wanted to complain, dude, isn't your Chinibyu a bit serious? You even want to establish your own Tang sect. Why don't you absorb those 10-year spirit rings first? The master, with a kind expression, patted his shoulder and said, "Xiao San, don't just stand there, quickly absorb it. Whether my theory can be immortalized in history depends on you this time." Upon hearing this, Tang San was so moved that he almost cried and immediately sat cross-legged to start absorbing that white one, which was the worst, the 10-year spirit ring. Let me tell you, he might have been absorbing it, but his mind was adding drama, and his mental activity was quite rich. He was thinking, Master Tang, you old stubborn ones probably didn't expect this, right? I'm Tang San. Not only am I alive, but I'm going to thrive in another world. You all ignore me back then, but now you can't reach me. Then he thought, my new teacher has a discerning eye. He saw at a glance that I'm a genius with twin martial souls. Unlike you blind fools. Ha ha ha, I, Tang San, am destined to unify the entire Douluo continent. The more he thought, the more excited he became. His face turned red, but then he got too carried away and fell into a state of madness, starting to hallucinate. Who understands? One moment he was dreaming of becoming the king of the continent, and the next he was pulled back by the system to the top of the cliff of despair, facing 18 elders of the Tang sect, each one glaring at him as if they were going to eat him. Tang San, you beast who betrays your master and ancestors. Stealing the sect's secret techniques is a crime deserving of death. Today we will purge the sect and execute the traitor. I tell you, that scene was like a trial assembly. Tang San was so scared that he nearly wet himself, crying out, "No. Elders, I'm wronged." But what happened? They didn't listen at all. Mr. Tang sneered, waved his hand, and suddenly, 49 rainstorm pear blossom needles, the second best hidden weapon of the Tang sect, shot toward Tang San like rain. Tang San tried to block with his Xianyu hand, but found that he had lost all his internal power and couldn't move. He watched helplessly as he was shot into a sieve. Then an elder slapped him on the crown of his head, shattering all his bones, and finally kicked him down into the abyss. Tang San screamed in agony in his hallucination, his whole body convulsing as if he had been electrocuted. Beside him, Yu Xiaogang watched this scene, feeling panicked. But he wasn't worried about Tang San's life or death. He was thinking, no way. Is my theory going to crash? If you can't even absorb a 10-year spirit ring, then my theory is just a huge joke. Look at that, look at that. This is what they call a famous teacher. Just when Tang San was about to kick the bucket, the master's voice pulled him back from his hallucination. He jolted awake, turned his Xiantian gong, and finally absorbed that broken spirit ring. When he opened his eyes and saw the master beside him, Tang San was so moved that he was almost in tears. "Teacher, I did it. Your theory is correct. You are a genius." The master also breathed a sigh of relief and laughed heartily. "Great. I'm not a waste. My theory is right. These two, I tell you, one really dares to believe, and the other really dares to act." Once they calmed down, the master pretended to ask innocently, "Xiao San, what happened to you just now? You scare me to death." Tang San recounted his hallucination and asked in admiration why that happened. The master didn't even raise his eyelids and casually fabricated an explanation. "Oh, that should be the resentment of the soul beast as it dies affecting you. You see, even a mere 10-year soul beast is so dangerous. Luckily, you didn't have to absorb that mandala snake." Upon hearing this, Tang San was enlightened and felt quite fortunate, admiring his teacher even more. Next came the exciting demonstration of soul skills. The master looked forward to it. "Come on, Xiao San, let me see what your first soul skill is." Tang San was also quite excited. He activated his soul ring, and the blue-silver grass instantly grew out in his hand, looking a bit more vibrant than before. He shouted, and dozens of blue-silver grasses rushed toward a small tree nearby, the momentum resembling a flood of snakes emerging from a hole. The master's eyes lit up, thinking that this attack power must have skyrocketed. However, the next scene nearly caused the master to pass out on the spot. The dozens of seemingly sharp blue-silver grass leaves, upon touching the tree trunk, went pop and shattered like glass, scattering all over the ground without even scraping off a piece of bark. This operation was simply a total failure. Tang San was dumbfounded, completely petrified. This is called a soul skill? Isn't this just a comedic skill? When used in a fight, is the intention to make the opponent laugh to death and then inherit their aunt's credit? He felt utterly hopeless, lowering his head, feeling like a waste. The master also fell silent, his disappointed gaze even more intense than Tang San's. He was probably thinking, what on earth have I taken in? Just in this awkward atmosphere. The master suddenly remembered something, his eyes brightened, and he hurriedly asked, "Xiao San, aren't you a twin martial soul? Quickly, let me see your other martial soul." The master had already prepared for the worst in his heart at this moment. He thought to himself, this blue-silver grass is already a useless martial soul. If the other one is also useless, then it's better to throw this disciple away quickly, lest it tarnish his reputation. Tang San, of course, couldn't see the little calculations in his teacher's mind and thought that the teacher was concerned about him. He obediently raised his left hand, and with a flash of black light, a small black hammer appeared in his hand. The master stared at it, completely dumbfounded, rubbed his eyes, and his mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. He fixed his gaze on the hammer, murmuring, "Tang San, surname Tang. So that's how it is." His attitude instantly made a 180-degree turn, and he immediately said seriously to Tang San, "Little San, remember, from now on, without my permission, you absolutely must not use this martial soul in front of anyone, and you must not attach any soul rings to it. Did you hear me?" Although Tang San didn't understand, he still nodded. The master was calculating in his heart, feeling ecstatic. The Haotian hammer. This was the strongest attack type weapon martial soul in the world. The son of the Haotian Douluo, this disciple was not useless at all. He was simply a treasure. He immediately changed his mind and decided to train Tang San well, making him his trump card against the Spirit Hall in the future. Meanwhile, Tang San was still feeling sorry for himself. "But teacher, my first soul skill is really too useless." The master immediately put on a profound expression and began to offer some motivational words. "Little San, you must understand that effort is the least valuable thing on the path of a soul master, because anyone can do it. Once you realize this, you can climb to greater heights." Well, this motivational talk pumped Tang San up like he had just been injected with adrenaline, and his gaze became resolute. "Teacher, I understand. I will work even harder." Seeing the passionate Tang San, the master smiled with satisfaction. But deep down, he felt a bit uneasy. What if the Haotian found out that his precious son's first soul ring was the trash soul ring he had guided for 10 years? Wouldn't that break his legs? Thinking of this, the master felt a chill in his lower body. All right, enough about that useless father-son duo. Let's return to my side. Early the next morning, I was still in a dream when I felt something soft pressing down on me. I groggily opened my eyes and saw Xiao Wu's enlarged pretty face right in front of me. "Brother, it's time to get up." This girl, taking advantage of the fact that the others in the dorm had gone to class, actually dared to be so bold. Before I had a chance to speak, she started mumbling to herself. "He can really sleep, just like a little pig." As soon as I saw our position, she was almost lying on top of me, her long legs pressing down on mine. Who could handle that? I immediately smirked and said, Xiao Wu, your posture makes it easy for me to misunderstand. My self-control isn't that strong, and if I can't hold back and end up taking advantage of you, you can't blame me. Blame yourself for tempting me first. Xiao Wu's face instantly turned bright red, and she glared at me in embarrassment and anger, saying, tempting you? Nonsense. Get up, it's time for class. Or we'll be late. Although she spoke fiercely, her little girl demeanor was simply adorable. When we arrived at the classroom, we were indeed late. However, the teacher didn't say anything at all. After all, we are natural-born geniuses with full soul power, the treasures of the academy. After a morning of classes, the teacher called us over and suggested we go to the Soul Hall in Nodding City to register for a Soul Master certificate. I originally didn't want to go. The thing seemed flashy but useless. But when I saw Xiao Wu's eager and excited expression, I thought, why not? As a qualified war man, I couldn't miss any opportunity to strengthen my relationship with Xiao Wu. We walked hand in hand on the streets of Nottingham, and the rate of people turning their heads was impressive. Of course, it was mainly because of Xiao Wu. Today she wore a pink dress, paired with her delicate little face, making her look like a walking anime loli, captivating the attention of passersby. We inquired about the location of the Spirit Hall and headed straight there. Just as we arrived at the entrance, a voice stopped us. Halt! This is the Spirit Hall, and children are not allowed to wander around. I looked up and saw a man in his 30s, quite handsome, wearing the white uniform of the Spirit Hall. He had a badge with 3 swords pinned to his chest, indicating he was a great soul master, looking quite impressive, with an air of arrogance that he couldn't hide. Given his attitude towards us, could I just let him be? I raised my eyebrows and met his gaze directly, not intimidated at all. What's your name? Do you know that I come from a hidden aristocratic family? As soon as I said that, the expression on the man's face instantly changed. One moment he was acting all high and mighty, and the next he looked like he had just seen his long-lost father, his face full of flattering smiles. Oh, I didn't expect this young master to have such a remarkable background. Yamsu Yuntao, I wasn't aware of your esteemed presence. What brings you here? His speed of changing expressions left the 2 guards beside him dumbfounded. Su Yuntao was also feeling anxious after all these years in this line of work. It was his first time encountering someone who claimed to belong to a hidden aristocratic family. Looking at my calm and composed demeanor, he was already convinced to a large extent. After all, anyone associated with the words hidden aristocratic family was not someone they could afford to provoke. I smiled faintly, and I had to put on a show. This young master is here to test his soul power and, by the way, register as a soul master. Don't be fooled by my young age. I'm already a soul master. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao looked at my splendid attire and became even more convinced, nearly bending a 90-degree angle. Young master is joking. You clearly are not an ordinary person. If you don't mind, may I lead the way for you? Lead the way, please. I nodded and pulled up Xiao Wu's soft little hand again. The feeling of that hand, TSK, it was really comfortable. Su Yuntao was bouncing ahead, leading the way, his attitude as courteous as it could be. Let me tell you, the way we looked, anyone who didn't know would think we were the crown princes sent by the Spirit Hall headquarters to secretly visit. I looked up and was amazed. The Spirit Hall is really extravagant. It's just a branch in Nodding City, but it's built like a small palace with a dome, murals, and big gold edges, all dazzling and magnificent. As a result, 2 security guards at the entrance were mumbling to each other, and one of them gave us a strange look, saying how could 2 tiny kids like us possibly be soul masters? Hey, I have a bad temper. Su Yuntao, however, knew how to handle things. Upon hearing this, he exploded on the spot, pointing his finger at the guard's nose and scolding him, saying not to speak carelessly, and that if there was a next time, he'd be kicked out. He was acting all authoritative, scolding the guard like he was a grandson, who kept apologizing repeatedly. I realized that this guy was a typical bully at home, submissive to outsiders, but tough on his own people. Once we got inside, I could still vaguely hear those 2 guards gossiping behind us. Family, who understands? We hadn't even entered yet, and the gossip was already slapping us in the face. They said that Su Yuntao had a terrible temper and was only nice to a girl named Cece. And guess what? That Cece on the surface was Su Yuntao's girlfriend, but behind his back, she was involved with some Master Matthew. I felt a jolt in my heart, sensing that today, a situation wouldn't end well. Su Yuntao led us to the 2nd floor and, without any awareness, came over to ask me if the beautiful Xiao Wu was my girlfriend. I rolled my eyes and seriously told him, "You're thinking too much. She is my sister." I sensed that Xiao Wu beside me seemed to have some emotional fluctuations, which I really couldn't understand. While we were talking, we arrived at the door of a room with a badge hanging on it. Su Yuntao said that Master Matthew was inside. There was also a guard standing at the door who was also a soul master, blocking our entry, saying that the master was working and that no one was allowed in. Su Yuntao got fired up at that moment, stated his name, and said he had urgent matters. However, the guard looked troubled and said it really wasn't too convenient right now and advised him not to go in. As soon as I heard it, I knew something was off. There was definitely something big going on. Su Yuntao wasn't a fool either. He frowned, just about to say something. Suddenly, a delicate, familiar female voice came from inside the room. Su Yuntao's face turned green at that moment. I tell you, his expression was practically glowing green. Without saying a word, he channeled his soul power into his legs and kicked that expensive door wide open with a bang. Oh my goodness. That scene was simply a shocking workplace ethics drama for my whole family in 2025. An old man with a white beard had a particularly attractive woman sitting in his lap, and the way they were positioned was incredibly entangled. The woman was disheveled, her face flushed, and her hand was resting on the old man's chest. Goodness, this isn't an office. This is private business, right? The entire corridor fell silent, and the air was filled with awkwardness. Su Yuntao stood there like a wooden post, his eyes red, fists clenched tightly, and I could almost hear the sound of his heart shattering. That piercing pain was palpable from a distance. Inside the room, the woman, CC, finally reacted. She screamed and jumped off the old man's lap, hurriedly fixing her clothes, stammering an explanation. Tao, what are you doing here? I was discussing soul knowledge with Master Masino. It's not what you think. Oh my, I felt embarrassed for her just hearing that excuse. With that position and state, were they researching some kind of dual soul fusion technique? Su Yuntao forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. His voice was hoarse as he pointed to me and Xiao Wu, saying, Master Masino, these two are here to assess soul power. Sorry to trouble you. After saying that, he looked like his soul had been sucked away, alternating between clenching and relaxing his hands, staring intently at CC. His eyes filled with pain and disbelief. My heart ached seeing this. This guy was truly in love, yet he was hurt like this. CC wanted to explain further, saying something like, Tao Ge, you have to believe me, but her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Su Yuntao didn't listen at all, just smiled faintly at the old man and said, Master Masino, I'll leave the child to you. I won't disturb you. Then, he turned and left, his back resolute, not looking back even once. CC choked up, calling out Tao Ge, but he had already walked far away. At this moment, that old man Masino was truly shameless, still holding CC and comforting her, saying that Su Yuntao was just a big soul master with no future, that if she followed him, he could guarantee her status would surpass Su Yuntao's in less than 3 years. As he spoke, his hand was about to wander up. This time CC was clear-headed, pushing him away and saying not to contact her anymore, fearing Tao Ge might misunderstand. The old man immediately turned hostile, sneering and threatening her, saying not to be ungrateful, that in this spirit hall, he could make Su Yuntao get lost with just one word, and asked her if she thought he would forgive her if she went back now. CC was also tough. She sighed and said firmly, I believe Tao Ge will forgive me. Then she ran after Su Yuntao. The old man looked at CC's back, his face full of mockery and disdain, as if he was throwing away trash, completely unconcerned. I couldn't take it anymore, and after waiting for a long time for their nonsense, I snapped, Hey old man, are you going to test or not? My time is very valuable. The old man immediately became displeased. He must have been angry from earlier. He looked us up and down, and his expression was as if he wanted to label us as insignificant. He said sarcastically, little kid, you have quite an attitude, huh? Even the city lord treats me politely. Who do you think you are? He didn't take us seriously at all, probably thinking we were just ordinary kids here to awaken our martial spirits. Xiao Wu exploded with rage. Hey old man, who do you look down on? As soon as she finished speaking, boom, a pink light burst forth, and a purple 100-year soul ring dazzled his eyes. The pressure of a soul master instantly filled the entire room. Let me tell you, that old man's face-changing speed would make even a Sichuan opera master hand over a cigarette. One moment, he was acting all high and mighty, and the next his face was smiling like a chrysanthemum, with wrinkles that could squash a mosquito, stammering, Soul master? Oh dear, it's my fault for not seeing clearly. His attitude made a complete 180-degree turn as he began to bow and lead us to a special testing room. When we arrived, Xiao Wu stepped up to take the test, and wow, the crystal ball lit up so brightly it was blinding. Level 13. The old man instantly short-circuited, completely dumbfounded, staring at Xiao Wu as if she were a rare treasure, his voice trembling as he started to make grand promises, saying that as long as Xiao Wu was willing to join the Spirit Hall, there would be plenty of resources, and she would be guaranteed a promotion to Soul Sage, and so on. Xiao Wu put her hands on her hips, looking all proud. I'm not going. You just look down on us. I stood up directly and protected Xiao Wu behind me. Don't bother. She won't join. We come from a hidden family, and we don't like being controlled. I looked at his shocked expression and slowly added, you might not believe it, but in our family, the one with the lowest strength is at least at the level of a title Douluo, and generally, they can only stand by the door. This sentence left the old man speechless. He stood there, his mouth agape, as if a chicken egg could fit in it, cold sweat pouring down his face. The look in his eyes was no longer one of shock, but of fear. He no longer dared to mention the testing and immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, presenting 2 shiny soul master badges with both hands. Without even needing to test my soul power, he respectfully said, young friends, today's matter was my rashness. Here are the badges. Please accept them. I took the badge and helped Xiao Wu put on, then looked at him with a half smile. You should know how to handle our identities, right? He was so frightened that he nearly lost his soul, and on the spot, he raised his hand and made a poisonous vow, saying that if he dared to leak even half a word, he would not have a good death. I took Xiao Wu's hand and walked outside. The girl looked at me with gratitude and said thank you, thinking that I had exposed family secrets for her. I pinched her cheek and said, silly girl, you're my sister. Do we still need to say thank you between us? As soon as we stepped out, we saw Su Yuntao sitting alone on the steps in front of the Spirit Hall. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind him. I tell you, his back looked as if the whole world owed him a hug, with a face full of self-mockery and sadness, appearing both lonely and desolate. When he looked up, he happened to see the shiny Spirit Master badges on Xiao Wu and my chests. In the sunset, I tell you, the golden light almost blinded him. He was completely stunned, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in it, stammering, you guys have become Spirit Masters? Of course. Otherwise, will we be here playing house with you? I maintained a mysterious smile and nodded without saying anything. As a result, this guy saw that I didn't want to chat, so he opened up and started pouring out his troubles. He said that the woman in the lobby, just now, named Cece, was his one true love. Back in the day, he was also a genius youth with a soul power level of 2 at 6 years old, entering the Spirit Hall with the goal of reaching the stars and the sea, aiming to become a title Douluo, but then, upon seeing Cece, he lost his lifelong opportunity. In order to pursue her, he gave up the best time for cultivation, doing tasks every day to exchange for resources just to earn a smile from the beautiful woman. In the end, he delayed himself into becoming a great soul master. Today, he witnessed the woman he loved doing. Cough, cough. That kind of thing with an old man named Maxuno in the office. By the end of his story, this grown man was crying uncontrollably with snot and tears everywhere. And he kept muttering, I'm really a waste. I stood by, feigning sympathy on the surface while almost laughing out loud inside. Who understands this among my family? Isn't this just the ultimate act of being a sycophant? In the end, he ends up with nothing, a classic case. Xiao Wu, being straightforward, directly said, what's the big deal? Just find someone else. Hanging on to one tree is pathetic. Guess what Su Yuntao said? No, you don't understand. She's my whole world. Just as he was saying this, the main character arrived. The girl named Cece, I don't know where she crawled out from, changed into a battle outfit that was lush green, a tight little short skirt, over-the-knee black stockings, standing there with tears in her eyes, calling out, Tao Ge. That voice gave me goosebumps. Just when Su Yuntao was about to get angry and say, why are you here looking for me? The girl directly launched her big move, hugging him from behind, crying, Tao Ge, I've always loved you in my heart. Can we start over? When I saw the situation, adhering to the principle of enjoying the spectacle without caring about the trouble, I hurriedly fanned the flames from the side. Oh, master, just forgive her. Maybe she has her own difficulties. Su Yuntao, whose ears were soft, felt his body weaken at these words. He trembled and asked the question that all men want to ask but are most afraid to hear the answer to. I just want to ask you one question. How far have you and that old guy gone? Are you pregnant with a child? The room fell silent. Then, Cece bit her lip and nodded. Yes, we have a child. Boom. I felt as if Su Yuntao's head had been struck by lightning. He was completely petrified, howling with a heart-wrenching scream. You're already pregnant with a child. How can you expect me to forgive you? And guess what happened next? Cece held on to him tightly, continuing to cry. Tao Ge, I swear, I will only love you from now on. And then, to my surprise, Su Yuntao actually forgave her just like that. He was secretly pleased, thinking, great, she feels guilty towards me. She will definitely be devoted to me in the future. This is a win. I was shocked at that moment. Isn't this just a pure version of a pawn plus? Not only did he become an unexpected father, but he also thought he made a profit. Xiaowu and I really couldn't stand it anymore. So we quickly held hands and slipped away. Just as we walked out of the spirit hall not far, my radar beeped. Xiaowu, be careful. I shouted and dashed in front of Xiaowu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 poisoned silver lights shot out from the darkness, heading straight for Xiaowu's face. At that moment, I acted swiftly and activated the Mystic Jade Hand, grabbing the 3 hidden darts in one go. Of course, the show had to be complete. To make Xiaowu feel sorry for me, I deliberately let one of them cut a small gash on my hand, and the poison instantly darkened the wound. Xiaoyan, are you okay? You're bleeding, Xiaowu exclaimed, her eyes welling up with tears as she hurried to support me. I know exactly what's going on. The only one who could have launched this sneak attack is that little brat Tang San. He's hiding in the shadows, and I've noticed him a long time ago. I'm just playing along with his act. I pretended to cough weakly and gently looked at Xiaowu. Fool, I promise to protect you forever. Just then, a sarcastic voice rang out. Hee, Xiaoyan, didn't expect this, did you? You have your day too. Tang San walked out from the corner, looking smug, and seeing my miserable state from the poison. His lips were almost curled up to his ears. Xiaowu instantly got furious, standing in front of me and shouting at him. Who do you think you are? Why did you ambush us? Tang San was incredibly arrogant. I am Tang San. This is a grudge between him and me. You'd better get lost. Otherwise, I'll take care of you too. I pulled Xiaowu and weakly said, Xiaowu, don't be impulsive. He's already a spirit master. You will be at a disadvantage. But what I really thought was, go for it, Xiaowu. Give him a good beating. Tang San was still there babbling, saying I stole his spirit ring and hit his teacher, as if I were utterly heinous. Xiaowu was so angry her face turned red, and she said, You're talking nonsense. Xiaoyan is not that kind of person. You're slandering him. I coughed twice and put on an innocent look. Tang San, I don't even know you. Why are you slandering my innocence? Tang San sneered, directly activating his martial soul. The 10-year white soul ring beneath his feet lit up, entangling. Goodness, dozens of blue silver grasses rushed towards Xiaowu like they had gone mad. His expression was as if he had already seen himself winning. But the next second his jaw dropped in shock. Beneath Xiaowu's feet, a yellow 100-year soul ring suddenly lit up with a buzz, and pink light enveloped her body, instantly suppressing Tang San's momentum. A first-year work-study student, Xiaowu, Martial Soul Rabbit, rank 13, one-ring battle soul master. Xiaowu announced her title and flashed me a sweet smile. Tang San's face turned green, muttering, 13. Rank 13? However, this kid was quite stubborn. After the shock, he still dared to threaten Xiaowu. I'll give you one last chance. Don't interfere, or you'll regret it. He secretly pulled out 3 hidden arrows from his sleeve. Xiaowu rolled her eyes. Tisich, a 10-year soul ring blue silvergrass, and you dare talk big? That's hilarious. This struck a nerve with Tang San, and he screamed, You're looking for death, and charged at her. Those blue silvergrasses, as soon as they got close to Xiaowu, were shattered by the soul power fluctuations of the 100-year soul ring. Xiaowu's figure flashed like a ghost and instantly appeared in front of Tang San. She grabbed his shoulders and kicked off his chest with her toes, delivering a spinning kick that landed squarely on his chin with a bang. Tang San flew out like a kite with a broken string. Oof. Is that all you've got? Xiaowu dusted off her hands and turned around. Tang San, lying on the ground, shouted resentfully, raising his hand to shoot 3 poison arrows towards Xiaowu's back. Xiaowu, use the hidden arrows. I quickly reminded her. Xiaowu reacted quickly, flipping her small hand, and 3 hidden arrows I had made for her appeared in her grasp. Channeling her soul power, she shot them towards Tang San's poison arrows. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew in the air. Tang San's arrows were directly deflected, while Xiaowu's arrows, with unyielding momentum, struck him 3 times in his shoulders in his terrified gaze. The last one, for those who understand, it precisely targeted him, directly performing a physical sterilization. Ah! The scream echoed through the sky. I felt so great. Ignoring Tang San, who was rolling on the ground holding his crotch, I dashed to Xiaowu's side, pulled her into my arms, and started checking her. Xiaowu, are you okay? Did you get hurt? Let me check your body. Of course I'm fine, thanks to the hidden arrows you gave me. Xiaowu nuzzled in my arms, her face flushed. As I touched her slim waist, I said affectionately, Silly girl, you are my little treasure. If you get hurt, I will make him pay with his life. After I finished checking and let go, Xiaowu suddenly looked at me with a strange expression and softly said, Good brother, you were really nice to me. I don't know why, but I suddenly don't want to be your little sister anymore. Can our relationship take a step further? I tell you, my mind went blank for a moment, and I thought, wow, this little girl is too bold, right? I quickly laughed it off and said, You're still young. Don't think about these things. As a result, her face turned bright red, and that blush spread all the way to her ears, making her look so cute. But here we were, tangled up, and there was someone lying next to us. That Tang San, oh my God. He was already slumped there like a broken sack, and when he saw us being all cozy, his eyes were about to pop out. Then, folks, the most explosive moment came. He looked down and saw those few hidden arrows stuck in his vital spot, and his expression instantly froze. His pupils shook. I tell you, that expression was like when your phone falls into the toilet, a mix of despair and absurdity. He must have been frantically sending out comments in his mind. This can't be. This isn't my Tang Sec's unique hidden weapon, is it? How could Xiao Wu have it? The craftsmanship, the technique, damn, it's even better than what I made myself. Could it be? Could there be other time travelers in this world? At that moment, he couldn't care about the pain anymore. He held on with all his might, pointed at Xiao Wu, and started yelling. You little brat. Where did you steal these hidden weapons from? This stuff can only belong to me. I really can't believe this logic. As soon as Xiao Wu heard this, she exploded. Goodness, the self-defense gift I gave her was called stolen by this guy. Isn't this just plainly throwing dirt on me? With Xiao Wu's bad temper, without a second thought, she directly put him in a bone lock and started smashing him mercilessly, hitting him like a sandbag and creating several pits in the ground. In the end, she lightly jumped up and stepped on his chest, and with a crack, Tang San flew out like a broken kite, spitting out a mouthful of old blood mixed with internal organs. The scene was spectacular. I hurried over and hugged my little Wu, praising her, Baby, you're amazing. That Tang San is not worth anything. Always trying to slander me. Luckily I have you. Then I sent little Wu away first, saying that I have a kind heart and can't bear to see him so miserable, so I'm sending him back to the dormitory to resolve the conflict. So he won't hold a grudge in the future. Little Wu actually believed it, thinking I'm like a saint shining with kindness. Family, who understands? The feeling of maintaining a glorious image in front of my wife is simply too satisfying. As soon as little Wu left, my expression instantly turned cold. I slowly walked up to Tang San and stepped right on his pig-like face. Useless, I looked down at him. Do you really think no one knows about your little secret of innate, full soul power? I tell you, his eyes were as wide as copper bells at that moment. Let me add another jab. That broken sleeve arrow of yours, your prideful Xintian treasure record, in my eyes, is just a pile of mass-producible trash. He was completely stunned. His worldview collapsed on the spot, and his gaze became vacant. Then, the most relieving part came. I squatted down and slapped him several times across the face. Smack, smack, smack. I made him see stars, with saliva mixed with blood flying everywhere. Just as I was enjoying it, suddenly, my system beeped and sounded the alarm. Host brother, be careful. Tang Hao is watching in the shadows. Oh boy, something big was about to happen. His father, the legendary Haotian, was actually here peeping. But I wasn't worried at all. Tang Hao, isn't he just a reckless man? At that moment, I was only thinking about his wife, However, business was important. I had to completely break Tang San's mentality before Tang Hao made his move. I directly had the system play a little movie and projected it for Tang San to see. The scene showed the original future he was supposed to have with Xiao Wu, the two of them being all lovey-dovey. And Tang San even said something like he wanted to kill her, stepping over my corpse first. Tang San looked dumbfounded, with a face full of reluctance, as if it had really happened. I splashed a bucket of cold water on him and patted his swollen face. See that? She was originally yours. What a pity. Now she's mine, and you'll never have a chance in this lifetime. With one final kick, I knocked him out completely. I tell you, the scream he let out before he fainted was heart-wrenching, probably the sound of his broken spirit. Once everything was settled, I hummed a little tune on my way back to the dormitory, but suddenly everything went dark, and a huge shadow engulfed me. It's over, I've been boxed in. The person was none other than Tang Hao, who immediately set up a barrier, sealing off the area around us, glaring at me with murderous intent. You little brat. Dare it hurt my son? You will definitely die today. I laughed at that moment. Just you? He didn't waste any words and directly revealed all his soul rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. The last one, wow, a blood-red 100,000-year soul ring. The oppressive feeling was incredible. Then he pulled out his iconic big black hammer, looking quite imposing. But would I be scared? No way. With a thought, My guardian spirit, Eugene, appeared directly behind me. That towering figure over 3 meters tall, clad in armor, and with an overwhelming aura instantly stunned Tang Hao. He stuttered, What kind of martial soul is this? He felt the soul power pressure from me, which far surpassed his, but soon noticed that I didn't have a single soul ring, which gave him some courage. He roared and swung his 6th soul skill, the great Sumera hammer, towards me. Eugene raised a large shield to take the hit, but with a loud crash. The shield shattered, and he was sent flying. My heart sank. Damn it, not having a soul ring is a disadvantage, just having a level without skills. Just as that hammer was about to smash into my face, suddenly a delicate shout rang out, Stop! Xiao Wu rushed in like a pink flash and stood in front of me. We experienced a heart-wrenching separation. She cried and said she was a 10,000-year-old beast and that it was all her fault for dragging me down. I immediately hugged her tightly and whispered in her ear, Silly girl, I like you no matter what you are. If they want to touch you, they have to step over my dead body. We borrowed Tang San's words, emphasizing a deadly resolve. Tang Hao beside us was stunned, probably thinking of his wife. Then, when he heard 10,000-year-old beast, his eyes turned green with greed. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, I pulled out a little gadget from my pocket. The life-saving artifact given by the system, the soul-claiming Yama sticker, and shot it at him. That thing was as fine as a cow's hair, and in a flash, it hit the mark. Tang Hao was instantly dazed, feeling as if all his cultivation had deflated like a punctured ball, disappearing in an instant. I pretended to wave my hand casually, looking magnanimous. Get lost, I won't kill you today, but don't come to bother us again. In fact, I knew that with this thing, the poison would seep into his bones, and he would undoubtedly die within 3 days. I just didn't want to kill in front of Xiao Wu, maintaining my glorious and majestic image. As for Tang Hao, he didn't dare to stay any longer and crawled away in a hurry. Probably wanted to go home to find his mother for treatment, but unfortunately, he wouldn't have that opportunity anymore. As for me, I've just seen off to play God, so I definitely need to quickly comfort my frightened little darling. I turned my head and pulled Xiao Wu over, saying, Baby, I have to be honest with you. Actually, I have known for a long time that you're not human. Not purely human. The first time I saw you, I knew you were a 10,000-year-old beast. Xiao Wu was stunned at that moment, her big eyes blinking as she asked me why. I told her at this moment, I have to put on an act. I cleared my throat and told her with a deep voice, because, your husband, I have long reached level 99, a peerless Dalu. You understand? Seeing through you, little bunny, is just a matter of minutes, right? It's just that our family has rules. I need to complete some trials before I can obtain my spirit rings. Otherwise, I would have already dazzled them with 9 red circles. While saying this, I mischievously pinched her waist. The sensation was simply amazing. And guess what? My little Wu didn't care at all. She gently said to me, I love you for who you are. Even if you're a useless person without spirit rings, I will love you for a lifetime. Family, who understands? This is simply my internet mouthpiece. My heart melted at that moment, and I hugged her tightly in my arms. From now on, she is under my protection. No one can take her away. Little Wu was also very obedient, her fluffy rabbit ears popping out, rubbing against me in my embrace. That feeling was so comforting. I held her face and kissed her forehead, saying, Silly girl, you are the most beautiful 10,000-year-old beast I have ever seen. I will be here for you from now on. That night, I recall my guardian spirit, Eugene, and Xiao Wu looked at me with admiration, as if she were watching a Western magic show. The scene shifted. Let's take a look at the old Tang family. That dilapidated house of Tang Hao. Let me tell you, even a rat would need navigation to get inside. He crawled back home, and it was already midnight. The poison from the soul-chasing king had already seeped into his bones, and he looked like he had just been pulled out of a vat of sauce. His face turning purple, he spat out a mouthful of black blood and collapsed on the ground like a broken rag. His soul power was completely drained, and the once Haotian was now a useless person. Then he began his performance, lying on the ground and crying out, I am not willing. Ain, I'm sorry. I didn't even have a chance to see you one last time. Little San, Daddy is no longer useful. I can't protect you anymore. Well, where's he all this time? Now, yes, putting on a tragic show? He rambled on for a long time, expressing all his regrets in this life. And then everything went black. He fainted right there. In short, after 3 days, even the immortals would have to wait in line. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the news of Haotian Dalu's impending demise spread throughout the martial world. On the 3rd day, I thought it was time to send him off for the last time. I said goodbye to Xiao Wu. Baby, I'm going on a business trip. I'll be back soon. If that Tang San dares to bother you while I'm away, just give him a slap. Don't hold back. Xiao Wu nodded obediently, understanding perfectly. I also gave Wang Sheng a few instructions to help me keep an eye on Xiao Wu. After everything was arranged, I transformed into a streak of light and headed straight for Holy Soul Village. I arrived in the afternoon and found Tang Hao's shabby hut. I was shocked. The dignified Haotian Douluo lived like a beggar. I couldn't be bothered to knock, so I kicked the door down, and it burst open like flowers scattering from a heavenly maiden. Inside, there was a foul smell, and Tang Hao was lying on the floor, his hair completely white, breathing more out than in, looking like he was about to kick the bucket. When he saw me, his eyes nearly popped out, trembling as he asked, Is it you? Why? Why are you harming me? I found a place to sit down, crossed my legs, and said, You've fallen for the hidden weapon of the Chow family. Do you still think you can live? With this soul-seizing death sticker from the King of Hell. Even a god would have to die. Who do you think you are? Guess what? This guy actually started begging me, saying that when a person is about to die, their words are kind, and he has a dying wish. I said, All right, I'll give you a minute, start your performance. Let me tell you, what he said afterwards completely shattered my worldview. This guy, back then, pretended to be in a relationship just to deceive a yin's soul ring and soul bone. He even deliberately leaked his whereabouts to the spirit hall to force a yin into a sacrifice. I was furious at that moment, and with a loud slap, I sent him flying, cursing, You beast! This operation is simply the ultimate abstraction. To become stronger, you even plotted against your wife. Truly despicable. After I slapped Tang Hao, he seemed relieved, lying on the ground begging me, saying he knew he was guilty and wanted to return the soul ring to a yin before he died. He also mentioned that the soul bone was hidden in a place and gave me the map. To show his sincerity, he forced himself to kneel, holding on to his last breath. All right, considering he still had a bit of conscience, I agreed. After all, resurrecting yin was a huge opportunity for me. He even asked me for paper and pen, saying he wanted to write a farewell letter to yin. I found them for him, and he wrote for a long time, trembling. After finishing, he handed it to me. I took a glance, and goodness, this was no farewell letter. It was practically a recommendation letter for me. In the letter, he confessed everything about how he deceived yin and concluded by saying that I was a really good person, someone worthy of lifelong trust. And if yin liked me, she should be with me. Does anyone understand? This NTR has reached his own head. After reading the letter, Tang Hao sighed deeply and said, Young friend, I will now detach the soul ring, and you must return it to yin within an hour, or it will become ineffective. After saying that, this guy was also ruthless. I don't know where he pulled out a knife from, but with a swift thrust, he stabbed himself through and died on the spot. With his death, all 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, burst forth from him, creating a spectacular scene. I waved my hand, and that 100,000-year red soul ring obediently flew into my hand. Of course, I had to collect the spoils. He also had 2 soul bones given by his sect, although I didn't take care for them. Keeping them would be useful. Then I set him ablaze, giving him a luxurious package of dust to dust, earth to earth, ensuring he died with dignity. Without further ado, I took out the map, riding my guardian spirit Eugene, zooming straight to the burial place of yin. In just a few minutes, I arrived. Wow, it was well hidden. Behind a huge waterfall, there was a secret cave. This place was beautiful, with clear mountains and flowing water, rich in spiritual energy. It seemed Tang Hao wasn't completely rotten to the core. He found yin a place with good feng shui. I transformed my soul power into wings and flew directly into the cave in the middle of the waterfall. The cave was pitch black, but deeper inside was a different world with a skylight above. In the center of the cave, a blue-silver emperor was quietly growing. That must be a yin's true form. Following the map's instructions, I found a black box hidden under a nearby rock. Upon opening it, I discovered a gleaming soul bone, vibrant with life, definitely a yin's 100,000 year right leg bone. Although this item was worth a fortune, I didn't hesitate for the sake of my future wife. Channeling my soul power, I crushed the soul bone into powder with a snap and evenly sprinkled it onto the leaves of the blue-silver emperor. The golden powder instantly dissolved into them. With the first step completed, I sighed in relief. Next came the most critical part. I gently placed the 100,000 year red soul ring onto the blue-silver emperor. I tell you, as soon as the soul ring made contact with the body, a brilliant red light erupted, and an endless stream of energy began to pour into the blue-silver emperor's body, illuminating the entire cave as if it were daytime. The color of the soul ring gradually faded, while the stems and leaves of the blue-silver emperor grew increasingly upright, and the golden patterns became more and more radiant. Before long, yin was about to reshape her golden body. Let me tell you, That scene was incredible. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted, and a figure in a blue long dress stood there elegantly. Wow, her looks and figure were simply like a model dropped into reality. I was stunned. I even forgot to breathe. Her big blue eyes, a bit dazed as if just waking up, blinked gently, and my heart trembled in response. Although I had mentally prepared myself, seeing Aine in person was an impact that no one could withstand. There was a faint fragrance in the air that made my head spin a bit, and my gaze couldn't help but drift to her slim waist, which was as delicate as a willow branch. No one understands at that moment. I had only one thought in my mind. Tear off that bothersome belt. Don't be fooled by my small stature. My thoughts are anything but few. She seemed a bit uncomfortable under my fiery gaze and timidly asked, "Excuse me, are you the one who saved me?" Oh, that question snapped me back to reality. I quickly cleared my throat, suppressed the heat in my heart, and tried to force a harmless smile that a 6-year-old should have. "You must be Aine, right? I'm just here on someone else's request." I stared intently at her face, and sure enough, when it came to mentioning being entrusted, her body visibly trembled. She's not stupid. The energy of the soul ring and soul bone has entered her body. How could she not have some guesses? Did I send you here? What? What happened to him? Her voice was trembling, and the joy of being reborn disappeared in an instant. I directly opened my hand and handed over the will of Tang Hao that I had prepared in advance. "You can take a look. He was killed by the people from the Spirit Hall. Before he died, he said he was sorry to you and specifically instructed me to save you. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace." Aine took the sheepskin parchment with doubt, glanced at it, and the familiar handwriting on it, of course, was my imitation, completely stunned her. Her hand trembled, and the paper fell to the ground with a slap. Her Tang Hao was really gone just like that? The entire stone chamber was terrifyingly quiet, and Aine stood there like a wooden post, tears streaming down like broken pearls, making her look pitiful. "Young master, is my Ahau really gone?" I nodded, stepped forward, pretended to show a sympathetic expression, and took a breath of her body fragrance, which was truly refreshing. "Yes, when I saw him, he was already on the verge of death. He said that back then he approached you for your soul ring and soul bone, and he committed a sin. Reviving you was his only redemption." As soon as I said that, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Aine completely broke down, covering her mouth and crying softly, muttering, "Ahau, why did you lie to me?" Seeing her heartbroken expression, I couldn't help but feel amused. "Tang Hao, oh Tang Hao, you truly deserve this blame." I pretended to comfort her, saying, "Miss Aine, your health is the most important thing. It's not worth it to worry about someone like that. I think he must love you very much." As I spoke, I was contemplating that I couldn't make any moves just yet. I needed to build up her affection first. Once she became dependent on me, wouldn't it be easy to win her over? To my surprise, I hadn't even played my warm-hearted role for a few minutes when Aine actually offered me a way out. She wiped her tears, looked at me, and there was a glimmer of light in her eyes. "Thank you for saving me, young master. May I ask for your name?" "My name is Chao Yen. You can call me young Master Chao." I smiled slightly, calculating her current strength in the game. If I wanted to be forceful, I could. But I'm a decent person, so I should use a more subtle approach. Who would have thought that the next thing Aine said would leave me stunned? "Young Master Chao, a Yin's heart is in turmoil, and I don't know how to repay you. If you don't mind, Aine is willing to offer herself to you." Wow, I was completely taken aback. This wasn't how the script was written. In the original story, Aine wasn't this proactive. Could it be that she was hurt too deeply by Tang Hao and desperately needed an emotional support? I was overjoyed inside, yet I had to maintain a facade of a virtuous gentleman. I tentatively asked, "Miss, is that true?" Chao Yen, never force anyone against their will." She shyly nodded. "Young master has bestowed a life-saving grace upon me, and I, Aine, am willing." I was still pretending to decline. "Isn't this a bit too fast?" But the next second, a soft and moist pair of lips pressed directly against mine. My mind buzzed and exploded in that instant. The moment we kissed, ding, the system in my brain directly sent me a big red envelope. "Congratulations, host, you have triggered an optional task. Accept Aine. Task completed. Reward: 1 divine soul ring granted for 100,000 years. Wow, divine soul rings. I even have a chance to access the fire goddess inheritance. This is not just a huge profit. It's like the heavens are giving me a big score. Even God is helping me. I made a decision in an instant. To hell with the virtuous. I must succeed tonight. I wrapped my arms around her waist and looked at her affectionately. "Aine, the moment I first saw you, my heart no longer belonged to me. Will you be my woman?" A Yin's face turned beet red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "As long as you are willing, Ian will be yours for life. Silly girl, tonight, I will make you happy. My hand started to become restless, quietly reaching for the ribbon at her waist. She giggled and surprisingly pressed my hand down, untying her clothes herself. That scene, wow, it was simply exhilarating. Hey, Ian, darling, tonight you are mine. I couldn't hold back any longer and swept her up, diving in. The next morning, when I woke up, goodness, I felt completely drained, and as I turned over, I rolled right off the stone platform. As I wondered what was going on, I saw Ian coming in from outside the cave, holding several freshly grilled fish. She looked at my pale face and chuckled. Brother Yin, you were too vigorous last night, weren't you? Come eat something to replenish your strength. I noticed her walking awkwardly, with a painful expression on her face, and I felt a bit guilty, so I quickly went over to support her. Was I too rough last night? She blushed and said softly, It's nothing, I'm just recovering my body and can't quite handle it yet. After having breakfast, we were being affectionate for a while. But suddenly, Bean told me she had to leave. She said she needed to go to the Star Doe Forest for some training to gain experience. And it would probably take her 3 years to recover to the level of a title Dalu, after which she would come back to find me. Although I was reluctant, I knew this was the right thing to do. Before leaving, I held her hand and revealed to her the secret of my 99th level soul power. The shocked expression on her face was so adorable. I wanted her to know that the man she was with was a potential stock. My dear Ain. I held her close and whispered in her ear, no matter how long it takes, I will wait for you. But, before you go, could you let me? She instantly turned as red as an apple, gave me a light punch, and finally nodded shyly. How annoying. Yin Gu is still thinking about teasing me, let me tell you. This is not bullying her, it's called playfulness, you understand? Seeing a Yin's shy and angry expression, I couldn't help but feel delighted. She walked away, looking back 3 times, turning into a blue light that disappeared on the horizon, while I stood there like a fool, inhaling the lingering fragrance in the air. Suddenly, a sound rang in my head. Who understands if family matters? The system has finally settled the KPI. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the 10,000-year divine gift soul ring, the Fire God ring. Wow, that name sounds incredibly powerful. The system even reminded me that absorbing this thing would create quite a stir and might attract heavenly phenomena, so I should find a secluded place to do it secretly. Did I need her to tell me that? I'm not that foolish. Improving my strength is my only focus right now. I immediately started scouting in this deep mountain forest and found an absolutely hidden cave. Let me tell you, this matter cannot be taken lightly. My current state, to put it bluntly, is like a level 99 empty check. My soul power is full, but I don't have a single soul ring. And my combat power is roughly 0. If there's even a slight energy fluctuation when absorbing a soul ring, those 2 major empires, especially the madmen from the Spirit Hall, will probably come rushing over like dogs catching a scent. With my current little body, confronting the Spirit Hall head-on, that's like lighting a lamp in a toilet, seeking death. So, I understand the principle of being cautious and developing steadily. System, this is it. Let's get started. I sat cross-legged and first clear my mind of all the chaotic thoughts, especially that face of Ian, and push them all away. To absorb a soul ring, one must be free of distractions. If I lose control, it won't be a joke. I first mobilized my immense 99 levels of soul power, and it poured out like it was free, directly creating a spatial barrier around me. This operation was smooth and effortless. I wanted to give myself a thumbs up. Now, even if the sky were to fall inside, it wouldn't be visible from the outside. System, we can begin. I took a deep breath. The system's voice was sweet and playful. Received, host brother. Be sure to feel it well. As soon as she finished speaking, wow, I felt like I was thrown into a volcano. That intense heat burned from the top of my head all the way to my toes, and sweat poured down. I looked up and oh my God, what was above me was not the sky at all, but a fiery cloud, as red as blood, and it was continuously expanding. The soul beasts throughout the mountain were so scared by this commotion that they all lay on the ground, trembling in fear. I was really scared inside. Luckily, I was clever and set up a barrier in advance. Otherwise, by now, the title Douluos from the Spirit Hall would probably be teaming up to hunt me down as a wild boss. In the midst of this sea of flames, the red light grew more and more intense, and finally, a giant fire figure, dozens of meters tall, appeared out of thin air in front of me. It was engulfed in flames, and the sense of pressure it emitted was overwhelming, making it hard for me to breathe, even from a distance. I am well aware that this is the final hurdle. If I want to obtain the soul ring, I must first pass this test. I sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at this big guy, feeling completely calm inside. Although there was no soul force fluctuation coming from him, I knew that this thing was a genuine god. even if it was just a divine thought. As a result, when this fireman opened his mouth, I almost laughed out loud. Ignorant boy, upon seeing this god, why do you not kneel? His tone was incredibly arrogant. I laughed at that moment, and I told you I shot back directly. A mere second-tier deity's divine thought thinks it can make me kneel? Even if your true form came, I'd still stand. Goodness. This fire god's divine thought directly broke my defenses. You're looking for death. He stretched out his arm, and an even more terrifying pressure came crashing down like Mount Tai, making my bones creak. Kid, do you know how powerful this god is now? He was still there, feeling smug. I grinned. Is that it? My whole body trembled with soul power, and that pressure instantly shattered like glass. I stood up directly, locking eyes with him, not backing down at all. Are you kidding? I'm the man who's going to take down Tang San. How could I be scared off by your divine sense? The fire god was clearly taken aback. You kid are impressive. Level 99 soul power? Not bad, you've got some skills. If you can take my move, this soul ring will be yours. Come on. I replied coolly with one word. He shouted, fire barrier. In an instant, a wall made of pure flames appeared around me. The temperature felt like it could burn through space. I'm telling you, it felt like I was bathing in the core of the sun. Every inch of my skin was being scorched. Is this the ultimate fire? It's incredible, but I couldn't give up. If I can't even pass this test, how could I talk about snatching Tang San's opportunities or his women? I only had one thought in my mind. I must become stronger. I want Tang San to experience what true despair feels like. I gritted my teeth, enduring in the sea of flames, no matter how much the fire burned. I just wouldn't fall down. I don't know how long it lasted, but the fire giant looked at me. His expression seemed to change, as if he appreciated my tenacity. He silently waved his hand, and the fire barrier disappeared in an instant. Remarkable little guy. He actually smiled, congratulating me, saying I was qualified to inherit his power. Go, carve out your own path as a powerful being. After saying that, his figure slowly faded, transforming into a deep red soul ring, quietly floating in front of me. The brilliance was so dazzling that it made the whole world seem dim. 100,000-year divine bestowed soul ring in my hands. However, while I was busy leveling up, I didn't know that my actions had directly opened a live broadcast in the divine realm. In a resplendent divine realm council hall, 5 big shots were gathered around a round table for a meeting. On a light screen in the middle of the table was the scene of me absorbing the soul ring. A guy covered in purple flames, the god of destruction, spoke first. Hey, everyone saw that, right? This kid from the lower realm is quite interesting. Another Shura god, covered in magical runes, said coldly, he is indeed a bit extraordinary, getting a divine bestowed soul ring at such a young age. We should pay attention to him. Then, a handsome guy in a blue robe, the sea god, spoke in a gentle tone. Hi, it's just the inheritance of a second-level god, nothing major. However, he looked at me on the screen, his eyes sparkling. I quite fancy this kid. He might inherit my sea god position in the future. Wow, this sea god brother is directly trying to recruit me into his team. A beautiful woman in a green dress, the goddess of life, also smiled and said, this just shows he has good luck. We gods can't interfere with the affairs of the lower realm. Finally, the 2 supreme gods representing good and evil also spoke, summarizing it all as one meaning. Let him do it. Let him do it. These gods have been around for too long, each one bored out of their minds, feeling life has lost its meaning. Finally, a standout like me appeared, and it was like I was live streaming my tribulation. They were watching me like a soap opera, right? The scene shifted to a corner of the divine realm, a place called the Domain of Flames. It was filled with lava, and the environment was even harsher than the fire barrier I had just been in. In the center of this magma world, on a high platform, a red giant identical to the previous divine sense was tightly bound by 8 black chains called the God-eating chains, looking quite miserable. This guy was the fire god himself, Zhu Rong. He was cursing loudly. God of destruction, you bastard. You've trapped me in this hellhole for tens of thousands of years. I, Zhu Rong, will never let you go. It turns out, this guy had been trapped here for thousands of years because he made some sarcastic remarks to the goddess of life, resulting in the god of destruction seizing the opportunity to strip him of his divine position and seal him here to suffer daily. As he was cursing, he suddenly paused. A flame rune on his forehead lit up. He could feel that the little bit of divine power he left in the lower realm had been inherited by someone. He quickly created a light screen in front of him, and what he saw was me. Level 99 soul power. This talent is extraordinary. The fire god was instantly excited. He was trapped here and couldn't escape, and I was his only hope, his future helper and escape tool. Without a second thought, The rune on his forehead transformed into a red light, penetrating space and flying towards me. On the mountain, I looked at the bright red soul ring in front of me, and the system's voice sounded again. Host brother, hurry and absorb it, or the leakage of divine power will attract the divine realm's investigation. I nodded, no longer hesitating. With a pull of my hands, the soul ring seemed to have eyes of its own, gently floating towards me, and then slowly wrapping around my body. The entire process was surprisingly smooth, taking less than a minute to complete the absorption. I am closing my eyes to feel the explosive power within me when a gentle and old voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Hee hee, kid. It seems you have successfully accepted my inheritance. I am known as Zhu Rong, the fire god of the divine realm. Immediately after, the familiar figure of the red giant appeared in my mind. I understood right away, wow, it turns out I've caught the attention of the real deal. This old man is indeed the fire god himself. How amazing. Then this old man started laughing in my head. And let me tell you, his laughter sounded like blooming chrysanthemums, and he even praised my talent, saying I could inherit his legacy. Impressive. I frowned at that moment, and I knew clearly in my heart that this old man must have taken a liking to my talent and wanted me to inherit his broken divine position. I got straight to the point. Are you that pathetic god? To my surprise, the old man didn't get angry at all. Instead, he cheerfully claimed to be the great fire god. If it were someone else saying that, they would probably be turned to ashes. But who am I? Can I be like an ordinary person? I won't do it for him directly. I said, all right, stop talking nonsense. What do you want from me? Inherit your divine position? A mere second-level god isn't worth my attention. Besides, my level is so low right now that I can't pass your ridiculous tests. So go find someone else. You pathetic god. My attitude is resolute, leaving even the fire god baffled. He cleared his throat and began his performance, his tone that of a patient teacher, like a strange uncle, saying, oh, little kid, one shouldn't aim too high in life. My divine status may only be at level 2, but it's still quite good. If it weren't for our connection, would I be able to transmit my divine thoughts to chat with you? I just laughed and said, stop drawing pie in the sky here. You're a secondary god. Inheriting from you is like enrolling in a lifelong class. I'm just trapped. With my abilities, the starting price should at least be a god king, right? You're not qualified. I told you. The second-tier gods at the bottom of the divine realm are truly nothing. As a result, the old man not only wasn't angry, but instead laughed and said, little guy, I really didn't misjudge you. You will surely achieve great things in the future. To be honest, I came to you today because I have something to ask. Oh, you want to ask me? This is interesting. I urged him to get to the point, but I made it clear that we wouldn't discuss inheriting the divine position. He didn't hesitate and flipped his hand, producing a palm-sized scroll, saying, little kid, I have a treasure here that you will definitely be interested in. I took a glance and asked what it was. He immediately straightened his back and said mysteriously, you might not believe it, but this thing is called the Divine List. Back in the day, when I fought the god of destruction, I casually snatched it from him. The Divine List? Sounds intriguing. Seeing my interest, he quickly added, this thing can help you complete the divine legacy. Moreover, it said that in ancient times, there was a big shot who, after obtaining this, inherited 10 divine positions all by himself. Wow, 10 divine positions. Does anyone understand this? Isn't this just cheating? In the original work, Tang San only had 2 divine positions, and that was already impressive. If this thing is real, wouldn't I just take off? I was so excited that my eyes lit up, and I asked him, Senior, is this true? My mind started racing. If I really had 10 divine positions, then all the beautiful confidants I would gather in Douluo continent could each have one, and we could all go to the divine realm for a silver party, right? And I've heard that the goddess of life and the goddess of kindness in the divine realm are also stunning beauties. Hee hee, when the time comes. This matter could be arranged. The fire god saw that I was hooked and, stroking his beard, smiled and said, so little boy, are you willing to agree to my request now? Absolutely. I'm very willing. Senior, you say it. I was eager. He had been waiting for this answer, and directly threw out the condition. It's simple. When you inherit the divine position in the future, you must choose me first, and this divine list will belong to you. Deal. It's settled. I made the decision on the spot. This deal was a huge profit. Hee hee, I have high hopes for you. So this item is entrusted to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he tossed the scroll into my hand, and his entire divine consciousness vanished in an instant. I suddenly opened my eyes and found that I was holding an ancient scroll, the list of deities in my hands. I tossed it in my hand, still wondering if this thing is really that amazing. Could that useless god be just making empty promises? But looking at his expression, it should be somewhat credible. Forget it. I'll just put it away for now. Now that the main business is done, it's time to head back to Nottingham Academy. Speaking of which, I do miss Xiao Wu on this day of departure. Although there was a little incident with Aina in between, it didn't affect my ability to enjoy myself outside while keeping my home front strong. I, Chao Yin, pride myself on being broad-minded otherwise. How could I accommodate all the ladies of the Douluo continent? I stretched my muscles, my figure flickered, and I disappeared from the spot. Just wait, your king is back. I just dealt with a god here, right at the entrance of the 7th dormitory of Nottingham Academy. Goodness, a big show is also unfolding. That little beggar Tang San is shouting at the dormitory entrance with his so-called master, Yu Xiaogang. I can hear Tang San yelling at the top of his lungs. Wang Sheng, get out here or I'll break your legs. The master next to him has a lewd look on his face, his eyes lazy, but he's secretly calculating something in his mind. Yesterday, Tang San told him there was a girl named Xiao Wu in the 7th dormitory who also has full innate soul power, which excited the master to no end. He himself is a waste, just hoping to recruit a few talented disciples. So, in the future, when he produces a title Dalu, he can gain some face and prove his ridiculous theories. These two master and disciple are practically the epitome of PUA teaching. If this were 2025, they'd be roasted all over the internet, right? Tang San's own little schemes are clanging away in his mind. He wants the master to take Xiao Wu as a disciple, so they would become siblings, thus getting closer to Xiao Wu and snatching her away from me. Let me tell you, the way he looks at Xiao Wu is practically shouting, I'm a simp on his face. What's even more outrageous is that the master is there teaching him, saying that if you like someone, you have to be ruthless, cheat if you can, and he looks like someone who's been through it all, reminiscing about his regrets for not getting Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong back in the day. I'm just disgusted. What the hell is this? Just then, our Xiao Wu bounces out, followed by Wang Sheng and his group of little brothers. As soon as Tang San sees Xiao Wu, he can't even speak properly, and then he starts his clumsy performance, first apologizing for what happened yesterday, his eyes restless as they keep darting around Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is so smart. As soon as she hears Tang San's last name, she immediately connects it to the titled law who ambushed us before, and she instantly understands. Thinking Tang San is an undercover agent sent by the villain, believing I had known all along and was hiding it to protect her. Goodness, this imagination turned me into a passionate male lead. She feels a sweetness in her heart, but still coldly accepts the apology on the surface. Tang San sees a chance and quickly takes the opportunity to introduce his master, saying his master's theory of martial souls is unbeatable and wants to take Xiao Wu as a disciple. The master quickly leans in, grinning widely, his expression practically screaming, "Come to my bowl." Before Xiao Wu can say anything, Wang Sheng steps up first, pointing directly at the master's nose and blasting him. Humph, master. Don't dream. Sister Xiao Wu wouldn't want to be your disciple. Your martial soul can only fart. Don't come here to ruin a genius. Hurry back and eat your white rice. This is brilliant. Wang Sheng, my good brother. Tang San exploded right there, pointing at Wang Sheng and saying he would cripple him. But then the master, that old fox, grabbed Tang San and started his sob story. He put on a look of being abandoned by the whole world, saying his martial soul is flawed, that he has researched theories his whole life, but no one believes him, that heaven is blind and fate is unfair. He performed so passionately. He even secretly signaled to Tang San, who instantly understood, and they started to play off each other. Tang San suddenly knelt down, pounding his chest and saying he is a waste martial soul and has let down his teacher's expectations. Damn, the Oscars owe you two a little golden statue. Xiao Wu, with her kind heart, almost believed it. Fortunately, Wang Sheng was nearby to remind her, Sister Xiao Wu, don't be fooled. This old guy is notorious for his thick skin in the academy. He'll do anything to take on disciples. They're just putting on a show. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu suddenly realized, and her little face instantly turned cold. She gave the master on the ground a thumbs down and said crisply, Humph, I won't worship you as my master. My destiny is in my own hands. Tang San, seeing that the plan was exposed, became anxious and directed all his anger at Wang Sheng, roaring that he would definitely break Wang Sheng's third leg today, and then he launched a surprise punch. Wang Sheng was knocked back several steps, but was unharmed. Xiao Wu was also furious. Tang San, do you dare to touch my person? Wang Sheng directly protected Xiao Wu behind him, standing like an iron tower, and smiled honestly. Sister Xiao Wu, with the boss not here. As long as I'm Wang Sheng around, no one can bully you. Tang San went completely mad, screaming as he charged forward, with his blue silver grass wrapping around Wang Sheng. However, Wang Sheng merely scoffed and shouted, "Trivial skills. Battle Tiger possess." With a buzzing sound, a layer of light yellow aura instantly enveloped his entire body, followed by a tiger's roar. Tang San's grasp was shattered by the wave of soul power before it even touched Wang Sheng's body. Immediately after, Tang San was like a kite with a broken string, directly blasted away by that shockwave, crashing to the ground with a loud bang and spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments. One move, just one move, and Tang San was defeated in seconds. The entire venue fell silent. Even the master gasped, and his gaze toward Wang Sheng changed. I tell you, there were just two words in that look. What the hell? Tang San was stunned at that moment, supporting himself on the ground, with blood at the corner of his mouth, and he shouted in disbelief, You're also a soul master? Goodness. His expression was as if he was saying, how can a work-study student like you be as noble as me? That sense of superiority was almost overflowing from the screen. I could guess his little thoughts. He must have thought that we work-study students were just there to make up the numbers. But then I took him down in one move, shattering his self-esteem into pieces. I walked up to him, looked down at him, and that feeling was... I directly mocked him. Yeah, you lost. What talent does Sister Xiao Wu have? She can become a titled Douluo by cultivating on her own. Does she need you two master and apprentice pretending here? Just put that away. What I said made Tang San's face turn green. Little Wu, who was beside me, also brightened up and smiled at me. Wang Sheng, don't mind them anymore, it's over. It was evident that she was quite surprised that I could win. I nodded, just about to turn and leave, but then a chill suddenly ran down my neck. A gust of cold wind rushed in. I heard Tang San's eerie laughter behind me. You want to defeat me, Tang San? What a daydream. When I turned around, he was already holding a silver-white hidden arrow, and the murderous aura instantly surged. Good heavens, it turns out he was up to no good while lying on the ground, fiddling with hidden weapons. This kid is truly cunning. If he can't win, he resorts to sneak attacks. Silent hidden arrow, he muttered, and that thing shot straight toward my throat, fast and silent. If I couldn't dodge it, I would be finished today. Sister Xiao Wu shouted anxiously. Wang Sheng, be careful. But it was too far away. There was no time. In a split second, I couldn't think about anything else. My soul power erupted instantly, and I shouted, Battle Tiger, possess me. A yellow light covered my whole body, and the phantom of the Battle Tiger suddenly appeared behind me. I tell you, at that moment, there was no time to think, just one thought. Hard charge. I charged straight at that hidden arrow, my tiger claw wrapped in soul power, and I reached out to grab that little broken arrow. As a result, I was still too naive. The penetrating power of that hidden arrow was simply outrageous. With a thud, it pierced straight through my palm. A bloody hole, blood gushing out, and it hurt so much I gritted my teeth. Seeing my miserable state, Tang San laughed triumphantly. I told you, you will pay the price. His smug expression made me want to tear him apart. Tang San, you despicable little man. I'll fight you to the end. I was so enraged at that moment. My eyes turned red. I stomped my foot on the ground, shaking the entire surface, and swung my blood-stained tiger claw with the yellow light of the soul ring right toward his face. Now it was Tang San's turn to panic. He saw the killing intent in my eyes. His legs went weak, and he started shouting, Wang Sheng, what do you want to do? Do you want to kill someone? Hilarious. Why didn't you say that when you shot the hidden arrow at my throat? Now you're scared? It's too late. My tiger claw, accompanied by the sound of wind, came down, about to take off his head. At that moment, a figure flashed over and blocked in front of Tang San. Who was it? It was Master Yu Xiaogang. He said in a strange tone, What a vicious kid. My disciple Yu Xiaogang. Is someone like you capable of dealing with him? I was filled with rage and shouted at him, Get out of the way. But the old man completely ignored me, sneering, Don't be arrogant, kid. Then he waved his hand, and a surge of soul power far stronger than mine pressed down on me, at the great soul master level. Tang San immediately saw his savior and cried out, Teacher, save me. The master, with an air of superiority, waved his hand and said, Don't worry. With me here, no one can harm you. Then that wave of soul power crashed down on me, and I felt like a kite with a broken string, flying far away. My chest tightened, and I coughed up a mouthful of blood, kneeling on the ground. The entire place fell silent. As for Yu Xiaogang, he stood there with his hands behind his back, looking proud, as if to say, You little trash, dare to jump in front of me? I stood up with support from the ground and questioned him, Master, Is this something you also want to interfere with regarding me and Tang San? He immediately revealed his soul rings, 2 yellow ones, and then started posing, shouting, Luo San Pao, summoning that thing that is neither a pig nor a dog. Then, surprisingly, he didn't look at me, but turned to look at Sister Xiao Wu, starting his usual routine. Xiao Wu, I'll give you another chance. Do you want to worship me as your master? Sister Xiao Wu furrowed her brows. What if I don't agree? Hee, Yu Xiaogang laughed, and that laugh gave me goosebumps. If you don't agree, then today, even if I have to bear the reputation of bullying the weak, I will make you worship me as your master. I'm telling you, this is where his true intentions are revealed, using intimidation and temptation, employing every means possible. I really can't take it anymore, so I'll just say it. Master, what dream are you having? Does Sister Xiao Wu's talent need you to teach her? You've been eating and drinking for free in the academy for so many years. Yet I haven't seen you break through to the great soul master. You are a disgrace to the academy. This directly struck a nerve with him. And Tang San barked back. Wang Sheng, shut up. Does my teacher need your guidance? Yu Xiaogang's face turned completely dark, pointing at me and saying, what a sharp-tongued brat. Today I will let you know what it means to respect your teacher. Saying this, the first soul ring under his feet lit up. And then with all his might he shouted out that soul skill name that made my CPU overheat. First soul skill, thunderous fart, roaring sky and earth, Luo San Pao. I saw his martial soul, Luo San Pao, ballooning up like a balloon, then he stuck out his fat butt, aiming it at us. Damn, this soul skill is simply the driving test of the soul master world, both earthy and overwhelming. Yu Xiaogang even professionally pulled out 2 masks from his pocket, wearing one himself and giving one to Tang San. I hurriedly shouted to Sister Xiao Wu. Sister Xiao Wu, quickly cover your nose. This gas can paralyze the body. As soon as I finished speaking, a spray of yellow gas burst out, and the smell was absolutely terrible. I and the other work-study students instantly fell victim, and everything went black as I fainted. When I regained some consciousness, I heard the master continuing to pressure Sister Xiao Wu. Of course, Sister Xiao Wu refused, directly cursing him for dreaming. Then, I heard the most disgusting words I've ever heard in my life. That Yu Xiaogang actually licked his lips, looking at Sister Xiao Wu with an extremely lewd gaze, saying, my disciple Tang San seems to have a bit of a crush on you. Even though you're only 6 years old, you do look quite charming. I must play matchmaker for this good deed. I wanted to call the police at that moment. What kind of nonsense was this old man talking? How could he say such things to a 6-year-old girl? Is he even human? Xiao Wu's face turned red with anger, and she scolded him for being shameless. Taking advantage of the moment when the stench dissipated, Xiao Wu made her move. She bent her waist, and in a flash of pink light, she shot out like a rabbit, her long and straight legs executing a scissor kick that locked onto Yu Xiaogang's throat, squeezing his head tightly. Tang San was dumbfounded beside her, and from the look in his eyes, I guess he wished he was the one being squeezed. Xiao Wu shouted, get lost, and with a kick of her legs, she sent Yu Xiaogang flying dozens of meters away. That old man rolled on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, but like an unkillable cockroach. He stood up again, shamelessly saying, good, you've managed to push me to this point. You could be proud of yourself. From now on, I won't hold back. Saying this, his second soul ring lit up, and he began to chant his shameful spell. Second soul skill, fart like smoke, hypnotic sleep, Luo San Pao. Damn it, they're back. At this moment, Tang San actually pretended to plead, teacher, be gentle. I'm afraid Xiao will hate me. Guess what Yu Xiaogang said? He directly scolded Tang San. You useless thing. Once she's under my hypnotic smoke and falls asleep, you could do whatever you want. As long as you give her to that, she'll naturally be willing to stay by your side. Listen, is this even human speech? A teacher inciting his disciple to drug a 6-year-old girl? My worldview shattered at that moment. These 2 master and disciple are simply the worst of the worst. After hearing this, Tang San actually nodded in agreement. That old pervert Yu Xiaogang even fell into his own emo moment, reminiscing about his 2 white moonlights and red moles, regretting not being despicable enough back then to forcefully take them. To put it plainly, he regrets not being a scumbag back in the day and now wants to make up for that regret through the next generation. I'm really watching that Luo San Pao's belly bulge again. Sister Xiao Wu is truly in a desperate situation this time. Yu Xiaogang is still smugly laughing. Xiao Wu, you have no choice left. At this critical moment, a cold voice suddenly emerged from nowhere, uttering just 2 words, stop it. The voice was not loud, but in Master S' ears, it was like thunder. He froze in fear, his face turning pale, looking around in panic. Tang San was also stunned, completely confused about the situation. Master trembled as he shouted into the air, hoping the other party would give him some face. But after scanning for a long time, He didn't see even a ghostly shadow. He began to self-comfort, thinking he was hallucinating and was about to make a move. Just as he was about to unleash his spirit skill, the boy's voice rang out again, this time filled with mockery. Master, you really deserve this title for using such heavy-handed tactics on a little girl. Before the words fell, a shadow flashed by, and with a swoosh, Chaoyan appeared beside Sister Xiao Wu, swiftly pulling her into his arms, moving as fast as a ghost, easily dodging Luo Sanpao's attack. I saw Chao Yin return, and the big stone in my heart finally fell to the ground. He hugged Xiao Wu and said with great concern, "Silly girl, are you okay? I'm late." Xiao Wu was first surprised, then pouted her lips, starting to act spoiled and complain, hitting his chest with her little fists. But the smile on her face couldn't be hidden. She pointed at us angrily and said, "Master hurt Wang Sheng and the others just to take me as his disciple. And that Tang San, it must have been his idea." Chaoyan rubbed Xiao Wu's rabbit ears, his voice not loud. But everyone in the room could hear it clearly. "Don't worry. If anyone dares to bully my little Wu treasure, I won't let any of them go." After saying that, he took a step forward, looking at Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, his gaze as cold as ice. Master S' face changed from green to white. Knowing he wouldn't gain any advantage today, he glared at Chao Yan with resentment and said harshly, "We will remember what happened today." Then he pulled Tang San and tried to slip away. "Want to run? It's too late." Chao Yan didn't even move because he knew the real show was just beginning. Sure enough, as soon as Yu Xiaogang turned around, the expression on his face froze. Director Su, along with a large group of teachers from the academy, stood in front of them with dark faces. Director Su looked at us on the ground, then at Master, his eyes filled with sarcasm and anger. I tell you, when these teachers appeared, it was like a public execution. The way all the teachers looked at Yu Xiaogang was no different from looking at trash. Disappointment and anger were written all over their faces. Yu Xiaojiang's old face instantly turned from ashen to a pig's liver color. He probably never expected that this kid, Chao Yin, would go this far, directly calling all the teachers in the school. Now, this was a scene of social death. There was no way to find a crack in the ground to hide in. But he still wanted to struggle a bit, holding his neck and shouting at Director Su. "Director Su, what are you doing? I just saw that this girl has great talent and wanted to take her as a disciple. Is that something you can manage?" Good grief. He was so guilty that his face was trembling, yet he was still pretending to be a big shot. Director Su laughed at that moment, and her laughter was as cold as ice shards. "Yu Xiaogang, I used to think you were just a theoretical waste, but I never expected that you have no bottom line as a person. To take on a disciple, you would harm your own students? You heartless beast. Today you really opened my eyes. Let me tell you, these few sentences were a real pleasure to hear." Yu Xiaogang was left speechless, as every word was the truth, and he couldn't refute a single one. He could only pull Tang San and, feeling defeated, said, "Xiao San, let's go." "Want to leave?" "Not a chance." With a wave of his hand, Director Su had several teachers quickly surround them, completely blocking their path. "What do you think you're doing, Master? Feeling guilty? Although we work-study students may not have much talent, we are honest people. You beat someone up and want to slip away without any explanation? How cruel can you be to lay such heavy hands on a few kids?" This really angered Yu Xiaogang, and he exploded on the spot, pointing at the teachers and shouting, "You, get out of my way." He thought of himself as the dean's person, dismissing these young teachers as insignificant. So, guess what happened next? As soon as he finished speaking, Director Su directly slapped him with a big move. With a loud crack, it was crisp and resonant. Let me tell you, at that moment, Director Su's martial spirit was activated, with two illusory pig heads appearing behind him. Although it looked a bit funny, the power was no joke. Yu Xiaojiang's pathetic martial spirit, the three cannon, could only make noise, and compared to Su's powerful mutated martial spirit, it was simply unworthy of carrying his shoes. Yu Xiaojiang was knocked down to the ground with one punch, his face swollen, lying there wailing, "Director Su, are you crazy? You dare hit me? Don't you know my relationship with the dean?" Director Su couldn't even be bothered to respond to him, shaking his hand, and turned around with a humble expression to run to Chao Yan, his attitude changing faster than flipping a book. "Little friend, are you hurt? If anything happens to you, I can't take responsibility." Chao Yan waved his hand and then directly revealed his trump card, pointing at Xiao Wu and saying, "Director, I'm fine. But Xiao Wu is my fiancée. Today, while I was away, the master almost laid hands on my fiancée. You handle this matter." I was standing nearby, completely stunned. Wow, this guy Chao Yan really knows how to stir the pot. Xiao Wu next to him was blushing like an apple, her heart pounding, probably thinking about when she became his fiancée, but she didn't dare to refute him. Tang San, upon hearing this, immediately got anxious and jumped out like a dog protecting its food. You're talking nonsense. Xiao Wu is only 6 years old. When did she become your fiancée? Don't tarnish her innocence. As soon as he finished speaking, Director Su dashed over, delivering a slap to his face and shouting, "Shut up. Who gave you the right to speak here? Master, control your dog." This master and disciple really aren't from the same family. Then Director Su turned back and respectfully asked Chao Yin, "Young friend, how do you want to handle this?" "Anything goes." Chao Yin thought for a moment and said calmly, "I think Nodding Academy should no longer accommodate these two." Yu Xiaogang screamed on the spot, "Chao Yin, don't go too far." Director Su didn't give him any face and directly announced, "All right. I announce that from today on, Yu Xiaogang is officially expelled from Nodding Academy." Yu Xiaogang was so angry he was shaking, leaning on Tang San, and wanted to leave, muttering, "All right, I'll remember this humiliation today." After just taking 2 steps, Director Su shouted again, "Wait. Since you're no longer a teacher at our academy, please roll out of here." For the family members who understand, it was literally a command to roll out. The faces of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San turned green instantly. In the end, with no other option, the two had to leave the academy gate in disgrace under the watch of all the teachers. Before leaving, they couldn't help but throw out harsh words. Yu Xiaogang said something about repaying today as shame 100-fold, while Tang San humorously shouted, 30 years in the east of the river. 30 years in the west of the river. Don't bully the young and poor. I was almost laughing my head off at the time. What era is this? And they're still pulling this kind of stunt. Chao Yin just sneered dismissively and said, "I'm always at your service. I hope next time we meet. You want TB, so weak." Once this matter was settled, Chao Yin took Xiao Wu back to the dorm and closed the door. Let me tell you, they were the only 2 left in the dorm. This kid, Chao Yin, had some wicked thoughts in his mind, planning how to slowly torment Tang San and his disciples, and even steal their women. But in front of Xiao Wu, he pretended to be harmless, feigning to reflect on whether he was being too excessive. Xiao Wu, unaware of his twisted thoughts, genuinely believed he was kind and kept comforting him, saying, "You did nothing wrong. It's them who are shameless." As they talked, the little girl leaned closer to Chao Yin. Then, the classic scenario unfolded. Xiao Wu suddenly exclaimed, "Ouch," and said her foot hurt, probably from the fight earlier. As soon as Chao Yin heard this, he immediately said, "Let me take a look." He went ahead and helped Xiao Wu take off her shoes. Since Xiao Wu was wearing a pink jumpsuit, taking off her shoes meant he was essentially stripping her pants off. Wow, the scene made Chao Yan's eyes go wide. He still maintained a serious expression and said, "Xiao Wu, I can't see where it hurts through your pants. Could you take them off a bit?" Xiao Wu, though shy, complied. Now the atmosphere in the dorm instantly became quite strange. While massaging Xiao Wu's foot, Chao Yan's face turned as red as a monkey's butt, and his mind was probably in chaos. As he continued, Xiao Wu began to feel something was off and wanted to put her pants back on, saying it was time to sleep. But Chao Yan wouldn't let her get away, directly holding her down and shamelessly saying, "Xiao Wu, you look really beautiful tonight. Can I? Just this once?" I'll tell you, these 2 6-year-old kids just covered themselves with a blanket and chatted the whole night. The next morning, Chao Yan woke up particularly early, looking at Xiao Wu, who was still sleeping beside him, feeling quite proud. When Xiao Wu woke up, she was a little shy, covering herself with the blanket and asking Chao Yan, "You did that kind of thing to me. You will take responsibility, right?" Chao Yan immediately patted his chest and assured her, "Of course. I will take care of you for a lifetime." Then Xiao Wu asked a century-old question. "Will you like other girls in future?" "Here it comes. Let me tell you." Chao Yan's performance began. He first laid down a bunch of groundwork, saying something about their hidden family having a test, that with greater power comes greater responsibility. Then he shifted gears. "Our family has a habit of having 3 wives and 4 concubines. Some of my ancestors married hundreds of wives in their lifetime. Would you mind?" Hearing this, my CPU nearly burned out. This excuse was truly amazing. He actually framed having a harem as a family test and responsibility. What is even more absurd is that Xiao Wu actually believed him. She looked at Chao Yan with a pitiful expression, feeling that he bore too much. In the end, she sweetly smiled and said, "You're so excellent. I won't possess you alone, as long as you have a place for me in your heart." At that moment, I had a thought. Perhaps this is love, which can make a person's IQ drop to 0. While the 2 of them were sweetly enjoying their time in the dormitory, on the other side, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San were wandering the streets of Nodding City like 2 lost dogs, with injuries on their faces, looking utterly disheveled. Tang San was still reluctant, saying, "Teacher, I haven't said goodbye to Xiao Wu yet." Yu Xiaogang slapped him on the back of the head and said, "Useless. What you need to do now is to become stronger. Once you become a titled Dalu, what kind of woman won't you have? Upon hearing this, Tang San seemed to be awakened, his expression instantly becoming resolute. Teacher, understand. I will become stronger. But then the question arose, where to become stronger? Yu Xiaogang himself was a waste expelled from his family, and now was also expelled from the academy, leaving him with no way out. In the end, it was Tang San who suggested, Teacher, why not? Come to my home. In Saint Soul Village. Upon hearing this, the master thought, Saint Soul Village? It's probably just a shabby village, but there were no other options, so he had to agree. Thus, this down-and-out master and disciple began to make their way step by step towards Saint Soul Village. Let me tell you, these two people finally made their way back to Holy Soul Village, and Tang San was so excited, thinking he could finally go home. But guess what? There was no home. The spot where the old thatch hut used to be is now just a charred ruin, not even a single hair left. At that moment, I saw him dumbfounded, completely bewildered, standing there like a wooden post, shouting for his dad. But in the ruins, apart from the sound of the wind, there was no echo. The master beside him also had a bewildered expression, pointing at the blackened ground and asking, Xiao San, is this your home? Does it even need to be asked? The house was completely flattened. Just when Tang San was about to go crazy, the village chief, Old Jack, strolled over. The master, seeing a local, hurriedly approached to ask about the situation. Old Jack sighed, walked over to Tang San, patted him on the shoulder, and said heavily, Xiao San, take care. Your house caught fire recently. It was too big, and by the time we found out, it had already burned down. We couldn't find your dad. We think he's, sigh. Good grief. This was like a bolt from the blue for Tang San. He cried out and collapsed to the ground, his legs going weak. Who understands a family? This series of blows, who could bear it? But guess what was even more outrageous? The master didn't even care about the sobbing Tang San on the ground. He heard two words in his ears, Tang Hao. He rushed in front of Old Jack in one leap, his hands trembling, eyes wide. What did you just say his dad's name was? Tang Hao. Old Jack nodded with a puzzled expression as if asking what the problem was. Let me tell you, at that moment, the flesh on a master's face was quivering with joy, his expression ecstatic to the point that he could have popped open a champagne bottle right there, probably celebrating in his heart. Heaven helps me, Yu Xiaogang. Old Jack was dumbfounded beside him and straightforwardly added, Master, why are you so excited? Tang Hao is just a drunk blacksmith from our village, the most useless one. This statement poked a hornet's nest. The master exploded on the spot. How could he tolerate the insult to his idol? He pointed his finger at Old Jack's nose and shouted, You old man don't understand a thing. You have no eyes. How dare you insult the Haotian Douluo? Get lost. If it weren't for your age, I would have made you pay with your life today. That momentum scared Old Jack into fleeing in a panic. Once Old Jack left, Tang San finally managed to get up, sniffing and asking, Teacher, do you know my dad? Is he really? The master's gaze toward Tang San had changed, looking at him like a rare treasure, smiling and saying, Xiao San, you're still too young. Your dad is no ordinary blacksmith. If I'm not mistaken, he's the youngest legend in the spirit master world, the title Dalu, Haotian Douluo. Tang San was stunned after hearing this. Teacher, you're not having a fever, are you? My dad, title Douluo? That lazy, useless drunkard? I took care of him when I was little. Let me tell you, after hearing this, the master's smile instantly vanished, and his eyes turned as cold as ice. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and slapped Tang San hard. With a crisp sound, it left Tang San dumbfounded, spinning around twice before falling to the ground. Unfilial son, I won't allow you to speak of your father like that. The master trembled with rage. Tang San covered his face, dazed, but still unwilling to concede. The master sighed and said to him, Your hammer spirit is called the Haotian hammer. Have you heard of the number one sect in the world, Haotian sect? That's your family. At this point, Tang San finally believed it. Family, who understands? One moment he was crying for his father, and the next he was floating away. He jumped up from the ground, his eyes gleaming with greed. My dad is a title Dalu? Awesome. Teacher, let us go get Xiao Wu back right now. I want Xiao Yin dead. I want Xiao Wu to be my woman. The master looked at him as if he were a fool and poured cold water on him. Your father is powerful, but he has long been expelled from the Haotian sect and is the number one wanted criminal of the Spear Hall. If you dare to mention his name now, do you believe the entire continent will hunt you down the next day? Tang San's face instantly fell. The hope that had just ignited was extinguished, and he cursed inwardly. Useless old man, you've ruined me. I wanted to rely on my dad, but it turns out he is a liability. While he was cursing, he seemed to step on something hard under his feet. Using his purple extreme magic eye, He looked and cleared away the ashes, revealing a shiny golden token with 6 strange patterns on it. He picked it up and threw it to the master. "Teacher, do you recognize this?" The master took it and his eyes widened in shock, excited like a 200-pound child, his voice cracking. This is the Pope's order." He held the token, grinning from ear to ear, feeling like he might drool. Tang San watched beside him, speechless, thinking to himself what was wrong with his teacher, so surprised today. Sigh. With his dad unreliable and the teacher so eccentric, it seems he still has to rely on himself. He realized this, and his eyes became firm. "Teacher, you are right. I want to become stronger with my own power." The master saw that he finally had an epiphany and nodded in satisfaction. "Good. From today on, I will conduct devil training on you." And just like that, 6 years passed in a flash. The scene shifted to another side. 6 years had passed, and Xiao Yan and Xiao Wu had also grown up, having graduated from Knotting Academy. During these 6 years, Xiao Yan hardly practiced, as he was already at level 99 and just needed to complete tasks. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, had become even more enchanting, with a figure and charm that were simply stunning. Early one morning, Xiao Yan, holding Xiao Wu in his arms, discussed their upcoming plan. "Let's go to Shrek Academy." At that moment, a notification dinged in Xiao Yan's mind. New task released. Please head to Shrek Academy and capture Zhu Zhuqing. Task reward: 100,000 year divine soul ring. Wow, Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, as she was the most stunning among the Shrek 7. "I accept this task." He couldn't sit still and quickly pulled Xiao Wu to set off for Soto City, where Shrek Academy was located. Upon arriving in Soto City, it was packed with people, and the weather was unbearably hot. Xiao Wu couldn't take it anymore and dragged Xiao Yan to find a hotel. They found a hotel called Rose Hotel, which looked quite exquisite. Xiao Wu approached and said, "One of your biggest rooms, please." The attendant, seeing Xiao Wu's large soul master badge, was very courteous, smiling and saying, "You two came at the right time. We just have one last room available." But just as the attendant was about to process the paperwork, a particularly pretentious and annoying voice came from the entrance. "I say, this room should be mine." I turned around and wow, there was a handsome golden retriever, surrounded by 2 beautiful twin girls with big wavy hair. His hands were also unreasonably wandering on them. This person was Dalu Bai. As soon as this golden retriever saw Xiao Wu, his eyes went wide, and he immediately pushed the 2 girls away, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Without saying a word, he reached out toward Xiao Wu. I tell you, that speed was something else. Just as that claw was about to touch Xiao Wu, Xiao Yan suddenly appeared in front of her like he had teleported, his cold gaze fixed on Dalu Bai. "What do you want?" Dalu Bai, upon hearing this, was not only unfazed but even found it amusing. He looked at me with his charming peach blossom eyes, examining me as if I were some rare animal, completely disregarding me. In his eyes, at my age, I was at most a great soul master, while he was a soul sovereign. Wasn't that something he could easily handle? "Kid, if you know what's good for you, just roll aside. This kind of beauty is not someone you can match with." He stopped, exuding an air of arrogance. Xiao Wu was immediately furious, frowning. "What do you want?" And guess what? This guy completely ignored me and turned to Xiao Wu with a greasy smile. "Beautiful lady, I'm Dalu Bai, and I booked this room. How about we share it? Don't worry, I'll cover all the expenses." I have to tell you, the way he carries himself with confidence makes it seem like all the girls in the world are lining up for his favor. Who understands the family dynamics? He probably thinks that by revealing his identity as a prince, Xiao Wu would have no choice but to bow down to him. But Xiao Wu doesn't indulge him at all and directly retorts, "Dalu Bai? I think you're just Dai Wu Hui. This room is ours, so get lost." As soon as she said that, Dalu Bai's face instantly fell, his eyes sharp as knives. As a prince, he had never been treated this way. With a dark expression, he pointed at me and Xiao Wu, saying, "You are asking for trouble. Fine, as long as I can take this skinny monkey down, let's see how you run." Then he turned to me, his gaze so contemptuous it was as if he wanted to stomp on me. "Kid, I'll give you a chance. Leave her, or I'll break your arm." I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. "Buddy, you really narrowed your own path. I was still worried about not having an excuse to pursue Zhu Zhuqing, and you just handed me the pillow directly." I replied to him with a forced smile. "You want one of my arms? Do you think you deserve it? What a big talker." Dalu Bai was completely enraged by me, laughing loudly, and suddenly stomped his foot, causing the entire hotel to shake 3 times. A powerful aura of a soul master instantly erupted. The crowd around us was stunned, whispering to each other, "It's over. This kid has messed with young Master Dai. He won't be able to walk out today. Yes. Last time, young Master Dai flipped over 2 great soul masters for a girl. I said to Xiao Wu, baby, step back a bit. I'm afraid it might get too bloody. Family, who understands? At that moment, I thought that if I threw that punch, he might die, so I had to hold back. Otherwise, it would be a hassle to draw the Spear Hall folks over here. Dai Mubai saw that I didn't run and got even more excited, shouting, "White tiger, possessed!" Suddenly, he looked like he had inflated, his muscles bulging, and sharp tiger claws sprouted from his hands. The imposing aura was indeed quite intimidating, making everyone around too scared to even breathe. Kid, if you can die at my hands, you're worth it. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed forward. The pair of twin beauties nearby were still screaming, "Go Dai Xiao!" Dai Mubai was incredibly pleased with himself, and his first yellow soul ring lit up. He opened his mouth and unleashed a blinding wave of light. White tiger, fierce light wave. He was even too lazy to check the result. Turning around right after launching the attack, striking a pose that said, "This is how cool I am." But let me tell you, Xiao Yin just stood there, not moving an inch, and directly took the hit with his body. There was a huge explosion as the white light engulfed Xiao Yin completely. Everyone closed their eyes, thinking this kid would definitely be pulverized. What a fool. To take a soul skill with his body? He has done for. Murmurs of discussion erupted. Just then, a lazy voice came from within the white light. If this is your proud ability, then you might have to pay a price for what you just said. As the light dissipated, Xiao Yin was completely unharmed, not even a wrinkle on his clothes. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. Dai Mubai's arrogant smile froze on his face, his eyes nearly bulging out. How could you possibly withstand my soul skill? Xiao Yin stepped forward, his aura fully unleashed. What you think is true is really just what you think. What a joke. Dai Mubai shouted loudly, panicking. He unleashed his second and third soul skills. White Tiger Protective Barrier. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. His whole body radiated golden light. His aura even fiercer than before. Kid, this time you're definitely going to die. I'll take care of your woman. After saying that, he turned into a shadow and delivered a heavy punch, like a tiger descending the mountain, with a force that tore through the air, landing solidly on Xiao Yan's face. This punch was so powerful that it cracked the hotel floor like spiderwebs. Dai Mubai paused in midair, his fist still pressed against Xiao Yan's face, and proudly declared, "Kid, this punch has once knocked down 10 great spirit masters you." Before he could finish, his expression froze. He realized that Xiao Yin stood there as if nothing had happened, not moving back an inch. The next second, an invisible force surged from Xiao Yin, rebounding violently, and Dai Mubai let out a howl as he flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a large stone and smashing it, immediately spewing blood and even fragments of his internal organs. It was a gruesome sight. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? This boy was too freakish. Dai Mubai lay among the rubble, looking terrified at me. How could you possibly defeat me in the state of spirit possession? He was genuinely scared, afraid that I would kill him on the spot. I leisurely walked up to him, smiling innocently. "What do you think we should do about this?" This guy completely wilted, forcing himself to say, "Your Excellency, today I failed to recognize a great mountain. How about this? I have 2 beautiful ladies here. If you don't mind, I will graciously offer them to you." The faces of the 2 twin beauties turned pale, probably because their CPU was overheating. Realizing that the strong figure they admired was actually this kind of person, I sneered, "Get lost. Do you think I would care? Now kneel down and kowtow to me, or you won't be able to leave this door today." Dai Mubai's face turned from green to white as he hesitated whether to kneel. Just then, an old man in a linen robe walked in, with a white soul ring coiled around his feet. "The hotel manager has arrived." Dai Mubai's eyes lit up upon seeing him, thinking a savior had come, and immediately became arrogant again. "Kid, my rescuer is here. Just wait." The manager walked to the center of the hall, glanced at Dai Mubai lying on the ground, cleared his throat, and shouted with authority, "Who dares to cause trouble in my territory?" I stood up directly. When the manager saw how young I was, he immediately put on a stern face. "Kid, Dai Xiao is a regular here. If you hit him, you're hitting my face. If you don't bow and apologize today, don't even think about leaving." I glanced at him lightly and said, "You are the manager?" This whole matter was instigated by him from start to finish. The manager was quite shrewd. Seeing my calm demeanor and recalling Dai Mubai's cowardly behavior, he immediately had a plan in mind. He shifted his tone and surprisingly said to Dai Mubai, "Dai Xiao, since this is your fault, come kneel before this gentleman, and we'll call it even." Dai Mubai was stunned on the spot, shouting angrily, "Manager Wang, what are you saying?" Manager Wang was unfazed and coldly replied, "I, Wang, have always been fair. You offended the gentleman first, so you should apologize." Seeing that even the manager was on my side, Dai Mubai lost all hope, terrified and scrambling to my feet, banging his head on the ground like pounding garlic. "Please spare me. I was blind and foolish. I beg you to let me go." This scene completely shattered the worldview of everyone present. I looked at Dai Mubai kneeling on the ground and smiled. If apologies were useful, why would we need fists? How about this? You can roll out of here, and I won't hold it against you. As soon as I said this, the atmosphere in the entire hall became even more bizarre, with everyone looking at me as if I were insane. After all, Dai Mubai was a soul master, and yet someone dared to tell him to get out. Dai Mubai was stunned at that moment. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, and his eyes bulged like copper bells. I tell you, his expression was as if he was saying, "Dude, are you serious?" He had never been humiliated like this in his life. But he had no choice. My gaze clearly told him that if he didn't comply, he would have to be carried out today. And guess what? He actually held his ground and made a tough statement. "All right, you're impressive. You're the first one to dare speak to me, Dai Mubai, like this. Just wait, this isn't over." After saying that, he really curled up and rolled out of the hall. Goodness, I was shocked at the time. He really meant what he said, right? But just when he had rolled halfway out, the hotel manager suddenly shouted, "Young Master Dai, please wait a moment." As soon as Dai Mubai heard this, he instantly revived, his face lighting up with joy, and he quickly got up to say, "Manager Wang, I knew you were a sensible person. Quickly, help me deal with this kid, and from now on, you'll be my forever bro." At that time, he was full of confidence, thinking that the manager had a good relationship with him and wouldn't he offend me. A newcomer, for his sake. His smugness returned as he turned to me and grinned. "Kid, if you have guts, leave your name. Today we're settling this score." And then, a dramatic scene unfolded. Manager Wang completely ignored him, not even giving him a glance. He directly rushed in front of me, bowed at a 90-degree angle, his face beaming with a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum, and spoke in a flattering tone. "This young sir, today's incident is our hotel's fault. Young Master Dai's room, you can stay in it for free from now on. How about we just settle this matter?" The entire hall fell silent instantly. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out. Let me tell you, Manager Wang is not an ordinary person. Behind him stands the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, a resounding name in Douluo continent. So usually no one dares to act wild here. Only someone like Dai Mubai, who has been accustomed to being a prince, would take this lightly. Dai Mubai was completely provoked, his face turning green with anger. "Manager Wang, what do you mean? You used to call me young Master Dai so affectionately, and now that I've been attacked, you show this kind of face?" He felt like a monkey being toyed with. Kneeling on the ground, nothing but a clown. He wanted to retaliate, but couldn't beat me, so he could only rage helplessly. Who knew that Manager Wang's next words would deal him a lethal blow? I spit. Manager Wang directly tore off the facade, looking at him with a mocking face. "With your cowardly appearance, still calling yourself young master? Disgusting. Do you really think I willingly serve you? To tell you the truth, the first day you checked in, I had someone investigate your background thoroughly. Guess what I found out?" Dai Mubai's heart sank, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Manager Wang leaned closer, lowering his voice, but loud enough for those around to hear. "This morning, I received news that the Grand Prince of the Star Luo Empire, Davis, issued an order stating that his useless third brother, Dai Mubai, is a defeated dog in the competition for the throne and is now fleeing everywhere. Anyone who provides a clue, once verified, will be granted a noble title and an additional reward of 5 million gold soul coins." At the end, Manager Wang smiled meaningfully. "So, should I call you young Master Dai? Or the walking 5 million? Boom. As soon as these words came out, the entire hall exploded. Those present who understood were treated to such a big scoop. It was simply the most explosive headline of 2025. Dai Mubai's face instantly turned as dark as a pot bottom. He never expected that his identity as a prince would be publicly exposed in such a manner. Now, the way everyone in the hotel looked at him changed. It was no longer looking at a person, but at a pile of shining gold soul coins. I was overjoyed, thinking that now he won't have the face to harass my Zhuqing anymore. Seeing the atmosphere was right, Manager Wang directly added fuel to the fire, shouting at everyone, "Haven't you all suffered from the royal family before? This right here is the third prince of the Star Luo Empire. Now the Grand Prince has issued an order. Whoever captures him will enjoy endless wealth and honor." This statement was like poking a hornet's nest. Immediately, people in the crowd began to discuss. I heard this third prince is just a coward who failed in the competition for the throne and even abandoned his fiancée, running away alone. Yes, yes. His fiancée, is the second miss of the Zhu family, beautiful and kind-hearted. Such a pity to be stuck with someone like him. These words were like knives, stabbing one by one into Dai Mubai's heart. After all, he was a noble prince. When had he ever been so humiliated in front of a crowd of commoners? Just as he was about to explode, Manager Wang stepped on his face, grinding it down hard. Everyone, don't be afraid. This is just a power struggle among princes. Even if we play him to death today, the Grand Prince will still thank us. Claim his head and go collect the reward. With this statement, the pent-up resentment in the crowd erupted completely. An old man rushed out crying, "You die, family scum. Back then your family's guards took my 6-year-old daughter and my son. Just because his martial soul awakened unsuccessfully, he was forcibly taken by your family to serve in the military. To this day, we can't even find his remains. My daughter too, humiliated on the street by a prince. Goodness, let me tell you, that scene turned into a large-scale public accusation meeting. The pair of twin beauties that Dai Mubai had drugged also cried out. We were harmed by him too. Dai Mubai, pressed to the ground, didn't even dare to lift his head upon hearing this. But the pride deep in his bones remained. Unable to endure, he shouted, Manager Wang, get your dirty foot off me. Don't forget, I am a soul master. This statement was simply self-deprecating. The old man who lost his daughter was the first to explode, landing a punch right on Dai Mubai's face. Today, I will seek justice for my daughter. Kill this Dai family dog. In an instant, a crowd surged forward, punching and kicking. The scene was like a large-scale venting session. In no time, Dai Mubai was beaten to a bloody mess, like a broken sack. The twins also stepped forward, spitting at him. Hypocrite, give us back our innocence. Dai Mubai was completely enraged. He gathered all his strength, condensing his soul power, and struck towards the pair of twins with a vicious grin. If that palm hit, they would surely die. Beast. Of course, I can't let him succeed. With a flash of movement, I directly blocked in front of him and struck my palm against his chest. With a crisp sound, Dai Mubai's body was like a kite with its string cut, directly blasted out of the hotel door. I can't let him die so soon. He still needs to be alive. Otherwise, how can I get close to his cold and beautiful fiancée, Zhu Xiuqing? Everything is part of my plan. With this move, I directly stunned the entire audience, and everyone looked at me with a mix of respect and fear. I clapped my hands and said to Manager Wang, all right, let's put an end to this matter. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. If we really push him to the edge, it won't end well for anyone. Manager Wang was quite clever. He immediately nodded and bowed. What you say is right. I'll listen to you. He then asked, may I ask for your esteemed name? Chao Yan. Oh, it's young Master Chao. Manager Wang smiled even more brightly, saying, young Master Chao is truly a hero emerging from youth. I waved my hand, too lazy to waste words with him. Manager Wang, I'm here to book a room. Knowing too much won't do you any good. Don't pry into my affairs. I don't like being disturbed. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. After saying that, I took Xiao Wu's hand and went straight upstairs. When I reached the second floor, I happened to see the pair of twin beauties downstairs finding Manager Wang, sweetly saying, Manager Wang, could you help us get introduced to young Master Chao? We want to spend a night with him. I leaned against the railing, feeling quite pleased. What a joke. I have no interest in the women that Dai Mubai has been with. My target is the exquisite Zhu Xiuqing. Sure enough, Manager Wang was very straightforward and directly rejected them. No, you have already been played by young Master Dai, and your bodies are not clean enough to be worthy of young Master Chao. Although these words were harsh, they were also the truth. I shook my head and turned back to the room. As soon as I entered, I smelled a fragrance. Xiao Wu had just taken a shower. Her hair's still a bit damp, and she came up to me with a smile, hugging my arm and asking, Chao Yan tonight? Can we touch again? Please, can we? I was stunned on the spot. Wow, I didn't expect my little dance baby to be such a hothead. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at the registration office of Shrek Academy. I have to tell you, that place is really shabby. There's a wooden archway with a tattered sign hanging above it that says Shrek Academy in big letters, and next to it is a green monster's head. It's just incredibly simple. At the registration desk, there's an old man who looks quite arrogant, but I can sense that he's a soul emperor, so he has some skills. In the crowd, I immediately spotted an old acquaintance, Tang San. After a few years, he has also reached the great soul master level. It seems the protagonist's halo does have some effect. However, his efforts are nothing compared to my advantages. But Tang San's attention is completely not on me. His eyes are fixated on the two girls in front of him. I followed his gaze, and wow, it was indeed eye-catching. A girl in an elegant light blue dress. with a noble aura like a little princess, her long hair flowing down to her waist, but her chest was a bit flat. This must be Ning Rongrong. And the one next to her was simply the complete opposite. Dressed in tight black leather, her figure was perfectly accentuated. Those long legs, straight and round, made my heart itch as my gaze moved upward. Goodness, the scale was magnificent. This must be Zhu Zhuqing. I finally understood why Dai Mubai couldn't forget her. Who could resist that? I was really into it when the girl next to me, Xiao Wu, got upset and pinched me. Hey Chao Yan, what are you looking at? Do you think mine isn't big enough? I awkwardly smiled and honestly said, Xiao Wu, it's not that I'm saying anything bad, but yours seems to be smaller than hers. Xiao Wu immediately became unconvinced and puffed out her chest, saying, Humph, who said that? If you don't believe me, just feel for yourself. Mine is definitely not small. No. I quickly stopped her. Xiao Wu, dear, this is a public place. It's not appropriate. I need to maintain my charming image. What if those two future little ones see it and think I'm a pervert? First impressions are very important. But as soon as I finished speaking, Xiao Wu surprised me with a bold move. I tell you, her little gaze suddenly shot over to Zhu Zhuqing not far away. Then she lowered her head to take a look at her. Let's just say, quite flat chest. Who understands? Family? That little expression instantly turned to emo. Then she suddenly looked up, her eyes shining, grabbed my hand, and seriously said to me, Bro, I figured it out. For our future, I've decided. Let's get rolling. From now on, you can play however you want, and I'll fully cooperate. Goodness, I was stunned at that moment. What is going on? Did this girl get stimulated by Zhu Zhuqing? That damn competitive spirit. I hadn't even had the time to feel touched before I was ready to pull her to queue up to sign up. But when I looked up, guess who I saw? Tang San. My goodness, this guy really never goes away, like a lingering spirit. Xiao Wu also saw him and was just about to hide. But that guy had already approached. His eyes were like they had radar, zeroing in on Xiao Wu's, And he even mentioned how much she had grown. At that moment, I just wanted to punch him, It was so frustrating. Xiao Wu exploded right there. And if I hadn't stopped her, she would have used her 8-stage throw. Then this guy started his performance, really getting into it. He turned to me, wanted to shake my hand, saying something about letting bygones be bygones, and how we were both immature 6 years ago. Let me tell you, I could almost hear the little calculations he was making in his head. He was there daydreaming about how he had learned to be patient, planning to sneak attack me with his dragon beard needle, acting like a modern-day Zhuge Liang and Sima Yi, all about self-pity. He reached out to shake my hand, secretly applying pressure, whispering threats in my ear, saying he was now a level 29 soul master and that I should be smart and stay away from Xiao Wu. I just had one expression, the subway old man looking at his phone. JPG, is that it? Really? Buddy, 6 years ago I had you pinned to the ground, and now you're flaunting your level 29 muscles? I couldn't even be bothered with him. I just shook off his hand and pulled Xiao Wu to line up. While we were lining up to register, there was a little kid in front of us. Talent wasn't bad, 12 years old and level 20. But that old man in charge of admissions dismissed him. The kid completely broke down, arguing with the old man, saying what a terrible academy this was. The crowd around us started to cheer him on. What happened next? Goodness, that old man directly summoned his martial soul. 6 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black. A soul emperor. The whole place fell silent. A total physical silencing. That little kid and a group of parents ran off faster than rabbits. In the end, it was just the 5 of us left. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, of course, breezed through, one at level 25 and the other at 27. They went right in. When it was Tang San's turn, his blue silver grass came out, especially that white 10-year soul ring. Let me tell you, the old man's look at him was like looking at a, indescribable thing. Although he was level 29, the old man still looked disgusted and outright said in front of everyone that his martial soul was trash, and even if he barely passed the preliminary test, he wasn't qualified for the final test, telling him to be sensible and scram. Oh man, I felt embarrassed for him, but this guy was able to endure it, not even making a sound as he slinked away. Finally, it was my and Xiao Wu's turn. When Xiao Wu summoned her martial soul, level 29 with 200-year soul rings, the old man's eyes lit up. Then he turned to look at me, and I just stood there lazily. The old man's face immediately darkened. Kid, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? Not even summoning your martial soul? I shrugged my shoulders and said, Teacher, do we really have to do this? Can't we make some exceptions? This really made the old man furious. He slammed his dragon-patterned staff onto the ground. 6 soul rings flashing wildly, and roared, Good kid, dare to provoke me. Today, I'm going to teach you what it means to respect your teachers and value the way. I haven't said anything yet, That girl Xiao Wu is simply my divine assistant, directly shouting at me. Xiao Yan, be careful, don't hurt the teacher. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you, that old man turned green with anger, his beard even sticking up, pointing at me and saying, arrogant. I'm standing right here. If you can make me frown even a little, I'll consider myself defeated. All right, that's what you said. I won't waste any more words. With a thought, a loud rumble sounded behind me, and the enormous figure of Eugene appeared, kneeling on one knee before me. My lord. The old man was instantly dumbfounded. His mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in it, probably with his brain CPU overheating. I waved my hand and said, Wenjia, let him experience it. Eugene stood up, and with a fist the size of a sandbag, he swung at the old man. The old man reacted quickly, shouting as his sixth soul ring suddenly lit up, encasing him in a golden dragon-patterned shield. What happened next? With a single punch, Eugene shattered the shield with a crack, like breaking an eggshell, and it instantly disintegrated into light points. The old man let out a woe as he was sent flying, tracing a perfect parabolic arc in the air before landing, accompanied by a mouthful of old blood. I clapped my hands and withdrew my hand, looking innocently at the old man struggling on the ground. That girl, Xiao Wu, even ran over to deliver a finishing blow, giggling and saying, Old grandpa, I told you my brother Xiao Yin is very strong. You didn't believe it. Now you see it, right? The old man lay on the ground, his old face turning red, then white, then green, probably wishing to smash the Shrek Academy sign overnight. But the old man's will to survive was incredibly strong. He sprang up from the ground in an instant, forgetting all about his aching old bones, and crawled over my buddy Xiao Yin, bowing and scraping, looking very humble. I tell you, at that moment, he was absolutely shaken like a tsunami-level earthquake. That punch just now, simple and unadorned, directly shattered his most powerful sixth spirit skill. Who wouldn't be dumbfounded by this? He must have been thinking at that time, it's over, I've hit a steel plate. This kid is truly the real monster that Shrek Academy should recruit. As for Xiao Yan, he acted as if nothing had happened, casually patted the old man's shoulder and spoke in a cold tone. It's fine. Next time keep your eyes open. Some people are not to be trifled with. Goodness. The old man was so scared he almost turned to mush on the spot, nodding repeatedly. Yes, you are right, my young friend. I will definitely keep my eyes peeled in the future. He must have been wildly speculating in his mind about how powerful this kid's background must be. At this age, with his strength and mentality, he is simply not human. Xiao Yan was too lazy to waste words with him, waved his hand, and said, All right, take me to the final round. Upon hearing this, the old man, named Li Yusong, felt as if he had received a reprieve and quickly led the way while trying to curry favor, saying that if there was anything in the academy in the future, they could look for him. But Xiao Yan didn't even pay him any mind, directly retorting, strong people rely only on themselves. Let me tell you, this guy is all about keeping a tough facade, leaving no room for anyone's fantasies. Soon, we arrived at the venue for the final round. It was a huge, open space, and in the middle was a middle-aged strong man, lazily lying on a chair like a bear. Beside him were Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, the two girls who were already there. Oh right, and there was Tang San, that little unlucky guy, standing to the side with a face like he had just lost his father, because he didn't even qualify to participate in the final round, which was hilarious. When the two girls saw Li Yusong approaching in a disheveled state, their eyes widened in disbelief, probably thinking, wasn't this old man just fine a moment ago? How did he come back looking like he had been through a round of beatings? Li Yusong cleared his throat and, suppressing his pain, announced, in the final round, you four will team up to challenge Vice Dean Zhao Wujin. He pointed at the strong man, Zhao Laoshi, who was a level 76 battle spirit saint with the martial soul of a great strength diamond bear. Your only chance of winning is to cooperate. After saying this, he felt a bit guilty and secretly glanced at Xiao Yan. He realized that as a soul emperor, he couldn't see through Xiao Yan's level at all. His spiritual power seemed to vanish into thin air, nearly backfiring on himself. He felt a jolt of alarm. Oh no, this kid wouldn't be able to take down old Zhao with one punch, would he? He hurriedly leaned closer to Zhao Wujin and whispered, Old Zhao, there's a tough nut among the new students named Xiao Yan. I just got schooled by him, so you better watch out. Zhao Wujin chuckled upon hearing this, sitting up and patting his thigh while mocking him. Haha, Oldie, you really are going backward, beaten by a little brat? Don't worry. I, the unmoving king, want to see just how capable this kid really is. Seeing Zhao Wujin's attitude, Li Yusong knew he couldn't dissuade him, shook his head, and casually took Tang San, the little transparent, away. Zhao Wujin stood up, his build resembling a wall. and his gaze swept over us before finally landing on Xiaoyan. Who is Xiaoyan? Not bad, kid. Being able to beat old Li like that shows you have some skills. I hope you don't let me down later. Xiaoyan stepped forward, neither humble nor arrogant. That would be me. Zhao Wujing grinned. All right, I'll give you some time to communicate and discuss tactics. Remember, as long as one of you is still standing at the end, you win. After saying that, he sat back down in his chair, crossing his legs, looking as if he had us all figured out. As a result, my buddy Chao Yin directly took Xiao Wu's hand and walked over to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, starting with a bombshell. Although teacher Zhao asked us to communicate, in my opinion, it's just a waste of time. When the fight starts, you three just stand back and watch. He paused and added, don't take it the wrong way, but you are too weak. Coming up would just make you cannon fodder. Let me tell you, when these words came out, Ning Rongrong exploded on the spot. Her pretty little face instantly turned red. Chao Yin, what do you mean? Who do you look down on? I'm a 7-treasure glazed tile tower. Do you understand that it's the #1 support martial soul on the continent? This little princess was so angry she was stomping her feet, her chest heaving. I tell you, she was definitely thinking, this guy wants to get my attention using this method again, right? Classic move. But Chao Yan's expression didn't change at all. He coldly replied, you're overthinking it. I'm not interested in you. Aside from your face and your identity from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, you are nothing. Goodness. I mean, wow. This is a reverse PUA, right? Ning Rongrong had never suffered such humiliation. Tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken necklace, sobbing. You're bullying me. I won't let you go. Chao Yin didn't even pay her any attention. Instead, he turned to the calm Zhu Zhuqing, who only frowned and asked, are you really confident? This concerns all of us. Chao Yan's attitude towards her made a complete 180-degree turn. His gaze suddenly softening to the point it could almost drip water. Don't worry, Zhuqing, just a soul saint in my eyes. It's nothing. I will win this battle. I tell you, with just that one glance. Zhu Zhuqing was obviously moved. She hesitated for a moment and nodded. Then be careful. If you can't do it, we will help you. All right, the pre-battle mobilization, or rather, pre-battle taunt, has ended. Chao Yin walked boldly to the center of the arena, facing the bear-like Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia was stunned. Oh, finished discussing? You're going up alone? Chao Yin smiled slightly. Yes, teacher Zhao. Is there a problem? Zhao Wujia laughed angrily. Haha, so arrogant. I haven't seen such an arrogant student in many years. All right, today I'll play with you. His aura surged, and beneath his feet, the 7 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black suddenly lit up, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chao Yin remained calm and said lightly, Teacher Zhao, let me tell you something. Arrogance requires skill, and I just happen to have it. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared from his spot, turning into a residual shadow that charged straight at Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia sneered. Naive. You want to clash with me head-on? Unmoving king body. His 3rd soul ring suddenly shone brightly, and a thick golden shield instantly covered his entire body. That defense looked like an absolute barrier, as solid as a fortress. He must be thinking, kid, let me show you what his spare is. Let's see how you break my defense. However, the next second, everyone was stunned. Chao Yin didn't even release his martial soul or activate his soul rings. He simply threw a seemingly ordinary punch. That punch struck right at Zhao Wujia's golden shield. Bang! A muffled sound. Let me tell you, that scene was like smashing an eggshell with a sledgehammer. With a crisp crack, the invincible golden shield around Zhao Wuji shattered like glass into countless sparkles. Zhao Wuji, along with his weight of over 200 pounds, flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground dozens of meters away, creating a pit. The entire place fell silent. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, both with their mouths agape enough to fit an egg, were filled with disbelief. Ning Rongrong must have regretted it deeply. She finally realized that he wasn't just showing off. He was genuinely impressive. Chao Yin retracted his fist, blew off the non-existent dust on it, and casually looked at the fallen Zhao Wuji, asking, Teacher Zhao, does this mean we passed? Zhao Wuji staggered up from the pit. His expression completely changed as he looked at Chao Yin, but he still tried to maintain his composure, saying, good kid, it seems I underestimated you. The warm-up is over. From now on, I will get serious. Although he said this, his arm that had just taken a punch probably felt numb and unresponsive. Chao Yin sighed, his attitude genuinely sincere. Teacher Zhao, do we really have to continue fighting? I don't want to hurt you. Please don't force me. And guess how Zhao Wuji responded? He chuckled, and I tell you, that laugh held 3 parts mockery, 3 parts indifference, and 4 parts nonchalance, emphasizing that he didn't take Xiaoyan seriously at all. He said, "Kid, you're too arrogant. I, a soul sage, was just giving you face just now. Next, I'll be a bit more serious." Well, that was quite the flag he raised. I could hear it from 800 meters away. Xiaoyan was too lazy to waste words. He clenched his fist and said, "All right, then let us fight until you submit." I tell you, the few little girls beside me are completely dumbfounded. That aloof and cool beauty, Zhu Zhuqing, hasn't he taken her eyes off Xiaoyan, thinking to herself, "Oh my God, how can this guy be so strong? If I had even half of his power, would I still have to put up with that nonsense?" Her determination to become stronger is skyrocketing. Then there's the little princess Ning Rongrong from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Her mind is racing. She's thinking, this guy's combat power is off the charts. Definitely a potential stock. We must recruit him to our sect as a fighter. My dad will definitely praise me to death. And then I can ask for pocket money anytime. Who understands? At such a young age, she's already a qualified HR. Just then, Zhao Wujia made his move. He shouted, "Gravitational enhancement," and the purple soul ring on him suddenly lit up. I tell you, in an instant, the air in the entire arena felt like it had solidified. It felt like a heavy stone was pressing down on me, and I could barely lift my legs. This old guy seemed quite pleased with himself, thinking that with this move, victory was already decided. He looked at Xiaoyan as if he were a dead man and said, "Kid, you're quite good. I'll remember you, but you've lost." After saying that, he shot towards Xiaoyan like a cannonball, clearly intending to pin him to the ground with a single move. This made Zhu Zhuqing anxious. It was already hard for her to move in that gravitational field. Her face turned red, and she shouted to the little dance beside her, "Xiao Wu, you want to lose, right? This pressure is too much. I feel so uncomfortable." And guess what Xiao Wu was doing? I really can't believe her thought process. She calmly said, "Don't worry, he'll definitely win." Then she actually leaned over to Zhu Zhuqing's ear and asked enviously, "Sister Zhuqing, how did you grow so big there? Is there a secret? Oh my goodness. Family, what time is it? Are we having a tea party on a battlefield?" Zhu Zhuqing's face turned so red it looked like it could bleed, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Xiao Wu was still mumbling about how men like big things, and that since they would be sisters in the future, they needed to be more generous to win a man's heart. I was stunned listening to her. This girl is at least 10 years ahead of us in thinking. Just as they were chatting about body management, the situation on the battlefield changed dramatically. Zhao Wujia made a determined lunge, looking like he was about to catch Xiaoyan. But guess what? Xiaoyan stood there like nothing was happening, not moving an inch. Zhao Wujia was baffled, thinking whether this kid was stunned by me or crushed by gravity. Just as Zhao Wujia's hand was about to touch Xiaoyan, he finally looked up, a faint smile on his lips. His voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. "Teacher Zhao, I told you, you underestimate me." As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura exploded from Xiaoyan. That so-called gravity field was as flimsy as paper in front of him, instantly losing its effect. He shot out like an arrow, not retreating, but charging directly at Zhao Wujia. "Take another punch from me." I tell you, this punch was on a completely different level from the last one. The air was punctured with a sonic boom. Zhao Wujia's eyes widened in disbelief, his face full of impossibility. He felt that the power of this punch was no less than his own soul sage level. What kind of monster is this kid? But by this time, it was too late to dodge, and in front of so many students, if he backed down, where would the face of the vice dean go? He could only grit his teeth and throw a punch back. Boom! The two fists collided, and the scene was spectacular. A blinding light exploded, and those of us watching felt like our eyes were about to be blinded. Immediately after, we heard Xiaoyan lightly say, "Teacher Zhao, I haven't even used my full strength yet. Is this what they call the immovable Vajra?" As soon as he finished speaking, the power in his fists surged again. Zhao Wujia's face instantly changed from shock to pain. He couldn't withstand it at all. With a scream, he flew back like a broken sack, crashing through several walls and finally getting buried in the rubble, a sight too tragic to behold. Xiaoyan retracted his fist, dusted off his hands, and asked casually, "Teacher Zhao, now does her test count?" In the rubble, Zhao Wujia struggled to push away the bricks and stood up unsteadily. Goodness, his face was swollen like a pig's head, and while gasping in pain, he shouted to the distance, "Oscar, get over here. Bring me a big one." As soon as he finished speaking, a scruffy-looking uncle with a face full of beard came running over, holding a bunch of sausages and shouting, "Sausages for sale. Oscar's big sausages. Eat one and you'll want a second." Zhao Wujia took a sausage and stuffed it into his mouth, finally feeling a bit better. The whole place was silent. Zhu Zhuqing's mouth was agape enough to fit an egg, and Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled, probably already planning how to take Xiao Yin home. Sure enough, just as Xiao Yin was about to leave with Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong suddenly rushed over, tugging at Xiao Yan's sleeve, her voice sweet as syrup. Xiao Yin, can I discuss something with you? I have to tell you, the moment she called out Brother Xiao Yin, my buddy Oscar, next to me, looked like his soul was about to be snatched away. His gaze was so fixated, as if he hadn't seen a woman in 800 years. Ning Rongrong, in her white dress, looked like a fairy descending to earth in his eyes. Goodness, he was so mesmerized that he didn't even notice the drool coming down, and his sausage fell to the ground with a thud. What a sight. But on Xiao Yan's side, he didn't pay any attention to Ning Rongrong at all. He heard Zhao Wujia's voice calling out to him, telling him not to hold back, and he just chuckled. He turned his head and exchanged a glance with Xiao Wu, which meant, all right, let's show them something. The next second, I swear, the whole place went crazy. A soul ring, just one, rose up from beneath Xiao Yan's feet with a buzzing sound. But the color, who understands, folks? It was blood red, a blood red soul ring. The entire square instantly went silent, like someone hit the mute button. Then came the gasps, rising and falling like hundreds of range hoods, turning on at the same time. Xiao Yan just calmly looked at Zhao Wujia, lightly tapping his toes, and the ground cracked open with a snap. It was so casual. Teacher Zhao, do you understand now? Losing to me, ISNT unjust. Zhao Wujia was completely stunned at that moment, his eyes wide like copper bells, staring intently at that red ring. Cold sweat pouring down his body. I could see that his pants were almost wet. Trembling, he bowed deeply to Xiao Yan. Mr. Xiao Yan, earlier, I was blind to your greatness and was quite offensive. Please don't hold it against me. Of course, that was a 100,000-year soul ring. A legendary thing. Something that textbooks wouldn't dare depict like this. And it appeared today on a teenager. Who could handle that? This completely shattered the worldview. The new students and parents around, who came to watch the excitement, had their jaws dropped and couldn't pick them up. My goodness, I've lived long enough to see this. Is this really a 100,000-year soul ring? Today I've truly opened my eyes. It was worth dying for. Too outrageous. What kind of a mortal is this young brother? There was even an uncle who wanted to send his daughter over right then. Young friend, my daughter is just 28. Do you fancy her? One night with you. No strings attached. Goodness, this move left me dumbfounded, giving up face just to climb the social ladder. But Xiao Yan? He didn't even raise an eyelid, looking incredibly aloof. While the outside was in chaos, guess what Tang San was doing? He was brushed off by Li Yusong, not qualified to challenge Zhao Wujia, and ended up wandering to the dean's office to find Flander. I have to say, Tang San's thought process is quite unique. He thinks that Flander is an old friend of his teacher Yu Xiaogang, and as long as he can build a good relationship, he can walk all over the academy in the future, teaching Xiao Yin a lesson, pursuing Xiao Wu, and conveniently recruiting Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing as well. He has already started plotting like a domineering CEO in his mind. When he entered, he respectfully introduced himself. Senior Flander, I am Tang San, sent by my master to pay a visit. Flander, who was lazily leaning back in his chair, opened his eyes a crack upon hearing this. However, as soon as he glanced over, his gaze instantly froze, staring intently at the belt around Tang San's waist. The 24 bridges on a moonlit night? He gave you this? In the next second, Flander's expression exploded. Who understands the feelings of family? In an instant, he transformed into a pure love warrior, directly breaking down for his white moonlight. He recalled how, back in the day, that scumbag Yu Xiaogang abandoned Erlong on their wedding day to prove himself, and it was infuriating. His eyes turned red. How dare he bring me up? That coward is even qualified. Flander slammed his hand on the table, and with a loud bang, the table shattered into pieces. The residual shockwave from his soul power sending Tang San tumbling. Tang San rolled on the ground, dazed. Wasn't he supposed to be a close friend? Why did it feel like he was meeting an enemy? Flander didn't even look at him, his voice chilling. Since you were his disciple, let me see what kind of goods you are. Release your martial soul. Tang San didn't dare to hesitate, quickly getting up from the ground. And as the blue-silver grass appeared, 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, lit up. Flander's face instantly darkened, trembling with anger. Just this? Yu Xiaogang. You worthless scum. You made Erlong wait for you all these years, just for such a useless martial soul. A 10-year soul ring waste? His disappointment was palpable. Realizing the situation was dire, Tang San quickly revealed his trump card. He raised his other hand, a flash of black light, and a small black hammer appeared in his palm. Master Flander, this you should be familiar with, right? Flander's expression froze instantly. The Haotian hammer. His eyes nearly bulged out. Who exactly are you? Tang San straightened his back proudly and said, That's right, my father is the Haotian Tang Hao. Wow. As soon as those words came out, Flanders' attitude did a complete 180. Just a moment ago, he had insulted him as a waste, but now he realized, oh, this is the untouchable young master. He immediately walked over with a smile, patting Tang San's shoulder. So you are His Highness Tang Hao's son. It's all a misunderstanding. From now on at Shrek, I will protect you. Anyone who dares to touch you, I'll make them pay. However, in his heart, he thought, Great. Yu Xiaogang, you scumbag. You expect such a disciple to turn things around? Just wait and see how I train him well, making sure you never prove yourself in this lifetime. And ere long is still mine. While he was scheming about how to steal the corner, suddenly his expression changed, and he looked sharply toward the square. A breath that made even him feel palpitations came from that direction. No, I need to check it out. He dropped a sentence. Don't move from here, and behind him. A pair of wings unfurled, flying straight out. The direction he flew toward was precisely where Chao Yin was. At this moment, Chao Yin was completely ignoring the flattery from those around him, extending his hand as a cluster of golden flames danced in his palm, instantly raising the temperature of the entire square. Is this the ultimate fire? He muttered, then shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with the name. The name was too tacky. From now on, I'll call you Pure Quality Sunflame. I thought to myself, this guy is so showy. Even the skill name has to be changed to something cooler. As this flame appeared, the people around were so scared they stepped back several paces, feeling as if their faces were about to melt from the heat. My God, condensing real fire. Isn't this a technique only titled Douluo possesses? Zhao Wujia was completely convinced, approaching with an extremely low posture, almost kneeling. Mr. Chao Yin, what is your strength? Please enlighten me. I can die in peace. Chao Yin completely ignored him and turned to those onlookers who wanted to slip away. Some things, the more people know, the worse it is for you. He scanned them with his eyes. You all should know what to do, right? As soon as these words were spoken, murderous intent surged. An old man was the first to react, quickly leading the way to pledge loyalty. Young master, rest assured, today's matter will stay buried in our hearts. We won't say a word. After saying this, they all wanted to slip away. However, the next second, Chao Yan's figure appeared like a ghost in front of them, holding that cluster of pure quality sunflame, speaking calmly. You can leave, but you have to leave something behind. An old man bravely asked, May I ask for the young master's instruction? Chao Yin smiled. Simple, a feather from a passing goose, a hide from a fleeing beast. One head, 50 gold soul coins. It's a way to avert disaster. How about it? Wow, this is outright robbery. A little girl stood up defiantly and said, This is robbery. Chao Yin squinted his eyes and coldly replied, This is my rule. Do you have a problem with that? That gaze made anyone dare not to object. In the end, over 100 people, each with a mournful face, obediently paid up. In just a short while, over 5,000 gold soul coins were in hand. I tell you, this windfall came too easily. Chao Yin tossed the pouch into a storage ring and turned to Zhao Wujia with a smile. Teacher Zhao, is it too much to take a little commission? Zhao Wujia didn't dare to say a word of dissent and could only keep smiling. Xiao Wu bounced over, hugging Chao Yan's arm, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. Chao Yan, you're amazing. Tonight, I must reward you well. Upon hearing this, Chao Yan mischievously patted her head. Oh, a reward? Just in time, I also want you to see a big treasure tonight. As soon as this was said, Xiao Wu's face instantly turned red to her ears, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing beside her also lowered their heads, too shy to look at him. Only Oscar, that unfortunate guy, was still gazing dreamily at Ning Rongrong, completely unaware that he had been set up by Chao Yin. Chao Yin was clear in his heart. This operation of his was all about making you fall in love first, then deeply hurting you, and then he would come to pick up the pieces. It was simply brilliant. Anyway, for someone like Ning Rongrong, the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, her standards are sky high. How could she possibly be attracted to someone like Oscar, who looks all creepy and underdeveloped? Chao Yin was clear as day. He had already planned it out. Once Ning Rongrong was isolated by everyone, he would quietly approach, taking advantage of the situation, and it would be done. As for Oscar, just a tool. Who cares about his life or death? After settling things here, Chao Yin began to perform publicly. He faced Zhao Wujia's group of locals and started to speak nonsense seriously. Ahem. He cleared his throat. Since the teachers are so eager to know, I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table. The small flame in his hand suddenly flared up again, and then he began to boast. Everyone, Can you feel the terrifying temperature of this flame? This fire is called demon-extinguishing divine fire, pure quality sun flame. It burns all evils in the world. In terms of power, it's comparable to the most powerful ultimate fire in the world. Wow, this name sounds like something he made up on the spot. And pure quality sun flame? Why not just say you're the six-eared macaque? Anyway, this group of Douluo locals had never been online, knew nothing, and were truly intimidated by him. Zhao Wujia was dumbfounded on the spot. His body shook, his eyes nearly popped out, taking a sharp breath, his voice loud like a range hood. Pure quality sun flame? My God, I've never seen anything like this. I've lived so long, and it's the first time I've heard of it. I thought to myself, of course you haven't heard of it. This is the setting from the neighboring film set. Then, Chao Yan's next words were even more heavyweight. He spoke with a calm demeanor, as if you were discussing what to have for lunch. As for my strength, I am actually a level 99 ultimate Dalu. The reason I only have one soul ring is that my family has set a test for me. Once I pass it, all 9 soul rings will return in an instant, and at that time, I will be at my peak. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Zhao Wujia's brain went completely offline, and the next second, with a thud, he knelt down before Chao Yan. Mr. Chao Yan, I, Zhao Wujia, the unmoved king, kneel before you. You are truly unparalleled in the world, of high virtue and prestige. From now on, I am yours, ready to serve you with all my efforts. I was shocked at that moment. How smooth was that kneeling? What about the dignity of the title Douluo? Ning Rongrong beside me was also wide-eyed, whispering, Peerless Douluo? My goodness, isn't our 7-treasure glazed tile school about to take off? Just then, someone fell from the sky with a thud, wearing black-rimmed glasses, looking like a purple sweet potato that had come to life. With a hooked nose and a face full of flesh, exuding an extremely gloomy aura. Young friend, may I have a word? Chao Yan looked up and saw, oh, isn't this the Shrek Academy Dean Flinder? He knew very well that this old fox definitely had something to ask of him. Sure enough, as soon as Flinder landed, Zhao Wujia rushed over like a little dog. Boss, you're here. This young friend is a genius. Flinder completely ignored him, quickly walking over to Chao Yan, his eyes burning with desire as he stared at that pure sunfire. And then guess what? He also thudded down, kneeling. Chao Yan, young friend, I am Flinder, the dean of this academy, greeting you. Who understands, my friends, this dean kneels to anyone. The strong are respected in the spirit master world. It's terrifying. Flinder was calculating in his heart, thinking that a young genius like Chao Yan had limitless potential, and he had to cling to this big leg today. Chao Yan looked at the two kneeling in front of him and said, You are the dean? Since you've seen my capabilities, you know what to do, right? I know. Flinder nodded vigorously. I, Flinder, voluntarily give the position of dean of Shrek Academy to you, young friend. After saying that, he turned and shouted at the dazed Zhao Wujia. Old Zhao, what are you looking at? Come here. From today on, Dean Chao Yan is the boss, and I'll step down to be the vice dean. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia hurriedly crawled over to kneel properly. Chao Yan nodded in satisfaction and said with righteous air, All right, since you, Dean, are so sincere, I guarantee I will lead Shrek Academy to glory again. But what he was really thinking was, Great, I became the dean, and I'll get Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, then take control of the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the Star Luo Empire behind them, and conveniently deal with that useless Dai Mubai. Perfect. Flinder was so excited he was almost in tears. They exchanged some flattering words, and then he cautiously rubbed his hands and said, Dean Chao, actually I have a request. I have a disciple who has been entangled with evil fire since childhood. Your divine fire? Could you? Chao Yan waved his hand, smiling like a fortune teller. Is your disciple named Ma Hongjun? Flinder was immediately astonished. Oh my, Dean, you truly have foresight. All right. Chao Yan pretended to be serious. I can save him, but we need to talk about fate. Let us discuss it when I see him. What he was really thinking was, I'm not related to your fatty. Whether I save him depends on my mood. Flinder didn't dare to have any objections, thanking him profusely. After a while, Chao Yan was tired and directly ordered Flinder. All right, Vice Dean Flinder, prepare a top-quality room for me and our little Wu. We'll be staying together tonight, got it? Flinder and Zhao Wujia didn't dare to say a word of dissent and hurried off to make arrangements. As soon as Chao Yan and little Wu left, Flinder immediately put on a stern face and warned Ning Rongrong and the others remaining, with the central idea being, Chao Yan is the father, whoever provokes him will die. Zhu Zhuqing didn't listen at all and walked away with her long legs. Ning Rongrong felt aggrieved, but didn't dare to speak up, and was also preparing to return to her dorm. Just as she was about to leave, That unlucky Oscar waddled over with a lewd smile. Hey, little sister, your name is Rong, right? I'm Oscar. Do you need a senior to escort you back to your dorm? Ning Rong turned around and nearly spit. He looked scruffy, like a creepy uncle. She held back her disgust and said, Uncle, no need. I can go by myself. Oscar was still not giving up, continuing to pester her. Ning Rong finally couldn't hold back. Uncle, can you shave your beard first? Seriously, it's too eye-watering. Who understands? This guy heard her and seemed to be energized, suddenly slapping his head and quickly turning around, pulling out a hard object from who knows where on his body. I thought it was something, but it turned out to be a small knife. He immediately began to shave his beard, and within seconds, he turned back, revealing a handsome face. Ning Rong was a bit surprised, but when she heard his next self-introduction, I'm Oscar. You can also call me sausage specialist. My specialty is making sausages. Her surprise instantly turned into disdain. However, she thought for a moment, and her little mind started working. This Shrek Academy is unfamiliar. Having a lickspittle as a follower isn't bad. Anyway, this young lady has had plenty of lickspittles in her sect. One more or less doesn't matter. So she immediately switched to a pitiful expression, her voice sweet as honey. Little A.O., it's you. I really don't know where the dorm is. Can you take me there? Oscar, upon hearing this, was over the moon, immediately nodding and bowing. Of course. It's my fortune to escort Miss Rong. So the two of them walked one in front and one behind. When they reached the dormitory door, Ning Rong started to dismiss him. Oscar got anxious, mustering his courage to confess. Rong, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Give me a chance. Ning Rong was almost laughing out loud inside. Still acting pure here? She rolled her eyes and came up with a plan, deliberately pretending to be troubled. Little A.O., will you really protect me? Oscar was so excited his face turned red, starting to sell his tragic backstory. Rong, I've been an orphan since childhood, although I'm not of noble birth. I swear I will protect you for life. Let me tell you, these two are not good people. Oscar thought to himself, among the three new girls. Xiao Wu belongs to Chao Yin, Zhu Zhuqing is too cold, and this Ning Rong looks like a naive, sweet girl, the easiest to handle. As long as he can win her over and turn raw rice into cooked rice. Wu and Ti, the immense wealth of the seven treasures, glazed tile, sect be within reach. But Ning Rong, on the other hand, was thinking further ahead. She looked down on someone like Oscar. Her target was Chao Yin. Her plan was to pretend to date Oscar, get bored, and then find an excuse to dump him, and then run to Chao Yin crying, claiming she was betrayed by a scumbag, establishing a weak and innocent image, which would naturally allow her to get closer to Chao Yin. So, Ning Rong gave Oscar a sweet smile. Little A.O., I believe in you. However, if you want to be my man, you can't be a mediocre person. Let's start as friends, and when you can satisfy me, I will naturally agree to you. How about that? I tell you, when Oscar heard this, he was so excited. He almost swore on the spot, pounding his chest and guaranteeing, Rong, don't worry. I, Oscar, have innate full soul power, and I'm the top tier among food system soul masters. I swear, I will work hard to become strong. Strong enough to make you convinced and feel that being my girlfriend is a prestigious thing. Ning Rong maintained her sweet and harmless smile, nodding. Okay, then it's settled. We're friends now. This must be kept a secret. We can't tell anyone. Saying this, she prepared to turn back to the dorm. However, Oscar suddenly called her back. Ning Rong looked confused as Oscar quickly muttered, Super invincible big sausage. Goodness, a steaming big sausage appeared in his hand, and it smelled quite nice. With a sincere expression, he handed the sausage to Ning Rong. Rong, this is for you. I will make you fall in love with me, sausage and all. After saying that, he turned and ran away, hiding his achievements and fame. Family, who understands? Ning Rong looked at the sausage in her hand, and her smile instantly disappeared. Her expression of disgust was simply unbearable. As soon as she entered the dorm, she threw the sausage away and muttered under her breath, Who wants to eat your crappy sausage? It's disgusting. The scene shifted. And over here, it was a completely different scenario. I, Chao Yin, am now the hidden boss of Shrek Academy. The dean, Flanders' soul sage, has to bow and scrape when he sees me, afraid of offending me. That's why the dormitory where I live with Xiao Wu is a top-notch single room, completely different from their shabby, collective dormitory. This morning, I woke up and looked at Xiao Wu, who was still sound asleep beside me, and I felt very happy. I picked up her pink skirt that had fallen on the floor, intending to help her put it on. As a result, she woke up, opened her eyes to look at me brightly, completely ignoring the skirt, and instead hugged me tightly, eagerly asking, Chao Yin, can we do this every night in the future? As soon as I heard that, I couldn't help but laugh. This little fairy is quite clever. I pinched her cheek and said, of course, my dear. It's a must. Who would have thought that Xiao Wu suddenly became serious and a bit shy, saying, Xiao Yan, I think we need to put in more effort. It's really difficult for our spirit beasts to have children. We have to work harder. Wow. I was taken aback. So, she was waiting for me to get to this point. She actually wants to have a child with me, and even wants to be the first. I really like this idea. I immediately held her hand affectionately and said, don't worry, Xiao Wu, with enough effort, we can achieve anything. Let us work hard together. It will definitely be fine. Xiao Wu then nodded heavily, a sweet smile appearing on her face. Seeing her adorable expression, I couldn't help but hug her from behind and blew a warm breath near her ear. Hey, I have to say, my Xiao Wu has really been developing well lately. As a result, her body stiffened, and her face instantly turned red. She pushed me away with quite some force, almost making me stumble. Luckily, I reacted quickly and steadied myself. Seeing me like this, she hurriedly apologized. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I thought you were going to. I'll be more careful next time. I smiled and waved my hand. It's okay, it's okay. It was a misunderstanding. Come on, let me help you put on your clothes. After I helped her put on the pink little dress, I took her hand and was ready to go out for dinner. Flanders arranged for us to stay in a small village outside the academy, and the environment was quite peaceful. We were walking hand in hand on the country road, initially enjoying the pleasant atmosphere, but after just a few steps, we heard a heated argument coming from ahead. I looked up and saw a short, chubby guy gripping a similarly plump village girl tightly. The village girl was almost in tears, her voice trembling. Ma Hongjun, I'm begging you, let me go. My small frame really can't handle your torment. You're still young. Go find someone else. The chubby guy named Ma Hongjun had a face full of flesh, looking like a meatball, and at that moment, he was clinging on stubbornly. Suawa, my little flower, how can you treat me this way? I've given you everything. You can't leave. Suehua, being a straightforward person, directly gave him a good person card. Hongjun, you're a nice guy, but we really aren't suitable. Please stop bothering me, okay? I think I understand now. Suehua is an ordinary person without a martial soul, and she simply can't withstand Ma Hongjun's evil fire. Family. This is simply a matter of physical intensity. Who can handle it? Ma Hongjun is still there pleading. Suehua, Zaiwa, I will be more restrained in the future. Please give me another chance, okay? Suehua is truly scared by him and cries out, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had this problem at the time. Let's break up. What you did to me before I don't want you to be responsible for it anymore. Seeing that being soft doesn't work, Ma Hongjun immediately turned to a hard approach and got angry on the spot. Oh, you want to break up, huh? Then you have to accompany me one last time. Just one last time, and I'll let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, a scorching flame burst out from him, and I could feel the heat from a distance. He is going to force himself on her. Suehua's face turned pale with fear as she saw that fat guy was about to pounce. At this critical moment, I quickly moved and stood directly in front of Suehua. I crossed my arms and sneered, stop it. Robbing a woman in broad daylight? I can't believe I've encountered this script. I'll take care of this idle matter today. When Ma Hongjun saw this delicate-looking pretty boy suddenly appear, he widened his eyes and shouted angrily, who the hell are you? Dare to meddle in my business? Looking for death? I told you, saving that fat guy is purely a delaying tactic. If I openly get rid of him, that old guy Fland will definitely come after me, and I don't want to stir up trouble. So, I need to come up with a foolproof plan to make sure he dies clearly and without any flaws. While I was pondering this, that girl Suehua, looking confused, asked me, young master, are you really gonna take it off? Goodness, her expression was like she was about to be executed. I couldn't help but laugh and thought, can you hurry it up, sister? I said, don't worry, I'm an upright person, I won't look at you. But if you keep stalling, your Hongjun will really be burned to ashes. I'm a bit lecherous, but I do have some taste, okay? I don't eat just anything. When Suehua saw that Ma Hongjun's face was turning red like a monkey's, but she got anxious too, gritted her teeth and stomped her foot. Fine. I turned around quickly, giving her enough face. Not long after, I heard some rustling behind me, and then the girl weakly said, young master, I'm ready. I didn't even look back, and with a quick move, I unleashed a pure yang flame, creating a fiery barrier that enveloped the two of them. Let me tell you, this thing is just a visual effect, looks impressive, but has no heat at all. It's purely a mosaic, mainly for show. Through that layer of fire, I said to her, Suehua, feel free to go for it. It's not live-streamed. Absolutely safe. The girl probably felt that the flames were harmless and gained some courage. Quickly stripping Ma Hongjun down, Next, it was the exciting segment of life and harmony. I stood outside alone, feeling bored, and started calling out to my system in my mind. Sister system, are you there? I have a question. I thought to myself, since Ma Hongjun couldn't even handle my pure sunfire, even if he was saved this time by Tsuehua, wouldn't he relapse the next time I use fire? This doesn't address the root of the problem. As a result, my system's sister immediately jumped in. Hee, host brother, do you still remember me? You haven't chatted with me for a long time. Her tone was so sour, it was like spilling Shangxi aged vinegar. I could only awkwardly laugh. Ahem. ISNT it to train my independence? How can I become a true strong person if I keep relying on sister system? But the truth was, I had been too busy being lovey-dovey with Xiao Wu lately to pay her any mind. Then the system landed a critical hit. Humph, host brother. You really are too useless, huh? After so long, you've only managed to deal with Xiao Wu? This system has set a KPI for you. You must win over Zhu Zhuqing within 7 days and achieve great harmony in life, or else the reward will be cancelled. I was instantly left with a black question mark face. What? Cancel the reward? This reward was a divine spirit ring worth 100,000 years from the water god. If I lost it, wouldn't I be at a huge loss? Fine, I promise you. 7 days is 7 days. I replied decisively. Who understands family? Am I here to cultivate or to be a playboy chasing performance? But speaking of winning over Zhu Zhuqing, I already had a plan in mind. Dai Mu Bai was a thorn in her heart, and as long as I helped her pull it out, wouldn't she be grateful to me and offer herself? Their loveless engagement was just a piece of waste paper, easily torn apart. Once I had Zhu Zhuqing in my grasp, the next step would be to completely erase the Dai family from the Star Luo Empire, making the Zhu family my backyard. Just as this plan was running through my mind, the system started chuckling. As expected of host brother, I can't hear your calculations even in the system space. All right, enough with the banter. I quickly brought the topic back. So how do we fundamentally cure Ma Hongjun? Host brother, you still have those 2 soul bones you took from Tang Hao, right? Yes, what about them? Just channel the evil fire into the soul bones and then implant them into him, right? Upon hearing this, my eyes instantly lit up. You mean directly implant those 2 soul bones into his body? I pulled out the 2 pitch-black soul bones from my ring. One was from the 80-year-old black-hearted 9-headed tiger, and the other was from the 60-year-old black-spotted stone bear. I pressed for more details, but the age and attributes of these 2 soul bones are completely incompatible with Ma Hongjun. Can he absorb them? The system replied languidly, correct. With his physical quality, he simply cannot withstand them. The age difference is too great. My heart sank, then I burst into laughter. What if we forcibly implant them? What will happen to him? At most 1 week, the system analyzed slowly. His body will explode from the immense energy within the soul bones. At that point, bang, the LL died instantly. Wonderful. I told you, I almost laughed out loud at that moment. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. If Ma Hongjun dies, he can only blame his bad luck and his thin fortune for not being able to handle the grand gift I sent. Even if Flinder came to confront me, I could confidently say, I kindly offered soul bones, but your disciple is just useless. What does it have to do with me? Host brother, are you planning to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Exactly. I sneered inwardly. Ma Hongjun is the kind of person with too much talent. Keeping him around is just a disaster. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, Oscar is the same. None of them should think they can survive. I stole their girl. Why should I keep them around to annoy me? Am I stupid? Just as I was formulating my perfect murder plan, the plot in the fire barrier had reached its climax. I could hear Tsuehua, full of sincere emotion. Hongjun, how are you? Don't scare me. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left you. As long as you can get better, you could do anything to me. Ma Hongjun was also a drama queen. He suddenly cried out, tears streaming down his face like they were free. Tsuehua, I feel so bad. I didn't expect that the one to save me when I needed you the most would be you. I'm so touched. Then the 2 began to perform a melodramatic scene. I swear I'll never act up again. I'll only be good to you from now on. Even if your evil fire can't be cured, I'll be with you for life. I was covered in goosebumps. Not long after, Ma Hongjun started howling again, Tsuehua, I can't hold on anymore. Let me touch you. Tsuehua blushed, seemingly shy yet inviting. Silly, I'm already yours, come here. Then with a roar, Ma Hongjun gently picked Tsuehua up. And the next second, let me tell you, the scene changed dramatically. Just as Tsuehua got down from Ma Hongjun's arms, her little face was pale and slightly weak, but her eyes were full of light. She ran directly to me, her voice trembling with excitement. Young Master Hongjun, the evil fire in his body has been suppressed. The next step, I'll leave it to you. Family who understands. Suehua is simply the pure love warrior goddess. After finishing such a battle, her first thought was still to worry about her chubby boyfriend. I immediately displayed a demeanor of a master, nodded, and said, "Rest assured, since I've taken this matter into my hands, I'll definitely see it through to the end. If it weren't for the fact that you two have such a strong bond, I wouldn't bother to intervene." Upon hearing this, Sa's eyes lit up. Really? Can it really be cured? I haven't answered yet. Behind that big tree, Ma Hongjun staggered out, pulling up his pants as he walked, looking quite awkward. As soon as he heard this, he rushed over like he had been injected with chicken blood. "Benefactor, can you really cure me?" I thought to myself, sure, not only can I cure you, but I can also send you off directly. But could I say that out loud? I pulled out two hard objects from my pocket and presented them in front of him. Wow. As soon as those two soul bones appeared, the air was filled with a strong aura of my value. Ma Hongjun and Suehua were instantly petrified, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg inside. Especially Ma Hongjun. His eyes were glued to the soul bones in my hand, and he was almost drooling. Let me tell you, that look in his eyes was blatant, almost like he wanted to carve the word one on his face. If he weren't aware that he couldn't beat me, I bet he would have lunged at me to snatch them right then and there. Benefactor, is this a soul bone?" He stammered, asking. I let out a sound and said flatly, "Yes, 2 pieces. My method is to implant these 2 soul bones into your body, and then use my soul power to force all your evil fire into the soul bones. This way, your root cause of illness will be eliminated." "What?" Ma Hongjun's voice broke as he exclaimed, "You're giving me these 2 soul bones?" I looked at his naive appearance and directly shoved 2 soul bones into his hands, said, "Otherwise, are you willing or not?" He held the 2 soul bones, his hands trembling, and pretended to be polite. No, Benefactor, this is too precious. How could I accept it?" I couldn't help but smile inside. He was still putting on an act. I directly told him, "It's just 2 soul bones, not a big deal for me. You think about it." The next second, I heard a thud. Ma Hongjun directly knelt down in front of me, hugging my thigh with genuine emotion. "Benefactor, this great kindness, Ma Hongjun will never forget. Please allow me to pay my respects." Goodness, that wasn't all. He bowed twice, and, seeing that I had no reaction, he even gestured to Suehua, "Hurry. You also come and kneel before the benefactor." Suehua was also a sincere person. Without saying a word, she knelt down in front of me as well. I was really speechless at that moment, thinking, "Hey, fatty, this is the cyber elixir I prepared for you. Take it, and you'll definitely leave in style and grace. You still want to compete with me for the white agarwood? You'd better reincarnate early in your next life." I waved my hand to urge them to get up quickly. All right, enough with the nonsense. Sit down properly and get ready to start. Oh wait, get ready to absorb. Ma Hongjun sat cross-legged, with one piece in his left hand and one in his right leg, looking like a guardian deity. I succinctly told him, "Use your soul power to pour it in, then absorb it into your body. Got it?" This fat guy was already dizzy from the soul bones. Without thinking, he just started. Then I heard him begin to shout, something like he was going in, "I swear, guys. Why does this line sound so wrong?" Amidst this bizarre background music, 2 beams of black light shot in and drilled into his left arm and right leg. Done. I stepped forward, extended a finger, and a small cluster of golden flames sprang up, directly touching his forehead. It might hurt a bit, just bear with it. As soon as I finished speaking, my pure solar flame swiftly dove into his body, starting to cleanse him of all the poison. This process lasted for about half an hour, and when I withdrew, the evil fire inside Ma Hongjun had been completely packed away and stuffed into those 2 soul bones. Not only that, but after absorbing the energy from the 2 soul bones, this chubby guy's level skyrocketed like a rocket, directly shooting up to a 35-level soul master. When he opened his eyes again, let me tell you, he had completely transcended. He felt an unprecedented sense of comfort within him, suddenly stood up, and howled to the sky. I've finally rid myself of this damned, evil fire. From now on, who would dare call me a trash chicken? He was thrilled, but I was even more thrilled. Brother, this power of yours is like a 7-day trial card that automatically deactivates when it expires. This chubby guy was incredibly excited, with a flame of eerie black threads appearing in his hand, showing off to me. "Look, benefactor, I can control the evil fire now. I feel like my phoenix martial soul has become pure." I nodded and encouraged him with a satisfied expression. Not bad. This will be your ultimate move from now on. You need to use it more. The more you use it, the greater its power. The more you use it, the faster you die. Behind him, a gigantic phoenix phantom suddenly spread its wings, and its momentum was indeed several times stronger than before. I looked at his delighted expression and leisurely added a jab. By the way, you've already reached the 35th level of Soul Master. Ma on gujun. Huh. He completely froze, his eyes wide open, with a face that said, "Say that again." I laughed and said, "You've broken through to Soul Master. Didn't you feel it? Oh my god, I'm actually a Soul Master." Ma Hongjun screamed, quickly closed his eyes to sense it, and then went completely crazy. What the heck? It's really 35 levels. But I haven't absorbed the third spirit ring yet. How is this possible? Folks, this is the curse of knowledge. He simply doesn't understand how extraordinary the 2 spirit bones I gave him are. These are the 10,000-year spirit bones I pried off from Tang Hao. It's already an understatement to say it can boost you by 8 levels. After the shock came the classic gratitude phase. Ma Hongjun ran back to me, looking at me with admiration, and asked my name. Chao Yen. I coldly spat out 2 words. Chao, big brother. He immediately changed his tone. Don't worry, from now on, I, Ma Hongjun, will be your man. In this Shrek Academy, who dares to disrespect you, I'll be the first to take him down. He even boasted that with his current strength, it would be uncertain who would win if he went up against Dai Mubai. I couldn't be bothered to listen to him flatter me, playing the aloof card. When he saw I didn't react, he turned to Solon and got all cozy with her, touching her little face and saying, "Solon, wait for me tonight. I'm different now." He told her he would take Boss Chow to the academy first and that she could head back. Suelon nodded with eyes full of happiness, and the 2 shared a heartfelt embrace. Sigh, it made me feel sorry for her. This poor girl didn't even know that this might be their last hug. After sending Solon off, Ma Hongjun acted like a lapdog, leading the way beside me, and he didn't stop showering me with compliments, saying things like I was truly his reborn parent and how great it was for me to waste 2 soul bones for him, nearly putting me on a pedestal. But let me tell you, this fat guy really doesn't know how to read people. If he used this approach on Dai Mubai, his tail would probably be wagging up to the sky, but unfortunately, I'm just not into that kind of thing. I was listening to him chatter, almost laughing out loud. This guy still thought I was a person of integrity, unmoved by flattery, treating me like some kind of virtuous gentleman who understands family. If he knew that the 2 soul bones I gave him were not meant to cure his so-called evil fire, but were actually a timed balm for his life at a critical moment, I wonder if his face would crack from that look of admiration. TSK, what a pity. This secret he will only know when he dies. Just as I was thinking about this, Ma Hongjun, that little rascal, came over with a cheeky expression. As if he had a question he didn't know whether to ask. Go ahead, I said tersely, too lazy to say another word. Hey boss, how strong are you really? He rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with stars. When I tried to probe you with my spiritual power, it was like a mud cow sinking into the sea. I couldn't feel a thing. Just tell me, and I promise I'll idolize you. Oh, you want to know my strength? I shot him a sidelong glance, and with that one look, the fat guy shivered, like someone splashed with cold water in the middle of winter. I didn't waste any more words and directly shouted in my heart. Wanza, come out and make a scene. The next second, a jet black, mighty general appeared out of nowhere, kneeling on one knee in front of me with a voice like a bell. This subordinate greets the young master. What was most frightening? Behind this general, there was a giant soul ring as red as blood, quietly rotating. The oppressive feeling was enough to crush a person's soul. Ma Hongjun was instantly petrified, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, standing there like a wooden sculpture, his CPU nearly overheating. He trembled as he pointed at Eugene. Be boss, this is your martial spirit? I nodded, looking calm and composed. Sort of, I call my guardian spirit. Didn't you want to know my soul power level? I paused, looking at his shocked, twisted fat face, and then lightly uttered 3 words. 99. Boom. I felt Ma Hongjun's worldview completely collapse in that instant. He was dumbfounded, mumbling 99 level. My heavens. His expression shifted from admiration to awe, even carrying a hint of fear. All right, mission accomplished. I waved my hand, and Eugene transformed into a black light and drilled back in my body. I patted Ma Hongjun, who was still in a daze, on the shoulder. Let us go to the cafeteria. Don't keep them waiting. At this, Ma Hongjun completely behaved himself, like a little follower, not daring to breathe, being exceptionally obedient. As soon as I entered the cafeteria, I smelled a gunpowder-like tension. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, 3 beautiful girls, were sitting at one table. Opposite them were Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Oscar. The atmosphere was incredibly strange, especially Dai Mubai, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, glaring fiercely at Zhu Zhuqing. Let me tell you, The things Dai Mubai had in mind were downright filthy. He actually went to find Zhu Zhuqing last night, trying to get some marital benefits. After being rejected, he was still seething with anger. He thought of Zhu Zhuqing as nothing more than a pawn sent to the Dai family, a tool for political marriage. The reason he didn't take her with him when he ran away was that she was a burden, and now she dared to give him a cold shoulder? Simply outrageous. He finally couldn't hold back anymore, feigning sincerity as he spoke. Zhuqing, how about we practice together after dinner? Zhu Zhuqing didn't even lift her eyelids, drinking her porridge and coldly replied with 2 words, no time. Just those 2 words directly detonated Dai Mubai's powder keg. He slammed the table and shouted, Zhu Zhuqing, don't be ungrateful. You're just a piece sent by the Zhu family to our Dai family. Don't forget your identity. You are my fiancé, and you dare to talk to me like this? What are you getting worked up about? Xiao Wu was the first to stand up, directly confronting him. How can a big man shout at a girl like this? Do you have any shame? And fiancé, with your character, you're worthy of that? If you dare to slander Sister Zhuqing again, do you believe I'll make you taste the bitterness again in the hotel? Dai Mubai was momentarily choked, sneering, it's you again? What, do you and that Xiaoyan just love to meddle in other people's business? This is Shrek Academy. It's South, not your place to run wild. She is my fiancé, Ask her if you don't believe me. Xiao Wu wanted to say something else, but Zhu Zhuqing gently tugged at her sleeve, smiling bitterly. Xiao Wu, thank you. Yes, right. In name, I am indeed his fiancé. Xiao Wu was completely stunned. She couldn't understand why such a good girl like Zhuqing would have an engagement with a scumbag like Dai Mubai. It must be that this Dai was threatening her. Xiao Wu immediately became spirited. Sister Zhuqing, don't be afraid. If he threatens you, we'll help you beat him up. We have numbers. And guess what? Oscar, who just a second ago was trying to flatter Dai Mubai, shouting Dai boss, I support you, suddenly changed his tune the moment Ning Rongrong shot him a disdainful glance, performing a dramatic face change, his survival instinct kicking in, immediately saying, Dai boss, you're really something. How can you get angry at New Junior? Tang San quickly stood with loyalty. I support Xiao Wu, Senior. Please don't slander the girl's purity. Dai Mubai was so taken aback by this scene that his face turned ashen. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing, his gaze icy and terrifying. Ha, Zhu Zhuqing, you're quite popular, huh? But don't forget, you are Dai Mubai's woman. This statement completely enraged Zhu Zhuqing. She finally raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with determination and coldness. Dai Mubai, I don't want to discuss this with you. That engagement is just a family arrangement. My life, I'll decide for myself. I came to Shrek Academy not to find you, but to become stronger. I have to tell you, as soon as Zhu Zhuqing said that, Dai Mubai's face instantly lost its composure. He had originally wanted to reminisce about how miserable it was when he fled the empire to garner some sympathy, but the other party didn't even pick up on it. Well, now he was directly triggered. The smile on his lips was both sinister and cold as he said to Zhu Zhuqing, All right, Zhu Zhuqing, I'll give you one last chance. Tonight, come to my room, and let's discuss life properly. You'd better think it through, in front of so many people, if you dare to refuse. Don't blame me, Dai Mubai, for turning hostile on the spot. Goodness, I was shocked at that moment. What is this, a domineering CEO novel coming to life? Discussing life? Who can't see through your little thoughts? Isn't it just that you're tempted by her body and want to do some dual cultivation to level up quickly? And you say it so grandly, it's ridiculous. His gaze was like that of a hungry wolf, scanning Zhu Zhuqing up and down, his greed completely unmasked. Zhu Zhuqing hadn't even spoken yet, and Xiao Wu was the first to explode. She jumped up, her finger almost poking Dai Mubai's face, shouting, Dai Mubai? Who do you think you are? So what if Sister Zhuqing is your fiancée? If you dare to force her, I'll turn you into a pig's head today. Dai Mubai's face turned green in an instant. He wanted to rage, but he didn't dare. Why? Because he had been severely dealt with by that man behind Xiao Wu, Yin, over his previous flings. He felt so stifled inside that he could only force a smile. Xiao Wu, I was wrong about the last time we booked a room. I apologize. But this is a private matter between Zhuqing and me. Can you give me some face and not interfere? Let me tell you, what kind of person is Xiao Wu? Do you think she will fall for your tricks? She just laughed mockingly, her sarcasm at its peak. Oh, weren't you quite arrogant the last time we were in a hotel? Why are you so timid now? I'm going to take care of this, if you have the guts. Come fight me. You're just a paper tiger. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing was stunned. She quickly tugged at Xiao Wu's sleeve and whispered, Xiao Wu, have you two met before? What do you mean by going to a hotel? Who understands, when a main character personally asks, there's a good show to watch. Seeing the situation, Xiao Wu's face turned red, and she hurriedly explained, "Oh, Zhu Qing, don't misunderstand. Last time, I went to a hotel with Chao Yin and just happened to see him walking in with two twin beauties. Later, we taught him a lesson. Boom. I'm telling you." This statement was like a bomb. The entire place fell silent. Dai Mubai's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He pointed at Xiao Wu, so angry he could hardly speak. You did it on purpose, didn't you? You knew she was my fiancée, and you said it in front of her. Do you really think I won't dare touch you?" Xiao Wu completely ignored his threats and fired back. "Humph. Since you know Sister Zhu Qing is your fiancée, how could you do such things behind her back? A person like you doesn't deserve Sister Zhu Qing at all." At this point, Zhu Qing finally understood everything. She slowly raised her head, her eyes devoid of any warmth, and coldly asked, "Dai Mubai, is what Xiao Wu said true?" I tell you, when Zhu Qing asked this question, it wasn't for an answer. She had caught him on something. Their family has a rule that during the engagement period, if either party behaves inappropriately, the other party has the right to annul the engagement. This was her only chance to escape her suffering. And guess what Dai Mubai said? He simply gave up and sneered. "So what if it's true? When did it become your place to question me? What are you even worth to dare challenge me?" Incredible. This guy is really going for a public execution. He even turned the tables and yelled at Zhu Qing. "You must have been harboring another man in your heart, right? No wonder you've been indifferent to me. How dare you say anything to me? If you admit your mistake today, we can let this go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Hearing this, Zhu Qing trembled all over, tears streaming down her face. Her voice was shaking. "I haven't done anything wrong. Why should my life be bound by an engagement? Dai Mubai, I have never liked you, not even once. I already have someone else in my heart. And his character is something you'll never be able to match in your lifetime. From now on, we're clear." After saying that, she turned to leave, her back resolute and lonely. Dai Mubai went completely mad, shouting hysterically, "Stop right there! Who is the man you like? Tell me, how dare he touch a woman of Dai Mubai? Is he seeking death?" Zhu Qing completely ignored him, stepping forward one step at a time. "If you take one more step, don't blame me for not being merciful." Dai Mubai's eyes turned red, his body radiating golden light, his clothes instantly shredded, and he transformed completely. But Zhu Qing still didn't stop. "You brought this on yourself." Dai Mubai suddenly opened his mouth, and a blinding golden wave of light shot out like a laser cannon, aimed directly at Zhu Qing's back. I was stunned at that moment, family. This guy is really going all out, attacking his fiancée, from behind. "Zhu Qing, be careful." Xiao Wu and the others were so scared they were frozen, screaming to warn her. But Zhu Qing actually stopped, slowly closed her eyes, neither dodging nor avoiding, with a look of tragic relief on her face. She softly said, "Let it be. Perhaps even if I die, no one will care." Just as that wave of light was about to engulf her, a familiar voice exploded in everyone's ears. "Who says no one cares? Zhu Qing, you are my Chao Yan's woman. Without my permission, I won't allow you to die." Before the words fell, there was a loud bang. A crimson flame beam, emerging from who knows where, accurately collided with Dai Mubai's light wave. The two energies exploded, and that golden light wave was instantly sliced apart by the flames. Dai Mubai was dumbfounded. This move, isn't it that fatso Mahongjuan's? How could he, a level 27 soul master, possibly break my level 37 soul sovereign's attack? Before he could figure it out, the remaining flames shot over in an instant, directly burrowing into his body, incinerating the upper half of his clothes, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Ma Hongjun, you traitorous scoundrel!" Ma Hongjun walked out from the side, looking indifferent. "Boss Dai, I'm just repaying a favor. As long as I'm here today, you can't touch my benefactor." On the other side, Zhu Qing was dizzy from the energy shock wave, her body weak and about to fall to the ground. Just then, a shadow flashed by, so fast that no one could see it. The next second, Zhu Qing fell into a strong embrace. Chao Yin held her steadily, looking at her pale face. Filled with concern, "Zhu Qing, are you okay? I'm sorry I'm late. I tell you, that posture, that touch. Cough, cough, hero saving the beauty. Hero saving the beauty. Huh. The point is saving the beauty." Zhu Qing slowly opened her eyes, and a face so handsome it was almost unfair was right in front of her. She was completely stunned, her mind blank. Once she reacted, her pretty face instantly turned red all the way to her neck, and she stammered, Chao Yin, why is it you? Quick, let go of me. Your hand. Your hand is touching me there. I told you let go. How is that possible?" I laughed at that moment and held her even tighter, leaning into her ear and saying, "Zhu Qing, my treasure, there's something I've been holding back. Xiaoyan, have to come clean. I like you." Wow, the feel of this, the elasticity. That kid Dai Mubai really doesn't know how to cherish this. Such a gem. He's not worthy. It should be me. I looked at her, all shy and angry, and seized the opportunity to turn on the charm. "Baby, listen to me. I know that saying this now makes me seem totally unreliable, but I mean it. I always felt like something was missing in my heart. And it wasn't until I saw you that I realized that spot in my heart was meant for you from the very beginning. So, will you marry me?" Zhu Zhuqing was stunned at that moment. Her little face flushed like a small cat in my arms, hitting my chest with her little fists. The strength felt like a massage. You bad guy. How long have we even known each other? I told you. When a girl says no at this time, it actually means yes. I immediately said, "Silly, this is called love at first sight. My heart, my person, is destined to be with you. Just agree to me." I'm in the middle of a critical moment when suddenly a thunderous roar of a lion completely stuns me. "Zhu Zhuqing, you wicked person." I turned around and wow. Dai Mubai had arrived. That guy's eyes were as red as if he had activated the Sharingan, and he was glowing with golden light all over. His nails had turned sharp like knives, and without saying a word, he pounced towards us. The way he looked, it was as if he wanted to tear us apart on the spot. I held Zhu Zhuqing tightly at that moment, not moving at all, feeling completely composed. Just kidding. My little brothers were standing beside me. So why would I need to take action? Sure enough, that fat guy, Ma Hongjun, took a quick step forward and directly blocked Dai Mubai. "Dai Mubai, stop right there. Do you dare to touch Inga?" Dai Mubai was already furious, pointing at Ma Hongjun's nose and cursing, "Get lost, you fat deadweight. Do you dare to block me with your pathetic chicken spirit? Do you believe I can crush you with one hand?" Oh boy, let me tell you, those words really stirred up a hornet's nest. Ma Hongjun hated it the most when others called his spirit a chicken. His expression immediately turned cold, and gritting his teeth, he said, "Dai Mubai, you're forcing me." Dai Mubai still looked disdainful, saying, "With you? Useless." As he spoke, his claw came down with a gust of wind. But guess what happened? Ma Hongjun smirked, and his soul rings lit up. I tell you, the whole atmosphere changed. A surge of magma-like red light erupted, and behind him materialized an enormous fiery phoenix. That pressure was on a whole different level. Level 35, Soul Emperor. Dai Mubai turned pale and was dumbfounded. But at that moment, it was too late to back down. The fire phoenix slammed right in his face. There was a loud boom, and Dai Mubai flew out like a kite with a broken string, tracing a beautiful parabolic arc in the air before crashing down to the ground like a dead dog. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who could understand? 1 second, he was a level 37 king. And the next second, he was instantly defeated by a level 35. We're going to go to reason this out. Oscar's mouth was agape, big enough to fit an egg in it, and his worldview probably collapsed. Ma Hongjun finished him off in one move and scampered over to me to take credit. Ingo, I did pretty well, right? Then he turned to Dai Mubai on the ground and started mocking. "Dai Mubai, look at you now. Remember the last time we went to the brothel and you laughed at me? Now you can't even beat me? Useless." I patted him on the shoulder and nodded. "Well done." Just when I was embracing the warm and soft jade, Zhu Zhuqing whispered in my arms, "Xiaoyan, can you let go of me now? You've been touching me for a while. It's a bit embarrassing." I firmly refused at that time. How could this be? It was so dangerous just now. What if that beast hurt you? A good girl like you. If he doesn't know how to cherish you, then I'll take care of you. From now on, just follow me. I swear I'll treat you well for a lifetime. As I said this, I deliberately patted her perfectly shaped backside, wrapped in tight leather pants. Wow, the amazing elasticity almost knocked my hand away. It was unbelievable. Zhu Zhuqing let out a yelp, her face turning so red it seemed like it would bleed, her small hand covering her bottom, her head almost buried in her chest. "Saying you're bullying me? If you keep this up, I'm going to scream." But let me tell you, I could feel that her body was actually quite honest and even a bit excited. At that moment, I felt a surge of resentment beside me. When I turned around, Tang San's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. His expression, let me show you. Damn Xiaoyan, why should he have such a good figure and beautiful women? Not only did he steal my Xiao Wu, but he also played with other women right in front of me. I hate this. This guy was so jealous that his eyes were about to pop out, but he could only rage impotently in his heart. Just then, I heard a ding in my head. The system was at it again. Ding. Detected that Tang San successfully reincarnated in a certain dimension. I was stunned at that moment. No way, sir. Did Tang San activate a resurrection item? How did he come back to life again? And he even went to some fairy continent? Truly an indestructible little cockroach. The system immediately issued a mission. Ding. Please, host. Quickly capture Zhu Zhuqing. The reward is a soul ring for summoning a character worth 100,000 years. And it will grant the host the physique of a god of war. Wow, this reward is amazing. While I was internally complaining about Tang San being such a cheat, I turned to Zhu Zhuqing in my arms and intensified my attack. Zhuqing, my treasure, do you agree? As long as you nod, you will be the future queen of the Luo Empire. The Dai family is nothing. I can destroy them with a snap of my fingers. As soon as I said this, even the girl next to me, Xiao Wu, looked moved, probably thinking, is there a man in this world who dares to love and hate more than Xiao Yan? On the ground, Dai Mubai was still struggling desperately. Xiao Yan, don't go too far. Zhu Zhuqing is my woman. Ma Hongjun directly kicked him. Shut up, you useless waste. The weak don't deserve to speak. Even Oscar couldn't stand it anymore and advised him to face reality and apologize. But Dai Mubai wouldn't listen, shouting at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, you want to put a green hat on me today, right? Zhu Zhuqing, who was also strong-willed, shot back. Dai Mubai, I have never liked you. Who I like is my freedom, and you have no right to interfere. As soon as I saw the atmosphere had reached this point, I knew the timing was right. I held Zhu Zhuqing's face in my hands and said gently, baby, don't be sad over someone like that. It's not worth it. She was already moved to tears at that moment. So I steeled my heart, disregarded everything, and kissed her luscious little mouth. The little kitty in my arms went completely stiff, her eyes wide open, her long eyelashes fluttering, and I guess her mind had completely short-circuited. Her first kiss was just gone like that. Let me tell you, the expressions on the faces of those bystanders are even more interesting than the main characters. Ning Rongrong, the little princess of a 7-treasure glazed tile school, looked like her eyes were about to pop out, and her jealousy was impossible to hide. I can even imagine the barrage of thoughts in her mind. Damn it, why can't I have such a sweet romance? That Xiao Yin is strong and handsome, and Bamboo Qing can do whatever she wants just because she has a good figure? What's wrong with me? Do I have to knock on your door late at night for you to realize how great I am? I don't care. I want to have your babies too. Then there's Xiao Wu, who also had a face full of jealousy, her little mouth pouting as if it could hang an oil bottle. She must be thinking, oh no, now Sister Zhuqing is really an older sister, and with more women around Xiao Yan, can I still keep my position as the favorite? Who understands, family? The harem hasn't even started yet, and it's already beginning to compete. But the most explosive reaction has to be from Dai Mubai. His heart was shattered like a QR code that couldn't be scanned. He pointed at the two of them, his hand shaking. Zhu Zhuqing, you shameless person. How dare you do this in front of me? Is our engagement just for show? Then, surprisingly, he changed his tone and started negotiating with Xiao Yan. Ahem, brother Xiao Yan, I know I might be a bit too emotional today. However, Zhuqing is my fiancée, after all, and what you're doing is morally questionable, right? How about this? You return her to me, and from now on, you'll be my sworn brother with different fathers and mothers. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Dude, your thought process is just ridiculous. He thought Xiao Yan was just looking for something fresh and wanted to imply he had a background. But he was too scared to directly mention he was the prince of the Luo Empire, fearing that his brother would send someone to take him out. This move was simply both clumsy and playful. So guess what happened? Xiao Yan finally had enough, slowly released Zhu Zhuqing, smacked his lips, and looked like he was savoring the moment. He didn't even glance at Dai Mubai and just held Zhu Zhuqing while casually saying, Dai Mubai, I warn you, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hit you. If you dare to have any thoughts about my Zhuqing treasure, I guarantee you'll experience what it means to be cut off from your lineage. I mean what I say. This pushed Dai Mubai to the edge, and he slammed the table. Xiao Yan, do you dare to threaten me? Let me tell you, I'm the third prince of the Luo Empire. Zhu Zhuqing is my wife. If you dare to touch her, I'll make you regret it. Oh, he revealed his identity. As a result, Xiao Yan laughed after hearing this. He said word by word, your wife? You think you deserve her? Let me tell you, not only is she my woman tonight, but she will also bear me a bunch of children in the future. After saying that, he slapped Zhu Zhuqing's pert bottom with a loud smack. The sound was crisp and clear. Zhu Zhuqing gasped. Her face flushed so red it looked like it could bleed, and she pounded him angrily. You bad person. Who? Who agreed to that? Xiao Yan playfully scratched her nose, grinning wickedly. You haven't agreed now, but after tonight, it won't be up to you. I tell you, after this combination attack, Dai Mubai's CPU was instantly fried. He went crazy, and his soul power erupted all at once. You two dog men and women. Too much. Today, I will fight to the death to kill you. He charged out like a cannonball, aiming to intercept Ma Hongjun. Just at that critical moment, a loud shout came down from the sky. Enough! Dai Mubai, is it your turn to run wild at Shrek Academy? As soon as the voice fell, Dai Mubai was like he had been hit by an invisible truck, screaming as he flew back dozens of meters. Immediately after, a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses, looking like a purple sweet potato that had come to life, appeared in the arena. This man is the Dean, Flender. As soon as Flender landed, he pointed at Dai Mubai's nose and began to curse. You beast! Do you even have my Dean in your eyes? You harm your fellow disciples. I can chop you into thousands of pieces today. He was so angry that he trembled all over, but what he was thinking was, damn, this little beast almost offended my fortune god. That's a level 99 peerless Douluo. Dai Mubai, are you tired of living? Dai Mubai was stunned from the beating, still struggling to shout injustice. Dean, it was Chao Yin who took my fiancée, E first. You have to stand up for me. Flender became even angrier upon hearing this. Nonsense. Do you still have the face to speak? Matters of love are mutual. If you can't keep someone, you blame others. You're quite skilled at throwing dirty water. Dai Mubai wanted to say more, but Flender directly gave him a death glare. How did I, Flender, end up teaching you such a foul and stubborn thing? Stand up for you? Do I have no pride? After cursing Dai Mubai, Flender immediately changed his face at lightning speed. He quickly walked up to Chao Yin, wearing a big smile, almost bending over at a 90-degree angle. Young Master Chao, I sincerely apologize. It's my failure to discipline. I allowed this beast to offend you. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Chao Yin was polite and cupped his hands. Dean, you are too kind. Your insight is admirable. Flender was flattered, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Oh, I dare not. Young Master Chao, don't call me Dean anymore. This position of Dean should originally belong to you. As soon as these words came out, Dai Mubai and Tang San were both dumbfounded. They had not been present earlier and had no idea about Chao Yan's true strength. Now, seeing Flender's sycophantic appearance, their worldview collapsed. Who exactly is this guy? At this moment, another figure as strong as a bear rushed over. It was Zhao Wujia. Boss, what is going on? Flender immediately complained. Old Zhao, look quickly. This little brat, Dai Mubai, dared to make a move against young Master Chao. Zhao Wujia's explosive temper instantly flared up. He had also seen Chao Yan's strength and was worried he wouldn't have a chance to hug a big leg. Wasn't he Dai Mubai sending him a pillow? Without saying a word, he pointed at Dai Mubai and shouted, Dai Mubai, come over here. I'll count to 3. Otherwise, I'll break your 3 legs. Dai Mubai trembled in fear and could only obediently move over, still harboring fantasies and asking, Teacher Zhao, are you going to stand up for me? Get lost. Zhao Wujia waved his large hand and slapped him with a big slap, causing Dai Mubai to scream continuously. Flender watched from the side, nodding in satisfaction. After a round of beating, Flender looked at the bloody Dai Mubai and coldly asked, Have you realized your mistake? Dai Mubai was also a stubborn type, his eyes bloodshot, gritting his teeth and saying, I did nothing wrong. Good guy still being tough, huh? Flender was directly angered to laughter. Old Zhao, give him some strength, no matter what. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia cracked his knuckles and was about to go again. At this point, Dai Mubai completely caved, seeing another round of beatings coming. He broke down and shouted, Stop hitting. Teacher Zhao, I was wrong. Is that enough? Flender then called for a stop, his eyes sharp as knives. Really realized your mistake? Then you better come over and kneel down in front of young Master Chao. Knock your head and confess. Dai Mubai felt humiliated, his face contorted, but his life was at stake. He step by step moved to Chao Yin, suddenly kneeling with a thud, banging his head on the ground. Brother Chao Yin, I was wrong. It was I, Dai Mubai, who narrowed the path. I am unworthy of Zhu Zhuqing. Please spare me. But what he was thinking was, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. The humiliation you made me suffer today, I will definitely repay it double in the future. Chao Yin, holding Zhu Zhuqing, looked down at him and smiled. All right, since you admitted your mistake, you can leave. If you dare to harass Zhuqing again, I will take your life, understand? Just as this matter was settled, Flender suddenly exclaimed, staring at Ma Hongjun with a shocked expression. Hongjun, how come your soul power has reached level 35? Did you sit on a rocket while we were away? Ma Hongjun smiled foolishly. Teacher, it's all thanks to Brother Chao Yin. He gave me 2 soul bones and helped purify my evil fire. Soul bones. Flender's eyes nearly popped out. He excitedly waved his hand. All right, Don't just stand there. We'll start formal training today. I will personally teach you. After speaking, Flinder took these little guys to the training ground. Of course, he initially wanted Xiao Yin to teach, but Xiao Yin directly refused, saying he was lazy and had other tasks, and conveniently asked him to keep Dai Mubai and Tang San's strength a secret, as he found their bewildered expressions particularly amusing. Training began. Flinder cleared his throat, and just as he was about to speak, Dai Mubai's discordant voice rang out again. Dean, why are we standing here as punishment while Xiao Yin gets to lie under that tree over there? Flinder shot him a glare. How can a waste like you compare to Xiao Yin? You can't even beat Ma Hongju now. Don't believe it? Go challenge him. If you win, you can lie down too. Ma Hongjun immediately chimed in. Exactly, Dai Mubai won't give it a try. If he can beat me, I'll introduce my goddess, Zuehua, to you. Dai Mubai instantly wilted, only able to smile awkwardly. Flinder directly ordered, Dai Mubai, I punish you to run 100 laps around Nodding City. If you don't finish, don't come back. Dai Mubai wanted to argue, Dean. I'm an assault type. This isn't appropriate. You still dare to retort? Flinder glared. Old Zhao. Mubai said he wanted to spar with you. No. Dean, I was wrong. I'll run. I'll run right now. Dai Mubai was so scared that he turned into a shadow and ran away. As soon as he left, Tang San stood up again, looking unconvinced. Dean, we are all training, but Xiao Yin is slacking off over there. This isn't fair. Flinder was now completely furious, pointing at Tang San and cursing. Shut up. If you don't want to end up like your useless teacher in the future, just say less nonsense. Now, I order you to run laps with Dai Mubai. Otherwise, I'll personally beat you to death. Tang San was stunned by the scolding. Although he felt wronged, he could only run away dejectedly. Finally, Flinder turned to Oscar and Ning Rongrong, softening his tone a bit. You two as support types. Just run 10 laps around the village. Upon hearing this, Oscar's eyes lit up, moving closer to Ning Rongrong, excitedly saying, Rongrong, this is great. I'm so happy to train with you. But let me tell you, this guy doesn't have pure friendship in mind. Family, who understands? His little calculations were about to burst on my face. When he looked at Ning Rongrong, he wasn't seeing a person. He was looking at the moving treasury of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the future sect master. If he manages to win her over, he could just relax for the rest of his life, right? In his eyes, winning Ning Rongrong means gaining the whole world. But guess what? That little princess Ning Rongrong didn't even bother to lift her eyelids, just directly said, no need, take care of yourself. Talk about being proud. Let me tell you, she knows exactly what. There are plenty of poor boys like Oscar in her family's sect. So it's strange that she would be interested in him at all. But Oscar? He is all about companionship, with a thick skin comparable to a city wall. The less Ning Rongrong paid attention to him, the more he was motivated, tailing her around, saying he would make sausages for her when he got tired, and asking how she was doing. The way he fawned over her was simply unbearable. He was happily thinking, she is a princess. Having a bit of a temper is normal. Once I win her over, her heart and body will belong to me, Oscar, right? Wow, what a complete fantasy he was having. Meanwhile, over at Flander's side, he wasn't idle either. He turned to Ma Hongjun and said, Fatty, 1,000 push-ups. Hurry up, you need to work on that physique. Ma Hongjun's face fell immediately, pleading with a sad face. Teacher, can we skip it? This is killing me. Flander glared. No way, no negotiation. Either do it, or go run laps with them. As soon as Ma Hongjun heard this, he immediately caved. He knew Flander too well. The teacher seemed nice, but could be really serious when it came down to it. He quickly nodded and said, I'll do it. But this crafty guy didn't do it in front of everyone. He snuck back to his dorm, closed the door and windows before starting practice. After all, it's embarrassing, I understand. Flander watched his retreating figure and felt quite pleased, thinking his disciple had grown up, and he would have no regrets in death. Then, Flander turned his attention to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. He cleared his throat and said, You two are both agility-type attackers. Why don't you spar a bit? Remember, just go easy on each other, don't hurt one another. Both girls were fighters and nodded in agreement. But the most sneaky move came next. Just after Flander arranged this, he quietly floated over to Xiao Yin's side, winking and whispering. Lord Xiao Yin, my arrangement is pretty good, right? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing are together now. You can do whatever you want and also guide them a bit. The expression on his face was like that of a living brothel keeper, just short of saying, Please come inside, sir. I was shocked at the time. Is this really the iron-faced, impartial Dean Flander? Xiao Yin, who is also a sensible person, nodded in satisfaction. Yes, not bad, very reasonable. Don't worry, stick with me, and I'll guarantee you break through to Douluo. Wow, a blank check that Flander couldn't resist. Just think about it. For an old guy who's been stuck at Soul Sage for so many years, this is an immense temptation. Flander's face turned red with excitement, and he immediately bowed. Thank you, young Master Chow. I, Flander, am willing to serve you. Chow Yin waved his hand casually. All right, you can go now. Don't bother me unless I command you. Flander was exceptionally obedient, respectfully withdrawing, probably still thinking, young people need their own space, but they must be careful. As soon as Flander left, Chow Yin immediately changed his expression, smiling as he approached Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. My two treasures, now that no one is around. I'll personally guide your training. Zhu Zhuqing immediately became wary, pouting. Chow Yin, don't do that. I haven't agreed to anything with you. And you're not allowed to have those kinds of thoughts about me. She looked both pure and tempting, incredibly cute. As a result, Xiao Wu directly came in with a supportive assist, stepping forward and saying loyally, yes, Chow Yin, you can't bully Sister Zhuqing, but you can bully me. Oh my. When Xiao Wu said this, Chow Yan's eyes lit up. He smiled and teased. Wow, Xiao Wu darling, you're so eager. He was as clear as a mirror in his heart. Xiao Wu was afraid that Zhu Zhuqing would surpass her and take her position. After all, Zhu Zhuqing's figure was indeed at a cheating level. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, I'm just afraid that once you have Sister Zhuqing, you'll forget about me. She is such a good figure. I'm worried she'll drain you dry. As soon as those words were spoken, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red instantly, so embarrassed that she could dig her toes into the ground. She quietly said, I'm gonna go cultivate over there, you guys chat. After saying that, she was about to leave. Let me tell you, this girl is suffering inside. She has feelings for Chow Yin, but she has too many worries. She's afraid that Chow Yin will be the second Dai Mu Bai, afraid of making the wrong investment again, and even more afraid that because of her, Chow Yin will get caught up in the conflicts with the Dai family. She still has that engagement with Dai Mu Bai. If she were to be with Chow Yin, it would be a blatant slap in the face to the Dai family, and that would cause a lot of trouble. So, she would rather bear it herself, feeling that this sweet love doesn't belong to her at all. But as soon as she turned around, Chow Yin grabbed her wrist, the feeling warm and strong. Chow Yan's voice was particularly gentle. Zhuqing, where are you going? Dean Flanders sent me to teach you. Zhu Zhuqing was startled. Her face turned pale, and her voice trembled. Chow Yin, don't do this, we're not familiar. You can't just touch a girl's hand, it's impolite. She usually maintained a cold demeanor, but now she was flustered like a little rabbit. Chow Yin, however, looked at her with deep affection, gently bringing her hand to his nose and sniffing it, saying, Zhuqing, my dear, you know my intentions. Don't worry, Chow Yin, am definitely not the kind of person like Dai Mu Bai. You're so wonderful. Let me take care of you from now on. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes turned red instantly, her voice filled with helplessness. But I'm not worthy. I have a marriage contract and can't give you what you want. So just give up. I don't want to drag you down. Her kindness was evident. She would rather suffer herself than pull Chow Yin into her troubles. The Dai family's influence was so great, with a titled Douluo backing them, and she felt that Chow Yin couldn't bear it alone. As a result, after hearing this, Chow Yan's domineering aura erupted. Zhuqing, do you think I, Chow Yin, am someone who fears death? If I can't even protect the girl I like, what use is all this cultivation? No matter how strong the Dai family is, I am not afraid. As long as I can be with you, regardless of life or death, I have to give it a try. Wow. As soon as those words came out, it was like a nuclear bomb-level impact. Zhu Zhuqing's cold gaze instantly melted away. She widened her eyes, her face filled with disbelief. What did she hear? Chow Yin was actually willing to confront the Dai family of the Star Luo Empire for her. She had never heard such words in her entire life. She was still a bit hesitant. After all, the Dai family was too terrifying. But Chow Yan's gaze was as firm as a rock. Of course it's worth it. I am already very happy to meet you. From now on, I will face all crises with you. I, Chow Yin, never regret what I do. As he spoke, he held tightly on Zhu Zhuqing's icy little hand. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't hold on any longer. She looked at Chow Yin, feeling as if she had encountered the only light in the world. Chow Yin took the opportunity to gently wrap his arms around her slender waist from behind and whispered in her ear, from now on, no one will bully you again. Zhu Zhuqing rested her head against Chow Yin's chest, feeling completely soft, and choked out, I believe you. In that moment, her face radiated a happiness she had never experienced before, beautiful like a real fairy. Just when the atmosphere was just right, Chow Yin suddenly became mischievous, slapping Zhu Zhuqing's perky backside with a grin and saying, all right, no more crying. Come, I'll teach you how to cultivate. Zhu Zhuqing gasped in surprise. Feeling both shy and angry, you're so annoying. Hitting me, there is really bad. But that tone was all about being coquettish. Just then, the little girl beside her shouted, "Sister Zhuqing, I'm coming. Watch out." As soon as she finished speaking, she darted out like a rabbit, kicking towards Zhu Zhuqing with astonishing speed. Zhu Zhuqing immediately reacted, channeling her soul power and countering with a shadow-piercing strike. The two girls clashed in an instant, while Chao Yin stood nearby, arms crossed, watching with great interest. Meanwhile, outside the village, Oscar was still trying to curry favor. Ning Rongrong, exhausted, was sitting on a large rock to rest. Oscar approached her with a concerned expression. "Rongrong, are you tired? Do you want to have a bite of my big sausage to replenish your energy? It tastes really good." Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes directly. "Can you just shut up? It's so noisy. Who wants to eat your big sausage?" Her small chest heaved up and down, clearly indicating her anger. As soon as Oscar saw her mad, he immediately changed his strategy, pulling out a fan from somewhere and coming over to fan her. "Rongrong, don't be angry. Let me help cool you down." Surprisingly, this tactic actually worked. Ning Rongrong felt the cool breeze, and her expression softened a lot, and she rarely complimented him. Not bad, Xiao Ao, you're quite considerate." Upon hearing this, Oscar was so happy that his tail almost wagged up to the sky, and he fanned even more vigorously. But the good times didn't last long. His true nature was soon revealed. While fanning, he leaned in closer to smell the fragrance on Ning Rongrong, and with a look of intoxication, he said, "Rongrong, you smell so good. You're so beautiful." Ning Rongrong had just finished exercising, and her skirt was soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her body, revealing her curves. Oscar's gaze was fixed on her, like a hungry wolf seeing meat, and his dirty thoughts were almost impossible to hide. Ning Rongrong immediately blew up, raising her little pink fist to hit him. "Xiao Ao, if you dare to speak without restraint again, do you believe I can punch you away?" She hates this slick talker the most. Oscar realized he had messed up and quickly apologized. "Rongrong, don't be angry. It's all your fault for being so tempting. I couldn't help myself. What else do you have to say? You rascal." Ning Rongrong was so angry that her face turned red, and she punched forward. But then, the next scene took a dramatic turn. Oscar's body flashed, and he unexpectedly dodged the attack. He quickly grabbed Ning Rongrong's wrist, holding it tightly. Ning Rongrong was shocked and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "Oscar, you hurt me." Oscar's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a cold expression. He snorted and said, "Miss Rongrong, I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing to go out with me? Don't force me. You can't drink the fine wine, but refuse the toast." Ning Rongrong is also tough. Even when he's grabbing her, she still retorts, "You're dreaming." "I, Ning Rongrong, am the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Were you? Have you even looked in the mirror to see if you were worthy?" This statement completely ignited Oscar. He suddenly let out a strange cold laugh. It seems I was indeed overly sentimental. However, today I must take your first time. No one can save you. Cry and scream as much as you want. The more you shout, the more excited I become." Ning Rongrong's face instantly turned pale. She looked at the hideous man in front of her and completely panicked. "You. What do you want to do?" She is in the wilderness, and, as a support-type soul master, she can't escape at all. She pleaded with tears in her eyes. "No, please don't hurt me." Oscar had gone mad, grinning as he said, "It's too late. Soon, I'm going to make you scream beneath me. The little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect should taste quite good, right? Today, I'm going to take your first prize." After speaking, he directly held Ning Rongrong's hands down, while his other hand went to unbutton her clothes. Ning Rongrong was completely desperate. She screamed in threat, "Oscar, if you dare to touch me, our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect will not let you go." Oscar licked his lips, his eyes filled with madness. Stop pretending. Even if it offends the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, I must have you today. As long as I can have you once, I will die without regrets. Every night, I fantasize about the scene of pressing you underneath me. Today, I can finally be a real man. Are you coming on your own? Or do you want me to help you? Don't worry. After today, you will be my woman. I tell you, at that moment, Oscar's face was laughing maniacally, almost spitting saliva onto Ning Rongrong's face. That expression was simply screaming to have the words, "I'm a pervert," engraved on his forehead. Ning Rongrong was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, desperately pleading with him, saying she didn't want to just give away her first time like that. Who understands? Family? That pitiful look was pure temptation for someone like Oscar, right? He got even more excited, saying that it was useless even if she shouted her throat raw, and that as long as it got her once, it would all be worth it. I was about to throw up. What a greasy line from some bygone era. His hands started to get restless, and it looked like he was about to tear Ning Rongrong's clothes off. Just at that critical moment, I tell you, The background music suddenly started playing. A voice, neither too light nor too heavy but sounding like surround sound, came from outside the woods. "Oh, you got some guts. Daring to touch my Chao Yan's woman? Good heavens." I felt the air drop 3 degrees. Chao Yan walked over step by step, his expression a half-smile. But the fire in his eyes seemed like it could incinerate Oscar right there. That aura was 2 meters and 8 centimeters tall. It was from a completely different dimension. Oscar froze, one moment looking all cool and composed, the next moment he almost knelt down with a thud, calling out Brother Chao in a silky tone. His attitude incredibly humble, his change of expression faster than flipping a book. He even had the nerve to say, "Brother Chao, why are you here? We're busy here. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to interrupt us?" I was thinking at the time, is this what you call being busy? That's attempted crime. Chao Yan was so angry he started laughing, ignoring Oscar's attempts to get close, and directly walked over to Ning Rongrong. Seeing her clothes all torn up, with some skin exposed, his expression instantly turned as dark as a pot bottom. Without saying a word, he threw a punch right at Oscar's face. Just one punch. It completely stunned Oscar. Oscar was also a coward, and as soon as he got hit, he immediately started begging for mercy, shouting, "Brother Chao, I was wrong. I'll give Ning Rongrong to you. Please let me go." I was thinking, is Ning Rongrong your property? You could just give her away? Chao Yan didn't listen at all, pointing his finger at Oscar's nose and berating him, calling him a sanctimonious hypocrite, worse than a beast. On the other side, Ning Rongrong saw her savior coming and burst into tears, directly throwing herself into Chao Yan's arms. Family, who understands? In this hero saving the beauty script, the next moment the scene completely changed. Chao Yan held Ning Rongrong, saying comforting words, claiming that as long as he was there, Oscar wouldn't dare to touch her. But his hands are not honest, wrapping around her slim waist, probably still marveling at how nice it felt. He said he was especially worried about Ning Rongrong, which was why he rushed over, even looking guilty for arriving late. Can you believe it? Ning Rongrong was also tough. She was scared to death just a moment ago. But now in the handsome guy's arms, she immediately turned into a little cat, starting to accuse Oscar, the sycophant, of being two-faced and heartless. Then the climax came. Holding her in front of Oscar, who was still on the ground, Chao Yan directly confessed, "Rongrong, would you be my girlfriend?" The scene changed faster than I could flip my face. Even more outrageous was that Ning Rongrong actually blushed and agreed. She even said she had admired Chao Yan for a long time, and being noticed by him was her fortune, and even hinted that if Chao Yan wanted her right now, it would be okay right here. I was shocked at the time. Were these two people really understanding the concept of love at first sight, or were they just seizing the moment? Chao Yan was surprised too, not expecting that the young lady of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school would be so easy to approach. The two of them were acting all lovey-dovey, completely ignoring Oscar, who was lying on the ground. Oscar, being perceptive, cautiously asked, "Brother Chao, can I leave now?" Only then did Chao Yan remember there was such a person. He shot a warning glance, indicating that if he dared to speak about today's events, he would be in big trouble. Oscar didn't dare to object, nodding vigorously. And guess what? He actually rolled away, literally rolling on the ground to disappear. Once he was far enough away, he dared to roar in his heart, saying that Chao Yan had gone too far and that he would take revenge sooner or later. Meanwhile, Chao Yan and Ning Rongrong had already gone hand in hand into a small grove, claiming they wanted to find a quiet place for a deeper conversation. On the other side, Dai Mubai was running around Soto City as punishment, cursing Chao Yan under his breath. And guess who popped up? Tang San. That sly guy emerged from the corner like a ghost, wearing a mischievous smile. Dai Mubai was already fuming, and seeing Tang San made him even angrier. Then Tang San chuckled and said, "Brother, I'm here to help you. Do you want to get Yu Xiaogang back?" Dai Mubai, looking skeptical, replied, "I can't even beat Chao Yan. What can you do?" Then Tang San pulled out a small black pill from his pocket, his smile almost maniacal. He said, "This thing is called 10 fragrant soft muscle powder, a secret medicine from my Tang sect. As long as a woman takes it, she will be consumed with desire. And the only antidote is to find a man to take care of her, or else she will die. What do you think of this method?" Wow, I couldn't believe it. Tang San shamelessly added that this medicine was originally meant for himself to use on Xiao Wu, but unfortunately, he didn't get the chance. So now he felt sorry for Dai Mubai and wanted to help him out. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's eyes lit up. He discarded all pretenses of royal demeanor and immediately started calling Tang San brother. They made a dirty deal like two villains, one providing the drug and the other offering future royal status as payment. Dai Mubai held the pill, grinning maniacally, "Zhu Zhuqing, you will always be my woman." By evening, Flinder was waiting at the academy entrance for the students to return. He first saw Oscar coming back alone, looking utterly dejected. Flinder was quite anxious and asked, "Where's Ning Rongrong? You didn't lose the little princess, did you?" Oscar looked pale and gave Flinder a knowing look that only men understand, saying, "Dean, Rongrong, she's with Chao Yan probably, taking care of business." And guess what Flinder said? He actually let out a long sigh of relief, his face breaking into a smile. He patted Oscar on the shoulder, praising him. "Well done. You're very considerate." Flinder's mind was racing with calculations, thinking that someone as extraordinary as Chao Yan was worthy of Ning Rongrong. That was a high climb for the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and if Ning Fengji found out, he would have to give him a big red envelope. Oscar stood there, his heart shattered into pieces, realizing that in this brutal world, as a support-type useless person, he couldn't even keep the woman he loved and had to create opportunities for his rival. He had truly become a huge joke. Just then, Flinder, the old man, came over to comfort him, patting his shoulder, saying, "Little Oscar, don't lose heart. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Keep your sights high." Sounds like human talk, right? But who understands? In Flinder's mind, he was thinking how fortunate it was that this kid was sensible enough not to really compete with Chao Yan for a woman, otherwise to cling to Chao Yan's leg. He could easily justify disposing of Oscar. In Flinder's eyes, Oscar was just a hopeless nobody, while Chao Yan was the true dragon, the future pinnacle. Oscar, being clever, suppressed the bitterness in his heart, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying, saying, "The dean is right. I'm just a useless person. How can I be worthy of Rongrong? I wouldn't even dare to carry Brother Chao's shoes." Upon hearing this, Flinder was delighted, praising him for his awareness and self-knowledge, calling him a good student. "I was watching from the side, nearly throwing on my dinner. What kind of workplace PUA were these two performing?" Just as these two were exchanging compliments, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu strolled over. Wow! Under the moonlight, two stunning beauties appeared, one in a black leather outfit, her figure explosive, cool and fierce, the other in a pink dress, lively and adorable, pure as can be. Oscar's heartache vanished instantly, his eyes, like they had radar, locked onto Zhu Zhuqing. His gaze was practically a digital cactus, both pricking and yearning. Zhu Zhuqing immediately sensed it, furrowing her brows and coldly asking, "Oscar, what are you looking at?" And guess how this guy responded? He actually grinned lewdly and said, "Zhuqing, you're really beautiful. With a figure like that, whoever marries you must be incredibly lucky. Oh my God." As soon as these words were spoken, the air seemed to freeze. Zhu Zhuqing's face immediately darkened, her gaze sharp as a knife. She had long since set her heart on Chao Yan, and the most annoying thing was Oscar, this LSP who only looked at appearances. Flinder was also shocked, spitting on the spot and pointing at Oscar, shouting, "You beast! I really misjudged you. I can't believe you have such thoughts about a junior sister." I thought to myself, come on, weren't you just thinking about how to get rid of him to please Chao Yan? Playing both sides, huh? As a result, Oscar completely lost it. Perhaps due to heartbreak and stress, acting like a madman, looking at Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, grinning foolishly. "Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, you're all so beautiful. Come be my women." As he spoke, he began to babble incoherently, his gaze vacant, looking particularly frightening. Flinder was dumbfounded, praising him for his awareness just a second ago. And now he had turned into a beast? The situation was about to explode. Oscar suddenly let out a roar, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, and directly lunged at the two girls. Flinder finally reacted, roaring angrily and using his soul power to slam him to the ground, like a dead dog, his eyes hollow, looking as pitiful as could be. Did you think this was the end? How naive. Just as Flinder was about to clear the scene and question him about what else he could possibly say in his defense, guess what happened? This guy, lying on the ground, wasn't thinking about admitting his mistakes, but rather thought, since it's all going to end anyway, why not enjoy it before dying? Folks, I was truly shocked. He actually took advantage of everyone's distraction, sprang up like a carp, wearing a crazed smile, and lunged at Zhu Zhuqing again, shouting, "Zhuqing sister, let me touch you, it's worth dying for." Zhu Zhuqing was so scared her face lost all color, retreating repeatedly. Flinder, the old man, was completely stunned, just shouting for the beast to stop, which was utterly useless. At this critical moment, a thunderous shout rang out, like a bolt from the blue. "If you dare to touch my precious Zhuqing, you won't live." My goodness, the savior has arrived. Chao Yan makes a dazzling entrance. With a calm expression, Chao Yan walks over, looking incredibly handsome. However, behind him is Ning Rongrong, whose skirt is a mess. Her little face looks exhausted. and her legs wobble as she walks, clearly having just gone through some indescribable intense activity. Oscar, that fool, sees Chao Yin, and his first reaction is, "Chao Yin, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be having fun with Ning Rongrong in the grove?" Upon hearing this, Chao Yin bursts into laughter from anger and retorts, "If I hadn't arrived in time, you scumbag would have surely done something vile to Rongrong." Seeing the situation turn against him, Oscar immediately switches to reverse logic mode, clinging to Flinder's leg and crying out, "Director, don't believe him. He's slandering me. It was he who took Rongrong to the grove. He wants to frame me." Flinder's forehead is throbbing with anger. Who does he trust? If he thinks about it, he trusts Chao Yin. He gives Oscar a hard slap across the face and yells, "How dare you argue?" Then he turns to Ning Rongrong, using an almost flattering tone, asking her to confront Oscar directly. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing quickly gather around to comfort Ning Rongrong, who understands family. In times like this, sisters are the most reliable. Ning Rongrong, already shaken, is overwhelmed by the concern from so many people. Her eyes turn red, and she starts to cry. She sobs as she recounts how Oscar ambushed her, how he tried to take advantage of her, and finally how Chao Yin heroically saved her, telling everything as it happened. Now, solid evidence is in place. Flinder is trembling with rage, pointing at Oscar and cursing him for being two-faced. Oscar is still desperately struggling, saying things like, "Director, you raised me. How could I lie to you?" Trying to play the emotional card. But Flinder is utterly disappointed and calls Chao Yin to testify. Chao Yin sighs, looking heartbroken, and states that everything Ning Rongrong said is true. If he had arrived even a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Seeing his doom approaching, Oscar goes completely insane, spouting nonsense and pointing at Ning Rongrong, shouting, "Don't believe him. He's the one who defiled Rongrong. Just look at how she walks. It's all wrong." This directly causes Ning Rongrong to break down in tears and collapse on the ground. This completely ignites Flinder's fury. He roars, "You ungrateful wretch." And with a flash of his figure, he delivers a slap 10 times harder than before, sending Oscar rolling far away, unconscious on the spot. Flinder, with a dark face, immediately issues a decree. From today on, Oscar is to be punished by facing the wall alone, and no one is allowed to visit him. Anyone who violates this will face severe punishment. After saying this, Oscar is dragged away like garbage. At this moment, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun return from training. All exhausted, Flinder sees everyone has arrived and announces a new task. Tonight, you will go to the Soto Great Soul Arena for training. You will finish when you earn the diamond badge. I don't care about the process, only the result. Everyone is stunned upon hearing this. Flinder adds, "Oh, and Chao Yin is exempt." After saying this, the old man vanishes like a shadow. Ning Rongrong is left dumbfounded, looking troubled as she exclaims, "Oh no, a diamond soul badge? How could I possibly achieve that? I'm an auxiliary spirit master. Going solo like this is just pure bullying." Let me tell you, I was almost in tears from anxiety. This task was even harder than getting my dad to give me an allowance. Xiao Wu was right next to me cheering me on, saying, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Your 7 treasure glaze tile is so impressive. There will definitely be people eager to team up with you." Zhu Zhuqing nearby also gave me advice, saying I should go find Chao Yin. He is so strong. It will be a piece of cake for him to help you out. Wow, my eyes lit up at that moment. I immediately turned around and looked at Chao Yin with my most watery big eyes, looking all pitiful. I directly pleaded, "Chao Yin, please take me along. I promise I'll be obedient and definitely won't hold you back. I'll tell you, that kid Chao Yin is also a heavyweight." As soon as he heard it, he laughed and walked straight to my side, right in front of Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, and gave my neck a hard suck. Family, who understands? This sudden move almost made me pass out, and he even said something like, "You really smell good." Such greasy talk, I felt my face turn completely red. Although, cough. We did have a bit of academic exchange in the small forest before, but for him to do this in front of so many people, what am I supposed to do as a young lady? Where do I put my face? I was so embarrassed I could almost dig a hole to hide in. And he just laughed heartily, saying, "Anyway, you're already mine, so what are you afraid of?" Then this guy insisted on coming up with a team name, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Let's call our group punishing evil and promoting good." I almost couldn't hold it in. Bro, you really understand the essence of being a bit over the top. But he gets to decide, so what can I say? I could only nod and agree. Just as we were getting ready to set off, guess who showed up? Dai Mubai. The way he looked at Chao Yin was like he had poison in his eyes, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. He didn't dare provoke Chao Yin. So he turned around and ran to find Zhu Qing, acting all serious, saying, "Zhu Qing, do you need help? Let's team up." I guarantee I'll help you get the diamond badge. I was watching from the side and couldn't help but laugh. Who doesn't know about your little tricks? You still want to fool Zhu Qing and give her that dirty thing from Tang San? What a joke, brother. Zhu Qing is also a smart person. Her eyes nearly rolled to the sky as she coldly said, Daimu bai, don't come near me, I find it dirty. After saying that, she directly pulled Xiao Wu away, leaving him with a handsome back view. Then the two of us headed to the Soto Great Soul Arena, and the scene was packed with people. We signed up and went on stage. Goodness, standing opposite us were two guys, one called Zhang Depeng and the other Zhang Daso, both with muscles all over, looking tough. When we introduced ourselves, they were both soul ancestors at level 35, and their martial souls were some kind of dark light, nine-headed snake, which sounded intimidating. The audience saw our small frames and immediately started betting, wagering on how many seconds it would take for us to be carried off. Those two big guys were quite arrogant, shouting at us, kids, hurry up and admit defeat and get lost, don't waste our time. At that moment, I felt a bit uneasy, and then Xiao Yin stepped forward and casually said, I don't need a martial soul to defeat both of you in an instant. How about that? I tell you, as soon as those words came out, the whole place exploded. Who is this kid? So good at putting on a show? With no strength to back it up, just wait to be beaten down by society. Those two big guys turned green with anger. Oh, what an arrogant little brat. Do you really think our brothers are soft persimmons? Xiao Yin was even more ruthless, taking a step forward. If I can't take care of you within one round, I'll consider myself defeated. As soon as the match started, without saying a word, the 7 treasure glazed tile appeared. When my 7 treasure glazed tower came out, paired with 2 bright yellow soul rings, I tell you, the whole venue instantly fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. The audience that had mocked us just a second ago had their eyes nearly popping out. Wow, the 7 treasure glazed tower. This is someone from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Those two big guys were stunned. Their attitude did a complete 180, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. Oh, so it's Miss Rongrong, my apologies. We'll go easy on you then. But Xiaoyan didn't give them any face at all, holding my hand and calmly saying, no need to hold back, I said. I want to use my martial soul, and you're still not a match for me. In my eyes, you're nothing but trash. Wow, that insult was off the charts. Those two brothers completely lost it. Kid, you're asking for death. They charged at us, howling. I quickly gave him a buff, known for the 7 treasures. One is speed, the other is strength. The two guys on the opposite side also activated their ultimate abilities, with effects like Fire Serpent's Chaos and Serpent's Illusion, looking quite intimidating. But what happened? Xiao Yin moved as if he had hacks, leisurely strolling through the barrage of skills, his figure flickering before suddenly appearing behind the two of them. I didn't even see how he moved. I just heard him lightly say, take this punch, and then bang, bang. With 2 muffled thuds, those two guys, as strong as oxen, flew backward like kites with their strings cut, crashing to the ground with their chests caved in. The outcome was clear. Xiao Yin clapped his hands, looking completely unfazed, and calmly said to them, gentlemen, please don't take offense. The two guys struggled to get up, their faces filled with disbelief and fear. In the end, they conceded, clasping their hands toward Xiao Yin. Your strength is truly impressive, young friend. We didn't expect that today we would be the ones lacking insight. We deeply admire you and consider it an honor to have fought with you. Let me tell you, Xiao Yin is also an experienced actor, and he immediately got into character, wearing a calm expression on his face while saying, oh, where? It's all thanks to the two seniors being kind. Otherwise, I would have been on the ground long ago. Wow, I give full marks for this mutual flattery. The crowd of onlookers was dumbfounded, each one praising him, saying this young man is impressive. Even after winning, he remains humble and composed. He will definitely be someone in the future. As a result, those two guys were even more eager to get close, afraid of offending him, and cautiously asked for his name. I was right there and heard it clearly. Xiao Yin smiled slightly and said, I am Xiao Yin. You can call me Young Master Xiao, or of course you can call me Chancellor Xiao. I almost spit out my drink. Does anyone understand? Chancellor Xiao. Why not just say you're Xiao Xiao? Those two guys actually believed it and kept calling him Chancellor Xiao. The scene was just incredible. Xiao Yin himself was getting annoyed and waved his hand to let the host quickly announce the results. The host seemed to be in a daze, only reacting after a moment to announce that they had won. Ning Rongrong was so happy, she jumped over, her eyes squinting with joy, and grabbed Xiao Yan's hand without letting go. Xiao Yan, you are amazing. We really won. Xiao Yan then held her little hand back, looking gentle as he said, don't worry, getting the diamond badge is not a problem. I told you, the high-energy moment is here. Ning Rongrong started to win him over, tugging at his sleeve and saying, You're so amazing. Why don't you join our 7-treasure glaze tile school? Chao Yin directly refused, saying it wouldn't benefit him. Ning Rongrong got anxious at that moment. Seeing that her persuasion was failing, she went all out. Her eyes reddened as she said, "If you're willing to join, I can be with you. Don't you want me?" I was at the subway when I saw the old man looking at his phone. JPG. And the plot just skyrocketed. One moment he was trying to recruit people, and the next moment he just gave up. Chao Yin was also confused, thinking maybe he was just too handsome. Ning Rongrong saw him hesitating and decided to take the plunge, directly confessing, "Chao Yin, I like you. From the moment I saw you, I knew I couldn't live without you for the rest of my life." Tears were welling up in her eyes, making her look even more lovable. Chao Yin was truly in a dilemma. On one hand, there was a stunning beauty in his arms, and on the other, he didn't want to be someone else's subordinate. Seeing his expression, Ning Rongrong thought it was hopeless and said sadly, "You don't have to force it. A love that is forced isn't meaningful. We can just be friends." And guess what Chao Yin said? I burst out laughing. He said, "No, Rongrong. While a forced melon isn't sweet, it still quenches your thirst." Bro, what kind of player line is that? In 2025, I can still hear such classic lines. He continued, "I won't join the 7-treasure glaze tile school, but my feelings for you are deep and sincere." Wow, with that combination of words, Ning Rongrong was completely won over. She was so moved that she asked in disbelief, "Really? Do you really like me?" Chao Yin then held her in his arms, walking out while saying, "You're so beautiful. How could I refuse?" The two of them became all lovey-dovey. Ning Rongrong even asked him to call her brother Chao Yin. And then it started showcasing some tea art. "Brother Chao Yin, if Sister Xiao Wu finds out about us, will she get jealous and hit me? Will you protect me?" I was listening beside them, my fists clenched in anger. Chao Yin, that kid, immediately said, "I will. Although Xiao Wu is my girlfriend, Rongrong holds a more important place in my heart." Then Ning Rongrong was no pushover either, saying, "Sister Xiao Wu really won't be angry? Unlike me, I can only feel heartache for my brother." That left me speechless. These two are truly a match made in heaven. Just when they were joking about my heartache for my brother, we had already arrived at the competition venue for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Goodness, standing opposite us was another pair of twin beauties, with their martial soul being something like the Blue Phoenix at the level of a 32nd rank Soul Master. I have to tell you, just at that moment, I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye in a corner. There was a Daimu Bai. That wicked-eyed white tiger was staring at Zhu Zhuqing's back, and that gaze. TSK, he was almost drooling. He was also holding a small pill that Tang San gave him. I don't need to say what he wants to do, right? This really deserves to die. On the stage, that pair of twin sisters had already started to act, persuading Xiao Wu and them to admit defeat directly to avoid physical pain. But Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing are not that kind of people. They shot back directly. Seeing this, the two sisters were like, "Fine, since you don't want to drink the wine offered, you will drink the wine forced upon you," and instantly activated their martial souls. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings lit up, and their aura was fully unleashed. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also reported their levels. One at 29 and the other at 27, both great soul masters. The level difference was quite significant, and the audience below felt there was no suspense. The twin sisters became even prouder, saying, "Looks like today we get to bully the little sister." Xiao Wu wouldn't let them have their way and directly replied, "Come on. Remember to use more strength. Don't hold back, or you'll suffer." The sisters were amused, thinking these two little girls had quite the attitude. I tell you, they had some fame in the battle arena, with good teamwork, and even had a martial soul fusion technique, easily beating soul respect level opponents. The battle instantly began. The twin sisters exchanged glances. Without saying a word, they directly unleashed their ultimate move. Martial soul fusion technique, icebound for thousands of miles. The two joined their palms, and blue light flashed, merging their 6 soul rings. The temperature in the entire arena dropped sharply, like turning on the air conditioning. A wave of icy chill instantly enveloped the entire venue. The audience below went crazy. Wow, martial soul fusion technique. I actually got to see the legendary thing with my own eyes in this lifetime. So strong. How can he even fight now? Those two little girls are going to lose terribly. Ning Rongrong beside them was also anxious, grabbing Chao Yan's hand and asking what to do. Chao Yan remained very calm, saying, "Don't worry, martial soul fusion techniques are not invincible." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing moved. She transformed into a ghostly figure, disappearing from her spot in an instant, and reappeared right in front of the two sisters. Her nails became as sharp as blades. The two sisters were directly stunned. Their big move required chanting time. If interrupted, Wu Ti, all their efforts go to waste? Just at that moment of panic, Xiao Wu's voice suddenly rang in their ears. Second soul skill, waist bow. Immediately after, Xiao Wu shot out like a cannonball, locking both sisters in place, making them unable to move. Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity, following up with her second soul skill, Nether Slash, and struck down hard. The twin sisters didn't even have time to react. They were completely stunned by the seamless cooperation of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. They only heard two screams as their ultimate move was suffocated in their hands, and they lost. At this moment, the entire venue exploded. The audience went wild, completely refusing to accept this outcome. This is impossible. Absolutely a fixed match, right? How could a soul respect lose to a great soul master? They must have cheated. Where's the referee? These two must be severely punished. The twin sisters were also dumbfounded, lying on the ground asking, "How did you break our martial soul fusion technique?" Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing completely ignored them and turned to leave the stage. However, the people below were still relentless, shouting all kinds of unpleasant words, accusing them of being shameless at such a young age and cheating. Xiao Wu was so angry that she directly shouted back, "Which of your eyes saw us cheating? It's just that they are too weak." But no one believed her, and the heckling grew louder. Just when the scene was about to spiral out of control, a female host's voice rang out. Her name was Douluo, and she was incredibly beautiful. As soon as she spoke, everyone quieted down, saying she would give everyone a fair judgment. I tell you, the men in the audience instantly changed their faces. They had just been shouting for blood, and now they all turned into sycophants. Miss Douluo is so beautiful. We believe in Miss Douluo. I have to tell you, this female host is quite capable. It's clear that the whole audience is listening to her, and her little expressions are full of pride. Just as she was preparing to give a lengthy speech. On my side, Xiao Yan exploded. He couldn't take it anymore, really. He saw those guys staring at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing like hungry wolves, spouting nonsense about them cheating, and Xiao Yan's anger flared up instantly. Goodness, he directly took Ning Rongrong's hand and rushed over, shielding Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing behind him. The stance was like, "These are my people. Who dares to make a move?" Xiao Wu's eyes turned red at that moment. Hiding behind Xiao Yan, her voice was already choked with tears. "Xiao Yan, they're going too far. They actually accused us of cheating." At that instant, I tell you, Xiao Wu's sense of happiness was almost overflowing from the screen, feeling like a pampered wife being protected by a domineering CEO. Zhu Zhuqing rarely spoke, but she softly said thank you, and although she still had her icy demeanor, it was clear to everyone that her heart had melted long ago. Ning Rongrong stood by, watching Xiao Yan's protective stance with admiration in her eyes, probably thinking, where can I find a boyfriend like this? He has practically walking hormones. But the audience below wasn't having it. As soon as they saw a young kid standing out, they instantly started shouting again. Where did this little brat come from? Looking for death? How dare you cause trouble in the Soto Great Soul Arena? Are you tired of living? The scene was like a marketplace. And guess what? Xiao Yan completely ignored them, giving a look that seemed to say, "Excuse my bluntness, but all of you are trash," sweeping his gaze around. Then calmly said to Xiao Wu and the others, "Don't mind these barking dogs. Let us go." I thought at that moment that this guy had a really steady mindset. While walking, he was also teasing Xiao Wu, praising her for the beautiful play earlier. Xiao Wu was so pleased that her little tail almost shot up to the sky, constantly seeking praise. Then, Xiao Yan made a surprising remark in front of everyone, saying to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, "You both come to my room tonight. It's just right for you to get to know each other." At that moment, I thought, old man on the subway looking at his phone. JPG, dude, are you playing this big? Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's faces turned red in an instant. Like cooked shrimp, Xiao Wu pouted while playfully punching him with her little fists, and said, "Xiao Yan, you're so bad." Ning Rongrong also quietly said, I'm not feeling well. Can we do it another day?" Xiao Yan replied with a mischievous smile, "If you dare to refuse. Just wait and see how I deal with you tonight." Surprisingly, the two girls, half pushing and half accepting, eventually agreed. Zhu Zhuqing, who was watching the scene from the side, had a complicated expression, envy, jealousy, and a bit of disappointment. She was probably having an emotional drama in her heart, wondering if she really had fallen for Xiao Yan. Just when they were about to leave completely, suddenly, a seemingly respectable manager blocked their way with dozens of thugs. The manager raised his chin almost to the sky, pointing at Xiao Yan's nose and said, "Kid, stop. Who told you to leave? Kneel down and knock your head a few times, and this matter will be settled." The onlookers instantly went wild, eagerly waiting to see how Xiao Yan would meet his end. Before Xiao Yan could respond, Ning Rongrong stepped forward first. Her face flushed with anger. How can you be unreasonable? We won based on our strength. The manager didn't listen at all, looking disdainful. Strength? Two great soul masters can defeat a martial soul fusion skill? You must be joking. Little sister, don't meddle in other people's business, or I'll take care of you too. Seeing the thugs about to rush forward, Ning Rongrong panicked and directly summoned her martial soul. As soon as the colorful little pagoda appeared, the manager's eyes nearly popped out, stuttering, Seven treasure glazed tile school? His attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, instantly transforming into a smiling face. Oh, so it's Miss Ning Rongrong. My apologies. It's all a misunderstanding. Ning Rongrong thought the matter was resolved and said, then can we leave now? But then the manager pulled another trick, smiling as he said, of course Miss Ning can leave, but they can't. They violated the rules of the battle arena and must stay. Damn, this operation is too slick. It was clear he saw that Chao Yin and the others had no background and wanted to pick on soft persimmons. Ning Rongrong was so angry she stomped her feet. But the manager stubbornly clung to the rules, even feigning to say he would send someone to escort Ning Rongrong back, when in reality, he just wanted to send her away. The situation got even worse. This manager, namely, had a pair of greedy eyes that began to survey Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing back and forth, his gaze so lewd it could drip oil. He actually said to Chao Yin, kid, how about this? If you leave these two beauties to play with me, I'll let you go. What do you say? As he spoke, that filthy hand reached out towards Xiao Wu and the others. I tell you, at that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Chao Yan's gaze instantly became colder than the Siberian cold wave. He really didn't intend to cause trouble, but this guy had truly carved the words seeking death on his forehead. Just as the manager's finger was about to touch Xiao Wu, Chao Yan moved. Fast as a phantom, with a snap, he grabbed the manager's wrist and, as if throwing away garbage, swung him around and flung the 100-plus-pound man away. The manager traced a perfect parabola in the air before crashing to the ground with a bang, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, completely dazed. Trembling as he asked, Who exactly are you? Chao Yan stood there, his voice not loud, but every word hit everyone's heart like a hammer. I am someone you can never afford to offend. As soon as he finished speaking, the manager rolled his eyes and fainted. The place fell into dead silence, and you could hear a pin drop. Just then, a higher-ranking supervisor rushed over in a hurry. And this person was much more perceptive than the previous one. He ran to Chao Yan, knelt down without saying a word, and with a face full of snot and tears, apologized, saying they were blind to not recognize the great mountain and begged for Chao Yan's forgiveness. Chao Yan was too lazy to argue with them and waved his hand, saying it was fine. The supervisor, as if granted a reprieve, not only dragged away the clueless manager Li for handling, but also respectfully presented a top-tier VIP card, announcing in front of everyone that Chao Yan would henceforth be their most esteemed guest at the Soto arena, and anyone who dared to cause trouble would be opposing the entire arena. Now, the onlookers around didn't dare to breathe a word. After resolving this mess, Chao Yan left with Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing didn't follow. She stood alone, watching their backs as they chatted and laughed, her eyes filled with loneliness. She stood there for several minutes before preparing to leave quietly by herself. Just as she turned around, a familiar and greasy voice rang out behind her. Zhuqing, what a coincidence, we meet again. Zhu Zhuqing turned back to see it was Dai Mubai. I tell you, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned dark in an instant, and the disgust in her eyes was about to overflow. She shot back directly. Dai Mubai, what do you want? We haven't been in a relationship for a long time. And guess what that guy Dai Mubai said? Goodness, he immediately switched to crazy, slandering mode. His mouth was like a machine gun, firing insults nonstop, saying things like, Zhuqing, you're developing quite fast with Chao Yan, and in a sarcastic tone, calling her a shameless woman, pretending to be high and mighty. The words were so filthy. It was unbearable to listen to. Zhu Zhuqing was so angry, she trembled all over, desperately explaining that she and Chao Yan were innocent. That was Dai Mubai's own twisted thoughts. Who understands, encountering a former fiancé like this is just the worst luck ever. His own heart is as dark as a sewer, yet he insists on thinking everyone else is like him. Dai Mubai was still going on, saying that explanations are just cover-ups, and added, unless I verify it myself. I was shocked at the time. It's 2025, and there are still people who can say such abstract things. It's simply a statement of the year. Zhu Zhuqing's heart was shattered, and tears streamed down her face as she stood there all alone, making one feel heartbroken. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to break down, That son of gun Dai Mubai actually felt pleased, thinking he had guessed right. Then, he threw out a deadly bait, saying, Zhu Zhuqing, don't you want to break the engagement? Come to my room tonight, and I'll give you the annulment. I'm telling you, this is definitely a trap. Zhu Zhuqing is actually feeling a bit tempted for the sake of freedom. She doesn't know that Dai Mubai doesn't have any engagement at all. He just wants to trick Zhu Zhuqing into coming over and then use the drug he had already prepared, the 10 fragrance softening powder. By night, Dai Mubai had meticulously arranged everything in the dormitory, had taken a shower, and prepared 2 cups of water, one of which had already been spiked. He was waiting happily for Zhu Zhuqing to walk into his trap. Then, with a creak, the door opened. When Dai Mubai saw who it was, he was dumbfounded. It wasn't Zhu Zhuqing, it was Suehua, the girlfriend of Ma Hongjun. Suehua came looking for Ma Hongjun, but he had gone to the Great Fighting Soul Arena and wouldn't be back tonight. Dai Mubai watched his plan fall apart, feeling a deep sense of loss. Suehua saw that Ma Hongjun wasn't there and was also disappointed, turning to leave. In that instant, she turned around. I tell you, Dai Mubai's expression changed in an instant. He looked at Suehua's voluptuous figure. An extremely wicked thought emerged. Since Zhu Zhuqing didn't come, then, using Suehua as a substitute didn't seem like a bad idea. He immediately called out to Suehua, pretending to be hospitable, saying that a brother's woman is like family, and forcibly handed her the spiked cup of water. Suehua, being a straightforward girl, didn't think much and drank it. The next second, the cup fell to the ground with a crash, and Suehua went limp, fainting right away. Dai Mubai's face instantly twisted into a sinister grin as he carried Suehua to the bed and locked the door. He was mumbling something about Zhuqing, saying he must have her, and well, he was treating Suehua as a substitute meal. Not long after, Suehua woke up, feeling weak all over. When she saw Dai Mubai's ravenous expression, she instantly understood that the water had been tampered with. Dai Mubai dropped the pretense and laid his cards on the table, leaning in with a lewd grin, saying that Ma Hongjun wouldn't be back, and he could help her. He was shameless to the extreme, saying that a brother's wife is fair game, and he spat out, who cares? This beast even told Suehua that he had given her the 10 fragrance softening powder, and if she didn't find a man to detoxify, she would burn to death. Suehua was immediately filled with despair, crying and begging him to let her go, saying that if she lost her virginity, she wouldn't be able to face Ma Hongjun. What did Dai Mubai say in response? He said, your life and death have nothing to do with me. You better keep this a secret, or you'll regret it. Soon, the drug took effect, and Suehua couldn't control herself. Her body was heating up, her consciousness blurred, and she uncontrollably reached out towards Dai Mubai. Watching this scene, Dai Mubai's grin grew more twisted as he said, you say no, but your body is quite honest. And then he pounced on her directly. The next morning, Dai Mubai woke up feeling refreshed. He even wanted to manipulate Suehua, saying that they were both out of control last night and wanted to let it go just like that. Suehua, with her heart turned to ashes and her eyes red, said she would tell Ma Hongjun about this. Dai Mubai panicked upon hearing this and began to threaten and tempt her, saying he was much better than Ma Hongjun and threatening Suehua that if she spoke out, he would let Ma Hongjun know what kind of woman she was. Suehua was so furious she trembled and raised her hand to slap him, but Dai Mubai grabbed her and threw her to the ground. This time, Suehua's clothes were torn, exposing her thighs. Dai Mubai looked at her, and his wicked thoughts surged again, wanting to go for it once more. Just as he was about to make his move, there was suddenly a knock on the door. A tired yet familiar voice shouted, Dai boss, open the door quickly. It's Ma Hongjun. Why are you locking the door during the day? Hiding a woman in there? I'm telling you, the scene back then was unbelievable. Outside the door were brothers, and behind the door was a brother's woman, creating a deadly rhythm. Dai Mubai instantly broke into a sweat, hurriedly covering Suehua's mouth with his hand. Ma Hongjun was still joking outside, unaware that there was indeed a woman inside, and it was the one he had been longing for, just when Dai Mubai was flustered, Suehua exerted all her strength and managed to squeeze out a cry for help through the gaps between his fingers. Hongjun, save me. Although the voice was small, Ma Hongjun heard it clearly. His body immediately stiffened. This was Suehua's voice. He went crazy, banging on the door and shouting, Suehua, is it you? Dai Mubai, open the door for me. When Dai Mubai saw this, he knew it was over. He was completely exposed. He glared fiercely at Suehua, and in an instant, his martial soul manifested, with sharp tiger claws directly pressed against Suehua's neck. He knew he had no way out. If this got out, he would be finished. His gaze turned icy, filled with killing intent, and he whispered to Suehua, who had already closed her eyes in despair, you forced me. He had murderous intentions. He wanted to silence her. Boom! With a loud bang. I tell you, the door exploded like it was made of paper. Ma Hongjun. That big guy stood at the door, his eyes red, looking like a gas canister on fire, and he roared at Dai Mubai. What the hell are you doing? Get your dirty hands off my Cuihua. When Cuihua saw Ma Hongjun, tears immediately streamed down her face, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Unable to speak coherently, Hongjun, he did this to me. Good heavens, when those words came out, Ma Hongjun's rationality instantly vanished, and he charged at Dai Mubai, ready to fight. Dai Mubai, I treated you like a brother, and you actually did such a beastly thing. Guess what happened next? That bastard Dai Mubai not only didn't stop, but instead laughed even more perversely, his gaze cold enough to freeze. You fat bastard, your woman indeed has a good taste. Unfortunately, you both will die here today. After saying that, the tiger claw swept down towards Cuihua's head. My friends, who understands this? Ma Hongjun didn't even have time to activate his martial soul, and like a meat cannon, he rolled over and pounced, tightly hugging Cuihua, offering his back entirely to Dai Mubai. It's incredible. He exchanged his life for Cuihua's. Thud! With a muffled sound, Dai Mubai's claws firmly imprinted on Ma Hongjun's back. 3 deep wounds instantly bursting open, blood staining his entire back. Ma Hongjun let out a miserable cry, his whole body going limp, losing all combat effectiveness right there. Cuihua held him, crying almost to the point of fainting. Hongjun, how are you? It's all my fault, I harmed you. Ma Hongjun, in pain, turned pale but still forced himself to comfort her. It's not your fault. It's my weakness. I couldn't protect you. Just as these two were enacting their tragic farewell, Dai Mubai suddenly had a gleam in his eyes, like an AI drawing with a new prompt. He fixed his gaze on Ma Hongjun's arm and left leg. There, 2 soul bones were shining brightly. Damn, soul bones? Dai Mubai's voice changed, filled with greed and ecstasy, as if heaven was helping him. With these 2 soul bones, Davis was nothing. Cuihua saw the look in his eyes and knew something bad was about to happen, immediately spreading her arms to block Ma Hongjun, shouting, You can't. Get out of the way. Dai Mubai, with only soul bones in his eyes, didn't care about Cuihua anymore and impatiently swiped his claw. In one swipe, Cuihua's throat was torn apart, blood gushing out like a fountain. She didn't even have time to let out a scream before collapsing, her eyes wide open, life rapidly fading. Cuihua! Ma Hongjun's eyes were about to split, wanting to get up, but the excruciating pain in his back left him unable to move. Don't worry, it's your turn soon. Dai Mubai sneered, gathering soul power in both hands, aiming at the soul bones on Ma Hongjun's body, and without any hesitation, he forcefully pierced in. What kind of scream was that? I tell you, heart-wrenching doesn't even begin to describe it. That was the sound of bones and flesh being brutally torn apart. Ma Hongjun watched helplessly as his soul bones were extracted, and in the agony, his eyes rolled back, passing out completely. Dai Mubai held the 2 blood-stained soul bones, extremely satisfied, mumbling, Once I absorb them, Zhu Zhuqing, you'll eventually be mine. Then, he even pretended to look at Ma Hongjun, lying in a pool of blood, and said, In light of our brotherhood, I'll spare your life. But it was all a lie. He knew that with the soul bones being so brutally extracted, Ma Hongjun wouldn't survive. That bastard swaggered out towards the academy entrance, where Teacher Li Yusong was guarding. Dai Mubai even pretended to greet him. Hello, Teacher Li. I'm with the Great Soul Arena to get some exercise. Teacher Li was an honest man, didn't think much of it, and cheerfully reminded him, Mubai, be careful. Just like that, they let the tiger return to the mountain. An hour later, all the teachers of Shrek Academy rushed into Dai Mubai's dormitory. The scene, I tell you, the air was frozen. Flinder, that usually stingy and prideful old man, was holding the blood-soaked, barely alive Ma Hongjun, crying like a child, tears and mucus all over. Hongjun, it's the teacher's fault. The teacher came late. Tell the teacher, who did this? Ma Hongjun coughed up blood, speaking intermittently. Teacher, it was Dai Mubai. He killed Cuihua, took my soul bones. Teacher, I'm not willing to. Upon hearing this, Flinder completely broke down, holding Ma Hongjun's lifeless body, crying inconsolably. It was my blindness. I let the wolf into the house. How could I not see he was such a beast? Ma Hongjun's arms struggled to lift, wanting to grasp Flinder, but halfway through, it fell powerless with a thud. He died, his eyes still open. Hongjun, open your eyes. Flinder's shout was filled with despair and pain. Nearby, Teacher Li Yusong also had a face full of guilt, saying that if he had been more vigilant, Dai Mubai wouldn't have escaped. Suddenly, Flinder raised his head sharply, his eyes devoid of tears, only cold, killing intent remaining. He said to Zhao Waoqi, word by word, "Old Zhao, gather all the teachers, and let's go to the Luo Empire. I want the Dai family to pay blood for blood." Teacher Xiao Xian from the food system quickly advised, "Dino, the Dai family is deeply rooted in the Luo Empire, and there are supposedly title-level ancestors stationed there. We would be walking to our deaths." Flinder exploded. Walking to our deaths? Do you want me to be a shrinking turtle? I'm Flinder, a soul sage, and I can't even avenge my own disciple. What use is this cultivation? Li Yusong also tried to persuade him, saying it wasn't about being afraid of death, but about hitting a rock with an egg. Flinder couldn't hear any of it, going crazy, taking it out on whoever tried to advise him. Just when the atmosphere reached its peak, Zhu Zhuqing quietly tugged at Chao Yan's sleeve. Whispering in his ear, "Chao Yan, you quickly advised the dean." Chao Yan nodded, stepped forward, and said to Flinder, "Dean Flinder, we must avenge, but not like this. Walking to our deaths. We need a comprehensive plan." I tell you, in the next second, everyone was stunned. Flinder, a soul saint and the dean of Shrek Academy, suddenly knelt down before Chao Yan with a thud. He cried out, "Young Master Chao, I know I'm useless, and even if I risk my life, I can't move a single bit of the Dai family. Please, only you can help Hong Jun take revenge." Zhao Wujia and the others reacted as well and knelt down in unison, pleading, "We beseech young Master Chao to lend us his assistance." Chao Yan hurried to help them up, saying, "Everyone, please get up. I will definitely take care of this matter. I have a deep connection with Zhu Qing, and I was originally going to the Luo Empire to personally annul her engagement with Dai Mubai. This is my duty." He instructed Flinder to properly bury Ma Hongjun and to set off with him and Zhu Zhuqing the next day. Flinder was so moved that he trembled all over, saying that no matter how hard he worked, he couldn't repay Chao Yan, and he repeatedly knocked his head on the ground. Just when the atmosphere was just right, someone had to jump out and cause trouble. Guess who it was? Tang San. He didn't understand the situation and spoke in confusion. "Dean, are you mistaken? Isn't Chao Yan just an ordinary kid? How could he possibly deal with the Dai family?" Flinder, who was already filled with anger, felt his rage peak upon hearing this. He swung his hand and slapped Tang San, sending him flying against the wall like a kite with a broken string. "Who are you? How dare you evaluate young Master Chao? Get lost." Flinder's gaze was murderous. Tang San covered his face, still unconvinced, muttering, "My teacher said you were his friend. You really have poor eyesight." He thought his voice was soft, but Flinder was not someone to be trifled with. He heard it clearly. Just as Flinder was about to erupt again, Zhao Wujia suddenly noticed a half-pill beside him. The Shixiangruojin sand that Dai Mubai had used. Flinder picked it up, and Tang San, with his mouth moving faster than his brain, blurted out, "Shixiangruojin sand?" After saying that, he realized it was a mistake and quickly shut his mouth. "Oh, you recognize it?" Flinder's eyes were sharp as an eagle. "And no, I don't recognize it." Tang San was so scared he didn't dare to lift his head. What a great not recognizing. Flinder sneered, "Old Zhao, pry his mouth open for me." Zhao Wujia grabbed Tang San by the neck like he was catching a chick. Flinder directly stuffed the half-pill into Tang San's mouth. "No, Bean, I was wrong." Tang San was terrified, but the pill had already slid down his throat. Before long, the effects of the medicine took hold. Tang San's face turned red. His eyes became dazed, and he felt hot all over, starting to babble. "I'm feeling so uncomfortable. I want a woman." Flinder shook his head, looking disappointed. "As expected, it's related to you. You and your master Yu Xiaogang are truly birds of feather." He asked Zhao Wujia what to do, and Zhao Wujia said the effects of the medicine were strong, unless... At that moment, teacher Xiao Xian spoke up softly, "Dean, I remember there are quite a few sows raised in the nearby village." "Good, let us do it that way." Flinder waved his hand, feeling it was truly unlucky. Without saying a word, Zhao Wujia carried the already confused Tang San out, moving as fast as the wind. Chao Yan watched this scene and sighed, shaking his head. You can know someone's face, but not their heart. Flinder finally held the bodies of Ma Hongjun and Soa, walking out with a lonely back, saying he would first let them rest in peace. Once most people had left, Ning Rongrong walked over Chao Yan. Worry etched on her face. "Chao Yan, are you really going tomorrow? I heard from Grandpa Jian that the title of the Dai family might still be alive, and even stronger. I'm afraid for you." She even said she wanted to return to the sect overnight to ask her father and Jian Dalu for help. Chao Yan looked at her and smiled, his gaze particularly gentle. "Rong, I appreciate your concern, but as a man, I must carve out my own path." Seeing Ning Rongrong still unwilling to give in, he pulled out a blueprint from his pocket and handed it to her. "By the way, This treasure is for you. Ning Rongrong took it and saw it was a blueprint for a weapon with an extremely complex structure. What is this? This is called the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, Chao Yin explained. A powerful hidden weapon, driven by soul power with strong penetration capabilities. It's most suitable for auxiliary soul masters like you from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who need self-defense capabilities. I tell you, Ning Rongrong was stunned at that moment. She knew better than anyone the value of this blueprint. If this thing could be mass-produced, the combat power of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would increase several times. This value, if put up for auction, wouldn't be less than a few million gold soul coins. This is too precious. I can't take it. Take it. Chao Yan's tone left no room for refusal. You are my woman, Chao Yan. Consider this a meeting gift for my future father-in-law. Ning Rongrong tightly clutched the blueprint, her heart racing wildly. She looked at Chao Yan, her eyes a bit red, and softly said, Chao Yan, thank you. I used to think you. It seems I misunderstood you. She finally realized that this guy, Chao Yan, truly cared about her. I told you, that little princess was completely broken at that moment. Tears almost fell down as she gasped. She must have been truly moved by my skills. Before, she saw me surrounded by dancers like Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, and she must have felt really sour, definitely thinking I was just after her body and her family's wealth, just like those flashy women outside. But what about now? I directly handed her the blueprint for the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, a super weapon that could change the course of a war without even blinking. She was stunned at that moment, feeling that her little thoughts were simply an insult to me. As soon as I saw the right moment, I immediately had to add some drama. I shook my head, adopting a worldly and weary demeanor as if everyone else was drunk, but I was the only one awake, and said to her, Fool, I don't care at all how others see me. Goodness, as soon as those words came out, Ning Rongrong's tears flowed down like a burst dam, and she kept apologizing to me, saying that she had misjudged me with the mind of a petty person. I was almost bursting with laughter inside, but I had to keep a straight face. I walked over and directly pulled her into my arms from behind, whispering in her ear, Rongrong, remember this. The only one worthy of you in this world is me, Chao Yan. Sooner or later, I will personally go to your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and show your father and everyone else that your taste is impeccable. Who understands this, family? Who can resist it? Ning Rongrong immediately melted in my arms, so obedient. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were watching nearby, but she didn't care anymore. Her heart and eyes were full of me, this extraordinary man. She told me she was planning to return to the sect tomorrow to show her father the blueprint and make him happy. Of course, I said yes, go ahead. In fact, I had already calculated in my mind. If I want to unify the continent, I need to first gather some startup funds and connections, right? Isn't the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School a top-notch angel investor? Ning Fengji, that old fox, is very shrewd. It won't work just relying on brute force to make him obedient. But as long as I have his daughter under my control, wouldn't the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School be in my pocket? It's all about taking a roundabout way to achieve my goals. Ning Rongrong walked away, looking back 3 times, and I wasn't idle either. I turned around and directly pulled Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who were still eating melon seeds, into my arms. Holding one on each side felt amazing. I told them not to worry. This time when I go to the Luo Empire, I will definitely take care of that scumbag Daimubai. He dared to kill Ma Hongjun, so he better be ready to have his bones crushed. After being affectionate with the 2 girls for a while and sending them back to their dorm, I strolled out. By nightfall, I figured Zhu Zhuqing must be feeling uneasy. After all, she had to return to that home that gave her PTSD tomorrow. Sure enough, as soon as I arrived at the little grove outside the academy, I saw her standing there alone, sighing at the moon. That figure, TSK, those black tight leather pants really outlined her curves. It was enough to set one as hard on fire. I quietly walked over, cleared my throat, and directly started my performance. The moon is bright and the stars are few. The magpies fly south. Zhu Zhuqing turned around, and upon seeing me, her eyes lit up. She curiously asked what that sentence meant. The opportunity had arrived. I immediately switched to my persuasion mode and seriously started to make things up. This poem tells a poignant love story. On a dark and windy night, 2 little sparrows agreed to fly south together to seek their freedom. Well, Zhu Zhuqing was instantly captivated by my refined demeanor, her face full of admiration. She leaned against the tree and, a bit shyly, asked me, "Do you like me? Why are you so nice to me? I don't have many advantages besides my figure." As soon as I heard this, I thought to myself, "Sister, you are too modest." But I had to respond with righteous indignation. I patted my chest and assured her, "Silly girl, Am I, Chao Yin, that kind of vulgar person? What I like is you as a person, and it has nothing to do with your figure. Although my last name is Chao, I am absolutely not that kind of Chao thief. I swear, what I said at that moment was absolutely sincere. I was almost convinced myself. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes instantly turned red. She was truly moved. She said that from the first moment she saw me. My handsome face had already left a deep impression in her heart. She asked me, "You are so good to me, I think I might like you. What should I do?" I thought to myself, isn't this perfect? I immediately seized the opportunity and showered her with sweet words, praising her as the most beautiful girl I had ever seen. To my surprise, Zhu Zhuqing, being quite straightforward, actually opened her arms and threw herself into my embrace. But that wasn't all. She hugged me tightly, her face as red as an apple, and in a voice as soft as a mosquito. She whispered in my ear, "Chao Yin, you're the one who made me understand the meaning of life. Why don't you take me right here? I want to give myself completely to you." I was completely stunned at that moment. Wasn't this development a bit too fast? Just at this critical moment, a sound rang in my head. The system notification arrived. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of winning Zhu Zhuqing's heart and received the God of War body. You have earned a soul ring for character summoning." Everyone, it's the system that came through at the crucial moment. I immediately had a flash of inspiration and said to Zhu Zhuqing, "Zhuqing, wait. I think I found a breakthrough opportunity." I quickly sat cross-legged, pretending to break through, but in reality, I was telling the system, "Hurry, absorb the soul ring and summon the guardian spirit." The next second, a golden soul ring appeared in front of me. Wow, it's golden. This is a million-year soul ring. The system is amazing. Although the system later explained that this soul ring doesn't add attributes and is only used to summon the guardian spirit, the prestige has already reached its peak. Zhu Zhuqing next to me was dumbfounded, her mouth open wide enough to fit an egg, her eyes full of little stars. I told her that this is our family's secret soul ring and asked her to keep her distance. Then I began my performance. I pretended to absorb it for a long time, but in reality, I was meeting my new guardian spirit in my consciousness. When I opened my eyes, I found myself standing in a sea of flames. Immediately, a tall and powerful figure emerged from the magma, and the aura was incredible. The bloodline within me told me that this guy is the tiger-obsessed Su Chu. Without saying a word, I directly took on the posture of the Lord. "Su Chu, why aren't you kneeling? I am Chao Yin, descendant of the Chao family." Su Chu looked at me with hollow eyes for a long time and asked, "Tell me, what do you want? Isn't this the ultimate test?" Without hesitation, I firmly stated the answer engraved in the DNA of the Chao family. "I want a wife." With a thunderous sound, Su Chu immediately knelt down, trembling with excitement. "It is the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has returned. I, Su Chu, am willing to go through fire and water for the Prime Minister, and I will not hesitate to die 1,000 deaths." I was completely stunned and quickly explained that I am not Chao Chao, just sharing a common hobby. But Su Chu wouldn't listen. He insisted that I had the aura of a great hero. "Fine, if you say so, then I won't hold back." I declared on the spot, "From now on, this world will bear the surname Chao." As soon as I came back to my senses, Zhu Zhuqing immediately rushed over and asked how I was doing. I rolled my eyes, feeling the urge to act again. I let out a puff, blood trickling from the corner of my mouth, and weakly said, I feel so terrible, I think. I've failed." Zhu Zhuqing was so frightened that she cried, holding me and saying that if I died, she wouldn't live either. I took the opportunity to lean into her embrace, my head nuzzling against her, feeling thrilled inside. I teased her on purpose. "If only you could be my wife, but unfortunately, you definitely wouldn't look at me." To my surprise, this silly girl cried and said, "As long as you can survive, I, Zhu Zhuqing, will marry you. You can have anything you want." As soon as I heard it, my eyes lit up instantly, and I came back to life. "Really? You're kidding, right?" Zhu Zhuqing then realized that I was pretending, and her little face turned red with anger as she punched me several times with her little fists. I chuckled and hugged her, saying, "You promised? So you can't back out." She was both shy and angry, huffed, but after a while, she actually lay down on the grass and shyly said, "Since you can't wait, then let's do it here." At that moment, I was filled with excitement, but still retained a trace of rationality, saying that this is the wild, and the experience might not be good. "How about we go to the dormitory instead?" As a result, Zhu Zhuqing said that there are Xiao Wu and Rong Rong in the dormitory, and it would be too noisy. As soon as I heard it, I thought to myself, wow, this girl is quite considerate. I struggled for a moment and said, "But here, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." She bit her lip, shook her head, and with a flirtatious glance said, "It's okay, come on." Who could resist that? I shouted, "Zhu Qing, here I come," and pounced on her. Wow, that night was incredibly exhilarating, and it directly led to the next morning when we had to set off for the Starry Empire. Zhu Qing's walking posture was a bit off. I told you, the scene at the entrance of Shrek Academy was just like a rally before a battle. All the students were there, each with red eyes, shouting loudly to kill Dai Mubai. Teacher Zhao Wujia, Teacher Li Yusong, and everyone else were making military pledges, saying that if they didn't kill that beast Dai Mubai, they wouldn't have the face to come back. Dean Flander even swore with his martial soul, saying that Ma Hongjuan's death couldn't be in vain, and if they didn't take revenge, where would he put his face as a soul sage? Who understands the family atmosphere? The tension was so high that I got fired up too, pounding my chest and assuring everyone, "Don't worry, I got this. If Dai Mubai doesn't die, I, Chao Yin, won't have the face to return to Shrek." After reluctantly bidding farewell to Xiao Wu and the others, I, Zhu Qing, and Dean Flander officially set off as a trio. Honestly, I really didn't want to bring Flander, this huge wattage light bulb, along. What a great opportunity to cultivate feelings in a two-person world. But there was no way around it. The Dean insisted on following us to take revenge personally. On the way, Dean Flander was particularly perceptive and went to arrange for a carriage, while I quickly pulled Zhu Qing aside to start planning. Let us get to the bottom of this. What is your family situation really like? I don't want to show up and get kicked out by your father, thinking I'm here to abduct his daughter. Zhu Qing leaned against me and quietly told me that her family is considered a prominent clan in the Douluo Empire, with her father as the patriarch. A soul Douluo level. There are also 3 elders who are soul Douluo and more than 30 soul sages below them. I calculated in my mind, wow, that's some serious power. One soul Douluo can take on an army of 10,000, and her family has 4 right off the bat. That's definitely top tier. However, Zhu Qing changed her tone and said, "But the Dai family is much stronger than us, with a number of soul sages and soul Douluo being several times ours. And a few years ago, they even had an ancestor at the title Douluo level. Whether he is alive or dead now, no one knows." As soon as I heard it, I laughed, "Ban Douluo? Oh, so what?" In front of me, Chao Yin, they're all just minor characters, not worth fearing. The carriage raced quickly, and soon we arrived at the Zhu family's main base. Wow, it was quite grand. When we got there, they were having their annual soul power test, and the square was packed with people like a company annual meeting. I saw a middle-aged handsome man standing on stage with a serious expression. That should be my future father-in-law, Zhu Ziqing, the head of the Zhu family. Next to him stood 3 old men with white beards, clearly the 3 soul elders. A group of teenagers lined up to touch a pitch-black stone tablet. And what was the result? One was worse than the other. After a long test, the highest soul power was only level 30. I glanced at my father-in-law, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, probably pondering whether to reforge this bunch of useless kids. Just when the atmosphere in the venue reached a freezing point, a stunning woman in a black leather outfit with an imposing presence walked out. Zhu Qing whispered beside me, "That's my sister, Zhu Jian." I saw Zhu Jian walk up to the stone tablet and gently place her jade-like hand on it. Buzz. The stone lit up like it had been injected with adrenaline. The elder next to her looked as if he had seen a ghost, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Zhu Zhuyan, level 45 soul power." I tell you, after he shouted, the whole venue instantly fell silent, as if everyone had collectively disconnected. Everyone looked at Zhu Zhuyan as if she were a monster. The disciples in the audience immediately began to praise her wildly, saying things like, "Miss Zhuyan is truly a genius. The future of the Zhu family relies on you." My father-in-law, Zhu Ziqing, finally had a hint of a smile on his face, but soon he started to emo again, sighing at Zhu Zhuyan. "Alas, Zhuyan, your talent is great, but unfortunately, for the family, I can only marry you off to that bastard Davis. I'm sorry for you." Zhu Zhuyan was understanding and comforted her father, saying that sacrificing herself for the family was the right thing to do. Goodness, just listening to this made me angry. Isn't this a typical case of parental PUA? For the sake of so-called family interests, they want to sacrifice their daughter's lifelong happiness? Just when this tragic scene reached its climax, Dean Flander cleared his throat and shouted loudly, "Flander from Shrek Academy, here to pay respects to Count Zhu Ziqing." Instantly, all eyes focused on the 3 of us. I held Zhu Qing's hand, walking step by step towards everyone's gaze. Zhu Qing looked at her father, her eyes turned red, and she quietly said, "Father." At first, Zhu Ziqing was quite excited. "Zhu Qing, you're back?" But when his gaze fell down and saw our tightly held hands, his face turned green, as if he had seen the murderer of his father. He pointed his finger at me and yelled, "Kid, who are you? Is my daughter's hand something you can hold? If you don't let go, I'll make you die here." Her sister, Zhu Zhiyun, also exploded, her chest heaving, and her eyes glinting like knives. Where did this smelly kid come from? Daring to hold my sister's hand? Are you looking for death? I tell you, that scene was simply astonishing. I stepped forward, protecting Zhu Qing behind me, and looked at them with a calm demeanor, smiling faintly. I am Chao Yan. Zhu Qing is my woman. As soon as the words left my mouth, I exerted a bit of force with my feet. Crack! With a crisp sound, the hard bluestone floor beneath us cracked open in dozens of spiderweb-like fissures centered around my foot. At that moment, the entire world fell silent. Zhu Ziqing was momentarily stunned, but he couldn't let go of his status as the head of the family. His face turned purple with anger as he pointed at me and said, "What a bold move. My daughter has long been betrothed to the Dai family. What are you even worth? Want to marry my daughter? Fine, I'll give you a chance. If you can defeat all the young disciples of the Zhu family present here, I will accept you. Otherwise, get out of here right now." The three elders beside him chimed in, saying that the Zhu family keeps their word, and that there would be no shame in admitting defeat now if he was afraid. As soon as I heard it, I almost laughed out loud. Is that it? Zhu Qing quickly leaned in close to my ear and whispered, "Chao Yan, they are all disciples of our Zhu family, so be gentle." I smiled and squeezed her hand, saying, "Don't worry, you're at least half family. I'll go easy on you." Then I looked up at Zhu Ziqing and sincerely suggested, "Uncle, let's not complicate things and waste everyone's time. Let them all come at me. I'm in a hurry and going for light touch." "You little brat, so arrogant." Zhu Ziqing waved his hand in anger. "Let them all go at him. Let him know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is." In an instant, dozens of Zhu family disciples surrounded me, each one looking like they had eaten gunpowder, chattering away. "You reckless thing. Do you think you can mess with the second young lady? I bet you don't even have a soul monarch, do you? Weaklings don't deserve love, understand? Kid, you're too arrogant. Today, let us brothers teach you a good lesson." I glanced at them, observing the flashy but low-quality soul rings on them, as well as their uniform mephitic spirit cat martial souls. A smirk appeared on my lips as I spoke lightly. "I'm not looking down on you, nor am I targeting anyone. I just want to say that in my eyes, you're all trash." Well, that statement immediately stirred up a hornet's nest. Those people instantly became furious, unleashing their martial souls one by one, with dozens of shadowy figures rushing at me. The momentum suggested they were determined to break my legs today. But let me tell you, this bunch of misfits thinks they can break my legs? That's simply the funniest joke of the year. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Watching those dozens of colorful attacks coming at me like fireworks during the new year, all aimed at my face. I didn't even bother to blink. I just stood there, not moving at all, and lightly stomped my foot. Guess what happened? Bang! With a muffled sound, an invisible shockwave erupted centered around me. Who would understand, my family, that just a second ago, those dozens of people were clawing and gnashing their teeth, trying to kill me, and the next second, they all flew out like bowling pins, crashing and clattering everywhere. Each one was like a kite with a broken string, spinning 3.5 times in the air, then thudding down to the ground, groaning, some even foaming at the mouth, passing out right away. The entire square fell into a momentary, deadly silence. I looked up and, wow, the old men from the Zhu family in the stands were all staring with their jaws almost dropping, forgetting to put down their teacups, their eyes wide open like copper bells. Especially the head of the family, Zhu Ziqing, whose mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg in. He must be thinking frantically, where did this amazing guy come from? This is not scientific. I, too, couldn't be bothered with those amateurs on the ground. With my hand in my pockets, I strolled over to Zhu Ziqing, grinned at him, and said, "Uncle, look, it's quiet now. Can we talk about my relationship with your daughter?" As soon as I finished speaking, suddenly there was a swoosh, and a shadow fell from the sky, landing steadily in front of me. I focused my gaze, and wow, it was a stunning beauty, dressed in tight black leather. Her figure was simply breathtaking. Especially those long legs, straight and long, paired with black thigh-high boots. She looked both cool and sexy. I subconsciously touched my nose and thought to myself, wow, this girl has developed a bit too advanced for her age, with a figure like that. Even Zhu Qing has to call her sister. Zhu Qing beside me also looked confused and whispered, "Sister?" Well, turns out she is my sister-in-law. This sister-in-law, Zhu Zhiyun, didn't even glance at her sister. Her cold, icy eyes were fixed on me, and her aura was intimidating, like she was 2 meters tall. Want to be with my sister? Fine, but first you have to beat me. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. What kind of buy one, get one free situation is this? Marry one, and you have to fight with her sister first? Before I could say anything, that old man in the audience, Zhu Ziqing, suddenly slapped his thigh and spoke up. "Good. Kid, my daughter Zhuyin, is a level 45 Soul King. As long as you can defeat her, I will personally decide on your matter with Zhu Qing. Whoever dares to oppose me, I will deal with them. Let me tell you, his calculations are so loud that they can be heard on Mount Everest. He can't see through my strength, so he let his eldest daughter act as the test, thinking that if she wins, he loses nothing. If she loses, he can still gain a potential son-in-law. What cunning old fox, absolutely a cunning old fox. The group of rookies I just defeated immediately perked up when they heard this, starting to chatter away, saying that the young lady, the Soul King, would definitely beat me to the ground, and that I must have used some technology or underhanded tactics to defeat so many of them at once. It's hilarious. If they can't take the loss, they should just say it. Then Zhu Ziqing shouted for them to be quiet, and the entire venue was cleared, giving us a huge space to ourselves. I walked to the center of the field and stood face to face with Zhu Ziyan. Her face was as cold as ice, and she looked me up and down before asking, "What is your name? What level are you? Don't say I'm bullying the weak." I gave her a mischievous smile and said, "My name is Chao Yin. As for soul power, I'll tell you if you beat me, but I don't think you have that chance." As I spoke, my gaze began to wander, skimming over her stunning figure. Her icy expression suddenly flushed red, a mix of embarrassment and anger, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "What are you looking at? If you keep staring, do you believe I'll gouge your eyes out?" I don't hold back my words at all. Sighing, I said with great sorrow, "Alas, what a pity. It really is a pity. You say you're so beautiful. With such a great figure, how could you end up with that Davis guy? What a waste." As soon as these words left my mouth, she nearly exploded. Her spirit power surged, and 4 soul rings lit up instantly. 2 yellow and 2 purple, quite an impressive setup. "Scoundrel, my sister must be blind to have fallen for you. Today, I will teach you a good lesson on her behalf." I looked at her pouting expression and felt even more energized, continuing to stoke the flames. "Don't get too excited. Your legs are quite nice. It would be a shame not to ride a tricycle." "Just kidding, they're long and straight. They must feel great." "Shut up." Zhu Ziyan completely lost her cool, let out a scream, and in an instant, she disappeared. A nearly extreme black shadow rushed towards my throat, the speed of it creating a wind that stung my face. The crowd below instantly reached a climax, shouting things like "Miss must win" and "The toad is doomed." And what happened next? I didn't even blink. Just as that dark shadow was about to touch me, I shot my hand out like lightning and grabbed down. Bang! A crisp sound echoed. The entire world fell silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned because that shadow, moving so fast it was almost invisible, was suddenly frozen in mid-air. And I, steady and composed, firmly grasped her ankle, which was clad in a black long boot, rendering her unable to move. I tell you, her cold face suddenly turned red to the roots of her ears, wanting to struggle but unable to break free, being held by me with her feet dangling in the air, looking utterly ashamed and furious. "You, let me go. If you have the ability, let's have a fair fight." I shook her ankle and smiled, saying, "Let you go? That's not impossible. However, we need to add a little flair to this. How about this? I'll let you go, and we'll have another match. If you lose again this time, you'll become my girlfriend just like your sister Zhu Qing. What do you think?" As soon as I said this, the crowd erupted. The elder in the stands slammed the table in anger, causing his teacup to shatter. Zhu Qing looked worriedly at her sister. Zhu Ziyan trembled in mid-air, her chest heaving violently, staring daggers at me with a gaze that seemed to want to swallow me whole. After a silence of several seconds, she finally squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "Fine. I accept. Let go of me. Deal." I loosened my grip, gently placing her back on the ground. Who knew? As soon as her feet touched the ground, she didn't give me a moment to react and launched a sneak attack. "Inming slash," she shouted, her 4th soul ring glowing purple, transforming her into a dark blur, rushing towards me with a sharpness that seemed to tear through the air. The old men in the stands began to shake their heads and sigh, saying I was still too young and too careless. Especially that elder, who was grinning like a chrysanthemum, just waiting to see how I would be taken out in one move. Naive. Just as her sharp fingertips were less than a centimeter from my throat, I finally moved. I extended 2 fingers, my index and middle fingers, and gently pinched the deadly attack. Ding! The entire arena fell silent. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place, their eyes nearly popping out. Zhu Ziyun's 4th soul technique, powerful enough to split rocks, was effortlessly pinched by my 2 fingers, unable to advance an inch further. Her face, filled with shock and anger, now reflected endless disbelief. Her mouth agape as she stuttered out a few words. How is this possible? You actually blocked my 4th soul technique with empty hands? Possible? Let me tell you, It's very possible. To deal with your attack, using just 2 fingers is already considering you highly. Understand? Zhu Zhuyun was completely stunned, and her father, the head of the Zhu family, Zhu Ziqing, jumped up from his chair, his eyes wide as copper bells, his jaw nearly dislocating. The arena was utterly silent. In the end, Zhu Zhuyun quite boldly admitted defeat, saying that my strength was simply inhuman. I was about to say a few polite words and release her hand when suddenly, the wind changed. 3 old men appeared on stage, surrounding me tightly. The one in front, with a hooked nose and eyes like x-rays, came up to interrogate me. "Kid, state your rank. Don't hide it. Does anyone understand this? Isn't this just pure cheating?" Unable to beat the younger generation, they come after the old. These old guys murmured, saying that I was so young, yet so strong. And hadn't even awakened my martial spirit, there must be something fishy, and they needed to verify my identity, fearing that their precious daughters had been deceived by me. I was speechless at the time and turned to ask Zhu Ziqing, "Uncle, your Zhu family's way of hosting guests emphasizes 3 halls for examination, right?" That old fox Zhu Ziqing put on a fake smile and came out to smooth things over. He said to me, "Don't blame your little nephew." But what he really meant was, "Want to marry my daughter? Fine, but first you have to practice against our 3 contra-elders, regardless of winning or losing." I will accept this. Let me tell you, his eldest daughter, Zhu Zhuyun, couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to plead for me. But her father shot her down with a glare. That old man became even more excited, thinking that his daughter really liked me, so he had to evaluate me properly. He even turned to ask our dean, Flander, what he thought. Flander simply said, "I trust him," and threw me into the fire. Well, since the words had come to this point, I had no choice but to fight. The 3 old men saw the family head nod and were as happy as could be. The leading elder, an 85th level soul Douluo, unleashed his aura, and the other 2 did the same. The pressure from 3 soul Douluos was like having 3 high-powered blowers aimed at me, blasting away. And what was the result? I stood there motionless, not even lifting my eyelids. This left them even more stunned. I directly spoke up, "Elders, I'm still a junior, so it's inappropriate for me to strike first. Why don't you all come at me together? I'll just defend." As soon as I said this, the entire audience gasped. The 3rd elder, who had the worst temper, exploded on the spot. "Who are you humiliating, kid? We are soul Douluos." Zhu Zhuyun was anxiously stamping her feet below the stage, probably cursing me for showing off. Her father, however, was laughing and told her, "Don't worry. Maybe this kid can really win." The 3rd elder was genuinely furious with me, and with a roar, he charged up, saying he would teach me what it means to respect my teachers. Upon unleashing his martial soul, it turned out to be a mutated dark spirit cat. With 8 soul rings in yellow, purple, black, 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 quite a strong configuration. He then activated his ultimate move, the 5th soul skill, Dark Nether Shadow Clone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He transformed into 5 identical clones, speaking in surround sound, asking if I was afraid. The Zhu family disciples present had never seen such a spectacle and were immediately thrilled, shouting about how awesome the 3rd elder was. The old man was so pleased with himself that his tail almost shot up to the sky, even giving me one last chance to admit defeat. Let me tell you, those 5 clones looked to me like AI-generated hands. Impressive at first glance, but full of flaws. Just when everyone thought I was going to back down, I lazily spoke up. "Is this it? Just a trivial skill? To show off with such ant-like strength? Truly a clueless thing." I tell you, as soon as I finished speaking, the old face of the 3rd elder turned instantly green, twitching as if he had just eaten 10 pounds of lemons. His complexion was even worse than someone constipated for a week. He was about to say something, but sorry. My fist was already there. With a gust of wind that tore through the air, it directly slammed into his face. In that moment, I bet he saw stars in his eyes, and in his daze, he might have even caught a glimpse of my handsome silhouette. I sneered and coldly added a final remark. "You, an ant, dare to shout at me?" As soon as the words fell, the strength of my punch exploded. With a loud bang, the whole ground shook 3 times. That old man, along with his 4 flashy clones, was like a deflated balloon, being blasted away by me, tracing a beautiful parabolic arc in the air. Goodness, the entire venue was silent. Over 1,000 people, and you couldn't even hear a breath. Pairs of eyes like searchlights were all focused on me, in shock, awe, and disbelief. The whole world, at that moment, was terrifyingly quiet. After a long while, the 3rd elder finally got up from the ground like a broken sack, trembling as he pointed at me, his voice shaking. "Impossible. You little brat. How would you break my soul technique? This is definitely an illusion." I looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. This old man, his hands shaking like he has Parkinson's, insists on hiding them in his sleeves, afraid that others might see. At this age, does he still care about his pride? I spread my hands and sincerely said to him, Elder San, it's not that I'm arrogant, but to speak from the heart. You three in my eyes are no different from ants crawling on the ground. I'll tell you, I've gone easy on him. If it weren't for the fact that he's an elder of the Zhu family, that punch of mine would have left him not standing and talking, but lying down waiting for offerings. One must leave room for others, I understand. At this moment, the great elder and the second elder hurried over to support the third elder, and only after seeing he wasn't missing any limbs did they breathe a sigh of relief. Who understands the family dynamics? The expressions on their faces were also bewildered, probably still wondering how their esteemed elder was knocked down by a junior. This script is wrong. The Zhu family disciples below were as if collectively hit by a freeze spell, each with their mouths agape, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. The third elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes dark enough to drip water. The thing he values most in his life is face. And today it felt like he lost it completely, leaving him feeling extremely frustrated. He stared at me intently, grinding his teeth, and said, Kid, well said. Since that's the case, today I'll let you see what true strength is. Do you dare to compete with me again? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly flashed back in front of me, moving quite quickly. I was speechless at the time and rolled my eyes. What are you even comparing? I've already said you're an ant, yet you insist on coming up here to embarrass yourself. Do you have some kind of special masochistic tendency? I tell you, this old man's face is definitely made of city wall bricks. All his soul power must have been cultivated into his skin. As soon as he heard this, he froze, like a wooden stake, and then instantly erupted in anger, trembling all over. What did you say? Do you dare to insult me? Even the head of the Zhu family, Zhu Ziqing, sitting on the podium, looked amused, probably thinking to himself, I haven't seen such a bold young person in many years. Daring to confront the third elder like this, interesting. I shrugged my shoulders and said innocently, this is not humiliation, it's a fact. You're too weak, really like an ant. Want to defeat me? Maybe in your next life. You. Say that again. The third elder's face had turned as dark as a pot bottom, his eyes filled with rage. Feeling like he was about to breathe fire any moment, I sighed and had no choice but to satisfy his small wish. I said, you are just a tiny ant. Don't take yourself too seriously, okay? This is what people mean when they say someone is being arrogant and disrespectful. All right, good kid. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know how many eyes the king of horses has. The third elder completely exploded. In an instant, terrifying soul power erupted from his body, creating a shockwave that made those around him unsteady. It looked like this old man was really going to get serious. The first elder and second elder quickly came forward to advise. Old third, don't be impulsive. Why argue with a child? It will be so embarrassing if this gets out. But the old man didn't listen at all, as if he hadn't heard, and roared, don't stop me. If I don't beat him to the ground today, I won't be an elder anymore. The next second, a huge black shadow slowly appeared behind him. I glanced over, and wow, it was a big black cat. This is his martial soul true form. What's it called? The dark nether spirit cat. Kid, kneel down and apologize to me now, and there's still time. Otherwise, you will definitely suffer today. The third elder's voice changed, becoming deep and rough, mixed with soul power that made people's ears buzz. The audience instantly erupted. My God, the third elder is going all out. It's over, it's over. Xiao Yin is going to be in big trouble now. The true form of a martial soul. I can see it once in my lifetime. It's worth dying for. However, Xiao Yin is really brave. Just for this courage, he deserves our Zhu family's girl. Even the family head, Zhu Ziqing, couldn't help but rub his hands together, looking forward to it. Seeing that I had no reaction, the third elder sneered. You have guts. Next, you will pay the price for your arrogance. His eyes suddenly widened, and his whole demeanor changed, becoming extremely fierce. Seventh soul skill, nether true form. I saw a layer of black light cover him, and the seventh soul ring also lit up. After the black light dissipated, he transformed completely, his nails becoming long and sharp, his eyes bulging like copper bells, resembling a large black cat that had come alive. It is said that in this state, all skill damage and speed are increased by 30%, terrifying indeed. Kid, let's see how you act so arrogantly now. As soon as the words fell, he turned into a black shadow, moving so fast it was almost invisible, and charged straight at me. To be honest, the speed was decent, but to me, it felt like watching a slow-motion replay. I was even too lazy to open my eyes, my mental energy instantly covering the entire area. His little movements were as clear in my mind as watching a 3D movie. I slightly raised the corners of my mouth and casually extended my hand, throwing a punch at the empty space in front of me to the left. Immediately, a few clueless disciples from the Zhu family started mocking. Is he punching air? Has he gone too far in showing off? Exactly, just putting on a show. How could someone like him be worthy of our Zhu family lady? Unfortunately, their smiles hadn't fully blossomed before they froze. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, and a disheveled figure appeared out of nowhere, then flew backward faster than it had come, crashing heavily to the ground. Who else could it be but that big black cat? Why you? What level of power do you have? The third elder lay on the ground, his face filled with terror, completely stunned. He couldn't understand it. He had even used his ultimate martial soul, yet he was still taken out with a single punch. This made him start to question his life. I smiled faintly, raising my aura. You are not worthy to know my strength. For some reason, after hearing my words, the old man suddenly went pale and fainted. Goodness, this is all about emotional stability. The grand elder hurried over to catch him, or else his old face would have made intimate contact with the ground. The second elder also stepped forward, looking serious. The grand elder helped the third elder up, then slowly stood up, his gaze falling on me like two knives. His voice deep. Chao Yin, your strength is indeed impressive. But from start to finish, you haven't even released your martial soul. Aren't you looking down on us elders of the Zhu family too much? As soon as I heard it, I couldn't help but laugh. All right, since the grand elder wants to have his eyes opened, I will satisfy you. As soon as I finished speaking, a flash of light erupted from my body, and two soul rings slowly rose. One was a dazzling blood-red color. The other was a brilliant, golden. Immediately after, two tall and mighty figures slowly materialized behind me. When everyone saw the full appearance of those two soul rings and those two figures, the entire square, filled with thousands of people, collectively gasped in shock. At that moment, the place fell into complete silence. My CPU was almost overheating. What is this? The grand elder's eyes were about to pop out, and his voice had changed pitch. Standing behind me are my guardian spirits, Eugene and Su Chu. They have expressionless faces and indifferent eyes, but the unparalleled pressure emanating from them is not to be taken lightly. I explained, this is my martial soul. I don't want to act all high and mighty, but there's no choice. These stubborn old folks won't budge, and my marriage with Zhu Qing is going to fall apart. Why did I come to the Zhu family? Isn't it just to marry my wife, Zhu Qing? Anyone who dares to stop me shouldn't blame me for being rude. The second elder pointed at my red soul ring, his lips trembling, unable to speak clearly. Red. That's 100,000-year soul ring. At least he's the second elder, so he has some understanding of this. Red is the symbol of 100,000-year soul ring. But for something like this to appear on a young person like me, it's not just unbelievable. It's completely world-shattering. I nodded. You guessed right. As soon as I spoke, the last trace of sound in the entire square vanished. All the Zhu family disciples looked like ducks with their necks being squeezed, their eyes wide open, filled with shock and envy. At that moment, a sharp-eyed disciple suddenly screamed, "Look, he has a golden soul ring. That can't be the legendary million-year soul ring, can it?" Boom! The crowd erupted. A million-year soul ring? This was beyond their comprehension. Just seeing a 100,000-year soul ring in their lifetime would be enough to brag about forever. And now, they might actually be seeing a million-year one? It was too shocking. Impossible. I don't believe it. The grand elder, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly shouted, the floor beneath him cracking instantly. He shot towards me like a cannonball, claiming that no matter how talented you are, it's impossible to have a 100,000-year soul ring. Let me test your strength. The second elder hesitated for a second, then gritted his teeth and charged in as well. I'm coming too. Good heavens, two soul Douluo elders teaming up to attack me? How shameless can they be? The people in the audience thought I was doomed. It's over, with the two elders joining forces. Even title Douluo would have to retreat. This kid has gone too far with his show-off, right? That soul ring must be fake, just a gimmick to attract attention. Unfortunately, they guessed wrong again. I didn't move at all. Behind me, Eugene and Su Chu swiftly positioned themselves in front of me. I could only hear Eugene's cold voice echoing throughout the venue. Those who harm my lord shall die. Oh, that line is so cool. Before he finished speaking, he simply threw a punch. The imposing elder who charged over was like crashing into an invisible wall, and with a loud thud, he was sent flying, his clothes torn into strips, his arms shaking unnaturally, clearly severely injured. On the other side, Su Chu was even more imposing, clad in fiery red armor, his whole body seeming to be ablaze. He raised the gigantic war hammer in his hand and smashed it down towards the second elder. ignorant rodents, seeking death. Before the heavy hammer even landed, the terrifying gust of wind had already reduced the square to ruins. Ah! Another scream rang out, and the second elder flew out of the arena like a broken kite, even worse off than the first elder. I watched the two elders fly out and shrugged. Too easy to defeat. It's all your fault for asking for trouble. I had a thought and recalled my soul ring and guardian spirit. Just as I was about to say some polite words, the head of the family, Zhu Ziqing, suddenly stood up and announced in his loudest voice, "I declare, from today onwards, Zhu Ziqing will be married to Chao Yan." The entire venue fell into a dead silence once again. Immediately after, the disciples below erupted in an uproar. The head of the family really promised the second young lady to him? I refuse to accept this. Exactly. The second young lady is so beautiful and has such a great figure. Why should this guy get her so easily? Zhu Ziqing frowned and shouted, "Silence." Then he turned to me, his face beaming like a flower. "Chao Yan, today in front of the entire clan, I am giving my precious daughter to you. From now on, you young people can do whatever you want. No need to hold back. Just enjoy yourselves, understand? Who understands the family members?" This father-in-law, afraid that I would run away, sold his daughter right on the spot and urged me to hurry up. The change in attitude was simply astonishing. I felt a bit embarrassed and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Uncle, so does this mean you agree with my relationship with Zhu Qing?" "Of course I agree. With such a talented son-in-law, if I don't agree, wouldn't I be a fool?" Zhu Ziqing said cheerfully. "During this time, you can stay at the Zhu family and treat this place as your own home." Just then, the third elder, who had just woken up, tried to cause trouble again. "Head of the family, this kid is so arrogant. How can he enter our Zhu family?" Before he could finish, Zhu Ziqing shot him a glare. "What? Do you have an opinion? If you can't match him, do you want to blame others? A genius like Chao Yan, not to mention just humiliating you, even if he steps on you. I have no objections." The third elder instantly wilted, not daring to say another word. Zhu Ziqing then looked at the first elder and the second elder. "What about you two?" The two old men looked pale and forced out smiles that were worse than crying. "We are convinced. Young friend Chao Yan, a young hero. Being able to engage with Zhu Qing is a blessing for our Zhu family." "Good." Zhu Ziqing nodded in satisfaction and then announced loudly again, "I have one more thing to announce. From today on, Chao Yan is the guest elder of our Zhu family. Seeing him is like seeing me. Anyone who dares to offend him will be killed without mercy." Wow, this identity, he directly elevated me to the top. Zhu Ziqing looked at me, his gaze as if he were looking at a rare treasure. "Young friend Chao Yan from now on in the Zhu family. No one will dare to disrespect you. If anyone does, I'll make them die." This father-in-law is really going all out to win me over. What else can I say? I need to make a statement quickly. "Uncle, rest assured, I will definitely treat Zhu Qing well. I swear as long as I, Chao Yan, have a breath left, I will never allow her to suffer the slightest grievance. Anyone who wants to harm her must first step over my dead body." As soon as I spoke, the female disciples of the Zhu family in the audience began to show hearts in their eyes, each casting flirtatious glances, their hearts fluttering, wishing they could throw themselves at me right then and there. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, my true protagonist finally made her entrance. Zhu Ziqing, with her long, straight legs, swayed her slim waist like a little wildcat, walking towards me step by step. Let me tell you, as soon as she appeared, there was a faint scent of youthful femininity in the air, especially pleasant. This is the pride of the Zhu family, the real Zhu Ziqing. Goodness, let me tell you. Zhu Ziqing came on strong right away, directly kneeling before her father Zhu Ziqing to thank him for facilitating her marriage with Chao Yan. At that moment, I was taken aback and thought, "Sister, you're being foolish. With this kneel, would to your man Chao Yan just flip the Zhu family's house upside down?" Sure enough, Chao Yan lightly cleared his throat. Just that sound made her father's cold sweat pour down like a shower, almost scaring his soul away. He quickly pulled his daughter up and kept muttering, "Oh, my silly daughter, you mustn't do this. It's all my fault, I'm sorry." Who understands family members? His survival instinct was off the charts. Would he dare let the woman Chao Yan has his eyes on kneel to him? Even if he had 100,000 times more courage, would he be giving up his life? Zhu Ziqing still looked moved and said, "Father, I don't blame you." She was puzzled as to why her usually cold and unfeeling father suddenly changed his tune and became so warm today. Then, the annual melodrama unfolded. Her father began to frantically clear his name, with tears and snot, telling Zhu Ziqing, "Daughter, you misunderstood. Your sister was chasing you back then, actually to protect you." I was completely stunned when I heard this. What a divine reversal. It turns out that back then, during the internal conflict in the Dai family, everyone thought Dai Mubai was definitely going to be the loser. If he failed to fight for the throne, Zhu Zhuqing, as his fiancée, Yi, would end up dead. That's why her father and sister staged such a painful scheme, deliberately forcing her to leave, just to save her life. Zhu Zhuqing was instantly petrified, feeling like her system had crashed, her worldview completely shattered. Just think about it, the father and sister you have hated for so many years. And it turns out everything they did was for the sake of loving you. This boomerang effect pierced right through her heart. The father and daughter wept in each other's arms, finally reconciling. Then her father turned his attention to Chao Yan, rubbing his hands together and asking the most critical question. Well, son-in-law, can you handle the situation with the Dai family? Let me tell you, Chao Yan was incredibly domineering. Without even raising an eyebrow, he casually threw out 4 words. With a snap of my fingers, I can destroy you. Wow. The whole place erupted. The disciples of the Zhu family started whispering to each other, saying things like, this guy is just too full of himself, thinking he's someone special with the Dai family being so powerful. I bet he's just talking big. Zhu Ziqing, his father, was not happy to hear that and erupted in anger, shouting, everyone shut up. If anyone says another word, you'll face the family law. The scene was quite something. The head of the family definitely had his presence. But to be honest, he was also feeling a bit uncertain inside. After all, the Dai family was an old imperial powerhouse, and it was said that they had a titled Douluo in charge. Seeing his hesitant expression, wanting to cling to a strong ally, but also afraid of being let down, Chao Yan couldn't be bothered with small talk anymore and directly dropped a bombshell. Uncle, I am a peerless Douluo. Do you really think I'm afraid of just the Dai family? Zhu Ziqing's eyes almost popped out, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Stuttering, what? Peerless Douluo? Chao Yan wasn't finished yet, lightly adding another dagger. All right, I forgot to mention, my 2 guardian spirits are also at the peerless Douluo level. Damn, 3 peerless Douluos? Now, not to mention her father, even those elders are dumbfounded, looking as if they've been struck by lightning. The 2 elders who were just beaten to the ground quickly came out to testify. Family head, it's true, absolutely true. We were sent flying by his guardian spirit with just 1 punch. In the face of that power, I felt like a humble ant. Now Zhu Ziqing was completely relieved, his face flushed with excitement, directly treating Chao Yan like an ancestor, and immediately summoned the family leaders for a meeting to discuss how to take down the Dai family and become the emperor himself. A meeting is a meeting, but Chao Yan's hands were restless, constantly wrapping around Zhu Zhuqing's small waist and exploring all sorts of ways. Who understands of family members? This is in the Zhu family's conference hall, right in front of her father and all the elders. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned as red as a monkey's butt, and she whispered, be gentler, so many people are watching. As a result, her father and the elders not only ignored it, but laughed heartily, praising Chao Yan's boldness and saying he had the charm of his youth. I was truly amazed. In this strange atmosphere, her father began to hesitate again, saying that we need a legitimate reason to start a war, otherwise it would be a nameless attack and a reputation would not be good. At this moment, the silent Dean Flender stood up, his eyes bloodshot, gritting his teeth and saying, I have a reason. That insane beast Dai Mubai cruelly killed my disciple and forcibly stripped him of his 2 soul bones. This grudge cannot be overlooked. The whole place erupted in an uproar. But Zhu Ziqing, this old fox, wouldn't act without seeing the rabbit. He said seriously, Dean, you can't say that recklessly. Slandering a prince could lead to execution. Do you have evidence? The other elders echoed, saying we can't go to war with the Dai family based on just your word. Flender was instantly anxious, almost kneeling down to swear with his martial soul, but was stopped by the Grand Elder. Flender felt utterly hopeless, sensing that revenge was out of reach, and his back looked desolate. Just then, our savior, Chao Yan, stood up. He slowly said, I can testify that everything Dean Flender said is true. Just right. Let's use this reason, and it's perfectly justified. I tell you, as soon as Chao Yan opened his mouth, the effect was completely different. Zhu Ziqing's face changed faster than flipping a book, and he immediately slapped his thigh. Good. Since my esteemed son-in-law has said so, we must support it. Dean Flandra, I believed in you for a long time. Our Zhu family is all about eliminating harm for the people. Oh my. The speed of this change in expression is worthy of being in a play. So it was settled. That night, Chao Yan took Zhu Zhuqing back to the room, ready to get down to business, if you know what I mean. Just as the 2 were about to get to the point, they heard a knock on the door. I was puzzled at the time, wondering who was so clueless. Zhu Zhuqing heard it, and said it was her sister Zhu Zhuyun's voice. Well, When Xiaoyan heard that his sister had arrived, his eyes lit up, probably thinking it was a benefit sent by the Zhu family. He didn't even have time to put on a shirt and rushed to open the door bare-chested. As soon as the door opened, wow, there stood a beautiful woman in a sheer nightgown, just out of the shower, her hair still damp, looking vibrant and alluring. Xiaoyan was completely mesmerized, staring at her chest without end. Then Zhu Zhiyun, with a look of grievance, asked, "Xiaoyan, this is my sister's boudoir. How come you are here?" I have to tell you, I found it really funny at that moment. This sister is truly good at pretending. Clearly, her heart is as clear as a mirror. Yet she's here acting like an innocent little flower. I grab her wrist, smooth as silk, TSK, the feel is really nice. I said, "Hey, don't go, Zhiyun. Since you're dressed so beautifully, why not come in and sit for a while? Your sister has been missing you a lot." As soon as I said this, Zhu Zhiyun's little face turned bright red, like a cooked shrimp. She was still saying, "Young Master Chow, please have some self-respect." But who understands family? Her eyes were darting around, and I bet her mind was already playing out an 80-episode drama. Thoughts like, am I staying over tonight? And Xiaoyan is both handsome and capable, so I guess I'm not losing out, were probably racing through her head. Wow, her mental activities were practically live streaming, and the comments were almost flooding in. As soon as I saw the opportunity, I quickly added fuel to the fire and said, "Really, Zhu Qing mentions you every day. If you two sisters have any misunderstandings, why not just talk it out?" Zhu Zhiyun was completely swayed at this point. After all, sisterly love runs deep. She half-heartedly agreed and specifically emphasized, "I just finished taking a shower, so you mustn't have any improper thoughts." I couldn't help but laugh inside while on the outside. I proclaimed with great righteousness, "Don't worry. I, Xiaoyan, am a man of integrity. Hey, a gentleman is indeed fond of beauty. The ancients did not deceive me." Only then did she shyly step into the room. As soon as the door opened, the scene was quite thrilling. Zhu Qing was lying on the bed, completely bare, covered only by a tiny blanket. Zhu Zhiyun was instantly petrified, not knowing where to look, her face so red it seemed like it could bleed. And guess what happened next? Zhu Qing, this younger sister, was also quite something. She directly said to her sister, "Sister, I'm playing a game with Xiaoyan. Do you want to join us?" Oh my gosh, that line makes me want to give her an Oscar on the spot. Zhu Zhiyun almost choked on her words, stomping her feet in anger. "What are you talking about? Who want to play with him?" Although she said that, her eyes couldn't help but glance at Zhu Qing, with an expression that was 3 parts disdain and 7 parts envy, probably pondering how her sister developed like that. The two sisters were awkward for a while, but finally started down the emotional route. Zhu Zhiyun sat on the edge of the bed, tears welling up as she began to explain, "Sister, I chased you back then. It was all to protect you." Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing was also moved to tears. "Sister, I don't blame you. I love you." Then the two hugged each other, crying as if they were drenched in rain. The speed of this reconciliation was comparable to the most popular one-click reconciliation short drama of 2025, emphasizing efficiency. After the sisterly bond scene was over, Zhu Zhiyun was about to leave. Could I let her go? Absolutely not. I quickly blocked the door and smiled at her. "Miss Zhiyun, it's so late. Why don't you rest here?" Zhu Zhiyun was stunned and asked me blankly, "Young Master Xiaoyan, do you like me?" Let me tell you, this was breaking the ice. I boldly admitted, "That's right, I like you." Well, Zhu Zhiyun only blushed for about 3 seconds after hearing that, and then bit her lip and agreed. That night, anyway, what needed to happen happened, and you can fill in the details yourselves. The next morning, the atmosphere was completely different. Zhu Zhiyun was practically clinging to me, happily saying, "Young Master Xiaoyan, I'm so happy. You're 1,000 times better than my fiancé Davis." Zhu Qing chimed in beside her. Of course. The person I like can't be an ordinary person. I held the two sisters in my arms, feeling incredibly comfortable. I promised them, "Don't worry. Both of you are my women, and no one will bully you in the future. As for Davis and Dai Mubai, I'll go and cancel your engagement today." The two girls were so touched that they were on the verge of tears. I took them with me, confidently marching to the Zhu family's hall. However, as soon as we arrived at the hall, wow, the head of the Zhu family, their father Zhu Ziqing, was already there waiting with a group of elite experts, all of whom were at the soul sage level. It looked so intimidating that one might think a battle was about to start. The moment Zhu Ziqing saw me, he smiled brightly, and when he noticed his eldest daughter's walking posture, he instantly understood. His gaze seemed to say, "Good son-in-law, well done." He politely asked me if I was satisfied with Zhu Zhiyun, and I nodded. He was so happy he almost jumped up, saying it was his daughter's good fortune. Then he pointed at the group of experts and mentioned that he was worried about not having enough strength to go to the Dai family to cancel the engagement. So he was well prepared. I couldn't help but laugh at the time and said, "Uncle, you underestimate me too much. Do you really need so many people to deal with just the Dai family? I alone can wipe them out with a snap of my fingers." As I spoke, I released a bit of my aura, and everyone in the hall instantly turned pale, as if they were being choked. Zhu Ziqing was immediately convinced, not daring to utter a word more, repeatedly saying, "I will listen to you, young friend." Well, just as we were preparing to go over and challenge them, focusing on a supportive withdrawal from the engagement, guess what the Dai family was doing? They were holding a family commendation meeting. That kid Dai Mubai, I don't know what kind of luck he stumbled upon, but he managed to obtain Ma Hongjuan's soul bone, and now his soul power skyrocketed to level 48, returning home to a warm welcome. His father, the head of the Dai family, Dai Tianwang, was hugging him affectionately, exclaiming that his son had the potential to become an emperor. The officials below, all opportunistic sycophants, were showering Dai Mubai with praise. The second prince's talent is almost monstrous. The Dai family is about to give birth to a true dragon. Dai Tianwang was overjoyed by the flattery and immediately decided that the throne would belong to Dai Mubai in the future. Then, an unwise person, in a bid to show loyalty, directly proposed, "The first Prince Dai Weixi's talent is mediocre. Keeping him would only be a disaster. Why not put him to death?" This move was simply a textbook example of being a heartless brother. Let me tell you, once this was said, everyone started to agree, saying that Dai Weiqi wasn't even worthy to be Dai Mubai's shoe shiner. Poor Dai Weiqi stood by. Hearing this, his face went pale with fear, and he knelt down, grabbing his father's leg, crying, "Father, you can't kill me. I'm also your son. Please." As he spoke, Dai Weiqi even inched his way closer to Dai Tianwang. His eyes filled with pleading, looking pitiful like a little dog, evoking sympathy from others. Hearing this, Dai Tianwang's eyes were filled with a silent rage. As the dignified emperor of the Dai family, how could he have such a cowardly son? It was truly too embarrassing. Thus, with a darkened expression, he suddenly roared in anger, "Don't call me father. How could I, Dai Tianwang, have given birth to such a cowardly wretch? You shameless brat, so afraid of death. I don't want you as my son." After saying this, Dai Tianwang shot forward, directly slapping Dai Weiqi's face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed, and Dai Weiqi's body was sent flying, crashing into the hall's columns, breaking them apart. Father, why are you doing this to me? I'm also your son." Dai Weiqi cried out in despair. Seeing this scene, many high-ranking elders of the Dai family shook their heads helplessly, unable to bear to look. They knew that in this situation, they should keep their mouths shut. Chapter 204. The trouble of the Dai family, you worthless thing. What else do you have to say? As my son, you are so spineless. Are you even human? After the slap, Dai Tianwang slowly approached Dai Weiqi, his face still showing traces of anger. But he forcefully concealed it, making it hard for others to notice. "Father, please don't hit me. I beg you. I promise I will support my second brother well in the future. Just spare my life, and I am willing to serve my second brother like a beast. Please don't kill me." Seeing the murderous intent on Dai Tianwang's face, Dai Weiqi's expression was extremely ugly. He knew how explosive his father's temper was. If he truly angered him, the outcome would be disastrous. "Umph, you useless thing, I was still considering passing the throne to you, but now it seems I was foolish. You coward, you are truly unworthy of being my son." Dai Tianwang snorted coldly, looking very disappointed. In the past, he had always regarded Dai Weiqi as his own, as the latter had an exceptionally high talent, shining brightly even within the Dai family. However, seeing him today made Dai Tianwang rethink. With such a cowardly son, he feared that once Dai Weiqi inherited the throne, he would ruin the family business. After saying this, Dai Tianwang stepped forward, 1 foot forward. A wave of energy surged beneath him, and in the next moment he directly kicked Dai Weiqi in the abdomen, sending him flying again, looking pitiful like a kite with a broken string. It hurts so much. Father, please spare me. I beg you." Dai Weiqi kept wailing, and hearing his tragic cries, many people's hearts trembled. After all, no one expected that as the first prince, he would receive such treatment. This outcome truly left people dumbfounded. After all, as the saying goes, even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. No one expected Dai Tianwang to treat Dai Weiqi so cruelly, considering they had a father-son relationship. "Oof, you spineless wretch, it's a shame you're still my son. I really want to slap you to death." Dai Tianwang looked at Dai Weiqi with indifference, his eyes showing no sympathy. He would rather not have such a son. "Please, father, I beg you, just spare my life, and I would do anything you ask." Hearing this, Dai Weiqi's face turned pale, his voice weakly pleading, completely abandoning his dignity, looking as humble as a little dog, evoking disdain from others. You scoundrel. I really want to kill you. Dai Tianwang's face was terrifyingly dark, and cold words slowly came from his mouth, filled with violent rage, showing no sign of weakness. Your Majesty, please calm down. Don't let a rebellious son like this harm your health. It's not worth it. Yes, yes. I see that this first prince is so ungrateful. Compared to the second prince, he really seems insignificant. Such an ungrateful person should be executed directly. I agree. This person is truly too hateful. If it were me, I would want to slap him to death directly. Such a spineless coward truly doesn't he deserve to live. Many people, witnessing this, immediately suggested that they wished to execute Dai Weishi. After all, the latter was currently facing significant exclusion. To be honest, was there any need for such a person to exist? Hearing these voices, Dai Tianwang frowned in contemplation. He was considering that if possible, he would indeed want to kill this beast Dai Weishi, as such a person was merely a waste of life. Just as he was about to say something, a disciple of the Dai family rushed in hurriedly, looking somewhat haggard. Seemingly something big had happened. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. A disciple shouted anxiously, his voice loud as he barged into the hall, disrespecting decorum. You scoundrel, what is going on? Dai Tianwang's face darkened, his mood instantly becoming unpleasant. This disciple was too undisciplined. How could he speak to the emperor like this? If everyone spoke like this, then where would his authority as emperor be? You blind fool. How dare you speak to the emperor like that? You lowly wretch, you shouldn't even exist in this world, someone shouted loudly. After all, this was a great opportunity to make a name for oneself. If one could perform well in front of the emperor, the future would be limitless. Your Majesty, the Zhu family has arrived. They are outside the Dai family palace and wish to see you. I don't know what to do. A trembling disciple of the Dai family said, his teeth chattering, looking pitiful like an ant. Oh, what do they want? King Dai replied coldly. Without my decree, what right do they have to enter my Dai family? Throw them out. King Dai's tone was dismissive. The Zhu family was merely a tool for him. As an emperor, he looked down on the world. Even the entire Douluo continent seemed like insignificant ants in his eyes. It seems they are here to see his majesty. But they don't look friendly. They're almost at the palace gates. Your Majesty, what should we do? The disciple whispered, his voice low and his eyes darting around, clearly frightened. Ha! The Zhu family is just a minor annoyance. Davis, I order you to make them leave. If you can't handle this small matter, I'll kill you. Do you understand? King Dai said, glancing at Davis, his words filled with commanding authority that left no room for rebuttal. Hearing this, Davis's heart filled with joy. He quickly replied, Thank you, Father. I will not disgrace your command. How dare these ants from the Zhu family trespass into my Dai family without my father's order? They must have guts. Just watch how I teach them a lesson. After saying this, Davis flicked his sleeve and strode out confidently. He was somewhat excited. After all, if he could complete his father's command, he would save his own life in this transaction. No matter how one looked at it, he would not lose out. After all, a person's life is only lived once, and Davis naturally cherished it greatly. Outside the Dai family palace. Chao Yan, this is the place. Once we enter, we can directly meet that guy from the Dai family, Zhu Ziqing said with a smile at the palace entrance. The person he referred to was, of course, King Dai. In the past, even to see King Dai would require some effort, as the royal family's rules were quite complicated. It was precisely because of those unreasonable regulations that Zhu Ziqing felt dissatisfied. Normally, even if the Zhu family wanted to enter the Dai family, they would at least need to report to King Dai first. Otherwise, they would face severe punishment. But today, Zhu Ziqing no longer had to worry about such things, especially with Chao Yan around. He was not afraid of anything happening. Zhu Qing, Zhu Yun, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I will make the old dog from the Dai family annul the engagement. You are both girls I like, and I don't want to give anyone a chance to talk. Chao Yan said softly, glancing at the two girls beside him as they approached the palace. This time, he not only wanted to deal with that scoundrel Dai Mubai, but also sought justice for Zhu Ziqing and Zhu Yun. Otherwise, he would be a useless person. If he couldn't even annul the engagement of the girls he loved, it would be too much for him to bear. Yes, we believe you. Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They had always trusted Chao Yan's words. If they hadn't met him, their fates would not have changed. And they wouldn't have this opportunity to annul the engagement at the Dai family. They knew that their current situation was thanks to Chao Yan, and they felt somewhat lucky. Without him, their lives might have remained forever dull. Fool, you are all my women now. Today, I will let everyone in the Xinglua Empire know that the useless prince of the Dai family is not worthy of you. Chao Yan smiled gently. his tone firm and undeniable. We haven't agreed to marry you yet. You're dreaming. Hearing this, Zhu Qing and Zhu Yun's faces turned red. Although they had already become Chao Yan's women, they still felt shy about such titles, and they were very sensitive to it. Haha, anyway, you can't escape now. After saying that, Chao Yan ignored the gazes around him and directly pulled the two girls into his embrace, savoring the soft fragrance of their bodies, feeling an irresistible affection. Both Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing had curvy figures. Even just being held like this brought a different kind of sensation, and under such feelings, even Chao Yan was slightly dazed. After all, he had always had no resistance to beautiful women. The two before him were indeed one in a million. Such girls would surely be admired by countless people wherever they went. This isn't right. Your father is still here. Caught off guard by Chao Yan's sudden embrace, Zhu Yun let out a sharp cry. Although her heart had long been promised to Chao Yan, with Zhu Ziqing watching from the side, she, as a pure girl, naturally felt a bit resistant. Ahem, I saw nothing. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Zhu Ziqing's face. At such a moment, he preferred to be an outsider. After all, in his view, it was a blessing for Zhu Yun to be chosen by Chao Yan. As the saying goes, once a daughter is married, she is like spilled water. Although Zhu Ziqing was a father, he couldn't do much in this situation. Moreover, he was quite satisfied with Chao Yan. If he interrupted them now, wouldn't he be an embarrassing old man? Father, are you not going to intervene? Seeing Zhu Ziqing's reaction, Zhu Yun's face showed a hint of anger. She hadn't even married Chao Yan yet, and she couldn't believe her father was so quick to sell her out. If she really married him, she didn't know what kind of bullying she would face. Hee, Zhu Yun, sweetheart, you are now my woman. Even if you want to escape, you can't, Chao Yan said with a mischievous smile, then opened his arms wider, pulling Zhu Yun's soft body even closer. The faint fragrance from the girl filled the air, pleasant and alluring. All right, I will be your woman for life, but let me go. We still have to annul the engagement. If someone sees us like this, it would be very bad, Zhu Yun said, looking at Chao Yan, who seemed unconcerned about the surrounding gazes, with a helpless smile. Yes, son-in-law, we are about to enter the palace. It would be better for you to tone it down a bit. Otherwise, I fear you might provoke someone, Zhu Ziqing advised. Zhu Ziqing also slowly spoke, mentioning that in recent years, the relationship between the Zhu family and the Dai family had significantly deteriorated. Therefore, he did not wish for any dramatic events to occur before the marriage withdrawal, as that would not be good. Don't worry, uncle, I know my limits. Chao Yan nodded and reluctantly released his arm from Zhu Ziqing's waist. As Zhu Ziqing said, he was there to withdraw from the marriage today. And if such a scene were to be seen by the Dai family, the final impact would naturally be very negative. He, my dear son-in-law, truly understands the bigger picture. This makes me admire you a bit, Zhu Ziqing said with a slight smile, and he also praised Chao Yan generously. After all, the latter was able to restrain his feelings in such a situation, which was quite commendable. Just after Zhu Ziqing finished speaking, a very discordant voice suddenly rang out, carrying a hint of provocation. Uncle Zhu has graced us with his presence. Your nephew truly has failed to welcome you properly. Davis looked at Zhu Ziqing and the others with a smile, but there was an underlying sarcasm in that smile that made people feel uncomfortable. Upon hearing Davis's words, Zhu Ziqing's face twitched slightly. Now that he was tied to Chao Yan, he naturally had no good temper towards Davis. However, just as he was about to say something, a figure suddenly rushed out, and soon, a crisp sound resonated. Get lost, you piece of trash. You don't deserve to call me uncle. Chao Yan's sharp palm wind directly struck Davis's cheek, and immediately, several red handprints appeared on the latter's face. After being hit hard, Davis's body was knocked back, and he looked quite miserable. You bastard, where did you come from? How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Are you looking for death? If you know what's good for you, kneel and kowtow 10 times. Otherwise, I will make sure you die here. Davis forced himself to hold his head and yelled angrily. His eyes filled with overwhelming rage. After all, he was the crown prince of the Dai family, and his identity was extremely noble. How could his dignity be challenged by a mere ant? In his eyes, Chao Yan was just a humble bug. After all, he had never seen Chao Yan before, and to him, the other party was just a servant of the Zhu family. People like that were never taken seriously by him. You ungrateful wretch. How dare you insult my friend Chao Yan? If you dare to say another word, I will make you a useless person for the rest of your life. Upon hearing Davis's words, Zhu Ziqing's expression also turned ugly. Chao Yan was the son-in-law of the Zhu family. As the uncle, how could he watch his son-in-law get beaten? With a loud slap, Zhu Ziqing's figure suddenly flashed, and he waved his hand, directly slapping Davis's face, producing a crisp sound. The sudden turn of events made Davis's eyes widen in shock. He didn't even have time to react before his body was sent flying, landing in a comical manner. Davis covered his face with his hands, and just as he was about to curse, he saw Zhu Ziqing. Naturally, he did not dare to show any disrespect towards the latter and could only force a smile, saying, "Uncle, what is the meaning of this?" In response, Zhu Ziqing coldly smiled and said, "You blind fool. How dare you disrespect my future son-in-law? Zhu Juyan has already made a marriage pact with my friend Xiaoyan. You are nothing but a toad. Do you still wish to eat swan meat? Stop dreaming." "What? Uncle, are you saying this guy is going to marry Juyan?" Upon hearing this, Davis's face turned extremely ugly, his voice filled with disbelief. After all, he was the crown prince of the Dai family, and everyone knew about his engagement with Zhu Juyan. If the engagement were to be called off, he would truly lose face. Could it be that he would have to forever crawl at Dai Mubai's feet? Or was he destined to be a pitiful ant? "Uncle, there must be some misunderstanding. You know that Juyan and I have been childhood sweethearts, growing up together. You can't break us apart," Davis pleaded loudly, even awkwardly clutching Zhu Ziqing's thigh with a pleading look in his eyes, as humble as a little dog. "Hee, with your useless self? Do you even deserve to marry my Juyan? You should take a good look. You are just a waste. To be honest, I came here today specifically to dissolve the engagement. If you know what's good for you, kneel and kowtow. Otherwise, I will make you regret it," Zhu Ziqing said coldly. If he had not met Xiaoyan, perhaps he would have foolishly married his daughter off to someone from the Dai family. But now that thought seemed so ridiculous and absurd. "What? Uncle, is what you said true? How can you do this? You can't break us apart. This is a provocation against our royal power. Do you know the consequences?" Davis's eyes widened like two huge bronze bells, filled with shock, and even his breathing became extremely rapid, clearly showing he was greatly affected. "Hee, your Dai family is just a bunch of ungrateful wretches. If you dare to say another word, I will make you die here right now. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Zhu Ziqing's expression remained unchanged. Since he had already decided to tear his face with the Dai family, he had to be extremely decisive. Otherwise, it might lead to a huge mistake. When the time comes to cut, one must not hesitate. Zhu Ziqing was not a soft-hearted person. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sit in the position of the head of the Zhu family. "You, Zhu Ziqing, do you really want to completely turn against my Dai family? Do you know what the consequences of being our enemy are? Don't be too ungrateful. The power of my Dai family is something you cannot imagine. If you apologize to me, I might still forgive your previous offense," Davis said lightly. Facing Zhu Ziqing, he did not dare to be too dismissive or unreasonable. Although Zhu Ziqing's words made him quite angry, the latter was far superior to him in both experience and strength. So he naturally did not dare to be too arrogant. After all, no matter how you put it, Zhu Ziqing was the head of the Zhu family, while Davis, although he held a noble title, was merely a prince with no real power compared to the former. "Hee, a mere Dai family is nothing. Davis, you're just a waste. You don't even have the qualifications to speak such arrogant words to me. Get lost." After saying this, Zhu Ziqing suddenly waved his sleeve, and a powerful wave of soul power sent Davis flying several meters away, landing miserably on the ground. "Zhu Ziqing, you really have a great spirit. Elders Daida and Daer, I believe you both have seen today's events. Zhu Ziqing is deliberately provoking the dignity of the Zhu family. Although I, Davis, no longer have much power, you should still take action in this matter," Davis said with difficulty, then turned his gaze. Beside him stood two indifferent elders, their presence slowly permeating the air like a barely noticeable aura, appearing as ordinary people. However, this was not the case. These two elders were from the Dai family, named Daida and Daer, both at the Soul Douluo level, quite formidable. If the two of them teamed up, even a titled Douluo level expert could be fought against. "Hee, Zhu Ziqing, how arrogant you are. Have you forgotten that without my Dai family, your mere Zhu family would never have the status it has today? You could never sit as an elder of the Zhu family. I didn't expect you to actually do such a rebellious thing." At this time, the two elders, who had been silent, slowly spoke up. Although they had remained silent before, the current situation compelled them to step forward. After all, as elders of the Dai family, how could they allow their family's reputation to be provoked by others? I thought who it was, but it turns out to be the old dogs of the Dai family. Do you really think I, Zhu Ziqing, am afraid of you? Just sold the law, what is that? The moment Zhu Ziqing's voice fell, the atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze, turning into dead silence. Chapter 207. Zhu Ziqing's battle. Just a soul Douluo? Zhu Ziqing, you really have a big mouth. Have you forgotten that your own strength is also just a soul Douluo? Today, you repeatedly insult my Dai family, and I will let you know what it means to be rebellious." After hearing Zhu Ziqing's words, the two elders also sneered, their eyes darkening. As elders of the Dai family, they held a high status. Even the king of Dai would have to show them some respect. This was their greatest capital as powerful individuals. However, facing Zhu Ziqing's mocking words made them a bit displeased. After all, they were prominent figures in the Dai family. Even if Zhu Ziqing was the head of the Zhu family, he was still far from having the qualification to discipline them. In their eyes, Zhu Ziqing simply did not deserve it. "Oh, is that so? Then I really want to see what you two can do to me today." Facing the mockery of the two elders, Zhu Ziqing remained calm and even showed a strange smile. He naturally knew who these two were. Both were elders of the Dai family and were treated with considerable importance even within their own family. After all, two Soul Douluo level experts indeed had such capital. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Ziqing might have acted submissively, but today, he had come looking for trouble. So, don't think that just because these two are merely Soul Douluos, he would back down. Even if a title Dalu appeared, Zhu Ziqing would still take the same action, to break off the engagement. Today, he must end this marriage. In Zhu Ziqing's eyes, despite the Dai family's strength, compared to Chao Yan, they seemed extremely insignificant. After all, under absolute interests, even powerful entities had nothing to fear. To think you still don't recognize the situation. It seems we really need to teach you a lesson today. Seeing Zhu Ziqing's cold response, the faces of the two elders grew increasingly ugly, and at the same time, a cold snort escaped their lips as they quickly vanished, heading straight for Zhu Ziqing. "Zhu Ziqing, today you will pay for your arrogance. Take this." When the figures of the two reappeared, they were already in front of Zhu Ziqing, their claws gripped tightly, with a faint white light covering the tips of the claws. Meanwhile, two black soul rings appeared around their bodies, showcasing their formidable presence. Fifth soul skill. White Tiger, Mingshun Extinction. The two elders spoke almost simultaneously, their massive tiger claws sweeping downwards, and then a dazzling white shockwave surged forth from the enormous claws, with a terrifying aura that quickened people's breathing. After releasing their soul skills, a faint smile emerged on the dry faces of the two elders. In their view, no matter how great Zhu Ziqing's abilities were, he could never stop their simultaneous release of the fifth soul skill. It should be noted that White Tiger Mingshun Extinction is an extremely powerful, non-physical attack. Against such an attack, even some defensive martial souls with extremely strong defense would not be able to withstand it. Of course, nothing is absolute. In today's Soul Master world, there are only a couple of martial souls capable of resisting their combined attack solely based on their formidable defensive power. One is the Diamond Mammoth Martial Soul, which is known for its defense even harder than Diamond, a pinnacle existence in the Soul Master world in terms of defense. Under its strong defense, even their soul skills could not do anything. The second is the famous Xuanwu Turtle Martial Soul, which, like the Diamond Mammoth Martial Soul, is also known for its strong defense. However, the latter is slightly inferior in defense compared to the Diamond Mammoth. Nevertheless, even so, these two types of martial souls genuinely have the ability to withstand their soul skills. Zhu Ziqing's martial soul, on the other hand, is merely the agility-type Phantom Spirit Cat. This martial soul is known for its speed, but in this situation, no matter how fast it would naturally be impossible to evade easily. After all, how could the attack of a Soul Douluo be so easily dodged? As the terrifying shockwave approached, Zhu Ziqing's expression darkened. Immediately, 8 soul rings appeared on his body, and behind him, a phantom of a Phantom Spirit Cat, at least half a meter in size, faintly emerged. Even as a Soul Douluo himself, he had no choice but to release his martial soul form in the face of such an attack. 7th soul skill, Phantom True Body. Zhu Ziqing shouted, and a torrent of black light continuously surged from his body, with a dark energy within the black light. Under that strange energy, even the White Tiger Mingshun Extinction unleashed by Daida and Dai Air began to weaken gradually. "Break for me," Zhu Ziqing shouted loudly, and his figure moved like a ghost, directly appearing in front of the intense shockwave. He reached out with both hands and made contact, and then the white energy shockwave rapidly dissipated, finally producing a loud explosion. As the sound of the explosion echoed, a black figure was seen retreating awkwardly, which was none other than Zhu Ziqing himself. However, at this moment, his hair was disheveled, his clothes tattered, and his once clean face now showed signs of exhaustion. When he finally stopped, he had no choice but to stand in a disheveled manner. It seems that even in the state where Zhu Ziqing has released his martial soul true form, facing the soul skill attacks from Daida and Dai Air is not an easy task. After all, as a purely agility-type soul master, it is naturally very difficult to withstand the attacks of strong attack-type soul masters. Zhu Ziqing, I thought you had great abilities, but I didn't expect your martial soul true form to be so mediocre. How can you possibly surpass the two of us now? Looking at Zhu Ziqing's embarrassed appearance, both Daida and Dai Air wore smug smiles on their faces, with a hint of amusement in their expressions. However, what they said was not without reason. After all, in the state where Zhu Ziqing has released his martial soul true form, it is undoubtedly extremely difficult to defeat the two of them who are in a full victory state. It can even be said that there is not the slightest possibility. Chapter 208, The Panic of the Dai Family. You can certainly give it a try. As the head of the Zhu family, I have never been afraid of anyone. Zhu Ziqing smiled faintly, but at this moment his aura was obviously somewhat unstable. After all, the martial soul true form consumes a tremendous amount of soul power. Earlier, in order to successfully withstand the joint attack from Daida and Dai Air, he had already expended a huge amount of soul power, so for a while, his aura was naturally not in the best condition. Meanwhile, seeing Zhu Ziqing in such a state, Davis couldn't help but grin, a look of uncontrollable excitement on his face. He eagerly said, "Elders, this Zhu Ziqing has insulted the reputation of the Dai family, which is truly unforgivable. In my opinion, why not capture him and bring him back to the Dai family, making him kneel? What do you two think?" Upon hearing this, the two elders also nodded in agreement. Just as Davis said, in their eyes, Zhu Ziqing was indeed a bit too much. The reputation of the Dai family was an indomitable presence in the entire Luo Empire, and even if Zhu Ziqing was the head of the Zhu family, he had no right to provoke them at all. Such actions were tantamount to slapping their faces in front of them, and as elders, it would naturally be unacceptable for them to ignore it. Seeing that the two elders readily agreed to this proposal, Davis was overjoyed. He quickly approached Zhu Ziqing and said, "Uncle, if you are sensible, don't interfere in the matters between me and Zhu Yunyan. If you do, I can plead for you in front of my father later, so you won't be too embarrassed." Davis's eyes twinkled with a playful smile. His engagement to Zhu Yunyan was a well-known fact throughout the Luo Empire, but now, if the Zhu family truly canceled this engagement, he would become a laughingstock for everyone. How could he accept such an outcome? After hearing Davis's words, Zhu Ziqing first glanced at the two elders not far away. At this moment, their auras still had a faint fluctuation, and from their appearance, it seemed as if they were about to erupt at any moment, exuding a strong sense of threat that sent chills down one's spine. Helpless, Zhu Ziqing could only force a smile and said, "I've already said, you are just a waste from the Dai family. How can someone like you marry my Zhu Qing? You should take a look at yourself first before talking. No matter what, I will not change my mind." After Zhu Ziqing's words fell, Davis's face couldn't help but twitch. His expression turned extremely gloomy, his fists clenched tightly, and a hint of hatred flickered in his sinister eyes. Deep down, a shallow anger was slowly brewing, as if it was about to erupt at any moment, making it hard to face. Seeing Davis's reaction, Zhu Ziqing continued to laugh. Your Dai family is just a bunch of ants. I came here today to eliminate you. If you are sensible, surrender and admit defeat obediently. From now on, the ruler of the Luo Empire will be my Zhu family." Zhu Ziqing's laughter was filled with arrogance, his rough laughter echoing in everyone's ears like a devil's melody that lingered on, making people feel uneasy. Meanwhile, the two elders felt somewhat displeased upon witnessing this and frowned, loudly saying, "Zhu Ziqing, don't be too arrogant. Do you know that your actions are provoking my Dai family? Do you really want to turn against us?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziqing appeared completely unconcerned. Although he had already released his martial soul true form once, it did not mean he would be afraid of these two old men. Similarly, he still had some confidence in his heart. If he were to fight these two elders again, although he might not win, at least their fate wouldn't be much better than his. Elders, you must have seen it too, right? Zhu Ziqing is so ungrateful. His actions simply do not put our Dai family in his eyes. Such a person should receive severe punishment from us. After briefly pausing his gaze on the two elders, Davis also suggested. He could naturally see that the two elders were somewhat dissatisfied with Zhu Ziqing's attitude. After all, the latter's actions were simply the height of arrogance, as if he had completely disregarded their Dai family. Such arrogant actions naturally made them feel angry. What you said is indeed correct. Since that is the case, let you take Zhu Ziqing's two girls back. As for this old man, Let the two of us handle him together. Such a stubborn fellow is really a headache. The two elders nodded appreciatively. Although Davis currently had little power, his mind was not foolish. All right, Zhu Yunyun, Zhu Qingqing, it seems you're going to be offended. You can blame Zhu Ziqing for this. If it weren't for his repeated nonsense today, you would not have ended up like this. Today, let me take you back. As the voices of the two elders fell, a faint smile also appeared on Davis's face, and then his figure flashed like a whirlwind, instantly moving towards Zhu Yunyun and Zhu Qingqing. In an instant, Davis's speed was incredibly fast. There was a sharp whistling sound in the air, piercingly loud. Hee, Zhu Ziqing. As for your matter, let us too capture you and take you back. The humiliation of today, I will make you kneel in the Dai family. Otherwise, it will be difficult to alleviate the hatred in my heart. Seeing Davis move so swiftly, the two elders also laughed, and then their bodies turned into afterimages, suddenly pouncing towards Zhu Ziqing with incredible speed. Haha, Zhu Yunyun, Zhu Qingqing, you are so beautiful, but in the end, you can only become women of the Dai family. This is your fate, and you cannot escape it. As Davis laughed, his body lunged toward the two women, even revealing a proud smile, appearing deranged like a devil. Seeing this scene, a hint of fear also appeared on Zhu Yunyun and Zhu Qingqing's beautiful faces. Although their strength was also extremely high compared to Davis, it was like comparing fireflies to the bright moon, completely incomparable. This kind of gap was like a chasm, and wanted to cross it was almost impossible. Haha, stop resisting, or you'll suffer. Seeing the two women in such a pitiful state, Davis's smile grew even brighter. Just as his body was about to make contact with them, a cold voice rang out, echoing like rolling thunder, shaking the heart. If you want to touch the women of Chaoyan, you are not worthy. At the moment the voice sounded, Davis felt his scalp tingle. An invisible wave of energy struck him, sending him flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, looking like a dead dog. This scene also attracted the attention of the two old men, who exchanged incredulous glances. Suddenly, they gasped in shock. Chapter 209. Davis's death approaches. Kid, what are you doing? Are you looking for death? The two, Daida and Dai Air, frowned, not expecting that at this point someone would dare to confront them. Although they didn't care about Davis's life or death, they were surprised that Chao Yin would intervene at such a critical moment. The two old men were filled with confusion, as they saw Chao Yin merely as a subordinate of the Zhu family. How could he possibly stand up at this time? You bastard, are you tired of living? How dare you hit me, Davis? Do you know my identity? I am the great prince of the star, Luo Empire. Do you believe I can make you die right now? At this moment, Davis reacted. The pain on his face made him curse out loud, and his expression turned somewhat hideous. It seemed he had sustained significant injury from the earlier terrifying impact. Nevertheless, Davis still wore a warm smile. His voice calm as he spoke. Zhu Ziqing, Zhu Zhuyun, if you are wise, come back with me obediently. I can guarantee that as long as you listen to me and do not resist, I won't make things too difficult for you. At this point, the smile on Davis's face grew even more pronounced. In his view, even the head of the Zhu family, Zhu Ziqing, had already been defeated. So Zhu Ziqing and Zhu Zhuyun would surely have no choice but to comply. After all, he didn't believe Chao Yin had the ability to save them from his hands. If he truly had such power, why would he need to hide and cower? Davis, don't be too arrogant. Have you forgotten the pain on your face? You are just a soul master. How could you possibly be a match for Chao Yin? If you have any sense, you should give up quickly. We can overlook this matter and pretend nothing happened. Zhu Zhuyun raised her beautiful eyes, looking at Davis with a teasing expression, her voice cold. She knew Davis's strength was only at the 45th level of Soul Master. While that was not weak, it was unrealistic to think he could defeat Chao Yin with such ability. Zhu Zhuyun still remembered that day when Chao Yin defeated the three elders of the Zhu family with a single punch, leaving a deep impression in her mind. Because of this, Chao Yan's towering figure and image were forever etched in her memory, impossible to erase. Therefore, she firmly believed that as long as Chao Yin was present, a mere Davis, even with two soul elder-level elders by his side, posed no threat. They were just three insignificant ants in Zhu Zhuyun's eyes. She believed Davis and his companions wouldn't even last a round against Chao Yin. This was her conviction, immovable as a mountain. Zhu Zhuyun, how naive and adorable you are. Do you really think that a mere ant like this can withstand me? This kid only won by sneak attacking. I doubt he has even broken through to Soul Sovereign. Haha. Davis laughed instead of getting angry, even pointing at Chao Yan's nose as he spoke, his pride evident. Davis, do not insult Chao Yan. Although you are a soul master, Xiao Yan's strength is beyond your imagination. Do you believe he can knock you down with just one punch? Zhu Zhuqing's cold voice rang out, her bright eyes filled with a hint of anger, as if she might explode at any moment, which was quite terrifying. As she spoke, Zhu Zhuqing leaned into Xiao Yan's embrace. Their close position made Davis's face twitch, and his expression darkened. All right, kid, if you have the guts, come and compete with me. Davis, today, I will make you remember that the women of the Dai family are not to be touched by just anyone. I will make you pay for your actions today. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's shy appearance, Davis's face turned pale with rage, his eyes filled with intense hatred. Davis, I advise you to concede. Your strength is not bad, but if you really fight Xiao Yan, you will lose badly. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. Seeing Davis's reaction, Zhu Zhiyun spoke lightly, watching him with amusement, her heart laughing uncontrollably. After all, she had witnessed Xiao Yan's strength firsthand. While Davis was merely a fragile ant, he might not even be able to withstand one of Xiao Yan's punches. Ah, Zhu Zhiyun, you are my fiancée, yet you dare to speak for an outsider. You have truly disappointed me. I declare that from today, you are no longer my fiancée. From now on, you are not allowed to step into the Dai family's gates. Otherwise, you will die. Davis shouted in frustration. For some reason, seeing Zhu Zhiyun act this way caused him a pang of pain in his heart, like being cut by a knife, unbearable. I cannot ask for more. Young Master Xiao Yan is the one I truly like. As for you, you're just a waste, unworthy of me. Zhu Zhiyun coldly snorted, her indifferent gaze devoid of any emotion. As she spoke, her expression remained unchanged, extremely calm. After finishing, Zhu Zhiyun ignored the ugly expression on Davis's face and generously walked towards Xiao Yan, throwing herself into his arms, even with a hint of flirtation on her face. Her affectionate gesture made Davis's eyes nearly pop out, his jaw clenched tightly. All right, kid, you have truly angered me. The women of the Dai family have never been touched by outsiders. It seems this time I cannot let you go. Keet, D. Davis's gaze darkened, and the chilling words slowly escaped his lips as he clenched his fists, his long fingers digging into his skin, causing waves of pain. Davis, have you finished speaking? A waste like you is worthy of my Zhuqing and Jian treasures? How ridiculous. Today, I will take your life. Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly, not putting Davis in his eyes at all. Such an ant, if he wished, could be eliminated with a snap of his fingers. Chapter 210, The Death of Davis Kid. Do you dare to insult me? You're asking for death. Davis could no longer endure it. As the Grand Prince, he had been humiliated time and again. Even a clay figurine has some fire in it, let alone someone of his status as a prince. After Davis finished speaking, he stepped forward, and, as he did, a slight tremor echoed through the floor. He clenched his fists tightly and suddenly swung them towards Xiao Yan's head, his attack merciless. The two elder members of the Dai family beside him nodded in appreciation, their old eyes showing hints of admiration. Although Davis had lost the chance to become a prince, his talent was still impressive. After all, Davis was among the best of the younger generation in the Dai family. Such talent was not something an ordinary person could possess. Kid, your name is Xiao Yan, right? Today, being defeated by me is something you can be proud of. With that, Davis's figure flickered like a ghost, suddenly appearing before Xiao Yan. The fierce wind of his palm rushed towards him, carrying a terrifying pressure that made people take notice. First soul skill. White Tiger's fierce light wave. Davis shouted, and a dense white light wave burst forth from his mouth, mixed with a terrifying energy, heading straight for Xiao Yan's body. The power was such that even the surrounding space seemed to ripple slightly, which was quite astonishing. Zhu Ziqing, just watch with your eyes wide open. The Grand Prince is a true soul master. Although this attack isn't very powerful, it should be more than enough to deal with that little brat. Seeing Davis take the initiative, a smile appeared on Dai Da's face. After all, Davis was one of their own, and seeing him excel was certainly a good thing. Yes, Zhu Ziqing, just watch. Our Grand Prince's attack will surely tear that kid to pieces. At that point, let us see what you have to say. Don't think you can just bring in some young punk to challenge the authority of the Dai family. That thought is simply laughable. Hearing this, Daier's mouth also slowly curled into a smile. In his view, defeating Xiao Yan should be extremely simple for Davis. Do you really have that much confidence in Davis? Zhu Ziqing merely smiled faintly at this, not saying much more. His expression was extremely calm as he slowly turned his gaze to Xiao Yan. In his heart, he already had an answer regarding the outcome of this battle. After hearing Zhu Ziqing's words, the two elders could only shake their heads helplessly. However, just as they were about to say something, the scene before them left them speechless. Kid Dai, Davis's smile gradually widened. He believed that Chao Yan was just a small ant. Without strength, it was impossible to withstand his attack. If he was not careful, he could end up dead, which was not impossible. After all, his first soul skill was not something just anyone could face without fear. But soon, the smile on his face froze, and his expression changed to one of terror. His white, evil eyes were filled with shock, overwhelming shock. He just a trivial skill, and you dare to boast in front of me? Get lost, Chao Yan said indifferently, then lightly waved his hand. A powerful gust of wind sent Davis flying, tumbling several meters away, a sight that was somewhat pitiful. Impossible. How could you possess such terrifying power? How did you do it? What is your strength? Davis shouted in fear, feeling a sweetness in his throat as a wave of weakness spread throughout his body. Then, Davis's body crashed to the ground in a sorry state. Not only that, but as he fell, a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered internal organs erupted from his mouth, soaking his hair and staining the ground. A truly tragic sight. Seeing this, the two elder members of the Dai family looked incredulous, their eyes wide with shock. Their faces rapidly flushed red, and even their breathing became hurried. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Davis was a soul master-level powerhouse, yet such strength had been defeated by Chao Yan. What kind of power was this? The two elders found it hard to imagine. This was too unexpected. Elders, this person cannot be left alive. This guy injured me without even releasing his martial soul. His strength must be terrifyingly powerful. Davis, lying on the ground, shouted loudly, his breath weak, looking as if he might die at any moment, a sight that was hard to look at. Upon hearing this, the two elders nodded in agreement. Then, with a powerful surge of energy, they suddenly appeared in front of Chao Yan, their expressions changing as they prepared to attack. Both stepped forward, two fierce gusts of wind targeting Chao Yan's head, as if they intended to split him in half, the momentum quite significant. Kid, you dare to injure a member of the Dai family? Today, you will leave your life here. Although we two elders are using our strength against someone weaker, it is out of necessity, so you need not resist any longer. Just accept your fate. The two elders shouted almost simultaneously, and a terrifying soul power erupted from them, filling the area with a fierce wind that left people astonished. Chao Yan, be careful. They are very strong. Don't get hurt. Zhu Zhuyun, standing beside them, hurriedly warned, knowing that while Chao Yan was strong, she was still a bit afraid. If something happened to him, she and her sister would have no way to survive. You two old dogs, get lost. Hearing Zhu Zhuyun's words, Chao Yan nodded slightly. Then, he met their attack with a palm, and the shock wave sent the two elders flying backward, retreating several dozen meters. Such powerful strength. We are indeed like ants. The two elders screamed, their eyes filled with shock, not expecting the young man before them to possess such extraordinary strength. This time, they had completely misjudged him. Chao Yan paid no attention to their noisy remarks. Instead, he stepped towards Davis, killing intent surging in his eyes. Today, Davis must die. Chapter 2:11. Trouble for the Dai family. Chao Yan. What are you going to do? Do you want to kill me? Davis looked in panic at Chao Yan, who was steadily approaching him. The mocking smile on Chao Yan's face sent a chill down his spine. He felt as if a terrifying aura enveloped his entire body, nearly causing him to faint. However, after all, he is a noble prince. At a critical moment, he forced himself to calm down, took a deep breath, and said, Chao Yan, I advise you not to touch me. Otherwise, I fear the wrath of the Dai family will be something you cannot bear. Although on the surface Davis still appeared fearless, deep down, he was already beginning to feel some fear. Under his sleeves, his hands were trembling uncontrollably, and his fear had reached its peak. After all, his identity was only threatening within the Dai family. As for Chao Yan in front of him, he could not be sure whether the latter would be afraid of his words. After all, he had experienced the latter's cruelty before. What he feared most was that Chao Yan would directly slap him to death. The earlier scene of Chao Yan defeating the two elders in a flash had shocked his visual nerves. Such a young man could even kill a powerful soul fighter in an instant. What kind of strength was that? It was unimaginable. You were just a dog raised by the Dai family. Even if I really kill you, the Dai family cannot do anything to me. Ignoring Davis's threatening words, Chao Yan merely smiled faintly, but there was a hint of disdain in that smile. After speaking, Chao Yan quickened his pace towards Davis. In his cold eyes, there was a chilling murderous intent, as if Davis in front of him was merely an ant. If he wanted to kill such an ant, no one could stop him. Davis's body trembled. He didn't even dare to raise his head to meet Chao Yan's gaze. He felt an immense pressure emanating from Chao Yan's body, a terrifying sensation that felt like a mountain pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Such fear. As Chao Yin approached step by step, Davis was gradually soaked in cold sweat, his mouth trembling. This was a threat of facing death. He was just a mortal. How could he not be afraid? With a thud, Davis could no longer withstand the pressure and decisively knelt to the ground. His movement was swift and clean, without any hesitation. It was an instinctive reaction from deep within. He wanted to survive. After all, the young man in front of him was too terrifying. Chao Yin, please spare me. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have offended you. As long as you can spare my life. I am willing to work like an ox or a horse to repay you, and I won't complain. Davis pleaded desperately, his attitude extremely humble. He was now only thinking about how to survive in Chao Yin's hands. As for dignity, what was more important than life? Oh, how can we know to beg for mercy now? Weren't you very arrogant just a moment ago? Do you know that if I wanted to kill you, just a glance would be enough? Chao Yin said calmly. He suddenly felt that being a transmigrator was an incredibly wonderful thing. After all, here, he was the boss. Anyone who dared to oppose him could be slashed with a single sword. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. It's the fault of this blind fool. I shouldn't have offended young Master Chao Yin. As long as you can spare me, I am willing to pay any price. What do you think? Davis hurriedly bowed his head, terrified to the extreme. He had to do this. After all, he was someone who was afraid of death. How about this? As long as you kowtow to me 10 times, I might consider letting you go. What do you think? Chao Yin said with interest, a playful smile in his eyes. Of course, he would not let Davis go. After all, this was his enemy. How could he show mercy? Upon hearing this, Davis's eyes blinked slightly, and he began to waver. After all, if he could save his life just by kowtowing, that seemed quite worthwhile. After all, compared to dignity, which was heavier, it was naturally clear. Chao Yin, I was wrong. Please spare me, Davis said, then directly slammed his head hard against the ground. Immediately, a crisp sound echoed, and even the ground seemed to tremble slightly, which was extremely eerie. Chao Yin, I've finished kowtowing. Can you spare me now? Davis spoke, feeling a tremendous pain spreading through his head, the intense agony making his expression contorted, his body trembling as if he was about to die, evoking pity from others. After all, he had truly kowtowed 10 times, and that pain was not something that could be easily resolved. All right, I now give you 2 options. Either you kill yourself, or I send you on your way. Choose one of these 2 conditions. Chao Yin said calmly, but his eyes showed a hint of amusement. After all, he was not a soft-hearted person. If Davis did not die today, he would surely become a future threat. You bastard, are you playing with me? Hearing Chao Yin's words, Davis's face instantly twisted into a grimace. He was not a fool. He could naturally hear the meaning behind Chao Yin's words. Both choices meant death. What happened to the promised trust? Hee, I'm not playing with you. I promised to spare you, but I don't recall saying that I wouldn't kill you. If you don't die, you will surely become a future threat. How could I let you go? Chao Yin smiled again, his eyes filled with mockery. Davis was not a good person to begin with, and moreover, Zhu Jian was a woman Chao Yin had his eyes on. How could Davis be worthy to touch her? Ah, Chao Yin, can you really not let me go? As long as you promise to spare me, I can pay any price, even if it means giving Zhu Jian to you. Davis shouted desperately. He only wanted to survive. He was still young, and it would be too much of a pity to die like this. However, Chao Yin merely shook his head lightly, and then his calm voice rang out. In my life, I never blink when killing. Today you must die. After saying that, Chao Yin struck with a palm, the fierce wind pressure directly sending Davis's body flying to the ground. Immediately after, a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered internal organs spewed from Davis's mouth. In contrast, his body had already turned into a corpse. Chapter 212, The Death of Dai Mu by Yu Dare. Stop right there. Seeing Chao Yin's ruthless attack, the 2 elders nearby couldn't help but gasp in shock, their expressions turning dull, resembling ducks whose necks had been cut off, filled with immense shock. However, they were already too late, because Davis's body had completely turned into a corpse. Even his life force had quickly faded away. Kid, you have some nerve. Do you know what kind of status our Dai family holds? You dare to kill our Crown Prince Davis today? Just wait for the retribution of death. The 2 elders quickly rushed to Davis's side. After a quick examination, their faces darkened, filled with a gloomy expression. Davis is already dead. Hee, old dogs. Are you looking for death? Chao Yin wiped the blood from his fist and said lightly. Hearing this, the faces of the 2 old men twitched violently, and there was a fierce look in their eyes, as if they wished they could devour Chao Yin alive, which was quite terrifying. Chao Yin killed Davis in front of them, which not only provoked the dignity of the 2 titled Douluo level powerhouses, but also showed disrespect and contempt for imperial authority. How could they tolerate such behavior? Kid, you have quite the audacity. Do you know the true power of titled Douluo level experts? Don't think just because you've secretly learned a few petty skills, you can shout at us. You are far from qualified. The two old men stroked their beards, their faces filled with anger. In their eyes, Chao Yin was merely an ant. Oh, you don't really think that a mere titled Douluo's strength can make me compromise, do you? I didn't expect you two old men to be so old, yet have such worrying intelligence. You two ignorant fools, today is your day of death. There was a hint of mockery in Chao Yan's eyes. For him, killing the two titled Douluo powerhouses was as simple as crushing an ant. Hee, a kid who can only boast with his words. Today, we will let you know what it means to be a frog at the bottom of the well. After saying that, the two old men flashed and then appeared in front of Chao Yan in perfect sync, simultaneously throwing a punch at him. Son-in-law, be careful. These two are titled level powerhouses. Although your strength is not bad, they're not easy opponents. You must be cautious. Zhu Ziqing couldn't help but remind as he watched the three men in the circle. After all, Chao Yan was already the son-in-law of their Zhu family. And if anything went wrong, the consequences might be too much for him, the head of the Zhu family, to bear. Don't worry, uncle. They're just two ants. Watch me take their lives. Chao Yan nodded lightly in response. Then his face showed a serious expression. At the same time, his pale hand slightly emerged from his sleeve, enveloped in rich soul power, and then he smashed down with a fist, colliding fiercely with the fists of the two old men. The collision immediately produced a loud bang, and even the ground seemed to tremble slightly at that moment. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Who do you think you are? We are titled Douluo powerhouses. How can you defeat us just by saying so? I advise you not to be too naive. As their fists met, the faces of the two old men gradually became serious. It must be said that the power contained in Chao Yan's fist was not small. Even they found it difficult to resolve at that moment. Titled Douluo powerhouses? They're just ants. Watch my power. As his words fell, Chao Yan's palm suddenly exerted force again, and a more terrifying and sharp aura quickly filled his entire fist. Soon after, Chao Yan's fist seemed to be covered in a faint glow, filled with a strange power. How is this possible? Your strength has actually reached the level of a spirit Douluo? No, this is the power of a peerless Douluo. How could you achieve this? In the next moment, the faces of the two old men twitched simultaneously as they were shocked to discover that the power contained in Chao Yan's fist was extraordinarily terrifying. And the sharp momentum even pressed them down. That level of power had already reached the realm of titled Douluo, and even faintly comparable to a peerless Douluo. This power was truly frightening. Now you know how powerful I am, right? I told you long ago that in my eyes, you two are just ants. Killing you is like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Die, old dogs. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Chao Yan's face. The two old men had been too arrogant before, and now that they had fallen to such a state, they had no one to blame. Don't kill us, young friend. As long as you spare our lives, we are willing to be your servants. Please, if you can spare us, can you? At this moment, the hearts of the two old men fell into an icy abyss, filled with endless regret. If they had known that this kid was so terrifying, they would not have dared to commit such foolish acts, even if given 10 times the courage. Now, they were on the brink of losing their lives. What could they do? Only now do you know to beg for mercy? But unfortunately, it's too late. Once I kill you, the next to die will be Dai Mubai. Go to hell, you two old dogs. A faint smile hung on Chao Yan's face, but that smile was extremely mocking, even mixed with a hint of derision, which was very glaring. After saying that, Chao Yan slowly raised his hand. His gaze slightly sharpened, and after a moment, it seemed as if his hand contained a certain power, suddenly slashing down fiercely towards the bodies of the two old men. That strike seemed to use up all his strength, incredibly terrifying. No, don't kill us. Please, big brother, spare us. The two old men's pupils widened, but they could only watch helplessly as the fierce attack came toward them, even shedding a tear on their faces. Finally, when that attack landed, the entire venue fell silent. The bodies of the two old men slowly collapsed to the ground, their eyelids tightly closed, even carrying a hint of fear, unable to die with their eyes closed. At that moment, the whole world fell silent. Chapter 213. The end of Dai Mubai. Son-in-law, you really have great skills. These two old men were the backbone of the Dai family, and now that they are dead, the strength of the Dai family will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. Zhu Ziqing said with a smile, glancing at the corpses of the two old men, feeling immense shock in his heart. You must know that these were two genuine titled Douluo powerhouses. Such experts, no matter where they are renowned figures, yet now they had to die like this. Such a ruthless move, Even Zhu Ziqing, with his mindset, couldn't help but be amazed. After all, being able to kill two titled Douluo powerhouses in such a manner was truly not something to be underestimated. Uncle, you flatter me. It's not that I am strong, but they are too weak. Titled Douluo powerhouses are nothing more than that. Chaoyan scratched his nose. Then his gaze swept over Davis's corpse, which was now lifeless. His eyes tightly closed, and his face devoid of any signs of life. Zhu Yun, Zhu Qing, are you all right? Did you get hurt? Chao Yan asked with concern, as Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing were already his designated women, and he did not want any harm to come to them, not even a little. I'm fine, thanks to you. Otherwise, the insane members of the Dai family might have really harmed us. Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing said in unison, both still with a hint of relief in their beautiful eyes. Being Chao Yan's women brought them immense happiness. Rest assured, as long as I am here, the Dai family cannot harm you. Chao Yan nodded and gently embraced the two girls, whose figures were both exceptional. Such intimate contact undeniably stirred some feelings. Chao Yan, it's time for us to settle accounts with Dai Mubai. No matter what, I must avenge my disciple Ma Hongjun. As my only student, I cannot let him die for nothing. As his teacher, I must give him an explanation. At that moment, Flander also slowly walked out and said seriously. During the previous battle, he knew his strength was average, so he randomly found a place to hide. However, now it was time for him to seek revenge. Don't worry, Dean Flander, I will definitely help you avenge Ma Hongjun. That mad beast Dai Mubai's death is today. As he spoke, Chao Yan slowly released the two girls from his embrace. Although he was lecherous, he also knew the limits. Right now, there were more important things waiting for him to accomplish. As long as Dai Mubai was alive, he could not be at ease. I'll borrow your head for a moment. Chao Yan glanced at Davis's corpse, then his gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, he severed the head, which then slowly slid down and rolled onto the ground. Son-in-law, what are you doing? Seeing Chao Yan's actions, Zhu Ziqing asked with slight confusion. After all, Davis was already dead, and such action seemed a bit unnecessary. Uncle, since we're going to completely tear our faces with the Dai family, we must be resolute. Please think about it. If we place Davis's head in front of everyone in the Dai family, what kind of reaction will they have? Chao Yan revealed a harmless smile, but in his heart, he already had a plan for dealing with Dai Mubai and his group. After hearing Chao Yan's response, not only Zhu Ziqing, but even Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing were slightly taken aback. After all, Chao Yan's extremely calm response shocked them greatly. All right, son-in-law, you're right. Since that's the case, let us tear our faces with the Dai family. Today, I will let those old geezers know that our Zhu family is not to be trifled with. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Ziqing nodded heavily. As long as they got through today, their Zhu family's position would completely replace the Dai family. Mubai, your talent displayed now truly amazes me. Therefore, I have decided that after some time, I will pass the throne to you. By then, the entire Star Luo Empire will know. In the palace, King Dai's laughter echoed. The talent Dai Mubai had shown was indeed astonishing, and with that, he could rest assured passing the position to him. Hearing King Dai's words, all the ministers of the Dai family were instantly shocked. They did not expect Dai Mubai to be appointed as the new prince so quickly. It seemed that if the latter truly inherited the throne, it would only be a matter of time. Your Majesty, do you have any opinions? King Dai smiled as his authoritative gaze swept across the entire hall. He was eager to know how the ministers of the Dai family would react to this decision. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent for a moment. After a brief silence, several voices of agreement finally emerged. Your Majesty is wise and decisive. I fully support it. Yes, Your Majesty is right. Now that Mubai's talent is nearly monstrous, such talent is unmatched across the Douluo continent. If he becomes emperor, we naturally have no objections. I also support it. We fully support Your Majesty's choice and will never oppose. Hearing the words of the crowd, a smile gradually appeared on King Dai's face, and he said lightly, since everyone fully supports it, I will choose a suitable opportunity for my son Mubai to inherit my position. Mubai, what do you think? King Dai smiled as he looked at Dai Mubai, feeling quite satisfied in his heart. This son of his had inherited some of his looks. Thank you, father, for your trust. Once I ascend the throne, I will ensure that our Dai family regains its former glory. I will elevate our Dai family to an unprecedented height. Dai Mubai stepped forward quickly, standing beside King Dai. Although he tried hard to hide it, the pride on his face was unmistakable. The second prince is truly a talented individual. With such talent, he will surely be a blessing for the entire Star Luo Empire after inheriting the throne. Indeed, the second prince is humble and approachable. It it would be most fitting for him to inherit the throne. Everyone's gaze turned to Dai Mubai, and they all began to flatter him, as this was an excellent opportunity to show their stance. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. Dai Mubai, today is your last day. Chao Yan has arrived. When everyone saw Chao Yan's figure, they were completely stunned. At that moment, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. Chapter 214. The end of the Dai family. When Chao Yan's figure appeared in the hall, everyone's gaze turned blank. They looked at the slightly thin boy, and for a moment, they found themselves at a loss for words. However, after a moment, shocked voices gradually began to rise. My God, what is that kid holding in his hand? Isn't that the head of the first prince? Yes. Could it be that the first prince has fallen at the hands of this person? Impossible. The first prince's strength had already reached the soul sect level. How could he be defeated by this kid? It must be fake. Everyone, don't believe it. Could it be that this was done by Zhu Ziqing? It said that his strength has reached the soul Douluo level. If anyone could do it, it would only be him. My son. King Dai looked at the head in Chao Yan's hand and couldn't help but exclaim. Although he had no intention of appointing Davis as the prince anymore. After all, he was still his son, and to have him killed like this was a humiliation to him. Father, please don't be sad. I will definitely avenge my elder brother. Seeing King Dai's reaction, Dai Mubai also comforted him. He still needed to gain the latter's trust. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to ascend to the throne. Zhu Ziqing, I have treated you well in the Dai family. Why would you do this to me? You even killed my son. Isn't this a bit too much? King Dai stood up, his voice filled with deep sorrow. After all, Davis was still his son. Now that his son was dead, he naturally felt heartbroken. He forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, took a step forward, and directly came to the center of the hall, then said lightly, Who killed my son? Step forward. Self-destruct your hands, and then kneel and bow 10 times. I can spare your life. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces showed a hint of regret. King Dai was the most terrifying existence in the Dai family. Not only was he powerful, but his words could not be refuted. It seemed that today, this kid was going to die here. King Dai clenched his fist, his face gradually darkening. He sneered coldly, and his indifferent voice echoed again. Who among you will bring this kid over? I want to personally chop off his hands to avenge my son. Hearing King Dai's words, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. In their eyes, this kid was doomed to die today. Kid, you dare to offend the Dai family? Today, I will make sure you have no place to bury your body. Take this, eat my punch. An elder from the Dai family stepped forward, his figure moving like a ghost, shooting directly towards Chao Yan with a vicious attack. Seeing the elder of the Dai family act so decisively, everyone from the Dai family was overjoyed. This elder was a formidable expert, and it seemed that Chao Yan was destined to die. Kid, you should consider being reborn in your next life. Offending the Dai family is an unforgivable crime. If you die here today, it is well deserved. Watching the elder of the Dai family attack, King Dai slowly revealed a smile. As an elder of the Dai family, who would dare to challenge his authority? For such a kid, the only outcome is death. Meanwhile, the elder's figure suddenly appeared in front of Chao Yan, and at the same time, he launched a punch, radiating brilliant light, seemingly possessing some terrifying power capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. So terrifying. Kid Dai, the attacking elder shouted loudly. And then his fist smashed down towards Chao Yan's body, the attack looking extremely fierce. Seeing this scene, many disciples of the Dai family couldn't help but smirk. After all, the elder's strength was indeed extraordinary. Surely, Chao Yan would only end up in a tragic defeat against him. However, their speculation only lasted for a moment before it was abruptly shattered. A mere soul saint, why seek your own destruction? Are you tired of living? Aunt, Chao Yan said lightly, his expression unchanged as he looked at the figure in front of him, then clenched his fist, colliding without hesitation. At the moment of impact, a violent sound erupted, a noise that seemed to be mixed with the sound of bones shattering. Immediately after, a disheveled figure was violently sent flying, rolling painfully on the ground, looking extremely miserable. How is this possible? You little brat actually managed to defeat me. How did you do it? I'm a soul saint-level powerhouse. This can't be. The elder screamed in horror, feeling as if all his bones were shattered, an endless pain coursing through him, making him question his life. After all, Chao Yan was just an ordinary person. How could he possess such power? Who are you? The elder stammered, trembling as he spoke. Although he was a soul saint powerhouse, in front of Chao Yan, he felt as insignificant as an ant. He was even knocked away by a single punch from Chao Yan, ending up in such a miserable state. Who am I? Chao Yan looked coldly at the elder in front of him. At this moment, his demeanor had undergone a tremendous change, as if he had transformed into a deity. looking down on everything like a god. I am someone you cannot afford to offend. Chao Yan's voice seemed to carry a magical power, echoing throughout the hall. Countless people couldn't help but gasp in shock. The sense of oppression was too strong, incomparably powerful. For some reason, after hearing these words, the elder seemed momentarily dazed. And then he felt a blankness before directly fainting, collapsing to the ground like a dead dog, pitifully. Dai Mubai, come here. If you kneel before me and kill yourself, I might consider not exterminating your Dai family. What do you think? Chao Yan looked at Dai Mubai. Today, he came here to deal with Dai Mubai. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Bastard, don't be so arrogant. Mubai is my son. Don't think that just because you defeated a soul saint, you can act lawlessly. In my eyes, you are just an ant. Seeing Chao Yan humiliate his son like this, King Dai's forehead bulged with veins. He clearly looked somewhat angry. After all, humiliating his son in front of him was equivalent to slapping his face. He an ant? Then today, let me show you what a true ant is. Chao Yan smiled faintly, then swung his fist towards King Dai. Today marks the end of the Dai family. Chapter 215. The fear of Dai Mubai ant. Let you die under my fist. Chao Yan said lightly, his fist swinging towards King Dai's body. The sound of wind breaking could be heard. The power of this blow was incredibly terrifying. King Dai's eyes slightly narrowed. For some reason, although Chao Yan was just a young junior, he felt a hint of terrifying aura from the latter's attack, an indescribable feeling even he couldn't articulate. However, facing Chao Yan's fierce attack, King Dai didn't dare to hesitate at all. He gasped, then slowly formed seals with both hands, gathering all his soul power. Kid, don't think that just because you learned a few moves, you can act lawlessly. In my eyes, you are just an ant. You aren't qualified to challenge me. King Dai shouted angrily. Then his figure moved, his hands reaching out weirdly, enveloped in a silver glow, quite mysterious, seemingly containing boundless power that shocked everyone. Oh my god, I think this kid is seeking death. Our family head is now an 89th level soul Douluo. His punch could probably shatter a giant rock. This kid is just looking for death. What is he thinking? That's right. Our family head strength is not afraid even of some mediocre titled Douluos. This kid is just a little boy. How could he possibly be our family head's opponent? It's simply ridiculous. Family head, go for it. Let this hot-headed kid see the might of our Dai family. Such an arrogant kid should fall here today. This will let him know what the power of a top-level soul Douluo is. Watching King Dai voluntarily collide with Chao Yan, many disciples and elders of the Dai family immediately cheered. In their eyes, while Chao Yan had some strength compared to their family head, he was simply not worth mentioning. Thus, the outcome of this battle seemed naturally decided. Uncle, you and Zhu Ziqing came to our Dai family today, and Mubai did not greet you. I hope you can forgive this. It is truly my fault. Ignoring the battle between King Dai and Chao Yan, Dai Mubai directly walked up to Zhu Ziqing, smiling slightly, with an obvious look of flattery. Regarding this battle, he naturally wasn't worried at all, as his father, King Dai, was already an 89th level soul Douluo. Such strength, even in the entire Douluo continent, was among the best. If such strength could not defeat a mere Chao Yan, it would be too ridiculous. Please don't call me that. I can't bear such a title. To be honest, I came here today to annul the engagement between you and Zhu Qing. My daughter, Zhu Ziqing, should naturally be matched with a hero like young Chao Yan. As for you, let's just forget it. The corner of Zhu Ziqing's mouth twitched slightly, and his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. It was clear that he was also struggling to handle Dai Mubai's enthusiasm. What? Uncle, are you saying that you and Zhu Qing came here today to cancel the engagement? Upon hearing Zhu Ziqing's words, Dai Mubai was stunned, his voice trembling. After all, this news was too shocking for him. He thought that if he made a good impression on Zhu Ziqing, he might be able to salvage the engagement with Zhu Qing. After all, even as a prince, he was somewhat moved by a girl with such an impressive figure like Zhu Qing. Indeed, a worthless person like you is not worthy of our Zhu Qing. A girl as outstanding as Zhu Qing should be matched with a young hero like young Chao Yan. As for you, you truly do not deserve it, Zhu Ziqing said expressionlessly. He wasn't trying to insult Dai Mubai. To be honest, he never regarded Dai Mubai highly. He was merely an ant. How could he compare to a hero like young Master Chao Yan? Just thinking about it felt absurd. Uncle, you can't do this. Zhu Qing and I grew up together. We have feelings for each other since we were young. We are childhood sweethearts. Please don't break us apart. Okay? I'm begging you. Can I kneel down for you? Upon hearing Zhu Ziqing's words, Dai Mubai's expression also changed slightly. To be honest, he didn't want to escalate things with Zhu Qing. The latter, both in appearance and figure, was an extremely rare existence. It would be too unfortunate if such a woman could not become his Dai Mubai's woman. Absurd. My daughter, Zhu Ziqing, cannot marry a worthless person like you. Don't say anything more, or be careful. I might take your life. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziqing disdainfully smiled. This was not because he looked down on the other party. He simply did not like someone like Dai Mubai. After all, there were not many good people in the Dai family. Zhu Ziqing, since you were so ungrateful, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave here after young Xiao Yan is defeated by my father. My father is currently an 89th level soul Douluo. With Xiao Yan's strength, he will likely die here today. If you are wise, apologize to me, and perhaps I might spare your life. This time, Dai Mubai did not show any particular anger. His tone was slightly calm. After all, if Xiao Yan was defeated, Zhu Ziqing would still have to marry him. Otherwise, the latter might lose his life. After all, in his view, no matter how capable Xiao Yan was, he could not be his father's opponent. A soul Douluo expert is not so easily defeated. He couldn't believe such a thing. Dai Mubai, you probably don't know yet, but even I have to be wary of young Xiao Yan's true strength. It seems that after all this time, you still know nothing about Xiao Yan's abilities. Seeing Dai Mubai still daring to speak boldly at this moment, Zhu Ziqing couldn't help but laugh. He was well aware that Xiao Yan's strength had already reached the level of a peerless Douluo. With such strength, let alone a soul Douluo expert, even stronger beings would likely be easily defeated. What? How could Xiao Yan be so strong? Zhu Ziqing, do you think I'm a fool? I doubt you even believe that yourself. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai could no longer remain calm. He shouted, his voice filled with an indescribable shock. But soon after, he was completely dumbfounded. Ah, such powerful strength. You actually said peerless Douluo. No wonder he is so strong. King Dai was sent flying, his body covered in blood, looking so miserable that it was hard to bear. Seeing this scene, Dai Mubai was utterly speechless. His heart was filled with fear to the extreme. Chapter 216. Dai Mubai's scandal exposed. Father, how are you? You're soul Douluo expert. How would you be hurt by this kid? What on earth is going on? Dai Mubai hurried to King Dai's side, his eyes filled with surprise. He couldn't believe that his father had actually been defeated by Xiao Yan. How could this be possible? You must know that his father was a soul Douluo expert. Even some ordinary titled Douluos might not be his match, yet now he had been defeated by Xiao Yan. This outcome was naturally something he couldn't accept for a moment. Cough, cough, cough. Mubai, this kid's strength is very powerful. If I guess correctly, his strength should have reached the level of a peerless Douluo. The power he displayed earlier definitely reached that level. King Dai coughed violently, gasping for breath, his expression slightly weary, likely due to his injuries. At this moment, King Dai's face still showed some signs of pallor. When he faced Xiao Yan, no one knew what kind of turmoil was raging in his heart. That terrifying strength nearly brought him to death. He was not unfamiliar with such power. It was the power of a peerless Douluo. That kind of strength could surely tear the earth apart. What? Father, you mean this guy has reached peerless Douluo? How is that possible? He's just a young kid. How could he possibly have such power? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai felt as if his worldview had completely collapsed. He was already a soul sect expert, but even so, his talent could be considered strong. But if Xiao Yan's power really was that of a peerless Douluo, then compared to him, his own strength seemed so insignificant. Even as small as an ant. Cough, 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 it's true. That power is unmistakable. It is definitely at the level of a peerless Douluo. King Dai said while coughing, and as he spoke, his body trembled, indicating how shocked he was. After all, he had worked hard for decades to break through to the level of a soul Douluo, but Xiao Yan, at such a young age, had reached such a level. In comparison, what could his talent and efforts amount to? Upon hearing these words, not only Dai Mubai, but all the Dai family members were momentarily dazed. After all, the amount of information was simply too much. A peerless Douluo was the pinnacle of power on the Douluo continent. Many people present might never be able to break through to such a level in their lifetime. How could they not be shocked? Father, what should we do now? If this is really the case, who in our Dai family can match him? Upon hearing King Dai's words, Dai Mubai felt as if his mind had exploded. He stood frozen in place, as if completely petrified, unable to move for a long time. At this moment, he had even lost his courage. After all, he had already realized Xiao Yan's true strength. If he were to confront the latter head-on under these circumstances, it would be too foolish. This young hero, I don't know what my Dai family has done to offend you. As long as you bring it up, we will certainly correct it, all right? King Dai said lightly, clasping his fists with a look of reverence in his eyes. His tone even carried a hint of pleading, considering the latter's extraordinary strength. He had no choice but to do so. It's not that I've offended you. I simply find Dai Mubai unpleasant. There are some grievances between us, and that's why I came to trouble you. So if you want to blame someone, you can only blame him, Chao Yin said truthfully. The main reason he came to the Dai family was to deal with Dai Mubai. After all, he did not want his precious Zhu Qing to be associated with such a scoundrel, as that would naturally be unfavorable. What? You scoundrel! Kneel down and beg this young friend for forgiveness. Upon hearing this, King Dai was instantly furious. He never expected that Chao Yin had come to them because of Dai Mubai, and he felt an urge to beat Dai Mubai, this ungrateful fool, severely. After all, the young man before him was truly terrifying. An existence of this level could effortlessly slaughter them, the weaklings, with just a thought, and they were naturally filled with fear of such power. Father, I can't kneel to him. You're my enemy. How can I kneel to him? After hearing King Dai's words, Dai Mubai was evidently hesitant. After all, Chao Yin had genuinely taken his girlfriend away from him. Kneeling before Chao Yin would be more unbearable than death. How could he endure such humiliation? There are limits to what can be tolerated. You scoundrel! If you dare to speak out again, I will disown you as my son. King Dai shouted loudly. After saying this, he directly slapped Dai Mubai's face without holding back. After all, Dai Mubai's actions were pushing the Dai family towards destruction, and he could not tolerate that. Yes, second prince, just kneel down. This young hero's might is unparalleled. We can't afford to offend him. Second prince, just kneel down. As long as you sincerely apologize, I believe this young hero will not make things difficult for us. For the sake of the whole Dai family, you must kneel. That's right, second prince, quickly kneel down. Don't let a moment of impulse lead to a grave mistake. Seeing Dai Mubai hesitating, many disciples and elders of the Dai family also began to persuade him. After all, Chao Yin's methods had left them completely dumbfounded, and they could not imagine the tragic outcome if the latter became angry. Scoundrel, kneel down. King Dai glared fiercely at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai had not even reacted when he suddenly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his shoulders, making it hard for him to breathe. Soon after, his legs involuntarily knelt on the ground, looking very miserable. Young hero, is this acceptable? My son has already knelt. Can you spare us? King Dai revealed a flattering smile, his tone extremely humble. Although he was the emperor of the Dai family, at this moment, he clearly had to consider the family's interests. He knew that the fate of the Dai family was entirely in the hands of the young man before him. He believed that with just a casual word from Chao Yin, they could completely disappear from the Star Luo Empire. Such an existence, how could he afford to offend? At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Chao Yin. They knew that even their lives were in the hands of the other party. In such a situation, they could only remain silent. Chapter 217. Is Dai Mubai going to be killed? Young friend, please spare us. I am also kneeling before you. I beg you. Seeing Chao Yin unwilling to agree, King Dai's heart was filled with anxiety. At this moment, he finally set aside any sense of dignity and directly knelt on the ground. His voice filled with deep pleading, humble as a dog. I beg you, young friend, spare us. The others in the Dai family exchanged glances, and after some contemplation, they nodded in agreement and reluctantly chose to kneel as well. They knew that if they hesitated too long, it would lead to a disastrous outcome. If begging for mercy could preserve their lives, then they would rather do so. In the hall, countless figures knelt down together, and the scene was somewhat spectacular. After all, among those kneeling were dozens of soul master-level individuals. Yet at this moment, they all chose to kneel. This reaction was truly admirable. However, even though everyone in the Dai family was kneeling before Chao Yin, the latter's face did not show any signs of satisfaction. Instead, he frowned in deep thought, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. Chao Yin, are you still unwilling to spare us? My father has already knelt before you. What more do you want? At that moment, Dai Mubai's voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, the kneeling members of the Dai family gasped in shock. After all, Chao Yin was already in existence. They could not afford to offend. No one expected that at such a critical moment, Dai Mubai would still dare to be so arrogant. You scoundrel, do you want to get us killed? You think you could just call Chao Yin's name like that? Unfilial son, if you dare to speak recklessly again, I will kill you. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, King Dai completely lost his composure, shouting loudly. He even kicked Dai Mubai in the stomach with considerable force. Father, you can't treat me like this. I'm your son. King Dai's sudden action caught Dai Mubai off guard. He didn't even have time to react before being kicked away by King Dai. His figure was sent flying, crashing against a stone pillar in the hall, and the sound of the impact echoed loudly. Oof, I have no son like you, blind and ungrateful. You offended young hero Chao Yin, and you dare to speak recklessly here? If I weren't afraid of young hero Chao Yan's wrath, I would want to kill you myself. King Dai snorted coldly. Although he was still kneeling on the ground, his pride had not diminished in the slightest and remained fierce. Originally, he thought that Dai Mubai had made some progress in his training and even considered passing his position to him. But after today's incident, King Dai was completely dumbfounded. If he had known that Dai Mubai would offend an existence like young hero Chao Yin, he would never have allowed Dai Mubai to inherit his position, even if given 10 more choices. You should know that Dai Mubai actually dared to provoke an existence at the level of a peerless Douluo. Such behavior is pushing the Dai family into a corner, isn't it? Even if Dai Mubai is his son, as a father, he cannot easily forgive him. After all, the seriousness of this mistake concerns the safety of the entire Dai family. In fact, if he had a choice, he would rather directly kill Dai Mubai, this ungrateful guy. After all, offending a powerhouse like Chao Yin is equivalent to bringing a killing god back to their Dai family, and in that case, their family might be doomed. Oh, are you really willing to kill Dai Mubai? As the saying goes, a tiger does not eat its cubs. I'm quite curious to know if you, as his father, would truly be willing to kill this beast, Dai Mubai. Chao Yin suddenly became interested and slowly spoke, his eyes filled with a hint of provocation. After all, he also wanted to know whether this King Dai was speaking out of fear or if he was willing to do anything to save his life. Rest assured, my young friend Chao Yin, I, King Dai, am a man of my word. As long as you promise to spare the lives of all the members of the Dai family, I can kill Dai Mubai. Upon hearing this, King Dai's face quickly brightened. But to avoid letting Chao Yin notice his obvious emotional fluctuation, his expression remained somewhat calm. After all, he is still Dai Mubai's father. If he appeared too heartless, it would not be good. Father, what do you want to do? Do you really want to kill me? I am your biological son. You can't do this to me. Dai Mubai looked at King Dai, who was approaching him step by step, with panic in his eyes, which became increasingly horrified. His father was his sole Douluo powerhouse, and if he truly wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as slaughtering a pig or a dog. After all, he was just a little soul master. How could he possibly be a match for a sole Douluo powerhouse? Hee, you ungrateful son. You have offended someone you shouldn't have. If I don't kill you today, I fear it will bring countless troubles to my Dai family. So don't blame me for being heartless. You should just go die. After saying this, King Dai's figure burst out, and at the same time, his hands quickly clenched, enveloped in milky white soul power, looking extremely mysterious. At that moment, countless people in the hall changed their expressions wildly. They never expected that King Dai would be so ruthless as to want to kill Dai Mubai. Even those involved felt a sense of terror at this action. After all, even a tiger does not eat its cubs. Could it be that Dai Mubai is not King Dai's biological son? At this moment, countless strange thoughts flashed through people's minds, but they were all astute individuals. And at such a time, they naturally maintained a posture of silence, fearing that disaster would befall them. Just as King Dai's tiger-like fist was about to strike Dai Mubai's body, a thunderous shout suddenly resonated, as if containing the sound of thunder, exploding in the ears of everyone in the hall. I didn't expect this to be the style of your Dai family. To save your life, you would even sacrifice your own son's life. This really surprises me. With the sudden sound, King Dai's body seemed to have received a severe blow, crashing down to the ground like a dead dog, silent. At this moment, the entire hall fell silent. Chapter 218, Dai Mubai's Despair. I didn't expect you, as the dignified head of the Dai family, to be such a cowardly person who fears for your life. To preserve your life, you have sunk to such a shameless level. This truly surprises me. As Chao Yan's voice echoed faintly in the hall, countless hearts trembled slightly. Clearly, Chao Yan's words shocked them. Young friend Chao Yan, why is this? I would even kill my own biological son to save my life. Can't you spare us? Are you really trying to eradicate us completely? What good would that do you? King Dai felt quite depressed, blood flowing from the corner of his lips, and he appeared extremely severely injured. You should know that he had already planned to kill Dai Mubai. After all, Chao Yan's power was too strong, and he didn't dare to defy him in the slightest. Otherwise, his end would not be pleasant. After witnessing Chao Yan's previous performances, he did not believe that the latter would be merciful. He knew that if he didn't follow Chao Yan's words, he would likely meet a very tragic end. To be honest, I never intended to spare all of you. Eradicating the roots is my style, so everyone here must die today. Chao Yan's voice was not loud, but it was extremely clear and powerful. As his voice echoed, everyone present felt a shiver down their spines, as the direct implication of those words concerned their lives and deaths. Young friend Chao Yan, you are being a bit excessive, aren't you? Although you are a peerless Douluo, you cannot act this way. If you kill us, Are you not afraid of heavenly retribution? Upon hearing this, King Dai slowly spoke. This time, he did not act as submissively as before. As the head of the Dai family, he had never been humiliated like this. If he was truly pushed to the edge, he would not hesitate to risk his life, ensuring that Chao Yan would not have a good end. After all, there were dozens of Soul Da powerhouses present among the Dai family members. Although these powers might seem insignificant before a peerless Dalu, if it came down to a fight to the death, who would die was still uncertain. In my eyes, you insignificant ants only have a dead end. You may not know, but what Dai Mubai has done is so heinous that even I do not have the right to forgive. Chao Yan smiled faintly and then glanced slightly at Flinder behind him. Seeing Chao Yan's gaze land on him, Flinder suddenly understood something. He knew it was time for him to step up. Flinder smiled faintly and then slowly walked towards the center of the hall, his steps light and agile, likely related to his own martial soul. Such speed. Is this person? Seeing Flinder's swift figure, King Dai's heart trembled slightly. Although his keen soul perception allowed him to discern that the other party was a soul level powerhouse, the bizarre speed still surprised him. He could confirm that he had never seen this person before. So, the question arises, who exactly is this person? Young friend Chao Yan, what do you mean by this? I don't know this person. If you want to kill me, just go ahead. You don't need to go through all these superficial gestures. You are a peerless level powerhouse. If you want to kill me, it would be very easy. Why bother with all this trouble? King Dai laughed, thinking that the person in front of him, Flanders, was probably just someone Chao Yan casually found to kill him. This is really too much. Haha, I will naturally let you die clearly, Dean Flanders. Just tell him the truth. I, Chao Yan, have never mistakenly killed a good person, but I will never let any evil person go. This is my principle and my bottom line. Chao Yan said with a faint smile, his voice as calm as water, but that clear voice made everyone present tense, and no one dared to even breathe. Dai Mubai, that beast, killed my beloved disciple Ma Hongjun. Not only that, he also stripped the soul bones from my disciple's body. Shouldn't I take revenge for such actions? I swore that if I didn't personally kill this beast Dai Mubai, I, Flanders, would be willing to die. I came today to take this revenge. Flanders said with a serious expression, his grave voice echoing in the hall, lingering for a long time. Seeing the scene, Zhu Ziqing and the others remained silent. They naturally understood the pain of losing a beloved disciple. It was heart-wrenching. What? Dai Mubai actually did such a thing? Are you even human? I really didn't expect that there would be such an unkind and unjust person in the Dai family. Such a ruthless and malicious person. He truly doesn't deserve to be in my Dai family. Such a person should be executed. Yes, please give the order, head of the family, to execute Dai Mubai. We are willing to serve. At this moment, countless disciples of the Dai family spoke up, and even some elders were visibly moved. After all, they couldn't imagine that Dai Mubai could be such a heartless person. He appeared so humble on the surface, but in reality, he was a scoundrel worse than a pig or a dog. How could such a shameless person be allowed to live? Father, don't kill me, please. As long as you are willing to spare my life, I will do anything you ask. Please, I don't want to die. At this moment, Dai Mubai finally panicked. He tightly hugged King Dai's thigh, his eyes filled with pleading. He was completely flustered, unable to imagine that he would end up in such a situation. Is he really going to die here today? Oof, I have no son like you. After doing such things, what face do you have to stay in my family? I give you a chance, and it yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for being righteous and merciless. King Dai was also utterly disappointed. He never expected that his son Dai Mubai would be such a treacherous person. How could such a person be allowed to live in this world? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's eyes dimmed. He knew that perhaps today, he really would die here. He raised his gaze, his eyes filled with despair. Chapter 219, Dai Mubai's embarrassing situation. Chao Yan, I beg you, as long as you spare my life, I am willing to do anything you ask. Please, I don't want to die. Seeing King Dai's icy demeanor, Dai Mubai's heart sank. He knew that his father would no longer care about his life or death. All he wanted now was to survive. After all, being alive is better than anything else. You spineless thing, you cowardly waste who fears death. You simply don't deserve to be my son. I advise you to think carefully. You have committed a heinous crime, and my friend Chao Yan will definitely not forgive your mistakes. If you have any awareness, just end it yourself. Seeing Dai Mubai's degrading behavior, King Dai said with displeasure, his anger toward this useless son reaching its peak. Yes, my friend Chao Yan, as long as you spare the remaining disciples of the Dai family a way to live, Dai Mubai's life or death has nothing to do with us. If you want his life, then please go ahead. That's right, people like Dai Mubai deserve to be tortured. As the saying goes, a life for a life. My friend Chao Yin, just go ahead and kill him. Our Dai family is a reasonable family. How about this? Just kill Dai Mubai. Is that acceptable? In the hall, many disciples of the Dai family spoke out with righteous indignation, but they all directed their anger at Dai Mubai. After all, there were so many disciples in the Dai family. If all of them were sacrificed, it would be too terrifying. But if only Dai Mubai were sacrificed, that would be completely different. The difference between sacrificing one person and everyone else was something they could still calculate. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall became slightly silent, and all the disciples of the Dai family, including many elders, fell silent. At this time, they could only weakly remain silent, as they knew that if they really angered Chao Yin, the god of death, the final consequences would be something they could not bear. No one could withstand the wrath of a peerless Douluo. Not even the Dai family could. Everyone's gaze was filled with pleading as they fell on Chao Yin. They knew that this young man, who seemed not too old, held their lives and deaths in his hands. Because, with just a word from this young man, their Dai family could be effortlessly destroyed, and they didn't even need to doubt this outcome. After all, the power of a peerless Douluo was beyond question. Under this chilling atmosphere, even Dai Mubai began to fall silent. His body stood still like a wooden post, as if he had turned into a stone statue, not moving an inch. The cold atmosphere in the hall enveloped everyone like a cage, and that icy breath truly made their hearts tremble. Although they were maintaining silence at this moment, there was a deep sense of panic and worry in the hearts of all the disciples and elders of the Dai family, as the fate of their family's survival was firmly in the hands of that young man. The wrath of a peerless Douluo, even as elders of the Dai family, they dared not easily bear it. After all the strong ones in their Dai family, even if combined, probably could not withstand the latter's power. Finally, this quiet and almost icy atmosphere was slowly broken after a moment of silence. What the elders said makes sense. Dai Mubai killed first, as the saying goes. A life for a life, debts must be repaid. This is a matter of course. Since the elders have such unique insights, please take action. I don't like to see blood. If your actions satisfy me, I will spare the Dai family. Otherwise, the Dai family will perish today. Chao Yin's calm voice slowly echoed in the hall. Although the voice was not too loud, it had a terrifying, penetrating power, resonating in the hall like thunder, causing everyone to feel an inexplicable dread. Is this true? Since you, young friend Chao Yin, are so straightforward, we will certainly give you a satisfactory explanation. Disciples of the Dai family, obey my command and go for Dai Mubai's life. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. Attack! As Chao Yin's voice fell, there was an unusual moment of silence in the hall. This sudden quietness made the elders of the Dai family slightly absent-minded. After a moment of daze, an irritable elder of the Dai family angrily spoke up. Hearing this, the disciples of the Dai family exchanged glances, and faintly, some of them were visibly moved. Naturally, they had no choice but to obey the elder's command. After a moment, several disciples swiftly took action, and a series of formidable soul power auras erupted one after another from within the hall. Dai Mubai, your death is imminent. As long as I kill you today, I will surely gain the family's attention and rise to prominence. At that time, all kinds of cultivation resources will be open to me, so you might as well die. Dai Mubai, I've long been displeased with you. You, incompetent fool, with your arrogant and domineering demeanor in daily life, have truly made me resentful. Today, let me take your head. Dai Mubai, your power has waned. If you are sensible, you should not continue to resist. If you obediently accept your death, it will be better than your futile resistance. So surrender. In the next moment, as the sounds of violent shouts echoed in the hall, numerous figures shot out like flying birds, using agile postures to transform into afterimages, rushing towards Dai Mubai. As those figures flew out, dazzling and colorful attacks converged towards Dai Mubai's body, all infused with immense soul power, making them exceptionally terrifying. Among those many figures, several had even broken through to the Soul Master level. The owners of those figures were quite young, and they represented the pinnacle of power within the Dai family. Their existence symbolized the strength of the Dai family, not to be underestimated. I never expected that there would be such a desperate day for me. Dai Mubai, Chao Yin, you have pushed me to this point today. I will remember this grudge. If I do not die today, I will surely seek revenge in the future. Dai Mubai forced a smile, his pale cheeks twisted in a grimace, resembling a wild dog driven to a corner, displaying a biting stance. You reckless fool. Do you really think there is a way for you to survive today? Once your head falls, your name will be permanently removed from the Dai family's records. Seeing Dai Mubai still so ungrateful at such a moment, A series of cold laughter gradually echoed in the hall. Chapter 220. Dai Mubai esse counterattacche. Do you really think I, Dai Mubai, would be afraid of you? You bunch of spineless cowards. Even if I die, your lives will still be taken by Chao Yan. Dai Mubai raised his eyes that flickered with a sinister light, sweeping over the many figures rushing towards him, and a faintly mocking voice slowly emerged. Although his tone was somewhat flat, the sarcasm was particularly clear. Still daring to act tough when death is imminent. Young Master Chao Yan is a peerless dual-level powerhouse. With such high cultivation, how could he go back on his word? You, on the other hand, are about to die and still remember to slander. How disgusting. Among the many figures charging at Dai Mubai, a voice of cold disdain rang out. Although they did not dare to fully believe whether Chao Yan would truly spare their lives, Dai Mubai's life was not worth much anyway. Moreover, the current situation left them with no better choice. Even if the outcome is a mutual destruction, what could be done? At least for now, they saw hope, the hope of survival. As long as they killed Dai Mubai, they could ensure the lives of everyone in the Dai family. Faced with such a huge temptation, even they were willing to give it a try. After all, it couldn't be any worse. Foolishly naive fools, trust me, you will soon accompany me to the grave. Dai Mubai smiled again, and in that smile, a hint of sorrow could be seen, for he deeply disbelieved Chao Yan's words. Although Dai Mubai had not had much interaction with Chao Yan, he knew a little about the latter's character. He did not believe that Chao Yan would be the kind-hearted type. A cunning person would never show their treachery on their face. But such people were often the most terrifying existences. How noisy. Watch me take your life. Once your head falls, I will see if you can still be as arrogant as you are now. In midair, a Dai family disciple with an approximate level of 45 as a soul master sneered coldly. His mocking smile had a somewhat sharp quality, and looking into such a smile was quite unsettling. In the next moment, the Dai family disciple suddenly changed his hand movements, and, as he formed seals, soul power slowly emanated from him. Eventually, his hands transformed into gigantic tiger claws, covered in rich soul power, exuding a fierce, attacking aura. Dai Mubai, don't think that you're the only genius in the Dai family. Today, let you see just how weak your proud talents are in the face of true power. As the words fell, the attacking Dai family disciple's gaze also became incredibly sharp, as if containing a hint of spirit, clearly indicating he was serious. Dai Mubai, go die. At the same time, the Dai family disciple's figure suddenly arrived, and his giant tiger claws swept directly towards Dai Mubai's throat. In an instant, a fierce wind howled in the hall, causing even the ground to tremble slightly. From this display, the strength of the Dai family disciple was clearly not just for show. Seeing this, Dai Mubai's expression gradually became serious. The strength of this Dai family disciple was ranked at the 45-level Soul Master, and this level was already quite formidable within the Dai family. Faced with such a powerful attack, even he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Therefore, he quickly began to channel the soul power within him to resist. Ants, do you really think your weak strength can kill me, Dai Mubai? You are truly delusional. Saying this, Dai Mubai quickly began to channel the soul power within him. He himself was a 48-level soul master. As the soul power surged from within him like a tidal wave, a fierce and sharp aura continuously poured out from his body, and that aura was indeed terrifying. Dai Mubai, die for me. Seeing that Dai Mubai still attempted to struggle and resist at such a moment, the Dai family disciple's face revealed a sinister smile. Then, his tiger claws ruthlessly struck down towards Dai Mubai's body. In an instant, the wind howled in the hall. Is this all the power you have? You think a mere ant like you can kill me? I really don't know who gave you the courage, kid. Godi, looking at the sudden and fierce attack, a trace of disdain slowly appeared at the corner of Dai Mubai's mouth. After a slight hesitation, he directly stretched out his broad palms, which collided violently with the sharp tiger claw of the Dai family disciple, the sound echoing throughout the area. Get lost. A cold voice suddenly resonated from Dai Mubai's lips, and at the same time, he exerted force with his palm, the terrifying energy directly sending the Dai family disciple flying. Boom! In the next moment, the body of that Dai family disciple flew directly through the air, looking as pitiful as a kite with a broken string. Not only that, but in the instant they clashed, the sound of bones cracking could also be heard from the Dai family disciple, indicating that he was seriously injured. Dai Mubai, you bastard! How dare you strike me so hard? Don't get too arrogant. At this moment, the Dai family disciple lay on the ground with a withered breath, his face extremely pale, a huge sense of weakness spreading throughout his body. There were faint traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, showing that Dai Mubai's attack was indeed ruthless. Cough, cough. Just as the disciple was about to say something, he suddenly coughed violently, and immediately, a mouthful of blood mixed with broken internal organs was unexpectedly spewed from his mouth. The bright red blood soaked the disciple's hair, covering his body with a faint layer of crimson, making it a sight to behold. Dai Mubai, you beast, how dare you strike so hard against a fellow disciple? Do you even deserve to be called a person? Seeing the tragic state of the previous disciple, the other Dai family disciples who rushed out roared in anger. Their shouts, echoing with seemingly endless rage, incredibly terrifying. You bastards, all of you die. A chilling aura emanated from Dai Mubai's eyes as he roared in anger, his voice seemingly containing endless flames of rage. At this moment, the entire hall fell silent like dead ash. Chapter 221. The Dai family actually has a title, Douluo, you all die. As Dai Mubai's voice fell, a faint layer of white light gradually covered his body, resembling a gigantic prison, very terrifying. Following that, a continuous stream of soul power erupted from Dai Mubai's body, its ferocity akin to an ocean, seemingly possessing boundless might. Under such a violent outburst, one felt suffocated. As the soul power pressure radiated from Dai Mubai, everyone in the hall felt a slight heaviness in their hearts. It must be said that although Dai Mubai's character was lacking, his strength was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Dai Mubai's strength is indeed formidable. I see that the intensity of this soul power has likely reached the peak level of 48. Such power is truly frightening. In the hall, an elder of the Dai family, whose beard and hair had turned white, closed his eyes slightly, pondering with a heavy heart. Although he did not hold much hope for Dai Mubai, the latter's strength was undeniably powerful. Indeed, this guy's soul power is somewhat terrifying. But it's a pity that if he had a more righteous heart, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation today. Alas, it's unfortunate that all of this is self-inflicted. He can't blame others. After the elder's sigh of lament, another elder also sighed regretfully. He too felt a twinge of regret for Dai Mubai, who had shown great talent in martial souls and soul power. But unfortunately, he had to die here today. Even if Dai Mubai is strong, our elite disciples of the Dai family are not weak either. I refuse to believe that so many of us would actually lose to him alone. An elder among the crowd remarked, hoping that Dai Mubai would die immediately. He had his grievances against Dai Mubai, although the latter held the title of the second prince. His actions were often too arrogant and domineering, which made even the elders dissatisfied. Dai Mubai, don't get too cocky. So what if your soul power level is higher than ours? Don't think that you're the only one with extraordinary talent. We are also excellent disciples of the Dai family. In terms of talent and strength, we are not inferior to you. Today is your day of doom, Dai kid. Seeing Dai Mubai dare to boast even at the brink of death, the other Dai family disciples felt somewhat displeased. After all, regardless of how talented Dai Mubai was, he was no match for them when they worked together. After all, he was just one person, while they had dozens of outstanding Dai family disciples. Even in terms of talent, they were quite strong. As the saying goes, one hand alone cannot make a sound, but 10 hands can shake the heavens. This is the power of unity. With that, the previously charging Dai family disciples erupted with overwhelming battle intent, their oppressive force incredibly strong. Waves of powerful soul power surged forth, erupting with fierce energy as if a dormant volcano had suddenly erupted, the explosive power making one shudder. Dai Mubai, I want to see how, no matter how brave you are, you can stand against our elite disciples of the Dai family. Today is your day of death. Next year on this day will be your memorial day. Seeing the Dai family disciples unite to confront him, many of the Dai family elders revealed bright smiles. They knew that although Dai Mubai's strength was not weak, facing such a multitude of elite disciples from the Dai family attacking together, he could only meet defeat. This is the absolute gap brought by strength. Such a gap cannot be easily bridged. On the Douluo continent, strength is everything. Without strength, one is like an ant, easily slaughtered and humiliated, leading to a tragic end. Dai Mubai, you should accept reality. Although you are powerful, facing all of us united, you can only kneel and plead like a street dog. Ha ha ha. Today, no one can save you. At this time, the many Dai family disciples surrounding Dai Mubai burst into wild laughter, their smiles filled with mockery and disdain. In their eyes, Dai Mubai had no retreat left, and his ultimate fate could only be death. But soon, something shocking happened that left everyone in disbelief. Although Dai Mubai had already fallen into a disadvantageous position, there was no sign of panic on his face. His eyes, filled with a calmness that transcended time, suggested that he feared nothing before him. At this moment, Dai Mubai appeared to have the heroic spirit of someone unflustered in the face of danger. Even the elders of the Dai family were slightly moved upon seeing him. After all, he was the most talented disciple of their family. The heavy atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment, but soon, Dai Mubai raised his gaze again and looked at the people of the Dai family. He then spoke, "A bunch of worthless chickens and dogs. How dare you block me? Dai Mubai, you're simply courting death." With that, he suddenly soared into the air, his agile body resembling a flying bird, moving with an extraordinarily strange speed, and launched a fierce attack on the many disciples of the Dai family. White Tiger Meteor Shower. As Dai Mubai's voice fell, everyone's expressions turned exceptionally grave. Their eyes widened in shock, reflecting an unparalleled horror. The reason for their unusual reaction was simple. They had witnessed the so-called most outstanding disciples of the Dai family defeated in Dai Mubai's hands, without even lasting a single round, swiftly and miserably falling. The defeated disciples of the Dai family lay on the ground like deflated balloons, their breaths weak. If it weren't for the faint breaths lingering at their noses, everyone would have thought these disciples had turned into corpses, just as everyone was astonished beyond measure. An ancient voice slowly resonated within the hall. The old voice seemed to possess a penetrating power. Although it was not loud, it deeply shocked everyone's hearts. Hee, it's quite lively today. I didn't expect someone would dare to cause trouble in the Dai family. Old man, I want to see who has such boldness. As the old man's laughter ceased, an elderly figure appeared mysteriously in the center of the hall, dressed in coarse linen. The old man had an ordinary appearance with hair and beard already turning white. However, on his body, 9 soul rings quietly spiraled, especially the color of the last soul ring, which shocked everyone. The color of that soul ring was incredibly bright, red. At that moment, the entire hall fell into a dead silence, so quiet that a needle drop could be heard. Chapter 222, Dai Tian Lie. I didn't expect the Dai family to have a title Douluo level expert. Interesting. Seeing the mysterious old man suddenly appear in the hall, Chao Yan was slightly shocked. From the reactions of the Dai family members when the old man appeared, it was clear that this elder had a significant connection with the Dai family. However, this also made Chao Yan even more curious. He wanted to know what kind of relationship this elder had with the Dai family. You must be called Dai Mubai, right? Not bad. At such a young age, your soul power has already reached level 48. Such talent, even compared to my youthful days, is not lacking at all. Truly impressive. The old man squinted his eyes and leisurely walked in front of Dai Mubai. After casually glancing at him, he immediately understood Dai Mubai's exact strength. One had to say, the true strength of this elder was terrifyingly suffocating. At this moment, no one in the hall dared to speak. Everyone had slightly dazed expressions. They had been the Dai family for quite some time, but they had never heard of the appearance of a titled Douluo level expert in the Dai family. Such a thing had never been mentioned, even among the disciples of the Dai family. However, what was even more shocking than this was that everyone gazed with fiery eyes at the 9th soul ring shining on the elder's body. That bright red color, like blood, had a dazzling luster that was exceptionally eye-catching. That soul ring was a genuine 100,000 year soul ring. In fact, just by focusing their gaze on that soul ring, they could feel a particularly strong soul power impact emanating from it. That kind of power was truly not to be underestimated. Who are you? How do you know my name? Are you here to kill me too? Dai Mubai was also puzzled by the suddenly appearing elder. He looked at the old man with a blank expression, and then his lips slowly moved, asking the question he most wanted to know. However, although he did not understand the true intentions of the elder before him, he could vaguely sense that the elder seemed to harbor no ill will toward him. Who am I? I am called Dai Tianli, the previous head of the Dai family, a titled Dalu who once dominated the Douluo continent. Back in the day, even Qian Dalu had to respectfully call me Grandpa when he saw me. In response to Dai Mubai's question, the old man smiled and spoke. His tone was particularly friendly, seemingly not angered or upset by Dai Mubai's impolite behavior. It appeared that this elder was also an easygoing person. What? You're the previous head of our Dai family. Dai Tianli? Upon hearing this, even Dai Mubai's calm demeanor was momentarily shaken. He had indeed heard of this person's name. The reason the Dai family could secure a place in the Star Luo Empire was that many years ago, a titled Douluo-level expert had appeared in their family. It was due to that person's presence that the Dai family could establish a foothold in the chaotic territory of the Star Luo Empire. And the name of that powerful expert was also Dai Tianli. Although many years had passed, and perhaps this rumor had long been treated as a joke, it did not mean people would forget it. In fact, Many times, some things are not intentionally forgotten. Sometimes, they just need a small trigger to bring those sealed memories back to the forefront of people's minds. Are you really the title Douluo expert from our Dai family? But I remember the rumors said you had already died. How could this be? Dai Mubai looked at Dai Tianli before him, his eyes flashing with confusion. Although the previous rumors did not mention that this terrifying existence of the Dai family had passed away, the name Dai Tianli was indeed too distant for their generation, which was precisely where Dai Mubai's doubts lay. Although it was somewhat impolite to speak up like this, at this moment, he could no longer care about such things. Now, everyone in the Dai family wanted to put him, Dai Mubai, to death. If the old man in front of him could really save his life, perhaps he could indeed make good use of him. Hee kid, you dare to speak your mind, huh? Good, I admire your character. Now, tell me in detail what happened here, and why these members of the Dai family want to kill you. Dai Tianli's hearty laughter echoed in the great hall. His rugged voice carried a certain boldness, resonating faintly. Under the influence of such a smile, everyone felt a bit startled. After all, they had gained quite a bit of information from this dialogue. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai quickly indicated and cautiously approached Dai Tianli's side. Then, under the gaze of the many complex looks in the hall, he finally recounted all that had happened earlier. However, Dai Mubai was no fool. He understood the need for caution at this moment. His voice was extremely low, almost imperceptible, and only he and Dai Tianli could hear it. Little son-in-law, this Dai Tianli is the old ancestor of the Dai family. I always thought he was dead. I didn't expect him to still be alive. You must be careful. He is from the same era as our Zhu family's ancestor. Now that he is alive, it means his strength and cultivation have likely reached a new level. You need to be cautious. At this moment, Zhu Ziqing, who had been silent, quietly approached Chao Yan's side. His heavy breathing lightly brushed against Chao Yan's ear, and then some information regarding Dai Tianli's true identity and strength was revealed to Chao Yan. After hearing this, a slight smile appeared at the corners of Chao Yan's mouth. For someone of Dai Tianli's level, he actually had no need to be wary. Such an existence was merely akin to an ant in his eyes. If he wanted to kill, he could do so effortlessly. Chao Yan casually waved his hand and then cast a reassuring glance at Zhu Ziqing, signaling him not to worry about these matters. After a while, having listened to Dai Mubai's narration, a trace of anger slowly emerged in Dai Tianli's eyes. He suddenly slammed his palm on the table, and a powerful soul force erupted from his palm, crashing into the wooden table. Instantly, the wooden table shattered into pieces. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt a chill in their hearts. The sound of gasps echoed continuously. Chapter 223. The title law is not so special, hee. I really didn't expect that someone would dare to act wildly in our Dai family. Those who are sensible should step forward and kneel down and knock their heads 10 times. Dai Tianli's authoritative voice rang out, his stern gaze sweeping across the many figures in the hall, his expression slightly darkening. And you, worthless thing, how are you fit to be the clan leader? Others are trampling on our Dai family, and you have no reaction at all? You even dare to help outsiders target our Dai family's disciples. You really are blind as a bat. After speaking, Dai Tianli suddenly appeared in front of Dai Tianwang, his eyes filled with coldness. Just looking at him sent a wave of chilling fear spreading throughout Dai Tianwang's body, a terrifying sensation. Upon hearing this, Dai Tianwang's face also showed a hint of embarrassment. He naturally couldn't find any rebuttal to these words. As Dai Tianli said, he really didn't dare to offend Chao Yan. However, he did this for the sake of the Dai family safety. After all, he had witnessed Chao Yan's ruthless methods firsthand, and he didn't want all of the Dai family's disciples to be killed by this kid. Although these disciples were not powerful if they were all wiped out, as the family head, he would naturally feel terrible. After a moment of silence, Dai Tianwang was about to explain himself. After all, Dai Tianli was their previous ancestor, and in terms of strength and experience, he was not someone this small clan leader could defy. That's why he held such respect for him. Ancestor, you may not know, if it weren't for that beast Dai Mubai deliberately causing trouble, would our Dai family be facing such a situation? Ultimately, this is all Dai Mubai's fault. I think we should just kill him. A hint of pride flickered in Dai Tianwang's eyes. Surely, if the Dai family's ancestor knew of the heinous crimes committed by Dai Mubai, he would be the first to strike and kill him. Such an opportunity to please the young friend Chao Yan was something even he, as the clan leader, could not ask for. However, upon hearing Dai Tianwang's words, Dai Tianli's gaze became even darker. He then exploded with a curse. Humph, you cowardly dog. Dai Mubai is one of our Dai family. What do you intend to achieve by degrading yourself to please others? You fool, The Dai family is going to be ruined because of you. After saying this, Dai Tianli actually raised his hand and slapped Dai Tianwang's face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed, and after such a heavy blow, Dai Tianwang's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, looking pitiful. Ancestor, why did you hit me? You may not know, but young friend Xiao Yan is a peerless Douluo powerhouse. This is not someone our Dai family can afford to offend. We should just concede. Otherwise, our Dai family might go extinct. Dai Tianwang struggled to support himself and stand up. His mouth was slightly swollen with faint blood stains on it, indicating that Dai Tianli's slap had been particularly fierce. I'm hitting you, coward. How did our Dai family produce such a useless thing? A person so afraid of death. I really don't know how you became a clan leader. Dai Tianli looked coldly at Dai Tianwang, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After all, as a titled Douluo powerhouse, he possessed the dignity and pride that came with being a strong individual. Ancestor, you must think twice. Dai Mubai is just a beast. Please do not provoke young friend Xiao Yan. Otherwise, our Dai family may be finished. Dai Tianwang's face was filled with panic. As the clan leader of the Dai family, this was the first time he showed such an expression. His expression was particularly grave, and even his breathing felt rhythmic, yet slightly hurried. It was likely that this was mostly due to his fear of Xiao Yan. You worthless thing. Don't force me to kill you. If you dare to speak another word of cowardice, I'll make sure to end you. Upon hearing this, Dai Tianli's face turned extremely cold, and his icy words came out clearly from his mouth. His reprimanding voice was like thunder, and he did not show Dai Tianwang any mercy just because he was the clan leader. After all, he was a titled Douluo and naturally had his own dignity and pride. When did our Dai family become such a weak existence? Do they really have to show respect to a mere kid? After being severely reprimanded by Dai Tianli, Dai Tianwang's expression became increasingly grim. However, he did not dare to refute or confront the former at all. After all, he was at most just a small ant, while the former was a top-level figure in the entire Douluo continent. A titled Douluo, his face trembled, but Dai Tianli ultimately did not express the displeasure in his heart. He knew that if he really did that, he would be courting death. Such foolishness was not something he would do. Who is Xiao Yan? Step forward and kneel down to knock your head 10 times. Otherwise, I will have you die here today. If you don't want to die, come out. A look of pride appeared in Dai Tianli's eyes as his calm words echoed clearly throughout the hall. Everyone inside heard this sentence distinctly, but they were all heavy-hearted and did not dare to speak more. This was because they had witnessed Xiao Yan's true strength. The latter's power was truly like that of a deity, and how could they dare to provoke him? I am Xiao Yan, old dog. If you want me to kneel and knock my head, I fear you don't have that qualification. Xiao Yan smiled faintly and walked out without a hint of panic. Although the old man before him was already a titled Douluo existence, he did not feel afraid in front of such power. A mere titled Douluo shouting at him was still far from enough. Kid, you have quite a big mouth. Do you know my strength? I'm a titled Douluo. Let me tell you the truth. My 9th spirit ring is a genuine 100,000-year spirit ring. Today, you brought this upon yourself. Since you insist on seeking death, I will grant your wish. After speaking, Dai Tianli stepped forward, causing the floor to shatter violently beneath him. A powerful aura of spirit power spread out, making it hard for others to breathe. Dai Tianli truly was a titled Douluo powerhouse. Seeing this, Xiao Yan also smiled slightly. A mere ant dares to be so arrogant. What does a titled Douluo matter? In my eyes, you are just an ant. After Xiao Yan's calm words fell, everyone's gaze froze in shock. Kid, you have quite a big mouth. With one punch from me, you might just be crushed to death. Why are you so arrogant? As Dai Tianli's figure flickered, his speed reached its peak. However, Xiao Yan's dismissive words clearly made him, as a titled Douluo, feel uncomfortable. After all, he was a titled Douluo. How could someone like a mere kid provoke the dignity of that level? The dignity of a titled Douluo could not be provoked by anyone. Ancestor, you should be careful. This young friend is a genuine, peerless Douluo. You cannot defeat him. You should admit defeat willingly. Seeing Dai Tianli being so stubborn, Dai Tianwang couldn't help but sigh. He knew that this might be Dai Tianli's pride at work. After all, he was a titled Douluo powerhouse and naturally had his own dignity. Moreover, in the eyes of a titled Douluo, the word dignity might be even more precious than life. Shut up, you blind fool. After I kill this kid, it will be your turn. Dai Tianli's eyes widened in anger, and then he unleashed a fierce palm wind directly towards Dai Tianwang's chest, clearly showing no mercy. Sure enough, facing that fierce palm wind, Dai Tianwang had no time to evade. He could only watch as the palm wind struck him hard, and then he was sent flying a dozen meters away, like a deflated ball. That distance was truly not far at all. "Master, are you all right?" Seeing their family head being hit, the members of the Dai family expressed their concerns. Dai Tianwang's position in their hearts was incomparable. Although Dai Tianli was the ancestor of the Dai family, the only person they currently recognized was Dai Tianwang. Dai Tianwang had been in the position of family head for so many years, and in terms of emotional ties, he had a deeply rooted imprint in the hearts of his disciples. It was not that easy to erase it. Several elders of the Dai family hurried to Dai Tianwang's side. Seeing the aged face of their family head, the elders showed exceptionally worried expressions. However, they were also perceptive people, and after quickly checking Dai Tianli's physical condition, they quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The most concerning situation had not occurred, which eased their expressions somewhat. After all, Dai Tianli was a titled Douluo powerhouse, and such an attack was not something anyone could easily withstand. At present, Dai Tianwang was actually unharmed. This result was extremely favorable for any of them. It should be known that the attack of a titled Douluo powerhouse could easily kill a sole Douluo powerhouse. Clearly, Dai Tianli had held back. Otherwise, Dai Tianwang would have likely died under that attack. It seemed that although Dai Tianwang was only a sole Douluo powerhouse, his own strength was also quite formidable. Otherwise, such an attack would have been enough to take his life. However, watching Dai Tianli's strange figure charging toward Xiaoyan, Dai Tianwang couldn't help but gasp. He knew that if Xiaoyan used his true strength, Dai Tianli would naturally pay a very painful price, perhaps even a life-threatening one. "Kid, I want to see whether your peerless Douluo strength is real or not. If it's fake, you won't be going back today. Just leave your life here." After speaking, Dai Tianli's body arrived in front of Xiaoyan. At the same time, he raised his large hand, and an extremely powerful aura of spirit power poured down from his palm, directly striking Xiaoyan. Then, a loud bang echoed like thunder. However, the smile on his face had barely lasted a moment before it suddenly froze. He trembled as he said, "How can you possibly withstand my punch? You are just a mere boy. How can you have such strength? This is impossible." Although Dai Tianli's tiger fist had already struck Xiaoyan's chest, it seemed to have caused no substantial harm. The fist simply rested quietly against Xiaoyan's chest. No matter how hard he tried, the fist would not budge an inch. And even Xiaoyan's figure did not move. "Hee, I told you, in my eyes, you're just a mere ant. Even if you were titled Douluo, you are still just an ant. As an ant, you must die." After speaking, a trace of disdain appeared on Xiaoyan's face, and then he quickly threw a punch at Dai Tianli. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible as the latter's body was suddenly propelled out, rolling pitifully on the ground, a sight that drew attention. You really are a peerless Douluo expert? How did you achieve this?" "It's impossible." Dai Tianli forced his head up, but his voice trembled, and what was even more astonishing was the look of panic on his face. Clearly shocked by the strength Xiaoyan had displayed. "Cough, cough. Young friend Xiaoyan, can you spare my life? Please, I was blind and shouldn't have offended you. If you spare me, I will do anything you ask. Please, can you see me kneeling?" Dai Tianli coughed violently, his body trembling, and the panic on his face had reached an extreme level. After all, the power he felt from Xiaoyan was truly terrifying. The strength was indeed at the level of a peerless Douluo. It would be extremely easy for him to shred Dai Tianli into pieces. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall fell silent, as if all breathing had stopped at that moment. They never expected that the ancestor of the Dai family, a titled Douluo expert, would actually be defeated by Xiaoyan. In response, Xiaoyan merely smiled faintly and said, "What does it matter if you're a titled Douluo? In front of me, you are just an ant." Hearing this, Dai Tianli's eyes went dark, and he fainted. Chapter 225. The Death of Dai Mubai He. "My son-in-law is truly skilled. I didn't expect you to kill Dai Tianli in one blow. Such skill really makes me admire you." Seeing Dai Tianli faint, Zhu Ziqing's expression brightened, and he quickly walked over to Xiaoyan, nodding and praising him. He knew that Dai Tianli was a titled Douluo expert, and he never expected that even such a powerful figure could be killed by Xiaoyan in one strike. What kind of terrifying power was this? Zhu Ziqing couldn't imagine it. He only knew that someone like Xiaoyan not only had outstanding talent, but also had profound achievements in cultivation. Such a young man, if possible, must be befriended and absolutely not offended. He hasn't died. He just fainted for a while. Besides, how could a titled Douluo die so easily? Xiaoyan was not impressed by Zhu Ziqing's flattery. His voice was unusually flat, and even his eyes did not show much ripple. His gaze toward Dai Tianli was filled with pride, as if the man lying on the ground was just an ant, humble and insignificant. Yes, yes, my son-in-law is truly humble. But fortunately, your skills are so high that it really makes me admire you. Zhu Qing and Zhu Yan marrying you is truly their blessing. Zhu Ziqing felt greatly satisfied with Chao Yan's displayed humility. The young man before him was not only approachable, but also understood how to be low-key and humble. Was it not a blessing for the Zhu family to encounter such a young man? However, Zhu Ziqing felt fortunate that Chao Yan was, after all, a part of their Zhu family. After all, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Ziqing had both agreed to marry Chao Yan, which meant that Chao Yan and their Zhu family could truly be tied together. Such an outcome naturally made Zhu Ziqing quite satisfied. Dai Mubai, why don't you come out and face your death? Do I have to invite you? Shifting his gaze from Dai Tianli's body, Chao Yan focused on Dai Mubai. While a powerful aura of soul power pressed down on him, the pressure was truly immense. Puff! The moment that terrifying authority descended, Dai Mubai was suddenly struck hard, his body shaking violently, and then he was heavily thrown backward, crashing into a pillar and spitting out blood mixed with shattered internal organs. Young friend Chao Yan, please do not make things difficult for my innocent disciples of the Dai family. Dai Mubai is a beast deserving of death. You can kill him. Seeing that Chao Yan's mere gaze possessed such enormous power, Dai Tianwang's heart sank. However, he knew the importance of the situation, so he immediately pleaded for mercy. As a soul, Do-level expert, he was well aware of the might of a peerless Dalu. For such a powerful figure, killing Dai Mubai would be as easy as slaughtering a pig or dog. Then, Dai Tianwang quickly signaled the surrounding Dai family disciples to kneel and beg for mercy. At this moment, face was clearly secondary. Only survival mattered. I didn't expect you, as the head of the Dai family, to be so fearful of death. However, you are quite perceptive, unlike that old dog on the ground, blind to the situation. Chao Yan smiled lightly, then walked over to Dai Tianwang and patted his face, producing a crisp sound. Even when treated this way by Chao Yan, he did not dare to resist in the slightest. He knew that offending someone like Chao Yan would lead to a fate that the Dai family could not bear. Therefore, in the face of Chao Yan's absolute strength, even as the family head, he could only yield. After all, compared to life, what did his weak dignity count for? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. As long as you can spare us, I will do anything you want. Please. Dai Tianwang pleaded with Chao Yan while kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Although this behavior severely damaged his image as a family head, he had no time to consider that in a life-or-death situation. He knew that if he pleaded for mercy, he might still gain a glimmer of hope for survival. But if he opposed Chao Yan, what would the final outcome be? He would certainly meet a dead end. Now you realize your mistake? Good, I will give you a choice. You can kill Dai Mubai yourself. After all, he is your son. As long as you dare to kill him, I will spare you. It seemed that the latter could indeed do anything when faced with life and death. However, he was also curious to see if Dai Tianwang would agree to kill his own son. Dai Tianwang hesitated for a moment, then steeled his heart. He looked at Dai Mubai with a cruel gaze and said, "There's no other choice, son. You provoked someone you shouldn't have. It seems today, even as your father, I must kill you. Don't blame me." After finishing his words, King Dai stood up without any hesitation. He quickly extended his hands, transforming his palms as his soul power continuously surged forth, eventually turning his palm into a fist, which he directly smashed towards Dai Mubai's body, without any delay. It seemed that as a soul Do-level powerhouse, King Dai was indeed ruthless in terms of combat experience. Upon seeing King Dai swinging his fist towards him, Dai Mubai was instantly frightened, his face turning pale. His father was now a soul Daluo, and such an attack was naturally something he could not withstand. He felt a strong sense of death spreading throughout his body. Gradually, he became completely drenched in sweat. In the next moment, Dai Mubai knelt on the ground and pitifully pleaded, "Father, don't kill me. If I die, you'll have no son left. You can't do this." To this, King Dai merely glanced at Dai Mubai with indifference, his expression still icy and ruthless. He knew that if Dai Mubai did not die today, it might very well be his own death. Even though Dai Mubai was his son, what did that matter? For the benefit of the entire family and the safety of everyone, Dai Mubai had to die today. Subsequently, King Dai's body flashed like a white light, and his fist directly pierced through Dai Mubai's body. Immediately after, Dai Mubai's eyes closed, and he collapsed to the ground, becoming a corpse. Just like that, Dai Mubai died. Chapter 226. The fall of the Dai family. At this moment, the entire hall was as quiet as dead ashes, and hardly a sound could be heard. All that remained were countless bewildered expressions. Many of the Dai family disciples looked shocked, their eyes wide open as they stared incredulously at the scene before them. Their hearts racing, they silently watched Dai Mubai lying on the ground, and on his lifeless body, there was barely a trace of fluctuating breath. At this point, it was clear that Dai Mubai was completely dead. King Dai, you did well, but there are still so many Dai family disciples and the powerful elders here. What do you think I should do? Chao Yan's gaze turned back to King Dai. Although Dai Mubai was now dead, the disciples and elders of the Dai family still posed a potential threat. If they were not eliminated, they could become a future problem. This was not Chao Yan's style. Young friend Chao Yan, didn't you say you would spare us? You can't go back on your word. Upon hearing Chao Yan's words, King Dai's heart jumped, filled with endless resentment. However, he also understood the terrifying nature of the young man before him. He had no choice but to suppress his anger and not show it. Of course, but I don't like leaving hidden dangers. Since you could kill your own son to survive today, tomorrow you might find a way to take my life. So tell me, how could I dare to let you go? Chao Yan smiled slightly, his tone extremely calm. Although he was powerful, and perhaps these Dai family disciples could not pose any threat to him, he understood the principle of cutting the grass to remove the roots. Since he had already completely fallen out with the Dai family, this matter had to come to an end, and the best solution was to eliminate everyone without leaving a single person behind. Here, his strength was the greatest. Regarding the concept of keeping promises, as long as he wanted to, he would keep them. If he didn't want to, who could threaten him? Young friend Chao Yan, you can't do this. As a powerful person, how can you go back on your word? Are you not afraid of heavenly retribution? Seeing that Chao Yan seemed truly intent on making a move, King Dai became anxious. He knew that relying on these ordinary Dai family disciples to contend with Chao Yan was practically impossible. Could it be that today the Dai family is really coming to an end? Going back on one's word? Isn't that a bit foolish to say? In this world, the only thing that matters is strength. Even if I go back on my word, what can you do to me? Do you want to kill me? Aunt, hearing this, Chao Yan once again smiled faintly. He had to admit that King Dai was indeed a bit too naive. After all, he was the head of the Dai family. How could he not understand such a basic principle? Chao Yan felt quite helpless about this. This world was one where strength reigned supreme. Having strength equated to having everything. In Chao Yan's eyes, the King Dai before him was merely a slightly older ant. Such an ant had no qualification to negotiate with him. You, don't go too far. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? Don't push me too hard, or I will make you regret it. King Dai gritted his teeth and said fiercely. After all, he was the head of the Dai family, and who in the Luo Empire did not know his name. But today, he had been repeatedly humiliated, and this feeling truly made him feel as if life were worse than death. However, for the sake of the entire large family, he had to endure. Go too far? You are worthy of that? Chao Yan sneered and then, with a blink, appeared right in front of King Dai. Moreover, he slapped King Dai's cheek fiercely, and a crisp sound immediately echoed through the hall. Not only that, but King Dai's body was also sent flying in a disheveled manner. He looked like a pitiful old dog, evoking deep sympathy. After suffering such a heavy blow, King Dai's body completely slumped to the ground. Not only that, but he even felt as if all the strength in his body had completely dissipated at that moment. At this point, even standing up was quite difficult for him. Do you want the entire Dai family to accompany you to the grave? You are just an ant, yet you dare to speak to me like this? Do you wish for death? Chao Yan wiped the blood from his fist and then coldly looked at King Dai on the ground. If he hadn't held back a bit earlier, King Dai would probably have already turned into a corpse. I'm sorry, young friend Chao Yan. Please, give me a way to live. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything you ask. Please. Seeing the killing intent in Chao Yan's eyes, King Dai trembled all over. He didn't even dare to look directly at him. In Chao Yan's eyes, the chilling aura was evident, and even as a soul-level powerhouse, he felt a deep sense of trepidation. Beg me? How about this? Given that you have been somewhat obedient before, I can consider sparing you all. However, I need you to agree to one thing. How about that? King Dai nodded hurriedly, his tone extremely humble, and there was even a hint of flattery in his eyes. Young friend Chao Yan, please feel free to speak. As long as it is within my ability, I will never refuse. You all should self-deplete your soul power. From now on, I do not wish to hear the name of the Dai family in the Luo Empire. Otherwise, I will ensure you do not survive today. Chao Yan looked at everyone, then gently smiled. He found nothing wrong with this proposal. After all, one must cut the grass to remove the roots. You must be dreaming. If we were to self-destruct our soul power, wouldn't we become useless? Yes, you shouldn't go too far. Although our strength is low, we are not sheep to be slaughtered. True, you are indeed powerful, but to expect us to self-destruct our soul power is a bit too much, isn't it? After hearing Xiao Yan's words, countless members of the Dai family shook their heads unwillingly. They naturally dared not agree to such a demand. You must understand that once a soul master self-destructs their soul power, they truly become useless. That feeling is even worse than being killed. After all, they are young people full of vigor from the Dai family. If they have to agree to such a request just to save their lives, what meaning is there in their existence? Very well, then go die. After saying this, Xiao Yan directly released an invisible pressure of soul power, and under this pressure, all the members of the Dai family immediately let out cries of agony. Soon after, all the members and elders of the Dai family collapsed to the ground. Chapter 227. The Death of Dai Tianli under the terrifying pressure of soul power. Even Dai Tianwang, a strong soul Dalu, felt a strong sense of death rapidly spreading throughout his body. That power symbolized death. Wait, please spare me, I don't want to die. The terrifying pressure of soul power came at him, and facing such a dreadful aura, Dai Tianwang had no choice but to quickly mobilize the soul power within him to resist. A serious expression gradually appeared on Dai Tianwang's face, and then he slowly formed hand seals. A powerful soul power defense barrier instantly formed. At this moment, he had already exerted all the remaining soul power in his body. He knew that the situation before him was a true test of life and death. If anything went wrong here, he might lose his life as well. Huh? Do you still want to resist? Too bad, today you must die. Since I said I would uproot you, I cannot leave you alive. Seeing the intense desire to survive on Dai Tianwang's face, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a playful smile. After all, Dai Tianwang was just an ant. This kind of power was simply too weak. Sure enough, after a brief moment of resistance, Dai Tianwang's body seemed to suddenly wilt, directly collapsing to the ground. At the same time, the soul power pressure from Xiao Yan slammed down onto his body with destructive force. As the destructive soul power pressure descended, Dai Tianwang's horrified voice rang out, carrying a hint of despair. Although the sound was not loud, it seemed to condense all the strength of his life, terrifying and unpredictable. At the moment Dai Tianwang's throat emitted a cry of agony, his body was pressed to the ground under the terrifying power of soul power. The overwhelming force made the circulation of his soul power feel obstructed. Under this pressure, he finally realized how small his soul, the level power, truly was. The authority of soul power was like an invisible giant hand, fiercely slapping down on his frail body. In an instant, the sound of bones cracking echoed, and he displayed a hideous expression, veins bulging on his forehead, looking as if he had gone mad, instilling fear in others. You will face retribution. You have killed so many members of the Dai family. One day you will come to join us in death. Before dying, Dai Tianwang looked at Xiao Yan with desperation in his eye sockets about to burst. He bit his lip tightly, and crimson blood slowly flowed down from his lips. However, in those blood-filled eyes, there was a look of unwillingness. After all, he had worked hard to manage the Dai family for many years, but now this family business was about to be destroyed in his hands. That feeling was truly more painful than death. Then, a wave of fatigue surged like a tide into his mind. Under the influence of this intense fatigue, his eyes were trembling, as if they would close at any moment. It seemed his life was nearing its end. As his eyes slowly closed, he vaguely saw countless members of the Dai family also collapsing, countless cries of agony ringing loudly in his ears. Hearing these sounds filled him with intense shame as the head of the Dai family. He knew that these members of the Dai family had been killed because of him. After all, if he had not been so naive, if he had not feared death, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Finally, after a fierce struggle, fatigue finally washed over him. The feeling of exhaustion almost instantly occupied his entire mind, and in the end, with a trace of regret and despair, he reluctantly closed his eyes. At that moment, it was as if the entire world had become quiet. Finally dealt with these troubles. Dean Flander, I have avenged Ma Hongjun. You don't have to be too sad. His expression indifferent, he scanned the entire hall, where countless figures lay on the ground. These Dai family members had expressions of horror on their faces before death. Surely, they sensed their insignificance as ants against the soul power pressure of a peerless Dalu. A sense of despair and powerlessness. They, as small as ants, could only watch death approach. But what made them most despairing was not this alone. But the moment true death arrived, the overwhelming sense of helplessness. Thank you, young friend Xiaoyan. If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to avenge Ma Hongjun. Such great kindness. Please accept this old man's bow. Upon hearing this, Flander also looked pleased. This time, he came to the Star Luo Empire specifically to help his beloved disciple take revenge. Back then, he could only watch helplessly as his disciple left him. That feeling of despair was worse than death. But now it's good. Dai Mubai has become a dead man. With this, Ma Hongjun's revenge has been successfully avenged. However, at that moment, a dignified voice quietly resonated, sounding like rolling thunder. Boy, you dare to kill my Dai family members and wipe out my entire family. Today, I will make you pay with your life. Don't think I'm just trying to scare you. Let me show you what the true power of a 100,000-year soul ring is. If you die at my hands today, you can be proud of it. At some point, Dai Tianli had surprisingly awakened from his coma. When he saw the bodies of the Dai family members in the hall, his heart felt as dead as ashes. His furious roar echoed continuously. He wished he could twist off Chao Yan's head and kick it like a ball. Take this. 10th soul skill, Tiger grabs chick. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the corner of Dai Tianli's mouth. Not only that, but a bright red soul ring slowly rose from his body, and an endless sense of oppression instantly rushed in, as if it could destroy everything. Ah, such terrifying power. Could this be the legendary 100,000-year soul ring? I feel like I'm going to die. Beside him, facing this immense power, Zhu Ziqing was also filled with terror. He shouted loudly, his voice filled with fear, as the oppressive feeling brought by this soul ring was simply too strong. In response, Chao Yan merely sneered, for although the other party was also a title Douluo, in his eyes, they couldn't stir up any waves. Ants die. A cold voice casually escaped from the corner of Chao Yan's mouth as he threw a punch that directly struck Dai Tianli, causing the latter's body to crash to the ground. Chapter 228, Dai Tianli's last word. Haha. Just a mere 100,000-year soul ring. Ants will always be ants. No matter how you struggle, you only have one path, death. Chao Yan lightly clapped his hands, his gaze calm as he looked at Dai Tianli's body lying on the ground, showing no signs of emotion. To him, killing a titled Douluo-level powerhouse was as easy as slaughtering a pig or dog. You are such powerful strength. I didn't expect you to truly be a peerless Douluo, and so strong at that. To die at your hands, I have no regrets. Just before his death, Dai Tianli could only utter these words from his throat. It wasn't that he didn't want to say more, but at the moment when Chao Yan's soul power pressure descended, all the bones and meridians in his body had shattered. Now he had become completely useless, and it was likely that he would die here today. Aren't you afraid of death? You may be a titled Douluo, but you are too blind. If your Dai family hadn't offended me, you wouldn't have met such an end. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourselves. Seeing Dai Tianli in this state, Chao Yan felt a bit of pity in his heart. After all, facing a dying person like this was somewhat uncomfortable. Haha, afraid of death? Do you think I am someone who fears for my life? I have lived for over 100 years. By rights, I should have fallen long ago. However, I have survived to this day. I have never encountered an opponent in my life, and dying at your hands is not a loss for me. At this point, Dai Tianli knew he would not survive. However, he was not someone who feared death. As the ancestor of the Dai family, he had lived a long life, and now, even if he were to die, it would just be returning to the earth. What was there to fear? Hearing this, even Zhu Ziqing beside them was slightly moved, and he was even more astonished in his heart. After all, the members of the Dai family still had some spirit. If every member of the Dai family had the same blood and guts as Dai Tianli, then perhaps this spirit was indeed worthy of respect. Chao Yan, my young friend, before I die, may I request one thing from you? Please, I beg you. At this moment, Dai Tianli, whose breath was growing weaker, seemed to feel his end approaching. He slowly spoke, his tone light, as if he could collapse at any moment, which made one unable to help but feel some sympathy. Speak, and as long as it's not too difficult for me, I might not refuse you. After all, someone like you is worth my admiration. Chao Yan did not refuse Dai Tianli's request. He knew that in the current state of the other party, he could not survive. Since that was the case, there was no need to make things too absolute. Moreover, all the disciples and elders of the Dai family had been effortlessly slain by him, and the Dai family no longer posed any threat to the Zhu family. With this, it was likely that the Xingluo Empire would truly belong to the Zhu family now. Chao Yan, my young friend, we of the Dai family are still a great family. Today, our entire clan has been exterminated. Perhaps this is fate. I bear no resentment for this, but I hope that after my death, you can give a proper burial to all the souls of our Dai family. I beg you. At this point, Dai Tianli suddenly summoned the last bit of strength in his body, kneeling on the ground with a thud. His deep-set eyes were filled with a profound plea, without a trace of resentment. Hearing this, Chao Yin was slightly taken aback, looking at Dai Tianli with a hint of surprise. To be honest, he did not expect that at such a moment, Dai Tianli would still think of the deceased disciples of the Dai family. It seemed that this ancestor of the Dai family was indeed not just a name without substance. Such behavior was truly admirable. Chao Yin, my young friend, I beg you. I have never asked for anything from anyone in my life, but today, I implore you to agree to my request. I'm already a dying man. Can you not even grant me this small request? Dai Tianli's voice was filled with earnestness. He knew that he would certainly die today, but when faced with life and death, he did not fear. After all, everyone has to die. It could be as heavy as Mount Tai or as light as a feather. Today, even if he died, he had no regrets. All right, I agree. However, I'm only agreeing out of respect for you. After all, you're the most admirable title Douluo I have ever encountered. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have agreed. Do you understand? Chao Yin nodded, his gaze becoming slightly gentler. Although he had seen many who feared for their lives, those people were far from having the spirit of Dai Tianli before him. Since that was the case, he might as well fulfill the other party's request, letting him leave in peace. After all, in doing so, he wouldn't be considered completely heartless. Thank you, young friend, for fulfilling my request. Your great kindness. I am eternally grateful. If there is an afterlife, I will repay your great kindness and virtue, even if I have to be a cow or a horse. Seeing Chao Yin nod in agreement, Dai Tianli's expression brightened. He knew that this young friend in front of him agreeing to his request was already a significant favor to him. If he didn't express his gratitude, would that be reasonable? However, for Dai Tianli's gratitude, Chao Yin merely waved his hand dismissively and said lightly, "You don't need to thank me. What I did is merely something a young man should do. I exterminated your Dai family. It is only right. I hope you won't hold it against me." Upon hearing this, gratitude filled Dai Tianli's eyes. He could hardly imagine that although Chao Yin was a title level powerhouse, he was so magnanimous in spirit. Such a young man was truly rare in the world. Thank you, young friend. With these words, I can leave in peace. After saying this, Dai Tianli seemed to lose all his strength at that moment. His body collapsed to the ground, his eyes slowly closing, and even the vitality within him rapidly faded away. It seemed that reaching this point was already his limit. Alas, such a hero has fallen at my hands. This is truly a great sin. Looking at Dai Tianli's corpse, Chao Yin felt a sense of discomfort in his heart. He knew that because of his negligence and carelessness, such a hero had lost his life here. And this feeling of guilt truly made it hard for him to be at peace. Uncle, let's bury the bodies of these Dai family disciples. The dead deserve respect. We should honor them. With a baffled sigh, Chao Yin turned to look at Zhu Ziqing beside him. For him, this promise was something that had to be kept. All right, I will definitely accomplish it. Zhu Ziqing naturally couldn't go against this, and he directly agreed. Chapter 229. The son-in-law of the Zhu family He, young friend Chao Yin. We have buried the last of the Dai family disciples well. I really didn't expect that the Grand Dai family would actually be wiped out. After personally burying the last disciple of the Dai family, Zhu Ziqing couldn't help but take a deep breath, and, at the same time, he felt a considerable shock in his heart. The Zhu and Dai families had dominated the Xingluo Empire for many years, and for a long time. Whether in strength or influence, the Dai family had always been ahead. Zhu Ziqing never dreamed he would witness this moment. After all, no one could have imagined that the renowned Dai family in the Xingluo Empire would actually be annihilated by a young man and completely exterminated at that. Surely, such a thing would be hard for anyone to believe, even if it were told. Hearing this, Chao Yin remained silent. Although the Dai family had been completely wiped out, it held a strange significance for him. He slowly walked over to Dai Tianli's tombstone, and a complex expression flashed in his eyes. He actually had a measure of respect for this powerful figure of the Dai family. After all, only the person before him could barely be considered a hero. In a vast Dai family, this person was the only one worthy of his admiration. Next, Chao Yin turned his gaze to the location of Dai Mubai's grave. This grave was one he had personally chosen for Dai Mubai. After all, he and Dai Mubai were rivals in love. Perhaps this was the last thing he could do to help the latter. The deceased deserved respect. Although Dai Mubai was dead, it didn't mean he would forgive him. No matter what, Dai Mubai would always be a beast in his eyes. This title could never change. If Dai Mubai hadn't coveted his Zhu Ziqing, perhaps Chao Yin might have spared his life. Unfortunately, Dai Mubai's nature was hard to change, and this outcome was a result of his own making. Chao Yin, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to really wipe out the Dai family. So, when are you going to marry me? You've done such things to me. You can't just abandon me. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing slowly walked to Chao Yan's side. She was still dressed in a black leather outfit, which, while simple, exuded vitality and energy. Perhaps this was related to Zhu Zhuqing's perfect figure. Notably, her physique truly left no room for criticism. Zhu Zhuqing took the initiative to link her arm with Chao Yan's. Although her father and sister were present, she didn't mind at all. After all, Chao Yan already held a significant place in her heart, and she felt good about this feeling. Zhuqing, don't worry. As long as you are willing, I can marry you anytime, even right now. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing being so intimate with him, Chao Yan was unreserved. He raised his hand slightly and then firmly slapped Zhu Zhuqing's full and perky backside. At the moment his hand struck, a remarkably soft feeling surged into his mind. It must be said that Zhu Zhuqing's figure was truly maddening. Then his arms suddenly opened wide, and he pulled Zhu Zhuqing's soft figure into his embrace. Immediately a faint, unique fragrance belonging to girls wafted into his nose. Smelling this delicate scent, Chao Yan couldn't help but blush, and even without realizing it, a certain part of his body reacted slightly. For this, Chao Yan felt quite helpless. After all, he was a young man full of vigor and was in his youth. It was entirely reasonable for a boy to have such a reaction. After all, if a girl were to leap into your arms and you didn't react at all, that would be strange. Furthermore, he was still a man. It was natural to be attracted to beauty. With his head buried in Chao Yan's chest, Zhu Zhuqing felt her cheeks flush slightly. Earlier, Chao Yan had slapped her backside, and now, being in such a close position, made her heart race. Chao Yan, how can you bully me like this? You're so bad. Finally, after a moment of silence, Zhu Zhuqing slowly came back to her senses. At this moment, her entire soft body was tightly held in Chao Yan's arms, and she could even smell the unique masculine scent coming from him, which added a hint of shyness to her heart. However, no matter how hard Zhu Zhuqing struggled, she could not break free from Chao Yan's embrace. His arms seemed to possess a certain kind of solid strength, surprisingly powerful. After a fruitless struggle, Zhu Zhuqing had no choice but to give up on that thought. Hee. You can't say that. Uncle has long agreed to marry you to me, so this can't be considered bullying, right, Uncle? With that, Chao Yan turned his gaze to the side, directly looking at Zhu Ziqing. He was sure that Zhu Ziqing had been hoping for something between him and Zhu Zhuqing. After all, he knew his own strength. He was a peerless, dual-level powerhouse, and even the Zhu family wouldn't let go of such a son-in-law, right? It must be said that Zhu Zhuqing's figure was indeed extremely impressive. Although Chao Yan merely held her in his arms, he could effortlessly feel the extremely comfortable softness of her body, a sensation he had never experienced before. Hee, young friend Chao Yan is right. Zhuqing, you and young friend Chao Yan are indeed a great match. In my opinion, why not let you two get married today? This way, I can have all the Zhu family disciples witness it together. What do you think? Hearing Chao Yan's words, Zhu Ziqing quickly turned his eyes and then smiled as he spoke. For someone like Chao Yan, if the Zhu family could form a good relationship with him, it would be the best outcome. Today, Zhu Ziqing had thoroughly witnessed Chao Yan's true strength, and he believed that if Chao Yan unleashed all his power, probably no one in the entire Zhu family could stop him. If such a young man could establish a relationship with the Zhu family, that would naturally be the best. Fortunately, the Zhu family had things that could attract Chao Yan. Thinking of this, Zhu Ziqing's conviction was strengthened a bit. He looked at Chao Yan and said, if young friend Chao Yan doesn't mind, please become my Zhu family son-in-law. My daughters, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun, are both willing to marry you. After Zhu Ziqing finished speaking, he looked at Chao Yan with anticipation, his demeanor humble, like an ant. Chapter 230. The Groom of the Zhu Family. What Uncle said is very true. I fell in love with Zhu Zhuqing at first sight, and we are mutually willing, deeply in tune with each other. If Uncle could bring us together, that would be perfect. Hearing such magnanimous words from Zhu Ziqing, Chao Yan's mouth also slowly revealed a smile. At that moment, he felt very happy, and his hands that were holding Zhu Zhuqing also unconsciously tightened a bit more. Good, that's great. Hearing Chao Yan's decisive agreement, Zhu Ziqing repeatedly praised him. After all, only when Chao Yan personally agreed to this matter could the Zhu family climb this high branch. Otherwise, if they used coercive means, it would basically be impossible. It must be known that Chao Yan's strength was too formidable. Zhu Ziqing was very clear in his heart that the young man in front of him could probably kill him with a single punch. Such power could be considered as the peak of the world. Presumably, even those abnormal level powerhouses in the Spirit Hall would be intimidated by Chao Yan, right? Chao Yan, are you going to marry my sister? What should I do then? You've taken me. You can't abandon me, otherwise, I want to be able to get married. At this time, Zhu Zhiyun also spoke softly, her stunning eyes resembling a clear spring, full of spirit. With a hint of grievance, after all, she also liked Chao Yan. Sister. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit reluctant. She knew that her sister also had feelings for Chao Yan. Moreover, she still remembered that on a certain night in the past, her sister had completely given her body to Chao Yan. In other words, they already had a physical relationship. Uncle, I have another request. I wonder if you could agree. Seeing Zhu Zhiyun's pitiful appearance, Chao Yan felt a slight pain in his heart. After all, he had taken someone else's body. He had already done that kind of thing to her, so naturally, he had to be responsible. Otherwise, wouldn't he become a scumbag? This simply wouldn't do. Although I'm speaking out, if I can help, I think I shouldn't refuse. After hearing Chao Yan's words, Zhu Ziqing's face also bore a smile as before. He knew that Chao Yan probably had his eyes on both of his precious daughters. For this, he was actually very supportive in his heart. After all, he had finally gotten 2 daughters, and if they could marry Chao Yan, that would be the best choice. Uncle, to be honest, I actually have some feelings for Zhu Yun as well. My affection for her is no less than for Zhu Qing. So I hope Uncle will allow Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing to marry me together. Is that possible? Chao Yan scratched his head, then pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun were both fairy-level girls. With such existence, let alone him, even any normal person would probably not be able to resist such temptation. After all, who doesn't like beautiful women? It is human nature, and he certainly understood this principle. Good, of course it's possible. Although I, Zhu Ziqing, only have these 2 daughters, they're both my precious jewels. In today's world, perhaps only a young friend like you is worthy of them. I'm not just satisfied, I'm simply eager for this. After hearing this, Zhu Ziqing could hardly contain his joy. At first, he had been worried whether Chao Yan would look down on his 2 daughters. After all, Chao Yan's talent was truly exceptional. Such a person would not settle for less anywhere. Really? Then I want to be polite. After hearing Zhu Ziqing's words, Chao Yan directly held the hands of both girls. In an instant, he felt an extremely soft and comfortable sensation. It must be said that Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing's smooth and delicate hands were simply flawless. Although it was just a hand-holding, it provided a wonderfully pleasant feeling, as if he was not holding the hands of girls, but rather a piece of warm and fragrant jade, giving an indescribable sense of delight. Son-in-law, let us set off immediately. When we arrive at the Zhu family, I will quickly marry both daughters to you. How does that sound? Seeing Chao Yan's serious expression, Zhu Ziqing felt quite satisfied. In his heart, he really couldn't find anything to criticize about this son-in-law, whether it was looks or strength. There was not a single flaw. Perhaps Chao Yan's only flaw was being lustful, but Zhu Ziqing clearly didn't mind as much. Having multiple wives was a tradition in Douluo continent since ancient times. Not to mention Chao Yan, even when he was young, he had secretly had crushes on countless girls. In Zhu Ziqing's view, a man's infidelity was actually not a big deal. As long as he was devoted to his feelings, that was enough. Okay, then I'll listen to Uncle. I won't have any objections. Chao Yan agreed directly. Now that the hidden dangers of the Dai family had been resolved, it was time for him to achieve a fruitful relationship. Thus, at Zhu Ziqing's suggestion, they left immediately, heading back to the Zhu family. At the entrance of the Zhu family, at this time, countless Zhu family disciples gathered here. Not only the younger generation of the Zhu family, but also many elders from the Zhu family had come together. They all looked solemn and serious, as if waiting for some important person. Fellow Zhu family disciples, our Zhu family has finally held our heads high. From now on, the Star Luo Empire will no longer have the Dai family. They've been completely eradicated by the family head. Just then, an elderly Zhu family elder stepped forward. His expression particularly serious. His aged face was deeply wrinkled, resembling ravines, making people inevitably respect his age. As soon as the elder finished speaking, the crowd erupted in a commotion. They had just heard about this matter and did not expect it to be true. Moreover, there were quite a few Zhu family girls gathered in the crowd. Each of them looked pure, with perfect figures and temperaments, as if they were fairies fallen into the mortal world, making them untouchable. They appeared here because they had heard the news, and more importantly, they knew that a heroic young man had arrived at the Zhu family. It was because of this young man that the Zhu family could have their turnaround today. Today, they all came with shy hearts, wanting to catch a glimpse of Chao Yan's true appearance. Elders, today I have an announcement. Young friend Chao Yan will be the son-in-law of our Zhu family, and he will be granted the position of elder. Anyone who dares to offend him will not blame me for being unkind. This voice suddenly resonated in everyone's ears, and then, led by Zhu Ziqing, Chao Yin and the others also appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, all eyes in the audience turned into silence. My heavens, it's actually the family head who has returned. This is wonderful. We have not welcomed you properly. Please do not blame us, family head. Seeing Zhu Ziqing and his party appear at the entrance, several elders immediately felt a jolt of energy, and then they joyfully spoke, their eyes filled with deep happiness. Then, several elders quickly exchanged glances with a group of Zhu family disciples behind them. Many Zhu family disciples immediately understood, and one by one, their faces showed a look of reverence as they solemnly gazed at the family head in front of them, deeply shocked in their hearts. Hee, it's nothing to worry about, the three elders. The Dai family has now been completely eliminated by young friend Chao Yin. From now on, the Dai family will no longer exist in the Xinghua Empire. Haha. A warm smile appeared on Zhu Ziqing's face. For the Zhu family, the absence of the Dai family's threat in Xinghua City would greatly benefit the development of their entire family. In any case, this was indeed something worth celebrating. Upon hearing this, the three elders were somewhat excited, and then they couldn't help but smile broadly, saying, "This is truly a great piece of news. With this, our Zhu family will surely rise to become a top family. I think it won't be long before our Zhu family status can rival that of the royal family of the Tiando Empire. It should be noted that when the Dai family still existed, the Zhu family could at most be considered a second-rate power in Xinghua City. Such a force could be described as extremely humble. To put it nicely, the Zhu family might be regarded as partners of the Dai family, but to put it bluntly, they were merely dogs in the hands of the Dai family, with no status to speak of. However, perhaps from today onwards, the Zhu family's position would see an unprecedented rise. Now that the Dai family had been destroyed in the Xinghua Empire, the Zhu family had the capital to establish themselves in the Xinghua Empire. As for becoming kings or dominating, that would only be a matter of time. Hee, that is for sure. The credit for exterminating the Dai family goes entirely to young friend Chao Yin. If it weren't for his strong assistance, it would have been impossible even if we exhausted all of our Zhu family's resources. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziqing smiled as well. However, regarding today's matter, he did not dare to feel any sense of pride or arrogance. He knew that all of this was thanks to Chao Yin. If it weren't for the latter's extraordinary strength, how could their mere Zhu family stand a chance against the Dai family? He was aware of this reality. Wow, is that Chao Yin? He really is as handsome as the rumors say. I wonder if he has a girl he likes? If possible, I'd like to have his children. Yes, he's really handsome. I heard that young Master Chao Yin is not only good-looking, but also has terrifying strength. Even enemies at the title Douluo level might not be his match. I wish he would notice me. Don't dream. Young Master Chao Yin has already made a marriage pact with the eldest and second young ladies. We ordinary disciples should stop dreaming. He is gifted. How could we, mere mortals, be worthy to accompany him? Among the crowd, many young girls with excellent looks and temperament gazed at Chao Yin with sparkling eyes, their hearts filled with a hint of shyness and unmistakable admiration. As they whispered among themselves, countless young girls blushed. After all, for girls at their age, a man like Chao Yin, possessing both looks and strength, was undoubtedly irresistibly attractive. In the Zhu family, although there were many disciples with considerable talent and strength, compared to Chao Yin, they undoubtedly appeared too mediocre. Therefore, with Chao Yin's appearance, combined with his remarkable strength, he gained a significant status in the hearts of many young girls. All right, uncle, let us get down to business. Zhu Qing and Zhu Yun are a bit tired. I want to take them down to rest first. What do you think? Supporting the soft bodies of Zhu Qing and Zhu Yun, Chao Yin had no improper thoughts. At this moment, the two girls had a hint of weariness on their fair, delicate faces, and there was a large pallor on their exquisite features, indicating that the two girls were indeed a bit fatigued. After hearing this, Zhu Ziqing quickly took a look, and sure enough, just as Chao Yin said, Zhu Qing and Zhu Yun's current state was indeed not good. They not only had a faint breath, but also seemed to have an indescribable weariness. Even he felt slightly puzzled about this. Son-in-law, what about your wedding with the two young ladies? Should we postpone it? Zhu Ziqing asked anxiously. He originally planned to finalize the marriage between Chao Yin and the two young ladies today, especially since the Zhu family had successfully exterminated the Dai family. If they could establish a relationship with Chao Yin, it would be a double celebration, but it seemed this matter might fall through. In response, Chao Yin shook his head helplessly. He glanced at the pale faces of the two girls in his arms and said, "Uncle, I should help them recover first. As for the marriage matter, I think it can proceed tonight. However, I have one request that I hope you can help me with." "Oh, what request?" Zhu Ziqing asked, somewhat puzzled by Chao Yan's vague statement. Since it's a matter of marriage, I think it should be a bit more lively. Uncle might as well invite people from various forces to come together. This way, it can also showcase the Zhu family's prestige. And then no one would dare to underestimate our Zhu family, Chao Yan said lightly. He naturally regarded the marriage matter as very important, but he also saw this opportunity to understand the attitudes of various forces. This way, it would be easy to discern friends from foes. Moreover, he had thought this through carefully. If he was lucky, he might be able to meet some girls from various forces, such as Yi Langlang from the Jushin Haidang sect, Du Guiyin from the Tiando Empire, Xue Ke from the royal family, and even Hu Laina from the Spirit Hall. He had long coveted these beauties. Perhaps the current marriage matter was an opportunity. Young friend Chao, you makes a valid point. Please rest assured, I will arrange it right away. Zhu Ziqing nodded quickly. If it weren't for Chao Yan's reminder, he would never have thought of this. If the Zhu family could invite various forces to witness the marriage, it would undoubtedly bring great benefits to them. Perhaps after this incident, the Zhu family status would reach an unparalleled height. Chapter 232. The Shock of the Spirit Hall, the Hall of the Pope. This is the location of Spirit City, in the entire Douluo continent. The Spirit Hall has an almost unassailable power, so even if its sphere of influence is established here, no one dares to say much. Within the Spirit Hall, there are countless title-level powerhouses. With such level of strong suppression and presence, even the emperors of the two great empires do not dare to act recklessly. After all, the power of a title de law is simply too terrifying. Above the Pope's chamber, a richly dressed woman sits gracefully on the seat that only the Pope is qualified to occupy. She wears a luxurious black robe adorned with golden patterns, the material indiscernible. Yet it exudes an air of elegance and dominance that makes her strikingly eye-catching. The woman dons a 9-loop purple gold crown, embedded with countless gleaming gemstones, their colors vibrant and exquisite, undeniably enhancing her impeccable demeanor. In her hand, she holds a staff about 2 meters long, which, like her crown, is also adorned with numerous gemstones, even of a higher quality, signifying her extraordinary status. The woman has fair skin, a well-defined nose, and although her delicate face appears somewhat cold, it further accentuates her unique presence. This aura seems to naturally emit a feeling of reverence, making her a woman of breathtaking beauty. She appears to be around 20 years old, but the power and authority she radiates are profoundly inconsistent with her youthful appearance, suggesting that her strength is indeed exceptional, as only top-tier powerhouses can maintain their youth while being immensely powerful. This woman is none other than the most sacred figure in the current Pope's chamber, a deity not to be desecrated by countless people, Pope Bibi Dong. Your Holiness. A scout reports that the Dai family of the Star Luo Empire seems to have been annihilated by an incredibly powerful force, with almost no survivors, said a man in golden armor with an enchanting appearance, his voice soft and delicate. He has long golden hair, symbolizing nobility, and a fierce aura subtly emanates from him, indicating that his strength is indeed terrifying. This man is none other than Douluo. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared on Bibi Dong's beautiful face as she calmly replied, Annihilated? Who possesses such terrifying power? Bibi Dong is aware of the Dai family's strength. Although it does not compare to the fearsome presence of their spirit hall on the continent, it is still a considerable force. Now, the Dai family has been wiped out by a mysterious power. Bibi Dong feels a sense of contemplation. Could there be a force in this world more terrifying than their spirit hall? After pondering without any conclusions, Bibi Dong sighed helplessly. Yu Guan, pay close attention to this matter. The authority of the Spirit Hall cannot be provoked by anyone. If we find a culprit behind this, I will give the Soul Master world an explanation. Yes, Your Holiness, Yu Guan respectfully responded. Your Holiness, the Zhu family from Star Luo City has sent a letter, stating that they will hold a wedding tonight and have specially sent someone to inform us, hoping that all factions can witness this event at that moment. A man with a gloomy appearance in black armor slowly spoke. His pitch-black eyes seemed devoid of emotion, and his face appeared almost illusory, making it hard to discern his features. This is Gue Douluo. Oh, just as the Dai family was annihilated by a mysterious force, the Zhu family is celebrating such a grand event. Could there be something suspicious in this? Hearing Gue Douluo's words, Bibi Dong frowned slightly, her exquisite face falling into deep thought. Elder Gue, do you know who is getting married in the Zhu family tonight? As if suddenly remembering something, Bibi Dong asked again. It is said to be the 2 daughters of Zhu Ziqing. Tonight's wedding is arranged for them, seemingly to marry them off to one man. As for further details, I am not aware, Gue Douluo answered respectfully. Even as a title Douluo, he dared not show any arrogance in front of this woman. He is well aware of how terrifying her strength is and knows that even if he and Yu Guan join forces, it will be difficult to gain any advantage over her. Marrying off to one man? Was the Zhu family plotting? Could the annihilation of the Dai family really be related to the Zhu family? Bibi Dong murmured to herself, although the Zhu family strength is not at the top tier. Such actions clearly show a lack of regard for their spirit hall. Naturally, Bibi Dong feels somewhat displeased about this. They must understand that the spirit hall status is the most formidable presence on the continent. Even if the Zhu family wanted to invite them, it should be done in person by the head of the Zhu family. With this thought, a hint of anger flickered in Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes. After contemplating for a moment, she said lightly, Elder Zhu, it seems this matter will trouble you to take a trip. If the Zhu family dares to overstep their bounds, just eliminate them. This will serve to remind others of the spirit hall's authority. With that, Bibi Dong's gaze fell on the two men below, but there was a hint of anger in her eyes, indicating that the Zhu family's actions have further intensified her displeasure. Yes, Your Holiness. We shall take our leave then, Yu Guan and Gue Douluo replied respectfully, and then they both walked towards the exit of the chamber. However, just as they were about to step out, Bibi Dong called them back. Bring Nana along as well. She is to become the holy maiden in the future, and this will allow her some practical experience. After giving her instructions, Bibi Dong gestured for the two to leave. Chapter 233. The two women break through at the Zhu family in Zhu Zhuqing's boudoir. The room is elegantly decorated, filled with a faint fragrance that lingers in the air. The delicate aroma seems to have a calming effect, making Chao Yan feel somewhat comfortable. Zhu Zhuqing's room lacks excessive decorations, but is extremely clean and tidy. The space appears somewhat empty, but has a unique sense of refinement, perhaps due to her youthful shyness. Chao Yan supports the voluptuous figures of Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing as they slowly approach the bed. In the unintentional contact, Chao Yan can even feel the temptation emitted by these two perfectly shaped girls, a sensation that is almost suffocating, as if he is in a trance. Zhu Zhuqing's bed seems a bit small. Chao Yan is puzzled by this, as it is unlikely that such a narrow bed could accommodate her impressive figure. However, despite his confusion, he has no inclination to dwell on it at the moment. On the bed, there were decorations unique to young girls quietly covering it, with neat pink sheets and blankets that looked uniform. It seemed that although Zhu Zhuqing appeared cold on the outside, she still had some innocence akin to that of a little girl in her heart. Chao Yan glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun's slightly pale cheeks, feeling a strange sense of bitterness in his heart. He could only forcefully suppress the feelings that arose and gently stretched the two girls' bodies, then safely placed them on the bed and covered them with blankets. However, just as Chao Yan finished all this, the beautiful eyes of the two girls slowly opened. Seeing Chao Yan's face, which carried a hint of improper intentions, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun felt a sudden tension in their hearts. They quickly checked their bodies and, upon seeing that their clothes were still intact, they breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted. It seemed that Chao Yan was not as they had imagined, someone who would take advantage of them. With this thought, a shy warmth began to linger in the hearts of the two girls. Ahem, I thought you would sleep for a while longer. What happened? Why do you look so weak? Seeing the two girls awake, Chao Yan quickly asked. In his heart, the two girls in front of him had long since become his wives, so he felt there was nothing inappropriate about his concern. It seems my sister and I have made a bit of a breakthrough in our strength. After a moment of silence, Zhu Zhuqing finally spoke, her pretty face slightly flushed. Her voice was incredibly soft, the faint sound of her lips lingering in the air, carrying a hint of youthful fragrance that intoxicated the listener. A breakthrough? You both broke through together? Chao Yan was taken aback, quickly mobilizing his spiritual power to check the two girls' bodies. Sure enough, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power had reached level 30, equivalent to a soul venerable, while Zhu Zhuyun had obviously reached level 45. This progress was quite remarkable. So that's it. Your strength has broken through. No wonder your auras seem so weak. After sensing the soul power status of the two girls, Chao Yan breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He knew that during the cultivation process of a soul master, once a breakthrough in strength level was achieved, the soul master would fall into a temporary weak state, which he naturally understood. However, he did not expect that Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing would achieve such breakthroughs in this state, which surprised Chao Yan greatly. Zhuyun, you should rest here for a while. Now that Zhuqing has just made a significant breakthrough, I will take her to obtain a soul ring, Chao Yan said, looking kindly at Zhu Zhuyun. After a few reminders, he directly took Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand and headed outside. Now that Zhu Zhuqing had successfully broken through to the soul venerable level, it was time to help her obtain a soul ring. After all, in the phase following a soul master's breakthrough, if they could obtain a soul ring that belonged to them, it would be quite beneficial. Ultimately, while soul power level is fundamental for a soul master, the soul ring also plays a significant role. After all, the soul ring can directly provide the energy needed for battle, which emphasizes its importance even more. Chaoyan, are you taking me to the Stardow Forest? Feeling Chaoyan holding her hand, Zhu Zhuqing felt a little shy and quietly asked, Yes, don't worry. I will help you obtain a soul ring that is very suitable for you. Moreover, there are many types of soul beasts in the Stardow Forest, so I believe we will find a suitable soul beast for you there, Chaoyan said seriously while holding Zhu Zhuqing's cold hand. Chaoyan had always liked Zhu Zhuqing very much. After all, in terms of appearance and figure, she was almost perfect and beyond reproach. If he said he didn't like her, it would probably be a lie. Chaoyan, thank you. You are so good to me. It is truly my happiness to be able to marry you. Hearing Chaoyan's deeply caring words, Zhu Zhuqing felt a strange sense of emotion. In the Zhu family, she had never been cared for and valued like this, but Chaoyan made her feel a comfortable warmth. Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? You're the girl Chaoyan like. It is my responsibility to do these things for you. Just trust me. I will definitely help you obtain a suitable soul ring. After hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Chaoyan smiled lightly and under her surprised gaze. He did not hesitate to pinch her pretty face, enjoying the feeling that brought him comfort. Unbeatable. Zhu Zhuqing did not resist Chaoyan's actions. She understood that a boy generally has possessive desires for the girl he likes, so she was not surprised. Thus, under Chaoyan's guidance, Zhu Zhuqing entered the Stardow Forest to search for a soul ring, and the process went smoothly. Finally, after some twists and turns, Zhu Zhuqing obtained a soul ring that belonged to her, and her soul power also broke through to level 31. Wow, I really broke through to level 31. I am now a soul venerable. So happy. As the last trace of violent energy from the soul ring dissipated, Zhu Zhuqing successfully absorbed the soul ring. The purple soul ring, like a sprite, actively attached to Zhu Zhuqing's delicate body, as if it possessed some kind of vitality, which was astonishing. On the ground lay a cat-like soul beast, its body clearly marked with some scars, but at that moment, there was no sign of life in its beastly eyes. This soul beast was the one Zhu Zhuqing had absorbed. Good, I didn't expect you to absorb it so quickly. No wonder you are the talented second young lady of the Zhu family. Such talent is quite impressive. Seeing the joy on Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face, Chaoyan smiled and nodded in praise. Chaoyan, I really owe this to you. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have found such a soul beast on my own. To express my gratitude, can I kiss you? After the breakthrough in strength, Zhu Zhuqing was quite satisfied. She glanced at Chaoyan, feeling an impulse to pin him against the wall. Really? Chaoyan was slightly taken aback. Although he had spent so much time with Zhu Zhuqing, he had always taken the initiative in their relationship. He did not expect Zhu Zhuqing to have such a straightforward side. Then I will kiss you. Please close your eyes first, okay? This time, Zhu Zhuqing's voice had lost some of its coldness, leaving only tenderness. Okay. Chaoyan naturally would not refuse and directly agreed. Sure enough, when Chaoyan closed his eyes, a very soft touch immediately came from his face, which should be Zhu Zhuqing's lips. All right, you can open your eyes now, Zhu Zhuqing said to Chaoyan after the kiss. Okay. With Zhu Zhuqing's permission, Chaoyan slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he could still faintly feel the lingering faint fragrance on his face, and the warm feeling brought a little comfort to his heart. Zhuqing, you're really beautiful. You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Looking at the faint blush on Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face, Chaoyan felt quite moved. He had never seen Zhu Zhuqing look so gentle and lovely. All right, it's getting late. We should head back. You mustn't have any funny ideas. My sister and I are going to marry you tonight, Zhu Zhuqing said, looking up at the sky and pouting adorably, showing a bit of a spoiled demeanor. She didn't want Chaoyan to take advantage of her in this situation. After all, once tonight was over, she would truly become Chaoyan's one and only girl. So such matters couldn't be rushed. All right, I'll carry you. You just absorb your soul ring, and your breath is still unstable. Let me help you. Gaozan note that, then bent down slightly, indicating for Zhu Zhuqing to climb onto his back. Seeing this scene, Zhu Zhuqing felt very touched. It was the first time she had seen a boy willing to squat down to care for her. For a moment, her heart was filled with sweetness. However, Zhu Zhuqing naturally climbed onto Chaoyan's back. After all Although she had a somewhat aloof personality, she was an extreme girl. At the Zhu family. In the square. The Zhu family was brightly lit at night. The square was bustling with people, with countless Zhu family disciples and several prominent elders gathering there. It was clear that they placed considerable importance on tonight's marriage contract. After all, this was related to the future fate of the Zhu family and even their status on the entire continent. In the square, an indifferent-looking old man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority that clearly indicated he was someone who had long held a high position. Behind him, there was a faint rising aura, resembling thunder and flames, emitting a low rumbling sound. This old man was none other than the head of the Zhu family. Zhu Ziqing. Looking down at the square, there were also many figures quietly seated, emanating quite a strong aura, indicating that these people's statuses were not low. Sir Uncle, how strong is Zhu Ziqing? A refined-looking man among the seated figures glanced at Zhu Ziqing in the center, and then asked an elder beside him with a slightly furrowed brow. Ning Feng he, being just an auxiliary-type soul sage, found it difficult to perceive Zhu Ziqing's true strength, which was higher than his own. But the sword Douluo beside him could clearly gauge it. His strength is at the peak level of soul Douluo. If he were to fight me, I'm afraid it would take less than one round for me to be defeated, the sword Douluo said in a rather indifferent tone. Although Zhu Ziqing had already reached the level of soul Douluo, it seemed that this was not particularly surprising to him. Oh, that's strange. His strength hasn't improved. So why was the Dai family wiped out without a trace? There must be something unusual about it, Ning Fengji said, furrowing his brows even more, his confusion deepening. Does the master mean that the destruction of the Dai family is related to the Zhu family? The sword Douluo asked quietly, observing the expression on Ning Fengji's face. This time, he had come with Ning Fengji, and although the Zhu family status was not high, they still had to give them some face. It seems that the Zhu family must have made connections with some remarkable figures. Otherwise, why would they choose this time to hold a marriage ceremony? Perhaps tonight's marriage is prepared to win over that person, Ning Fengji nodded. Although he didn't know much about the Zhu family, he could vaguely guess that something was amiss. Hearing this, the sword Douluo remained silent, having no doubts about Ning Fengji's speculation. In the crowd, besides the arrival of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, even the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, the Nine-Hearts Sitang sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and even some forces like the Elephant Armor sect were gathered here. It seemed that these forces had no choice but to give face to the Zhu family's marriage ceremony tonight. Thank you all for your presence. My Zhu family is just an ant-like family, and I didn't expect everyone to remember us. This truly makes this old man feel embarrassed. Zhu Ziqing slowly stood up at this moment, his authoritative gaze sweeping across the audience, his rough voice echoing throughout the venue. Lord Duke Zhu is joking. The Zhu family holds a considerable position in Xinglua City. Since this is an invitation from Duke Zhu, we naturally should not decline. One of the figures from the various forces responded politely. Yes, that's right. If it weren't for the Zhu and Dai families maintaining the peace and stability of the Star Luo Empire, Xinglua City wouldn't be so peaceful, another added. Duke Zhu is too polite. Although we prominent figures are here today, it is also for your sake, otherwise we wouldn't have come. The leaders of the major forces stood up and replied politely when they saw Zhu Ziqing's courteous attitude. After all, while the Zhu family might not be considered a top-tier force in Xinglua City, it was undeniable that their influence was significant. Therefore, even these top forces didn't dare to offend them easily. You all are truly humble. Then I will thank you all in advance. As the saying goes, guests are to be treated well. Since everyone can give me, Zhu Ziqing, this face, I naturally won't treat you poorly. Please enjoy yourselves tonight. Seeing the attitude of the various forces, Zhu Ziqing secretly smiled in his heart. He had initially been quite apprehensive of these forces, as each one far surpassed his Zhu family. Yet now, with all these forces gathered, their momentum and deterrence were indeed not to be underestimated. Duke Zhu, I have a matter to discuss, but I don't know if it's appropriate. Suddenly, an elder in a blue robe stood up from the seats below. His eyes were a deep blue, seemingly swirling with blue lightning, and the aura around him was quite peculiar, indicating that his strength was not low. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the venue became somewhat subdued. It seemed that even the figures from these major forces held a deep respect for the owner of this figure. So it's Lord Yu. What does Lord Yu wish to ask? Zhu Ziqing did not dare to be negligent towards the elder in the blue robe. He quickly spoke with respect, adding a few more words of courtesy and humility. The old man in the blue robe is no ordinary figure. He is the current leader of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect among the three major sects, Yu Engine. At the same time, he is a powerful title Dalu with impressive strength. For someone of this caliber, even Zhu Ziqing does not dare to show any neglect or disrespect, as the former's strength and background are far beyond what a small family head like him could reach. Although Zhu's family now has someone like Chao Yan with extraordinary power, Zhu Ziqing is well aware that there are some people they cannot afford to offend. In response to Zhu Ziqing's flattery, Yu Xiaogang showed little interest. He frowned and said lightly, "I am curious why the Dai family was mysteriously annihilated, while your Zhu family has suffered no consequences." Before coming to the Zhu family, Yu Xiaogang had discreetly inquired about the Dai family situation and was shocked to discover that not only were all the members of the Dai family killed, but even their residence was utterly destroyed. This indicated how vicious the perpetrator was. He found this quite puzzling, as the Dai family was one of the top powers in Xingluo City, and even second-rate forces would not easily eliminate them. However, now the Dai family has been wiped out without a trace, a bizarre situation that made him feel somewhat uneasy. After all, this matter was too strange. Once he spoke, other powers present nodded in agreement. They also regarded this matter with great seriousness and concern. If the force behind the Dai family's destruction was too terrifying, they could very well be dragged into it as well, which was not a result they wanted to see. In an instant, many gazes in the audience converged on Zhu Ziqing. Curiosity piqued about how he would respond. After all, with the Dai family destroyed, the Zhu family stands to benefit the most, as without the Dai family, their power would be enough to dominate Xingluo City. To be honest, the reason the Dai family was destroyed is indeed because of my Zhu family. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. My Zhu family has been bullied by the Dai family for many years, so I had no choice but to act. Zhu Ziqing said after a moment of silence, forcing a bitter smile and clasping his hands respectfully at Yu Xiaogang. Upon hearing this, the audience fell into an unexpected silence. A dead silence that felt like a grave. No one expected such a conclusion. In that moment, countless people were left in a daze, the news striking like thunder, causing everyone's hearts to tremble violently, leaving them with a surreal feeling. Even Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but cover his mouth, incredulous as he said, "Your Zhu family is just a small family. How could you possibly have such strength? This is impossible." Yu Xiaogan's voice trembled slightly. After all, if the Zhu family really possessed the power to annihilate the Dai family, it meant their strength was extraordinarily terrifying. Such power could even threaten their blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, as greater strength often brings greater desire. There's nothing impossible about it. To be honest, tonight's engagement is to celebrate this joyous occasion, and my Zhu family has made a talented young friend. If it weren't for him, my Zhu family would never have been able to destroy the Dai family. As he spoke, a faint smile gradually appeared on Zhu Ziqing's face. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd grew even more astonished. They even began to doubt their own hearing, as this news was truly shocking. What kind of young friend possesses such power that even the Dai family could be wiped out? Such strength is truly against the heavens. At this moment, countless hearts were violently shaken, their astonished expressions beyond measure, and even their breathing grew rapid. Chapter 236. The Threat of the Spirit Hall. I wonder where this young friend is now. Could you let this old man meet him? I would like to see such a young hero. Yu Xiaogang finally spoke after a moment of silence, his tone noticeably more gentle and polite this time. After Zhu Ziqing's earlier description, Yu Xiaogang had developed a bit of caution towards the Zhu family's strength. If the Zhu family truly possessed such terrifying power capable of destroying the Dai family, then annihilating their blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect would not be difficult at all. Therefore, if he were not careful with his words, the consequences could be serious. Rest assured, young friend Chao Yan is a distinguished guest of my Zhu family. After tonight, he will become my Zhu family's son-in-law. And Sect Master, you will certainly have the chance to meet him, Zhu Ziqing replied, slowly clasping his hands and smiling slightly at Yu Xiaogang. It should be noted that in the past, the Zhu family could only be considered a minor family, akin to ants in front of these so-called prestigious sections. However, today, Zhu Ziqing was quite excited. With the support of young friend Chao Yan, the Zhu family would no longer need to be so humble. Then I will congratulate Baron Zhu in advance. I am sure the Zhu family's power and status will shine even more in the future. Yu Xiaogang said with a smile and a clasped fist. If the Zhu family had indeed befriended an extraordinary figure, then perhaps they, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, would need to show them some respect. After all, among the three major sects, their blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect was the weakest, with only one title Douluo in the entire sect. Now that the Zhu family possessed such strength, Yu Xiaogang felt a sense of worry. With such power, it could easily wipe out their entire blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Thinking of this, the smile on Yu Xiaogang's face grew even more amiable, revealing a hint of humility, akin to an ant, which was somewhat amusing. Hee, the head of the Zhu family is truly lucky. I never expected you could befriend such a young friend. Even I feel a bit envious of such luck. Yes, the Dai family has been arrogant and domineering in Xingluo City for so long. We, the upper-class sects, have been displeased for a long time. Now, Baron Zhu's actions have eliminated a great harm for us. Indeed, it is a blessing for our various sects to attend such a joyous occasion today. Baron Zhu is truly a gentleman of our time. After that, many from various powers began to praise him, their words filled with obvious flattery. Although they were all from upper-class sects, they held a sense of respect for true power. If the Zhu family had indeed encountered such an extraordinary existence, even they, the great sects, would need to take it seriously. Everyone is too polite. This is all just my luck. By the way, I forgot to introduce everyone. This is my little girl, Zhu Zhiyan. After tonight, she will be marrying my friend, Gao Zan. As he spoke, Zhu Ziqing pulled Zhu Zhiyan out, and she stood there gracefully, attracting a large number of gazes. This shows just how exaggerated Zhu Zhiyun's charm is. Oh, could this be the beloved daughter of Count Zhu? Truly a rare beauty, even for a young girl. She is unattainable, a noble woman in palace attire exclaimed after glancing at Zhu Zhiyun's alluring figure. Beside the noble woman stood a pure-looking young girl, elegant and poised. Her face resembled a peach blossom, with delicate features and a prominent jade nose. At the corner of her eye, there was a black beauty spot, adding to her allure. Unfortunately, this young girl wore a mask, which concealed her appearance, making it difficult to see her true face. However, the aura she exuded was exceptional, suggesting that her beauty was undoubtedly remarkable. This must be my daughter, Zhu Zhiyan. I believe the young lady beside Master Yi is his beloved daughter, Zhu Ziqing said, glancing at Zhu Zhiyan and then fixing his gaze on the girl beside, Yi Lingxiang. This is my daughter, Yi Lingling. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxiang dared not show any negligence. She quickly stood up and smiled, feeling a genuine sense of fear towards Zhu Ziqing, although she did not understand why. She felt as small as an ant before him. The noblewoman in palace attire held a significant status. She was the current leader of the Nine-Heart Sea Begonia sect, Yi Lingxiang, a revered figure respected by many across the continent. The young girl beside her, Yi Lingling, was a stunning beauty. Hearing this, Zhu Ziqing's face lit up with joy. I am truly honored that everyone could attend my invitation. Next, allow me to extend some hospitality. However, shortly after Zhu Ziqing's voice fell, two extremely terrifying auras suddenly swept in from the horizon, two streaks of light rushing towards the Zhu family with an unmatched presence. The terrifying energy making one feel as if their heart would burst. Surprisingly, the strength of these two auras had already reached the level of tidal Douluo, although their figures had not yet been seen. Such a powerful fluctuation of energy made countless hearts tremble. Seconds later, two figures landed directly outside the Zhu family's hall. Interestingly, beside the two elders stood a beautifully delicate young girl. With exquisite features and a face like a peach blossom, her cheeks were rosy and fair, giving her the appearance of a great beauty. This person was Ulaina. The two individuals beside her also held significant status, being the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo, both title Douluo-level beings, capable of looking down upon the world in any place. After all, in the eyes of a title Douluo, any existence of any strength is merely an ant. Chrysanthemum Douluo glanced at Zhu Ziqing and said coldly, Count Zhu, you have quite the audacity to eliminate the Dai family. Such actions require me to seek an explanation on behalf of the world. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might spare you. With that, Chrysanthemum Douluo's gaze remained indifferent. In his eyes, Zhu Ziqing was just an ant, someone he did not fear at all. Chapter 237. First encounter with Ulaina, the people from the Spear Hall. So it's His Excellency the Chrysanthemum Douluo. I didn't expect such a great person to visit my humble abode. This is truly my fortune. Looking at the two in front of him, Zhu Ziqing felt somewhat unsteady. The Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo were both prominent figures in the Spirit Master world, not only incredibly powerful, but also backed by deep connections. How could someone like him provoke such beings? To be honest, even Zhu Ziqing himself did not expect that the people from a Spirit Hall would be willing to come to his Zhu family. For a moment, he felt a small sense of joy. After all, the fact that the Spirit Hall's people could come here indicated how much face they gave to the Zhu family. Zhu Ziqing, don't play tricks. I heard that your Zhu family destroyed the Dai family. Is that true? Do you know that your sins have already offended the Pope? Do you understand? Chrysanthemum Douluo stood there with a cold expression, hands behind his back, his golden eyes flashing with light, exuding a noble aura like that of a divine angel, making it impossible to disrespect him. Yes, the Dai family has bullied my Zhu family for many years. Even for the sake of my Zhu family's reputation, I had to do this. I hope your excellency will not blame us. Zhu Ziqing quickly cupped his hands, his tone ingratiating. It should be noted that the Spirit Hall is the most powerful existence on the continent. In terms of both strength and influence, it is far beyond the Dai family. Such an existence, even Zhu Ziqing as the head of the Zhu family, had to show respect. Therefore, facing the two before him, Zhu Ziqing not only did not show any arrogance, but his expression and tone were extremely humble, resembling a lowly ant, making him somewhat of a laughingstock. Hee, Zhu Ziqing, your courage is quite large. Do you really think so little of our Spirit Hall? Let's do this. I'll give you a chance. If you kneel and confess your mistakes, I can spare you. Otherwise, you will die here today. Chrysanthemum Douluo merely chuckled coldly, and his enchanting voice slowly rang out. As soon as Chrysanthemum Douluo's voice fell, the entire place erupted in an uproar. After all, this demand was truly humiliating. It must be known that Zhu Ziqing was the head of the Zhu family. If he truly knelt, it would be too disgraceful. Your Excellency, the Chrysanthemum Douluo, isn't this request a bit excessive? I'm the head of the Zhu family. If I kneel to you, wouldn't that mean I lose all face? Zhu Ziqing appeared quite troubled, his laughter tinged with sarcasm. However, at that moment, Zhu Ziqing felt a dazzling golden light flash before his eyes, and suddenly, a massive chrysanthemum appeared in Chrysanthemum Douluo's hand, shining with a golden hue and exuding an incredibly sacred aura that made one want to worship it. This was the Chrysanthemum Douluo's martial soul, the divine chrysanthemum. At this moment, countless people widened their eyes, each revealing an expression of disbelief, many staring blankly. After all, the impact of such a martial soul was simply too strong. Even the sword Douluo, KnocksYu beside, Ning Fengji gasped in shock. Although he was also a title Douluo-level existence, his 7-killing sword was merely an inferior martial soul. Clearly, it was insufficient to compare with the divine chrysanthemum. Seeing this scene, countless people consciously closed their mouths, not daring to utter a single word, for they all clearly understood in their hearts that the dignity of the Spirit Hall absolutely would not allow any provocation. The only outcome would be death. Do you know what my martial soul is? If you dare not to listen to me, I will make you die here immediately. Don't think I'm joking. I mean what I say. In the hands of Zhu Douluo, the gigantic, radiant golden chrysanthemum shone with dazzling brilliance, its golden light exuding an endless majesty that felt suffocating. Knowing this is the master's golden chrysanthemum martial soul. Though I am weak, I still have this much knowledge. Please, my lord, do not make things difficult for a small ant like me. Can you spare me, my lord? Zhu Ziqing bowed humbly, nodding and smiling repeatedly. The power of Zhu Douluo was truly terrifying to him. He did not even dare to show the slightest disrespect, for he understood that the person before him was a true powerhouse. Such an existence could easily take his life if it wanted to. You still have some sense. How about this? If you kneel down and beg me for mercy now, I might spare your life. As for the others here, if any of you dare to cause trouble at this moment, that means you are making enemies with the Spirit Hall. Understand? As soon as these words fell, Zhu Douluo scanned the entire scene with his cold eyes, and everyone he looked at gradually dimmed. After all, although these people had considerable backgrounds, they were still insignificant compared to the Spirit Hall. At this moment, everyone from the major forces remained silent. Even Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and Jian KnocksYu were speechless, their expressions indifferent, not daring to voice any protest. After all, they were merely weak forces. In front of the Spirit Hall, they were like ants, mere fireflies unable to compete with the brilliance of the bright moon. Fine. Zhu Douluo is indeed a generation of strongmen. Today, it is my honor to kneel before the Zhu flower crown. Please accept my bow. Saying this, Zhu Ziqing directly bent his body and knelt down before Zhu Douluo. But at that moment, in the sky not far away, a streak of light approached at an incomparably rapid speed, like a shooting star racing across the night sky. The speed was terrifying, and what shocked everyone even more was that within that streak of light was an incomparably terrifying aura, as if it could look down upon everything in the world. Immediately after, a leisurely voice slowly echoed, carrying a hint of provocation, resonating across the sky. Hee. So this is the Spear Hall's people. What a big tone. Who would have thought that a mere title Douluo would dare to be so arrogant? Let me see how I will destroy you today. As his voice fell, the streak of light landed directly in the arena, and then the light gradually dissipated, revealing two figures stepping out. It was Xiao Yan and Zhu Zhuqing. However, Xiao Yan's gaze fell on the girl beside Zhu Douluo, and for a moment his heart stirred. Chapter 238. Killing the title Douluo, is this Ulaina? No wonder she is a beauty of the highest caliber. She is truly stunning. Xiao Yan was slightly distracted, secretly sighing in his heart. The Ulaina before him not only had a tall figure, but her aura also possessed an indescribable ethereal quality, giving the impression of a celestial fairy. A feeling that was both elusive and enchanting. One glance captivates a city, another glance captivates a nation. What a peerless beauty. Kid, you have quite a big mouth. Do you know who I am? You dare to speak to me like this. Are you looking for death? Seeing the suddenly appearing Xiao Yan, Zhu Douluo frowned slightly, especially at the tone he used, which was utterly arrogant. Even he could not completely disregard this. After all, he was a titled low-level powerhouse, and naturally had his own dignity. This young friend, is my Zhu family's new son-in-law. Our Zhu family was able to effortlessly eliminate the Dai family thanks to this young friend's contributions. Under the Zhu flower crown, please do not underestimate him. This time, it was Zhu Ziqing who spoke first. Now that Xiao Yan had returned, he naturally would not fear Zhu Douluo anymore, although the latter's strength was formidable. As long as their Zhu family had young friend Xiao Yan, they truly had nothing to fear. After all, in front of a supreme Douluo, a title Douluo was merely an ant. Is this your Zhu family support? How laughable. I'm a 95th level title Douluo. What is this kid? How does he even compare to me? Do you believe that with just one hand, I can kill this kid? Zhu Douluo did not take Zhu Ziqing's words seriously. He was now a title low-level powerhouse, and across the entire Douluo continent, there were hardly any who could stand against him, let alone Xiao Yan before him. Under the Zhu flower crown, young friend Xiao Yan is a member of my Zhu family. I hope you will not speak too excessively, otherwise, I, Zhu Ziqing, will definitely not spare you. Do you want to become enemies with my Zhu family? Zhu Ziqing took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Although their Zhu family was weak, they were not ungrateful. Xiao Yan was now their greatest reliance, and without him, it was easy to imagine that their entire Zhu family status would become precarious. It could be said that as long as they had a good relationship with Xiao Yan, their entire Zhu family would have hope for the future and even the hope of domination. Zhu Ziqing, as the head of the Zhu family, was obviously very clear about this. After all, this was one of the few opportunities for their Zhu family. Oh, then I want to see for myself, kid. What ability do you have? Use it as much as you want, as long as you can make me feel afraid. I will not make things difficult for your Zhu family today. Otherwise, today, there will be no survivors left in the Zhu family. Hearing this, a smile slowly appeared at the corner of Zhu Douluo's mouth. At this moment, he was also a bit curious about the seemingly unremarkable boy before him. He wanted to know whether this boy was truly as capable as Zhu Ziqing claimed. After all, he was a title Douluo. In his eyes, there was already no one he could consider a rival. Moreover, the person before him was just a child. Don't worry. I have great confidence in young friend Xiao Yan. Under the Zhu flower crown, you should worry about yourself instead. It would be best not to fall into the hands of the young friend. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziqing smiled faintly. He certainly was not worried about Xiao Yan's safety. Instead, he was more concerned about Zhu Douluo. After all, Xiao Yan's strength was simply too great. Kid, today I will make you die. Zhu Douluo let out a cold snort, and then his six soul rings suddenly shone brightly. An extremely powerful aura erupted from him, and the pressure of a title Douluo spread throughout the entire square. Under this immense force, everyone felt a heavy sensation in their hearts, as if they were about to die and were filled with shock. This is the sixth soul skill of Zhu Douluo, Golden Petal Flowing Dawn. Upon release, this soul skill generates immense energy, and for an ordinary person, it would be truly difficult to withstand. After all, such an attack is terrifyingly powerful. It is worth noting that Zhu Douluo once injured Tang Hao with this soul skill, which speaks volumes about its terrifying capability. What a powerful force. This strength is worthy of being a title Douluo. I feel like I can hardly breathe. It's too terrifying, such overwhelming pressure. Yes, this power is indeed frightening. Who would have thought that a title Douluo level powerhouse could possess such capability? This really opens my eyes. Sigh, if I were to face such an attack, I would probably just die. This soul skill is indeed formidable. Douluo truly is a powerhouse of this level. Such strength can be considered extraordinary. However, it's a pity that his opponent is not an ordinary person. In a moment, countless voices of discussion slowly arose. For many of them, they had never witnessed such terrifying power. For many, a title Douluo is a goal that they could never hope to reach in their lifetime. Kid, this is my 6th soul skill, Golden Petal Flowing Dawn. If you die under this soul skill, you can be proud of that. Go to hell. After saying this, Douluo raised his palm, and the enormous golden chrysanthemum slowly condensed into form in an instant. The terrifying pressure seemed to have an endless might, making countless people want to worship it. After all, such power is simply too strong. Such an ant-like power dares to speak wildly. Truly an ignorant ant. Watch me destroy you. Haotian merely smiled faintly. Although Douluo is also a title level powerhouse, to him, it isn't anything remarkable. This level of existence is no different from an ant. After saying this, Haotian raised his palm, and an invisible wave of soul power transformed into an invisible giant hand, which was about 100 meters wide. With a slight movement of his mind, the enormous hand ruthlessly pressed down towards Douluo's body, carrying a destructive force that was suffocating. How is this possible? You actually possess such power. It's unbelievable. At this moment, Douluo's expression suddenly changed dramatically. He could not imagine that Haotian actually had such immense power. For the first time, he felt as small as an ant, as insignificant as dust. However, it was already too late for him to regret. In that moment, a sense of death spread throughout his entire body. Chapter 239. Kulain is shocked. No, such terrifying power. Old ghost, save me. The invisible soul power giant hand suddenly attacked. Douluo's face changed as he discovered that his level 95 soul power could not withstand such a giant hand. A feeling of weakness spread throughout his body. Seeing Douluo struggling against Haotian, the people from various major forces showed astonished expressions. Even Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and Sword Douluo, KnocksYu, felt a tremendous shock. After all, such a scene was too spectacular. Who could have imagined that a dignified level 95 title Douluo would be unable to defeat a young boy? Such a scene was beyond their ability to describe in words. Their shock had already reached an unprecedented level. After all, in their view, Haotian was merely a young boy. Even if he had extraordinary talent, it shouldn't be too outstanding. But what no one expected was that he could crush Ghost Douluo. What kind of existence is this? Countless people were quietly gasping in awe. For them, the situation before their eyes was too shocking. Just an ordinary-looking young boy possessed power that even title Douluo feared. A young man like this is truly terrifying. Uncle Jian, this child's strength is amazing. Even I probably cannot see his true strength. Ning Fengji looked at Haotian's slender figure, with countless thoughts swirling in his mind. He couldn't comprehend why this young man was so extraordinary. Master, this child must be a genius. His strength even makes me feel a bit apprehensive. I feel that he seems to not have used his full power. In fact, I can be sure that his martial soul must surpass my 7-killing sword. Such a young man, if possible, must be befriended. Hearing this, Sword Douluo also spoke with a solemn expression. Even though he lived freely and proudly, he had never encountered someone like Haotian. In the world of soul masters, there were not many he considered strong, but the young man before him quietly changed his heart. He even felt that if he were to exert his full strength, he might not be his opponent. How could this be? Uncle Jian, you are a level 96 title Douluo. Is this kid's strength even greater than yours? Hearing Sword Douluo's words, Ning Fengji felt for the first time that his worldview had undergone a great change. In his understanding, Sword Douluo's strength was already an extraordinary existence. But today he heard Uncle Jian evaluate a young boy in such a way. How could he not be shocked? Fengji, you must understand that there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. This young man, though young, possesses astonishing talent. If I'm not mistaken, his future achievements will surely not be inferior to mine. Sword Douluo sighed lightly, but in his murky eyes, there was a hint of admiration. It's worth noting that although he was a renowned Sword Douluo on the continent, in reality, he had not genuinely admired many people in his lifetime. However, today, he sincerely felt admiration for a young boy. Uncle Jian, I understand the reason you are saying, but the issue is that this young boy is still just a child. How can such talent not be shocking? Ning Fengji forced a smile. Although he had seen many geniuses, those people could not compare to Haotian. Fengji, you must understand that a person's age does not represent anything. In the face of true talent, any effort is in vain. To be frank, I'm not as good as him. Sword Dalu, Chen Exen, merely shook his head slightly. Although he lived a solitary and proud life, he still had some humble thoughts. His talent seems to be much stronger than that little girl Rongrong. I really don't know which family's junior this is. If only he could join my 7-treasure glazed tile school, that would be great. Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with a unique light. Regarding Chao Yan, he also felt a bit of admiration. As the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he had always liked geniuses. Now, Chao Yan's appearance undoubtedly taught him a lesson about what true genius means. What a terrifying attack. This power is simply much stronger than my blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. Zhu Ziqing, is this young friend the son-in-law you mentioned? Your Zhu family is truly remarkable. Such a genius even makes me feel a bit fond of him. On the side, Yu Xiaogang also narrowed his eyes slightly. In the face of Chao Yan's fierce attack, he felt a hint of terror and a bit more admiration in his heart. Although he was the leader of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, he had never seen such a sharp attack before. The power of this attack was comparable to their blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. Indeed, what a terrifying power. Although my 9-heart Sea Tang sect is just an auxiliary type sect, it can still be considered a formidable force. The young man in front of me truly makes me feel a bit wary. Meanwhile, Yi Lengxiang's beautiful eyes also flickered uncertainly. It must be said that the talent displayed by Chao Yan indeed shocked countless hearts. However, Chao Yan paid no attention to the chaotic noises around him. He remained fully focused on the chrysanthemum Douluo in front of him. He knew that only by defeating this guy could he stop. Otherwise, today's matter would far from be over. A mere tidal Douluo die, Chao Yan shouted, and in midair, a massive invisible hand suddenly slammed down towards the position of the chrysanthemum Douluo. Under such overwhelming pressure, it seemed as if the entire world was changing color. Kid, don't be arrogant. How dare you act so recklessly like an ant? Just as the invisible hand was about to completely tear apart the body of the chrysanthemum Douluo, a slightly cold voice suddenly echoed at that moment, carrying a hint of provocation. The next moment, a phantom figure eerily appeared in front of the chrysanthemum Douluo. With a shadowy face and sharp lips, it was clear he was a cunning person. He raised his head, his gaze slightly, and then a large hand reached out strangely, gripping forward fiercely as if to shatter space itself. This person was none other than the ghost Douluo. However, upon the appearance of the ghost Douluo, Chao Yan remained indifferent, and a light remark slowly emerged from his lips. A mere ant, roll away. The next moment, a wave of energy erupted, and the bodies of the chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo were sent flying out, looking miserable. What powerful strength! Who on earth is he? And he looked so handsome. Hulaina stood in place, her beautiful eyes gazing at Chao Yan's thin figure, her thoughts stirring. Chapter 240, titled Douluo Die. My heavens! How does this kid possess such terrifying strength? Who exactly are you? Just as the bodies of the chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo were knocked back, the chrysanthemum Douluo screamed first, his voice trembling uncontrollably. They were two genuine titled Douluos. However, what shocked them even more was that, even with their combined efforts, they could not defeat Chao Yan. This disparity undoubtedly made their proud hearts feel an extremely unreal sensation. Fortunately, both of them were also extraordinary in strength. In a critical moment, they quickly circulated their soul power, managing to stabilize their bodies. Who am I? Two ants are not qualified to know. Upon hearing this, Chao Yan merely smiled faintly, disdain evident in his eyes as he looked at the two, full of ridicule. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you know what we are best at? Soon, you will kneel on the ground begging for mercy. Upon hearing this, the faces of the chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo suddenly changed. They exchanged glances, and then their figures suddenly flickered, for fingers interlocking, their eyes meeting. At the same time, 9 soul rings emerged around them, finally merging into a dazzling golden soul ring, shining with blinding light, utterly sacred. Kid, you're done for. This is the martial soul fusion skill of Elder Chrysanthemum and Elder Ghost. You're doomed today. Hulaina also raised her little head, her beautiful eyes looking at the soul skill being jointly executed by the two in midair, her confidence increasing a few notches. After all, in her impression, no one had ever been able to withstand the martial soul fusion skill of the chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo, which showed how confident Hulaina was in the strength of the two title Douluos. Kid, this is our martial soul fusion skill, the polar stillness domain. Within this domain, all your movements will be frozen. Have you thought about how you will die? In midair, the bodies of the chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo hovered in place, their fingertips interlocking. Under the floating golden soul ring, an extremely gentle wave of soul power slowly radiated, creating a feeling as if one were bathed in warm sunlight, giving a refreshing sense of comfort. Hee kid, you can only get this far. Polar stillness domain. As the words fell, the two titled Douluos shouted in unison. In that instant, it seemed as if time around them had completely frozen. Countless bodies became like stone carvings, unable to move at all, including Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Sword Daluo Chenxian, who suffered the same fate. It must be said that the martial soul fusion skill of these two was indeed terrifying. My heavens, you are too despicable. As title level powerhouses, how can you lower yourselves to bully such a child? Do you have any shred of shame left? Although their bodies were immobilized, the Sword Daluo was still a proud man and shouted angrily, seemingly venting his displeasure. However, the Chrysanthemum Daw and Ghost Daluo paid no attention to this. In their eyes, the Sword Daluo was no different from an ant. After all, what storm could a restrained title Daluo stir up? You are so despicable, treating a child like this just for victory. Do you have any dignity as a strong person? Indeed, you are supposed to be strong members of the Wuhuan Temple. Yet your actions show no semblance of a strong person's demeanor. What you are doing is far too bullying. Exactly. This young friend is already so powerful at such a young age, and instead of facing him fairly, you resort to such despicable means to win. You are truly shameless. In an instant, people from several major forces began to curse loudly. There were also renowned powerhouses in their own right, and now seeing the Wuhuan Temple people bullying others like this made them feel a great deal of resentment. For a moment, they were united in their anger, exuding a sense of heroism. However, despite the scolding, they were completely immobilized, their bodies frozen in place, each one resembling a statue, their appearances quite comical. This situation was indeed laughable. It seems that the martial soul fusion skill of the Chrysanthemum Daluo and Ghost Daluo truly possesses a fearsome quality, even being able to severely restrict these prominent figures of various forces. This level of strength is indeed eye-catching. You ants. The martial soul fusion skill of me, an old ghost, is enough to restrain all of you. Don't think that just because you have some ability, you can act freely. Under our martial soul fusion skill, you are nothing but ants. The Chrysanthemum Daluo and Ghost Daluo exchanged smiles. They not only coordinated well, but had also been partners for many years. Their martial soul fusion skill had reached a level of perfection. In the entire continent, there are almost no one capable of countering their martial soul fusion skill. At least in their perception, these guys in front of them do not possess such abilities. Oh, is it just a mere martial soul fusion skill? Do you really think you are invincible in the world? Who gave you the confidence? Just then, a light and mocking voice echoed softly. The laughter, though faint, seemed to contain an undeniable flavor. Subsequently, Chaoyan's body slowly walked in front of Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo, and he clasped his fists and smiled. However, there was mostly mockery in that smile. How is this possible? Why can you still move, you little brat? Aren't you supposed to be restricted by our martial soul fusion skill? This is impossible. At this moment, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo shouted almost simultaneously, their eyes filled with shock. They couldn't even comprehend why the martial soul fusion skill they took pride in was so weak in front of Chaoyan, even fragile to the point of being easily crushed. Hee, let me show you the true power today. How could I, a peerless Douluo, be afraid of two ants like you? Chaoyan smiled. Then suddenly his figure flashed, and, as he slightly clenched his fist, the surface gleamed with silver light, as if it contained enormous destructive power that made one feel breathless. With this punch, it could even cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. How terrifying. It's over. Our martial soul fusion skill has already limited us. I can't move. What should we do? Old ghost, are we going to die? No. Zhu Douluo's face was horrified. At this moment, he finally saw through Chaoyan's strength. The latter's power had actually reached the level of a peerless Daluo, a force that they could not contend with at all. But at this moment, their bodies had already stiffened, and under the effect of the stillness field, they found it exceedingly difficult to even move. That's right, you should just die. After saying this, Chaoyan's fist came swiftly, and amidst the howling fist wind, the two bodies were sent flying in a tragic manner. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent. Chapter 241. Hulayin is compromised. Cough, 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 kid. Can you please spare us? We are titled Law of the Spirit Hall. Our status is not trivial. If you can spare us, we can offer you endless glory and wealth. How about it? In this critical situation, Douluo and Dalu no longer cared about their image and directly pleaded for mercy. After all, the situation before them was a matter of life and death. Their two-level stillness field was indeed extremely powerful, capable of sealing off all actions of their opponents within the target range. However, while using this soul skill, they themselves were also completely in a state of stillness, which was the biggest flaw of this martial soul fusion skill. After all, during this time, as long as the opponent had enough strength to kill you, this martial soul fusion skill would naturally lose its miraculous effect. Yes, kid, if you can let us go. We can definitely provide you with endless glory and wealth. We are all titled Douluo-level existences, and we would never deceive you. Dalu also hurriedly spoke up at this moment. Although he was a powerful titled Douluo, he was still afraid in the face of life and death. A true strong person naturally fears life and death. He, son-in-law, the two of them are powerful enforcers of the Spirit Hall. If they fall here, it would certainly have some benefits for our future unification of the entire continent. Son-in-law, you should think about it carefully. Zhu Ziqing walked to Xiao Yan's side, his eyes containing a hint of malice, exuding a faint killing intent that sent shivers down one's spine. You, Zhu Ziqing, don't be too arrogant. Do you want to provoke our Spirit Hall? Do you believe that with just one finger, our Spirit Hall could eliminate you? I advise you to be careful. Upon hearing this, Daluo's expression turned furious. He never expected that Zhu Ziqing would cause trouble at such a critical moment, and such behavior naturally made him feel somewhat displeased. However, before Daluo's words could finish, a sharp gust of wind suddenly struck like a ghost, fiercely smashing toward his body. The fierce attack clearly showed no signs of holding back. If you dare to utter another word, I will definitely kill you. Xiao Yan's indifferent gaze glanced at Daluo, his eyes filled with a chilling coldness. That gaze was like a merciless killer, and just meeting his eyes could evoke a sense of fear. This feeling truly made one's scalp tingle. Puff! Just a glance at Xiao Yan, and Daluo felt a brutal symptom in his brain that nearly made him faint. An inexplicable pain pierced his heart like a steel needle, and that sensation made him feel that life was worse than death. At that moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with broken internal organs, looking utterly miserable, like a dead dog. Daluo, how are you? Kid, if you want to kill, just do it. Don't dawdle. We, as titled Douluo-level strong beings, are not ants. Don't be too presumptuous. Seeing this, Daluo hurriedly came to Daluo's side. From the moment Xiao Yan broke their martial soul fusion skill, they knew that perhaps their lives would be lost here today. However, they were still titled-level strong beings, and as strong beings, they had their own pride. They could be killed, but not humiliated. Old ghost, it seems we're going to fall here today, but I am unwilling. This kid is so young yet possesses such terrifying power. If we fall at his hands today, it wouldn't be unjust. Daluo said with difficulty at this moment. His breath was already extremely weak. In fact, from the moment Xiao Yan broke their martial soul fusion skill, he was the first to suffer the terrible backlash. As the initiator of the martial soul fusion skill, the backlash he received was naturally the greatest. Even if I fall here today, I'll accept my fate. I've seen many opponents in my life, and before dying, being able to lose to a young man like you, I have no regrets. Go ahead and make your move. Upon hearing this, Dalu also smiled faintly, his face slightly pale at this moment, but the firm tone in his words was moving. It seems that even facing death, they, as titled Dalu, are fearless. I have to say, as titled Dalu, they indeed possess a certain courage. After all, if this scene were to happen to others, they might have long been scared out of their wits, but the two of them remained unfazed. And this mentality is truly admirable. Oh, you really aren't afraid of death? Do you know that if I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as lifting a finger? I advise you not to be too foolish. Isn't it better to be alive? Even Xiao Yan was slightly moved by the fearless appearance of the two before him. After all, if he wanted to kill these two, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Extremely effortless. Kid, don't get too happy too soon. When the two of us were adventuring on the mainland, we didn't even know where you were. You're just an unknown junior, and you dare to compete with us? That's extremely naive. Facing Xiao Yan, Dalu and Dalu were equally unyielding. Although they knew that they were likely to perish here today, the determination in their hearts never wavered. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire venue became slightly stiff. Even the people from several major forces looked at this scene in shock, unable to believe that these two powerhouses from the Spirit Hall would be so in sync when facing death. Just this sentiment was enough to draw their attention. Don't go too far. We are from the Spirit Hall. If you dare to lay a hand on us, do you know what you'll face? Kid, you're too arrogant. At this moment, Hulaina quietly stepped forward, her arms crossed over her chest, and her beautiful eyes blinked with a hint of proud beauty that captivated everyone. This was the level of a beauty, stunning and breathtaking. Oh, this lady, are you talking about Hulaina? Chao Yin smiled slightly, finding Hulaina's beauty to be even more stunning than he had imagined. Such a face could be described as a peerless beauty. Such a beautiful face would surely cause quite a stir wherever it appeared. So beautiful. Chapter 242, Pleading for Mercy. Humph. I am indeed Hulaina, and I'm also the saintess of the Spirit Hall. So what? Are you scared now? After hearing Chao Yan's words, Hulaina let out a cold snort. Her appearance was absolutely stunning, with her fair neck looking particularly beautiful. I must say, Hulaina's beauty truly has an unbeatable quality, although there are many beautiful women here. Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing only have advantages in terms of physique. In comparison to Hulaina, they are undoubtedly far behind. It can be said that in terms of beauty alone, Hulaina is the most beautiful here. Saintess, you must escape quickly. This kid kills without blinking. The two of us can hold him off for a while. You should hurry and leave. Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo exchanged a quick glance and spoke in unison, their eyes flashing with determination. Hulaina, being the saintess of the Spirit Hall, held a special status. Even they, as titled Douluo, did not dare to be careless. If their negligence led to her life being in danger, they would never be able to forgive themselves, even if they died. Therefore, even if they fell here today, they absolutely could not let Hulaina's life be at risk. Otherwise, even if they survived, they would face the death penalty. After all, if anything happened to the saintess, they, as elders, would also face a death sentence, and there would be no other outcome. No, Elder Zhu, Elder Gue, you are both indispensable talents for our Spirit Hall. If you fall here today, it would be a huge loss for us. This absolutely cannot happen. Hulaina shook her head, her beautiful eyes flashing with a determined look. Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo were not weak if they were to fall in such a place. It would be a tremendous blow to both the Spirit Hall and the Soul Master World. Even as the Saintess, she could not let that go. Humph, kid, if you really have the guts, let our Saintess go. She is just an innocent little girl. If you must kill, then kill us instead, but please spare the Saintess. Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo exchanged glances with Hulaina, hesitating for a few seconds before they both knelt heavily in front of Chao Yin, their urgent words bringing tears to the eyes of those who heard them. Son-in-law, you must not spare them. They are extremely strong. If we can eliminate them here, it would greatly benefit our Zhu family's rise in status. Therefore, they must die today. Zhu Ziqing said with a serious expression, clearly showing that he had no intention of holding back against these two. After all, the energy and deterrence brought by two titled Douluo were far too great. And it was precisely because of this concern that he dared not show any mercy to the two before him. I also think that makes sense. The power of these two titled Douluo is indeed too great. If they can fall here today, it would be a good thing for any of our forces. Therefore, I hope the young friend will not hold back. Yu Yuanjin also stepped forward, as their blue lightning tyrant dragon sect was a weaker force and had always been wary of the Spirit Hall. If they could eliminate Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo, it would indeed be a matter worth celebrating. That is very reasonable. Titled Douluo are top-tier existences on the entire continent. If the young friend can slay them here today, it would surely make a name for yourself and shake the entire continent. Ning Fengji smiled slightly, a hint of cunning in his eyes. Although their seven-treasure glazed tile sect was one of the top 3 sects, they had always been wary of the Spirit Hall. After all, the latter far surpassed their 7-treasure glazed tile sect in both strength and resources. Thus, he hoped that the Spirit Hall would be weakened in power. In this way, it would benefit any sect significantly, and overall, it could be considered a common goal. You guys don't go too far. If we fall here today, you will pay a very painful price. You must understand how strong the Spirit Hall is. I advise you to think carefully before you act. Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo's expressions changed slightly. They did not expect that these forces, which usually seemed very agreeable, would take the opportunity to kick them while they were down at this critical moment. They were filled with extreme hatred for this. Do you have any last words? You evil guys, I will not show mercy to you today. If you confess clearly now, you might still have chance. Chao Yin looked at Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo, his rich laughter slowly echoing. Are you really going to force us? What good does this do for you? Seeing this, the faces of Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo changed. For them, the current situation had reached a life and death level. Perhaps after today, they would really perish here. Good? What I'm doing indeed has no benefits, but I also truly have nothing to lose. If you're wise, just apologize to me and admit your wrongs. Perhaps then I might spare your lives. Chao Yin smiled lightly. Today, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo must die. No one can stop him. Whoever dares to stop him will face death. Really? As long as we kneel and plead for mercy, you will spare us? Upon hearing this, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo's expressions brightened. If they could really save their lives, what was wrong with kneeling? Anyway, as long as we can survive, this condition is already considered very good. I keep my word, so you better kneel down quickly. Otherwise, if I change my mind later, you won't have this opportunity. Chao Yin raised an eyebrow and said slowly, the Zhujin Daluo and Ghost Daluo are also powerful beings, but right now, they have to beg for mercy in front of him. This feeling is truly indescribable. Okay, please spare us. We're kneeling down. Zhujin Daluo and Ghost Daluo nodded and then, quite in sync, knelt on the ground, their expressions humble, like true weaklings, evoking sympathy. Is this the power? Chapter 243. Engagement completed. Chao Yin, my young friend, we were reckless. Please show mercy. If you spare us, we will definitely remember this favor. At this moment, Zhujin Daluo and Ghost Daluo were already prostrate on the ground, their heads bowed low, their eyes completely replaced by fear and dread. Although they were titled Daluo-level experts, these things could not make them ignore life and death. Facing death, let alone the two of them, even the top experts would feel fear. Death is terrifying for many people. Are you really begging me for mercy? Looking at the two in such a humble state, Chao Yin spoke with some confusion. He did not expect that these two true powerhouses would actually compromise with him. This was something he never anticipated, after all. The two of them were at least titled Daluo-level experts. Logically speaking, even for the sake of survival, they shouldn't be this humble. What on earth was going on? Was it because of his handsome face? Yes, Chao Yin, my young friend, as long as you agree to spare us, you will be a friend of our spirit hall forever. In the future, we will repay this favor to you, okay? Zhujin Daluo and Ghost Daluo spoke, their eyes even showing a hint of flattery. After all, for them, the young man in front of them was just too terrifyingly strong. The scene unfolding before them made everyone present feel a slight shock in their hearts. They never expected that the spirit hall, known for its arrogance and tyranny, would actually beg for mercy. Many felt their minds go blank. They came from various factions and had naturally seen many grand occasions. But this scene forced them to be astonished. In their impression, the people from the spirit hall had never softened to anyone, let alone a young man like Chao Yin. All right, since you are sincerely begging for mercy, I will naturally not go back on my word. Today, I will spare your lives, but you must remember, if there's a next time, I will not hold back in the slightest, understand? Chao Yin said, his expression calm as he nodded and spoke quite heroically. Although he initially intended to kill Zhujin Daluo and Ghost Daluo directly, it seemed there might be a better solution now. That is to spare their lives. After all, Zhujin Daluo and Ghost Daluo were powerful beings of the Spirit Hall. By sparing them today, perhaps they would remember this kindness in the future. And this was Chao Yin's thought. Really? You are really willing to spare us? Upon hearing this, Zhujin Daluo and Ghost Daluo were somewhat unable to believe their ears. They had to know that they were titled Daluo-level existences, and such strength had invisibly created many enemies for them. Little did they know how many people across the continent wanted to eliminate them, and today was obviously an opportunity. They could hardly imagine that Chao Yin would spare their lives. This result almost shocked them. Of course, it is my right. Since you two are experts of the Spirit Hall, it would not be good for me, a junior, to offend you. Moreover, even if I really killed you, what benefits would it bring me? Chao Yin nodded seriously. Killing them would indeed be very simple for him. However, the consequences would be incredibly heavy. After all, once he killed these two, it would be equivalent to making enemies with the entire Spirit Hall, a situation he did not want to see. All right, kid. You're quite good. Today, we will not forget your kindness to us. If there's an opportunity in the future, we will definitely repay you. We are also strong, and we keep our word. In response, Zhujin Daluo and Ghost Daluo quickly nodded, a hint of gratitude appearing in their weathered eyes. After all, for anyone, being alive is ultimately a wonderful thing. Your name is Chao Yin, right? Thank you for sparing us. I, Hulaina, will remember today's events. Chao Yin, I will definitely repay this favor. At this moment, Hulaina also stood up, her beautiful eyes slowly looking at Chao Yin. Her eyes were extraordinarily beautiful, like two shining stars, exuding a deep brightness. Saintus, we should go back. Zhujin Daluo reminded. He had also developed a bit of goodwill towards Chao Yin. After all, if today's events had involved any other faction, they might have had to pay with their lives. However, Chao Yin spared them, which was a tremendous kindness. Zhujin Daluo was very clear that without Chao Yin, Today might have been their last day, and the reason they were alive now was largely due to Chao Yan's generosity. Such a young man indeed deserves his admiration. You're welcome. I have always admired the Spirit Hall, esteemed saintess. I believe we will have the opportunity to meet again in the future, and I look forward to that day. Chao Yan waved his hand generously and spoke lightly. In fact, a beautiful girl like Huliana could indeed give a hard-to-describe good impression through casual conversation. Although it was just their first meeting, Chao Yan had quietly developed a fondness for her in his heart. This feeling, though shallow, was very clear. Perhaps this is what is called the feeling of liking. Okay, I will remember you. Upon hearing this, Huliana proudly nodded her little head, and then under the escort of Jujin Douluo and Ghost Douluo, she directly soared into the sky and floated away toward the distance, leaving not a single cloud behind. Young son-in-law, why did you spare them? They are powerful beings of the Spirit Hall. If you had killed them, it would have brought significant benefits to our Zhu family. Seeing Chao Yan let Jujin Douluo and Ghost Douluo go, Zhu Ziqing was puzzled and stepped forward to ask, today is the day I marry Zhu Qing and the others. I don't want to cause trouble. Let this matter pass. I have no interest in such trivialities. In response, Chao Yan just smiled slightly. After all, today was still his engagement day with the two girls. If this grand occasion was delayed, wouldn't it be too regrettable? After all, as the saying goes, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. And this is destined to make tonight extraordinary. Chapter 244. The Beauty Returns Home. Uncle, when can we start? We have already delayed for a long time. Chao Yan looked at Zhu Ziqing and then smiled faintly. There was a hint of urgency in his words. After all, even Chao Yan, felt a bit of anticipation for this moment. Such a significant event naturally could not be taken lightly. Since my son-in-law can't wait any longer. Let's start now. Zhu Yan, Zhu Qing, why aren't you coming over quickly? Do you still want to keep Chao Yan waiting? Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziqing quickly nodded and bowed, his expression tightening as he directly ordered the two women. At the same time, Zhu Ziqing felt a bit of anticipation in his heart. If he could take this opportunity to further establish a relationship with Chao Yan, it would greatly benefit the development of the entire Zhu family's status in the future. Thus, perhaps the entire Zhu family would achieve unprecedented status because of Chao Yan attracting attention. Welcome everyone to this wedding ceremony. Here, I, Zhu, would like to express my gratitude to all of you. The face you have given me will definitely be remembered and never forgotten. Zhu Ziqing slowly stood up. Then his fierce gaze swept across the crowd. His pair of pitch-black eyes contained a hint of authority that made people's hearts tremble. And this was the aura of the head of the Zhu family, with a demeanor of looking down upon all things and despising all lives. I am Ning Fengji, the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It is truly a blessing for me to attend such a grand occasion. So please do not be too courteous. Elder Zhu, upon hearing this, Ning Fengji quickly stood up, smiling faintly. As a sect master, his elegant and noble aura indeed had a transcendent flavor. At least, no one else present possessed such an aura. Immediately after, even Sorduo Chun Xian slightly bowed, his indifferent expression quickly changing, filled with awe in just an instant. After all, the head of the Zhu family, Zhu Ziqing, was someone the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, could not afford to provoke. Elder Ning is too polite. Your presence here is truly a blessing for me, Zhu. Seeing this, Zhu Ziqing did not dare to be negligent. He quickly stood up and replied with a smile. After all, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is a major sect that looks down upon the world, while the Zhu family is ultimately just a small sect. The two are simply incomparable. Elder Zhu, I am Yu Xiaogang, and I have come on behalf of the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Please do not find it bothersome. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang also stood up, looking at Zhu Ziqing with a respectful expression, his eyes filled with deep humility, resembling a humble dog. To be frank, although the influence and status of their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect are quite prominent, its underlying power is actually quite ordinary. In fact, in some respects, it is even inferior to the Zhu family. And this is the real reason why he came to the Zhu family. After all, although the Zhu family's power is not vast, it is enough to influence a region. Considering these aspects, he had no choice but to lower his head. Elder Yu is being too polite. As a sect master, your presence here has already made my place shine. If there is any lack of hospitality, please do not take offense, Elder Yu. Zhu Ziqing quickly stood up, pretending to smile. Although the Zhu family status is currently rising, compared to the established powers before them, it is undoubtedly like an egg hitting a stone, a bit overreaching. After all, A dying camel is bigger than a horse. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is not something they can afford to offend. I am Yu Xiaogang from the Nine-Heart Begonia sect. I came uninvited today, so please do not hold it against me, Elder Zhu. At the same time, Yu Xiaogang from the Nine-Heart Begonia sect also slowly stood up, her words carrying a hint of respect. It is important to note that she represents the entire Nine-Heart Begonia sect, and before coming, Zhu Ziqing had not even sent her an invitation, so she was truly uninvited. Furthermore, among these sects, her Nine-Heart Begonia sect is the weakest. After all, they are only an auxiliary sect, and their power is weak, lacking any real comparability with the truly significant sections. Elder Yi is too polite. As a sect master, your status is quite high. It is already a great honor for you to come to my Zhu family as a guest. You're being a bit too formal. Seeing this, Zhu Ziqing quickly stood up and responded with a smile. Although the Nine-Heart Begonia sect is not strong, its background is quite formidable. Such a sect is clearly not someone the Zhu family can afford to offend. Today presents an opportunity to befriend them, and as a sect master, Zhu Ziqing naturally would not easily let it go. Since that is the case, I announce that today I will marry my two precious daughters to my friend Xiaoyan. I ask everyone to witness this. The Zhu family will always stand behind my friend Xiaoyan. Then, Zhu Ziqing directly took the jade hands of Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing and walked in front of Xiaoyan. Next, it was the final major event. Thank you, uncle. I will definitely take good care of them. As long as I am here, I will ensure their happiness. Seeing this, Xiaoyan also smiled excitedly and quickly stepped forward, taking the jade hands of Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing. He naturally liked these two girls very much. Zhuqing, Zhuyuan, do you wish to marry me? Looking at the two stunning girls in front of him, Xiaoyan revealed a gentle smile. Such girls, from any perspective, are like celestial beings. To be able to marry such girls, what a great fortune it is. Yes, we are willing to marry you. The two girls smiled gently, a faint blush appearing on their beautiful cheeks. In their hearts, Xiaoyan was already the most handsome man in the world. Being able to marry such a young man is perhaps their fortune. Ha ha ha, this is wonderful. My daughters marrying you is also their blessing. Young friend, you must take good care of them in the future. After speaking, Zhu Ziqing hurriedly gestured to the servants around him, and soon someone stepped out from the crowd to lead Xiaoyan and the others away. And this is destined to make tonight extraordinary. Perhaps tonight's experience will be an unforgettable night for Xiaoyan. Chapter 245, Before Leaving. This is a very secluded, quiet room, decorated with striking red furnishings that give a unique flavor. This elegant room was specially arranged by Zhu Ziqing to cater to Xiaoyan. After all, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyan are his precious daughters, and, as a father, he must treat his daughter's lifelong affairs with great seriousness. Soon, under the guidance of the servants, Xiaoyan and Zhu Zhuqing quickly arrived here, and this will be their place of rest for the night. Ladies, who will start first? As he watched the servant's figure disappear from the room, Xiaoyan turned his gaze back to the two girls in front of him, and a flicker of desire ignited in his heart, as if his blood were slowly beginning to boil. After all, the two young girls before him were almost one in a million in terms of both beauty and figure. Faced with such girls, even a man like Xiaoyan, who had seen many women, felt a stir in his heart. Ultimately, he was not a saint, and in terms of desires, few could truly maintain a calm heart. When confronted with real beauties, Xiaoyan naturally found himself moved. This was nothing to be ashamed of. Why are you still so lecherous? Truly, no man is a good thing. Seeing Xiaoyan's lustful expression, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes flushed with embarrassment as she said irritably. Not only that, but she also shook her chest in anger, causing her already impressive curves to become even more pronounced, creating a wave of overwhelming allure that left others a bit dazed. Perhaps, the better a girl's figure, the more she possessed such charm. Well, you've already had your way with us, so why are you still acting so impatient? This is damaging to your image, you know? At this moment, Zhu Zhuyan playfully stuck out her tongue. Although she liked Xiaoyan very much, a little teasing was naturally delightful. Besides, she and Zhu Zhuqing had already crossed that line with Xiaoyan, and to see the latter reveal such a lustful expression again, even the elder sister Zhu Zhuyan felt a bit displeased. It could be said that she was very optimistic about every aspect of Xiaoyan, but she couldn't tolerate his lecherousness. After all, if a man were too lustful, it was generally not a good thing. This is unfair. It's because you two are too beautiful that I can't help myself. You can't blame me for this. This is just a normal reaction for a man, right? After being scolded by the two girls, Xiaoyan shook his head awkwardly, then smiled wryly, feeling somewhat speechless. One must admit that no matter how carefree Xiaoyan's mindset was, he had no resistance against extremely beautiful young girls. Perhaps this was a common ailment for every adolescent boy. Don't be slick with your tongue. Chao Yan, do you truly like me and my sister? Zhu Zhuqing seemed to ignore Chao Yan's words, letting out a light snort, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at him. Zhu Zhuqing really wanted to know how Chao Yan would answer a question, and in her heart, there was an added sense of expectation. Of course not. Ever since I met you two, there's no room left in my heart. Please believe me, as long as I'm here, I will make you both happy for a lifetime. Chao Yan said seriously, looking firmly at the two girls and shaking his head slightly, as if to show his determination, which was quite amusing. Upon hearing this, both girls fell silent for a moment. Clearly, Chao Yan's heartfelt words had stirred something in their hearts. After all, having this assurance from Chao Yan would undoubtedly make them feel more secure. Who are you trying to fool? You're so lecherous. How could that be true? I see you. As soon as you meet a pretty girl, you'll be mesmerized, right? Don't try to fool us. However, Zhu Zhuqing still let out a light snort, pouting her lips, clearly doubting Chao Yan's sincerity. After all, knowing Chao Yan's true nature, she was obviously skeptical of such words. I think my sister is right. You're so lecherous. You must get lost in pretty girls, but that's normal. After all, you're so outstanding. It's only natural for others to be drawn to you. Then, Zhu Zhuyan nodded, but she didn't jump to conclusions like Zhu Zhuqing. Rather, she unintentionally praised Chao Yan a bit. Zhu Yan, you are still more gentle and considerate. It seems I will have to spoil you alone from now on. Tonight, I must bully you properly. Upon hearing this, Chao Yan grinned mischievously. He didn't expect Zhu Zhuyan to take the initiative to ease the awkwardness in such a situation. Even he hadn't anticipated that. What did you say? If you have the ability, repeat what you just said. I guarantee I won't let you off easy. Upon hearing this, a blush flashed across Zhu Zhuqing's lovely face, and she immediately bit her tiger-like teeth, her small fists clenched tightly, making a threatening gesture toward Chao Yan, looking quite intimidating. Cough, cough. Zhuqing, please don't. I was wrong. Okay, tonight, I promise to give you both equal attention. I won't neglect you. How about you let me off this time? Seeing this, Chao Yan had no choice but to back down, immediately pretending to plead for mercy. That's more like it. By the way, are you leaving soon? After tonight, are you really going to go? Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing asked without warning, and when she spoke, she seemed a bit distracted. After all, she knew that Xiaowu and the others were still in Shrek Academy, and she also knew that Chao Yan had always been a deeply affectionate person. Even though he had many beauties around him, the one he cared about the most might still be in the academy. Zhu Zhuqing was very certain of this, even without a doubt. Zhuqing, I didn't expect you to guess that right. You're right. After I finish dealing with things here, I will indeed be leaving. But don't worry, before I go, I will definitely give you both a complete explanation. As he said this, a mischievous smile appeared on Chao Yan's face. The next moment, he directly pushed the two girls down. What would happen tonight? Terrifying indeed. Chapter 246. Back to Shrek the next morning at the Zhu family's entrance. Upon learning that Chao Yan was leaving, Zhu Zhuqing immediately notified all the members of the Zhu family to gather here to bid farewell. After all, Chao Yan was now their son-in-law, and this sense of ceremony could not be lacking. At this moment, many disciples of the Zhu family stood here with eager expressions, their faces showing excitement, anticipation, but more than anything, admiration. Especially some of the exceptionally beautiful female disciples, who not only had graceful figures but also innocent looks. When they learned that Chao Yan was leaving today, their hearts were filled with a strong sense of loss. After all, for girls at their age, there's always a sense of longing for a partner, and a boy like Chao Yan, with his carefree personality, undoubtedly sparked a great deal of expectation in their hearts. Such a man could be considered the Prince Charming in their dreams. Ziqing, do you think Chao Yan won't be able to walk? Why haven't we seen him yet? Next to Zhu Ziqing stood three elders from the Zhu family, their expressions clearly showing signs of anxiety. After all, they had been waiting here for quite a while. Yet Chao Yan had not shown up. The three elders were secretly speculating about this. They were somewhat aware of what had happened last night. Could it be that Chao Yan was unable to move due to excessive physical activity? One must know that Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing's beauty was dazzling. Even within the Zhu family, faced with such level of girls, even the old fellows might not be able to resist. Thus they were a bit curious about Chao Yan's situation. Could it be that he was completely exhausted after just one night? However, this thought quickly faded from their minds as they noticed three figures approaching in an orderly manner from not far away, and it was indeed Chao Yan and the others. Chao Yin was supporting the delicate arms of Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing, slowly making his way towards the entrance of the Zhu family. Before long, they attracted a large number of gazes, and many young female disciples of the Zhu family felt their hearts racing at the sight. After all, Chao Yin held considerable attraction for them. Many of the Zhu family girls regarded him as their Prince Charming, noble, and untouchable. Cough, cough. Young friend Chao Yin, were you satisfied last night? Did Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing treat you well? Upon seeing Chao Yin walking in with the two girls, Zhu Ziqing's face gradually revealed a smile. The gentle smile on his aged face made him appear more spirited and vibrant. It seemed that this head of the Zhu family was once a highly charming young man in his youth. Not bad, I am very satisfied. Don't worry. With my protection in the future, I guarantee that your Zhu family status will rise steadily. Observing the flattery on Zhu Ziqing's face, Chao Yin helplessly shook his head, then turned to the girls beside him, feeling a bit uneasy in his heart. He naturally remembered last night's experience very clearly, and girls as stunning as Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyan were indeed hard to let go of. After all, such girls would shine wherever they were, like heavenly beauties. That's good, that's good. In this case, Zhu will thank young friend Chao Yin. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziqing's expression was delighted. Now, he had already regarded Chao Yin as one of the Zhu family. Perhaps in the future, their relationship could be tightly bound together, inseparable. Zhu Ziqing even had a hint of expectation in his heart. After all, Chao Yin's extraordinary talent suggested an unlimited future. If they could befriend such a young man, it wouldn't be long before the Zhu family's status could soar. Perhaps even dominate the entire Xinglua Empire wouldn't be out of reach. Hee, uncle, to be honest, I will be leaving the Zhu family today. I hope you can take care of Zhu Qing and Zhu Yun after I leave. I will trouble you during my absence. Chao Yin smiled slightly, his humble demeanor appearing polite and graceful. Please rest assured, young friend, I will definitely not fail my promise. If I have any shortcomings in my hospitality, I am willing to pay with my life. Zhu Ziqing quickly responded solemnly. Not only that, he even knelt on one knee, showing utmost respect, his eyes filled with awe. Zhu Ziqing understood very well that for someone like Chao Yin, he could only befriend him, otherwise it would be a path to self-destruction. Such a young man, in no time, would likely become a towering figure on the continent, and it would be the wisest choice to befriend him in advance. Are you really leaving? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Chao Yin, her beautiful eyes revealing a strong sense of reluctance. She even reached out her long, delicate arm, unwillingly holding on to both of Chao Yin's hands. Her unwillingness making one feel heartbroken. Don't worry, I will not forget you. You are both my favorite women, and no matter where I am, I will always have a place in my heart for you. I will wait for you. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing like this, Chao Yin felt somewhat reluctant. Although the girl before him usually had a very cold personality, beneath that coldness lay a hazy youthful heart, pure and simple. Yes, once I handle matters in my family, I will come back to find you. You must wait for me. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. She had finally returned to the Zhu family, and now she certainly could not leave just like that. Both her loving sister and father were worth her staying in the Zhu family. Okay, I will wait for you. Zhu Yun, you must take care of yourself. I will miss you both when I'm not around. Chao Yin turned his gaze to Zhu Zhuyan, his eyes containing a hint of regret. After all, he had to leave such two beautiful women, but ultimately he would return. This day will not be too far away. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not be this happy. I will always remember you. Zhu Zhuyan nodded heavily, then suddenly mustered her courage and directly leaped into Chao Yan's embrace, giving him an emotional hug, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness, as if she were an innocent girl, making one want to cherish her. Feeling the soft and pleasant sensation from his chest, Chao Yin also smiled slightly. The girl before him, although cold in personality, was very considerate. Meeting such a girl was indeed not in vain for him in this life. No regrets in this life. Chapter 247. Ning Fengji kneels down after leaving the Zhu family. Chao Yin headed directly towards the location of Shrek Academy. After all, he had finished dealing with matters here, and it was time to leave. However, just as he walked out of the Zhu family's main gate, a somewhat hurried voice rang out behind him. Chao Yin, young friend, please wait a moment. I am Ning Fengji, and I have something to discuss. Hearing this, Chao Yin slowly turned his head to look and saw two figures standing respectfully beside him. They were Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo, Chenexan. Oh, Sect Master Ning, is there something you need? After recognizing the faces of the figures, Chao Yin asked with slight surprise. Although he had developed some relationship with Ning Rongrong, he was unsure whether she had informed Ning Fengji about his identity. Cough, cough. Young friend Chao Yin is truly a young hero. At such a young age, you already possess such strength. I truly admire you greatly. I, Ning Fengji, have never admired anyone in my life, but I hold you in high regard. Therefore, may I kneel before you? Ning Fengji spoke slowly, his words revealing a strong sense of admiration, as if the young man before him were an emperor. Sect Master, how can this be? You are the leader of a sect. How can you kneel to a junior? This is against ethics and morals. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, the sword Douluo Chen Xian immediately interjected, his expression filled with worry. Shut up, Chen Xian. Do not speak out of turn. Today, I must kneel before young friend Xiaoyan. If I do not kneel, I will never find peace in my life. Such a young hero, I, Ning Fengji, naturally admire immensely. So I ask you, young friend, to grant my request, all right? Seeing Chen Xian's obstruction, Ning Fengji also shouted loudly. As the master of a sect, his vision is naturally very far-reaching. The strength and talent that Xiaoyan has currently displayed are already exceptionally outstanding. If such a peerless genius can become friend with them, it would undoubtedly be a blessing for the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. At that time, the status of the whole sect would suddenly rise. This is precisely what Ning Fengji values. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect lacks nothing, but for the sake of the development and interests of the sect, he has no choice but to find suitable talents for the entire sect. Only in this way can the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect avoid decline. However, Sect Master, with your noble status, how can you kneel before others? Upon hearing this, Sword Douluo was still somewhat hesitant. After all, Ning Fengji's identity and status are extraordinary. If it were someone else, he would naturally not care about such matters. But what is Ning Fengji's identity? He is the master of the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Such an existence cannot kneel before a young man. Moreover, Chen Xian has watched Ning Fengji grow up. And today, he must stop this from happening. Chen Xian, despite how much I, Ning Fengji, value you if you dare say another word, I will completely sever ties with you. From now on, even the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect will have no place for you. Do you understand? Ning Fengji's heart was slightly angry at Chen Xian's repeated discouragement. After all, no matter what, he is still the master of a sect. Does he need others to instruct him on how to act? Please calm your anger, Sect Master. It was Chen Xian who spoke out of turn. After being harshly reprimanded by Ning Fengji, Chen Xian felt quite depressed and quickly sought to soften the situation. Regarding Ning Fengji's identity, even Chen Xian, as Sword Douluo, holds considerable respect. After all, in terms of experience and strength, the former is not something he, a mere title Douluo, can contend with. For a moment, Chen Xian consciously closed his mouth. Although he somewhat disagreed with Ning Fengji's actions, the latter is, after all, the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. In terms of status, he is merely a small sect guard. How can he compare with the former? Sect Master Ning, kneeling is unnecessary. Although I'm not a good person, I am certainly not unreasonable, so please do not treat me this way. I fear I cannot bear this kindness. Xiaoyan waved his hand and said seriously. Speaking of which, the relationship between him and Ning Rongrong has developed quite wonderfully. In a sense, Ning Fengji is almost like his father-in-law, so given this relationship, he should not let Ning Fengji kneel. No, Xiaoyan, my young friend, please listen to me. I, Ning, have traversed the Soul Master world for decades and have never respected a young man as much as I do you. Therefore, please accept my request. Ning Fengji's expression was incredibly firm. He has always been a very determined person, and once he has made up his mind, he must carry it out. Thus, today, no matter what, he has to kneel to Xiaoyan, and it must be a heartfelt kneel. Sect Master Ning, do you really want to kneel to me? How can that be? After all, you are an elder, and I, as a junior, this seems somewhat inappropriate, right? Xiaoyan's face showed a serious expression. Although Ning Fengji was eager to kneel before him, Xiaoyan was also very wise and would not rush to agree. After all, if this was Ning Fengji's ploy, it would be terrible. It should be noted that in the original work, Ning Fengji is known for his cunning and deep schemes, much like a cunning old fox, with ulterior motives. No, Xiaoyan, if you do not agree, I would rather die. I, Ning Fengji, have lived enough. There are not many people I admire in my life, but if I were to count those who truly make me admire them wholeheartedly, it would only be you. So please agree to let me kneel before you. I beg you. While saying this, Ning Fengji showed an anxious expression. For some reason, he truly felt a heartfelt admiration for Xiaoyan. Is this an illusion? Ahem. Since that is the case, then kneel down before me. By the way, you not only have to kneel, but you also have to bow your head, at least 10 times, understand? Otherwise, you can't get up. Xiaoyan coughed slightly, but his expression did not change at all. appearing very dignified and high profile. All right, Chao Yan, my young friend, please accept my kneel. From now on, I, Ning Fengji, will definitely follow you. Ning Fengji directly knelt down, and not only that, he also bowed his head 10 times. The crisp sound echoed. Very clear. Chapter 248, The Death of Oscar. Chao Yan, my young friend, I have a request, and I wonder if I should say it. After bowing 10 times, Ning Fengji slowly stood up and tentatively asked Chao Yan. Speak, as long as it is within my capacity, I should not refuse. Chao Yan nodded, his tone surprisingly gentle. Not to mention anything else, Ning Fengji's humble demeanor even moved Chao Yan slightly. After all, the latter is still the master of a sect, and he has knelt before him. No matter what, he should agree to this request. Ahem, Chao Yan, my young friend, I am willing to offer the entire 7-treasure glazed tile sect to befriend you, and I hope you will not refuse. Seeing Chao Yan's face soften slightly, Ning Fengji could not help but take a deep breath and slowly said, ever since he witnessed Chao Yan's extraordinary abilities, Ning Fengji's heart has been stirred up by tremendous waves. He knows that if he can befriend someone as excellent as Chao Yan, it would undoubtedly be a great thing. Only in this way can the 7-treasure glazed tile sect rise to the top. Sor Daluo Chan Xen, who was nearby, felt somewhat touched upon hearing this. He has been by Ning Fengji's side for many years and knows a bit about the latter's character. It seems that the sect master is indeed someone who knows the big picture. Oh, are you sincere? If you dare to deceive me, I don't mind turning you into a corpse right now. Those who deceive me do not have a good ending. Chao Yan's gaze hardened as he looked down at Ning Fengji, feeling a hint of suspicion in his heart. To be honest, he would not fully believe Ning Fengji's words. The latter is a complete old fox in terms of temperament and handling matters. How could he dare to believe everything he says? He is not a fool and certainly knows how to discern right from wrong. Of course, I am sincere. As long as you, my young friend Chao Yan, do not mind, I'm even willing to marry my daughter to you. I have a daughter named Ning Rongrong, whose beauty is unparalleled. If you like her, I can let her marry you. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji quickly nodded. Not only that, he is even willing to marry Ning Rongrong to Chao Yan. In his view, although Ning Rongrong has decent talent, if she can please the young man in front of him, even if he has to sacrifice his beloved daughter, it would be worth it. On the contrary, he still profited. In any case, Chao Yan's talent before him truly has the capital to earn his respect. The conditions proposed by sect master Ning are indeed very tempting. But Chao Yan is not the kind of person who forgets righteousness for the sake of beauty. So I still need to think about your request. Although Ning Fengji's request is extremely enticing, at this moment, Chao Yan is not in a hurry to agree. The reasons for this are many. Young friend, I know your strength is extraordinary, so I, Ning Fengji, truly admire someone as unparalleled as you. If you agree, my life is yours. After hearing Chao Yan's response, Ning Fengji shook his head in disappointment. Regardless, he has a genuine admiration for this person before him. Yes, young friend, please agree to the sect master's request. I, the Sor Daluo Chen, have always been extremely proud and have not admired many people. But for you, young friend Chao Yan, I have a sincere admiration. If you are willing to agree, I, Chen, am willing to be your servant and obey your every command. Seeing Chao Yan's proud attitude, Chen quickly spoke up. Although he is also a title Dalu-level powerhouse, this status is clearly insignificant in front of Chao Yan. Oh, as a title Dalu, you are so weak. Where is your pride? Upon hearing this, Chao Yan frowned slightly, and his originally kind tone became somewhat cold. He knows that Sor Daluo Chen's strength is extraordinary, but he did not expect that as a title Daluo, he would be so timid. This kind of character made Chao Yan feel quite displeased. No, young friend Chao Yan, your talent is like that of a master. With such strength, even I, the Sor Daluo, must admire you, so please do not refuse my request. As long as you agree, I, Chen, am willing to work for you without a word of complaint. After being coldly reprimanded by Chao Yan, Chen quickly replied respectfully. It must be said that although he is a title Daluo, he still knows what fear is when facing a true powerhouse. And the current Chao Yan is clearly one of them, an unparalleled Dalu-level expert. How could he not admire him? So fine, since you both sincerely request me, I cannot refuse you. Otherwise, it would be said that I am petty. Chao Yan sighed and ultimately agreed, although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Ning Fengji and Chen's request. However, he could not care too much at this moment. Perhaps he could treat this as a training opportunity. Moreover, agreeing to Ning Fengji's request would mean indirectly possessing the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school. From this perspective, this opportunity is not small at all. Really, Young friend Chao Yin, you really agreed? That's great. I, Ning, thank you. Young friend Chao Yin, please allow me to bow to you. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's expression immediately brightened. He did not expect Chao Yin to agree to his request so readily, and this feeling truly brought a refreshing sensation. All right, you can follow me back to Shrek Academy. I have been away for so long that I miss Rongrong. It just so happens that I can take this opportunity to see her. Chao Yin nodded and then spoke to the two. Good. Ning Fengji and Qinshin exchanged a simple glance and then nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with flattery. After all, for the two of them, Chao Yin had become an existence that could not be provoked. How could they dare to disobey such a young man? At Shrek Academy, in the square, Rongrong, what do you think of me, Oscar? That bastard Chao Yin has been gone for so long. He must have abandoned you. If you think I'm not bad, why not consider me? I'm not bad either. With a lewd grin, Oscar looked at Ning Rongrong. Help! You don't come over. Seeing Oscar approaching her, Ning Rongrong's face turned pale, and she screamed. Today I will have you. Seeing Ning Rongrong's weak appearance, Oscar's thoughts deepened. However, just as he was about to succeed, a mighty voice descended from the sky. You beast, how dare you have such malicious intentions toward my Rongrong? Watch me cut you down with one sword. The figure of the sword Douluo floated down from the sky, and the giant sword in his hand slashed down, freezing heaven and earth. Chapter 249. Oscar's End. What terrifying sword energy. Senior, please show mercy and spare my life. Oscar immediately screamed, his gaze seemingly frozen at that moment. In the sky, the huge sword shadow mixed with overwhelming soul power energy carried an almost terrifying pressure, crushing down on him. Under such power, even the soul power within him seemed to solidify, completely losing contact. And this was the pressure from a title Douluo level. If one had to describe it in one word, it would be terrifying. This kind of terrifying sword energy was something Oscar had never seen in his life. After all, as a support-type soul master, he had never witnessed such a scene. This senior, I was blind and momentarily lost my mind, blinded by desire. Please do not hold it against me and spare my life. Oscar took a deep breath, and his face quickly turned pale. Naturally, he did not recognize Sword Douluo Qinshin. As a powerful figure of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, how could he, an obscure soul master, meet him? However, although he had never seen the Sword Douluo, the imposing aura emanating from him was incredibly powerful. Facing such an aura, Oscar felt as small as an ant, insignificant as dust. After saying these words, Oscar directly dropped to the ground, kneeling without hesitation. At this moment, he could not care about so-called dignity. The aura emanating from the person before him even surpassed that of Flander and Zhao Wujia. He understood that someone with such an aura could easily take his life if they wished. Trash, a cowardly person like you is even worthy to live in this world? Your actions are so despicable that even calling you a beast would be an understatement. If I did not kill you today to vent my anger, it would be against the heavens. Facing Oscar's plea for mercy, the Sword Douluo merely looked at him with indifference. The disdain in his eyes grew stronger. As a strong person, he despised those like Oscar who shamelessly bully the weak. To him, such people are like pigs and dogs, and killing them is entirely reasonable. Moreover, Oscar's target of bullying was Ning Rongrong. Just based on that, in Qinshin's eyes, Oscar was already beyond redemption. Who is Ning Rongrong? From a young age, Qinshin watched this girl grow up bit by bit. Within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong was almost regarded as his treasure. No one has ever dared to bully her in front of him. Oscar's actions truly touched the anger deep within him. To be honest, if Oscar had harmed other women today, he could have turned a blind eye and pretended nothing had happened. However, today's events had already crossed his bottom line. So no matter what, Oscar must die today. Spare me, Senior. As long as you are willing to spare me, I will do anything you ask. Oscar pleaded on his knees, his demeanor humble, like a dog in the dirt. At this moment, he truly sensed a life and death crisis. Faced with the person before him, he had completely given up any thought of resistance. Against such a person, even if he fought with all his might, what could he possibly achieve? Such behavior would only be a dying struggle. How could an ant oppose an elephant? In your next life, be a clean person. You, a beast, should not exist in this world. The Sword Douluo's gaze was cold, and not a shred of sympathy appeared in his eyes. He knew that harboring pity for such a person would only be shooting oneself in the foot. He was not foolish enough to do something so stupid. After speaking, the Sword Douluo gently raised his palm, and a massive sword shadow, mixed with a chill of killing intent, continuously emanated from the sword shadow. With a light wave of his hand, the 100-foot sword shadow seemed to be summoned by some force, slicing toward Oscar's body without any hesitation. As the sword energy surged, it felt as if the entire world was emitting a mournful sound. Kid, to die at my hands, you could be proud of that. Accompanied by the descending sword shadow, explosive sounds echoed in the air. In the face of such a fierce attack, even the air was violently shattered, turned to nothingness, demonstrating the terrifying power of this strike. Oscar's pupils dilated rapidly at that moment, as the terrifying pressure of soul power from the sword shadow rendered his body completely immobile. Such an attack had surpassed his range of understanding. So terrifying. Help! I don't want to die. Someone save me. A wave of deathly aura quickly spread in Oscar's heart, and a shrill scream suddenly erupted from his mouth. However, the sword shadow showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it pressed down with an even more terrifying momentum. Boom! With a loud bang, the sword shadow pierced through Oscar's entire body, splitting him in two, a truly tragic sight. Humph! Killing you has sullied my sword. Looking at Oscar's lifeless body, the sword Douluo snorted coldly, then slightly waved his hand, releasing a wave of soul power that enveloped Oscar's corpse. In no time, under the influence of that terrifying soul power, the latter's body completely turned to nothingness. Sir Uncle, what happened here? At that moment, Ning Fengji and Xiao Yan arrived. They had initially come together, but the sword Douluo insisted on going ahead, perhaps having some foresight. Otherwise, how would he know that Ning Rongrong would face such a crisis? Fengji, just now a bastard, dared to almost insult our little princess Rongrong. If I hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable, the sword Douluo said slowly. Now that Ning Rongrong was safe, this outcome was undoubtedly the best. What? Such a thing happened? Who is that person? I want to kill him. Haha, no need. He's already dead. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, young friend Xiao Yan, this is my daughter, Ning Rongrong. If you find her suitable, I can marry her to you. How about that? At this moment, Ning Fengji also regained his composure and looked at Xiao Yan with a flattering expression. Haha, of course. Rongrong is already my woman, and I will love her for a lifetime. I will make her happy in this life. Xiao Yan said with a slight smile as he stepped forward and tightly embraced Ning Rongrong's soft body. After a few days, it seemed that some part of Ning Rongrong had grown a bit larger. So terrifying. Chapter 250. Ning Rongrong's breakthrough. Rongrong, do you know young friend Xiao Yan? I see that your feelings seem quite special. Seeing his daughter's shy expression, Ning Fengji was also puzzled and then asked. Yes, Dad. Actually, I didn't have the chance to tell you last time, but I am already Xiao Yan's woman, and even with my body, Ning Rongrong said, her face flushed. However, since Ning Fengji was her father, she felt she shouldn't hide this. After all, there's no paper that can't be pierced, since the truth would come out eventually. It was better to confess early. My heavens, my precious daughter, is what you said true? Have you really become young friend Xiao Yan's woman? Has that kind of thing already happened? Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji gasped in surprise, doubting his ears. This news truly shocked him. Yes, Xiao Yan treats me very well. He said he would like me for a lifetime. He's the best man I have ever met. Ning Rongrong nodded shyly. In her heart, Xiao Yan's existence was unique. That's wonderful. Rongrong, I must say, your taste is excellent. Young friend Xiao Yan is such a heroic young man. You two are indeed a great match. After listening to Ning Rongrong's story, Ning Fengji felt extremely pleased. His precious daughter had found a good match. Dad, do you know each other? Ning Rongrong asked curiously, recalling that they seemed to have come with Xiao Yan just now. Ahem, of course. It is my honor to know young friend Xiao Yan. Ning Fengji awkwardly coughed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He was just a useless support-type soul master, but Xiao Yan's talent far surpassed him by 10 times. Such a young man could actually become his son-in-law. This could be considered a blessing for the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school. Sect Master Ning is joking. Being able to know Rongrong is my luck. A girl as good as Rongrong, I will protect her well. If anyone dares to harm her, I will make them die, Xiao Yan said, feeling the softness in his arms, and his heart was filled with comfort. Ning Rongrong's waist was slender, and her figure was extremely graceful. Just holding her like this brought an incredibly pleasant sensation. Such girls are rare in the world. Xiao Yan felt that he was already very happy. Not only was he powerful, but he also had so many beautiful women by his side. Even if he were to die in this life, he would have no regrets. Haha, young friend Xiao Yan is truly humble. Although our Rongrong is beautiful, she cannot compare to your status. It is indeed a blessing for her to be able to marry you, the sword Douluo said with a smile. Although he also liked Ning Rongrong, he wanted to befriend Xiao Yan even more. A young man like Chao Yin, if one could befriend him, would be equivalent to indirectly obtaining a passport to becoming a strong individual. He also hoped to break through to a higher realm in his lifetime. He also knew that if he wanted to meet that requirement, apart from the young man in front of him, no one else could do it. Therefore, in the end, he had to please Chao Yin no matter what. After a close embrace, Chao Yin slowly released Ning Rongrong's slender waist. Although this feeling made Chao Yin feel somewhat refreshed, if he held on too long, it would harm his image, something he would never allow. As a gentleman, Chao Yin not only had noble character, but was also extraordinarily noble in thought, and these were the qualities that defined him. After being released by Chao Yin, there was still a hint of reluctance on Ning Rongrong's pretty face. After all, being embraced by someone she liked was an enjoyment in itself. By the way, Dad, I have a big secret to tell you. My soul power has broken through to level 30. Isn't that impressive? Suddenly, it seemed like Ning Rongrong had thought of something, and she cheerfully spoke, her warm voice bringing a delightful feeling to those who heard it. What? Rongrong, you've actually broken through to level 30? Is this true? I can't be dreaming, can I? Truly, heaven bless my 7-treasure glazed tile school. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji was instantly overjoyed, his expression extremely excited, and his face flushed. This news truly astonished him. It was known that for their 7-treasure glazed tile, martial soul, to make a breakthrough in level was an extremely difficult task. Not to mention that Ning Fengji was aware of his daughter's talent. He never expected that in such a short time, his precious daughter would achieve such a breakthrough. How could he not be surprised? He even felt as if he were dreaming. It was too unbelievable. Of course it's true, Dad. Do you not believe me? After speaking, Ning Rongrong extended her fair jade hand, and with a flash of brilliant light, a layer of colorful pagoda appeared from her palm. The gentle wave of soul power made everyone feel an inexplicable sense of comfort. Is this the top-level martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda? As expected of the world's #1 support-type martial soul, this effect is truly powerful. Good. You truly are my Ning Fengji's daughter. Such talent. Even I couldn't have dreamed of when I was young. Feeling the gentle aura of soul power from Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji couldn't help but praise her. This aura was just at the level of 30. He couldn't believe that his daughter was so remarkable in her cultivation talent. Such talent was truly astonishing. Rongrong, rest assured, with your grandpa Jian here, the matter of your soul ring will be taken care of. I will definitely help you obtain a suitable soul ring. Jian Douluo was also somewhat happily unable to contain his smile. In his heart, Ning Rongrong was like his own daughter, and that feeling was hard to let go of. No need, Grandpa Jian. I believe Chao Yin will help me solve the soul ring issue, so you don't have to worry. He is so strong. I believe he will definitely help me get a good soul ring. Ning Rongrong directly declined Jian Douluo's suggestion. With Chao Yin by her side, it gave her an inexplicable sense of security. With such a presence accompanying her, she didn't need any other strong individuals. Moreover, this way, she could take the opportunity to further enhance the relationship between the two of them, which seemed to be a good thing. Don't worry, Rongrong with me here. I will definitely help you choose a suitable soul ring. The Stardow Forest is nothing but crawling at my feet. Chao Yin smiled gently, patting Ning Rongrong's fragrant shoulder. Chapter 251, The Arrival of Yu Xiaogang. Thank you. You are so nice to me. Hearing Chao Yin's solemn promise, Ning Rongrong also smiled gently, a blush spreading across her fair face. Where could one find a devoted man like Chao Yin? Ning Rongrong felt she was the luckiest girl on the continent. Having encountered such a responsible man like Chao Yin was her fortune. Seeing Ning Rongrong's touched expression, Chao Yin felt quite emotional. This girl before him was truly beautiful. Just as he was about to say something, a figure approached. Ahem, I am Flinder, the Dean of Shrek Academy. Greetings, Sect Master Ning, Senior Jian. The newcomer was the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder. You are Flinder? Do you know? Just now, your academy's Oscar almost harmed our little princess Rongrong. You should be aware of this, right? Jian Douluo looked at Flinder, his cold voice gradually resonating. This was indeed Flinder's oversight. I asked Senior Jian to impose punishment. To be honest, Oscar, such a mischievous fellow, is not worthy of being a student of Shrek. Flinder didn't dare to say much after being reprimanded by Jian Douluo. After all, Jian Douluo was a remarkably prominent figure on the continent in terms of both reputation and fame, while Flinder was just an unknown junior. In front of such a strong individual, how could he dare to act recklessly? He has already perished under my sword, Dean Flinder. This should be nothing wrong, right? Jian Douluo simply snorted coldly. He did not regard a mere soul sage like Flinder with any importance. Of course, it is natural. Such a despicable person dying at the hands of Douluo is indeed his honor. Flender nodded, his tone quite humble, even filled with a hint of flattery. Having lived for so many years, he naturally understood how to lower his attitude when facing true strong individuals. Some people were not ones he could offend. Dean Flender, you flatter me. As the Dean, your ability to see through things is already worthy of my respect. By the way, I should also thank Dean Flender for nurturing my little girl. If it weren't for that, my little girl wouldn't have been able to break through to level 30 so quickly, Ning Fengji said with a smile. Although Oscar's actions did make him somewhat angry, since the instigator was already dead, there was no point in discussing the matter further. Sect Master Ning is too polite. Rongrong's talent is exceptional. Her achievements are the result of her own hard work, Flender said with an awkward smile. In reality, Flender had little to do with Ning Rongrong's breakthrough. Now, with Ning Fengji saying this, he felt somewhat embarrassed. In Flender's view, the reason Ning Rongrong was able to break through so quickly was likely related to Xiaoyan. After all, with the latter's abilities, achieving such feats would not be too difficult. It seemed that the issue of Rongrong obtaining a soul ring would require some assistance from Dean Flender. In response to Flender's polite remarks, Ning Fengji simply smiled lightly. Of course, Rongrong is our Shrek student. I will naturally take responsibility for a soul ring issue, Flender said earnestly, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent towards Ning Fengji. All right, Rongrong, your father and Grandpa Jian should be leaving now. There are still many matters to handle in the sect. If you and your friend Xiao Yan can, feel free to enjoy yourselves. Young people should be bold. I was the same when I was your age. After arranging everything, Ning Fengji's gaze turned once again to Ning Rongrong, and his words seemed to carry some deeper meaning. Ning Fengji knew very well that someone like Xiao Yan, with exceptional talent, naturally favored beautiful women. Fortunately, his precious daughter had some charm. Otherwise, he might not have been able to reach such a high branch. To be honest, when it came to beautiful women, he had no resistance in his youth. Now, seeing the close relationship between Xiao Yan and his daughter made Ning Fengji feel as though he had returned to his younger days. Dad, what are you talking about? I'm already Xiao Yan's woman. Something has definitely happened between us. Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her tongue, her face slightly flushed. As soon as she said this, the scene fell into a brief silence. Clearly, no one expected this seemingly clever girl to be so unreserved about matters between men and women. For a moment, even Ning Fengji and Douluo exchanged a glance, both feeling quite shocked. Just as they were about to leave, a voice filled with inexplicable emotion slowly rang in everyone's ears. Hee, Shrek Academy, I didn't expect that guy actually established a school. Hearing this sudden voice, several people followed it to its source, and, as expected, saw a figure standing at the entrance of Shrek Academy, gazing at the plaque above the door, murmuring softly. The figure was dressed in black, sporting a crew cut. His face was not handsome at all, with thick eyebrows adorning it. His overall demeanor was somewhat unimpressive, giving off a feeling of laziness and decadence. Subtly, an air of uselessness emanated from him. With his hands behind his back, there was a hint of arrogance between his brows, and his thin lips often curled into a shallow arc, as if in his eyes. Shrek Academy was just a speck of dust. What was most peculiar was that behind this person, there was a faint aura rising, resembling thunder and flames, producing a low rumbling sound. This figure was none other than Yu Xiaogang. Ever since Tang San arrived at Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaogang had been trying every possible way to decline the busy affairs of Knotting Academy. However, managing these trivial matters took him quite some time. Fortunately, after going through some ups and downs, he successfully handled the affairs of Knotting Academy. Today, he came to Shrek Academy, naturally to further cultivate Tang San. Tang San's talent was not low, and he had twin martial souls, backed by a powerful force like the Haotian sect. Considering all this, Yu Xiaogang understood that as long as he cultivated Tang San well, it wouldn't be long before a strong person could shake the continent. At that time, everything belonging to Yu Xiaogang, whether it was fame, status, or the two women he longed for, Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong, would have the chance to return to his side. Thinking of this, two enchanting figures slowly emerged in Yu Xiaojiang's mind, and he felt an urge to press them down fiercely. Soon, a lascivious smile gradually appeared on his face, giving off a somewhat deranged vibe. It was not hard to imagine what kind of filthy thoughts were hidden beneath this seemingly decent face. Licking his crimson lips, Yu Xiaogang dispelled the spring scene in his mind, then showed a serious expression and slowly walked into the academy. Chapter 252, The Death of Yu Xiaogang Xiaoyan? How come you are here? As soon as he stepped into Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojing's gaze fell directly on Xiaoyan. Even after such a long time, he still had an unforgettable impression of Chao Yan. After all, the humiliation Chao Yan had brought him was too painful. This was not only physical suffering, but also a psychological torment. In Yu Xiaogang's eyes, Chao Yan was a nightmare he could not shake off, constantly haunting him. Oh, Yu Xiaogang, long time no see, you're still such a waste. TSK, how ridiculous. You who pride yourself on being theoretically invincible can only remain at the great soul master level for your whole life. Truly pathetic. Chao Yan mocked without holding back upon seeing that it was Yu Xiaogang. In fact, he had already noticed this waste earlier, but was too lazy to pay him any attention. Such a person was no different from a clown. Who would deliberately pay attention to a clown? Oh, I heard that there was a waste in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect who, due to a defective martial soul during his youth, was abandoned by his clan. Later, this person somehow ran to the spirit hall to steal knowledge and ultimately claimed various martial soul theories as his own. I remember this person's reputation quite well. After Chao Yan finished speaking, Ning Fengji slowly added. He naturally knew Yu Xiaogang, and from the previous conversation between the two, it was not difficult to see that there seemed to be some grievances between Chao Yan and him. Therefore, this remark was almost said casually. After all, Chao Yan could be considered one of his 7 treasure glazed tile sex people. Daring to oppose Chao Yan was tantamount to going against Ning Fengji. If possible, it would not be a bad idea to kill such a person. Under Yu Xiaogang, I have met Sect Master Ning. Hearing these insinuating words, Yu Xiaogang's face couldn't help but twitch. He knew exactly what they meant. However, when he saw the face of the speaker, he could only show a respectful expression and humbly return the greeting with cupped fists. After all, the man before him was the sect master of the entire 7-treasure glazed tile sect. He did not wish to offend such a person, nor did he have the courage to do so. Yu Xiaogang, I have always been curious about your deeds. I have heard a little about them. Your martial soul's 10 competitive theories are quite famous across the continent. However, what puzzles me is why the person who developed this theory is a waste. Ning Fengji said with a smile, his demeanor elegant. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. I remember this phrase seems to be the core viewpoint of your research theory, right? However, what is amusing is that the person who developed this theory is himself a useless martial soul. The most ridiculous part is that this person cannot change the fact that he is a waste. Tell me, is this theory laughable or not? Ning Fengji added with a smile. Sect Master Ning, you're a highly respected elder. Why would you come make things difficult for a junior like me? Upon hearing this, a hint of anger appeared in Yu Xiaogang's eyes, but he had no rebuttal to Ning Fengji's words. If he really followed what the other party said, he indeed seemed to be a waste. Meanwhile, Flender could only silently watch this scene, choosing to remain silent, as at this moment, all he could do was be silent. Although there is some relationship between Yu Xiaogang and him, these weak ties are not enough for him to risk offending Chao Yan by standing up. If he were to offend Chao Yan, it would truly not be worth it. Hee, do you think you deserve to call me senior? Come back and kneel down to me, or I will kill you today. Hearing Yu Xiaogang call him senior, Ning Fengji frowned and immediately reprimanded him. If we really talk about age, he is even younger than Yu Xiaogang, and the latter's calling him senior clearly provoked the anger in his heart. In his view, Yu Xiaogang was deliberately humiliating him. In the world of soul masters, calling someone senior based on age is a huge taboo. This title is, to put it bluntly, a kind of humiliation. This is also the reason why Ning Fengji was enraged. Please spare my life, Lord Ning, and I will serve you like an ox or a horse, Yu Xiaogang said, feeling a chill run down his spine from Ning Fengji's cold shout. It must be said that as the sect master, the aura of authority around Ning Fengji was indeed compelling. Saying this, Yu Xiaogang trembled and walked forward, hesitating for a moment before directly kneeling down without hesitation. As for Yu Xiaogang's plea, Ning Fengji seemed to turn a deaf ear. After all, in his eyes, such a person was merely an ant, just dust. Ning Fengji turned his gaze to Chao Yan. As long as the latter nodded, he would not hesitate to kill Yu Xiaogang right here, as such a person living would only bring disaster to the world. Killing Yu Xiaogang would also remove a threat, which would be quite beneficial. Cough, Yu Xiaogang, if you call me grandpa, I might consider sparing your worthless life. Otherwise, I will first cripple you and then kill you. Chao Yan said with a smile, looking at Yu Xiaogang, his eyes showing no sympathy. A person like Yu Xiaogang is boring to kill, but keeping him is a waste. After so much time, he was tired of playing, and it was time to send Yu Xiaogang on his way. Ha! Do you think I, Yu Xiaogang, am a coward? You want me to beg for mercy? Dream on. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang was not intimidated at all. He did not believe that Xiao Yan would kill him. After all, there was still a senior like Sword Douluo present. How could Xiao Yan act recklessly? Well, it seems you cannot be spared today. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared at the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth, indicating that he no longer needed to keep Yu Xiaogang alive. Senior Sword, please make your move and kill him. Xiao Yan said, looking at Sword Douluo beside him. All right, you beast, it's time for you to die. Sword Douluo smiled slightly, then his soul power surged, and the 7-kill sword appeared directly in his hand, the sharp sword light dazzling, as if it could pierce through everything. Take this. Sword Douluo swung his sword, directly cutting towards Yu Xiaogang's left arm. The sword light flashed by, and Yu Xiaogang's left arm was immediately severed, the cut smooth as a mirror. Ah, my arm! Yu Xiaogang screamed in agony, blood mixed with shattered internal organs spewing from his mouth, his eyes filled with terror as he fell to the ground, showing a look of despair. Take another sword from me. Sword Douluo's voice fell, and once again a sword light flashed. This time, the sword light struck Yu Xiaogang's lower abdomen, severing his little brother as well. The immense pain made Yu Xiaogang convulse all over, wishing for death but unable to die. Ah, no, you can't do this to me. Yu Xiaogang cried out loudly, his wails echoing endlessly. This immense pain made him feel the taste of death. However, Sword Douluo ignored him and swung another sword down. This time, the sword light directly slashed towards Yu Xiaogang's head. In the next second, Yu Xiaogang's head rolled to the ground, making a crisp sound. Following that, Yu Xiaogang's body collapsed to the ground, looking incredibly horrifying. Chapter 253, Tang San's Despair. The teacher is dead, Xiaogang. You are truly disappointing, you beastly waste. Your fate today is all self-inflicted. You cannot blame others. Looking at Yu Xiaogang's corpse, Flander felt an indescribable emotion. After all, he and Yu Xiaogang were the first to know each other, and now seeing the latter die in such a way, he felt somewhat complicated. Little friend, this scum has been killed by my 7-kill sword. Such a person deserves to die. Sword Douluo retracted his martial spirit. Looking at Xiao Yan, he had initially not intended to make a move against such a waste as Yu Xiaogang, as the latter's strength was quite average. Just a great soul master, after all. Such cultivation was not worth his effort. However, it can only be blamed on Yu Xiaogang for not knowing better. After all, Xiao Yan was a noble of their 7-treasure glazed tile school. Daring to go against Xiao Yan meant going against Sword Douluo as well. Such a person naturally could not be allowed to live in the world. Thank you, Senior Sword. You can go back now. I will take care of Rongrong's soul ring issue. Don't worry. Xiao Yan nodded and said lightly. All right, Rongrong, then Daddy will leave with Grandpa's sword first. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji also cupped his hands to Xiao Yan, then directly took Sword Douluo away. After all, as long as Xiao Yan was by their side, Rongrong's soul ring issue should not be a troublesome matter. Ning Fengji was quite confident about this. After all, during the time he had spent with Xiao Yan, he had learned a bit about Xiao Yan's character, and leaving Rongrong in the care of such a person made him feel very assured. Just after the two left, a voice filled with grief and indignation suddenly rang out loudly in the square. No, my teacher. How could you die? Who killed my teacher? I, Tang San, will make you pay with blood for blood. I will kill your entire family. I will make you pay with your life. A blue shadow quickly flashed by. Then the light dissipated, turning into a figure, and it was none other than Tang San. When Tang San saw Yu Xiaogang's dismembered corpse on the ground, his heart suddenly sank, as if his heart had shattered completely at that moment, causing him to almost suffocate with pain. Without his teacher's martial soul theory, a mere blue-silver grass soul master would forever be a waste. How could he accept such an outcome? No, my teacher. Please open your eyes and see. It's me. I'm Xiao San. It's all my fault. I couldn't protect you, teacher. I deserve to die. Tang San could not care about the blood on Yu Xiaogang's corpse and directly embraced his body, filled with self-reproach. He never expected that the teacher he considered invincible would meet such an end, dying without a complete corpse. Teacher, how can I live without you? You are like a father to me. Now that you, a father figure, are gone, must I send a blue-haired person to bury a black-haired one? Tang San wiped the tears from his face, his sorrowful expression evoking some sympathy. Cough, Tang San, there is something I've never told you. Your father, Tang Hao, was also killed by me. Do you know that? When he was dying, he entrusted me with one thing, to take good care of your mother. You should call me father. Seeing Tang San's helpless look, Xiao Yan felt a bit of sympathy, so he stepped forward and revealed this secret. Otherwise, Tang San would forever be kept in the dark, remaining a confused person. What? What did you say? My father is dead? No, that's impossible. My father is just a blacksmith. Why did you kill him? He has no enmity with you. If you have any grievances, come at me. Tang San shook his head, unable to believe Chao Yan's words. His father, Tang Hao, was merely a blacksmith, and no matter how deranged Xiao Yan was, he shouldn't have killed a defenseless weakling, right? You don't believe me? Let me show you something. This is the token from your father. It's called the Haotian order, proof of being a disciple of the Haotian sect. And you, Tang San, are also a disciple of the Haotian sect. Now, do you understand? As he spoke, Chao Yan tossed the token to Tang San, which he had stealthily taken from Tang Hao. Unexpectedly, it was useful today. This is really my father's token. You actually killed my father and my teacher. You bastard. I will make you pay with your life. Blood mist appeared in Tang San's eyes. He recognized the token. He had seen his father wear it before. Moreover, it carried Tang Hao's scent, a smell he was very familiar with. Clenching his fists, Tang San's body suddenly leaped up, his soul power surging as he charged toward Chao Yan, flames of revenge burning in his eyes. Get lost. How dare you lay a hand on Chao Yan? At that moment, a delicate voice came through, and a rich pink light appeared in front of Chao Yan. As the light surged, a faint fragrance reminiscent of a young girl wafted out. This was Xiao Wu's scent. As the pink light dispersed, a stunning figure appeared before Chao Yan. It was none other than Xiao Wu. Seeing the furious Tang San, a hint of anger also appeared on Xiao Wu's pretty face. Then, she lifted her long, delicate leg and kicked Tang San in the abdomen. This move was undeniably ruthless. After all, that spot would be unbearable for anyone. At this moment, Tang San was no match for Xiao Wu. Being kicked in a vital area made him show a pained expression, and a cry of anguish echoed. Cao Zan, you finally returned. After you left, no one has accompanied me to sleep. I feel so lonely. After taking care of Tang San in one move, Xiao Wu walked directly to Chao Yan's side and jumped into his arms, her fair little face showing a hint of affection. Silly girl, didn't I come back? Chao Yan replied, my little Wu is becoming more and more beautiful. I will definitely accompany you tonight. Gently stroking Xiao Wu's full and soft backside, Chao Yan felt a bit relieved. Xiao Wu's figure was truly amazing. Xiao Wu, watching the scene, Tang San felt as if a knife were cutting through his heart, but he could do nothing, only watch as Xiao Wu was held in Chao Yan's embrace, revealing a blissful smile. Xiao Wu looked so beautiful like this. My Xiao Wu. Tang San's mouth watered uncontrollably. Xiao Wu's figure had developed perfectly, and even he couldn't resist such a girl. He even wished he could press Xiao Wu down and whip her fiercely. Chapter 254. Xiao Wu is pregnant. Where are your dog eyes looking? How dare a useless person like you covet my little Wu? Seeing Tang San's defiant expression, Chao Yan's anger flared up. He stepped forward and kicked Tang San in the face, sending him flying. Chao Yan, you bastard. You humiliate me like this. Aren't you afraid of heavenly retribution? Although he was kicked away, Tang San, as usual, couldn't bear this humiliation. He gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Xiao Wu, who was right in front of him, was his beloved woman. Not only could not have her, but he could only watch her lying in another man's arms. This feeling of humiliation made Tang San want to curse his father. Tang San, are you still not giving up? You little ant, your father Tang Hao is already dead, and even your teacher died at my hands. If you want to take revenge on me, go to the Haotian sect. Otherwise, relying solely on yourself, you're far from qualified. After saying this, Chao Yan slapped Tang San away again, a feeling that was indescribably wonderful. Fine, just wait. If you don't kill me today, I hope you won't regret it in the future. Once I gain strength, I will make your entire family pay. Anyone related to you will not be spared. Just wait. Tang San said bitterly, instinctively clenching his fists. Talkative. Just you, a useless person? Let me tell you, on the entire continent, I am heaven and earth. If you dare to oppose me, you are seeking your own death. Chao Yan sneered, directly lifting Tang San as if he were a pitiful stray dog, showing off his strength. You pathetic thing, you're so weak it's almost pitiful. Just like your useless father Tang Hao. You can only be a coward for a lifetime. Get lost. Next time we meet, I will take your life. Chao Yan chuckled and forcefully threw Tang San's body to the ground. The terrifying power almost sending Tang San to meet the king of hell. Chao Yan, I have something to tell you. I'm pregnant with your baby. Are you happy? At that moment, Xiao Wu's gentle voice suddenly rang out. When she said this, her delicate little face turned crimson, extremely beautiful. Really? My little Wu is amazing. She truly is worthy of being my Chao Yan's woman. Hearing this, Chao Yan immediately smiled, not expecting Xiao Wu to be pregnant with his child. This was truly good news. Will you always love me? Xiao Wu asked shyly, fearing that after becoming pregnant, no one would like her anymore. Would Xiao Yan treat her like that? Of course, you are my favorite woman, no one else. Xiao Yan's voice was firm and powerful. Xiao Wu's figure had now developed quite well, and she also had a pair of long, snow-white legs. Such a girl was simply too beautiful. So beautiful it was breathtaking. How could he, Xiao Yan, abandon such a girl? It was impossible to abandon her even if he died. I believe you. Xiao Wu blinked her beautiful eyes. Her voice tiny like a mosquito. Being chosen by Xiao Yan was truly a stroke of luck. Such a boy was rare in the world. Sister Xiao Wu, you're so capable. I didn't expect you to get pregnant with Xiao Yan's baby so quickly. It seems I have to work hard too. Ning Rongrong also felt a bit envious of Xiao Wu. After all, being able to bear a child for the man she loved was a very happy thing. Beside them, Flinter also felt a bit envious. Although he was a powerful soul sage, he could never be with the woman he loved. To be honest, what use was his cultivation? However, there was only one person who was dissatisfied with this, and that was Tang San. The moment he heard that Xiao Wu was pregnant, his heart turned to ashes, and the immense pain nearly caused him to collapse right there. Xiao Wu was his woman. Why? Why did the world have to treat him this way? No. My Xiao Wu, this can't be true. It must not be true. How could Xiao Wu be pregnant with your child? Xiao Wu, tell me this isn't true, right? Tang San let out a long howl, his azure eyes seemingly shrouded in a layer of gray. He couldn't imagine that the goddess in his eyes, the Xiao Wu he longed for day and night, was actually carrying someone else's child. How could he accept this? This is definitely true. Xiao Yan treats me very well, and only he can satisfy me. You definitely can't. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly. Now that she was pregnant with Xiao Yan's baby, she was about to become a mother. This feeling was truly blissful. No, my Xiao Wu, you can't do this to me. My love for you is true. How could you act this way? Do you know? I think about you every night. Xiao Wu, can you come back to me? Even if you're already pregnant with someone else's child, I wouldn't mind. Can we start over? I will cherish you for a lifetime. Tang San shouted in despair, his mind seeming to be a bit disordered, resembling a foolish dog. Xiao Wu, do you know? From the first moment I laid eyes on you, I fell deeply in love with you. To me, you're the whole world. I can't live without you. Xiao Wu, can you come back to me? I beg you. Tang San's expression was as humble as it could be, resembling a shameless sycophant, making people wish they could beat him to death. Xiao Wu, even if you're already pregnant with Xiao Yan's child, as long as you're willing to come back to me, I wouldn't mind. You know, I just like you as a person. Even if you're pregnant with Xiao Yan's child, I can accept it. Xiao Wu, can we go back to how we were at the beginning? You call me Xiao San, and I'll call you Xiao Wu, okay? Tang San's eyes were filled with a strong plea. Although Xiao Wu was already pregnant, that didn't matter. After all, even with a child, Xiao Wu was still as beautiful and charming as ever. Who could refuse such a girl? Tang San, you worthless piece of trash. You have no ability, yet you still try to meddle in other people's feelings. You are truly shameless to the extreme. Flinter couldn't hold back anymore. This Tang San was indeed despicable. Xiao was already pregnant, yet he was still so shameless, lingering around. Can such a person still be called human? What is the difference between such a person and a beast? Get lost. Don't let me see you again. You garbage don't deserve to stay in Shrek Academy. Get far away. Flinder rushed forward, waving his hand and directly throwing Tang San out without mercy. Xiao Wu, my dear, with me around, no one can bully you. Except for me, of course. Looking at the thrown-out Tang San, Xiao Yan smiled slightly and wrapped his arms around Xiao Wu's waist. Chapter 255, Today's Matters. 100-fold return. Don't bully too much. Just because you have strength, does that mean you can do whatever you want? Even though he was thrown out by Flinder, Tang San, with his temperament, would naturally not let it go so easily. His blood-red eyes flickered with a terrible cold light, and despite the pain in his body, he stood up. Tang San was filled with anger. For some reason, he liked Xiao Wu so much, to the point of being unable to extricate himself. Even though Xiao Wu was already pregnant with Xiao Yan's child, to him, it still wasn't a big deal. He still remembered what Tang Hao had once told him. As a man, if you can't even protect the thing you love the most, that is the greatest incompetence. However, now, Tang Hao had completely passed away, separated from him by the realms of death, and they would never have the chance to meet again. Dad, you died so tragically. As your son, I can't even avenge you. Am I destined to be a useless person forever? Dad, if only you were still by my side. How great would that be? Tang San clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with hatred. His heart ached so much that he could hardly breathe. His teacher and father had been killed, yet he could only be bullied like an ant by others. He couldn't even take revenge for his father. Was this really his fate? No. Why? Why does my Tang San have such a fate? I'm not willing. I am a peerless genius with twin martial souls. Tang San shouted unwillingly, feeling an immense grievance in his heart, wanting to vent his resentment in this way. After all, he couldn't fight Xiao Yin now. Heh, Tang San, why don't you just get lost? My Shrek Academy does not welcome you. If you don't leave, be careful of my rudeness. Flinder approached Tang San, his gaze filled with coldness. He wanted to kill Tang San right then and there. In his eyes, Tang San was a person with ulterior motives, appearing harmless on the surface, but actually harboring malice. Although Flinder was just an outsider, he sincerely wished for Xiao Wu and Xiao Yan's relationship. Xiao Wu was gentle and considerate, and Xiao Yan was of good character. Such a relationship, and Tang San actually tried to interfere. How shameless could he be? Can such a person not bear to see others happy? Sometimes, when Flinder saw Xiao Yan being intimate with girls, he couldn't help but think of his past. If it weren't for that irresponsible jerk Yu Xiaogang letting Lu Erlong down, perhaps it could have been with Lu Erlong. Unfortunately, Flinder had ultimately become a bystander. He even somewhat hated his own cowardice. If he had been braver back then, how could he have let that beast Yu Xiaogang harm Erlong? Looking back now, Flinder could only feel deep self-reproach. He was a dignified soul sage, yet he couldn't protect the woman he loved the most. Such feelings troubled him constantly. At this moment, Tang San was indeed shameless to the extreme. Xiao Wu and Xiao Yan's feelings were so profound, yet he insisted on disturbing them. What was the difference between this behavior and that of a beast? Dean Flinder, please, for the sake of my teacher, don't make things difficult for me. Can you tell me about my background? Am I really a disciple of the Haotian school? What kind of person was my father, Tang Hao? Tang San's voice was filled with earnestness. Although Flinder had just slapped him, he endured it. He needed to clarify his background. Was he truly a disciple of the Haotian school? But if that were the case, why did his father bring him to live in Holy Soul Village? These questions were things Tang San couldn't figure out at the moment. Don't mention that person's name. Upon hearing Tang San mention Yu Xiaogang, Flinder's expression instantly turned gloomy. If it weren't for Yu Xiaogang, perhaps he could have been with Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong is also at the Soul Sage level, and they should have been the most compatible pair. However, it's all because of that shameless beast, Yu Xiaogang. If it weren't for his intrusion, the person who would end up with Erlong would surely be Flandra. It can be said that it's all that bastard Yu Xiaojiang's fault. If it weren't for his appearance, Flandra wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Tang San, get lost. The farther, the better. You and your master are no good, just get out. Flandra shouted loudly. Charging forward, and a gust of palm wind formed by soul power struck Tang San's chest directly. The sound of bones breaking was also clearly heard. Hit hard. Tang San was sent flying once again, and not only that, but he also spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken internal organs in the air. Tang San didn't expect Flandra to be so ruthless towards him. He found it hard to understand. Wasn't Flandra a good friend of his master? He shouldn't be like this. Now that his master had been killed by Xiao Yin, Flandra should be helping him, right? Tang San, I'm giving you a chance. If you want revenge on me, go to Haotian's sect. Right now, you are as weak as an ant, and I don't take you seriously at all. Seeking help from Haotian's sect might be your only chance. Xiao Yin, embracing Xiao Wu's slender waist, slowly walked up to Tang San. Now that Tang Hao and Yu Xiaogang had been killed by him, he wasn't in a hurry to kill Tang San. After all, if this guy died just like that, it would probably lose a lot of fun, which he didn't want to see. Moreover, Haotian's sect wasn't anything good either. The group of old stubborns inside were a bunch of bullies who feared the strong and oppressed the weak. He certainly didn't plan to let them off. If Tang San took action, it would save him some effort. Looking at it this way, it was a good decision. At that time, he could wipe out both Tang San and Haotian's sect, leaving no one alive. Xiao Yin, you really won't kill me? Aren't you afraid that by letting me go today, I will take your life in the future? Tang San looked at Xiao Yin, somewhat in disbelief. After all, if it were him, he would surely eliminate the threat completely. Kill you? You overestimate yourself. In my eyes, you're just a mere ant. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Get lost. After saying this, Xiao Yin directly kicked Tang San in the lower abdomen, hitting the spot just right. After all, as a man, this place is always a pain. Xiao Yin, wait for it. Today's matter will be repaid 100-fold. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Don't bully the young and poor. After saying these harsh words, Tang San slowly left. After all, although he was a third party, he still had his dignity. Chapter 256. Departure to Star Do. Xiao Yin did not intend to kill Tang San just like that. Instead, he let him leave. After all, in Xiao Yan's eyes, Tang San was just an ant without any threat, so he naturally wouldn't take him seriously. Xiao Wu, are you willing to go to Star Do Great Forest with me? We need to help Rongrong find a soul ring to assist her breakthrough. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Wu with deep affection. Xiao Wu was becoming more and more beautiful, especially those slender jade legs wrapped in pink knee-high socks, exuding charm and temptation. This kind of outfit not only seemed pure, but also added a touch of sexiness and allure, making one want to hold her tightly and give her a good spanking. I must say, Xiao Wu is truly stunning now. With such a Xiao Wu, even he found it hard to resist. Surely, it would be even harder for others to resist, right? Such beauty, who wouldn't he like? I'm willing. Upon hearing this, excitement appeared on Xiao Wu's face. She was originally a 10,000-year-old beast, so for her, that place was her home. Not to mention, there were the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, so Xiao Wu was naturally very willing. All right, Dean Flandra, you can leave Rongrong and Xiao Wu's safety to me. Once Rongrong obtains the soul ring, we will return safely. Xiao Yan walked to Flandra's side and spoke lightly. Of course, Xiao Yan, my young friend, is a dragon among men. With you around, Rongrong and Xiao will naturally be safe. Flandra nodded somewhat shyly. He certainly couldn't refuse Xiao Yan's proposal. After all, although he was the dean with rich experience, compared to the current Xiao Yan, he was just a junior. Even a little brother. How could he dare to refuse? He was merely a soul sage level weakling. How could he oppose Xiao Yan's words? After saying all this, Xiao Yan did not linger and directly took Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu towards the Star Do Great Forest. To be honest, even he was somewhat looking forward to the Star Do Great Forest. Ever since that encounter with Ain 5 years ago, countless nights, Xiao Yan would think of Ain in his heart. After 5 years, Ain should have become even more beautiful, right? I wonder if Ain has conceived his baby after 5 years. If not, this would be a perfect opportunity for another wonderful encounter. Ain will forever be Xiao Yan's woman. As for Tang Hao, he is just a mere man. Xiao Yan, the outside world is really vast. I didn't expect you to be willing to give so much for me. I'm so touched. No one has ever been so good to me since I was young. As they walked, Ning Rongrong felt deeply moved. She felt that Xiao Yan was like the prince in her destiny, willing to treat her well without any ulterior motives, which made her extremely touched. In this world, there are such good young men. A boy like Xiao Yan, who only wholeheartedly treats her well without asking for anything in return, is someone she had never met before. Ning Rongrong felt as if her heart was melting. Being able to become Xiao Yan's woman was her fortune. Silly girl, meeting you is my greatest fortune. Don't worry. I will always be by your side and make you happy for a lifetime. Xiao Yan said gently, then hugged Ning Rongrong's delicate body. Even during the embrace, he could feel the softness from her chest. It was truly considerable. However, compared to Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong had an additional noble temperament. This temperament seemed innate, evoking a strong desire to protect her, wanting to guard her forever. Ning Rongrong was after all a noble princess from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, and the aura she carried was unique. Xiao Yan had never seen such temperament in other girls. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyan belonged to that kind of aloof personality. Although they seemed hard to approach on the surface, once you did, you could feel the charm hidden beneath their cool exterior. Overall, among the girls Xiao Yan had interacted with, each had their own flavor. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes slightly blinked, her adorable appearance making one want to pamper her in their arms, gently spoiling her. On this journey, Xiao Yan did not use his supernatural powers, but patiently walked step by step towards the Star Do Forest. Although the pace was extremely slow, he did not mind it much. Sometimes, enjoying the process can also bring joy. Finally, after about an hour of walking, Xiao Yan reached his destination. As he looked around, he saw a vast expanse of greenery, with towering ancient trees rising from the ground. The air was slightly moist, and being in such an environment gave an indescribable feeling, as if all his cells were filled with vitality at that moment. Is this the Star Do Forest? Standing still, Xiao Yan murmured softly. Although he had not yet stepped in, just standing at the outskirts of the Star Do Forest brought a distinctly different sensation. Let us go in. Once we enter, you must not leave my side by more than a meter. Otherwise, something dangerous might happen, Xiao Yan said to the two girls, his voice gentle. However, he did not dare to be careless, as the Star Do Forest was fraught with dangers. After all, in the most central part of the Star Do Forest, there existed powerful beings like Emperor Tian. Although he was not afraid of such beings, facing them could still be troublesome. However, that did not mean Xiao Yan would be intimidated. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong nodded almost simultaneously, their beautiful eyes showing a hint of emotion. They did not expect that Xiao Yan was always concerned about them, which touched their hearts. Chaoyan estimated that according to the original plot, it wouldn't be long before the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake would appear. Although this soul ring originally belonged to Oscar in the original story, the latter was now dead. So this soul ring should change owners. Sure enough, after walking a distance into the forest, an injured phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was directly encountered by Chaoyan. It seemed that he had also encountered the events of the original plot. Next, he might also meet Mangaran. Rongrong, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, seems to be injured. Although the soul beast is a snake, it is very gentle. This soul ring should be very suitable for you. Chaoyan said with a gentle smile at Ning Rongrong while looking at the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake in front of him. With his current abilities, a mere phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake could not escape. Ning Rongrong nodded, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. If she absorbed this soul ring, her strength should be able to break through to level 31, right? Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong gently clenched her jade hand, and a dagger glowing with white light appeared. However, just as she was about to take action, an inappropriate voice suddenly echoed. Wait, you cannot absorb this soul beast. As the voice fell, 3 figures also appeared. Chapter 257. Mangaran's initiative. These 3 figures were none other than Long Gong Mengshu, Shi Pichao, Tianxiang, and Mangaran. In the original story, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was indeed discovered by them first. If we talk about who came first, Tang San and his group's actions were somewhat unreasonable. After all, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was the prey that the other party discovered first, and Tang San's behavior was indeed somewhat shameless. Among the 3, Long Gong was undoubtedly the oldest. He looked rather ordinary, not particularly tall, holding a dragon-headed staff, and his aura was very obscure and unpredictable. This aura was at least much stronger than Flender and Zhao Wujia's, indicating that his strength was considerable. Shipa was of a similar age to Long Gong. Her silver hair neatly arranged. Although her face was covered with wrinkles, she exuded an indescribable aura, suggesting that she must have been quite attractive in her youth. What family S juniors are you? This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was discovered by us first. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to rashly seize others' hard-earned results? Looking at the corpse of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake on the ground, Long Gong stepped forward first, his eyes showing a hint of astonishment. You must know that the Stardow Forest is the most densely populated area of soul beasts on the entire continent. Generally, soul masters who come here to obtain soul rings are mostly accompanied by others. What surprised him was that the 3 of them, clearly not very old, dared to come here alone, which was the most puzzling part for him. Long Gong secretly speculated that these kids should have someone accompanying them. Therefore, he did not speak too definitively, but asked in a probing tone. We do not wish to be known as the next generation of someone's son. That's why we came here alone, to find our own brilliance, Chao Yin said lightly, not showing any signs of panic in his ink-black eyes. Although the 2 individuals before him had some abilities, they were at most slightly larger ants. No matter what, ants were still just ants. With his destiny, if Chao Yin were to fear such minor difficulties, he would have no right to be a qualified transmigrator. So, you came to the Stardow Forest without any adults accompanying you? After hearing Chao Yan's words, Long Gong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He originally thought that the 3 of them dared to appear in the Stardow Forest because they had a powerful expert accompanying them. If that were the case, he would have to swallow his anger. After all, in the world of soul masters, there were many people stronger than him, and some of the forces behind certain disciples were not something he and his wife could afford to offend. Yes, it's just the 3 of us. Do you have any objections, old man? Feeling Long Gong's unfriendly tone, Xiaowu placed her hands on her hips, quite dissatisfied. This old man was truly detestable. In that case, that's the best outcome. You may leave. I have been traversing the Soul Master world for decades and have some reputation. Today I do not wish to bully the weak, Long Gong said slowly. He had always been arrogant, and moreover, the 3 in front of him were just kids. Therefore, he did not want to make things too difficult as long as he could retrieve the soul ring. He did not want to do anything like bullying the young. After all, he had been in the Soul Master world for many years, and although he played both sides, he would not make things hard for a few juniors. Old man, what kind of daydream are you having? Even if the soul beast was discovered by you first, what does it matter? It is already ours now. Isn't it a bit ridiculous for you to say that? Xiaowu naturally knew that this soul beast was very suitable for Ning Rongrong, so she directly spoke up. Oh, is that so? It's not impossible for this soul beast to be given to you, but I have a request. If you 3 are willing to join my family, I will not pursue this soul beast. Moreover, I can also protect your friend. How about that? Long Gong said with a smile instead of anger, suddenly realizing that the soul power levels of these three kids were not low at all. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu's strength could be seen through directly by him. Although he couldn't see through Qiao Yan's strength, he assumed it shouldn't be too weak. If such a genius could join their exotic beast family, it would naturally bring significant benefits to their family's development. Grandpa, hearing this, Mengaran, who was standing beside Snake Granny, became a bit unhappy. She had just broken through the level 30 barrier, and this time, she was here to find a suitable soul ring for herself. Iran, after all, Grandpa is an elder. He can't really pressure these young friends, can he? Seeing his precious granddaughter unwilling, Long Gong couldn't help but smile bitterly. What have you all considered? The old man asked again, his patience feeling like it was wearing thin as he saw Qiao Yan and the others remain silent. Senior, forgive my bluntness, but with your strength, you probably don't have the qualifications to say such things to us. Qiao Yan smiled slightly, then stepped forward, suddenly appearing in front of Long Gong. At the same time, a terrifying wave of soul power erupted from him, creating a faint ripple that directly forced Long Gong's body to retreat several steps before he managed to stop. Old man. Seeing Long Gong actually falter in front of Qiao Yan, Snake Granny quickly stepped forward. Fortunately, her strength was also quite formidable, which allowed Long Gong to stabilize himself. Impossible. You're just a child. How could you possess such strength? Who exactly are you? Long Gong's face changed dramatically, and a storm of disbelief surged in his heart. He couldn't believe that his soul sage level cultivation was actually suppressed by the aura emanating from Qiao Yan. He had never encountered such a situation before, making it impossible for him not to feel shocked. What kind of person am I? Qiao Yan smiled faintly, his expression extremely indifferent. In his eyes, Long Gong was merely a clown. His strength was far from intimidating. I am someone you can never afford to offend. Qiao Yan's voice thundered like rolling thunder, echoing in the ears of Long Gong and the others, the immense sound leaving their minds blank and their shock reaching a peak. Who exactly is this young man? How terrifying. Chapter 258. Mengaran's thoughts. This young friend, I truly apologize. The previous matter was my rudeness. Please don't take it to heart. Long Gong's face twitched as he took a deep breath, fear filling his murky old eyes. He never expected that after navigating the soul master world for so long, he would actually suffer a setback at the hands of Junior today. This was the first time for him. At the moment when Qiao Yan's soul power fluctuations were released, even with his level of cultivation, he felt a deep sense of fear. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the young man before him truly was. He also didn't expect that at his age, he would have a day of misjudgment. At this moment, deep regret filled Long Gong's heart, and he vaguely felt that if they really fought, he might not even be Qiao Yan's match. Rongrong, hurry up and absorb the soul ring. You go protect her. Any objections? Qiao Yan said to Ning Rongrong beside him, then glanced at Long Gong, his tone carrying a hint of threat. I dare not. How could I have any objections? It would be my honor to protect this young lady. Seeing Qiao Yan's gaze fixate on him, Long Gong shivered all over and quickly agreed, naturally not daring to refuse. Even if the young man asked him to kneel, he wouldn't furrow his brow, simply because the young man before him was too powerful. So terrifying. Okay. Ning Rongrong nodded, gripping her dagger, and walked over to the corpse of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Slowly, she pointed the dagger at its head and stabbed fiercely, ensuring the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was completely dead. As the dagger pierced down, the life force of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake rapidly dissipated, and soon, a purple energy began to condense on its body. Before long, a purple soul ring rose up, radiating a gentle wave of soul power. Speaking of which, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake could be considered a relatively gentle type of soul beast, making it very suitable for an auxiliary soul master like Ning Rongrong to absorb. After all, in the original work, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was originally absorbed by Oscar, but this time Oscar was absent. Seeing the soul ring appear, a look of surprise emerged on Ning Rongrong's face. Without any hesitation, she sat cross-legged, her long, fair legs incredibly eye-catching. Such beautiful legs could practically be played with for years. Ning Rongrong extended her hand, and with a flash of seven-colored brilliance, the seven-treasure glazed tile appeared directly in her palm. The tower had 7 layers, and now the 7-treasure glazed tile already had 2 soul rings, which was enough to show that Ning Rongrong's talent was quite impressive. My heavens! This is actually the famous 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul from the continent. Are you from the 7-treasure glazed sect? Long Gong, seeing the colorful treasure tower in Ning Rongrong's hand, couldn't care less about his image. As a senior, He naturally knew what this martial soul represented. The Seven Treasure Glazed sect was something he could not afford to offend, and Long Gong felt incredibly regretful inside. He never expected this outcome. The Seven Treasure Glazed sect not only had great power, but also had two titled Douluo-level experts behind it. How could he dare to provoke such an existence? Ning Rongrong did not respond to Long Gong's words. Under the guidance of the soul power, the purple soul ring seemed to sense something and floated towards the Seven Treasure Glazed tile in her hand. Feeling the faint aura of soul power contained within the purple soul ring, Ning Rongrong closed her beautiful eyes, her delicate face filled with seriousness. Even her breathing becoming more rhythmic at this moment. Go protect her. Watching Ning Rongrong's current state, Chao Yin said to Long Gong indifferently, "Yes, young friend." Upon hearing this, Long Gong nodded and bowed, quickly smiling, fearing he might offend the young man before him. Chao Yin then turned his gaze to Snake Granny and Meng Yiran, a hint of fervor appearing in his eyes. Although Snake Granny was slightly older, her appearance still gave off an ageless aura. It was likely that she was also a stunning beauty in her youth. Young man Chao Yin, I've met you, Senior Snake Granny. May I ask how to address this young lady? Chao Yin smiled slightly, appearing quite polite. Coupled with his somewhat handsome appearance, he was quite appealing to young girls. He naturally recognized Meng Yiran, but he needed to pretend not to know her for now. After all, he had a win over such a beautiful girl. Young friend, this is my granddaughter Meng Yiran. You can call her Yiran. Seeing Chao Yin so courteous, Snake Granny was momentarily taken aback. After all, the young man before her was truly terrifying. She couldn't afford to offend him alone. Hello, young master. This little girl Yiran has met you. Meng Yiran lightly bit her red lips, her pure girl voice carrying a hint of shyness. The boy in front of her was simply too handsome. She couldn't help but wonder if he would like her. Meng Yiran's face turned slightly red, but she still maintained a bit of reserve. She couldn't let the boy think she was an easy girl. That wouldn't be good. Are you called Meng Yiran? Although it was their first meeting, Chao Yin said frankly, Miss, you're the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Meng Yiran's figure might not be perfect, but there was an irresistible charm about her. Moreover, there was a faint scent of youth emanating from her, which made Chao Yin feel captivated. This girl, although not as outstanding as Xiao Wu and the others, was still far from being disappointing. To be honest, at least compared to the ordinary girls back on Earth, she had a refreshing and unique feel. Really? Do you really think I'm pretty? Upon hearing this, even with Meng Yiran's temperament, she couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. Although many had pursued her before, she had rejected them all. However, this boy in front of her gave her a very unusual feeling, as if it were love at first sight. Of course, your beauty is the most remarkable I have ever seen. In this world, no woman can compare to you. Chao Yin nodded, his dark eyes calm and indifferent. Although Meng Yiran was beautiful, he didn't turn into a sycophant. Chao Yin had seen many beautiful women. What kind of beauty hadn't he encountered? Young master, thank you for your compliment. If you don't mind, I would be willing to marry you, Meng Yiran said, her cheeks slightly flushed and a bit shy. Her heart was also racing. Chapter 259, Meng Yiran's Embrace Marry Me? Hearing Meng Yiran's words, even with Chao Yan's calm demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a bit unsettled. They had only known each other for less than 10 minutes. Such rapid development was a bit too fast, wasn't it? This kind of plot might even be too much for a writer. However, as a warm-hearted man, Chao Yan naturally wouldn't refuse such a proposal from a beauty. He nodded with a smile, indicating his agreement. Yiran, you are very beautiful, but do you truly want to marry me? You know, there are many girls who want to marry me, Chao Yan said, glancing at Meng Yiran's slightly elevated chest, feeling a bit of heat in his heart. It must be said that at her age, Meng Yiran's figure was well developed. Although she wasn't particularly outstanding, she had an irresistible charm. Dressed in black athletic wear, her graceful figure was subtly outlined, and her short lavender hair highlighted her unique temperament, making one's heart flutter. The simple long pants tightly wrapped around her slender legs, and the smooth curves made one want to hold and squeeze them. However, Chao Yan held back. After all, they had just met, and he couldn't act too eager, otherwise his tall image would be greatly diminished. Yes, I am very willing. Young master, you are extraordinary. You are the most outstanding young man I have ever seen. As long as you don't mind me, I am willing to be your woman, Meng Yiran said, her face displaying shyness, but she nodded gently. Her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of allure. Such a girl indeed gave one a feeling of wanting to cherish her. Seeing her granddaughter express her feelings toward the young man, Granny, she was slightly surprised and taken aback. She had seen many outstanding young talents before, and many had shown affection for her granddaughter. However, her granddaughter had looked down on those suitors. But thinking about it, among those pursuing Iran, there were few men as outstanding as Chao Yin. With this in mind, Granny, she couldn't help but be amazed. Her granddaughter had good taste. "Ganyu, Iran, you're truly beautiful," Chao Yin said politely. At this moment, he could no longer hold back. Although he tried to restrain his feelings, the girl in front of him truly had an exceptional temperament. If he could get to know her better, that would be wonderful. Of course, the main reason was to test Meng Yiran's feelings. Young master can do whatever he wants with me." Meng Yiran's voice carried a hint of shyness. Since childhood, she had regarded her body as very important, and coupled with her cleanliness obsession, she had never had overly intimate contact with any boy. Today was her first time. Xiao Wu silently watched this scene. She said nothing, knowing Chao Yan's charm, and thus was not surprised by the situation. Only someone as outstanding as Chao Yan could emit such a charisma that attracted countless girls. Seeing Meng Yiran agree, Chao Yan wasted no time. He stepped forward, opened his arms, and embraced Meng Yiran's soft waist. This action was quite impressive. "Yiran, you are beautiful." Meng Yiran's waist was soft and delicate, feeling almost boneless in his arms, bringing immense pleasure to his heart. Such a girl would likely be irresistible not only to someone like Chao Yan, but even to others. "Not at all. Young master is flattering me. I'm just an ordinary girl," Meng Yiran said softly, her head nearly buried in her chest. Although she had encountered many talented young men at the Beast Academy, compared to Chao Yan, they seemed rather dull. Those so-called geniuses were merely self-deceiving. She had always regarded herself highly. How could she look at ordinary boys? However, the feeling Chao Yan gave her was extraordinary. Not only was he humble and low-key, but he also exuded a strong masculine charm and spirit. Such a young man was indeed the prince charming in her heart. As for those mediocre disciples, Meng Yiran was not so short-sighted. Those disciples didn't even have the qualifications to be compared with young Master Chao. "Miss, you underestimate yourself. If your beauty can't be called beautiful, then there would be no one in this world deserving of the word," Chao Yan said. Meng Yiran had a unique, youthful fragrance, and her revealing outfit allowed Chao Yan to inadvertently touch her sensual thigh during the embrace. The wonderful sensation was truly indescribable. One word, absolute. Hearing this, Meng Yiran's beautiful eyes widened. She had heard similar words before. In the Beast Academy, her outstanding talent attracted many pursuers. She didn't know how many flattering words she had heard. However, Chao Yan's words were so different. Not only were they eloquent, but they were also sincere. It had been a long time since she had heard such heartfelt words. "Really? You're not lying to me, are you?" Upon hearing Chao Yan's words, Meng Yiran felt a bit moved. She was just a simple girl, still naive about such matters. She felt as if Chao Yan's appearance filled a void in her heart. And for some reason, she was deeply touched by his words. Perhaps this was related to her loneliness since childhood. Growing up, she had always been a lonely girl. Although she was extremely beautiful, very few people liked her, which troubled her deeply. She was just a girl without anyone to rely on, and moreover, she genuinely liked Chao Yan. "How could you not like such a boy?" "Of course not. How could I deceive you? You're so beautiful. I could never bear to." Chao Yan shook his head, his expression serious. Although he was lecherous, he had always been an honest person. Some words might be sweet, but he never lied. This was his basic principle. He then held Meng Yiran's hands even tighter. Chapter 260. Meng Yiran's first kiss. Chao Yan Gij. "Are you going to marry Meng Yiran?" Looking at this scene, Xiao Wu also spoke up slightly. Although she didn't mind Chao Yan pursuing other girls, for some reason, this scene made her feel uneasy. "My little Wu is so beautiful." Seeing the perfectly shaped Xiao Wu in front of him, Chao Yan felt a bit stiff, then opened his arms to embrace her. His little Wu was still as beautiful as ever, a rare beauty in the world. Fortunately, if he hadn't crossed over to the Douluo continent, such a beautiful girl as Xiao Wu might have been harmed by Tang San. Just thinking about Tang San, the beast with a human face, made Chao Yan feel some disgust. Tang San, who prided himself on being pure and noble, still had ambiguous relationships with many girls. In the original work, he shamelessly accepted passionate kisses from Ning Rongrong and Huo Wu. Is this what they call pure and noble? It's simply ridiculous. "Xiao Wu, you're so beautiful. I really want to be with you forever." Embracing the slender waists of both girls, Chao Yan felt an indescribable comfort in his heart. Unlike Tang San, who was hypocritical, as long as he liked a girl, he would take responsibility for her. This was the difference between him and Tang San, like a chasm that could not be crossed. In this life, Xiao Wu would only ever be his woman. As for Tang San, he would deal with him sooner or later. Young master, is she your girlfriend? This sister is so beautiful. A hint of amazement flashed in Meng Yiran's beautiful eyes. She had always thought her beauty was exceptional, but the Xiaowu in front of her was equally stunning in both looks and figure, even compared to her. From a girl's perspective, Xiaowu's appearance was also quite outstanding. Thinking of this, Meng Yiran's beautiful eyes dimmed a little. Compared to Xiaowu, she felt too ordinary. Would Xiaoyan really accept an ordinary girl like her? Yes, Xiaowu is my girlfriend. But don't worry, I genuinely like you too. You're both the girls I, Xiaoyan, like, and I will always treat you well. Xiaoyan nodded, feeling that there was no need to hide such things. The greater one's ability, the greater their responsibility. In the original work, these girls were ruthlessly let down by Tang San, ultimately ending up lonely and old. Since that was the case, it would be better for him, Xiaoyan, to take care of these girls. But I'm not as pretty as this sister. I'm too ordinary. Young master, will you really not dislike me? Meng Yiran stuck out her tongue, feeling that she appeared so ordinary in front of Xiaowu. Would Xiaoyan really not dislike her? You're joking. To me, every girl is unique. No matter what, in my eyes, you are the most beautiful girl. Will you be my woman? Xiaoyan shook his head. Although Meng Yiran wasn't as beautiful as Xiaowu or Ning Rongrong, and didn't have the stunning figure of Zhu Zhuqing or Zhu Zhuqing, what did that matter? Was he the kind of person who cared about such details? As long as he truly liked someone, no matter how many flaws they had, they would be unique in his eyes. Really? I don't believe you. Unless you kiss me, you're lying to me. Meng Yiran lightly huffed, and as she said this, her cheeks flushed. Even she didn't expect that her usually reserved self would behave so out of character in front of Xiaoyan. This was her first time. Could it be that she had uncontrollably fallen for Xiaoyan? Okay. Hearing Meng Yiran's words, Xiaoyan was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect this little girl to be so bold regarding matters between men and women. Xiaoyan was not an ordinary person. At this moment, if he refused, it would seem unreasonable. Yiran, pardon me. After saying this, Xiaoyan looked at Meng Yiran with deep affection, quickly meeting her faintly glowing blue eyes. Without hesitation, he moved his lips and gently bit Meng Yiran's soft lips. In that instant, a faint fragrance slowly entered his mouth. The unique scent of a girl continuously teased Xiaoyan's nerves. Meng Yiran's lips were thin, soft, and delicate, although he was still holding Xiaowu in his arms. It didn't hinder his focus. As a warm-hearted man, this was the most basic characteristic he possessed, and he did it quite well. You. Feeling the warm breath on her lips left Meng Yiran's mind blank. This was her first time being kissed so intimately by a strange man. This feeling was truly wonderful. So this is what kissing feels like. She was really happy. At this moment, Meng Yiran's delicate body felt a bit hot. After all, she was a girl who had never experienced such things. This feeling left her with an indescribable sense of wonder. Miss, do you believe my words now? Although Meng Yiran's lips were soft and sweet, Xiaoyan did not linger excessively. He didn't want to leave her with the impression of a lustful wolf. After all, he had always strived to be a gentleman. What is a gentleman? It means to act with integrity and to be honest. It's Yiran who is wrong. I believe in you, young master. Meng Yiran's voice is light and ethereal, sounding like a lark, with a captivating and melodious quality. Such a girl, no matter which man she encounters, would surely be irresistible, but only Xiaoyan can withstand it. Xiaoyan smiled, then slowly released the waists of the two girls. Although the feeling of holding soft, fragrant jade was wonderful, as a gentleman, he naturally understood the limits. Moreover, with the snake lady watching nearby, being overly intimate would not be appropriate. As for what had just happened, Xiaowu naturally felt no anger at all. As a girl, the most important thing is to have a broad mind. Otherwise, how could she better accompany Xiaoyan? Besides, aside from being a bit lustful, Xiaoyan was quite good himself, and such a boy was someone Xiaowu would naturally be reluctant to part with. Young master, that was Yiran's first kiss. You can't abandon me now. You have to take responsibility for me. Meng Yiran stood in front of Xiaoyan, her delicate hands crossed over her chest, exuding a unique charm typical of a young girl. Such a girl, standing gracefully, has an outstanding temperament. Of course, I will take care of you for a lifetime. Hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded with a smile. He was not someone who was frivolous. As long as it was a girl he liked, he would take responsibility for each one. Chapter 261. The Shock of the Peerless Dragon and Snake Yiran. Have you really thought this through? This young friend has extraordinary talent, and even I cannot see through his strength. Are you really going to marry him? At this moment, the previously silent snake lady couldn't help but speak up, a hint of embarrassment visible on her aged face. After all, It was her first time seeing her granddaughter in such a posture before another man. This was indeed rare. Yes, Grandma, this young master is quite good, and I am willing to marry him. Meng Yiran nodded, surprised that she could experience such love, feeling a bit happy inside. Moreover, she was extremely satisfied with Qiao Yan's character and looks. She found nothing to criticize about him. It could be said that Qiao Yan was the perfect man in her heart. Such a person, she must marry. Even if her grandmother intervened, she would not give up. This happiness she must seize. She absolutely could not miss it. Young friend, I hope you won't mind my boldness, but I would like to ask about your level of strength, if you could kindly share. The snake lady's voice was slightly hoarse, perhaps due to her old age. My strength? Qiao Yan slightly frowned, then took a step forward. At that moment, a faint soul power was released from beneath his feet. If one looked closely, they would see that even the ground cracked where he stepped. Senior, this is my strength, Qiao Yan said, directly releasing all of his soul power pressure. The overwhelming soul power surged forth, as if the entire Star Doe forest was enveloped in a tremendous weight at that moment. The power of a peerless Dalu was fully unleashed at this instant. Such a pressure could not be underestimated. This is a peerless Douluo? My goodness, young friend, you are truly impressive. Feeling the aura emanating from Qiao Yan, even the experienced snake lady couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment in her eyes. She had lived so long without ever witnessing such power. This was the strength of a peerless Dalu, a terrifying existence, even across the entire Douluo continent. Few could possess such power. Who would have thought that this young man before her could have such prowess? Young friend, forgive my ignorance. I have lived most of my life without seeing such a scene. Please, young friend, restrain your power. After speaking, the snake lady suddenly knelt down, her body trembling. Although she was an elder, no one knew the kind of turmoil that stirred within her. After all, who had ever seen a 12-year-old peerless Dalu? Even at the moment when Qiao Yan released his soul power, the surrounding area was blocked from his aura, and only the snake lady could feel this immense pressure. Otherwise, under such pressure, the entire Star Doe forest would likely explode. After all, such energy was simply too powerful. Iran, don't speak too much. Being noticed by this young friend is your blessing. The snake lady knelt on the ground, trembling all over, not even daring to take a deep breath. She felt as if the Qiao Yan before her was an existence that transcended all constraints. She had never seen such an overwhelming aura. The snake lady was very clear that as long as this young man spoke a word, he could control the life and death of others. Such a youth must be befriended. To offend him would be to invite disaster. No one could afford to provoke the wrath of a peerless Dalu. Not even she could. Yes, I really broke through to Soul Master. Just as everyone fell silent, a light and agile young girl's voice suddenly rang out, sweet and tender, like a lark, bringing joy to all who heard it. With the sound of the shout, Ning Rongrong slowly opened her beautiful eyes. In her palm, the 7-treasure glazed tile shone with a gentle aura, 3 soul rings hovering above it, 2 yellow and 1 purple, 3-ringed Soul Master. Not only that, but Ning Rongrong was also surprised to find that after absorbing the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, her body seemed to have undergone subtle changes. Her figure appeared to have become a bit longer, and her fair legs looked even more beautiful. Long Gong also slowly stood up, a hint of fatigue on his face. Although his strength had reached the soul Dalu level, protecting others consumed a great deal of soul power. Therefore, he was also sweating profusely. However, in the next moment, his gaze shifted, landing on the snake lady, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Old lady, why are you kneeling on the ground? What happened?" Seeing the scene, Long Gong was profoundly shocked. After all, the snake lady was a soul saint level powerhouse, and her character was quite proud. Generally, very few people could make her kneel. But why was she kneeling before this young friend? Long Gong felt a great shock in his heart, sensing that the young man before him might be quite extraordinary. "Senior Snake Lady, please get up. My cultivation is nothing to speak of," Qiao Yan said with a wry smile, feeling quite helpless. While the power of a peerless Dalu was indeed formidable, it was not the ultimate strength. The path of cultivation is endless. Only through perseverance can one break through to a deeper realm. After hearing Qiao Yan's words, the snake lady trembled and stood up, but just from her shaking body. It was clear that the shock she felt had reached a terrifying height. After all, to make a soul saint lose composure like this was indeed a significant shock. "Thank you, young friend. To be able to marry you is my fortune." The snake lady was still somewhat shaken. Although she had guessed that Qiao Yan's strength might be extraordinary, she never expected it to reach such a level. A peerless Douluo at just 12 years old. How many people in this world have seen such a thing? Don't worry, I will take care of Iran for a lifetime. If she can marry me, I will naturally not let her suffer, Chao Yin said calmly, his voice carrying a faint determination. Seeing this scene, Long Gong found it hard to believe. This scene was too shocking for his visual senses. Unknowingly, he was already soaked through. Chapter 262, Titan Giant Ape Young Friend I, Long Gong Meng Shu, have never bowed to anyone in my life. Today, until I met you, please allow me to kneel. Long Gong's breath quickened. For some reason, he subconsciously said such words, and even he himself found it hard to believe. However, before he could react, he was already kneeling on the ground, looking extremely miserable. A man should act with integrity. What does it mean for you to kneel to me? This time, Chao Yan's tone carried a hint of coldness. To be honest, he was quite disgusted by Long Gong's cowardly demeanor. If one kneels before a strong opponent, what difference is there between such a person and an ant? Remember, if you dare to kneel before me again, I will kill you. Chao Yan's gaze fell on Long Gong, his voice imposing and terrifying, though not loud. It was enough to penetrate the heart. This young man should be like this. Please spare my life, it was my fault. Hearing this, Long Gong's face was filled with horror. He did not expect to have made such a grave mistake inadvertently. If it weren't for the broad-mindedness of the young friend before him, perhaps he would have already turned into a corpse. Get up quickly. If you kneel for another second, I will make your head fall. Chao Yan's pitch-black eyes glared at Long Gong. At that moment, he exuded an aura that seemed transcendental. Even the heavens and earth could not make him yield. This young man could be called a deity descended to earth. Terrifying indeed. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I am willing to follow the young friend and obey your commands. Upon hearing Chao Yan's words, Long Gong was nearly scared out of his wits. Despite being a soul-level powerhouse, he was still quite fearful when facing life and death. After all, who in this world can escape death? No matter how magnificent you are, in the end, aren't you just a pink skeleton? This is not necessary. I will take good care of Iran. With me around, she will be happy for a lifetime. Chao Yan shook his head. A mere soul Douluo was nothing in his eyes. If it weren't for Meng Iran being somewhat of a beauty, even if you were a world-shaking dragon snake, you would still die here. This is his pride, the pride of looking down upon the world. But what if I no longer have a soul ring? Would you be willing to help me obtain a new soul ring? Meng Iran's voice rang out, appearing so delicate that it evoked an impulse to protect her. How could this be difficult? After saying this, Chao Yan's mental power surged like a tide, directly spreading in all directions. Under the perception of this immense mental power, everything within 100 miles was clearly sensed by him. Found you. Come to me. Suddenly, Chao Yan shouted, then reached out his hand and grabbed at the space ahead. Following that, a shadow shot toward him at a speed unimaginable. The shadow flashed by, a fierce wind howled, and the world changed color. So terrifying. Iran, this human-faced demon spider should suit you well. Just absorb it. What Chao Yan caught in his hand was indeed a human-faced demon spider. However, this human-faced demon spider seemed to have realized that something was amiss, obediently acting like a golden retriever, showing no intention of resistance. It appeared as if it feared the young man before it. This scene shocked everyone. Everyone held their breath, not daring to exhale. A human-faced demon spider. This was indeed a human-faced demon spider, which was known for its ferocity. Who would have thought that the young friend could catch it so easily? Truly impressive. Even Long Gong couldn't help but gasp in shock. The visual impact was too strong. Who could have imagined that a defenseless young man could catch a human-faced demon spider with one hand? What does this mean? Don't say it's just one human-faced demon spider. Even a top-tier soul beast of 100,000 years, I would not fear at all. Chao Yan said calmly, smiling slightly at the crowd. Upon hearing this, Long Gong and the snake lady were both taken aback. Such words could only be spoken by the young man before them, right? 100,000-year soul beast. Even it would only run away, but this young man didn't take it seriously at all. What kind of young man is this? So frightening. Is this soul beast specially prepared for me? I'm so happy. Meng Iran smiled sweetly, feeling somewhat moved. She did not expect that Chao Yan would care so much about her matters. Of course, absorbing its soul ring will make you stronger. Chao Yan nodded, smiling at Meng Iran. The Meng Iran before him would only be Chao Yan's woman. I believe you. Meng Iran nodded, her beautiful eyes blinking. She was indeed a beauty. Just her every move could make someone fall into her charm. Such a girl made one want to possess her directly and then fiercely whip her to release the fire of desire within. Meng Iran did not hesitate. She took a dagger and thrust it into the head of the human-faced demon spider. Subsequently, the head of the human-faced demon spider rolled to the ground, and a purple soul ring immediately appeared. 1,000-year soul ring. So terrifying. Such pure soul ring power. If I absorb this soul ring, I should become stronger. Meng Yiran blinked her eyes adorably, feeling a little excited in her heart. Although her talent was not high, she longed to become a strong and respected powerhouse. Thinking of this, Meng Yiran sat cross-legged and began the process of absorbing the soul ring. Xiaoyan, I've broken through. I'm now a level 30 soul master. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's delicate voice also rang out. Her pretty face was rosy, making one want to bite it. One must admit, pretty girls truly have their own charm. That's good. Xiaoyan was not surprised by this. Ning Rongrong's talent was already considerable, and in the original story, her martial spirit and background were quite formidable as well. Today, her ability to break through so quickly did not astonish Xiaoyan at all. Thank you. This is a reward for you. Ning Rongrong lightly huffed, and in the next moment, she kissed Xiaoyan on the lips. Her delicate red lips seemed to glisten, leaving a soft, pleasant sensation on his face that was utterly enchanting. However, after the kiss, Ning Rongrong quickly pulled away as there were many people around, and she naturally felt shy. At that moment, a terrifying voice suddenly echoed. Ha! Insignificant humans, I will devour you. You fearless humans have encountered me, the Titan Great Ape. Don't think you can leave here alive. Then, the Star Doe forest trembled violently, and a massive creature broke through the surrounding obstacles, appearing directly in front of Xiaoyan, the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Chapter 263, Titan Great Ape Fury, the king of the forest. The Titan Great Ape. Looking at the Titan Great Ape's towering body, Long Gong almost immediately screamed loudly. He knew very well what a terrifying existence the spirit beast before them was. It was a top-tier spirit beast with the title of world-destroying, 100,000-year-old Titan Great Ape. It should be noted that among all known spirit masters, the only one who has ever defeated the Titan Great Ape is Tang Hao. To think they would encounter the Titan Great Ape today. Could it be that even the heavens wanted them to die here? The Titan Great Ape before them was not only tall, but also had muscles as hard as granite, with solid protrusions and dark skin. Such a solid exterior meant that ordinary spirit masters could not harm it at all. This clearly demonstrated just how terrifying the Titan Great Ape's power was. Respected king of the forest, we mean no harm. If this is your territory, we will leave immediately. We only ask that you spare our lives. Is that acceptable? Long Gong had completely given up on the idea of fighting. Faced with such a terrifying existence as the Titan Great Ape, he knew that even as a spirit Dalu, he would have no chance to harm it. In fact, when he spoke these words, he even used respectful terms. Ah, insignificant humans. You are so weak that it is pitiful. And you, old man, with one slap, I could turn you into meat paste. Isn't it a bit late to beg for mercy now? The Titan Great Ape did not rush to attack. Its two enormous, beastly eyes glinted with a hint of amusement. If it wished, it could easily slap this human dead. This was its power. However, soon, the Titan Great Ape's gaze shifted to Xiao Wu beside them. A complex expression flashed in its eyes, and its massive body moved as its giant hand reached for Xiao Wu. Clearly, the Titan Great Ape was here for Xiao Wu. "O great king of the forest, please spare us. I am willing to submit to you. I only ask that you spare our lives." At this moment, Long Gong was completely panicked, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, his nerves starting to unravel. The immense power of the Titan Great Ape was far beyond what he, a spirit Dalu, could contend with. The only way now was to beg for mercy. Perhaps this would offer a glimmer of hope. "Get lost, you insignificant ant. How dare you make noise? If you say another word, I'll tear you apart." The Titan Great Ape roared, its voice booming like rolling thunder in everyone's ears. Fortunately, Xiaoyan had preemptively isolated these power fluctuations, or else Meng Yiran, who was absorbing the spirit ring, would likely have fallen here. At this moment, if one looked closely, they would discover a shocking secret. On Meng Yiran's delicate body, there was an invisible layer of protection. It was precisely because of this layer of protection that Meng Yiran was not disturbed by the external environment. Otherwise, the power unleashed by the Titan Great Ape would have been enough to cause Meng Yiran to go berserk and perish. After all, a spirit master must not be disturbed while absorbing a spirit ring. Otherwise, the consequences would require a substantial price to pay. "Two seniors, please take Iran and Rong away first. This detestable spirit beast will be handled by me and Xiao Wu. With me here, it won't dare to do anything." As everyone was at a loss, Xiao Yin stepped forward. The Titan Great Ape was indeed powerful, but here, if it came to combat strength, he was the top contender. Chao Yin, this spirit beast, is very strong. It's called the Titan Great Ape. Ordinary spirit masters cannot defeat it. We should leave together. Seeing that Chao Yin intended to fight the Titan Great Ape alone, Ning Rongrong looked worried. Fool, if I were to run away at a time like this, that would be too cowardly. I, Chao Yin, have never been a person who avoids danger. Even against a god, I'm not afraid. After saying this, he took Xiao Wu's jade hand and walked up to the Titan Great Ape, completely unflustered. He knew that this time the Titan Great Ape was likely here to capture Xiao Wu, so it probably wouldn't harm the innocent. Rest assured, young friend, I swear to protect Miss Rongrong well. Long Gong felt a deep admiration in his heart. He looked at Chao Yan's back, and for a moment, he was filled with countless emotions. Such a youth was indeed rare. Well, if anything happens to my woman, you need to live. Gao Zan not that? His tone undeniably threatening. Whether it was Ning Rongrong or Meng Aran, they were both good girls, and these two could only be Chao Yin's women. No one else would do. Rest assured, young friend, even if I have to risk my life, is no problem. After saying this, Long Gong patted his chest, his eyes full of determination. In response, Chao Yin nodded, then leaned in close to Xiao Wu's ear and whispered, "Let us draw this big guy away together." Okay. Xiao Wu nodded without any hesitation. Titan little monkey, if you have the ability, come chase me, you simple-minded, muscle-bound fool. As Chao Yin spoke, he made a gesture of standing on his hands at the Titan Great Ape, his eyes filled with provocation. You ignorant ant, you have angered me. If you have the ability, stand still. Otherwise, when I catch up to you, I will definitely tear you apart. Seeing its authority being provoked, the Titan Great Ape immediately became furious. As the king of the forest, when had it ever been subjected to such provocation? Run. Chao Yin grabbed Xiao Wu's hand and started to flee. Hee, ignorant humans, you dare to provoke my dignity. Today, I must turn you to ashes. Seeing Chao Yin slipping away right under its nose, the Titan Great Ape roared, its comical appearance quite amusing. Seeing that the Titan Great Ape was distracted by Chao Yin and Xiao Wu, Long Gong and Shipa also breathed a sigh of relief, their admiration for Chao Yin deepening further. It must be said that Chao Yin's character is truly commendable. Miss Rongrong, once you wake up, we should hurry and leave. You are the young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and if anything were to happen to you, I fear it would cost me my life. Long Gong said quietly, glancing at Ning Rongrong. All right, let's go directly to Shrek Academy. We should be safe there. Ning Rongrong quickly nodded in agreement. Chapter 264. Goodbye, Ain haha. Ignorant humans, you should give up resistance. I am the Titan Great Ape, the king of the forest. Once you encounter me, you will never leave alive. Seeing Chao Yin fleeing in such a sorry state, the Titan Great Ape relentlessly pursued him, its massive body causing the ground to tremble violently with each move, instilling fear even in some soul beasts. Its power is indeed terrifying. Ming, don't do this. Chao Yin is my friend. He is a very kind human. Don't be so rude, Xiao Wu quickly interjected, realizing that Chao Yin was not planning to fight Ming just yet, as he needed to lure Ming far enough away to avoid arousing the suspicions of the Supreme Dragon and Serpent. Sister Xiao Wu, this human clearly isn't a good thing. They commit all kinds of atrocities, ruthlessly hunting soul beasts. How can we let such humans go easily? Just watch me smash him with one punch. The Titan Great Ape ignored Xiao Wu's words and swung its fist towards the direction in which Chao Yin was fleeing. In the eyes of soul beasts, humans must be killed. The Titan Great Ape's fist was several dozen feet in size, and as it swung, a fierce wind howled, creating a strong soul power aura. If such an attack landed on a human, it would undoubtedly be crushed to a pulp. The Titan Great Ape's punch possessed at least 800 pounds of force, enough to split mountains and rivers. Oomph. A mere Titan little ape dares to boast in front of me. You truly don't know the meaning of death. Today, I will let you know my strength. At this moment, Chao Yin stopped fleeing, slowly turning around to face the Titan Great Ape's incoming punch, which was infused with dark red ripples. A power not to be underestimated. Haha, human ant, it is your honor to die under my fist. Seeing this, the Titan Great Ape laughed loudly. Its punch was enough to destroy a tidal Douluo. Now that it saw that Chao Yin had even given up on resistance, its fighting spirit surged. Soul beasts like the Titan Great Ape are bloodthirsty. Once they set their sights on you, the chances of survival are minimal, which has earned it a notorious reputation in the world of soul beasts. Generally, When humans encounter the Titan great ape, they can only flee. After all, facing such terrifying destructive power, few ordinary people can withstand it. To put it bluntly, confronting the Titan great ape head-on is akin to seeking death. What a strong power. However, if you think I, Chao Yan, am just an ordinary person, then you are gravely mistaken. Take this. Chao Yan's expression was serious. The Titan great ape was indeed the purest power-type soul beast, and this punch made him feel a hint of danger. However, Chao Yan was not one to be easily intimidated. Just a mere Titan great ape was not enough to make him a coward. Titan little ape, kneel before me. Chao Yan roared, halting his body, then crossing his fists as he slowly formed a seal, releasing his soul power to collide violently with the Titan great ape's punch, creating a piercing sound that echoed. In the next moment, a terrifying roar resounded through the heavens. Impossible, a mere ant of a human. How can you be so terrifying? How do you possess such power? This is too frightening. The Titan great ape's voice was filled with disbelief. As the king of the forest, it had confidence in its strength. Yet its attack appeared so weak before Chao Yan. Get lost. With these words, Chao Yan's soul power surged violently, even more terrifying soul power spreading out. And under the impact of this overwhelming soul power, the Titan great ape's expression changed drastically. Just as it was about to resist, it was shocked to find that it could not move at all. Following that, the Titan great ape's body was sent flying dozens of feet away by the immense force, causing a loud tremor from its massive frame. Titan little ape, come here and kneel, or die. After sending the Titan great ape flying, Chao Yan said calmly. He returned to his normal demeanor. After all, sending this creature flying was not something to boast about. Chao Yanji, please do not harm Erming. Is Xiao Wu's friend. Seeing the injured Titan great ape, Xiao Wu couldn't help but speak up. I didn't expect even Erming to be defeated by Chao Yan. Such power is truly overwhelming. Yes, upon hearing this, the Titan great ape's expression changed, showing a humble demeanor as it hurried toward Chao Yan, its proud eyes filled with reverence. No one knew the storm of emotions raging within it. As the forest king, it could not even withstand a single round against Chao Yan. What kind of power was this so fearsome that even it had to bow down? I ask you, do you know where Ayin is? Chao Yan, with his hands behind his back, looked at the Titan great ape with a colorless gaze, curious to know if Ayin had become even more beautiful now. Are you referring to the 100,000 year Blue Silver Emperor? She is in the center of the Douluo forest. If the Lord does not mind, let me take you there, the Titan great ape respectfully replied, then gently placed Chao Yan and Xiao Wu on its broad shoulders, fearing to slight the young man before it. After all, this young man was too terrifying. A single word from him seemed capable of determining life and death. Who would dare to offend such a youth? Not to mention that it was just a mere soul beast like itself. Even as the forest king, what did that amount to? Compared to true powerhouses, it was merely a slightly larger ant. In this world, there was no shortage of ants. All right, lead the way, Chao Yan said lightly. Yes, my lord. About 5 minutes later, under the guidance of the Titan great ape, Chao Yan finally arrived at the center of the Douluo forest. Looking around, he saw a vast lake, the surface of which was as calm as water. However, what caught everyone's attention the most was a massive stone in the center of the lake, on which stood an elegant blue figure, alluring and captivating. This stunning woman seemed to dim the entire world around her. The owner of this figure was none other than Ayin. At this moment, Ayin's beautiful silhouette was so delicate, the gentle breeze causing her long, flowing blue hair to dance gracefully in the air, releasing her unique and pleasant fragrance. Even the Titan great ape beside her was captivated, though it dared not act out of line. It had witnessed Chao Yan's strength and could tell that Yin's relationship with him was extraordinary, so it naturally restrained itself. From a moment Yin arrived in the Douluo forest, the Titan great ape had been enamored by her deep beauty and had pursued her fervently. But in the end, nothing came of it. Yin, my dear, I couldn't find you. It's all my fault. I'm late. Chao Yan could no longer hold back. Yin was his woman, and now that they met again, how could he possibly resist? Moreover, 6 years had passed, and Yin seemed even more beautiful, her figure even more perfect, making one want to embrace her entirely. No wonder Tang Hao would commit the great folly of insisting on being with Yin. It was simply because of her beauty. Chao Yan suddenly had this speculation in his heart, but thinking about it, with Tang Hao's nature, he must have been captivated by Yin's beauty, which is why he would betray his entire sect. What a coward! Young master, It's really you. I thought you had forgotten me. A yin's voice rang out, filled with disbelief. However, she slowly turned around, and when her exquisite face was revealed, it was enough to captivate the world. My dear, how could I forget you? You've always been my woman, Xiao Yin said gently, then quickly took Xiao Wu's hand and walked to a yin's side. Although there was a vast lake before him, such an obstacle could not stop his steps. A peerless Douluo could walk on air. This was the supreme power. Young master, I missed you so much. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Woo woo woo. At this moment, tears sparkled on a yin's cheeks as she threw herself into Qiao Yan's embrace, appearing weak and helpless, making one feel heartbroken. Although she was transformed from a soul beast, she was incredibly sincere when it came to emotions. My dear, it's all my fault. I should have come to see you earlier. Qiao Yan reached out his hands and wrapped them around a yin's slender waist. He had not experienced this feeling in a long time, but this time he felt it again. Her waist was so soft and delicate, truly befitting of a yin's beauty. In this moment, Qiao Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. His Ayin was truly too beautiful. Young master, you're still as bad as before. Always thinking of bullying me. I don't care. Tonight, Ayin wants to be your woman, and you mustn't ignore me. Ayin said shyly, her face flushed, showing a side of herself only in front of someone she liked. And the person before her, Qiao Yan, was indeed the one she liked. Moreover, he was the one she would love for a lifetime. Unforgettable. Ayin, my dear, I will be with you tonight. Qiao Yan nodded. The Ayin before him was still as beautiful as ever, but 6 years had passed, and her figure and temperament had become even more enchanting. Such a woman could make everything in the world fall for her. Unbelievable. There are actually women in this world who are so beautiful. This sister is so beautiful. Are you called Sister Ayin? Xiao Wu blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise, not expecting that Xiao Yin knew so many beautiful sisters. Xiao Wu felt no jealousy in her heart. Since she had chosen to be Qiao Yan's woman, she had to learn to be magnanimous. What is magnanimity? It means no matter how many girls appear around the person you like, you should not feel jealous or compete. That is the greatest magnanimity. What a beautiful little sister. If I'm not mistaken, your true form should be a soft-bone rabbit, right? I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. Are you also the young masters? Ayin casually asked. Similarly, she would not mind how many girls were around Qiao Yan. As long as she had a place in his heart, that was enough. As for the rest, she wouldn't care. Sister, Ayin is amazing. My body is indeed a soft-bone rabbit, but I'm already Qiao Yan's woman. From now on, we are family. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly, nodding her head. Her adorable appearance left the Titan Great Ape dumbfounded. Sister Xiao Wu, are you saying you have become this young master's woman? At this moment, the Titan Great Ape suddenly realized and hurriedly stepped forward, asking in surprise. In fact, it had already been secretly guessing since it saw Qiao Yan, but it was surprised to find that Xiao Wu had truly become Qiao Yan's woman. Thinking of this, the Titan Great Ape felt no dissatisfaction. On the contrary, it was even a bit happy. Qiao Yan's talent was extremely high, and if he could be with Xiao Wu, they would surely reach new heights in the future, which would be a good thing. Yes, Ming, I'm already Qiao Yan's woman. He treats me very well, and in the future, I want to give him many children. Xiao Wu nodded, speaking shyly. Since childhood, she had grown up in the Stardow Forest with Deming and Ming. She even knew that both Deming and Ming liked her very much, but she only regarded them as friends. True liking is about one-sided affection. Sister Xiao Wu, you have good taste. This young master's talent is not low. Being with him is truly a good thing. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, the Titan Great Ape was extremely excited. However, just then, a roar suddenly echoed, filled with anger. How dare you mere human ants lay a hand on Xiao Wu? Get out of here if you know what's good for you. A thunderous voice suddenly exploded in everyone's ears, as if it possessed the power to penetrate stone and gold, filled with immense terror. Then, the surface of the lake began to churn, and a massive creature with the head of a cow slowly rose from the water. Its body was incredibly large, towering at least dozens of meters high. Such a massive body. This was none other than the sky blue bull python, the true overlord of the Stardow Forest. At this moment, the world fell silent. Chapter 266. The Emperor Heaven must also submit on the calm surface of the lake. A violent boiling suddenly erupted, with countless water columns shooting up into the sky, all centered around the Tianqing Yopong, fiercely attacking Qiao Yin and others. This terrifying attack carried a chilling aura. The Tianqing Yopong, indeed a more domineering existence than the Titan Giant Ape, possessed a power that even the Titan Giant Ape could not compare to. Shameless human. If you leave Xiao Wu now, I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will die here today. The enormous tail of the Tianqing Niupong swept across the lake, creating towering waves that surged up, making it appear like a king of the forest, causing countless people to want to worship on the ground. Big brother, don't. This young friend is not someone you can offend. Seeing the Tianqing Niupong recklessly attack, the Titan giant ape hurriedly shouted. However, this attack was too terrifying, and even the Titan giant ape did not dare to recklessly confront it. Having lived in the Douluo forest for so long, it naturally understood the terrifying power of the Tianqing Niupong. It should be noted that the Tianqing Niupong evolved from an ancient mutated species, and its status among soul beasts was unmatched, of course excluding those creatures in the core area of the Douluo forest. While the Tianqing Niupong was indeed powerful, the creatures in the core area of the forest could completely crush both of them, which was why they had to hide in this not too big, not too small place until now. Second brother, move aside. A mere human dares to enter here, looking for death. The Tianqing Niupong roared, its voice echoing through the skies as if it could tear apart the heavens and the earth. Shaken by the roar of the Tianqing Niupong, the Titan giant ape's momentum instantly weakened. No matter how one looked at it, its strength was inferior to the former. In front of the Tianqing Niupong, it was merely a small ant. An ant dares to vie with the bright moon? You are just a mere soul beast. Upon seeing me, you not only do not kneel, but also speak such arrogance. Are you tired of living? Xiaoyan held a yin's jade-like hand, lifting his gaze. In front of him, hundreds of feet of water columns surged into the sky, and then dissipated, a massive pressure hitting him. Any ordinary person facing such a scene might have been scared to death. However, he was not an ordinary person. Haha, ignorant human. To die at my Tianqing Niupong's hands will be a reason for pride for you. The Tianqing Niupong laughed, feeling it was a bit too much to bully someone. As the person before, it was merely a weak human. A mere human could not stir up much of a storm. A mere ant dares to be arrogant. Today, I will make you kneel. After speaking, the soul power aura around Xiao Yin suddenly surged, and in an instant, his momentum was enough to overpower the Tianqing Niupong. This power was terrifying, like a celestial descending, like a deity among mortals. What? How is this possible? You are just a tiny human ant, yet possess such terrifying power. Who exactly are you? The Tianqing Niupong was startled by this sudden momentum. It was a soul beast of 100,000 years, but at this moment, it instinctively felt a sense of danger. Who am I? Xiao Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. I am your ancestor. Kneel down and call me grandpa. Otherwise, I will make you die. Xiao Yan's voice resonated like rolling thunder. Even the Tianqing Niupong was shocked by this momentum. Its body seemed to petrify, standing there motionless. Not only that, under Xiao Yan's almost destructive roar, the Tianqing Niupong's invincible offensive instantly collapsed. With just one roar, it seemed to have turned into a younger brother. Come here and kneel down. I might spare your life. Otherwise, death. Xiao Yan calmly pointed towards the Tianqing Niupong, his words carrying an authoritative tone. I'm sorry. It's my fault I was blind. Please spare me. I am willing to be your servant without complaint. The Tianqing Niupong realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately knelt before Xiao Yan. Although this was a bit embarrassing, it cannot consider too much for the sake of survival. The Tianqing Niupong understood very well that the young man before it had the ability to annihilate it. If it offended such a young man, the outcome would be extremely tragic. Well, now you're starting to act like it. Xiao Wu and Yin are both my women. Do you have any objections? Xiao Yin spoke again, wanting the creature before him to understand that his status and dignity could not be challenged. Yes, the master's right. Xiao Wu and the master are a perfect match. I sincerely wish the master well. The Tianqing Niupong replied, its voice trembling. Although it liked Xiao Wu at this moment, it understood one thing. It was simply not worthy of her. By the way, young master, there is a guy in the core area of the Douluo forest who has been bothering Miss Yin. However, he is very powerful, and neither I nor the second brother are his match. Suddenly, the Tianqing Niupong seemed to remember something and spoke up. Oh, what's his name? Daring to touch my woman. He must be tired of living. Xiao Yin said lightly, and then a cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes. His name is Emperor Heaven, and his true form is a black-eyed golden dragon king with an age of 890,000 years. Even compared to me, he is not far behind. The Tianqing Niupong said word by word, as if it was deeply engraved in its heart. Ain, is what he said true? Has this guy really bothered you? Xiao Yan looked at Ain beside him and asked. Yes, he has always coveted my beauty, but I did not agree to him because I have already fallen for you, young master. Ain smiled sweetly, Her cute appearance made Chao Yin somewhat lost in thought. Damn it, I'll take this guy's life. Tianqin, leave me. I want to chop off his head and use it as a ball to kick. Hearing this, Chao Yin could no longer hold back. His woman was not something a mere Emperor Heaven could touch. All right, master, please follow me. Upon hearing this, the Tianqin was excited. Emperor Heaven's strength was significantly stronger than it, so if these two could fight fiercely, it might just benefit from it. After all, although its strength was inferior to these two, it had lived for 100,000 years and was not lacking in wisdom. Chapter 267. Emperor Heaven, under the guidance of the Tianqin, Chao Yin and the others made their way towards the core location of the Stardo Forest. Clearly, the Tianqin was very familiar with this area. After about 5 minutes, they finally reached their destination. Master, this is the place ahead. But Emperor Heaven's strength is very strong. As the most powerful soul beast of the dragon lineage, his strength has already reached the peak stage. Please be careful, Master. At this moment, in front of the Azure Bull Python stood a massive palace, radiating a silvery white sheen. Surrounding the palace was a vast lake, where wisps of vapor rose gently, mysterious beyond measure. This was, unmistakably, the very heart of the Stardo Forest. Any soul beast capable of living here was undoubtedly a renowned entity in the soul beast realm. This place is quite nice. Yin, my darling, and Xiao Wu. My darling, let's stay here tonight. As he raised his gaze, even with Chao Yan's composure, he couldn't help but feel a slight shock. The palace before him was truly a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship. If one could live here and encounter beauties, what kind of feeling would that evoke? This place is quite grand. Yin and Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, their beautiful eyes flashing with traces of amazement. The palace before them indeed exuded an air of nobility, but one couldn't help but wonder who resided here. There is no need for you and the Titan giant ape to stay. You should return first. Just a mere Emperor Tian, upon meeting me, would kneel. Chao Yin waved his hand at the Azure Bull Python and the Titan giant ape, urging them to leave. With his current strength, even if a so-called god appeared, they might not be his match. Yes, my lord. The Azure Bull Python and the Titan giant ape nodded simultaneously and then left directly. Having lived in the Stardo Forest for so long, they naturally knew the terrifying existence that resided in this palace. This truly surprises me. I didn't expect a mere human to dare step foot here. Human, you're quite bold. Shortly after the Azure Bull Python and the Titan giant ape left, a teasing voice rang out. Then, a middle-aged man slowly walked towards Chao Yin and the others. The man's appearance revealed a certain handsomeness, and his golden robe billowed without wind. Particularly, his eyes shimmered with a noble golden hue, indicating that the newcomer was extraordinary. Yin, have you come to a realization? Do you plan to become my woman? Rest assured, the noble blood flowing within me is enough to restore your body and cultivation to its peak. As Chao Yan's gaze focused, he clearly saw the newcomer's appearance. It must be said that the man before him was indeed somewhat handsome, but compared to him, he was undoubtedly lacking. When it comes to handsomeness, if Chao Yin dared to claim second place, no one would dare claim first. I already belong to someone. Yin is already the young master's woman. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yin's delicate brows furrowed, and there was a hint of disdain in her beautiful eyes. After saying this, Yin took the initiative to grasp Chao Yan's hand, an intimate gesture that darkened the expression on Emperor Tian's face. Yes, this man, who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, was indeed the beast god of the Stardo Forest, the Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian. In the realm of soul beasts, Emperor Tian's status was indisputable. No one dared to provoke his authority. Moreover, as a beast god, Emperor Tian possessed terrifying cultivation. Even among the top 10 fierce beasts, his strength was truly at the forefront, demonstrating how formidable his power was. Yin, are you referring to this human? Does he deserve your attention? Well, since that's the case, let me deal with him personally so you can rid yourself of this thought. Seeing the closeness between Yin and Chao Yin, Emperor Tian's heart was filled with rage. As the top existence among the 10 fierce beasts, any woman he set his sights on was never out of reach. When Yin first arrived in the Stardo Forest, Emperor Tian had already noticed her. It must be said that Yin's beauty was not inferior, even when compared to Bai Ji. Hence, upon seeing Yin, Emperor Tian was directly captivated by her beauty. However, every time he made requests of Yin, she would always decline with some excuse, leaving Emperor Tian with no recourse. Now, witnessing Yin being so intimate with an ordinary human man, Emperor Tian's jealousy surged. In terms of status, he was the noblest. The only person worthy of Yin's affection should be him. TSK, if I'm not mistaken. This little sister's true form should be a soft bone charm rabbit of 100,000 years. I haven't seen such a stunning beauty in a long time. Just right, I'll take her today. At this moment, Emperor Tian also noticed Xiao Wu beside Yin. After a brief appraisal, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. You dare to touch my woman? Do you know that both of them are already mine? Seeing Emperor Tian's lecherous expression, Chao Yin could no longer hold back. He stepped forward, standing directly in front of Xiao Wu and Yin, his soul power surging within him, ready to erupt at any moment. Human. Some things are not for you to meddle in. Although I can't see through your strength, I can give you a chance. If you leave now, I want to kill you, otherwise die. Emperor Tian was not angered by Chao Yan's words. On the contrary, he displayed a meaningful smile. In his view, a mere human was hardly worth his full attention. Kill me? You need to have the capability to do that. Chao Yan smiled faintly, and then his soul power erupted from his body, a vast momentum instantly causing Emperor Tian's expression to change in shock. This momentum was undoubtedly at the level of a peerless Douluo. How is this possible? A peerless Douluo? Level 99 soul power? Human, how did you achieve this? You are just a human. How could you possess such power? This is impossible. Emperor Tian's expression finally turned ugly. The moment Chao Yan unleashed his soul power, he regretted it. Although his cultivation was not low, facing a level 99 peerless Douluo was simply incomparable. The gap between them was like a chasm, an insurmountable divide. Today, let me show you what true power is. After saying this, Chao Yan's body transformed into a shadow and zipped past. Immediately after, a muffled grunt was heard, and Emperor Tian's body was sent flying dozens of feet away, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Chapter 268. By G, is mine Emperor Tian. Are you alright? Just as Emperor Tian's body was about to crash into the palace, a graceful green figure quickly flashed out. At the moment this figure appeared, a fragrant aroma filled the air, a scent that only beautiful women could possess. Chao Yan was also captivated by this faint fragrance, suddenly feeling a sense of distraction. The owner of the graceful figure was a woman with a delicate nose, skin whiter than snow, exquisite features, and seductive almond-shaped eyes. A slender waist was tied with a green ribbon, accentuating her figure. Such a woman would leave anyone smitten at just a glance. What a stunning beauty. I'm fine. Luckily you're here. By G, you're truly beautiful. Di Tian looked at the woman in front of him, his heart racing a bit. He had been pursuing Bai Ji, but she had always ignored him. Unexpectedly, today, Bai Ji actually took the initiative to worry about his safety. At that moment, he felt as if he had fallen in love. What nonsense are you talking about? Get up quickly. Was it this human who hurt you? You're too weak. Can't even handle a mere human. Hearing this, Bai Ji shot Di Tian an annoyed glance and released him. How is that possible? I could take this kid down with just one punch. He's just a little human bug. How could he be a challenge for me? Watch this. The Wrath of the Black Dragon. Faced with Bai Ji's doubt, Di Tian felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. As the Black-Eyed Dragon King, his strength was unfathomable. If he revealed his true form, even if the kid in front of him was a peerless Douluo powerhouse, he wouldn't stand a chance against him. This came from the suppression deep within his bloodline. Kid, prepare to kneel and beg for mercy. This is my ultimate move, the Wrath of the Black Dragon. As he spoke, black flames suddenly surged from his body, enveloping him in a rich black fire. The temperature around him increased significantly. After a few seconds, the black flames gradually dissipated, revealing a black one-eyed giant dragon over several hundred feet long in front of Chao Yan. This black dragon was clearly Di Tian's true form. The massive black dragon opened its mouth, and thick black flames surged forth like a tidal wave, directly swallowing towards Chao Yan. The intense heat felt as if it could make one worship on the ground. This flame was truly terrifying. Is this the strength you take pride in? I overestimated you. Watching the black flames approach, Chao Yan said leisurely. Although these flames looked formidable, in reality, apart from being slightly hotter, they didn't possess much lethal power. He didn't even need to go all out to deal with this level of attack. A mere ant dares to boast. How ridiculous. Chao Yan said lightly, then waved his hand. A vast energy instantly surged from his palm, colliding with the black flames. A tremendous roar echoed in response. Although the black flames were fierce, they were reduced by more than half upon contact with that vast energy. The scene was reminiscent of flames meeting water, which was quite astonishing. What terrifying power! Why is this human so strong? Who exactly are you? As the flames dissipated, Di Tian was instantly hit hard, reverting to his original human form. He spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground in a sorry state. Clearly, he had sustained significant injuries. At this moment, even Di Tian's heart was filled with shock. He couldn't imagine that his strongest attack was so easily neutralized by Chao Yan, and what he couldn't accept the most was that he was injured. This is truly humiliating. I said, in my eyes, you are just an ant. Your displayed strength is weak and pathetic. Scram, if you know what's good for you, get out of here and I might consider not killing you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Chao Yan glanced indifferently at Di Tian, a disdainful smile in his heart. A mere black-eyed dragon king was nothing to speak of. Then, Chao Yan's gaze fell on Bai Ji, feeling somewhat entranced. This lady, I am Chao Yan. May I ask how to address you? Chao Yan smiled slightly, appearing quite gentlemanly. The Bai Ji in front of him was truly beautiful. My name is Bai Ji. My true form is a 500,000-year-old emerald swan. I am best at healing and not good at fighting. Sir, please spare me. Bai Ji replied honestly. Having witnessed Di Tian's defeat, she clearly understood that the young man before her was terrifyingly strong. Thus, she abandoned any thoughts of resistance. Good, very good. Heal well. Chao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, unable to suppress a smile. Since Bai Ji was best at healing, could he ask her to help when playing cooperative games with other girls in the future? That way, he wouldn't feel so tired. Sir, although your strength is impressive, this is the territory of our Soul Beast clan. Your actions here might be somewhat inappropriate. After all, we haven't done anything wrong, Bai Ji said, biting her silver teeth, feeling a bit of loss. At the same time, she was somewhat afraid, unsure if Chao Yan would take advantage of his strength to force her to do something. She had heard that humans were generally very greedy, and not to mention, very lustful. What if the Chao Yan in front of her was one of those people? Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who kills innocents indiscriminately. Di Tian provoked me first, and I might consider sparing him. However, I do have a request, and only you can fulfill it. Chao Yan nodded, looking at Di Tian, who was in such a state that it would be easy for him to kill him. What request? I will do my best to fulfill it. Hearing this, Beast eyes brightened. Di Tian held a high position among their Soul Beast clan, and if it were to fall, the impact would be significant. For the prosperity of the Soul Beast clan, she had to agree. Become my woman, how about it? You're too beautiful, and I want to spend my life with you. What do you think? Chao Yan said with a smile. Bai Ji was indeed a beauty of a level that even he found himself wanting to possess. Such a woman would bring great happiness to anyone who could have her. Bastard, don't be so arrogant. Di Tian, watching from the side, was furious. Bai Ji was his chosen woman. Scram, trash, how dare you make noise? Chao Yan waved his hand, and suddenly a bright red palm print appeared on Di Tian's face. Bai Ji could only be his woman. Anyone who dared to compete with him would die. Chapter 269. Bai Ji's choice, please don't kill him. I will agree to your request. With your impressive strength, it would be my luck to become your woman. Bai Ji could hardly believe the scene before her. Di Tian had 890,000 years of cultivation, such a terrifying existence, and yet he couldn't withstand a single punch from the young man in front of her. This was the first time she had seen such a thing. It was hard to imagine that the young man before her must be extremely powerful. If such a person could be won over, it would be the best choice. Moreover, she was willing to go to great lengths to win him over. Even if it meant offering her body, it would be worth it, as long as she could win over the young man in front of her. Perhaps their Soul Beast clan would have a chance to rise. Oh, you really agree? Miss Bai Ji, forgive my bluntness, but your beauty is like that of a fairy, making my heart flutter. You and I are a match made in heaven. Wouldn't you agree? Chao Yan was also surprised that Bai Ji agreed to his request so easily. If this was the case, his harem members would surely increase significantly. Bai Ji, there should be other soul beasts in this palace, right? Take me in to have a look. Chao Yan's gaze turned to the silvery white hall in front of him. With his keen spiritual sense, he detected that there was a terrifying aura emanating from within that palace. The aura, although not too strong, is certainly not comparable to that of the azure sky bull python and the titan giant ape. Surely, there must be more powerful soul beasts among them. Ah, my lord, isn't this inappropriate? Upon hearing Chao Yan's words, Bai Ji's charming smile instantly froze, and her expression showed a hint of panic. What's wrong? There wouldn't be some beautiful lady living inside, would there? Chao Yan smiled slightly and spoke. He naturally knew that this palace was most likely the residence of the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna. Since the Dragon God was split in two, the Golden Dragon King was sealed in the Divine Realm, while the Silver Dragon King escaped to the Stardow Forest. It is worth noting that the Silver Dragon King Guyana is also an incredibly rare beauty. If he could win her over, it would be a perfect outcome. How could such a beauty not be loved? My lord, the palace is the residence of our soul beast overlord. It would be better if you did not enter. Bai Ji said softly. Guyana is currently recuperating, and if she were disturbed by this human, it would be a death sentence. Moreover, from a certain perspective, the young man in front of her must not be allowed to enter the palace. If such a powerful being rashly attacked their master, she could not bear the responsibility. Rest assured, I won't harm your master. I am a principled human, and I keep my promises. Chao Yin smiled, his eyes shining with determination, making it hard for others to refuse. My lord, is what you said true? Bai Ji was a bit incredulous upon hearing this, but if that were the case, it would be hard for her to refuse. Of course, not only that, but I can also help your master restore her cultivation and reach her former peak state. How about that? Chao Yin nodded with a smile. Gu Yuna is currently heavily injured, and if he can take the opportunity to enter, perhaps he could charm this beauty. If that is the case, it seems like a good choice. Really? Does my lord really have a way to restore our master's power? Bai Ji could hardly believe her ears. Given that their master's cultivation was far from what it once was, if she could restore her peak state, she would at least be at the demigod level, and beings at that level could crush everything. At the very least, in the Douluo continent, no one would be a match for their soul beast clan. As for the divine realm, it would still be somewhat difficult to deal with. However, these difficulties were not insurmountable. As long as their master's strength could be restored, these problems would resolve themselves. Trust me, if I can't do it, you can dispose of me as you wish. Chao Yin gave Bai Ji a trusting look. If he hadn't arrived first, perhaps a stunning beauty like Bai Ji would have fallen into someone else's hands. He certainly did not want to see such a situation. After all, Tian is a very lecherous soul beast. Once he has the first woman, his beastly nature will explode, and at that time, all soul beasts would likely be unable to escape. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Chao Yin suddenly felt a sense of relief. Now, he could take this opportunity to charm the three-eyed golden lion, and not to mention, there was also ZG. He couldn't let either of them slip away. My lord is too kind. If my lord can really help our master restore her cultivation, I am willing to serve my lord tonight. Whatever my lord wants to do with me is fine. Bai Ji bit her red lip lightly, her beautiful eyes resembling a spring, sparkling and containing the vastness of stars and the sea, a quality so extraordinary that it made one reluctant to look directly. Really? Then I would be honored to accept your offer. Upon hearing this, Chao Yin was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, even he was somewhat surprised by Bai Ji's bold words. Bai Ji, you shouldn't go too far. Do you know what you are doing? If you dare to collude with this human, it will be tantamount to betraying all of us soul beasts. Do you want to betray our master? Tian, still somewhat unconvinced, spoke, though it was quite difficult for him to speak due to the injuries on his body. It seems that this beast god is somewhat narrow-minded. Tian, if this lord can truly restore our master's cultivation, I am willing to pay any price. I am merely a low-level healing soul beast. Even if I spend my entire life, I cannot break through 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Now, I am willing to do my part for our master's safety. My lord, please be sure to agree. Bai Ji's voice became somewhat hoarse. For ordinary soul beasts like them, their existence was solely to help their master restore her former strength. As long as they could achieve this goal, even if it meant being shattered to pieces, they could not hesitate in the slightest. As loyal servants of their master, even their lives belonged to her. Tian, if it weren't for Bai Ji, you and know how many times you would have died in my hands already. If you dare to be rude again, don't blame me for being impolite. A shadow flickered in Chao Yin's eyes. Although he had a good temper, that did not mean he was a pushover. If Tian wanted to step on his head, he needed to see if he had that ability. Moreover, from now on, Bai Ji would only be his woman. As for Tian, he didn't care about that at all. My lord, please follow me. I will take you to see our master. Be nodded slightly. Her exquisite figure outlined in an incredibly tempting manner, making one want to pin her to the ground. However, Chao Yin still couldn't give in. At this moment, he still had some self-control. Chapter 270. All beasts worship my lord. I will take you to meet our master. Bai Ji said softly, her charming voice making one feel as if they could sink into it. Fortunately, Chao Yin's self-control was quite good and was not affected by this. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary person, perhaps they would have already been lost in their desires. Okay, Bai Ji, you're truly beautiful. You are more stunning than many women I have seen. After meeting you, I can only wish to accompany you for the rest of my life. Chao Yin held the hands of Xiao Wu and Yin, following behind Bai Ji. However, even so, Bai Ji's captivating figure was still incredibly alluring. Such a woman truly makes one want to possess her directly. My lord is teasing me. How could I be considered beautiful? Among all known soul beasts, my beauty can only rank at the bottom. If my lord sees others later, perhaps he won't say such things anymore. Bai Ji lightly bit her red lip. Although she, as a soul beast, had long since looked down on beauty, being praised by a strong person like Xiao Yin still made her feel somewhat shy. After all, receiving the praise of a powerful person was truly something to be grateful for. How could that be? Your beauty is already the most stunning existence I've seen. If you don't deserve such praise, then I believe there is no one else in this world who deserves attention more than you. Xiao Yin refuted. Bai Ji's beauty was indeed a rare existence in the world. If one could conquer such a woman, it would bring a sense of accomplishment not unlike Columbus discovering a new continent. That feeling is hard to express. Just know how to sweet talk. When you meet our master later, you must not say such sweet words. I fear our master will get angry. Biji allowed a light hum. Although being praised like this warmed her heart slightly, she still maintained a calm smile. This smile was as captivating as a city in turmoil. When a beauty smiles, it can topple all things in the world. Biji was indeed a beauty. All right, I promise you, Xiao Yin nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation rise within him. Soon, whether it was Biji or another soul beast, they would all become his women. After all, as the saying goes, those who are capable should work harder. Xiao Yin, being capable himself, naturally had to learn to share the burdens of beautiful women. This was the responsibility of the capable. Ian, Xiao Wu, you won't be angry, will you? You don't have to worry. Your position in my heart will always be the first, Xiao Yin said softly, noticing that Xiao Wu and Ian's expressions were not quite right, which startled him. Although Biji was very beautiful, Xiao Wu and Ian were his most legitimate girls. He couldn't afford to lose the forest for a single tree. It's fine. I believe what you say, and I see all the good you do for me, Xiao Wu replied with a non-committal smile, not actually angry. After spending so much time with Xiao Yin, she had a thorough understanding of his character and personality. How could a kind and responsible boy like Xiao Yin deceive her? Yes, my lord. Ian also believes in what you say. You are charming and graceful. Being with you makes Ian very happy. Ian also smiled, as she was already Xiao Yan's person and naturally didn't care about these things. My lord, please follow me. The inside is just beyond this long corridor. Just as Xiao Yin was about to say something, Biji's sweet and tender voice interrupted him. At this moment, a long corridor appeared before Xiao Yin. Inside the corridor, there were eternal lamps burning, adorned with green stones, which were essential for cultivation and could be used as fuel, indicating the high status of the owner of this place. At the end of the corridor, a beam of white light shone brightly, likely leading to the true core of the main hall. Good, Xiao Yin nodded in understanding, quickening his pace. Finally, after about 10 minutes of traversing, the end of the corridor appeared before Xiao Yin and the others, and the scene before them left them somewhat dazzled. This scene was truly stunning. Before them stood a palace that seemed to be made of silver. Above the hall sat a woman with long silver hair flowing down her shoulders, drifting in the air and exuding a faint fragrance. The woman had fair skin and a delicate nose, truly a rare beauty. Her long hair was not only smooth, but also had a crystal-like quality, evoking an impulse to touch it. However, the only flaw was the faint sadness reflected on the woman's beautiful face. Her complexion was pale, as if she were ill, and her purple eyes showed sorrow. This woman was Guyu Na, but her current strength had sharply declined, and her cultivation was far from what it used to be. Below Guyu Na, several figures stood respectfully, their expression solemn. Among these figures were both men and women, all exuding subtle fluctuations of power. It was clear that these figures were formidable beings. Bold human, you dare to trespass into the sacred ground of our soul beast clan. Are you seeking death? A man in a black robe said, frowning. Chi Wang, do not be rude. This esteemed guest is someone I invited. He can help our master restore his power. So do not be disrespectful. After the man's words, Biji's beautiful eyes widened as she shouted angrily. Biji, he's just a mere human. Does he have the right to say such grand words? Kid, if you know what's good for you, leave now, and maybe I will spare your life. Otherwise, you die. Chi Wang's imposing voice rang out. His true form was that of a hellhound, with a noble bloodline. However, he was currently only a three-headed beast, but it was said that once he broke through to level 90, he could have 9 heads, then he could be called the true hellhound. D? Just you? I doubt you can manage that. Xiao Yin said indifferently and unhurriedly. Just a little dog dares to chatter? Kid, you are courting death. Watch me kill you. Chao Yan's actions clearly touched Qi Wang's anger, and he clenched his fist, launching an attack toward Chao Yan with a fierce momentum that was alarming. At this moment, all eyes turned to a dead silence. Chapter 271. All beasts bow down. Hee. This human is indeed a bit arrogant. Qi Wang's cultivation has already reached the level of 300,000 years. With this punch, I'm afraid this kid will be beaten to a pulp. That's right. Humans are naturally at odds with us soul beasts, and this human before us is too arrogant, daring to trespass into our sacred ground. This is simply too outrageous. Indeed, I suspect this kid's cultivation hasn't even reached level 20 as a great soul master. How could such a weakling withstand Qi Wang's attack? Many soul beasts watched as Qi Wang made such a fierce move, and they were instantly in an uproar. As soul beasts of the core area of the forest, their cultivation was significantly higher than that of ordinary soul beasts outside. Even the bloodlines flowing in their bodies were extremely noble. Thus, their strength was far superior to that of ordinary soul beasts, a massive disparity in essence. After all, every soul beast present was a top-tier powerhouse. Here, the lowest level soul beast had at least 100,000 years of cultivation. 100,000 years of cultivation was a significant barrier for every soul beast. Once a soul beast broke through this boundary, the enhancements were immeasurable. It is clear that the soul beasts in the core area of the Star Do Great Forest are among the most outstanding beings on the entire continent. Here, it could almost be considered the kingdom of soul beasts. Chao Yan's blatant intrusion was clearly a provocation to their dignity, inciting their burning anger. After all, in the eyes of soul beasts, dignity was of utmost importance. This was also why Emperor Tian had been so persistent in attacking him earlier. Qi Wang, don't be too impulsive. This esteemed guest's strength is not as weak as you imagine. Don't act rashly. Biji shouted in a panic as she saw the red aura covering Qi Wang's fist, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Having witnessed Chao Yan defeat Emperor Tian, she knew that although Qi Wang was incredibly powerful, he could not inflict any substantial harm on Chao Yan. The strength of the Red King is at most just a little over 300,000 years. While this level of cultivation is not particularly weak, the gap compared to Emperor Tian is simply insurmountable. If even Emperor Tian is not a match for this young man, how could the Red King, with only 300,000 years of cultivation, possibly defeat Chao Yan? However, the Red King would not listen to Bai Ji at this moment. He coldly snorted and said, "I want to see what this human is truly capable of." After saying this, a red light burst forth from his fist, and a powerful aura, several times denser than before, slowly gathered around his fist, raising the power of this punch to an extreme level. The corner of the Red King's mouth lifted into a strange arc. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, kneel down and kowtow 10 times. Then I might spare your life. Otherwise, you will die." The Red King's voice was filled with strong threats. As one of the top 10 fierce beasts, he was extremely proud, and in his eyes, Chao Yan was just a weakling. I want to see just how strong you really are. If even Emperor Tian is not my opponent, how dare you brag? Chao Yan smiled faintly. This was not arrogance, but rather a fact. After defeating Emperor Tian, he had a rough understanding of his current strength, and among the spirit beasts before him, none posed a threat to him. Therefore, Chao Yan felt no fear at all. Just as the Red King's fist was about to make contact with his body, he understood and took the initiative to strike first. He stood his ground, showing no sign of fear on his face, as he clenched his 5 fingers tightly, then directly collided his fist with the Red King's fist, creating a loud explosion. This kid really doesn't know the heights of heaven or depths of the earth. The Red King's cultivation is so powerful, yet he dares to take the Red King's punch head on. He must be out of his mind. You're right. Although the Red King's strength is not considered top tier among us, dealing with a human is more than enough. This kid is too arrogant. Do you think this kid will be killed by a single punch? It's quite pitiful. I haven't seen such an ignorant human in a long time. If he dies like this, it would indeed be a shame. At this moment, screams erupted again, and the voices of many spirit beasts were filled with shock. They too had considerable cultivation, and the Red King's strength was only at the lower end among them. Such cultivation, while weak, was more than enough to defeat an ordinary human. After all, spirit beasts inherently had some unique advantages, and these advantages would be greatly manifested during battles. Once these advantages were expressed, it would be a complete crushing defeat. However, in the next second, a horrifying scream suddenly rang out, and upon hearing this sound, all the spirit beasts felt a chill run down their spines. Impossible. How can you have such terrifying strength? How did you do it? As the scream fell, a rather disheveled figure quickly flew out, and the owner of this figure was none other than the Red King. But at this moment, he not only looked disheveled, but also had significantly weakened momentum, looking like a deflated balloon, quite comical and ridiculous. I've said it before. This is strength. A mere three-headed pup dares to make noise in front of me. If it weren't for the beauty here, you would have already died, Haotian said, glancing at Yu Na, who was sitting in the silver hall. From the moment he stepped in, he had noticed her presence. Such stunning beauty was something he had never seen before. You, don't be so arrogant, human. Your actions show that you have no regard for us spirit beasts at all. Don't you know that being too ostentatious can lead to an early demise? The humiliation you brought upon me today, I will definitely repay in full. The Red King gritted his teeth and said fiercely. He has always regarded face very highly, but now he had lost all dignity. Oh, are you teaching me how to do things? With your lowly cultivation, do you even have a right to make noise here? Get lost, or I will make you die. Haotian coldly glared at the Red King, his eyes unfriendly. If it weren't for the beauty of Yu Na being present, he might have already been filled with killing intent. However, he did not choose this approach. He preferred to persuade others with reason. Kid, what did you say? Do you believe I will tear you apart? Don't think that just because you caught my punch, you're impressive. I didn't even use my full strength just now. If you know what's good for you, kneel down now, or I will definitely make you die. The Red King's eyes turned crimson, and unwilling sounds came from his mouth. Coupled with his considerable cultivation, a significant pressure enveloped the hearts of everyone present. This pressure was quite formidable. Kneel? You don't have that qualification, Haotian said, but this time, he did not choose to endure silently. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and then a figure darted out, moving as nimbly as a rabbit, and directly appeared in front of the Red King. Immediately afterward, a clear slapping sound echoed, and on the Red King's face, a bright red palm print became particularly clear. My God, this is too incredible. This kid actually slapped the Red King. How impressive. I've never seen the Red King being hit. This kid is probably going to meet his end. The Red King will definitely tear this kid apart later. Everyone believe me. That's right. The Red King still has the sacred dragon blood flowing in him. This kid is so arrogant. I think he will definitely suffer later. Many spirit beasts exclaimed in unison at this moment. They knew that the Red King was infamous for his bad temper, and being slapped in front of everyone would be a huge humiliation. They were afraid that in a while, this kid would be beaten to a pulp. Kid, even if you apologize to me now, I will never forgive you. However, I can give you a chance if you now cripple your own hands and feet. I might spare your life. Otherwise, I will make sure your corpse is unrecognizable. The Red King's face was extremely ugly, but he still spoke in a deep voice. It was clear that he was suppressing the anger in his heart. Otherwise, given his temperament, he might have already rushed out and directly attacked Haotian. For these arrogant spirit beasts, being slapped in the face by someone was even harder to accept than being killed. Being slapped in the face in front of others is equivalent to provoking his authority and dignity. Furthermore, the Red King is known as one of the 10 fierce beasts. With such status, being subjected to such humiliation naturally makes him extremely furious. The murderous intent surged in the Red King's eyes. After all, he is one of the 10 fierce beasts, and he values face immensely. But now, he has been slapped in the face by this mere human in front of him. How could he endure this? Such foolish words you can come up with. You three-headed dog, you really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Since you insist on seeking death, then I can't be blamed. Godi. After saying this, a mocking smile slowly appeared at the corner of Haotian's mouth. Suddenly, his body flashed, and in no time, he appeared right in front of the Red King, his fist coming down fiercely without mercy. Seeing the fist about to hit him, the Red King was startled and quickly pleaded, Kid, don't go too far. You're being too bullying. What kind of hero is that? The reason the Red King said this was that he felt a strong sense of crisis from Haotian's punch. He vaguely sensed that if he did not dodge this punch, he might be directly killed by it. So, at this moment, he could only plead for mercy. In the face of life and death, dignity meant nothing. You vile, three-headed pup. You dare to chatter in front of me? If I don't kill you, heaven would not tolerate it. Go die. Haotian's gaze was indifferent, showing no intention of holding back. After all, in this world, only the strong have the right to dominate everything, while the weak can only kneel and submit. This is the law of the Douluo continent. No, don't kill me. Someone save me. I don't want to die. Help! The Red King shouted desperately. At this moment, he finally sensed the taste of death. Could it be that he would die here today? Now you know to plead for mercy? Too bad it's too late. No one can save you. Go die. Chao Yin accelerated, and the brilliance of his fist became increasingly dazzling. Under the brilliant light, the terrifying power contained within seemed capable of tearing everything apart. At that moment, all the soul beasts showed expressions of horror. Although they were just watching from the side, even they did not dare to underestimate the energy contained in Chao Yan's fist. Could it be that this is the power of the strong? Stop, young man. Why must you be like this? Leave a way out for everything. It will be good to meet again in the future. Are you not afraid of retribution for acting this way? Just as Chao Yan's fist was about to fall, a figure swiftly flashed by. His speed was so extreme that it was impossible to see what he looked like. It was merely a residual shadow, already possessing such strength. If the real body appeared, how terrifying would it be? Xiaogang? Great. With you here, this kid will definitely have no way out. Brother Xiaogang, help me kill this kid. Seeing the sudden appearance of this person, the Red King was ecstatic. This person was none other than Xiaogang. You are Xiaogang? Chao Yan was somewhat taken aback. The man in front of him had long brown hair, was not only handsome, but also had a strong, muscular build that exuded an intense sense of shock. His shoulders were broad, and the aura he emitted was extremely powerful. At least, such a grand aura was something even the Red King could not compare to. Kid, don't go too far. This is our soul beast territory. You are so arrogant. The consequences will not be good, Xiaogang said in a deep voice. Immediately, a flash of brilliance seemed to pass over his sturdy arm. An immense power suddenly surged from his arm. Receiving such an attack, Chao Yan's face suddenly changed. He quickly retreated dozens of steps before stopping. The strength of Xiaogang was indeed formidable. Chapter 273. Xiaogang goes berserk. No wonder Xiaogang is so powerful. This strength is far superior to Emperor Tian. There was a hint of shock in Chao Yan's eyes as he fully felt the tremendous energy of Xiaogang in their brief exchange. Such power was completely not on the same level as Emperor Tian. At this moment, Chao Yan could even feel a tingling sensation coming from his arm. It should be noted that Xiaogang's true form is the 480,000-year-old dark golden terror claw bear, although he is ranked only 6th among the 10 fierce beasts. His destructive power is the most terrifying among them. It is said that this kind of soul beast not only possesses super strong attack power, but also its gigantic claws can tear apart space. Haha, kid, I didn't expect you to have heard of my name. To be honest, if I were to attack with all my strength, I could tear you apart with one claw. You have a hard-earned cultivation. Leave this place or die. A hint of surprise appeared on Xiaogang's face, as he clearly did not anticipate that the young man before him would understand him so well. Before you leave those two beauties beside you. Even I haven't seen such beauties in a long time. Xiaogang's gaze fell on Xiao Wu and Ayin. As a soul beast, he is inherently a lecherous species, and this trait is no exception even for him. Xiaogang hearing Xiaogang's words, Xiao Wu and Yin's faces instantly turned pale, and their lovely faces were filled with increasing worry. They had certainly heard of Xiaogang's name, but they could not imagine what cruel fate awaited them if they fell into his hands. Don't worry, with me here, he can't do anything to you. Seeing the pale faces of Ayin and Xiao Wu, Chao Yan also comforted them. Although Xiaogang was a bit powerful, it did not mean he would fear him. If the other party truly provoked him, he would not mind letting them experience what true power is. Okay, we believe you, Xiao Wu and Ayin said in unison, their beautiful eyes slightly sparkling with hope, feeling a bit happy in their hearts. They were just very ordinary soul beasts, and fortunately encountered someone like Chao Yan with good character. Otherwise, they might not have today as outcome. Kid, you're not worthy of such beauties. Hand over the beauties, and I, Xiaogang, might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, you will leave your life here today. Xiaogang's face darkened. In the Stardow Forest, he held an extraordinary status, and almost no one dared to disobey him. But the young man before him actually dared to go against him. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. In the Stardow Forest, Xiaogang is like a godlike existence. He has never been unable to obtain what he wants, and this is the pride he holds as one of the 10 fierce beasts. Strength is everything. Xiaogang, don't go too far. This adult is here to help our master restore his cultivation. Have you considered the consequences of acting this way? At this moment, Bai Ji also spoke softly, and she felt a bit guilty in her heart. If she had known these guys were so unreasonable, she wouldn't have let Chao Yan come here. Although she is a soul beast, she is beautiful and kind-hearted, and cannot be compared to ordinary soul beasts. Bai Ji, do you even have a right to speak? You led humans into my soul beast clan without permission. What are your intentions? Once I defeat this human brat, I will deal with you, and by then, you will also become my woman. At this point, a lewd smile appeared on Xiaojun's face. Bijie's beauty was something he had long coveted. If he could have such a beautiful woman, the benefits would naturally be plentiful. You, shameless. Bijie's face flushed with shame, unable to believe that Xiaojun would say such things. Is this still the Xiaojun I know? Bijie, you really are a traitor for offending our soul beast clan over a mere human brat. However, let me punish you, traitor, and you will know what cruelty means. Xiaojun chuckled, his gaze involuntarily drifting to Bijie's slightly protruding chest. If there was a part of Bijie's body that attracted him the most, it would be this. As a dark old terraclaw bear, he was inherently lecherous, so facing a beauty always drove him crazy. You. Bijie bit her silver teeth and was about to say something when suddenly, her body stiffened, feeling a bit uncomfortable. She turned her head in shock, only to find that she didn't know when Chao Yan's hand had already placed itself on her bottom, gently caressing it, with a somewhat enjoying expression on his face. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Even Xiaojun's mouth was agape in shock. Silly girl, with me around, no one can bully you. You said you would be my woman. Chao Yan smiled gently, continuing to enjoy the soft and pleasant feeling in his hands. Bijie's bottom was very full, and touching it gave a sense of comfort. No wonder Bijie is a beauty, simply wonderful. Bijie will become the adult's woman. Bijie's beautiful eyes widened, then she gently nodded, as if to acknowledge it. This was the first time she had been treated this way by a strange man, and she couldn't help but feel a bit happy. She had lived for over 400,000 years, and was this finally the right person for her? Ah, human, I will tear you apart. How dare you touch my woman? You are seeking death. Xiaojun could no longer tolerate it. He had always regarded Bijie as his goddess, but now, the goddess was showing such an embarrassing side in front of another man. How could he not be angry? Kid, if you don't die today, I, Xiaojun, am not worthy to stay here any longer. After saying that, Xiaojun's body suddenly burst with light, and a massive figure appeared in midair, resembling a mountain, giving off an imposing feeling. His fur shone with a dark gold color, appearing somewhat heavy, and this was Xiaojun's true form, the dark gold terraclaw bear. Sky-tearing claw. Transforming into his true form, Xiaojun suddenly roared. At the same time, his claws raised sharply. The enormous claws were a full 15 meters high, and as he swung them, they were covered in a thick layer of dark gold light, revealing an overwhelming momentum at that moment. My goodness, it's actually the sky-tearing claw. It seems Xiaojun is serious now. Yes, I've heard that he killed a god with this move. This kid is definitely finished. No wonder he is Xiaojun. This power is terrifying. At this moment, countless gasps sounded, and many soul beasts looked at Chao Yan with a hint of sympathy. In their view, even if Chao Yan had strong abilities, he would likely not escape death this time. Chapter 274, Gu Yuna's Request. Ha, human ant. Being able to die under my attack means you could be proud. Watch me tear you to pieces. Hearing the praises around him, Xiaojun's smile grew even more intense. He was someone who cared greatly about face, and now that others praised him, he felt somewhat elated. Kid, die, and be reborn in your next life. Xiaojun's claws swiftly tore towards Chao Yan's body, his attack showing no signs of stopping. The sky-tearing claw was one of his soul skills, not only powerful, but also capable of tearing through space. In his mind, Chao Yan was undoubtedly going to die this time. After all, in his impression, once the sky-tearing claw was unleashed, no one had ever survived. Moreover, the current Chao Yan was just a young brat. At such an age, he could not possibly withstand this move. As Xiaojun's claws passed, even the space began to tremble, as if it couldn't bear the immense pressure, showing signs of collapse. Such an attack is truly terrifying. The top 10 ferocious beasts are indeed formidable. You are overly confident, aren't you? Today, I will let you know what an ant is. Chao Yan said with a smile that was not quite a smile, but at this moment, a serious expression finally appeared on his face, and the soul power within him began to quietly circulate. Xiaojun's attack was undeniably strong. Even he had to take it seriously. As he released his soul power, Chao Yan's aura gradually surged, and in just a moment his aura had reached the level of a peerless Dalu, even at the 99th rank of peerless Dalu, even on the entire Dalu continent. Only he had reached this level. As for the likes of Haiba Dong and Tang San, although they were also peerless Dalu level powerhouses, they could not be compared to him. I didn't expect you could even ignite a bit of my fighting spirit. You've exceeded my expectations. However, before me, you can only submit. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Chao Yan's mouth, and a faint laugh lingered. At this moment, The smile on Xiongju's face suddenly froze, and his expression turned horrified, filled with fear. How is this possible? You're actually a peerless Douluo-level powerhouse. How did you do it? Did you hide your strength? Xiongju couldn't believe what he was seeing. Although his attack was fierce, if the opponent was a peerless Douluo, then even he would not be able to compete. A peerless Douluo is a being second only to a god. Facing someone of this level, even if he went all out, he would not stand a chance. That's right, I'm a peerless Douluo-level powerhouse. Did you not expect that? Take this. Chaoyan nodded, but he did not say much more. A hint of mockery flashed in his handsome eyes, and then he threw a punch, directly colliding with Xiongju's massive claws. Boom! At the moment of collision, a loud bang resonated. Following that, a miserable wail echoed. Ah, such terrifying power. I never imagined that I, Xiongju, who has never met a match in my life, would be defeated by you today. I am so unwilling. As the voice fell, a disheveled figure was shot out directly, and the owner of that figure was none other than Xiongju, who at that moment not only looked terrified, but his beast form was also directly reverted to its original shape by Chao Yin. His once massive body had turned back into a human silhouette. Kid, you win. In my life, Xiongju has never submitted to anyone, but to you, I am willingly submissive. However, I ask that you spare my life, considering my status. Xiongju said with a trembling voice, and then, under the astonished gazes of many, he suddenly knelt down on the ground. At this moment, many soul beasts were dumbfounded, gasping in shock. Such a scene was truly astonishing. Many soul beasts couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Among them, there were several who had personally experienced Xiongju's strength. That terrifying power was quite difficult for them to handle, even as soul beasts. It was unimaginable that Chao Yin could defeat Xiongju alone, and it was a complete, crushing victory. How could this situation not be shocking? Spare you? How could that be? Just a moment ago, you were eyeing my woman. No matter what, I cannot spare you, Chao Yin said with a faint smile, his eyes filled with a surging, killing intent. He was not the kind of person who was indecisive. If Xiongju had simply provoked him, he naturally would not have gone to such extremes. However, Xiongju dared to covet his woman, and such behavior was beyond what he could tolerate. If he couldn't even protect his own woman, that would be too incompetent. Master, please don't kill me. I didn't know you were a peerless Douluo. If I had known, even if I had 100 times more courage, I wouldn't have dared to covet your woman. Please spare me. Xiongju's body trembled. In Chao Yan's eyes, he saw the cold, killing intent, and the feeling of facing death made him shudder. He knew very well that if the other party wanted to kill him, it would be incredibly easy. Do you think I would easily spare you? You're too naive. Since you've had thoughts about my woman, you should be prepared for death. Just wait to die, Chao Yan said with a faint smile, his soul power slowly condensing in his palm, and then a sharp soul power blade gradually took shape. Once that blade struck down, Xiongju would surely die on the spot. Human, please spare him for my sake. At that moment, Guyuna, who had been sitting high above, suddenly spoke. Her elongated autumn water-like eyes blinked lightly, and her watery gaze was filled with temptation. Such beautiful eyes, if one stared into them for too long, would feel a deep pressure. No wonder she was a being of dragon god level. All right, then I'll spare him. Chao Yan nodded, the soul power in his hand dissipating. He still wanted to give her this face. Otherwise, that would be too unkind. Human kid, can you really restore my former cultivation? If so, you will be a forever friend of our soul beast clan. How about it? Guyuna's eyes carried a hint of tenderness. Her current cultivation was very low. How wonderful it would be if she could return to her peak state. Well, since I dare to say this, I naturally have confidence. I do have a way to restore your cultivation to its peak, but this is only the peak of your current state, Chao Yan nodded. At such a close distance, he could even see Guyuna's extremely alluring curves. Guyuna's current state was merely that of the Silver Dragon King. Her other half was still imprisoned in the divine realm. If she wanted to restore her dragon god level cultivation, she would need to completely merge with her other divine body. And this condition, he also couldn't fulfill. When the dragon god was split in two, Guyuna, who became the Silver Dragon King, was severely injured because of this. Therefore, she could only hide in the Stardow Forest, secretly accumulating power, hoping that one day she could attack the divine realm and reclaim her original cultivation and divine body. This meant that as long as Chao Yan was willing, the Guyuna in front of him could at least restore to a demigod level cultivation. Although this level wasn't very high, it would be a great fortune for her current state as merely the Silver Dragon King. While the gap between a demigod and a god was narrow, it was not insurmountable. Sometimes, the difference in strength could be compensated in many ways. After listening to Chao Yan's explanation, All the soul beasts present were dumbfounded, their eyes filled with intense shock. This news was quite astonishing even for them. Great! If the master can restore to demigod cultivation, our soul beast clan will surely be revitalized. At that time, we can attack the divine realm and defeat the Shura god. Yes, if it weren't for the Shura god having severed the master's other divine body, our soul beast clan wouldn't have fallen so low. It's all the fault of that despicable Shura god. Can this human kid really do it? Although he is a peerless Dalu, restoring the master to peak cultivation is no easy task. This kid won't be deceiving us, will he? The soul beasts were discussing among themselves, filled with excitement, but also some worry. After all, the master restoring cultivation was a big deal. If anything went wrong, the price would be too great for them to bear. Little guy, can you really help me restore to demigod status? Guyuna lightly floated up and then slowly landed beside Chao Yan. Her beautiful eyes flowed with a soft light, and her tone became gentler. Of course, master. You're so beautiful, and you smell so good. KnocksYu. Chao Yan nodded, suddenly brightening his eyes, and shamelessly asked. Guyuna in front of him was truly stunning, with her long silver hair cascading down to her ankles, not only smooth but also giving off a crystal-like texture. This shade, although very similar to ordinary silver white, seemed to shine even more brilliantly than silver. Although Chao Yan had seen many beautiful women, few could compare to the beauty before him. While Xiao Wu and Ain were also beautiful, if compared with Guyuna, they would obviously lack some charm. Guyuna had a fair face, and beneath her long eyelashes, her large purple eyes sparkled with enticing brilliance. Her purple eyes were not only clear, but also appeared transparent. Although she was only wearing a white shirt, her sexy figure was impossible to conceal. The white shirt accentuated her figure, and such a woman would become the center of attention wherever she appeared. At this moment, Chao Yan also felt a bit dry in the mouth. He originally thought his self-control was good enough, but now, being so close to a beauty like Guyuna, even a man of gentlemanly character like him found it somewhat difficult to maintain composure. How dare you, human? Don't overstep your bounds. The master's body is not something you can touch. Are you seeking death? The nearby Qi Wang suddenly widened his eyes, his gaze fierce. In the eyes of all their soul beasts, the master is the most sacred existence. Even they dare not harbor any improper thoughts about the master, let alone the guy in front of them, who is just a brash human. Indeed, you human are quite arrogant. The master holds such a prestigious status, and being able to help the master restore her cultivation is already an honor for you. Don't be so ungrateful. Thinking you can hold the master's body. Do you even deserve that? Bear King also said indignantly, as he too held admiration for the master. However, the master's true form is that of a noble dragon god bloodline, and he wouldn't dare to have any thoughts of overstepping. For them, these ordinary soul beasts, being able to contribute even a small bit of their power is already the greatest honor. As for engaging in some indescribable activities with the master, that is something they would never dare to aspire to. Well then, if that's the case, I'll take my leave, Chao Yan said with a smile, shaking his head, ready to turn and leave. However, he wasn't worried at all. Having read the original work, he naturally knew that according to Guyuna's character, she wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Wait a moment, please stay, senior. Looking at Chao Yan's departing figure, Guyuna suddenly raised her voice anxiously and shouted, Master! Both Qi Wang and Bear King shouted almost simultaneously. Shut up. If you dare to be rude to the senior again, get out of the Star Dove Forest. Guyuna's voice was laced with a hint of coldness, and when her words fell, it seemed capable of piercing through one's heart. With Guyuna's icy reprimand, Qi Wang and Bear King fell silent at once. Although they still felt somewhat unwilling, they understood clearly that if they dared to say anything more, they would undoubtedly become the target of everyone's ire. Master, what is this? Chao Yan paused, revealing a half-smile expression. Little guy, I agree to your request. You can hold me. Guyuna gritted her teeth, as if making an incredibly difficult decision, and slowly spoke. Am I really that small? Chao Yan was somewhat displeased. He didn't quite like this term. I'm sorry, senior. Saying this, Guyuna even took the initiative to open her arms, and at that moment, her full figure was directly revealed, her curves exuding allure. This scene left Chao Yan somewhat dazed. Can I really hold you for a bit? You want to hit me, right? Chao Yan said tentatively, his heart racing a bit. That is fine. Guyuna nodded lightly, tacitly agreeing. Great, here I come. Chao Yan immediately rejoiced and dashed into Guyuna's embrace. At the instant he plunged into her arms, a soft sensation spread throughout his body, and he even caught a faint scent of milk. What a blissful feeling. Chapter 276, Rejected. Oh my god, this kid actually dares to touch the Master-S body. Does he want to die? The Master-S body has never been touched by anyone. This guy is simply too bold. Who gave him the courage? Is he seeking death? I can't stand it. This guy is truly despicable. Watch me kill him. Seeing this scene unfold, the many soul beasts immediately cried out in anguish. Their eyes filled with envy and unwillingness, but more importantly, they were filled with rage. In their hearts, the master was like a divine being. Not to mention touching the Master-S body, they didn't even have the chance to casually interact with her. But now, not only had this guy touched the Master-S body, but it was also in such a manner. How could they not feel angry? Moreover, many of them viewed the master as an untouchable goddess, and seeing their goddess treated this way naturally left them indignant. However, just as they were preparing to act, Guyuna's cold voice rang out again. Anyone who dares to be disrespectful to the senior will no longer be allowed to stay in the Stardew Forest. This statement seemed to possess a certain magic, exploding in everyone's minds, causing all the soul beasts to fall silent. Although they were displeased with Chao Yin, they had no choice but to endure at this moment. After all, offending the master at this time was not a wise decision. Senior, can you let go now? You've been holding me for quite a while, Guyuna said softly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the immense pressure on her chest. Although she had agreed to let Chao Yin hold her, the duration was a bit too long. However, she couldn't say much. After all, she needed to rely on him to restore her cultivation. Has it really been long? I didn't notice, but this feeling is so comfortable. Can I hold you a little longer? I'm reluctant to let go. Chao Yin feigned an innocent expression, clearly accustomed to this thick-skinned behavior. Having the chance to be so intimately close to such a beauty, he certainly wouldn't let it slip away easily. Moreover, Guyuna was no ordinary beauty, so he couldn't miss this opportunity. But senior, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Guyuna pouted, her rosy lips looking extremely tempting, making one want to bite down hard and savor the sweetness. Guyuna's face showed a hint of grievance, but she didn't dare to say much. Ever since she fled here, she could sense that beings from the divine realm were secretly searching for her, and because of that, she desperately longed to restore her powers. Even just a part of them, as it held a deadly allure for her. After all, she needed this so desperately right now. Don't worry, it will be fine soon. I'm not that shameless, Chao Yin said with righteous words, casually touching Guyuna's fragrant shoulder. Not willing to give up this wonderful feeling anytime soon. By the way, I still don't know how to address you, senior. Although Guyuna very much wanted to break free from Chao Yin's embrace, she held back, for she saw hope for restoring her powers in him. And that was something she longed for deeply. Just call me Chao Yin. Of course, if you call me Brother Chao Yin, I wouldn't mind either, Chao Yin said truthfully, feeling as if he had reached the peak of his life at that moment. Guyuna in his arms was not only soft, but also exuded an enchanting fragrance, truly a stunning beauty. Brother Chao Yin, you could just call me Thank you. If you really can help me restore my cultivation, I will definitely thank you properly. Guyuna bit her lip and said softly. Oh, how do you plan to thank me? Chao Yin was very direct by nature, always speaking his mind. Well, as long as Brother Chao Yin asks. Is willing to do anything, Guyuna said after a moment of thought, her voice unusually firm. Anything? Chao Yin's eyes lit up, thinking to himself, could even excessive demands be acceptable? However, Chao Yin didn't voice his thoughts out loud. After all, he had only just started interacting with Guyuna, and he needed to leave a good impression in her heart. Otherwise, that would be too lewd. Such excessive demands cannot be made. Guyuna's pretty face turned red, as if she suddenly thought of something, and immediately said, Don't worry, I'm not that shameless person. I can't force someone to do something against their will. Chao Yin patted his chest and said with a serious expression, Of course, this is just talk. An LSP would never admit to being an LSP, and besides, it's just words. How could he not be moved by such a beautiful Guyuna? All right, my Nar is truly beautiful. It's time to get down to business. Chao Yin cleared his throat, then slowly loosened his arms, no longer holding the warm and soft jade in his embrace. Although this feeling was wonderful, he also had his limits. If he didn't know how to restrain himself, it would be too shameless. Brother Chao Yin, how do you plan to help me restore my damaged cultivation? After being released by Chao Yin, Guyuna finally regained some strength and hurriedly said with joy, There is a method, but I'm afraid my Nar might not dare to try it. Are you scared? Chao Yin said slowly, a hint of a mischievous smile on his face, though Guyuna didn't seem to notice. I'm not afraid. As long as it can help Nar restore her former strength, I won't be afraid of anything. Gu Yuna nodded heavily, her voice filled with determination. All right, this method involves you and me cultivating together and then further improving the bloodline within you. At that time, I will use my soul power to help you open up all your meridians. Only then can you recover. Are you willing to try? Chaoyan was also touched by Gu Yuna's determined gaze and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Cultivating together? Is there no other way besides this? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna's smile froze on her face. If that were the case, she would rather not restore her cultivation. This is the only way, Nar. Rest assured, with my character, I won't do anything to you. Chaoyan nodded, and just as he was about to say something else, Gu Yuna waved her hand. Master, why not just kill this kid? I see he's doing this on purpose. At that moment, a woman in a purple robe stepped forward, her cold and beautiful face filled with killing intent. Chapter 277, The Temper of ZG. The woman wore a purple gown that showcased her excellent figure, her smooth curves fully visible. This almost devilish figure was not lacking even when compared to Ain. As the gown swayed, a pair of snowy white legs were revealed. These legs were not only slender, but also exuded an irresistible allure when she moved, making one want to touch them directly. The woman's pretty face showed a hint of seductive charm, making it clear that she belonged to the type with a fiery temper. It seemed that conquering her would be somewhat difficult. How bold! Who do you think you are to speak to me like this? Do you know that I am the only one who can help your master restore her cultivation? Without me, do you know what kind of loss that would be for your master? Chaoyan feigned anger, hands on his hips, tried to appear imposing. However, this was merely to leave a strong impression on the woman before him. He knew that with a woman like her, if he acted too vulgar, it would be quite difficult to win her over. ZG, step back. Do not be disrespectful to the senior. At this moment, Gu Yuna spoke, her cold voice resonating as her beautiful eyes also showed a hint of anger. Clearly, ZG's disrespectful actions had stirred some anger within her. Your name is ZG? Chaoyan looked at the woman in surprise, feeling a surge of joy within. In the original story, ZG's character was fiery and impulsive, and he hadn't expected her to be the woman before him. ZG did not answer Chaoyan's question. Instead, she shot him a fierce glare. As a soul beast with a noble bloodline, in ZG's eyes, humans were the most insignificant existence. Even though this guy had some skills, she still looked down on him. Moreover, ZG was feeling quite frustrated at the moment. They soul beasts had always been guarding their master, and when it came to contributions and hardships, they naturally ranked first. Yet now, their master was reprimanding her for the sake of a mere human. Such differential treatment was bound to anger her prideful nature. Brother Chaoyan, is this really the only way to restore my damage power? Is there no other method? Gu Yuna asked softly, her beautiful eyes showing some helplessness. She knew what this method meant for her. The so-called dual cultivation method, also known as the union of yin and yang, not only required coordination between man and woman, but also involved the so-called intimate acts between them. Only in this way could the dual cultivation method achieve its maximum effect. However, such a method generally required mutual consent, which would promote the cultivation progress of both parties. Her reluctance stemmed from the fact that this method meant losing her purity. She had just barely escaped from the divine realm, needing to evade its pursuit while accumulating strength to strike back at the divine realm and reclaim her other half, the Golden Dragon King. But if she were to engage in dual cultivation, she would lose her pure body. However, that was not her biggest concern. For someone of her noble dragon bloodline, once she entrusted her body to another, it would create an emotional bond that would be hard to sever, leading to an unwavering love for that person. But how could she allow herself to be bound by love in her current state? She still had her own mission to accomplish. If it weren't for that, even if she agreed to such a request, it would be no problem. Nar, this may be the only way. Through the dual cultivation method, I can use my powerful cultivation to significantly alter your body, allowing you to recover your lost power. Chaoyan said with a serious expression. This method was also his only chance to win Gu Yuna's heart. Can you give Nar some time to think? I can't make a decision right now. You know, this method means too much loss for me. Is that okay? Gu Yuna blinked her eyes, her adorable appearance making Chaoyan's heart race. It must be said that Gu Yuna's charm was quite significant. Fortunately, Chaoyan had seen beautiful women before. Otherwise, he might have already been completely captivated. Of course, this is your choice, and I will naturally respect it. If you decide, you can come find me anytime. Chaoyan smiled slightly, feeling no urgency. In his view, it was only a matter of time before Gu Yuna agreed to this request. As long as she came to terms with it, she would naturally fall into his embrace. Leaving aside everything else, just with his handsome face, Gu Yuna would definitely be attracted to him. Thank you for your understanding. Brother Chao Yan, are these two your girlfriends? They're so beautiful. Gu Yuna's gaze turned to Yin and Xiao Wu beside her, and a hint of amazement appeared in her eyes. Although she considered herself quite beautiful, these two girls before her were not any less impressive. No, they're all my beloved girls, all the ones I want to marry, and they're now my fiancé, yes. Chao Yan shook his head and truthfully stated his relationship with Xiao Wu and the others. This actually wasn't a big deal. In his view, a man can be flirtatious. But the most important thing is to be honest at heart. Only by being honest can one better face other girls. Oh, I see, Chao Yan brother. Do you think Nar is more beautiful than them? Gu Yuna nodded and asked with anticipation. Of course, you're much more beautiful than them. To be honest, from the first moment I saw Nar, I discovered a breathtaking secret. Chao Yan smiled gently, not worried that Xiao Wu and Yin would be angry, as he was already very familiar with them. What secret? Gu Yuna asked curiously. From the moment I saw you, I knew that in this world, the most beautiful girl is only you. Chao Yan's eyes were filled with tenderness, and his expression was sincere, not only graceful, but also like a gentleman with an extraordinary demeanor. Really? Am I really that beautiful in your eyes, Chao Yan brother? Gu Yuna said excitedly, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Of course, ever since I saw Nar, I can no longer appreciate any scenery in this world. Even if the scenery is beautiful, it cannot compare to my Nar, Chao Yan said with absolute certainty. He had always been an honest man and never spoke falsehoods. Okay, Nar understands. Thank you. Being praised by Chao Yan made Gu Yuna a bit shy. After all, she was just an innocent girl who didn't understand the malice of the world. In matters of emotion, Gu Yuna was just a blank slate. However, she encountered the experienced Chao Yan, and although it was just a few words, Gu Yuna's heart began to flutter. After all, for a pure girl who had never experienced beautiful love, there was always a bit of expectation. Naur, you are my little angel. If possible, I sincerely hope to be with you forever. Even if our relationship is just friends, that would be enough for me. Chao Yan looked at Gu Yuna affectionately, his clear eyes containing no impurities, as if he were an honest man. Chao Yan brother Nar understands now. Can you stay here? That way, I can see you anytime. Gu Yuna's face couldn't help but turn red. She didn't quite understand why Chao Yan was so nice to her when they had just met. Of course, I would also like to live with Nar. Can I stay in any room? Chao Yan smiled slightly, thick-skinly asking. For him, as long as he could win over a beauty, it didn't matter how thick his skin was. No, you can't stay with Nar. I'm a bit tired. ZG, go help the senior arrange a place to stay. Also, if anyone dares to disrespect the senior, just get out of here. After saying this, Gu Yuna quickly ran away, her face already flushed. Watching Gu Yuna's figure disappear, Chao Yan did not chase after her. He knew that Gu Yuna was likely already enchanted by his handsome face. And in that case, it was only a matter of time before he won her over. My goodness, what's going on, master? Could it be that this human boy really fooled you? This is too fake. Yeah, I don't believe a word that comes out of this kid's mouth. I really don't understand why master would choose to believe him. Could it be that master has fallen for this kid? I think it's very possible. The way master looks at this kid is clearly different from how she looks at us. Master is very innocent, and this kid is full of bad intentions. Master must have been deceived. If this continues, she might end up losing herself. As Gu Yuna left, the spirit beasts began to whisper among themselves. They had naturally seen the conversation between Gu Yuna and Chao Yan, and because of this, jealousy burned in their hearts. They had lived with the master for so long, yet even so, she had never shown any shyness in front of them. But this kid, with just a few words, had enchanted her to this extent. How could they not be jealous? Shut up. Are you tired of living? Do you even have the right to discuss the master? ZG suddenly spoke up. Although she was also somewhat dissatisfied with the situation, since the master had given her an order, she naturally had to protect Chao Yan. With ZG speaking, the spirit beasts fell silent. Although ZG was not the highest in cultivation here, they all knew that she was the woman chosen by Emperor Tian. No matter how bold they were, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of ZG. After all, that would be equivalent to indirectly opposing Emperor Tian. Master, it's bad. A human boy has come to our door, and he even injured me. At that moment, a shrill cry came from outside the palace, and as the voice drew closer, a disheveled figure gradually appeared in front of everyone. The owner of the figure was wearing a golden robe, but the robe was tattered. With every step he took, he had a paws clearly injured. On both sides of the man's face, a few strands of golden hair hung down, exhibiting nobility. This figure was none other than Emperor Tian. However, at that moment, he looked extremely disheveled, and this was because Chao Yan had shown no mercy. My goodness, Emperor Tian, who beat you up like this? How did you end up in this state? Yeah, with your cultivation, even an average title Dalu wouldn't be your match. How did you end up like this? Were you ambushed? Xiaogang and the others looked at Emperor Tian's state, and guesses immediately arose. In their perception, Emperor Tian was akin to a divine being, and now that he had been injured by someone, they were naturally shocked. Ahem, it was done by a human boy. His strength has reached the level of a peerless Dalu. I fought with him and unfortunately got injured. You all quickly go tell the master that this kid is very dangerous, and we must stop him from harming the master. After Emperor Tian said this, his expression suddenly became somewhat strange, as he noticed that Xiaogang and the others also bore some injuries. What happened to you? Emperor Tian asked in confusion, suddenly feeling an unease arise in his heart. Emperor Tian, are you planning to take revenge on me? Chao Yin said lightly, but he was secretly laughing. Although Emperor Tian was ranked first among the 10 fierce beasts, it seemed he was nothing more than that. It's you. You have such great courage to dare to barge in here. Are you tired of living? Everyone, let's go together and kill this kid. Hearing this familiar voice, Emperor Tian's pupils suddenly contracted sharply, and disbelief followed. This voice was one he was incredibly familiar with. Emperor Tian, you rascal. Senior Chao Yin is a distinguished guest to the master. What status do you have to make noise here? At this moment, Ziji was furious again. Although she had always admired Emperor Tian before, right now, Chao Yin's strength was shocking to her. While Emperor Tian was powerful, compared to Chao Yin, he was nothing. Moreover, the gap between the two was not just a minor difference. It was clear who was stronger. Ziji, you mean this kid? Emperor Tian found it hard to believe what he was seeing and was somewhat dumbfounded. Senior, please follow me. I will lead you to arrange accommodation. Ziji directly approached Chao Yin. Her sweet voice was intoxicating. Biji, remember to find me tonight. Chao Yin smiled and turned to look at Biji behind him. Such a beauty was always on his mind. Biji nodded shyly and quickly ran away. Tonight, she would become Chao Yan's woman. Your name is Ziji, right? You are indeed a beautiful woman. Would you like to be my woman? Chao Yin lifted Ziji's chin with his hand and gazed deeply into her purple eyes, his heart ablaze. I am willing. Ziji surprisingly agreed straightforwardly. In fact, she had understood her role the moment the master assigned her the task. Naturally, she had to agree now. Senior, you must not bully me, Ziji said, slightly bowing, every move exuding temptation. After saying this, she took Chao Yin and disappeared outside the palace. No, my Ziji, my Biji, that kid took my beloved wife. I will kill him. Shortly after Chao Yin left, a figure wailed, and it was Emperor Tian, who seemed like a useless person. Chapter 279, Ziji's Choice Senior. Did you really defeat Emperor Tian? He is a top expert known as the Black Dragon King, with a cultivation level reaching 890,000 years. After leading Chao Yin and the others out of the Great Hall, Ziji recalled the sight of Emperor Tian being injured and curiously asked. After all, she had witnessed Emperor Tian's strength. Although she had also seen Chao Yan's power, she still found it hard to believe he could be Emperor Tian's opponent. From some perspectives, the overall strength of soul beasts far exceeded that of humans. Not to mention, Emperor Tian was a soul beast that surpassed ordinary humans. His cultivation had long surpassed 890,000 years, making one imagine how terrifying his true strength must be. It was said that at his peak, Emperor Tian's immense power could even slay some gods. But these were merely legends, and their truth was hard to ascertain. Of course, just a little black dragon. I only need to make a slight move to show him my prowess. Inhaling the faint, feminine fragrance wafting from Ziji's delicate body, Chao Yin replied in a good mood. Although Emperor Tian had 890,000 years of cultivation, sometimes a high cultivation level does not represent everything. Cultivation is merely a standard for measuring strength. True powerhouses are never bound by such things. This is how strong people become strong. Senior is really impressive. This guy, Emperor Tian, has always relied on his cultivation to exert pressure on us weaker soul beasts. He even wanted to possess me. Thank you, Senior, for taking action against him. A look of surprise appeared in Ziji's beautiful eyes as she listened to Chao Yan's relaxed tone, and it seemed that Emperor Tian was indeed just a little bug in his eyes. Unfortunately, her cultivation was too weak, leaving her no room to resist against Emperor Tian. If it weren't for Chao Yan's timely appearance today, she might have been forced by Emperor Tian after some time. Even so, she had no chance to resist. For them, soul beasts, their faith was only in true powerhouses like Emperor Tian. Although she was one of the top 10 fierce beasts, in terms of intimidation and combat power, she could not compare to Emperor Tian. It's okay, In my eyes, Emperor Tian is just an ant. Did he bully you? Chao Yan's thoughts were quite delicate, and he caught the trace of pity in Ziji's beautiful eyes. It's not that, senior. Actually, Emperor Tian has always hoped that I could become his woman. He has the same thoughts about Biji. If I hadn't encountered you today, perhaps. As Ziji spoke, her voice became softer, and on her fair face, a hint of helplessness was visible. It seemed that, as a fierce beast, she had little choice or chance to resist in such situations. That bastard Emperor Tian deserves to die. I will go kill him right now. Forcing women? Who does he think he is? Upon hearing this, Chao Yan's anger surged. Although he was not a righteous person, he could not condone such shameless acts. This Emperor Tian was indeed worse than trash. Such a beast should not be allowed to exist. Chao Yan clenched his fists. If he hadn't arrived in time, perhaps Ziji and Biji, the two most beautiful women in the Stardow Forest, would have already fallen into Emperor Tian's hands. This was unacceptable. As he spoke, Chao Yan turned to leave. At that moment, Ziji suddenly hugged Chao Yan from behind, her slender, seemingly boneless hands coiling around his waist like a water snake. The delicate touch and the intoxicating fragrance from Ziji quietly entered his nostrils, causing his heart to tremble. Ziji, what are you doing? Since Emperor Tian treats you this way, let me help you vent your anger. I'll help you kill him, okay? Chao Yan said earnestly, slowly turning around to meet Ziji's hazy, purple eyes. His hand gently caressed her purple hair, which, while not particularly smooth, felt unique in his touch. Senior, Ziji is just an ordinary girl. She is not worthy of your treatment. You are a great person, and Ziji is just an ordinary girl. Please don't do this. Ziji bit her red lips tightly. Her voice choked with emotion, revealing a unique weakness that could further spark Chao Yan's protective instincts. Don't say that. The person I hate most in my life is someone like Emperor Tian. Does he think he can bully weak women just because he considers himself strong? Such a person is not worth living. Chao Yan shook his head, his gaze softening as he felt a pang of pity for Ziji before him. Don't, senior. Although Emperor Tian has a bad character, the bloodline flowing within him is incredibly noble. Moreover, for so many years, he has always been the guardian beside the master, holding a very high position. If he dies, it would be a huge blow to our soul beast world. Ziji's tone was almost pleading. How she wished she could kill Emperor Tian too, but she could not do so. She was originally a hot-tempered woman. When Emperor Tian pursued her, she had already firmly rejected him. But unfortunately, Emperor Tian's strength was too overpowering. So even after rejecting him, he still relentlessly pursued her, and she had gotten used to it. Now, seeing Chao Yan actually willing to help her vent her anger and make such a choice, how could she not be moved? After all, she had endured countless years of loneliness and desolation in the Stardow Forest, with no one ever caring for or concerning themselves about her. But she only had a fleeting acquaintance with Chao Yan, yet the latter was willing to go against Di Tian for her sake. What kind of virtue or ability did she possess to deserve such treatment? However, this guy Di Tian was indeed too much. Can you really tolerate this? After listening to Ziji's narration, Chao Yan had an answer in his heart. Yes, Di Tian's status was exceedingly noble. If he really killed this guy, it would indeed be a huge blow to the soul beasts. The senior was already very grateful to stand up for her. Ziji smiled gently, slowly releasing her arms from Chao Yan's body. Although she was a weak woman, she understood righteousness. If her personal matters led to Di Tian's death, she would feel a bit guilty. All right, I respect your choice. If he dares to bully you again in the future, I will definitely not let him go. Chao Yan could still smell the faint fragrance lingering in his hand, which belonged to Ziji. Upon hearing this, Ziji blushed shyly and nodded gently. At this moment, she already had an answer in her heart. Chapter 280. Unforgettable Spring Night Senior. Can I call you by another name? After a brief silence, Ziji spoke again. She found that this young boy in front of her didn't seem to act arrogantly because of his powerful strength. Interacting with him was quite easy. In fact, she could even feel a long-lost sense of intimacy from Chao Yan, as if she had returned to a certain embrace. How would you like to address me? Chao Yan's tone was also quite gentle. He realized that although Ziji appeared very fierce on the surface, she wasn't as difficult to interact with as he had imagined. Can I call you Brother Chao Yan? After saying this, Ziji's cheeks immediately flushed red. She couldn't understand why she would say such inexplicable words. This didn't fit her image at all. So embarrassing. Could it be because he looked somewhat handsome? Ziji thought to herself. And soon the blush on her face became even more intoxicating. Of course, you can call me however you like. I don't mind. Chao Yan naturally wouldn't refuse such a suggestion. After all, setting aside everything else, ZG herself was a great beauty. And being called by a beauty like this was indeed a very happy thing. Brother Chao Yin, ZG, called out sweetly, and then a hint of joy appeared in her beautiful eyes. This feeling seemed quite nice. Chao Yin just nodded slightly in response. He originally thought that interacting with a temperamental soul beast like ZG would be quite challenging, but the current reality had slapped him in the face. ZG was not as difficult to approach as he had imagined. Meanwhile, ZG's peripheral vision was secretly observing Chao Yan's facial expression. When she saw the hint of shyness on his face, her smile deepened. Brother Chao Yan, I want to see where you live. After secretly smiling, ZG returned to her normal demeanor. However, this feeling of being with Chao Yan made her inexplicably happy. Okay, Chao Yan nodded, taking the hands of Xiao Wu and Ayin, following ZG's footsteps. Now, the relationship between him and Xiao Wu and the others had reached a very stable level. Even if he flirted with other women in front of them, Xiao Wu and Ayin wouldn't say much about it. For this, Chao Yan felt quite emotional. So this is what it feels like to be a playboy. So refreshing. Chao Yan, do you have any thoughts about this, Sister ZG? While walking, Xiao Wu suddenly raised her delicate eyes and asked curiously. As a girl herself, she could naturally see the little thoughts in Chao Yan's eyes. Perhaps this was the most mysterious aspect in every girl's heart. Upon hearing this, Chao Yan wanted to respond, but was interrupted by Ayin, who spoke first. I think this Sister ZG is quite good. Her strength is much stronger than mine. Do you think Chao Yan would let her go? Listening to Ayin's teasing words, Chao Yan was at a loss for words. He didn't expect Ayin to voice what he was thinking. However, Chao Yan wasn't angry. It seemed that he and Ayin really had a connection. She could even guess his thoughts. No wonder he liked Ayin. I don't care. Even if you want to be intimate with this beautiful Sister ZG tonight, you must take me and Sister Ayin along. Otherwise, I won't talk to you anymore. Xiao Wu huffed lightly, puffing up her cheeks in a cute way. Although she looked angry, it seemed extremely adorable. Xiao Wu was right. You haven't touched anyone for a long time, and besides, it's been so long, I want to try your length again. I wonder if it has changed after 6 years. After hearing Xiao Wu's words, Ayin nodded in agreement. After listening to the two girls, Chao Yan was instantly speechless. It was obvious that he couldn't escape tonight. Here we are, Brother Chao Yan. This is the place arranged for you to stay. You can stay here tonight, and if you need anything, you can find me anytime. At this moment, ZG also stopped, and in front of her was a uniquely constructed small wooden house. Beside the wooden house was a large clear lake. The water crystal clear, resembling a fairyland, evoking a sense of longing. This lake is the lake of life, and the wooden house built here has a unique and elegant charm. After saying this, ZG intended to leave, although she was somewhat reluctant. She didn't know if Chao Yan would like her, so she chose not to stay. After all, Xiao Wu and Ayin beside him were already very beautiful. Wait a minute, ZG, would you be willing to be my woman? Chao Yan stepped forward, directly standing in front of ZG, his gaze fixed intently on her beautiful face, and said frankly, Does Brother Chao Yan want to stay? However, ZG's heart raced slightly at that moment, and she felt a bit shy, unsure of whether she should agree. But what? Chao Yan extended a hand, pressing it against the tree behind ZG, effectively blocking her retreat. It could be said that ZG had no way to back out now. Nothing. I'll just agree to you. Will you want me tonight? ZG timidly said, her heart racing. She didn't expect that she would also fall in love. However, she felt a sense of anticipation. Compared to Tion, Chao Yan was far superior to him in character and other aspects. Being with such a young man indeed gave her a sense of security. All right, then you go wait in a room for me. You don't have to go back tonight. Chao Yan took the jade hand of ZG and gently kissed it with his lips. The delicate touch of her skin made him feel as if he were floating in the clouds. Good, ZG shyly nodded. And then she walked into the small wooden house with Xiao Wu and Ayin. The anticipation in her heart reached its peak at that moment. Although the wooden house looked small, the space inside was quite ample, accommodating more than a dozen people without any problem. Before long, as night fell, the entire Stardow forest became quiet. In a small wooden house by the lake of life, the charming voice of a woman occasionally echoed, and a scene of spring unfolded. Chapter 281. Chao Yan's plans a sleepless night. In the morning, when the first ray of dawn shone into the wooden house, a warm aura slowly rose within. Chao Yan sat quietly on the bed, looking tenderly at the four girls before him. Such a thing, when Chao Yan lived on Earth, he wouldn't even dare to imagine, as he was just an ordinary person with a mundane life. This kind of treatment, akin to that of an emperor, was something he could only look up to and never have the chance to experience. But things were different here. After experiencing what happened last night, Chao Yan understood some benefits. His exploration of Douluo continent was still too shallow. Since conquering Ziji and Baiji, Chao Yan gradually tasted new sweetness. The charm of these two stunning women was as good as or even better than Xiao Wu or any girl he had encountered before. With this thought, a bold idea suddenly arose in Chao Yan's heart. Since he was a transmigrator, why not take the opportunity to gather all the beauties of Douluo continent into his embrace? Just thinking about conquering all the beauties of Douluo continent at once was thrilling. The Ice Empress and Snow Empress from the extreme north, Yi Lung Lung from Tiando Academy, the three beauties of Wuhuan Hall, Lu Erlong from Lamba Academy, Bai Chunxiang from the Mingji clan, and even Shueku from the Tiando Empire. As he murmured these names, Chao Yan's eyes lit up at first. Then he felt a bit regretful and knocked on his head. He didn't expect that after being in Douluo continent for so long, there were still so many beauties he hadn't conquered. This was truly a shame for a transmigrator. Oh, and there were also the 7 girls from Tianshui Academy. These 7 girls were also incredibly beautiful. If they could all become my women, it would surely be thrilling, Chao Yan added, suddenly feeling a surge of excitement. These beauties would ultimately become Chao Yan's women. Just as Chao Yan fantasized about a bright future in his heart, a charming gasp from a woman reached his ears, mixed with a hint of weakness. Senior, did you not rest last night? A pair of light green beautiful eyes looked at Chao Yan, and a gentle voice spoke softly. It was Baiji. At that moment, she felt as if her body had completely collapsed. Even a slight movement caused her immense pain. However, even so, Baiji was somewhat happy. She had thought that after parting from Chao Yan yesterday, he would forget about her. But to her surprise, Chao Yan actually called her over and even did that kind of thing with her. The kind of thing which made her feel exceptionally thrilling just thinking about it. Was something she naturally yearned for, being a woman herself. Baiji, you are still too distant with me. Given our current relationship, there's no need for such formalities. Chao Yan turned his head, looking at Baiji's tattered green dress, feeling a bit awkward, especially with her long, fair legs exposed beneath the broken dress. Enough to tempt anyone. However, he couldn't blame himself. It was simply because Baiji's figure was too alluring. Such a beauty, regardless of who it was, would find it hard to resist her charm. Then how should I address you? I'm already yours, and you must be responsible for me, Baiji said shyly. Although she was just a soul beast, she understood how to uphold her feelings. Just call me Brother Chao Yan. Don't worry. I will protect you for the rest of your life. Anyone who dares to harm you must first step over my corpse, Chao Yan said, suddenly feeling a surge of warmth in his heart, his hand, unable to resist, moving toward Baiji's snowy long leg. The sensation was incredibly pleasant. Brother Chao Yan, you are bullying me. Baiji couldn't help but whimper. But she didn't resist, because being treated like this by the man she liked was inherently a happy thing. Moreover, she saw a fiery look in Chao Yan's eyes, which was enough to show that he genuinely liked her. Silly girl, I will bully you for a lifetime, Chao Yan said with a mischievous smile, wrapping Baiji's delicate body in his arms, feeling even more shocked in his heart. Such a beautiful woman was fortunate to meet him. Otherwise, she would have been harmed by DT on. How could this be? Brother Chao Yan, I will always be your woman, Baiji said with a happy smile. She had thought that she could only be ruthlessly possessed by DT on, but unexpectedly, she met the young man before her. Could Brother Chao Yan be her true fate? All right, put on your dress first. ZG and the others will wake up soon, and I can't bear to let my treasure be seen by other women. Chao Yan caressed Baiji's fragrant shoulder and picked up the dress from the ground, which still carried a faint fragrance, the scent of his precious Baiji. So pleasant. No wonder she is the fairy Baiji. She is simply too beautiful. Even the top stars on Earth can't compare to Baiji. Such a beauty. Chao Yan felt a bit reluctant to bully her. However, when it was time to bully, he still had to do it. Otherwise, the beauty would lose its meaning. If he weren't worried that Baiji's body couldn't handle it, he would have thoroughly whipped her by now. It's a pity that he was a bit too fierce with Baiji last night. Even if they were to have a second time now, Baiji's body probably wouldn't be able to take it. Brother Chao Yan, then I will leave first. Don't forget about me. I will always be yours. Baiji glanced reluctantly at Chao Yan. Although she felt a bit unwilling in her heart, she had to leave since Chao Yan had other girls to comfort. She was not the kind of woman who was all beauty without brains. She understood that it was already very good that Chao Yan did not disdain her. Baiji is truly a beauty. It's hard to part with her. Chao Yan sighed with regret. How could he bear to part with such a beautiful Baiji? Brother Chao Yan, do you really like Baiji? Am I not as good looking as her? At that moment, ZG on the bed woke up. She was incredibly alluring. Her sexy body only covered by a thin blanket, exposing some sensitive areas, showcasing her snow-white skin. Seeing this scene, Chao Yin couldn't help but touch his nose, feeling his heart race unknowingly. Looking at Chao Yin, ZG felt revitalized. Although the experience from last night was unforgettable, she genuinely felt a sense of admiration for the young man before her. Such a young man, truly a hero. She is very happy. Chapter 282. The thoughts of ZG. My ZG is so beautiful. Is she okay? Chao Yin sat down beside ZG. Compared to Bai Ji, ZG's figure was even more voluptuous. If Bai Ji's figure could be described as flat, then ZG could definitely be described as having deep valleys. The difference between them was indeed enormous. Oof. Brother Chao Yin is still lying to me. You wouldn't prefer Bai Ji more, would you? Am I not as good looking as her? ZG's expression was somewhat displeased. Although she would show a gentle side in front of someone she liked, she also had a possessive nature towards her beloved. After all, this is the most basic manifestation of liking someone. How could that be? My ZG is the most beautiful. Although Bai Ji is also good looking, she doesn't hold the same place in my heart as you do. ZG, you are my treasure. Chao Yin smiled, knowing how to answer such questions. After all, he was quite experienced in matters of the heart now. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? ZG was somewhat skeptical of Chao Yan's words, shaking her head slightly, still unconvinced. Speaking of which, although Bai Ji was not as enchanting in figure, her beauty was not inferior to ZG's. So how could Chao Yin not like her? Of course not. How could I lie to you? You're my little treasure, ZG. I'm really happy to have met such a perfect girl like you. Promise me to be my woman for a lifetime, okay? Chao Yan's gaze was particularly firm, having obtained a woman of ZG's caliber. He naturally would not let her go easily. As the saying goes, beautiful women should not be discarded. If he could neglect a beauty like ZG, that would be too inhumane. Such unkind and unjust actions, Chao Yin would rather die than agree to. Am I really as beautiful as you say? Oof. You just like to flatter, but I like it. Hearing Chao Yan's words, ZG felt a bit happier. Although Chao Yin was a bit lecherous, overall, he had good character. At least in ZG's eyes, Chao Yin was much better than DTon. DTon, although powerful, only bullied others with his strength, even threatening her to do things she disliked. But fortunately, perhaps it was heaven's compassion that allowed her to meet someone like Chao Yin during her most lonely and helpless times. Of course, to me, you're the most beautiful woman in my eyes. No one in this world can compare to you. Chao Yin smiled affectionately. ZG's figure was incredibly impressive. Even though she was covered by a blanket, her proud contours were unmistakably revealed. Even Chao Yin found it hard to control himself. ZG, how is your body? If you don't mind, can I touch you again? Is that okay? Chao Yin was somewhat eager, since Ayin and Xiao Wu had not yet woken up. It would be great to take this opportunity to deepen his feelings with ZG. Huh? Brother Chao Yin still wants to bully me? Not now. I haven't recovered yet. Maybe next time. ZG's expression suddenly changed. After what happened last night, she felt particularly weak now and could barely move. This wasn't her fault. It was simply because Chao Yin was too intense. ZG vaguely remembered the scene from last night. Even though Chao Yin was playing with 4 girls at the same time, he showed no signs of exhaustion at all. It felt as if he were an inexhaustible spring. No matter how much he was pressed, he could not be drained. However, this had exhausted them. For instance, both Xiao Wu and Ayin were still showing no signs of waking up due to their lower cultivation compared to ZG and Bai Ji. This indirectly demonstrated how terrifying Chao Yan's ability was. ZG also did not expect that Chao Yan was still full of energy. He seemed to have endless vitality, which was quite frightening. Alright, it seems my ZG treasure is also exhausted. Don't worry, I'm not that lecherous. As long as it's a girl I like, I will be committed. Chao Yan found it hard to refute her. Just as ZG had said, he could also sense the weakness in her aura. In such a situation, it was not suitable for a second round. Although he was physically strong, he couldn't force ZG. He couldn't make ZG suffer just for his own pleasure. That would not be a good decision at all. Brother Chao Yin, can you help me put on my dress? My body really hurts, and I can't move at all. ZG said in a coquettish tone, then slowly stretched out her enticing figure, revealing her fair skin, long, beautiful legs, and even her subtly visible curves, all of which attracted Chao Yan's gaze. However, Chao Yan pretended to be angry and said, ZG, you are deliberately tempting me. Be careful, or I might just take advantage of you. After saying this, Chao Yan reached out his hand and gave ZG's perky backside a hard slap. Since ZG wasn't wearing any clothes at the moment, there was no possibility of covering that area. When Chao Yan's hand came down, a crisp sound echoed. Slap. Ziji's figure was already incredibly proud, so even her backside was quite elastic. Therefore, when Chao Yin slapped down, it caused a ripple, and the wonderful sensation made Chao Yin feel an impulse to slap again. It was truly indescribable. What are you doing? My important area was attacked. Ziji's beautiful eyes widened. For her, who was so proud, being hit in such a private area was quite embarrassing. What? Can I really do that? Chao Yin slowly asked, wondering if Ziji was intentionally flirting with him. Could this be what they called happiness? Of course I can do it, Chao Yin said without hesitation. At the same time, he felt a surge of mischief in his eyes. What do you want to do? Ziji shrank back, her vigilant gaze on Chao Yin, instinctively clenching her fists. Beads of fragrant sweat slowly oozing out. All right, I was just joking. How could I have such vile thoughts about you? Am I that kind of person? Come on, let me help you put on your dress. Chao Yin knew that Ziji had misspoken in her excitement. Besides, he was not that kind of lecherous person. He needed to remain rational. Plus, Ziji was so beautiful, he couldn't bear to hurt her. As he spoke, Chao Yin picked up the purple dress on the floor, but it was worth noting that there was a small hole in a certain spot of the dress, and how it got there was anyone's guess. Seeing Chao Yan's serious expression, Ziji felt a little relieved. Her heart warmed. Chapter 283. Ziji's wish brother Chao Yin. Thank you for helping me put on my dress. You are so kind. Ziji's beautiful eyes glistened with gratitude. Chao Yin was indeed the man she liked. He was so gentle in helping her put on her dress, which felt really nice. You should know that if it were an ordinary person, they would probably finish these things and then pull up their pants and deny everything. But Chao Yin did not do that. How could a considerate boy like Chao Yin not be liked? Silly girl, you are my little treasure. Doing these things for you is only right. I've always liked you. Chao Yin affectionately stroked Ziji's hair, which was purple and had an indescribable nobility. Gently touching it brought a soft and pleasant feeling. To be honest, the aura that Ziji exuded was simply the most alluring. Although Bai Ji was also very beautiful, compared to Ziji, she lacked a certain charm. Ziji baby, come dress up. I'll help you wear it. Chao Yan's gentle voice sounded. His gaze swept over Ziji's exposed, delicate body, and suddenly a strange thought crossed his mind. Given Ziji's figure, perhaps she could wear something more suitable for her. Like a sailor suit. If she could wear that, it would surely be very sexy, right? Besides a sailor suit, there were other more personalized outfits that might suit Ziji well, like black stockings. If Ziji wore such clothes, her aura would definitely be even more different, right? Chao Yin brother, are you looking at my body? You are so bad. Seeing that Chao Yin had no intention of making a move for a long time, Ziji suddenly said with a hint of grievance, but she was also a bit happy. She could naturally tell that Chao Yan's gaze had been admiring her beautiful body. Really, he just thinks about bullying her. Although she is a soul beast, she cannot withstand such torment. Cough, it's just that my Ziji baby's body is too beautiful. I really can't help it, Chao Yin said with an awkward smile, feeling his cheeks burning. Although he had seen Ziji's body once, her current appearance without clothes was also very tempting. He couldn't help but wonder what it would be like if Ziji wore a sailor suit. Thinking of this, Chao Yin felt a sense of expectation. So what? Even if my body is beautiful, it's still yours, brother. As long as you are willing, you can have me whenever you want. Ziji hummed softly, her charming eyes exuding a tempting aura. And the implication in her words was naturally understood by Chao Yin. However, he didn't expect Ziji to be so proactive. Chao Yin brother, your talent and strength are unparalleled. At such a young age, you have already broken through to the level of a peerless Douluo. Being able to become your woman is truly my fortune, Ziji said in a sweet voice, her delicate tone enough to make one fall into it. Fortunately, Chao Yin had good self-control. Otherwise, he might have been tempted. But, do you really want to be my woman forever? Chao Yin asked softly. Spending time with Ziji indeed made him feel differently. Yes, Chao Yin brother's strength is outstanding. I believe you will definitely break through the shackles and become a godlike existence in the future. I just hope you won't forget me after becoming a god, okay? I want to be your woman for a lifetime. Ziji shyly nodded, her voice as soft as a mosquito. She was just a soul beast. And even if she broke through her cultivation in the future, she could not become a godlike existence. If that were the case, her life would eventually come to an end. Once that happened, she would completely disappear from this world. But if she became Chao Yan's woman, then the outcome might be different. Chao Yan was already a peerless Douluo now, and given time, he would surely break through the 100-level limit and ascend to godhood. At that time, as Chao Yan's woman, she might also benefit from it and could continue to live forever. Alas, it's a pity. If your master is willing to believe me, her cultivation can definitely be restored to its peak. Just based on her current state, recovering to demigod level is still possible. Chaoyan couldn't help but sigh. It was just that Guyuna was too proud and unwilling to believe in herself. Otherwise, agreeing to cultivate with him would be a simple matter to restore her strength. Your master will definitely agree. I think she needs a little time to consider. After all, agreeing to cultivate together means. At this point, ZG didn't continue. She had already become Chaoyan's woman. But if it were her master, it might not be the same. After all, her master was the dragon god and had a far higher perspective than ordinary soul beasts like them. If her master made a decision, it would certainly involve deep consideration. Otherwise, her master wouldn't make such a decisive decision. ZG baby, I understand. Thank you for always being by my side. It's great to have you. Chaoyan smiled slightly. Since ZG could say such things to him, it indicated that he had begun to quietly occupy a place in her heart. Overall, this was a good omen. Can you help me put on the dress? ZG said a bit shyly. Although she had a fearsome reputation, she was still just a girl. As a girl, it was natural to be unable to avoid some matters between men and women. All right, my ZG baby is so beautiful. I really want to be with you forever. Chaoyan enjoyed this moment. The ZG in front of him was extraordinarily beautiful, unmatched in elegance. And it was such a fortune to have a beauty by his side. Saying this, Chaoyan slowly helped ZG put on the dress in his hands. His movements were gentle, as if he were afraid of hurting the girl in front of him. His gaze seemed to hold a spring of water, and that tenderness was enough to move anyone. While helping ZG put on the dress, Chaoyan's palm inevitably brushed against certain parts of her body, where the great softness made his heart tremble. The comfortable touch was simply so wonderful that it was beyond words. Chaoyan brother, thank you for helping me with the dress. I should go now. If you miss me, you can come find me anytime. Remember, I will always be your woman. ZG slightly bowed, smiling elegantly as if the whole world had fallen for her. A smile for her made the world fall. Such a beauty cannot be let down. Chapter 284. A gift for ZG baby. Please wait a moment. Just as ZG was about to leave, Chaoyan suddenly spoke, holding her delicate hand. What is it? ZG stopped in her tracks. Could it be that Chaoyan couldn't bear her leaving? However, she couldn't stay here forever. After all, there were other girls around Chaoyan, please. Although she was very beautiful, she couldn't steal the spotlight from the other girls. This dress is for you. If there is a chance, I hope to see you wear it. It will definitely suit you well. After saying this, Chaoyan directly handed the clothes in his hand to ZG. It was a sailor suit, and a very sexy one at that. Just now, Chaoyan had directly asked the system for a set. After all, he also wanted to see how beautiful it would be if ZG wore this sailor suit. Is this a gift for me? Brother Chaoyan is really thoughtful. ZG is so happy to be able to become Brother Chaoyan's girlfriend. ZG blinked her beautiful eyes, feeling a bit pleased in her heart. This was the first time she had received a gift. This feeling is truly wonderful. So this is what love feels like. Such a blissful taste. You are my little treasure. That's only natural. Chaoyan patted ZG's little head and smiled. Although ZG is one of the top 10 fierce beasts, in reality, she is a very pure and kind girl, just like a little girl, giving people a very likable feeling. Thank you. I will wear it when I go back. Will Brother Chaoyan come to find me tonight? ZG said softly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement. She held the clothes that Chaoyan had given her in her jade hands. Her heart sweetened. This feeling of being cared for and valued made her feel somewhat unreal. In the starry forest, no one had ever treated her like this. All along, she had been a very lonely girl. Few people cared about her. Even Tian and the others were only after her beautiful body, and the only one who truly cared for her was Chaoyan. He even gave her a beautiful piece of clothing. Although it looked a bit strange, ZG was deeply moved inside. This was enough to show that Chaoyan was sincere towards her, definitely not just playing around. ZG was very happy to meet a boy who truly cared for her. This was not an easy thing. Well, before I leave, can I hug you again? ZG, darling, you are so beautiful. Chaoyan licked his lips, his gaze full of anticipation. Yes you can. Tian nodded obediently, a hint of shyness appearing in her beautiful eyes. She naturally knew what Chaoyan was thinking and didn't expect him to be so eager. He had always been thinking of taking advantage of her. However, ZG wouldn't pay too much attention to these things. Besides, it's just a hug. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. ZG, darling, you will always be my woman, unique in my heart. Chaoyan stepped forward, placing his hands directly on ZG's sexy waist. Her elastic waist felt as comfortable as a water snake. bringing an immensely pleasant sensation. There was also an extremely fragrant scent wafting from Ziji, entering Cao Yan's nose and making his heart race violently. Is this what it feels like to hug a beautiful woman? So happy. Brother Cao Yan, I have to leave now, Ziji said shyly. With such intimate contact, she could even feel a certain part of Cao Yan's body responding. And it seemed to be quite significant. Remember to wear this dress and wait for me tonight. You are my woman, always have been. Cao Yan gently sniffed the fragrance in Ziji's hair before slowly retracting his arms. He knew it was time for Ziji to go. Ziji adjusted her underwear. During the embrace with Cao Yan, her underwear had become a bit messy. However, she was always attentive to such small details. She was a very meticulous girl. After tidying up her underwear, Ziji stepped out of the wooden cabin, feeling a bit excited about the beautiful clothes Cao Yan had given her. What surprised her even more was that she had encountered someone who truly liked her. This feeling made her heart swell with indescribable happiness. Perhaps this is what they call love. Watching Ziji's departing figure, Cao Yan felt a deep sense of emotion. Such a beautiful woman would henceforth be cared for by him. With him around, whether it was Ziji or other girls, they would all become the happiest women in the world. Brother Cao Yan, you're so strong. You made me feel pain last night. Just as Cao Yan was secretly making up his mind, a gentle voice rang out. Turning his head, he saw it was Ayin. Ayin's cheeks showed a hint of weakness, her pale face giving off a haggard feeling, as if she had been through something, presumably the result of a wild night. Ayin, what's wrong? You look very weak. You should take it easy and rest. Your health is the most important thing. Cao Yan frowned slightly, feeling a bit pained. Unexpectedly, he was having a good time, while Ayin had suffered so much. Brother Cao Yan, I'm fine, but I'm really happy. Last night, you made me feel pain, this feeling. I finally experienced it again. Ayin said softly, her pink face flushed, looking incredibly cute. The Ayin before him was like a little baby, giving off a feeling that made one want to hold her close. Of course, most importantly, Ayin was a stunning beauty. Ayin, what's going on? Cao Yan looked puzzled. Although Ayin looked particularly weak and haggard, beneath that pale complexion, there was a hint of excitement. It seemed that Ayin was still quite happy inside. Of course, I like Brother Cao Yan. We haven't seen each other for 6 years. I've missed you so much. All these 6 years, I've been thinking about you constantly. Thankfully, after last night's experience, I finally got my wish. This feeling is so wonderful. Ayin huffed lightly, but through her beautiful eyes, it wasn't hard to see the undeniable joy deep within. During these 6 years, Ayin had stayed in the starry forest, enduring loneliness that was hard for ordinary people to bear. For her, as a woman, this had been a tormenting and painful experience. Ask yourself, which woman can endure such loneliness? I'm sorry, Ayin, it's all my fault. I should have come here to see you long ago. I let you suffer for 6 years, but don't worry. From now on, I will always treat you sincerely. As long as you are my woman, I will never let you suffer any grievances. Trust me, okay? Cao Yan felt guilty. He knew Ayin had waited too long for him. But from now on, he would be responsible for Ayin for a lifetime, never abandoning her. Chapter 285, Cao Yan's speculation. Ayin, you are getting prettier and prettier. Don't worry. No one can shake your position in my heart. You will always be my woman. Looking at Ayin, Cao Yan felt a strange sensation. Ayin was indeed a unique woman. He had always liked beautiful women. Brother Cao Yan, I've always been your woman. As long as you like me, I am willing to do anything for you, as long as you don't dislike me. I'm just an ordinary girl, not particularly pretty. Under Cao Yan's burning gaze, Ayin felt a bit shy. After all, if one were to be honest, she could only be considered an average woman. My silly Ayin, what are you thinking? No matter what, you are the most beautiful woman in my heart. Cao Yan, will never let you down in this life. I will make you happy. Cao Yan spoke his true feelings in his heart. Although Ayin had some imperfections, she was still a one-of-a-kind woman. If he let her down, that would be too unreasonable. Really? Brother Cao Yan really won't dislike Ayin? I'm not as pretty as Little Wu and the others. I'm afraid you might not want me anymore in the future. When it came to this, Ayin's gaze became dim. She knew her charm was low, and perhaps Cao Yan would forget her in the future. However, even so, she did not regret it. At least she had experienced a sweet love, and the memories in her heart were her most precious gains. Ayin, my dear, do you know? I fell in love with you the moment I saw you for the first time. You were serene and elegant. Every move you made seemed like that of a fairy in my eyes, and your noble aura captivated me. I swear if I, Cao Yan, betray you in this lifetime, I will be struck by lightning. Cao Yan's tone was filled with sincerity. Although he was a bit of a flirt, he was honest and never lied. As he spoke, Chao Yin held a Yin's delicate hand, and the feeling was as if he had returned to the first time he met her. Chao Yin, how could I, Yin, be worthy of such affection from you? I'm just an ordinary woman. You, Chao Yin, will surely be a dragon among men in the future, and I may never reach your height in this lifetime. As long as you don't forget me, that's enough. I am still self-aware. At that moment, a Yin's fair body trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with emotion. Such a young man devoted to her. How could she not like him? Silly girl, don't think too much. Although I, Chao Yin, may not have great abilities, I can at least be devoted to the one I like, never abandoning you. Yin, my dear, I have always liked you. Chao Yin said softly, gently patting a Yin's delicate shoulder, his eyes filled with comfort. He may be a bit of a flirt, but that was his only flaw. He could never betray the girl he liked. And this was the kindness he held on to in his heart. Chao Yin, don't say that. You are already a very good boy. It is a Yin's fortune that you don't despise me. But are you really willing to be with me? After all, I don't have a beautiful body like other girls. As she said this, a Yin's beautiful eyes seemed to dim even more. As a woman, she naturally had some self-awareness about these things. How could that be? Silly girl, you shouldn't belittle yourself. Even if you don't have a beautiful body in my eyes, you are unique. Your beauty is incomparable to me. How lucky I am to be able to accompany you for a lifetime. The feelings reflected in Chao Yan's eyes grew more sincere, and beneath his determined gaze was deep affection. Unfortunately, the heavens were unfeeling. If they had feelings, they would surely be moved by Chao Yan's true emotions. In this world, it was already rare to encounter such a young man. Chao Yan, I feel so happy. Thank you. I will serve you well in the future, as long as you don't despise me. Yin gently bit her lip, then gathered her courage, slightly opened her arms, and without caring about anything else, she directly threw herself into Chao Yan's embrace, taking the initiative to hug him. Yin was very touched. Once, she had been ruthlessly deceived by the heartless Tang Hao, who had approached her only to obtain her soul ring. At that time, she was completely blind. However, fortunately, the heavens did not let her be blind again. After meeting Chao Yin, Yin gradually understood some things. It turned out that true love was like this. As long as the other party truly liked you, they could accept any of your shortcomings. This point was well validated in Chao Yin. Silly girl, you are my little treasure. If I don't treat you well, who else would I treat well? Chao Yin smiled slightly. Although Yin was a soul beast, she had little experience with love. If it weren't for the despicable Tang Hao deceiving the innocent Yin, she wouldn't have ended up like that. The phrase wolf-hearted and dog-lunged perfectly described a beast like Tang Hao. To obtain a soul ring, he truly resorted to unscrupulous means, even willing to sell his own wife. Such behavior could not simply be described as shameless. It was utterly inhumane. Chao Yin even suspected that Tang Hao had intentionally taken Yin around the soul master world, fully aware that his wife's soul beast was not yet subdued, and could have taken Yin to live a secluded life. But how could Tang Hao bear to part with a Yin's 100,000-year soul ring? Thus, the shameless Tang Hao pretended to deeply love Yin, using this to deceive the innocent and kind Yin. Moreover, facing such a beautiful Yin, Tang Hao was also lustful. After taking a Yin's first night, his true nature was revealed, and he directly sold Yin off. What a heartless act. Not only that, Tang Hao secretly colluded with the Spirit Hall, deliberately leaking a Yin's identity, and had the Spirit Hall come to play along in this grand act. All to present a noble image of someone who would disregard their own life for love in front of Yin, unaware that it was all Tang Hao's self-directed performance. After all, Tang Hao was the son of the Haotian sex leader. Even if the Spirit Hall knew that Tang Hao had a 100,000-year soul beast by his side, what could they do? Tang Hao was the son of the Haotian sex leader. Even if the Spirit Hall coveted the 100,000-year soul beast, they would not easily become enemies with the Haotian sect, right? To offend the Haotian sect over a 100,000-year soul beast. The pros and cons of this situation were not hard to see. Surely, Tang Hao must have manipulated things behind the scenes and promised the Spirit Hall benefits, while Qian Sunji foolishly believed him. After all, if he could get a piece of the pie from Tang Hao, that would be great. But what Qian Sunji didn't expect was that after obtaining the 100,000-year soul ring, Tang Hao would go back on his word and wouldn't even give him a piece of soul bone. After all, facing the enormous benefits brought by a 100,000-year soul beast, how could he bear to share it with others? In the end, Qian Sunji was furious and confronted Tang Hao, but against Tang Hao, who had absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring, Qian Sunji was naturally no match. Ultimately, he ended up severely injured. Later, Qian Sunji died at Bibi Dong's hands, and no one knew about his shady dealings with Tang Hao. Thus, the enmity between the spirit hall and the Haotian sect was born. Tang Hao, burdened with guilt and unease, chose to escape to the Holy Spirit village to live in hiding, attempting to cleanse his inner sins. Such a despicable person was truly contemptible. Tang Hao was indeed vicious, Chao Yin scolded inwardly. He couldn't help but admire his own wisdom. Perhaps this was Tang Hao's true nature? Chapter 286. All beasts kneel and worship Chao Yin. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Seeing Chao Yin deep in thought, Yin asked curiously, gently tugging at his clothes with her jade-like hand, her movements extremely gentle. It's nothing, I was just thinking about Tang Hao. Although he is dead, he has a son named Tang San, Chao Yin replied honestly. Although Tang Hao was dead, such a shameless person was not easily forgotten. After all, Tang Hao's actions were truly beastly, evoking disgust. Why bring up Tang Hao? He is just a beast. Even if he is dead, it is what he deserves. Hearing the name Tang Hao, a Yin's beautiful eyes instantly turned cold. It was this man who deceived her, even going so far as to betray her feelings just to obtain the soul ring on her. This kind of person, she would never be able to forget in her lifetime. Yin even remembered the sweet words Tang Hao once said to her, but now, thinking back, those words seemed so ridiculous. It was this despicable man who not only deceived her body, but also took away her soul ring. Whoa, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have believed Tang Hao. Brother Chao Yin, I'm sorry, she thought, feeling a wave of immense grievance wash over her, and she suddenly began to cry. Her delicate appearance was so helpless, like an orphan with no one to rely on, weak and pitiful. Silly girl, you didn't do anything wrong. It was Tang Hao who was too treacherous and cruel. Yin, my dear, if only you could see through him, someone like him isn't worth your sadness. People must live for themselves, Chao Yin said, feeling sorry for Yin, patting her fragrant shoulder to comfort her. Thank you, Brother Chao Yin. Yin was too naive, but I'm glad to have you. From now on, Yin will always be by Brother Chao Yin's side. Yin nodded heavily and smiled gently, having completely seen through a schemer like Tang Hao. All right, Yin, let me help you put on your clothes. My Yin's body is really beautiful and very fair, Chao Yin said with squinted eyes. At this moment, Yin was not wearing any clothes, after all. They had been through a long night, and even Yin felt a bit overwhelmed. However, Chao Yin showed no signs of discomfort. After all, he was young and strong, and even when facing 4 stunning beauties last night, he showed no signs of weakness. Instead, he became more courageous, his bold demeanor surprising even Yin and the others. Perhaps this is the advantage of youth. Young people are strong and full of energy, which is the greatest asset of being young. As the saying goes, the body is the capital of revolution. Yin can dress herself. How can I trouble you? Yin said shyly, not expecting Chao Yin to be so considerate, knowing to help her get dressed, which really touched her. No, let me help you put on. I promise to protect you well. I can't go back on my word, Chao Yin said seriously. Then, a pulling force surged from his palm, directly drawing the dress on the ground over to him, which was the dress Yin had worn. There was even a faint fragrance on the dress, belonging to Yin. How can I accept this? Yin felt flattered, not expecting Chao Yin to be so thoughtful. This treatment was really nice. It's nothing. You are my woman, so this is nothing. Chao Yin waved his hand indifferently, appearing unconcerned. After all, Yin was just his woman, and these matters couldn't be considered too perverse. Thank you, Brother Chao Yin. Yin's face turned red. Such an intimate gesture made her feel shy. After all, she was just a very innocent woman. Chao Yin smiled lightly, said nothing more, and gently helped Yin put on the dress. Every movement was particularly gentle, as if he were a gentleman, polite and making others feel comfortable. Gaozan, what are you and Sister Yin doing? At that moment, a lazy voice sounded. Chao Yin looked over and saw that it was Xiao Wu waking up. Xiao Wu's hair was somewhat tousled, but she still looked so cute, her fair little face slightly flushed, undoubtedly very happy inside. Xiao Wu, you're awake? Chao Yin turned to look at Xiao Wu. His little treasure, Xiao Wu, was still so beautiful. Xiao Wu nodded, feeling very happy, after experiencing a night of craziness. Her heart was now filled with sweetness. Brother Chao Yin was too good to her. Soon, Chao Yin helped Yin get dressed, at Xiao Wu's strong request. He had no choice but to help Xiao Wu get dressed as well, but this process didn't last long. After all, Chao Yin was very fast. After dressing Yin and Xiao Wu, Chao Yin took the 2 girls out of the small wooden house. After a whole night of activity, they needed some fresh air. Otherwise, it would be bad for their health. The core area of the Stardew Forest was quite large, near the Lake of Life. There was a vast expanse of primitive forest. This place not only housed various types of soul beasts, but also had a very rich atmosphere, most suitable for the reproduction and development of soul beasts. Such a treasure land was rare. As they walked, Xiaoyan saw many different kinds of soul beasts. Here, due to the lack of human interference, these soul beasts were not only powerful, but also emitted a strong aura. Most of the soul beasts living here could easily break through to 10,000 years of cultivation. After all, in this place, there were no human factors interfering, which was a fortunate thing for these soul beasts. After wandering around, Xiaoyan had no interest in staying here for long. Although these soul beasts were strong in aura and power, they didn't catch his attention. After all, he was only interested in beautiful women. As for other things, he rarely paid attention to them. Holding Ain and Xiao Wu's delicate hands, Xiaoyan directly entered the palace where Guyu now resided. It still appeared quiet and peaceful as usual. At that moment, in the hall below, many soul beasts, including Ditian, Xiongjun, and Shi Wang, were gathered there. However, Ziji and Bai Ji were not among them, which left them puzzled. Upon seeing Chao Yan's appearance, Ditian trembled slightly and quickly exchanged glances with the others, then stepped forward respectfully and said, "Lord Chao Yan, may you live for thousands of years and unify the martial world." Upon seeing this, Shi Wang and Xiongjun hesitated for a moment and then also quickly stepped forward, shouting in unison. Chapter 287. Ditian kneels. Ditian, what are you doing? Chao Yan was also puzzled. He couldn't understand why Ditian, who had a conflict with him just yesterday, seemed like a different person today. Moreover, for a soul beast of Ditian's caliber, dignity was more important than anything else, so Chao Yan didn't believe that Ditian was willingly humbling himself before him. After all, soul beasts were different from humans. Most of them were unruly, especially someone like Ditian who prided himself on his strength. Just think about it. Why would a soul beast god who had lived for 890,000 years, with immense strength, bow down to a human? My lord, Lord Chao Yan, yesterday's matter was my fault. Ditian should not have been your enemy. My vision was too shallow. When Chao Yan asked, Ditian's expression appeared surprisingly calm. After a brief pause, Ditian quickly stepped forward, then slowly raised his gaze. His golden eyes radiated a golden glow, looking quite noble. Thud! In the next moment, a heavy sound of kneeling echoed through the air, and to everyone's surprise, Ditian's majestic figure actually knelt down on the ground. It was unclear whether it was due to his own immense strength or some other reason, but the floor where he knelt was actually cracked open, creating a small fissure. This scene left Xiongjun and Shi Wang beside him looking bewildered. Although they couldn't say they understood Ditian's temperament and character very well, they at least had some knowledge of it. In their impression, Ditian was not someone who could endure such humiliation. It should be known that in the spirit beast realm, facing humans, if a spirit beast showed any sign of weakness or submission, it would be considered a tremendous shame. Moreover, this kind of shame would be the most disgraceful act in the eyes of other spirit beasts. After all, for those with noble bloodlines like them, it was a humiliation in itself. Lord Chao Yan, please accept a bow from Ditian. As long as you have any orders in the future, I will not refuse. Ditian said, his eyes filled with admiration and a submissive expression. Although it seemed somewhat comical, it was incredibly shocking. What exactly are you planning? I don't believe that with your character, you would willingly submit to me. Speak, what do you want? Chao Yan said with a dismissive smile regarding Ditian's unusual behavior. He knew that Ditian's actions likely stemmed from some ulterior motive. Otherwise, how could he take such a lowly position? Lord Chao Yan, Ditian is willing to do anything for you, as long as you can grant me some fortune after becoming a god in the future. I only hope to break through to my desired realm within my lifetime. Is that acceptable? Seeing that Chao Yan still did not trust him, Ditian helplessly shook his head, then quickly firmed his gaze, gritted his teeth, and spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Xiongjun and Shi Wang revealed expressions of sudden realization. It turned out that what Ditian had been contemplating was this idea. This reason actually surprised them. Fine, fine. As long as you are willing to submit to me, once I become a god in the future, you will naturally benefit. Don't worry, Chao Yan said with a faint smile, although this outcome slightly surprised him. However, this request was not something he could not agree to. Thank you, Lord Chao Yan. From now on, Ditian's life belongs to you. In the future, whatever orders you have, Ditian will be at your service. Ditian quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. With Chao Yan's assurance, he felt more confident. Although he had a bit of an unpleasant encounter with Chao Yan yesterday, he had thought seriously afterward. Perhaps, this young man was someone he should not offend. After all, Even the master valued Chao Yan highly, and coupled with the impressive talent he displayed, it made Di Tian's heart waver. Despite being immensely powerful, with a cultivation level of nearly 890,000 years, which could crush all other spirit beasts, Di Tian realized a crucial issue: the desire to live. Reaching 800,000 years had already been a limit for him, and any further breakthrough would be incredibly difficult. Perhaps, even if he poured all his life's efforts into it, he would not be able to break through the shackles of level 89. Thus, he earnestly pleaded with Chao Yan. Now, with Chao Yan's words, Di Tian felt slightly relieved. After all, Chao Yan's talent was extraordinary. If he had the chance to break through to level 100 and become a god, it might offer hope for Di Tian. Di Tian, you are quite impressive. Sometimes, knowing how to submit to others is a sign of broad-mindedness. However, Ziji and Baiji are already my women. Do you have any objections to that? Chao Yan patted Di Tian's shoulder and smiled lightly. Ziji and Baiji, the two top beauties of the Stardow Forest, held a high status in Chao Yan's heart. Therefore, he would not allow anyone to covet his women, not even Di Tian. Chao Yan's statement was also a test for Di Tian. If Di Tian had any objections, he would not hesitate to end Di Tian's life. After all, he did not want the women he liked to be secretly coveted by other men. He did not want to see that situation. However, if Di Tian had no objections, that would be the best outcome. With Di Tian's high cultivation level, he would make a great mount in the future. Not at all. Lord Chao Yan has a noble status. If anyone in the entire Stardow Forest is worthy of Ziji and Baiji, it can only be you. Lord Chao Yan, Di Tian respectfully replied. In the brief moment when he locked eyes with Chao Yan, he caught a glimpse of a chilling, killing intent in Chao Yan's eyes, which seemed capable of piercing his heart and made him involuntarily shiver. He knew that if he said the wrong thing, the outcome would not be difficult to imagine. Well, you're quite good. Since that's the case, after I become a god, it is only reasonable to grant you some fortune. Remember, from now on, you're under my command. If anyone dares to bully you, just use my name, understand? Chao Yan patted Di Tian's shoulder and then revealed a calm expression. In that moment, it seemed as if Di Tian was just a little dog, posing no threat at all. Such audacity was truly admirable. Chapter 288. The humble Di Tian. Di Tian. To prove your loyalty to me, why don't you bark like a dog? Otherwise, I fear I cannot trust your words. How about it? Chao Yan said with a smile, somewhat anticipating Di Tian's reaction. If Di Tian truly willingly barked like a dog in front of him, it would prove that Di Tian was not a threat at all. After all, if Di Tian performed such an act in front of him, it would be no different from an ant. This way, Chao Yan could be at ease. A being like that posed no threat to him whatsoever. Lord Chao Yan, you are putting me in a difficult position. I, Di Tian, am at least a divine beast. How could I perform such an act? Di Tian's face twitched, and he revealed a distressed expression. If he truly did that, his dignity as the god of spirit beasts would be completely lost. He was very clear about the consequences of this. What? You are unwilling? Just now, you were saying you would follow me wholeheartedly, and now you find doing such a small thing to be a difficulty? If that's the case, you can roll away. A waste like you is not worth my attention, Chao Yan said with a smile that was not quite a smile, his expression extremely indifferent. His request was not a difficult one. Why was Di Tian hesitating so much? Lord Chao Yan, please don't be angry. I will fulfill your request. Di Tian, I've always kept my word. Since it has come to this, I will bark like a dog, Di Tian said. And then, under the astonished and dazed expressions of Xiong Jun and Qi Wang, he let out a bark. Woof, woof, woof. Di Tian felt that he had lost all face. He was an unprovocable existence among soul beasts. Yet today, he had done something so humiliating in front of a human boy. This matter would probably haunt him for the rest of his life. After all, barking like a dog was a huge disgrace for someone with such high dignity and status as him. However, Di Tian still did it. There was no other reason. If Chao Yan could truly become a godlike being in the future, then compared to that, learning to bark like a dog would not be such a great humiliation after all. As long as Chao Yan didn't forget the favors he had done for him after becoming a god, then today, as shame wouldn't be something particularly unacceptable. Sometimes, dignity is indeed important, but if one does not have the absolute ability to maintain it, then yielding can also be a choice. Good. As expected of my loyal subordinate Chao Yan, Di Tian, you did well. I announced that you are qualified to follow me. Seeing Di Tian actually bark twice in front of him, Chao Yan couldn't help but smile broadly. He naturally knew how rude his request was. However, he did this to humble Di Tian's pride. He didn't want Di Tian to maintain an aloof demeanor around him. Such a result was not what he hoped to see. Thank you, Lord Xiaoyan. Upon hearing this, Di Tian's expression improved slightly. At least he did not leave empty-handed. With his sharp gaze, he also caught a hint of goodwill from Xiaoyan's eyes. Although the goodwill was not very strong, it was enough for him. Di Tian, I really didn't expect you to have this side to you. You've made me see you in a new light. Just then, a light laugh from a woman echoed. Her voice was not loud, but was extremely pleasant to hear. The light and airy tone was like the song of a lark, making one feel enchanted and exceptionally joyful. ZG, when did you arrive? As the laughter gradually subsided, a woman in a purple robe appeared in front of everyone. Upon seeing her, Di Tian exclaimed in surprise. The woman wore a purple robe, and beneath it were a pair of exquisite, snow-white legs that made one have an impulse to touch them. If one could hold those beautiful legs and feel their soft touch, it would be an extraordinary experience. At her waist was a purple ribbon tied in a bow, which accentuated her alluring waist that could make anyone's gaze linger. For a moment, everyone's eyes grew slightly heated. They couldn't help but wonder what the scene would be like if that ribbon were torn apart. What kind of splendor would be revealed beneath the robe? Such a scene was too hard to imagine. This woman was indeed ZG, still dressed in her purple robe today. Although there wasn't much change, her demeanor was enough to make others feel ashamed in comparison. However, as ZG walked, her legs seemed a bit unsteady, as if they had suffered some severe trauma, leading to all kinds of thoughts. I'm here to find my brother Xiaoyan. What does it have to do with you? ZG shot Di Tian a disdainful glance. If it were in the past, she might have still held some respect for Di Tian, but now she was already Xiaoyan's woman. As for a crawly creature like Di Tian, did she still need to fear him? Brother Xiaoyan, do I look good today? Do you think I look beautiful in this outfit? Her beautiful eyes swept over everyone and finally landed on Xiaoyan, the only person here who could catch her attention. ZG ignored the strange gazes around her and directly took Bai Ji's hand, quickly walking up to Xiaoyan. Feeling extremely shy, she didn't know if her outfit today would please her brother Xiaoyan. You look good. My precious ZG is truly beautiful. No matter what you wear, you are the most beautiful in my eyes. Xiaoyan looked at ZG in front of him, his eyes almost glazed over, especially at her chest area, where a large expanse of white was faintly visible. If it weren't for the current situation, he would have loved to take her right then and there. Such a beauty, who could resist? Xiaoyan was not a saint, so it was impossible for him to maintain a pure mind. Many soul beasts watched this scene with their eyes nearly popping out. They had been with ZG for so long, yet had never seen her act like this, especially towards a human. Could it be that ZG was already Xiaoyan's woman? Many soul beasts secretly speculated, feeling as if their worldview had dramatically changed. ZG was their goddess, yet now she was being treated so intimately by Xiaoyan. The discomfort in their hearts was unimaginable. As for Di Tian, he stood frozen in place, his body seemingly petrified, with a green glow appearing above his head, looking utterly pitiful. Chapter 289. The Choices of Xiangjun and Qi Wanghumph. Annoying. Brother Xiaoyan just knows how sweet talk to trick me, but I really like it. ZG naturally noticed Xiaoyan's lustful gaze and pouted a bit, but she was very happy inside. It turned out that Xiaoyan had always been thinking about how to take her bed. Thinking of this, a flush appeared on ZG's pretty face, and she gently placed her hands on Xiaoyan's waist, looking like a spoiled little girl, quite innocent and adorable. Bai Ji, you're also very beautiful. Did you dress up so nicely for me? Xiaoyan's gaze shifted to Bai Ji, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Bai Ji was wearing a long green dress today, and beneath it were her snow-white legs that caught the eye. Such long and sexy legs made one want to touch them. Unknowingly, whether intentionally or not, Bai Ji's dress was somewhat revealing, especially at the shoulders and waist, where there were very tempting openings, exposing her white shoulders and waist, full of allure. Moreover, due to the dress being extremely fitted, it not only appeared charming, but also tightly wrapped around her curvy hips, making them look so perky that one could hardly resist. Yes, Bai Ji is also Brother Xiaoyan's woman, so I should dress up nicely. Be shyly nodded. Although she had already been with Xiaoyan, it didn't mean much. She was beautiful, but when it came to allure, she was still far behind ZG. However, Bai Ji was aware of this, which was why she made herself look so beautiful. After all, ZG was naturally the type of fiery woman who knew how to attract men as attention, something that was difficult for someone as simple-minded as her. So, BGS secretly made a decision that she must dress more beautifully in front of Brother Xiaoyan from now on. BGS is so considerate, truly my little treasure. She's so understanding. Upon hearing this, Chao Yin smiled happily, feeling a bit emotional in his heart. These beauties really know how to think of him. That's wonderful. Oomph. Brother Chao Yin, I want to hold your hand, Bijia said, then proactively walked to Chao Yan's side and took his hand without any hesitation. However, this action left Emperor Tian and the others dumbfounded, especially Emperor Tian, who looked particularly dazed and shocked at that moment. What's going on? Damn, why did both Ziji and Bijia ignore me when I was pursuing them? But now, they're actively throwing themselves at Chao Yin. Why is that? However, Emperor Tian didn't show his frustration on his face. He revealed a respectful smile and flattered. Lord Chao Yin is truly magnificent, even able to win over the two top beauties, Ziji and Bijia. I pursued them for quite a long time. You are truly impressive, my lord. At the end, Emperor Tian's face showed an even more flattering smile, with a hint of envy. After all, Ziji and Bijia are indeed very beautiful women. Hee hee. Ziji and Bijia fell in love with me at first sight. You are just a muscle-bound fool with a simple mind. How can you dare boast? Emperor Tian, you really overestimate yourself. Chao Yin chuckled, looking down on Emperor Tian's attitude. Ziji and Bijia are already his women, and Emperor Tian is just flattering him. What Lord Chao Yin said is true. I only admire your grandeur a bit. Someone like you will surely reach an unimaginable peak in the future. I sincerely admire you. Emperor Tian forced a smile, his face showing a fawning expression. Although he also liked Ziji and Bijia, he clearly knew that they had already become Chao Yan's women. If he dared to make a move, the consequences would not be good. Perhaps if he coveted them, he might even lose his life. After all, Chao Yan is too terrifying. Humph, you flatter me loudly. Do you think I'm the kind of person who likes to hear sweet words? Emperor Tian, Ziji and Bijia are my women. If you dare to have any ulterior motives, I guarantee you will die a miserable death, understand? Chao Yan was not interested in Emperor Tian's flattery. Such words lose their meaning when heard too often. Moreover, Chao Yan was quite clear about his own strength. Yes, Lord Chao Yin is right. How could I dare to have any improper thoughts about your women? Even if you gave me 10 more guts, I wouldn't dare. Emperor Tian shook his head with a bitter smile, looking quite embarrassed. Although he had some thoughts about Ziji and Bijia, he knew that they had completely become Chao Yan's women. What chance did he have? What would happen if he competed with Chao Yan for women? Emperor Tian didn't dare to imagine, but he knew that if Chao Yan found out about his thoughts, he would likely meet a terrible end. It's good that you don't dare. If you feel like your life is too long, you can try, Chao Yan said coldly, a killing intent leaking from his eyes, causing Emperor Tian to shiver even more. Lord Chao Yan, Xiaogang is willing to submit and hopes that when you become a god in the future, you will grant me some fortune. Is that okay? Xiaogang quickly stepped forward, kneeling directly in front of Chao Yan, his eyes filled with intense flattery. Xiaogang knew very well that if Chao Yan became a god in the future, he might really be able to bring some fortune to these soul beasts. And such fortune could help them break through their own limits. Why wouldn't they want that? Lord Chao Yan, I previously offended you in many ways. Please don't hold it against me. Okay? Qi was also unable to sit still upon seeing Xiaogang so decisively kneeling in front of Chao Yan. He knew that if he chose the wrong side at this moment, the consequences would be severe. Are you two sincerely submitting to me? Your cultivation is really not impressive. But given your sincerity, I can consider reluctantly agreeing to your request. After all, I am broad-minded. How about that? Chao Yan's voice remained cold, devoid of any emotion. Yet it was enough to attract attention. Thank you, Lord Chao Yan. Xiaogang is willing to be your loyal dog, serving you diligently. After saying this, Xiaogang decisively knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with deeper respect. Seeing this, Qi did not hesitate either, kneeling down as well. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire world had fallen silent. Chapter 290, Guyuna's Choice. Alright, get up. Xiaogang, Qi, from now on, you will be like Emperor Tian, my subordinates. If I become a god in the future, you will definitely benefit. Chao Yan looked at the two before him with pride, his calm voice showcasing the resilience and determination of a young man. Such a youth would surely achieve something great in the future. Thank you, Lord Chao Yan. We vow to serve you to the death. Qi and Xiaogang finally breathed a sigh of relief, trembling as they slowly stood up. However, they still felt a lingering fear. After all, this young man before them was a peerless Dalu at level 99, even across the entire continent. Such a powerful figure was rare. Coupled with Chao Yan's displayed temperament, determination, and outstanding talent, all these factors made them feel respect. In fact, Qi and Xiaogang felt that being able to serve Lord Chao Yan was perhaps an honor. Good. You must be clear about your identity and position. Submitting to me is your honor. Now, you may leave. Your master has arrived. Chao Yin waved his hand, speaking to Emperor Tian and the others. Utilizing his strong mental detection ability, Chao Yin sensed that Guyu Na was approaching the palace. Moreover, it seemed that there was something else beside Guyu Na, but he didn't know what it was. After all, mental power does not provide vision. To achieve that, one must have some requirements regarding soul abilities. Only then can mental power clearly detect those incoming entities. However, what puzzled Chao Yin was why Guyu Na would come here at this time. Did she figure something out? Chao Yin did not have a definite answer. As for the questions in his heart, he could only wait until Guyu Na arrived to find out. Your master has arrived? Hearing this, Qi Wang and Xiong Jun said in unison, their faces showing confusion, clearly surprised by Chao Yan's words. However, they quickly reacted, hurriedly circulating their mental power to scan the surroundings. Sure enough, with the spreading of their mental power, they indeed captured the faint aura of their master nearby. Although weak, it was undeniably present. Lord Chao Yin is truly amazing. We admire you. Retracting their mental power, Qi Wang and Xiong Jun's expressions became somewhat dazed. This was the first time they had witnessed Chao Yan's prowess, which was terrifying to such an extent. All right, no need for flattery. You can leave now. I have matters to discuss with your master. Chao Yan nodded indifferently, not explaining much. Although Xiong Jun and Qi Wang were not weak, the gap between them and him was like a chasm. Senior, Nair has arrived. Have you thought of Nair? Nair has always been thinking of you. Just as Xiong Jun and Qi Wang were about to leave, a gentle female voice quietly came from outside, carrying a hint of charm that made one feel dreamy. Then, a woman dressed in a luxurious silver gown gracefully entered the palace. Guyu Na still wore her silver long dress, but the nobility emanating from her surpassed that of Ziji and Bai Ji by far. Master, upon seeing Guyu Na, Di Tian and Qi Wang quickly greeted her respectfully. Although they intended to serve Chao Yin, Guyu Na's status in their hearts remained unshakable. After all, even though Chao Yin was powerful, Xiong Jun and the others were merely soul beasts, while Guyu Na was the faith of all soul beasts. In their hearts, her identity and status naturally surpassed his. And this was the principle they believed in. Xiong Jun, Qi Wang, and Di Tian, you may step back. I am here to find Senior Chao Yin. Remember, do not disturb me without my command, understand? Guyu Na's eyebrows rose, and her cold voice followed. Today, she came to find Chao Yin to restore her peak cultivation, and she was extremely eager for that long-lost power. Since her dragon god body was split in two, as the Silver Dragon King, she could only hide in the Star Doe forest to slowly recuperate. However, even so, the injuries she sustained were not easy to heal, and the time required was quite long. In just a short period, how could it be easy to restore her peak cultivation? Therefore, after listening to Chao Yin talk about the method to regain her power yesterday, Guyu Na thought about it all night, and in the end, she was moved by the immense temptation proposed by Chao Yin. After all, only by restoring her power could she have the ability to ascend to the divine realm again and reclaim the other half of her dragon god body. At that time, she could lead the Soul Beast clan back to their former peak. This was also what Guyu Na had been looking forward to the most. It should be noted that during the peak period, the influence of the Soul Beast clan was such that even the divine realm trembled before them. That era was also known as the era of Soul Beasts. Master, have you really thought this through? Won't it be too dangerous? If anything happens to you, what will our Soul Beast clan do? Di Tian said with some concern. Although he was also the Black Dragon King, he was far inferior compared to Guyu Na's Silver Dragon King. Therefore, when facing Guyu Na, Di Tian could only bow and submit. Di Tian, step back. My mind is made up. If you dare to obstruct me again, don't blame me for being merciless, Guyu Na said coldly. She knew that Di Tian was worried for her safety, but some things were unavoidable. For the prosperity of the Soul Beast clan and its glory, she had to give it a try. Even if the final result ended in failure, at least she had tried her best. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Di Tian and Xiong Jun fell silent and withdrew. In front of Guyu Na, they were nothing, understanding that humility was a good thing. Nair, you look beautiful today. Who is this beside you? After Di Tian and the others left, Chao Yin finally spoke lightly. He had noticed the Soul Beast beside Guyu Na the moment she appeared, but he had kept silent. This is the three-eyed golden lion, an auspicious beast among our soul beasts. Although her cultivation is only 3,000 years, she possesses fortune. Wherever she is, it can double the cultivation speed of the surrounding soul beasts. So her status in our Soul Beast clan is extremely important, Guyuna explained gently, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. For their soul beast clan, the status of the three-eyed golden lion was akin to that of an emperor, holding significant importance. Chapter 291. Guyuna's request. This little one actually has such a magical effect. How impressive. Listening to Guyuna's explanation, Chao Yin pretended to be surprised. He naturally knew about the abilities of the three-eyed golden lion, but after hearing Guyuna's description, he became even more curious about this creature. After all, the three-eyed golden lion would become a very beautiful existence after transforming. This beauty, Chao Yin had a claim. Are you the strong person that Sister Nair mentioned? Are you the peerless Douluo? The three-eyed golden lion curiously asked, her golden pupils filled with eager light, seemingly impatient. Of course, I am the peerless Douluo, little one. Don't underestimate me. My strength is beyond your imagination, Chao Yin smiled. The three-eyed golden lion was indeed the most magical existence among soul beasts, and just her adorable appearance set her apart from other soul beasts. Chao Yin examined the appearance of the three-eyed golden lion. She resembled a lion, but was quite small in size, with noble golden fur that looked incredibly soft. Her golden beast eyes sparkled, giving a very peculiar feeling. She had 4 claws, each resembling a dragon's paw, and under each claw was a flame of gold, revealing her extraordinary noble aura. This was merely the soul beast state of the three-eyed golden lion. What Chao Yin eagerly anticipated was her appearance after transformation. In the original story, the three-eyed golden lion had the opportunity to transform into a human form due to the influence of Yu Hao, and she was named Wang Qiu'er. But none of that mattered now. Chao Yin only knew that Wang Qiu'er, after transformation, was very beautiful. Now, he could take this opportunity to get to know the three-eyed golden lion better. Perhaps, after her transformation, she would be even more beautiful. After all, in the original story, the three-eyed golden lion transformed based on Yu Hao's image of Wang Dong. But unfortunately, Wang Qiu'er ultimately had to sacrifice herself for Yu Hao, leading to such a tragic fate for such a beautiful girl. However, this time, he would not allow such a tragic ending to occur. After all, in the original story, Wang Qiu'er's fate was already very tragic, and he did not want to see such a tragedy again. Wow, really? So impressive. I've never seen a peerless dual-level powerhouse before. The three-eyed golden lion exclaimed, even the third vertical eye on her forehead glowing with red light. After all, she had lived in the Stardow Forest her entire life and had never seen the outside world. Since the moment she was born, she had been protected due to her fortune, which meant she did not have to face dangers. However, because of this, she was even more eager to see the outside world. So, upon seeing Chao Yin, who was human, the three-eyed golden lion was naturally very excited. Okay, little cutie, how about you let these 2 beautiful sisters take you to play? I need to help your sister Nair. Chao Yin smiled gently. Although it was their first meeting with the three-eyed golden lion, he had already developed an indescribable emotion for it in his heart. It felt as if he and this little beast were destined to meet, a strange feeling that even he couldn't articulate at the moment. Yet, this feeling was extraordinarily wonderful. Despite being shrouded in a hazy sensation, it felt even more real. Wow, you 2 sisters are so beautiful. Can you take me to play? The three-eyed golden lion looked at Yin and Xiao Wu, the 2 beautiful sisters mentioned by Chao Yin. Come on, little guy. The sisters will take you to play. Yin said first. She had heard that there was an imperial auspicious beast in the core area of the Stardow Forest, but at that time, due to her low status, she couldn't approach it. However, this time was different. Ever since she became Chao Yin's woman, Yin suddenly realized that these soul beasts, whose strength far surpassed hers, sometimes showed her a look of awe, and she knew it was all because of Chao Yin. In her heart, she understood that if she hadn't become Chao Yin's woman, these soul beasts, which revered strength, would never treat her this way. In the soul beast world, strength was always the highest priority. Although her true form was the blue-silver emperor, her actual strength was far from impressive. Thinking of this, Yin felt inexplicably touched. The Chao Yin she met had a good character and was wholeheartedly fond of her. She knew she could never repay this kindness in this lifetime. Sister Yin, did you feel that? This little beast seems to have a strong aura of fortune. I feel like my cultivation has improved quite a bit in such a short time. Xiao Wu said in surprise. Although she lived in the Stardow Forest, she had always been on the outskirts, so she naturally didn't know the true abilities of the three-eyed golden lion. Yes, this little guy is called the three-eyed golden lion, and it possesses the power of fortune, which can help other soul beasts enhance their cultivation. It's truly an impressive little creature, Yin explained. She never expected that one day she would be able to enjoy such a feeling. The power of fortune was not something just any soul beast could experience. What amazing skill. Little guy, can you play with us? Xiao was also stunned by the effect of this skill. After a brief moment of surprise, she showed a gentle smile and coaxed the three-eyed golden lion. Okay, we can go play. The excited voice of the three-eyed golden lion rang out, and it immediately followed behind Xiao, Wu, and Ayin. It felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with these two beautiful sisters, even if it couldn't articulate that feeling. Watching the three leave the main hall, Guyuna slowly withdrew her gaze and then turned to Chao Yan. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke, Brother Chao Yan. Nara has made up her mind. I want to recover my cultivation. Could you please help me, Brother Chao Yan? Nara will be grateful to you. Guyuna's voice revealed a strong sincerity, and even her silver eyes were filled with determination, showing how resolute her decision was. After all, this was a matter of great importance regarding the rise and fall of their soul beast clan. Nar, don't worry. With me around, I will do my utmost to help you recover your cultivation. But are you really ready? If possible, let's cultivate together now. I will use my power to help you restore your damaged cultivation, Chao Yan said lightly. While internally feeling a bit of anticipation for what was to come, he could finally do something intimate with Nar. This feeling was simply amazing. Brother Chao Yan, Nar is ready. Where should we start? Guyuna said softly, hugging Chao Yan tightly, her delicate body trembling slightly. This was her first time hugging a boy so closely, and she naturally felt a bit shy. Silly girl, are you really ready? You know, during the dual cultivation process, there will be some painful experiences. Can you endure it? Chao Yan gently touched Guyuna's silver hair, his eyes full of concern. After all, Guyuna was still too innocent. However, a girl as pure as Guyuna was only worthy of him. Chao Yan, no one else would do. Nar is already prepared. No matter what Brother Chao Yan asked me to do, I am willing to do it. Even if there are great difficulties, I am not afraid. I trust Brother Chao Yan. Guyuna nodded earnestly, her jade-like hands naturally reaching out to shake Chao Yan's arm, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Now, she only needed to endure a little setback to recover her former power and regain her lost cultivation. How could she give up? My Nara is so obedient. Did you dress so beautifully just to cultivate with me? Chao Yan didn't rush to start dual cultivation with Guyuna. Instead, he gazed at her with admiration. She was wearing a silver dress, her snow-white legs extending out, looking just like a well-behaved girl from the neighborhood, exuding an indescribable cuteness. This aura had a hint of purity to it. Brother Chao Yan's gaze is so strange. Do you want to do that embarrassing thing with Na? Or do you think Nar is prettier than the two sisters beside you? Guyuna casually brushed a strand of hair from her forehead and teased Chao Yan. As a girl, she could naturally see the hidden thoughts behind Chao Yan's earlier gaze. However, she actually hoped Chao Yan would do that with her. After all, it had been a long time since she had met someone she liked. Why not take this opportunity to entrust her most precious first time to the person she liked the most? Guyuna's bold thoughts were naturally unknown to Chao Yan. Otherwise, he would have been unable to contain his desires. After all, the Guyuna in front of him was truly beautiful, perhaps because of her dragon god body. She had a noble aura that made her stand out even compared to Ayin and ZG. Nar, you are really beautiful. If possible, I would love to do that with you, but I don't know if you would be willing. Chao Yan gazed at Guyuna's delicate face, which was as white as jade, and he was somewhat entranced. A beauty of this caliber was something he had never encountered even before his reincarnation. A girl like Guyuna, even when compared to internet celebrities and stars on Earth, was far superior. The beauty and aura she possessed seemed like a gift from heaven, an innate charm that was truly hard to resist. Even for someone of Chao Yan's gentlemanly character, he had some wicked thoughts in his heart. Surely, if an ordinary person were in his position, they would find it even harder to endure. Brother Chao Yan, Nar has promised to cultivate with you. Naturally, we can do that sort of thing, as long as you don't bully Nar, to be honest. Nar also really wants to become Brother Chao Yan's woman. I just don't know if you accept Na. Guyuna gently bit her red lips, her thin and tender lips exuding a rosy hue, looking incredibly tempting, making one feel an impulse to bite down hard. However, Chao Yan still held back. At such a moment, losing composure would not be good. Chao Yan Gij, look into Nar's eyes and tell me the truth. Do you like me? Do you want me? Before Chao Yan could react, Guyuna's hands pushed him down onto the ground, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a fiery glow. In such close proximity, Chao Yan could even see Guyuna's slightly elevated chest. Staring at this incredibly alluring scene, Chao Yan's gaze went blank. What was going on? Was Gu not actively throwing herself at him? Or was it the dragon nature at play? My Nar is really beautiful. If my Nar doesn't mind, can you let me admire your beautiful body later? Haotian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. However, due to the extremely close contact with Gu Na, the unique fragrance from her body wafted into his nostrils, causing a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. As the scent spread in his nose, a faint crimson hue gradually appeared in Chao Yan's eyes, looking like a beast ready to explode at any moment, about to release its primal instincts completely. Chao Yan Gij, do you really want to see Nar's beautiful body? You just want to bully me. But as long as it's your request, Natar will do her best to satisfy you. I promise you. Feeling the subtle changes happening to Chao Yan's body, Gu Yuna couldn't help but chuckle, surprised that her charm was this great. Even Chao Yan Gij couldn't resist. Really? Is my Nar really willing to let me admire her? You wouldn't be lying to me, would you? After hearing Gu Yuna's promise, Chao Yan was first overjoyed, then shook his head in disbelief, his eyes filled with confusion. Could this be the legendary happiness? But this happiness came a bit too suddenly, didn't it? Was Gu Yuna really that easy to pursue? Wouldn't this be too fake? At this moment, Chao Yan had 100,000 questions in his heart. But more than that, he felt excitement and anticipation. Soon, he would be able to cultivate together with Gu Yuna, and not only that, some shy things could happen as well. Just thinking about it was wonderful. Chao Yan Gij, don't you believe not? Nader will prove it to you right now. Gu Yuna gave a light hum, then raised her delicate finger and flicked it towards the stone door of the hall, which then closed with a loud bang. Watching Gu Yuna's actions, Chao Yan was puzzled. Just as he was about to ask, Gu Yuna released her hold on him and walked towards a water pool in the center of the hall, gesturing for him to follow. Chao Yan Gij. This pool water comes from the lake of life. Soaking it not only nourishes the skin, but also helps to expel impurities from the body. I often soaked in it before. Come quickly, let us soak together. Gu Yuna raised her delicate hand, speaking in a gentle voice. Then, she slowly untied the ribbon at her waist, and as the ribbon fell, her long dress disappeared. Suddenly, her perfect, naked body was exposed to the air, and at that moment, the fragrance from Gu Yuna filled the hall, giving it a somewhat ethereal atmosphere. Chao Yan stood there, dumbfounded, completely captivated by the scene before him. The usually lecherous Chao Yan was rendered motionless, unable to react. Nar's body is so beautiful, and it's so fair. Chao Yan's gaze was dazed. He never expected to have such fortune to see Gu Yuna in such a pose. This treatment was unbelievable. As he gazed at Gu Yuna's skin, as white as jade, his eyes moved upward. Without the cover of clothing, Gu Yuna displayed her charm and allure, looking irresistibly enchanting. What is Chao Yan Gij thinking? Are you thinking about how to bully Nara later? Gu Yuna said, rolling her eyes at him, though her expression didn't show any complex emotions. After all, there were only the two of them in the hall, so she wasn't angry about being looked at by Chao Yan. Anyway, once we cultivate together, I will directly become Chao Yan Gij's woman. That feeling is quite nice. How could it be? It's just that my Nar's body is too beautiful, making people a bit mesmerized. Chao Yan awkwardly touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although he said this, he couldn't help but glance at Gu Yuna's fair body, and he felt a rush of blood. Although he had seen similar scenes before, this time, Gu Yuna was the highest noble identity in the spirit beast realm. Such a beautiful woman was about to become his, making Chao Yan's blood boil with excitement. Quickly come down and cultivate with Nar. Nar is going in first. Gu Yuna made a playful face at Chao Yan and then walked gracefully towards the water pool. As she moved, her enchanting figure became even more alluring, and her perfect curves made one daydream. As Gu Yuna's delicate feet entered the water, her body gradually submerged into the pool. The rippling water added a touch of hazy beauty to her jade-like body, and small droplets of water clung to her skin, making her look like a fairy bathing in the pool, causing Chao Yan's breath to quicken. So beautiful! Is this not her charm? Indeed, she's different from other girls. Chao Yan murmured softly. Unbeknownst to him, an invisible flame had spread throughout his body. As the flame surged up and down, a hot sensation instantly filled his nostrils. Chao Yan now felt as if he were in a giant furnace, the heat from his body making him want to tear off his clothes. However, being emotionally experienced, even facing such a tremendous temptation, he did not lose his rationality. Chao Yan took a few deep breaths. Although the scene before him was beautiful, he still maintained some composure. After calming his emotions, he slowly walked towards the water pool. As he got closer, he finally saw the pool's full view. The pool was about 5 meters wide and 7 meters long, and the water was crystal clear. Additionally, there seemed to be a very pleasant and fragrant aroma wafting from the pool, giving a refreshing feeling. At this moment, Guyuna was submerging her little head beneath the water in the pool, pretending to be shy. However, due to the crystal-clear water, her perfect figure was fully visible. Even though she was at the bottom of the pool, her proud silhouette could not be concealed. "Nar, are you shy?" Chao Yin couldn't help but tease as he looked at the scene before him. Among all the girls Chao Yin had encountered, Guyuna's beauty could be considered exceptional, even surpassing Xiao Wu and Ayin. However, this did not hinder his affection for Guyuna. After all, if he were to let such a beautiful girl down, that would be inhumane. Nar is not shy. Brother Chao Yin, hurry down. Nar wants to restore her cultivation. Guyuna huffed, her words carrying a hint of urgency and anticipation. With Brother Chao Yan's help, she could successfully return to her peak cultivation level. And then she would have the power to lead the Soul Beast clan back to the divine realm and revitalize it. She had been looking forward to this wish for far too long. All right, Nar, don't worry. With me here, I will definitely help you regain your former strength. Chao Yin replied seriously, not continuing to joke. He understood that restoring Guyuna's cultivation was something she had longed for, and now, only he could fulfill this wish. So today, for Guyuna, he was all in. Well then, thank you, Brother Chao Yin. Once Nara regains her demigod-level cultivation, I will lead the Soul Beast clan to conquer the divine realm and reclaim everything we once had. Upon hearing this, Guyuna's lovely face lit up with surprise. These things could only be accomplished after she restored her cultivation. Whether it was for the glory of the Soul Beast clan or to reclaim the other half of the dragon goddess body, she was determined to strive for it. Nar, you want to conquer the divine realm? Chao Yin was surprised to hear Guyuna's words, as there were many gods in the divine realm. Those beings were formidable, and even he had to be cautious around them. Yes, for the Soul Beast clan, Nar must do this. Brother Chao Yin, can we start now? Nar is ready. Please cultivate with me, Guyuna said, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a simple light. To her, conquering the divine realm was worth any cost, even her life. Seeing Guyuna's determination, Chao Yin said nothing more. He knew that at this moment, words were futile. He shook his head helplessly and slowly walked into the bottom of the pool. After removing his clothes, he was accustomed to this feeling. What lay ahead was the dual cultivation. Only by breaking through this barrier could Guyuna's cultivation be restored. Therefore, Chao Yin was fully focused, knowing that success or failure depended on this moment. Nar, are you ready? It's about to begin, Chao Yin said softly, feeling a bit excited. Being able to dual cultivate with Guyuna seemed quite a treat. Nar is ready. Brother Chao Yin, no matter how painful the process is, Nar will endure. Guyuna replied gently, her determined expression moving him. During their escape in the Stardow Forest, Guyuna had witnessed the decline of the Soul Beast clan. She had never imagined that the once glorious Soul Beast clan would fall to such a state. With this thought, the determination in her eyes deepened. No matter what, she was going to succeed today. All right, then let's begin. Nar, after we dual cultivate, no matter what happens, you must hold on, understand? Chao Yin patted Guyuna's small head and smiled gently. Guyuna smiled slightly and said nothing. The next moment, she gently bit her lip and suddenly leaped into Chao Yan's arms, wrapping her delicate arms around him. She then displayed an expression of enjoyment. Chapter 294, The Agreement Nar. I will make your wish come true. Seeing Guyuna being so proactive shocked Chao Yin, and he quickly began to channel his soul power into her body. With his current cultivation level, he could use his abundant soul power to repair her damaged meridians. Only in this way could Guyuna's damaged cultivation have a chance to recover. As the soul power entered her body, a look of pleasure appeared on Guyuna's beautiful face. The soul power Chao Yin was supplying was not only gentle, but also continuously repairing her entire body as meridians and channels. This feeling was something she hadn't experienced in a long time. Thank you, Brother Chao Yin. Nar will hold on, Guyuna said, her face filled with joy. This sensation made her feel incredibly comfortable, and she sensed that it wouldn't be long before her cultivation could truly be restored. The thought of this result made her smile even brighter. Good, as expected of my beloved Nar. Next, I will increase the intensity, so hold on tight, Chao Yin said, casting a look of appreciation at Guyuna. Although the method of using soul power to repair the meridians was effective, once it reached a critical point, the pain endured would be immense. He wondered if Nar would be able to endure it at that moment. Brother Chao Yin increased the intensity. No matter how painful the process is, Nar won't cry out in pain. Guyuna bit her lip, her voice firm. Now that she finally had hope for restoring her strength, she was unwilling to give up. Even if this process required immense pain, she wouldn't be afraid. Compared to regaining her strength, those so-called pains seemed trivial in her eyes. Because in this world, without power, one had nothing. Without power, one could only become a pitiful ant, trampled upon by others. This was a feeling she did not wish to experience. All right, my dear Nar, hold on. I'm going to exert myself, Chao Yin said solemnly. At that moment, he and Gu Yuna were tightly embraced, their eyes locked on each other. Despite this, he did not have any other thoughts about Gu Yuna at this time. He only knew that in order for his beloved Nar to regain her cultivation, he must give his all. Even if it ended with him being completely exhausted, he would have no regrets. Because in his heart, Gu Yuna was already his woman. It was only natural to make such sacrifices for the one he loved. Chao Yin tightly embraced Gu Yuna's jade-like back, feeling an extremely soft and delicate sensation. This wonderful touch was hard to describe in words. However, at this moment, Chao Yin was not influenced by these feelings. Instead, he displayed an even more serious expression. As his palm gently stroked her back, a thicker soul power entered Gu Yuna's body. And under the influence of this soul power, her cultivation gradually began to show signs of recovery. Based on this progress, it won't be long before Gu Yuna's cultivation can truly be restored. Suddenly, Gu Yuna let out a scream. Not only that, with her soft moan, her body began to tremble violently, and an endless stream of fragrant sweat oozed from her delicate body, as if she were enduring some indescribable pain. What's wrong, Nan? Seeing Gu Yuna's pained expression, Chao Yin felt a pang of sympathy and worriedly asked, "What's wrong? I'm feeling so uncomfortable." "Chao Yin, brother, please take me. Only then can Nar alleviate some of the pain," Gu Yuna said with a flushed face, her voice even carrying a hint of pleading. Gu Yuna knew that at times like this, if they engaged in intimate relations, it might relieve some of her suffering. Otherwise, with such intense pain, she truly worried that she might not be able to endure it, and if that happened, all her efforts would be in vain. She did not wish to see that outcome. Furthermore, she trusted Chao Yan's character, so even if she were to give her body to him, Gu Yuna would do so willingly. Besides, she quite liked Chao Yan. "All right, Nar, since that's the case, I will honor your request." Under Gu Yuna's sincere plea, Chao Yan found no reason to refuse. Then, with the intense fire burning in his heart, Chao Yan could no longer hold back and tightly embraced Gu Yuna, entering a state of dual cultivation. At the same time, Chao Yan extended his index finger, bit it hard, and a drop of rich blood dripped into the pool. This drop of blood contained a strong soul power from within him, which could significantly alleviate Gu Yuna's pain. After the blood dripped into the pool, the originally clear water quickly changed color. The transparent clarity disappeared in an instant, replaced by a rich red hue. However, the pool was now filled with a concentrated energy, and under its influence, Gu Yuna's complexion appeared much more relaxed. After doing all this, Chao Yan felt somewhat relieved and began to enjoy the process of dual cultivation. Moreover, after this experience, Gu Yuna would become his woman. About an hour later, Gu Yuna slowly opened her eyes. Feeling a sharp pain in a certain part of her body, her face flushed. It seemed she had officially become Chao Yan's woman. Thinking of this, Gu Yuna felt a surge of happiness in her heart. Then, she sensed her internal condition and, with the operation of her soul power, she was astonished to find that her cultivation had actually returned to its peak state, reaching the demigod level. "My power has recovered. That's great. Thank you, Chao Yan brother." Gu Yuna's face was filled with joy. Although the demigod level wasn't particularly strong for her current state, returning to this level of cultivation was quite difficult. Just as she was preparing to express her gratitude, she saw Chao Yan with his eyes tightly closed, looking utterly exhausted, as if he were completely drained, making it hard for anyone to look directly at him. "What happened to you, Chao Yan brother? Is it possible that Nar has worn you out?" Gu Yuna murmured, somewhat uncertain, but the pain beneath her made it very clear to her that she had become Brother Chao Yan's woman. "Nar, can you promise me one request? Wait for me to break through to the 100th level of cultivation, and then we will conquer the divine realm together, okay?" Just then, Chao Yan opened his eyes and softly said, holding Gu Yuna's delicate hand, "Nar, I promise you." After hesitating for a moment, Gu Yuna looked at Chao Yan's pale face and felt her heart soften, agreeing to his words. Chapter 295, Departure Nar. Although you have already regained your demigod level cultivation, it is somewhat unrealistic to think you can ascend to the divine realm. The power of the divine realm far exceeds your imagination, Chao Yan said gently, unable to hide his concern. Although Gu Yuna had regained her demigod level strength with his help, this level of power would not cause much of a stir in the divine realm. It is important to know that within the divine realm, Any first-level god could effortlessly wipe her out, and honestly, demigod-level power is already considered very weak. In terms of comparison, demigod-level cultivation is akin to that of an ant. Not to mention anything else, even the current Xiao Yan could easily knock down a demigod-level opponent. This shows just how weak demigod-level power truly is. Is Brother Xiao Yan worried about Nar? I am so touched. I didn't expect you to care so much about my matters. Nar doesn't deserve such treatment from Brother Xiao Yan. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Gu Yuna's eyes also became slightly moist. The feeling of being treated sincerely by someone is truly beautiful. During her time in the Star Do Great Forest, although she was always surrounded by many soul beasts, it was only because of her special identity. If she didn't possess the dragon god's body, how could she possibly receive such treatment? Moreover, although Emperor Tian and the others always appeared submissive in front of her, Gu Yuna knew that if it weren't for her unique identity, these soul beasts would not treat her this way. It was precisely for this reason that, in the face of Xiao Yan's almost entirely genuine feelings without any pretense, Gu Yuna felt a deep sense of emotion from the bottom of her heart. This feeling made her experience what it meant to be cherished. Could this be what it feels like to be loved? What a happy feeling. Brother Xiao Yan, Nar is already your woman. You can't abandon me. Otherwise, I will hold a grudge against you for a lifetime. Gu Yuna said playfully. Since she had just restored her cultivation, she hadn't had time to put on clothes, and her snow-white body was completely bare, presenting a sight that was quite endearing. Of course, my Nar is so beautiful. I swear I will treat you well for the rest of my life. You have just restored your cultivation not long ago, so you should take some time to calm down and recuperate. As for the matters of the divine realm, let's take it slow for now, shall we? Xiao Yan Gu Yuna put on her dress. At this moment, he had no ulterior motives. Since Gu Yuna had already become his woman, he naturally wanted to take good care of her. If he didn't know how to take responsibility, then this action would be no different from that of a shameless person. But will Brother Xiao Yan deceive Na? Nar is worried that after Brother Xiao Yan breaks through to the 100th level of cultivation, he won't come back to find Nar anymore. Oh, can you not leave me all alone? Gu Yuna said with grievance, feeling a bit worried in her heart. What if Brother Xiao Yan no longer wanted her after breaking through to the 100th level of cultivation? What would she do then? Silly, how could I ever not want you? You're so beautiful. How could I bear to part with you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but reveal a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. His Nar baby really is pure and adorable, to actually have such a strange thought. While smiling, Xiao Yan wrapped his arms around Gu Yuna's waist, their gazes locking as he said tenderly, I have always liked my Nar. You're so beautiful. How could I ever forget you? In this lifetime, you are my woman. After saying this, Xiao Yan looked at Gu Yuna's delicate red lips and gently kissed her. Xiao Yan Gij, Nar is so happy. Gu Yuna felt her mind go blank from the sudden kiss, a wonderful sensation washing over her. After all, during her long time in the Stardow Forest, she had always been emotionally naive, with no romantic experience at all. Nar, I swear, once I break through to level 100, I will come back to find you. At that time, we will fight our way into the God realm together and seek justice for all soul beasts. How about that? After kissing for about 10 seconds, Xiao Yan reluctantly released Gu Yuna's lips. Her lips were soft and sweet, and the tender sensation made it hard for him to stop. Xiao Yan Gij, Nar believes you. No matter how long it takes, Nar will wait wholeheartedly for you to return. In this lifetime, I will only love you, Xiao Yan Gij. Gu Yuna looked touched, and at that moment, she completely let go of her worries and fully believed in Xiao Yan's words. She had already witnessed Xiao Yan's strength, which was that of a peerless Dalu at level 99. Such power was unimaginable to her. Although she couldn't be certain of anything, at least if Xiao Yan wanted to deceive her, he wouldn't need to be so indirect. Besides, she was the woman he liked. She believed that Xiao Yan would never deceive her. Nar, actually, I don't want to leave you either, do you know? From the first moment I saw you, I was deeply captivated. To me, you are like the whole world, and I will always love you. Xiao Yan touched his nose and smiled gently. Gu Yuna was not only pure, but also had an irresistible charm. Faced with these traits, even he found it hard to resist. Xiao Yan Gij, are you leaving? Why? Did Nar do something wrong? Why do you have to leave me? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Gu Yuna was struck like lightning, her whole body freezing in an instant. She had just become Xiao Yan's woman. Was it really time to part so soon? Nar, you did nothing wrong. I just have to leave. Do you know? Although my cultivation has reached level 99, I still cannot break through the final barrier. The reason I must leave is to reach the highest level. Nar, wait for me to return. Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He and Gu Yuna had only just gotten to know each other. If it weren't for the urgent need to reach divine level cultivation, How could he bear to leave? After all, a beauty like Guyuna was rare even across the entire continent. How could he not want to grow closer to her? But he had to go back. Only by becoming stronger could he not be bullied. Nara understands. Nara knows that you don't need to miss me. No matter what, I will always be your woman. Upon hearing this, Guyuna nodded and hugged Chao Yan's arms a bit tighter. Chapter 296. Guyuna's request. Chao Yan Gij. Can Nara ask you for a favor? After a warm embrace, Guyuna reluctantly released Chao Yan. The embrace felt wonderful, but in the end, they would have to part. Sweetheart Nara, just tell me. As long as it's something I can do, I will definitely agree. Chao Yan's gentle voice rang out. But since he didn't know what Guyuna was asking for, he didn't promise too much. After all, there were some things he simply couldn't do. As the saying goes, there are always those stronger than you. Chao Yan was very aware of this. While he was fearless, that wasn't a reason to be arrogant. Some people, once they gained power, would become inflated with arrogance and disregard others, which was extremely foolish in Chao Yan's view. Can you stay with Nara tonight? Chao Yan Gij? Nara wants to do some naughty things with you. Tonight, you can only be with Nara and can't look for other girls. Okay? After a few seconds of silence, Guyuna finally spoke, her eyes even holding a hint of pleading as she looked at Chao Yan, fearing rejection. Nair, what do you mean? After hearing Guyuna's words, Chao Yan was stunned. He had expected a much more difficult request, but unexpectedly, this one was so simple. What difficulty could this pose for him? Let alone spending one night, even spending 10 days or half a month would be no problem at all. However, that was just Chao Yan's inner thoughts. He didn't express these thoughts in front of Guyuna because such matters weren't something to flaunt. Moreover, if the other party knew, what benefit would it bring him? Therefore, in Chao Yan's view, these words absolutely could not be spoken. Once said, it would be himself who would feel embarrassed. Nara just wants to experience what it's like to be Chao Yan Gij's woman. Can you fulfill this wish for Nath? Please. Guyuna pouted and acted cute. To be honest, after spending so much time with Chao Yan, Guyuna had a clear understanding of the young man before her. This boy had almost no flaws, and being able to become Chao Yan's woman made her extremely happy. At least this way, she wouldn't have to be alone anymore. Of course, as long as it's my sweetheart Nara's request, I will never refuse. I promise you. Chao Yan's response was straightforward and decisive. This was a matter of duty, and moreover, the beautiful Guyuna was in front of him. How could he bear to refuse? Furthermore, after agreeing to this request, he would have a wonderful night. How could he resist a beauty like Guyuna? Really? Chao Yan Gij agreed to Na? Guyuna exclaimed in surprise, a glimmer of joy appearing in her beautiful eyes. Just a moment ago, she was worried that Chao Yan would reject her request. But thankfully, Chao Yan Gij finally agreed. Tonight, she would get to experience what it felt like to be Chao Yan Gij's woman. Thinking of this, Guyuna's mind filled with that naughty image, and her pretty face instantly turned hot, her rosy cheeks resembling a red apple, making one want to take a bite. Of course it's true. I also want to do those naughty things with my sweetheart Nara. However, I'm worried that you're too beautiful, and I won't be able to resist. Chao Yan let out a mischievous laugh, his gaze shifting to the area of Guyuna's chest. Although not large, it subtly hinted at some development, with a slightly shy curve. While it couldn't compare to Zhu Zhuqing's impressive figure, it was certainly larger than Xiao Wu's. So Chao Yan Gij was also thinking about teasing Nara, but Nara is already your woman. It's nothing for a husband to tease his wife. Gao Zan Ge. Nara will definitely serve you well tonight. Guyuna blinked her beautiful eyes, her adorable demeanor igniting the flames of desire in Chao Yan's heart. Such an innocent and lively Guyuna would surely attract anyone who encountered her with her unique charm, right? Afterward, the two engaged in a passionate conversation for a while. Amidst their laughter, Guyuna's smile blossomed like a flower, showcasing a unique side of womanhood. Her charm captivating Chao Yan, making him unable to resist. Chao Yan Gij, it's almost evening. I'm so looking forward to it. Soon, we can do some naughty things together. Please don't bully Nara, Guyuna said cheerfully, her beautiful eyes blinking playfully, resembling a pure little girl from next door, simply alluring. Guyuna's lovely eyes gazed at the night sky. In the central part of the hall, there was a transparent crystal layer, allowing a perfect view of the pitch-black night, sprinkled with countless twinkling stars. As night fell, the entire hall darkened, and apart from the faint sound of insects chirping, no other noise could be heard. Even Di Tian and the others did not appear, as they dared not disturb their lord's important matters at this time. Well, it's already dark, Nara. Honestly, you're the most beautiful girl I have ever seen, no exceptions. Tonight, I will make you happy. Chao Yan smiled slightly, gently stroking Guyuna's cheek, the soft touch making his heart tremble. Among all the girls he had seen, Guyuna was truly the most innocent and charming. Such a girl embodied purity and seduction, even mixed with a hint of enchantment. In front of such a beautiful Guyuna, it seemed that all the scenery in the world would appear dull and lifeless. Oomph, you must have said such things to many girls, right? Guyuna chuckled, knowing well that even ZG and Bai Ji had become Chao Yan's women, so this guy's sweet words were not few. Nair, I'm being rond. I'm not that kind of person. You have to believe me. Chao Yan quickly shook his head, his face showing a look of refusal. Although he had said such things to many girls, he was sincere with the Guyuna before him. Heaven and earth can be my witness. All right, Nader believes in Chao Yan Gij. Chao Yan Gij, it's dark now. Let Nader become your woman, okay? At this moment, the sky had completely turned pitch black, with no visibility. After saying this, Guyuna's delicate hand quietly glided over her own body. As her hand moved, her clothes gradually fell away, revealing her bare form slowly. Seeing this scene, Chao Yan's breath quickened and his blood boiled. At this moment, he could no longer hold back. Chapter 297. Return to Shrek the next day. Morning. Master, your cultivation has already reached the demigod level? Dition said in shock as he looked at Guyuna walking out of the palace. With 890,000 years of cultivation, he could naturally see the change in Guyuna's aura at a glance. It had only been one night, and the Master's cultivation had actually recovered to the demigod level. Such a scene was unimaginable even for him. It was known that since Guyuna's dragon god body was cut in half, her remaining silver dragon king body greatly reduced her cultivation. During this time, Dition and the other fierce beasts tried many methods to help Guyuna restore her damaged cultivation. But it was incredibly difficult to recover her cultivation when her body was damaged. Therefore, even though Dition and others had found many heavenly and earthly treasures during this time, they could not restore Guyuna's damaged cultivation. The reason was simple. The power of the Shura god symbolizes evil, and wherever the power of the Shura god passed, everything perished. This shows how terrifying the Shura god is. Yes, you are right. My cultivation has indeed recovered to the demigod level. Speaking of which, I really have to thank Chao Yan Gij. Seeing Dition's astonished expression, Guyuna did not hide anything and directly revealed the truth. During her time in the Stardow Forest, she had seen how Dition and the other soul beasts respected and cared for her. So she had nothing to conceal in this matter. Although the main reason was her special identity, these soul beasts had indeed protected her safety. If it weren't for this, perhaps she would have been found by those guys in the divine realm long ago. Guyuna was well aware of her fate if that happened. In the eyes of those in the divine realm, she could not be tolerated. If they discovered her whereabouts, she would not exist as she did now. Fortunately, in her most desperate and helpless moments, Chao Yan appeared and brought her the light of hope. Now, she felt as if she had been reborn. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Guyuna's lips. Congratulations, Master. Upon hearing this, Dition quickly congratulated her. Guyuna was the true dragon god body, with a pure bloodline. Most importantly, the dragon god symbolized the greatest pride of their soul beast clan. After all, among all the soul beasts, only the dragon god had broken through the 100-level limit. For various reasons, Dition and the others had to maintain a deep sense of awe towards Guyuna. Congratulations, Master. After Dition's voice fell, the voices of Xiaogang and the others also rang out, their gazes filled with fervent excitement. The cultivation of the demigod level was a degree that even they, as fierce beasts, could not compare to. After all, the demigod cultivation was only one step away from truly becoming a god at the 100 level. They were somewhat hopeful that if the Master completely restored her peak dragon god cultivation, their soul beast clan could truly be revitalized. For many years, the status of their soul beast clan had been quite lowly. As fierce beasts, they were naturally unwilling to accept this situation, but unfortunately, they had no way to break this deadlock. The divine realm was ruled by the gods, and naturally, there was no place for their soul beast clan. Moreover, although their soul beast clan had many varieties, how many could truly break through the 100-level limit and become gods? Even if they truly became gods in the end, they would be severely punished by those in the divine realm. After all, in the eyes of those lofty beings, their consolidated positions were not to be provoked. On the Douluo continent, the status of their soul beast clan was also not optimistic. In the face of powerful humans, countless soul beasts could only be brutally slaughtered. After all, for humans to become stronger, they needed to obtain soul rings, which meant the death of soul beasts. Over time, this was naturally a disaster for their soul beast clan. I plan to take some time to recuperate I have made an agreement with Brother Chao in that once he breaks through to level 100, I will lead the Soul Beast clan to attack the Divine Realm. By then, whether it's the Divine Realm or Douluo continent, it will be our Soul Beast world. Seeing the excitement on the faces of the Soul Beasts, Yu Na felt a bit of excitement in her heart as well. This was the first time she had seen Tion and the others show such a fierce demeanor. In such an atmosphere, even she was infected by it. After Yu Na's voice fell, the Soul Beasts all nodded in unison. They knew that even though their master had currently regained half-god level cultivation, such power was extremely weak when facing those from the Divine Realm and could even be easily defeated. Don't worry, Nara is already my woman, so the affairs of the Soul Beast clan are also my affairs. Once I break through the level 100 limit, I will lead your Soul Beast clan back to the peak. At this moment, Chao Yin, who had been standing behind Yu Na, also spoke up slightly. Thank you, my lord. Your might is unparalleled, and you are the great benefactor of our Soul Beast clan. Tion kneels in gratitude. Upon hearing this, many Soul Beasts were shocked. They never expected that Chao Yin, as a human, would choose to help them. The one who reacted the fastest was Tion, who almost immediately knelt down. He knew that if he could establish a good relationship with Chao Yin at this moment, it would undoubtedly bring him benefits in the future if Chao Yin became a god. After all, for a god, to grant some fortune or something like that is merely a trivial matter, not really a difficult task. Brother Chao Yin is so amazing. Above Tion's head, the three-eyed golden lion also showed an excited expression, its golden eyes full of curiosity when looking at Chao Yin. After all, Chao Yin had restored Yu Na's half-god cultivation in just one night, something that was beyond her understanding at her age. In response, Chao Yin merely smiled lightly and did not say much. At present, improving cultivation was the right path. Although the three-eyed golden lion might also be beautiful in human form, Chao Yin ultimately chose to give up. The reason was simple. Such a process might be too troublesome, which was not what he wanted to see. With that time, it would be better to go and flirt with some other girls instead of hanging on one tree. Afterward, Chao Yin also entrusted Xiao Wu and Yin to Yu Na, telling them to cultivate safely in the central area of the Stardew Forest. After all, this was a paradise for all soul beasts, and cultivating here was undoubtedly the best for them as soul beasts. Brother Chao Yin, are you leaving us? Hearing that Chao Yin was going to leave her and sister Yin behind, Xiao Wu immediately protested. She was still fantasizing about doing some shy things with Chao Yin, and having finally met someone she liked, she naturally didn't want to part ways. Silly girl, you and Yin just focus on cultivating here. I want to forget you. You are both my women, and I will always remember. Chao Yin didn't want to explain much. After casually giving a few reminders, he directly flew away. His speed was as fast as lightning, disappearing from everyone's sight. He waved his sleeves, not taking a single cloud with him. Chapter 298, Beautiful Meng, Iran Shrek Academy. About 10 minutes later, Chao Yan's figure arrived swiftly. At his level, such a short distance was nothing. He could arrive in an instant with just a blink of an eye. Perhaps this is the pleasure of being a strong person. When a strong person is angry, blood flows for miles. At the entrance of Shrek, the poopery monster head was still as eye-catching as ever. Before getting close, Chao Yin could see this inconspicuous green head at a glance, bringing a sense of nostalgia. Arriving at the entrance, Chao Yin woke the sleeping old man on guard. The old man was none other than Liu Xiaogang. In the academy, his duty had always been to guard the door. For many years, this position had remained his, seemingly never change. Old man, let me in. I'm back, Chao Yin said arrogantly. He was now a strong person, and naturally, he would take Liu Xiaogang seriously. Therefore, there was no need for any politeness in his words. As a strong person, he didn't have to show weakness to the weak. Who are you? Don't you know that our Shrek Academy doesn't accept students? If you don't get lost, be careful of losing your life here. Chao Yin's voice boomed like thunder. Awakened by this voice, Liu Xiaogang immediately flew into a rage. Looking comically like a jumping clown, Chao Yin was certainly not afraid. A mere soul emperor was nothing, and with such cultivation, he didn't even need to look at him directly. You have quite a big mouth, old man. Do you know who I am? Be careful of bringing disaster upon yourself. Chao Yin frowned, his sarcastic voice resonating. If he wanted, this old man before him wouldn't live for more than 3 seconds. At this moment, the atmosphere became slightly tense. Liu Xiaogang rubbed his eyes, feeling a bit confused, as this voice sounded vaguely familiar. When he focused his gaze, he was startled, his face turning pale, trembling as he said, Lord Chao Yin, I didn't know you were back. I am truly blind. I shouldn't have insulted Lord Chao Yin. As Liu Xiaogang spoke, his body softened. He He was fully aware of how terrifying the power of the young man before him was. At this moment, his heart was filled with deep regret. If he hadn't dozed off, he certainly wouldn't have offended Chao Yan. Now, it seemed that his life might be in jeopardy. After all, the young man before him was too strong. Still daring to call yourself an old man in front of me? Do you wish for a long life? Go tell Flinder that I'm back, and let him come out to greet me. If I'm delayed, I'll take your life. Chao Yan said coldly. The Li Yusong before him was merely an ant. Why bother being polite when speaking to an ant? Upon hearing this, Li Yusong surprisingly showed great decisiveness and immediately knelt down, horrified. Lord Chao Yan, I was blind and dared not offend you. Please spare my life, will you? Li Yusong's voice even carried a hint of pleading. For someone his age, death was terrifying. Therefore, he didn't dare to gamble with his own life. He knew that if he angered Chao Yan, the final outcome would be extremely grim. Perhaps even his life would be lost because of it. After all, compared to Chao Yan, he was indeed just a tiny ant, like a microorganism, only able to look up at the young man before him. All right, I'll spare your life. Now go let Flinder roll out to see me, otherwise you'll still die. Only then was Chao Yan satisfied as he waved his hand. His vanity greatly satisfied. The feeling of having power was indeed extremely pleasurable. All right, Lord Chao Yan, please wait a moment. I will go report to Dean Flinder right away. After saying that, Li Yusong hurriedly left, his speed like lightning. After all, this was a matter of life and death, and he certainly didn't dare to be slow. At least you know your place. Young Master Chao Yan, we meet again. Do you still remember me? At that moment, a pleasant female voice suddenly rang out. Turning around, he saw a graceful young girl standing in front of him, smiling sweetly with a hint of shyness. The girl wore a black tight-fitting outfit, her blue short hair just covering her ears, slightly obscuring her exquisite cheeks. Wrapped in the black outfit, her delicate figure was outlined, and her perfect curves were consequently revealed. This body, while not exactly seductive, was undeniably alluring. If one were to describe her in a word, it could be called beauty. Meng Yiran, you really joined Shrek Academy? Chao Yan's voice carried a hint of surprise. After all, he had only casually mentioned it to Meng Yiran, not expecting her to take it seriously. It's important to note that in the original story, Meng Yiran's Beast Academy was quite outstanding, and in that environment, given enough time, she would eventually become a strong individual. Yes, I came to find Brother Chao Yan. Last time in the Stardow Forest, if it weren't for Brother Chao Yan's help, my grandparents and I would have died there. The Titan giant ape is a soul beast that even my grandparents couldn't handle, Meng Yiran said truthfully. She still vividly remembered that experience, and, thinking back, she felt a bit of fear. After all, that time, she and her grandparents nearly lost their lives there. I see. So you joined Shrek Academy to find me? But what could an ordinary person like me have that would attract you? A look of relief appeared on Chao Yan's face. If that were the reason, it made sense. However, could it be that Meng Yiran came to find him just to express her gratitude for saving her? That seemed unlikely. After all, he wouldn't take such matters to heart. Meng Yiran flicked her finger against her chest and smiled. That's my grandparents' request. In our family, there's a rule that if a girl from the family is saved by a man, she must offer herself in return. Since the young master saved us last time, according to our rule, I have already become your woman. Please don't reject me. Meng Yiran's voice was very low, although she was quite confident in her beauty. Ever since she saw the other girls around Chao Yan, her self-esteem had taken a hit. After all, compared to the girls around Chao Yan, her beauty seemed insignificant. Really? Yiran, to be honest, we only met once. You don't have to offer yourself just to thank me. What merit do I have to deserve such treatment? Chao Yan felt a bit moved. After all, Meng Yiran was also a rare beauty, although he was never short of women around him. Occasionally changing his taste wouldn't be a bad thing. My grandparents said that once I see the young master, I must become your woman. So can it be tonight? Meng Yiran smiled lightly, her voice carrying a hint of urgency. She had already prepared for this night. Tonight? Upon hearing this, Chao Yan could hardly believe his ears. Who would have thought such shy words would come from a girl? Moreover, if he rejected such a straightforward hint, wouldn't that be a bit unreasonable? Yiran, to be honest, while you are indeed beautiful, and I do have some of those thoughts about you, I still hope you will think seriously before making a decision. After all, this concerns your happiness, Chao Yan said very seriously, while also observing Meng Yiran's change in expression. After all, he didn't want Meng Yiran to offer her beautiful body just to please him. If that were the case, he would rather not engage in such matters. Although he was usually lecherous, he had his limits. If the other party didn't genuinely like him, then no matter how beautiful the girl was, he wouldn't accept it. This was a principle that had always been hidden in Chao Yan's heart, and was generally not easily broken. Woo woo woo, young Master Chao Yin. Do you think I'm not beautiful enough? Meng Yiran knew her figure and looks were quite average, but she genuinely wanted to become Chao Yan's woman. Please don't reject my heartfelt intentions. Otherwise, I will never find happiness in my life. Meng Yiran said, her voice tinged with tears, revealing true emotions. Ever since she met Chao Yin last time, his handsome face had left a deep imprint in her heart. In the days since, she often found his figure appearing in her mind. Perhaps this is what people call love. Yiran, have you really fallen for me? I have many girls around me, and I'm afraid I can't give you what you want. Why put yourself through this? Chao Yin could tell that Meng Yiran had probably genuinely fallen for him, but he still expressed his concerns. After all, he had countless beauties around him, and as a warm man, he least wanted to owe a so-called emotional debt. Such things could be truly deadly to repay. Young master, you are very powerful, the most outstanding young hero I have ever seen. And I am of the age to marry. Why not take me tonight? Is that okay? Just let me become your woman, and I will do anything. Hearing this, Meng Yiran's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly said. In fact, Meng Yiran's eagerness to give her body to Chao Yin was driven by other reasons. After their experience in the Stardow Forest, her grandparents were also impressed by the imposing aura that Chao Yin exuded. Such a heroic young man, if she could befriend him, would undoubtedly mean having a powerful ally. Therefore, afterward, her grandparents directly let Meng Yiran join Shrek Academy. Not for any other reason. But in their view, if Meng Yiran could become Chao Yan's woman, that would be enough. After all, they had seen countless talents. And someone like Chao Yin was bound to be a dragon among men in the future. If they could befriend him in advance, the benefits gained would likely be immeasurable. Recalling her grandparents' instructions, Meng Yiran moved closer to Chao Yin, not knowing if it was intentional or unintentional. Just as she was about to walk beside him, her foot suddenly slipped, and her delicate body was about to fall to the side, seemingly about to hit the ground. While feeling her body tilt, Meng Yiran exclaimed. She wasn't afraid of falling, but worried that if she did, it would leave an imperfect image in Chao Yan's mind, a result she didn't want to see. Sigh. Chao Yin shook his head helplessly, letting out a light sigh. The next moment, his body moved suddenly. Just as Meng Yiran's delicate body was about to touch the ground, his broad and strong hand caught her, stabilizing her body with a gentle force. Young lady Yiran, are you okay? You're so beautiful. If you fell, I would be heartbroken. Chao Yin smiled, his pure and clear eyes deep and ethereal. Under such a gaze, Meng Yiran couldn't help but wonder what he was thinking. And no, I'm fine. Are you worried about me, young master? Then would you be willing to let me become your woman? Meng Yiran's beautiful eyes widened. At such a close distance, she could see Chao Yan's fair face perfectly. The moment their eyes met, she felt as if her heart had been electrified. In that instant, a mix of shyness, unease, and bashfulness stirred within her. Although she had seen Chao Yan's appearance in the Stardow Forest before, this was the first time they had such a close gaze. Meng Yiran felt a bit pleased, simply because Chao Yan's handsomeness even overturned her worldview. Such a handsome young man was something she had never encountered in the Beast Academy. You silly girl, do you really want to become my woman this badly? Why is your mind filled with these strange thoughts? Chao Yin couldn't help but laugh at Meng Yiran's initiative. Among all the girls he had encountered, it was the first time he met someone like Meng Yiran, who seemed eager to sell herself off right away. Well, yes, Yiran genuinely wants to become the young master's woman. I'm not afraid of pain. As long as the young master is willing, Yiran is fine with anything. Her nose twitched slightly, and Chao Yan's unique masculine aura lingered around Meng Yiran's heart, making her pretty face flush instantly. It's worth noting that even in the Beast Academy, she had never had such intimate contact with any boy. However, even though Chao Yin was holding her tightly, with one of his hands resting on her curvy bottom, Meng Yiran felt no resentment in her heart. On the contrary, she was more excited and pleased. Just moments ago, when she was about to fall, she had been praying in her heart, wondering what she would do if Chao Yin refused to catch her. Thankfully, at the last moment, Chao Yan's actions completely reassured her. At least this proved that Chao Yin didn't mind her. With that, as long as she took the initiative, Meng Yiran was confident she had a chance to become Chao Yan's woman. After all, she had some confidence in her charm. Sigh, I really can't do anything with you. All right then, I'll satisfy your request tonight. Chao Yin sighed, then gave Meng Yiran's firm and round bottom a hard slap. Instantly, the elastic force made his palm bounce back. On the other hand, Meng Yiran stomped her foot, her face flushed without saying a word. Chapter 300. Meng Yiran's entrustment. Chao Yin. How can you do this? You're bullying me. With an important part of her body under attack, Meng Yiran felt completely ashamed and wanted to disappear. After all, It was a sensitive area, and any girl would have been unable to accept it. Fortunately, there were no other people around to notice. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known how to face anyone. The feel is quite nice, Chao Yin smiled, unfazed by Meng Yiran's expression. To be honest, although Meng Yiran's figure was not the best, the places that should have developed were not inferior to Xiao Wu or Zhu Zhuqing. Perhaps that is the uniqueness of every girl. Humph, Chao Yin, you must come to my room tonight, otherwise I won't let you off. Meng Yiran huffed softly, a hint of pride on her lips as she threatened. If you refuse me, I'll take care of you right here. However, Meng Yiran was still just a little girl. Such threats coming from her voice had little impact. At least in Chao Yan's eyes, this threat was quite adorable. Don't worry, tonight I will make your wish come true. After tonight, you will be my woman. Gaozan Sumai Lai Di. To be honest, he quite liked Meng Yiran's straightforward personality. Moreover, after tonight, Meng Yiran would only be his woman. Thinking of this, Chao Yin imagined a scene in his mind, and a lewd smile appeared on his lips. After all, such situations were not difficult for someone like him, who had experienced countless things. Just then, a figure rushed from Shrek Academy, moving like lightning, almost as if he had transformed into a residual shadow, making it impossible to see his face. Moments later, as the figure drew closer, Chao Yin finally recognized the newcomer. It was Flinder, dressed in his usual plain attire. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't have thought that this disheveled old man was the Academy's dean. After all, the noble term dean was hard to associate with Flinder's appearance. Chao Yin, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. I'm truly guilty and beg for your mercy. Can you spare my life? Upon seeing Chao Yin, Flinder knelt down without hesitation. Although, given his status, he shouldn't be making such gestures to Chao Yin. After witnessing Chao Yan's true strength, he already felt a deep-seated awe towards the young man before him. Thus, he felt no sense of wrongdoing in this action. He even worried that his actions might seem disrespectful to Chao Yin, as he was merely an ant in terms of status, and in front of a true powerhouse. How could an ant dare to kneel? Flinder, you really have some nerve. I've been back for a while, and you only come out to greet me now? Are you tired of living, or do you want to die? If you want to die, I can fulfill that for you. Chao Yan's teasing voice rang out. With Flinder's soul sage cultivation level, he didn't even consider him more than an ant. Therefore, he wouldn't show any respect to someone like Flinder. After all, in the eyes of the strong, the weak are as insignificant as ants. No one would be polite to any ant. That is the demeanor of the strong. Hearing this, Flinder's heart trembled, and cold sweat soaked through his back. His legs couldn't help but tremble as he struggled to speak. Chao Yin, this was indeed my oversight. I didn't know you were coming back today. Otherwise, I would have welcomed you on my knees. Flinder's voice was filled with sincerity, along with a desire for life. He understood that Chao Yan's strength was extraordinary. If he wanted him dead, it would be as easy as pie. Such a young man was not someone he could afford to offend. Chao Yan felt a bit annoyed. Flinder was indeed too disrespectful. It had taken him a long time to return to Shrek Academy, yet Flinder behaved in such a manner, not only failing to greet him, but also showing utter disregard. Just as Chao Yan was about to get angry, Meng Yiran's gentle hand slowly rested on his sleeve, and then a soft female voice rang out, Chao Yin. I don't think Dean Flinder meant to offend. Why not let him off this time? After all, you promised to accompany me tonight. Don't let something so trivial dampen your spirits, okay? Hearing this, Chao Yin could only suppress the resentment in his heart, reluctantly nodded, and said coldly, Today, for the sake of Yiran, I will spare your life for now. If you dare to commit this great taboo again next time, I will definitely make you die. Understand? Get lost. Chao Yan's voice was not loud, but it contained a terrifying, penetrating power. Under the influence of this voice, Flandra felt as if his internal organs had been shattered, a pain and helplessness that only he could understand. However, Flandra did not leave immediately. Instead, he showed a grateful expression and respectfully said, Thank you, Lord Chao Yin, for showing mercy. I, Flandra, will remember this kindness. Flandra was not pretending. He only respected the strong, and only in front of true power would he show such a humble demeanor. By the way, Flandra, let me ask you, do you know where Ning Rongrong has gone? I don't seem to have seen her in the academy, Chao Yin asked. After returning to Shrek Academy, he had not found any trace of Ning Rongrong, which puzzled him. After all, according to Ning Rongrong's lively personality, it was generally impossible for her to remain calm in the academy unless she was no longer there. Upon hearing this, Flandra quickly clasped his hands and replied, Since returning from the Star Doe Forest last time, Rongrong has gone back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Her talent is not low, and the current Shrek Academy can no longer teach her anything, so she is naturally no longer here. Hearing this, Chao Yin suddenly understood. Indeed, there were not many people left in Shrek Academy now. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mu Bai, and the others had all become dead. In this case, the Shrek 7 monsters were nothing much. As for Tang San, Chao Yin did not plan to kill him for the time being. After all, he was just a mere clown. Leaving him a small life was no big deal. Chao Yin waved his hand, signaling Flandra to leave. After all, he still had to do some intimate things with Meng Yiran. Young Master Chao Yin, you can come to my room. Let Yiran become your woman tonight, Meng Yiran said with an expectant look. Although she was a girl, she was still somewhat curious about such matters. Upon hearing this, Chao Yin smiled non-committally, then wrapped his arms around Meng Yiran's waist and walked toward her dormitory. What would happen next? Chapter 301. Lanba Academy, a night without words. Throughout the night, Chao Yin and Meng Yiran cooperated very well. Although Meng Yiran was not as charming as Xiao Wu or Zhu Zhuqing, she had her own unique qualities, which pleased him quite a bit. However, beautiful moments often pass the quickest. This night went by quickly, before Chao Yin had the chance to savor Meng Yiran's scent. The sky had quietly brightened. Early the next morning, in the morning light, Meng Yiran said, "Young Master Chao Yin, you were quite fierce last night. I really didn't see that coming." A look of intoxication was on her face, with a faint blush spreading to her neck. It seemed that experiencing such so-called matters between men and women was a wonderful enjoyment for a girl like her. Who told my Yiran to be so alluring? I really want to be more intimate with you, Chao Yin said with a hearty laugh while holding the soft waist of the girl in his arms. Although Meng Yiran did not have the stunning beauty of other girls, after his experience, he concluded that among all the girls he knew, Meng Yiran's waist was the most delicate and soft. Silly, I know that. But from now on, you are my little treasure. I want you to be my woman forever. Chao Yin was not angry at Meng Yiran's complaints. Instead, he affectionately patted her little head. However, while patting Meng Yiran's head, Chao Yan's gaze could not help but sweep over her delicate body, and in an instant, the fiery flames in his eyes flared up. Since they were both lying on the bed, Meng Yiran was only wearing a light purple underwear, which accentuated her features, making them particularly eye-catching. As a result, Chao Yan's gaze uncontrollably landed on the girl, and his breathing quickened. It could be said that in her current state, Meng Yiran was even more tempting than Chao Yin had seen the previous night. After all, when they were playing last night, the surrounding environment was almost completely dark, which prevented Chao Yin from fully appreciating Meng Yiran's graceful figure. However, the current scene satisfied him. Young Master Chao Yin, where are you looking? You wouldn't want to come again, would you? My body can't take it anymore. Can you let me go? As Chao Yan's fiery gaze swept over her body, Meng Yiran's heart raced, and a sense of unease surged in her mind. Nothing, just admiring some of my little Yiran's lovely features. My Yiran is truly alluring. Chao Yin shook his head, the smile on his face instantly disappearing, and then he showed a serious expression, resembling a gentleman. To someone who did not know him, they might truly think he was a person of good character. Really? I'm sorry, if young Master Chao Yin wants it. Yiran will give it to you next time, okay? I really can't endure such torment again. Otherwise, my body might suffer. Meng Yiran's face first lit up with joy, but then the expression quickly faded, turning into one of regret. She had seen clearly that the greed in Chao Yan's eyes was intense, but the pain in her body left her with no other choice. At least, given her current state, she was definitely not suitable for another round. Silly, there's nothing to be sorry about. As long as you recover, I can bully you whenever I want. By that time, you won't be able to escape. Chao Yin waved his hand dismissively, showing a nonchalant expression. After all, he was not the kind of person who was overly lecherous. He had only bullied her once last night. He should at least give her some time to breathe. Otherwise, what would be the difference between his actions and those of a beast? Young Master Chao Yin, I misunderstood you. I thought you wanted to do that to me again when I saw your gaze just now, so I... As she spoke, Meng Yiran's voice became weak. In the end, it turned out that she had misunderstood young Master Chao Yan's character. Thinking of this, Meng Yiran self-reproachfully patted her little head. Silly, don't worry. Let me help my little Yiran put on her clothes, okay? Chao Yin smiled slightly, casually beckoning, and the scattered clothes on the floor defied the laws of gravity. Flying into his hands, Meng Yiran's clothes still carried a faint fragrance, the scent quietly wafting into her nose, reminiscent of last night as seen, bringing a sense of happiness. Thank you, young Master Chao Yin. You are really good to Yiran. Meng Yiran nodded obediently, but couldn't help feeling a surge of joy in her heart. So, this is what it feels like to be the woman of young Master Chao Yin. What a blissful sensation. Fool, you are my treasure. If I don't treat you well, who else will I treat well? Chao Yin said irritably, his palm heavily patting Meng Iran's bottom. Then, with a loud smack, the girl's face turned red from head to toe. By the way, Iran, would you be willing to join the Blue Tyrant Academy with me? Shrek Academy is really too pathetic. With your talent, you shouldn't stay here. Sensing Meng Iran's embarrassment, Chao Yin suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Meng Iran, whose face was flushed, could only nod in agreement, the blush on her face becoming even more charming. Although she showed a shy expression, deep down, Meng Iran was extremely happy. While she remained silent, it didn't mean she was unwilling to join the Blue Tyrant Academy. However, what truly moved Meng Iran wasn't just this, as she and Chao Yin had only known each other for one night. Yet even so, Chao Yin showed no signs of irresponsibility. Instead, he sincerely recommended joining the Blue Tyrant Academy. Being treated so gently, how could she, as a girl, not be touched? How could she feel unfamiliar with the Blue Tyrant Academy? During her time at the Beast Academy, she had heard of the glorious deeds of the Blue Tyrant Academy more than once. It was said that every student who came from there was exceptionally talented, and every year, the Blue Tyrant Academy would send numerous strong individuals to the Tiando Empire. Thus, the status and reputation of the Blue Tyrant Academy were only second to the Tiando Royal Academy. Ask yourself, which student wouldn't long to join such an academy? Even though Meng Iran was regarded as a genius in the Beast Academy, her talent was insignificant compared to the strict admission requirements of the Blue Tyrant Academy. After all, what this world lacked the most was the word genius. Compared to true geniuses, she was still far from enough. Chapter 302. What kind of beauty will Lu Erlong be? The silent atmosphere lasted for a moment before it was quietly broken by Meng Iran's clear voice. The Blue Tyrant Academy. Is it the one in Tiando City? Excitement finally flashed in Meng Iran's beautiful eyes, her voice filled with curiosity. For her, who was also in the Beast Academy in Stardew City, the name Blue Tyrant Academy was quite renowned, even within her previous academy. However, since that encounter with Chao Yin in the Stardew Great Forest, under the strong insistence of the couple, the dragon and snake, Meng Iran had no choice but to join the so-called Shrek Academy. It was precisely because of that experience, combined with Chao Yan's outstanding strength, that in the eyes of the Dragon King and Snake Lady, even if they had to sacrifice their granddaughter to befriend such a young man, it would be worth it. Meng Iran later came to Shrek Academy for this reason. Since arriving at this so-called Shrek Academy, Meng Iran felt a strong sense of regret for her grandparents' rash actions. After all, her impression of Shrek Academy was almost entirely broken and poor. Not to mention that Shrek Academy was not on the same level as the Beast Academy, where she had previously been. Just the small size of Shrek Academy, which was no bigger than a palm, made Meng Iran extremely displeased. In her view, this so-called Shrek Academy could be better described as a refugee camp. Such a harsh environment was naturally very unpleasant for her, who had grown up in a comfortable setting. Yes, Iran, my dear, would you be willing? Chao Yin looked forward to Meng Iran's answer. He had no more meaning to stay at Shrek Academy. After all, there were no beautiful women here to amaze him anymore. After all, as a transmigrator, capturing various beauties was his goal. Can I really do it? But the Blue Tyrant Academy has very high talent requirements for students. My talent can only be considered average. Maybe I don't have that ability? Upon hearing this, Meng Iran's eyes suddenly brightened, but soon her clear gaze dimmed again. Although she didn't know much about the Blue Tyrant Academy during her time at the Beast Academy, she knew that its reputation in Tiando City was only second to the Tiando Royal Academy. How could an average talent like hers possibly join such an academy? Thinking this way, Meng Iran felt even more disheartened. In her family, her talent was already considered outstanding, but it wasn't until she met Chao Yin that she truly understood what it meant to be a genius. Compared to the exceptionally talented Chao Yin, her talent and cultivation seemed like an ant, even an ant among ants. Iran, my dear, you must believe in yourself. How about this? You go back to your family and communicate with the Dragon King and Snake Lady. As for the requirements of the Blue Tyrant Academy, I'll handle them. Chao Yin smiled gently, lightly patting Meng Iran's fragrant shoulder. At this moment, she had already dressed completely, and her youthful and graceful appearance radiated vitality. How can this be? Young Master Chao Yin, you are so good to me. How shall I repay you? Hearing this, Meng Iran's beautiful eyes were full of gratitude. This kind of caring words was something she had never heard from her peers before, and for a moment, excitement and joy filled her heart. Do we still need to talk about these things between us? If you really want to repay me, why not kiss me? Chao Yin joked, but of course, he was just teasing. After all, After last night's experience, Meng Yiran's body had completely belonged to him. As for this so-called kiss, what did it matter? Hup! Just as Chaoyan was lost in thought, Meng Yiran's tender lips had already pressed against his face. At that moment, it felt as if the entire world had quieted down. Meng Yiran's beautiful eyes were tightly closed, and a faint look of satisfaction appeared on her face, as if she had obtained some immense satisfaction in her heart. Chaoyan could only smile wryly at this. But it was worth mentioning that being kissed by a girl so proactively felt quite comforting. After all, before his transmigration, Chaoyan had been a typical single dog, and he had never experienced the so-called love that only existed in legends. However, ever since he arrived in Douluo continent, the feeling of being surrounded by beautiful women had inadvertently fulfilled a wish of his. To put it simply, the girls in this world were far more beautiful than those internet celebrities on Earth. Young Master Chaoyan, Yiran is willing to be your woman forever. Please don't forget me. After leaving this ambiguous phrase, Meng Yiran quickly ran away. To be honest, she was also looking forward to the Blue Tyrant Academy that Chaoyan mentioned. This girl is still so pure and cute. Sigh. I just don't know how long I'll have to wait to do those embarrassing things with Yiran again. Last night's experience is truly nostalgic. Watching Meng Yiran's figure gradually fade away, Chaoyan couldn't help but shake his head slightly, a light sigh escaping his lips. To be honest, he still feels a bit unsatisfied with the encounter from last night with Meng Yiran. After all, that feeling was just too wonderful. Forget it. I should go see my heirloom babe at Lamba Academy. Her figure and looks shouldn't be inferior to a Yin's. After all, they are both mature women. So it shouldn't be too bad. Chaoyan thought to himself, even though he hadn't seen Lu Erlong yet. He already had a rough guess about her beauty and figure. After all, Lu Erlong should be like a Yin, a woman with mature charm. But what made Chaoyan curious was, who was more alluring, his Yin or his heirloom babe? For these questions, Chaoyan felt a sense of anticipation. In the original story, Lu Erlong was also a woman with a bitter fate, first being toyed with by Yu Xiaogang, and then deceived in love by this softy. Even as a traditional man, Chaoyan felt quite unfair about her experiences. After all, Lu Erlong was just an innocent woman. Since Yu Xiaogang, this waste, didn't he know how to cherish her? Then it's time for someone like him to enjoy such a beauty. With this thought, a faint smile appeared on Chaoyan's lips. His brilliant smile illuminated his face, radiating brightness. Chapter 303, Shrek Academy, disbanded. After tidying up his appearance, Chaoyan finally pushed open the door and walked slowly towards the outside of Shrek Academy. Outside Shrek Academy, Flinder had already been waiting there, standing beside Xiaoxian, Li Yusong, Zhao Wujia, and others. However, it was worth mentioning that the expressions on their faces were slightly serious, each of them showing a hint of reluctance. For some reason, that expression looked like sadness in Chaoyan's eyes. Flinder, what does this mean? Are you planning to disband Shrek Academy? Why did you gather everyone here? Chaoyan quickly approached and frowned. Surprisingly, Flinder did not immediately respond to Chaoyan's words. Instead, he slowly raised his head, revealing a strong reluctance in his gaze. Glancing at the dark green emblem that symbolized Shrek Academy, as if his figure had aged many years. Chaoyan found Flinder's unusual demeanor a bit strange, but he didn't rush to inquire about the reason behind it. The silence lasted for about half a minute, and just when Chaoyan was feeling a bit impatient, Zhao Wujia spoke up. Young Master Chao, to be honest, there is no longer a necessity for Shrek Academy to exist. Sigh, it's truly embarrassing that we, a few capable individuals, ended up handing over beasts like Dai Mubai and Oscar. We have no face to continue staying here. Zhao Wujia's voice carried a hint of sadness, and Chaoyan was quite surprised that after he said this, Li Yusong and Xiaoxian both nodded in agreement. Young Master Chao, Shrek Academy has become a mere shell of its former self. So, Li Yusong, old Zhao, and I have decided that from now on, we plan to become free soul masters. This way, we can at least live out the rest of our lives. The speaker was Li Yusong. Although his tone was very calm, Chaoyan could feel that at that moment, the latter's heart was probably trembling violently. Li Yusong was undoubtedly the oldest and most experienced person in Shrek Academy. Before Flinder established Shrek Academy, he was just a simple farmer from a nearby village. And his martial spirit, the spiral dragon staff, awakened after a chance encounter following the death of his parents. His experiences were filled with all sorts of miraculous tales. Later, after Flinder founded Shrek Academy, he took the initiative to become a teacher there, and over the years, he witnessed the rise and fall of the academy firsthand. Now, he had to bid farewell to Shrek Academy, which had accompanied him for several decades. The complex feelings involved were unimaginable. At this point, I have nothing more to say. To avoid you three from misusing your powers to harm others in the future, please make an oath here, or else you might not be able to leave this place alive. Regarding Li Yusong's choice, Chao Yin had nothing much to say. However, Li Yusong, Zhao Wujia, and Xiao Xian were all extremely powerful soul masters. If they left like this and returned to the soul master world without any constraints, they would undoubtedly become a major disaster for the soul master community. As a good-natured person, Chao Yin did not want to see such a situation. Upon hearing this, the few of them were first slightly taken aback, then they slowly nodded. They naturally understood that if they did not agree, perhaps today, they really wouldn't be able to leave here. After all, despite their self-assured strength, facing a peerless Douluo, they did not believe they could gain any advantage in the other party's hands. This was not them being cowardly, but rather having a clear understanding of their own limitations. I, Li Yusong, swear that from today onwards I will no longer be a teacher at Shrek Academy, and I will completely sever ties with the Academy from this moment on. After returning to the Soul Master world, I will never misuse my powers, nor oppress the common people, and I will not commit any wrongdoing. Today I take this oath here. If I break this oath, maybe as if my arm were cut off. Just as the others were silent, Li Yusong quickly stepped forward. After a passionate declaration, he unexpectedly pulled out a sharp dagger from somewhere on his body, then bit his teeth, closed his eyes, and directly severed his arm at the shoulder. Blood splattered everywhere. However, Li Yusong did not make a sound due to the pain in his arm. At the moment he severed his arm, he had already used soul power to burn out all the blood vessels in the severed limb. So even though his arm was cut off, he felt no pain at all. His calm eyes were filled with determination. Good, you have guts. No wonder you're a teacher at Shrek Academy. I believe your oath. Seeing the resolute expression on Li Yusong's face, Chao Yin was also somewhat moved. Honestly, if it were him in this situation, he would never do such a foolish thing. After all, losing an arm was equivalent to becoming a waste. Such a person, in Chao Yin's eyes, naturally posed no threat. Therefore, Chao Yin generously waved his hand and threw a money pouch to Li Yusong, saying boldly, "In light of you being a former teacher of Shrek Academy, I will trust you this once. Inside are 10 gold soul coins. After leaving Shrek, you can find a place to settle down and live out your days." Thank you, young Master Chao. Such great kindness. It will be difficult for Li Yusong to repay, even if I become a beast of burden. If you don't mind, please allow this old man to bow to you. After receiving the money pouch, Li Yusong did not rush to check the amount. He naturally trusted Chao Yan's character. Immediately after, Li Yusong also knelt down and bowed, and after 5 loud knocks on the ground, he slowly left. Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xian. You just need to show a little gesture. There's no need to be too extreme, and certainly no need to sever your own arms. Do you understand? Looking at the bright red bloodstains left on the ground, Chao Yin felt a bit pained. After all, even he didn't expect Li Yusong to do something so outrageous, calmly severing his own arm. He couldn't help but admire such boldness. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xian showed excitement on their faces. Fortunately, Chao Yin didn't have excessive demands for them. Otherwise, they really didn't want to experience the pain of severing an arm. The two exchanged glances and then walked straight up to Chao Yin. After a slight bow, they expressed their determination and spoke their vows. And only after receiving Chao Yan's permission did they leave peacefully. With the departure of Zhao Wuji and the others, only Chao Yin and Flander remained, creating a rather desolate atmosphere. Flander stood there with a blank expression, a bitter feeling spreading throughout his body. He knew that the Shrek Academy he had built was now completely disbanded. Chapter 304, Is this the Blue Tyrant Academy? Lord Chao Yin, I am guilty. Punish me. It's all my fault, Flander. I never expected that the Shrek Academy would ultimately fall into my hands. How ridiculous. Shortly after Zhao Wuji and the others left, Flander, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Then, surprisingly decisively, he knelt down, his eyes filled with self-reproach. Thinking of the state of the Shrek Academy he founded, Flander's heart could not help but ache. The Academy produced beasts like Dai Mubai and Oscar, which was bad enough. But the most infuriating part was that his most proud disciple, Ma Hongjun, had also died tragically. Although Ma Hongjun's blood feud has been avenged, it does not mean that the sorrow will decrease with the passage of time. Ma Hongjun's death would forever be a pain in his heart. He had once witnessed the rise of the Shrek Academy, but today he had also witnessed its decline and fall. How many could understand the taste of this? Moreover, he had taught such a group of students. As the principal, he naturally could not escape blame. As the principal, he produced such a group of useless students. If anyone deserved to die, it should be him. Flander, you spineless coward. If you were still a man, get up. The Shrek Academy no longer exists. So you don't have to regret for your guilt, understand? Chaoyan shot a fierce glare at Flander, his words filled with a harsh tone. Although Flander's attitude was not a problem. After all, he had knelt before him, which aligned with Chao Yan's wishes. It did not mean he was unreasonable. Beasts like Dai Mubai and Oscar were simply of such nature. They had nothing to do with Flander. If anyone was to be blamed, it could only be their own corrupt hearts. But Lord Chao Yan, the Shrek Academy was destroyed by my hands. I should die. Flander's face was filled with sorrow. His eyes slowly turning bloodshot, and blood tears even flowed from the corners of his eyes. It was clear how much he, as the principal, cared about these matters. It's not that serious. By the way, do you know the location of the Blue Tyrant Academy? If you do, lead the way. Chaoyan was also impatient to continue wasting time with Flander. In his view, what Flander cared about was merely trivial matters, and it wasn't worth delaying for them. Blue Tyrant Academy? Lord Chaoyan wants to go to Blue Tyrant Academy? I'm very familiar with that place. I can guide you, my lord. Upon hearing that familiar name, Flander's face twitched momentarily. How could he not have heard of Blue Tyrant Academy? His first love, Lu Erlong, was the principal of that academy, but over the years, he had lacked the courage to face that. Well, after a while, I plan to bring Rong and Xiao Wu over. The resources at Blue Tyrant Academy are good, and they should be able to gain greater improvement there. Chao Yin nodded slightly, now that there was nothing left for him to miss at Shrek Academy. There were still many beauties in Heaven Do City. Upon hearing this, Flander's expression became serious, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He had previously considered going to Blue Tyrant Academy. After all these years, he still held a place in his heart for Lu Erlong. However, for a long time, his strong pride had hindered him from lowering himself to appear before Lu Erlong. Now that Chao Yan had taken the initiative to mention this idea, he saw it as an opportunity. This way, he could naturally join Blue Tyrant Academy and take this chance to deepen his past feelings with Erlong. It seemed quite good. All right, Lord Chao Yan, rest assured, I am quite familiar with Blue Tyrant Academy, so let me lead the way. Flander respectfully said, with a small sense of anticipation in his heart. After all these years, Lu Erlong should be even more beautiful than before, right? Oh, weren't you just acting like you were about to die, recovering so quickly? Chao Yan looked at Flander in surprise. This guy was quite quick to change his expression. Lord Chao Yan is joking. I am already of a certain age, and my mind has matured long ago. If I were to be trapped by such a small setback, that would be too ridiculous, right? Flander's face showed a hint of embarrassment, and he had no words to counter Chao Yan's sharp remarks. Such eloquence was something even he could not match. That's best. In that case, lead the way ahead. Chao Yan chuckled and did not waste any more time, instead ordering Flander. Yes. Flander nodded vigorously and hurried to the front, looking like a poor little dog and with his comical appearance. He indeed gave off the impression of a clown for a moment. About 10 minutes later, under Flander's guidance, Chao Yan arrived at the so-called Heaven Do City. The level of prosperity here was even stronger than that of the so-called Star Luo City. Although the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire were both known as the two great empires, in reality, the Star Luo Empire was far inferior to the Heaven Do Empire in overall strength, and no one knew the reason for this. Lord Chao Yan, that is Blue Tyrant Academy, and the principal is an old acquaintance of mine. In front of Chao Yan, Flanders certainly would not choose to hide anything. After all, such matters could not be concealed. Then let's go over. Chao Yan smiled slightly, and suddenly he began to feel a bit of sympathy for Flander because, in his eyes, Lu Erlong was already his woman. Flander could naturally see the thoughts in his mind, but when faced with a beautiful woman, Chao Yan was not a soft-hearted person. If he couldn't even capture the woman he liked, then, as a man, that would be quite incompetent. Flander, oh Flander, didn't expect that the Lu Erlong you like would ultimately only be my woman. The taste of stealing someone else's love is not bad at all. Chao Yan thought to himself, and a few seconds later, an imposing and magnificent academy appeared before his eyes. The sense of majesty was so overwhelming that even with his experience, it was somewhat hard to believe. Is this the Lamba Academy? Looking at the resplendent building before him, Chao Yan couldn't help but gasp, muttering in disbelief about its terrifying grandeur. It truly is terrifying. Chapter 305. Just an ant the academy before him was grand and magnificent. Just casting his gaze there, Chao Yan could feel an overwhelming sense of shock from deep within. This was because the academy's exterior was simply extraordinary. Although he merely glanced casually, it was undeniable that the scale of Lamba Academy far surpassed that of Shrek Academy. Just in terms of land area, It was several times larger than Shrek Academy. Moreover, the academy was located in the very center of Tiando City, where not only was there a bustling crowd, but also merchants coming and going, and among the throngs of people, there were not a few soul master-level individuals. It should be noted that soul master-level figures are not something you can see everywhere. Just based on these points, one can see how affluent Lamba Academy is. Not only that, but Xiaoyan even spotted some guards of the Tiando Empire dressed in golden armor on both sides of the street. Most of these guards possessed soul power, and their role was to maintain peace in Tiando City. Even more surprisingly, Xiaoyan noticed that these guards emanated a considerable amount of soul power, and the fierce fluctuations of soul power made the surrounding pedestrians dare not approach. Even the passers-by were hastily avoiding them. This shows that the royal family of the Tiando Empire is indeed quite powerful. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xiaoyan unknowingly arrived at the front of Lamba Academy. At the entrance stood a gigantic stone door, 5 meters high and about 8 meters wide, beside which stood a solemn-looking middle-aged man, with soul power rippling from him. Presumably, this middle-aged man was the gatekeeper. "Hello, little brother. I am Flander. I'm a close friend of your academy's president. Please help me inform him that Flander seeks an audience." Flander said politely to the middle-aged man before the stone door. After all, this was someone else's academy, and although he had known Lu Erlong for many years, basic etiquette could not be lacking. "Oh, you think you deserve to know our president? Who do you think you are? Get lost. Lamba Academy is not a place just anyone can enter. If you don't leave, the consequences are yours to bear." Upon hearing Flander's words, the middle-aged man opened his eyes, glanced indifferently at Flander's attire and appearance, and let out a mocking laugh. "You." Hearing this, Flander's face twitched, and his expression turned dark. After all, he had once been a figure of the dean level. He had never suffered such humiliation. Not to mention, he was still a soul sage. "What do you mean? If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. Lamba Academy is not a place just anyone can enter. Even if you want to make up an excuse, at least make it a decent one. Who are you insulting with such words? Get lost." The middle-aged man stood up, his disdain even more pronounced, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer. His gaze filled with contempt. In Tiando City, although Lamba Academy's reputation was not too loud, it was certainly not weak. Therefore, there would always be some individuals with ulterior motives trying to get close to the academy under various pretenses. In his eyes, Flander was precisely such a person. "You are just a little guard dog, and you dare make noise here?" Finally, Xiaoyan, who had been standing behind Flander, could no longer bear it. He waved his hand, signaling Flander to step aside, and then stepped forward to stand before the middle-aged man. "Kid, who do you think you're to speak to me like that? Do you want to die? It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. I'll give you 5 minutes to let your president come out to see me, otherwise, you will die today. I mean it. Not even Jesus can stop it." A slight smile appeared on Xiaoyan's lips. He was only here to see Lu Erlong. As for these insignificant people, he had no interest at all. Moreover, he could tell the middle-aged man's strength at a glance. At best, he was at the Soul King level. Such an ant he could crush with a flick of his hand. "Kid, you're looking for death. Watch me tear you apart with a slap." Martial soul, possess. Anger flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Xiaoyan's words were a blatant disregard for him. Naturally, he could not tolerate such contempt. With a low shout from the middle-aged man, his body was instantly covered by a strong black light. Following that, his muscles swelled up as if inflated, and even his skin turned a dark color. 2 sharp horns grew from his head, making him look somewhat ridiculous. "Kid, my name is Han Feng. My martial soul is the Black Giant Bull, a top-tier beast martial soul, and I am a Soul King. To die in my hands today, you and T suffer a loss." After the words fell, a massive black fist enveloped in rich black light came crashing toward Xiaoyan, and Han Feng's figure moved at an incredible speed, almost like a shadow, terrifying. "Kid, this is my 5th soul skill, Black Giant Fist. This punch has at least 108,000 pounds of power. If you get hit, you'll turn to dust." As his figure flashed, Han Feng's voice echoed. He would take care about Xiaoyan's age. In his mind, anyone who provoked him deserved to die. "Hee. In my eyes, you are just a mere ant. A waste who isn't he even reached the title Douluo level dares to shout in front of me? Get lost." Looking at the rapidly approaching figure, Xiaoyan did not dodge. If it were someone else, they might truly be scared to the point of crying, but Xiaoyan was no softy. To him, such an attack was merely the act of clown. As he spoke, Xiaoyan casually waved his hand. Instantly, the space before him twisted, and a series of cracking sounds followed. Then, a powerful pressure descended upon Han Feng's body, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Such power was truly terrifying. You little ant dare to act pretentious in front of me? Ridiculous, get lost. Laughter fell, and Chao Yin waved his hand again. An invisible force directly sent Han Feng's body flying to the side. The terrifying power made people gasp in awe. Perhaps describing such power as terrifying is not an exaggeration. Impossible. You actually possess such strength. After being hit hard, Han Feng's body was also thrown out in a disheveled manner, then fell to the ground in a miserable state. He looked like a dead dog, motionless. It was pitiful to the extreme. Chapter 306. Lu Erlong, truly beautiful he ant. How does it feel to be on the ground? Seeing Han Feng's miserable appearance, Chao Yin felt a slight satisfaction in his heart. The person he hated the most in his life was someone like Han Feng, who bullied others with his power, thinking that having some means meant he could do as he pleased. He had always despised such people. I'm sorry, young master, I was rude just now. Please don't kill me. I'm begging you. Can I kneel down for you? As long as you spare my life. In shock, Han Feng gradually reacted after falling to the ground, and at this moment, his gaze was filled with more vigilance and horror than before. After all, just from Chao Yan's fierce attack and decisive methods, this young man in front of him was definitely not someone to be trifled with. How could he afford to provoke such a person? I said, within 5 minutes, bring your dean out to see me, otherwise you will die. Chao Yan stood with his hands on his hips, looking extremely calm. Although he did not want to kill, if pushed to the limit, he would not hold back. After all, fists have no eyes. Please wait a moment, young master. I will go inform the dean right away. After saying this, Han Feng hurriedly ran towards the academy, cold sweat streaming down his body, and even his heart was trembling uncontrollably. After all, this was a matter concerning his life. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he were even a moment late. Would Chao Yin really kill him? How could he provoke such a ruthless young man? After Han Feng left, Chao Yin walked directly into the Blue Tyrant Academy with Flandra. The interior of the academy was extremely spacious, filled with grand buildings. Not only that, but even the playground in the academy was on a completely different level compared to Shrek Academy. Seeing this, Chao Yin couldn't help but be amazed. The Blue Tyrant Academy truly lived up to its reputation. To have such a large academy in the city of Heaven Do was enough to demonstrate Lu Erlong's exceptional qualities, which made Chao Yin feel even more curious and expectant. You want to know if Lu Erlong was also a beautiful presence. By the way, Flandra, do you know the dean here? Chao Yin casually asked, intentionally showing a puzzled expression. He of course knew that Flandra was acquainted with Lu Erlong, but he wouldn't willingly let such a beauty slip away. This was his way of giving Flandra a heads up in advance. Yes, the dean of Blue Tyrant Academy is my younger sister from my youth. Her name is Lu Erlong. However, all these years, I have never had the courage to face her. I am truly a useless person. As he spoke, a deep sense of self-reproach appeared on Flandra's face. It wasn't hard to imagine that the name Lu Erlong must have caused him immense pain. Lu Erlong? That's a nice name. I think she must be a beauty. If given the chance, I really want to meet her. Flandra, what's wrong? Why does your face look so bad? Chao Yin asked knowingly, as he naturally wanted to claim a beauty like Lu Erlong for himself. Since he had set his eyes on her, he would never let anyone else have her. Moreover, Flandra in front of him was just a coward. After all these years, he actually let Lu Erlong suffer alone in such a place. If it were him, Chao Yin, he would never do such a thing. After all, he treated all beauties equally and did not differentiate between them. Lord Chao Yin, could you please let Lu Erlong be with me? I also really like her. After all, you have so many girls around you. Why not just let me have her this once? Flandra tentatively asked, his attitude extremely humble, like a little dog. This wasn't because he was cowardly, but because facing a strong person like Chao Yin truly made him feel fearful. Not to mention, as long as Chao Yin was willing, a single slap could send him on his way. How could he dare to offend such a young man? He wasn't a fool. He naturally cherished his life. This won't do. She can only be my woman. If you dare to have any ill thoughts about my precious Erlong, I will be the first to kill you. If you aren't afraid of death, then go ahead and try, understand? Chao Yin shook his head and cast a gentle glance at Flandra. In the presence of the strong, the weak have no choice but to obey. Perhaps this world is too cruel, but it is beautiful for that reason. This is the law by which the world operates. The strong dominate the weak, a truth that has remained unchanged throughout the ages. Yes, Lord Chao Yin, I will definitely forget Erlong. A beauty like her is only worthy of you. A coward like me is not worthy of her. Flandra nodded. Although he also liked Lu Erlong, he valued his own life even more. If he were to lose his life over a woman, then such a deal would truly not be worth it. Stop. Who are you? How dare you trespass into Shrek Academy? Are you tired of living? At that moment, a voice shouted, filled with a hint of authority. It was clear that the speaker was not weak in strength. Indeed, Chao Yin raised his gaze and saw a group of young men and women wearing academy uniforms appear before them, with a hint of arrogance in their expressions. In their eyes, Chao Yin and Flandreau were merely clowns. Chao Yin naturally couldn't be bothered with their words. He stepped forward boldly, directly ignoring their gazes, and headed inside the academy alone. After all, they were just a group of young punks. Why bother reasoning with such a crowd? In this place, fists are the only argument that matters. The one with the biggest fist has the absolute right to speak. He firmly believed in this point. One arrogant kid, since you are not from the academy, please leave quickly, or don't blame us for being rude. If you want to die, just stay. Someone in the crowd spoke, clearly believing that Chao Yin and Flandre were not strong. Chao Yin shook his head helplessly. Did he really have to make a move? However, just as he was about to act, a pleasant female voice suddenly rang out. Flandre, it's been a long time. I didn't expect it to really be you. Huh? This handsome young man next to you is quite good-looking too. I wonder if he is still in need of women? As the sound faded, a mature woman dressed in academy attire slowly approached the crowd. Her fitted outfit wrapped around her seductive figure, making her incredibly alluring and hard to look away from. Such a beauty was truly one of a kind. She was simply too beautiful. Even Chao Yin was left dumbfounded. Chapter 307. Lu Erlong's thoughts the moment this woman appeared. Nearly everyone's gaze in the room became dazed. All eyes were fixed on her. Even those students who had previously stepped forward to shout at Chao Yin were drawn in by her presence. It was unimaginable how captivating this woman was. Flandre, why are you silent? Can't you recognize me? The woman seemed unfazed by the varied expressions around her. Her cold voice lacked much emotion. Her figure was exceptionally voluptuous, and this mature charm was something only a woman like her could possess. Even Chao Yin felt a bit conquered by such a seductive and enchanting woman. Who wouldn't want to have such a beauty? Ahem, Erlong, it's been many years since we last met, and you've become even more beautiful. By the way, let me introduce you to this young man beside me. He is Chao Yin. Though he is young, he possesses considerable strength. I think you might be interested in him. Hearing this, Flandre could only cough awkwardly to respond. While speaking, his eyes were secretly assessing Lu Erlong's ample figure. What Flandre did not expect was that after so many years, Lu Erlong had surpassed her past self in terms of charm and grace. To be honest, even Flandre, who usually prided himself on being calm, had a wicked thought creeping into his mind. If it weren't for the current situation, he would have loved to directly whip Lu Erlong. After all, she was the love of his life from years ago. Oh, young brother, is your name Chao Yin? You truly are a handsome young man. By the way, I wonder if you are in need of a woman? If so, how do you feel about me? Lu Erlong's gaze lingered on Chao Yin. Although it was their first meeting, his pure and youthful face gave her a feeling of nostalgia and warmth. In that moment, she felt a rush of emotions and blurted out those words. Are you Lu Erlong, the dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy? It's truly a pleasure to meet you in person. I've heard that the dean of your academy is a beautiful woman, and seeing you today confirms that. Dean Erlong, let me introduce myself again. My surname is Chao, and my single name is Yin. If you think highly of me, I would like you to be my woman. Chao Yin slightly cupped his hands and smiled politely. Though he was confident in his strength, this was still his first encounter with Lu Erlong, so he chose to remain humble. If he acted too ostentatiously, he might leave a bad impression on Lu Erlong, and that was not the outcome he desired. Young Master Chao really means it? You truly don't mind my age? Compared to you, I am much older. Do you really want me? Lu Erlong found it hard to believe, her voice trembling slightly with surprise. After all, she was confident in her beauty and charm, but she knew her age was a factor. At this age, she thought Chao Yin would find it hard to accept her. However, Chao Yin's response made her doubt whether he was joking. Of course it's true. Erlong, darling, you're so beautiful. Do you know that? From the moment I laid eyes on you, your beauty has left me in awe. A beauty like you is hard to refuse. If you don't mind, will you be my woman? Chao Yin intensified his approach, noticing that Lu Erlong was already captivated by his charm. Moreover, considering that in the original story, Lu Erlong was a pitiful woman who had never experienced love, he thought that winning her over shouldn't be too difficult. Is what you say sincere? You're not joking with me, are you? Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's beautiful eyes began to glisten with tears. For some reason, she always felt a sense of inexplicable familiarity with Chao Yin. This feeling made her somewhat comforted. Of course, if I said anything insincere, let me be struck by lightning. Erlong, darling, you're so beautiful. Will you be mine for this lifetime? Chao Yin nodded repeatedly, stepping forward to gently embrace Lu Erlong's delicate figure, his heart free of any impure thoughts. At least at this moment, he had no wicked intentions. After all, Lu Erlong had endured too much heartache in the original story. It was heart-wrenching to think that such a beautiful woman was cruelly abandoned by that scoundrel Yu Xiaogang, and Chao Yin felt deep sympathy for her. Young master, can you kiss me? Otherwise, how can I believe your words? Lu Erlong did not push Chao Yin away. Instead, she asked with a charming smile. Her sultry voice seemed to penetrate deep into the bones, causing a shiver down one's spine. She was somewhat worried. After all, she was older, while young Master Chao was so young and promising. Surely, he was full of vitality. Did she really deserve someone like him? All right, Erlong darling, then I will kiss you. In my eyes, you are the most perfect woman in the world. Chao Yin nodded without hesitation. At such a moment, hesitating would only mean having ulterior motives. He had always been a man of conscience. Whatever he did, he had to be true to himself. Then, Chao Yan's eyes focused intently on Lu Erlong's stunning eyes. As his gaze slightly narrowed, his lips gently pressed against hers. At the moment of contact, a wave of softness and sweetness spread out. As the scene unfolded, the crowd erupted in an uproar, voices of dissatisfaction rising at that moment. My God, this guy actually kissed Dean Erlong. I'm not convinced. Why should someone like him be worthy of a beauty like Dean Erlong? That's right, this guy's being too shameless. Our Dean Erlong is so beautiful. How can he take advantage of her? I say, we should all teach this guy a lesson. Yes, exactly. How dare this guy do something so immoral right under our noses? This is simply outrageous. We can't let this slide. We should kill this guy. Many students wore expressions of anger, viewing Chao Yan's actions as a grave offense. After all, in their eyes, Lu Erlong's status was untouchable. Anyone who dared to disrespect her would face only one fate: death. Chapter 308. Shy Lu Erlong Kid, let go of Dean Erlong or you'll die here today. A sudden angry shout came from the crowd. In the center of the crowd stood a young man dressed in academy attire, his eyes bloodshot and filled with hatred, as if they contained endless bloodlust, sending chills down people's spines. However, Chao Yin was currently enjoying the beauty before him and had no intention of paying attention to such a clown, so he directly ignored the words. Seeing that Chao Yin didn't respond at all, the young man's anger intensified. He said in a deep voice, Kid, since you are determined to seek death, don't blame me for being rude. You trash. How dare you have designs on our Dean? Who do you think you are? Get lost. As he spoke, his body trembled, and a strong light burst forth from him. With the emergence of the light, his body swelled, becoming enormous like a monster, leaving people astounded. Oh my God, that's Senior Lu Tian's lone wolf martial soul. So powerful. It's said to be one of the top beast martial souls. I can't believe I get to see it here. I'm so excited. Yes, the lone wolf martial soul is extremely domineering among beast martial souls. Ordinary people can't withstand it at all. This kid is dead for sure. You're right, this kid deserves it for daring to have ill thoughts about our Dean. If he dies like this, it would be a bargain for him. At this moment, everyone's gaze became shocked. This young man, named Lu Tian, was a genius from the Blue Tyrant Academy, already a four-ring soul master at a young age, and with his lone wolf martial soul, he had very few rivals. Now, seeing him unleash such immense power, it was no wonder everyone reacted this way. Kid, go to hell. Witness my might. Lone wolf roar. Awoo, awoo. At that moment, Lu Yuan's third soul ring suddenly lit up, and in an instant, a yellow light burst forth. As the soul ring shone, his third soul skill, Lone Wolf Roar, took effect. His third soul skill, Lone Wolf Roar, was a control-type skill that could greatly stun opponents, making it the perfect opportunity for him to strike. Kid, I'll slap you to death. After releasing his soul skill, a fierce look appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. He slightly clenched his claws and shot forward, aiming directly at Chao Yan's back. Chao Yan, relying on his sharp mental perception, was fully aware of what was happening around him. However, a mere soul master level ant posed no threat to him. Moreover, he was currently in a position of intimacy with Lu Erlong and had no time to pay attention to such an ant. Thus, even though he sensed the impending attack, Chao Yan showed no signs of panic. His expression was extremely indifferent. After all, he was a peerless Douluo. How could a mere soul master harm a peerless Douluo? That was simply a ridiculous joke. However, just as Lu Yuan was about to make contact with Chao Yan, an unexpected change occurred. At that moment, a middle-aged man's figure suddenly appeared in front of Chao Yan. This man was none other than the gatekeeper who had previously stopped Chao Yan and Flender. The reason he stepped in now was indeed because of Chao Yan. Such a genius youth. He naturally wanted to befriend him. He couldn't imagine the consequences of offending such a young man. Kid, don't act recklessly. You blind fool, get lost. Han Feng frowned, looking at Lu Yuan, who was charging at him. He raised his palm against the wind and struck directly at Lu Yuan's chest, the sound of shattering bones following. Seeing the person who attacked him, Lu Yuan was filled with shock. He hadn't expected someone to rush out at this moment. Moreover, the most critical point was that this guy was extraordinarily strong. Although the old man before him was just a gatekeeper, his strength far surpassed Lu Yuan's by dozens of times. Thus, under the impact of this palm wind, Lu Yuan was unable to resist and was sent flying, his clothes completely shredded. It was unimaginable that this elder named Han Feng possessed such terrifying strength, which truly made one reevaluate him. Han Lao, why are you doing this? How can you let this kid go for daring to disrespect the dean? Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and asked in confusion. Although Han Feng appeared to be just a gatekeeper, everyone knew that his true strength was that of a six-ring soul emperor. So Lu Yuan had no ability to fight back against such a person. Perhaps this was the gap between the strong and the ants? You beast. You have no sense at all. This young man is a dragon among men. How can you afford to offend him? If you anger this young man, even if you have 10 lives, it won't be enough. Do you understand? Han Feng simply coldly snorted, saying no more. After all, some things lose their meaning when explained too clearly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's face was filled with unwillingness. He was a top genius in the academy. When had he ever been treated this way? This was simply outrageous and intolerable. Erlong, you're so beautiful. If only I could taste your flavor. After a few seconds, Chao Yan released Lu Erlong's lips. Although the kiss felt great, Chao Yan knew in his heart that he should not push his luck. Otherwise, it would cause her to feel disgusted. This situation was not what he wanted to see. Yank Master, you yist. As long as you wish. You can come to me anytime. As long as you don't despise me, being able to be your woman is my fortune. Lu Erlong smiled sweetly. The meaning behind her words was clear, and Chao Yan understood. However, he didn't expect Lu Erlong to have such a shy side. This was truly unexpected. But wouldn't be long before Lu Erlong would become his woman. Who just attacked? Stepped forward and kneeled down. Suddenly, Lu Erlong's cold voice reached everyone's ears. Although she had just been intimate with Chao Yan, she was still very clear about what had just happened. After all, she wasn't a fool. Soon, Lu Yuan mustered his courage to step forward and knelt down, continuously knocking his head on the ground. It was a pitiful sight. Chapter 309. Flender is a beast kid. Why did you attack me? Do you know that if I wanted, you would already be dead here? Chao Yan stood with his hands behind his back, his expression extremely indifferent. Since he gained absolute power, his temperament had become increasingly proud. Nowadays, in his eyes, anyone with low cultivation is as insignificant as an ant. It's laughable. I'm sorry, young master. I was blind and shouldn't have acted against you. Please spare my life. Can you? I'm bowing to you. Lu Yuan's body trembled, and at that moment when he locked eyes with Chao Yan, he felt as if his eyes were going blind. In Chao Yan's gaze, there was a powerful and fierce killing intent that burst forth. Such a terrifying aura was something he had never seen or heard before. Is this the legendary gaze that carries killing intent? Although he was a gifted individual at the Blue Tyrant Academy and stood out among his peers, he felt an inexplicable fear deep within him when facing Chao Yan. That feeling was like experiencing the taste of death, making him feel as if he were falling into hell. Bowing? Do you think I need you to bow? You're being utterly arrogant. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you might not remember it for a long time. Chao Yan's gaze slightly tightened. His voice was very gentle, but it was not difficult to detect a hint of cold, killing intent hidden within that gentleness. What he hated most in his life were such small-minded people who, despite being insignificant, insisted on seeking their own demise. If he were to let this person go, it would be too foolish. I'm sorry, young master. As long as you can spare my life, I am willing to pay any price. I beg you. Upon hearing Chao Yan's words, Lu Yuan felt a deep sense of helplessness. At the Blue Tyrant Academy, he had always been regarded as a genius, and because of that, he had developed an extremely arrogant personality, and his pride had been growing day by day due to a lack of restraint. After all, in his eyes, all weak individuals were nothing more than ants. Naturally, he didn't feel the need to care about ants. But today, he had to regret his actions. In front of Chao Yan, he felt that this ant had become himself. After all, the aura emanating from Chao Yan was simply too terrifying. Was such a terrifying person truly a legendary immortal? Price? What can you offer? Unless you kill yourself, you will die here today. Chao Yan said coldly. He had no grievances with this person in front of him, yet this person sought trouble with him for no reason. Although he disliked trouble, it didn't mean he would fear it. Such a person should be killed. Am I really going to die here today? Hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He had always been seen as a genius among his peers, but today, he was going to lose his life here. How could he accept such an outcome? However, just as he was feeling hopeless, Lu Erlong's voice rang out. Young Master Chao Yan, could you spare him for my sake? After all, he is my student. Is that okay? Lu Erlong's voice carried a hint of pleading. Although she had a fiery temper, she was also a reasonable person, and she had been watching everything that had happened earlier. If this guy hadn't actively sought trouble with Chao Yan, how could such a situation have arisen? Ultimately, this was all Lu Yuan's self-inflicted wound. He couldn't blame Chao Yan for it. Oh, since Dean Erlong is pleading for you, I won't make things too difficult. How about this? If you call me daddy and then bow to me 10 times, I will spare you. Chao Yan said with a teasing smile. After all, this was Lu Erlong's territory. If he were to go too far, it wouldn't be beneficial for him. He couldn't do something so foolish to the extreme. Daddy, please spare me. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was overjoyed. Since Chao Yan was willing to give him a way out, he naturally had to seize the opportunity. Especially recalling the attitude of the former earlier, this result was already quite good. After all, this choice was much better than losing his life. Although calling someone daddy might cost him some insignificant dignity, even so, it was not a significant loss compared to losing his life. This outcome was already very worthwhile. Good, obedient son. If you bow to me 10 more times, I will spare you. Hearing this, Chao Yan couldn't help but show a hint of pride. This feeling was indescribably pleasant. Lu Yuan, of course, didn't dare to refuse, as he knew that if he didn't comply, his life might be forfeit. Therefore, after a slight hesitation in his heart, he gritted his teeth and knelt down, repeatedly bowing 10 times, looking quite miserable. Even some of the onlookers from the academy showed sympathy on their faces. Such a scene left them speechless. All right, get up. Since you sincerely begged for mercy, I won't make things difficult for you. Remember, in the future, keep your eyes open when dealing with people. Otherwise, if you provoke someone you shouldn't, the final result will be death. Seeing Lu Yuan truly calling him daddy and bowing, Chao Yan was satisfied. After all, he wasn't an extreme person and understood when to stop. Yes, thank you, Lord Chao Yan, for sparing my life. I will definitely behave well in the future. Lu Yuan nodded gratefully. He knew that if it weren't for Chao Yan's broad-mindedness, he would probably be dead by now. Just thinking about such an outcome made him tremble all over. It was simply chilling. You can go now. If I see you again, I guarantee you will die a terrible death. Chao Yan nodded, his gaze extremely indifferent, and his cold voice contained no emotion. Yes. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan didn't dare to refute in the slightest. He knew that not being killed by Chao Yan was already a great grace. How could he dare to ask for more? Thus, he laughed and left. After all, he was very afraid of death. By the way, old F, it's getting late. I've arranged accommodation for you and young Master Chao Yan. You can go rest now. If there are any troubles, feel free to come find me. Lu Erlong slightly raised her beautiful eyes to check the time and said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Chao Yan smiled and nodded, not saying much. Meanwhile, Fran, after a slight groan, revealed a beast-like smile. He looked more like a true beast, instilling fear in others. Chapter 310, Lu Erlong's Crisis. Erlong, please wait a moment. I have something to say to you. After Chao Yan left, Fran hurriedly spoke to Lu Erlong, as there were some things he had to say. After all these years, he had always been concerned about Lu Erlong in his heart. Now that he finally had the chance to see her, there were some words he needed to say. Otherwise, perhaps he would never have the opportunity again. Thinking of this, Flander immediately gathered his courage and said, Erlong, you are even more beautiful than back then. A hint of obsession appeared in Flander's eyes as he stared heatedly at Lu Erlong's voluptuous figure. Such a body could be described as enchanting to the extreme, and combined with the unique charm of a woman, it made him momentarily lost in thought. At this moment, the sky had slightly darkened, and the large playground was devoid of any figures. The crowd of students who had been watching earlier had also left early. At this moment, only Flander and Lu Erlong remained. Thank you, Big Brother Flander. This isn't a good place to talk. If you don't mind, why don't we go to my place for a chat? Please follow me. Lu Erlong smiled slightly, a faint blush appearing on her delicate face. After all, Flander had liked her back in the day, and she had always remembered that. Hearing this, Flander nodded in agreement. Although he had promised not to compete with Chao Yan for Lu Erlong, At this moment, an unsettling thought began to take root in his heart. Under the influence of this thought, the so-called promise seemed insignificant. After all, he had a certain fondness for Lu Erlong. Following Lu Erlong, Flander navigated through the college pathways. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a secluded little cabin. "Here we are, Big Brother Flander. I hope you don't mind. This is my place." Lu Erlong pointed to the little cabin and said with a soft laugh. What lay before them was a vast forest, the outer forest of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Compared to the academy, this place felt more peaceful and tranquil. Although it was his first time here, it subtly gave Flander an extremely comfortable feeling. "This place is quite nice, Erlong. Have you always lived here?" Flander glanced at the surroundings of the little cabin, and a look of amazement flashed in his eyes. Despite its remote location, the arrangement here gave off a feeling of a paradise. Looking around, he saw that various flowers were planted around the little cabin, their colors diverse and blooming quietly. A pleasant fragrance wafted in the air, indicating that the person living here must be quite creative. "Yes, Big Brother Flander. Let's go inside and talk." Lu Erlong took the lead and stepped into the cabin. As the wooden door opened, the scene inside the cabin came into view. Although the space was small, the furnishings were eye-catching. Inside the cabin, the arrangement was very simple but warm. There was a small bed, a small table, and a small wooden door. By the window, there were several pots of small flowers, blooming and exuding a delightful fragrance that was refreshing. The bed wasn't large, but it was more than enough for 2 people. The bed was covered with purple sheets, plus a small purple blanket, which gave off a distinct feminine charm. "What are you looking at, Big Brother Flander? Is my bed that beautiful?" Lu Erlong's voice sounded somewhat resentful. As a woman, her perception was naturally stronger, and out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Flander's gaze lingering on her bed, even carrying a hint of greed. Subtly, Lu Erlong felt a sense of unease in her heart. Since she had rejected Flander's confession all those years ago, a strong sense of guilt had quietly gathered in her heart over the years. Now that she saw Flander again, this feeling of guilt seemed to intensify, not just for the events of the past, but also stemming from a deep-seated confusion and unease within her. After all, she had outright rejected Flander, and in the most extreme and unreasonable way. In hindsight, she regretted her actions. Although she didn't think highly of Flander's character, he was still an honest person compared to Yu Xiaogang, who later deceived her feelings. Thinking of that long-forgotten name deep in her heart, Lu Erlong felt a slight ache. Despite all these years, the imprint of that name in her heart had not diminished much. "What's wrong, Erlong? Are you thinking about Xiaogang?" Noticing Lu Erlong's fluctuating expression, Flander asked with concern. Moreover, since entering Lu Erlong's room, a strong desire had ignited within him. This feeling made him somewhat uncomfortable, but fortunately he had seen the world, so he gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure it. However, inhaling the unique scent belonging to Lu Erlong made Flander feel parched, and when he inadvertently glanced over, he could see Lu Erlong's ample figure. The way her loose academy attire clung to her alluring shape and curves only fueled the fire of desire within him. For a man like him, facing such a scene was an irresistible temptation. "Yes, after all these years, how is Xiaogang? He hasn't come to find me. Perhaps he really doesn't like me." Lu Erlong lightly nodded her head, and the light in her beautiful eyes dimmed a bit. Perhaps the events of the past were merely her one-sided, wishful thinking. After all, Yu Xiaogang had not appeared before her even once in all these years. While that didn't necessarily mean anything, it was enough to reveal a person's character. Perhaps in Yu Xiaogan's eyes, she was just a woman without any appeal. "Erlong, since you ask, I won't hide it from you any longer. Actually, Xiaogang has already passed away." Seeing Lu Erlong's expression, Flander felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, he had been partners with her for many years, and he could see her feelings. What did you say? Xiaogang is dead." Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong felt as if struck by lightning. She felt a heavy sensation in her chest, followed by a dizzying feeling in her mind, and then she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 311, Flander's Despicable Act. Erlong, are you okay? Are you alright? Seeing Lu Erlong's reaction, Flander hurriedly rushed to support her. In the moment of contact, he could even feel her soft body. This sensation made Flander feel quite exhilarated. After all, the Lu Erlong before him was the woman he had longed for many nights, a beauty he viewed as a goddess, untouchable. But at this moment, the goddess was lying in his arms. How could he not be happy with such an exhilarating feeling? "Big Brother Fu, is Xiaogang really dead? How could he just die like that?" Lu Erlong's voice was extremely weak, trembling with a hint of sadness that was barely noticeable. Although she deeply disliked Yu Xiaogang, Over the years, with the passage of time, the name she was unwilling to mention had quietly become blurred. Yes, Erlong, you shouldn't be too sad. This is Xiaojiang's just deserts. After all, he treated you that way back then. Someone like him deserves such an end. Flander gently comforted her, his voice carrying a warmth. After all, Lu Erlong was the goddess in his heart. Since Yu Xiaogang was already dead, then he and Lu Erlong should have more opportunities, right? Although he promised Xiao Yan to give Lu Erlong up, such things couldn't be forced. The feelings he and Lu Erlong had developed over the years were deeply rooted. How could he easily give that up? Moreover, as long as he took the initiative to establish some relationship with Lu Erlong by that time, even if Xiao Yan came to condemn him, it would already be too late. As long as he turned raw rice into cooked rice, and the situation developed to that point, Xiao Yan would probably not say anything. Thinking of this, Flander's heart gained a bit of courage. Now that he finally had the chance to meet Lu Erlong, he should make up for some of the regrets from the past. In Flander's view, although Xiao Yan was a peerless Dalu, as long as he established a relationship with Lu Erlong first, the other party would likely retreat in the face of difficulties. Big Brother Fu, you're just saying that to comfort me, but don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Over the years, I've come to understand that Xiaojiang is just a selfish coward. I'm just a little surprised by his death. Lu Erlong's expression improved a bit. She knew very well that Flanders said this to comfort her, which touched her heart. However, speaking of the past, so much time had passed that she had long forgotten it. The reason she chose to establish the Blue Tyrant Academy in the Heaven Do Empire was to live out a brand new self. Back then, she, as a woman, was not afraid of her family's opposition, but Yu Xiaogang, that coward, only ran away for the sake of his own face. He didn't even consider her feelings at all. Someone like that should not be called man. Remembering these tragic experiences, Lu Erlong's mood eased a bit. After all, Yu Xiaogang was dead, and that name would no longer have any connection to her. Erlong, don't you want to know who killed Xiaojiang? Seeing Lu Erlong's reaction, Flander was also confused. This was completely different from what he had anticipated. He thought Lu Erlong would be devastated by Yu Xiaojiang's death, and that would allow him to directly tell her the truth, given that Yu Xiaojiang's death had a lot to do with Xiao Yan. In that case, Lu Erlong should at least have no feelings left for Xiao Yan. However, the situation seemed a bit off. I don't want to know. Xiaojiang treated me like that back then. For these years, I've hated him in my heart. Now that he was killed by someone else, that's a good thing. I couldn't be happier. Lu Erlong shook her head, her gaze firm, and her pretty face showed an unmistakable joy. Ever since that initial experience, Lu Erlong had completely seen through Yu Xiaojiang. To be honest, a shameless person like him was even more despicable than a beast. Erlong, congratulations. You can see through Xiaojiang's true character. I'm happy for you. Look, it's getting late. Why don't I stay with you tonight? What do you think? Flanders said with a light laugh, then directly brought up the topic. He had already made plans. If Lu Erlong disagreed, he would just be forceful about it. Worst case, he would take it by force. After all, he would be the one benefiting in the end. Big Brother Fu, what are you talking about? Men and women should not be too close. If you stay in my room, it might raise suspicions. It's already late. You should go back and rest. Lu Erlong's expression changed slightly, and an uneasy thought quietly arose in her heart. She knew that she and Flander had some rapport, but Flander was a person who always calculated every little detail. Lu Erlong was worried that he might do something very inappropriate. If that were the case, her innocence would be ruined. Realizing this, Lu Erlong hurriedly stood up, having just realized that she had let Flander hold her for so long. Erlong, do you really want me to leave? Don't you know that the person I've always liked in my heart is you? For so many years, I've thought of you constantly. Today, we finally met again, and you still want to reject me? Flander's voice carried a questioning tone, his eyes becoming a bit deeper, like blades, filled with a sharp aura that seemed to penetrate everything. Flander's voice contained a hint of anger. Although many years had passed, his feelings for Lu Erlong had never changed because he had never been a fickle person. In this regard, he was undoubtedly much better than some others. Big Brother Fu, I know your feelings for me, but I've always seen you as a friend. Knowing you is my luck, but you're a good person. We just aren't suitable for each other. So, can you please not make it hard for me? Lu Erlong felt a bit reluctant, compared to Yu Xiaojiang. Flander was indeed a decent person, but because of this, Lu Erlong was also afraid to refuse him. She knew that Flander had a strong sense of pride, and she didn't want her actions to inadvertently hurt him. That was the situation and outcome she least wanted to see. In her eyes, Flander was just a good person, nothing more than that. Chapter 312. Flander's actions upon hearing Lu Erlong's words. Flander's heart sank with disappointment. This outcome was something he could not accept no matter what. Flander's expression darkened, and his eyes deepened as he seriously said, Erlong, what exactly makes me less than Xiaogang? He is just a useless person. I'm at least a soul sage. You could consider accepting me. I'm not that bad. Hearing this, Lu Erlong felt a bit moved, but she sighed and said, Big Brother Fu, I'm really sorry. I can't muster any interest in you. How can you force such things? Although she appreciated Flanders' perseverance, feelings cannot be forced. So Lu Erlong had no choice but to reject him. Sometimes, it is always so difficult to reject someone, but if one does not reject them, it will be a bit too cruel. However, for the current Flander, she truly could not summon even a bit of interest, so she could only reject him. Why are you rejecting me? Lu Erlong, I, Flander, have always liked you so much. You are so perfect in my eyes. Why do you hate me? Why? Flander's expression turned somewhat grim. Even his face twisted a bit, making it clear that he must have suffered some tremendous blow in his heart. Moreover, the result of this blow had also caused Flander's inner self to collapse somewhat. Boss Fland, please don't do this. In Erlong's heart, you have always been my boss. I'm begging you, please stop this, okay? You should go back. Lu Erlong also didn't know what to do. She had always been a very conservative woman, so she absolutely could not allow Flander to stay here tonight. After all, if such a thing were to spread, it would be quite a blow to her reputation. No, Erlong, I absolutely cannot lose you again this time. Let me indulge myself just once today. Erlong, I'm sorry, I like you too much, so please agree to me. Flander shook his head, and in his dark eyes, a hint of ruthlessness suddenly flashed, and his gaze grew colder. Facing such a cold pair of eyes, even Lu Erlong's expression became somewhat unpredictable. Boss Fland, what do you want to do to me? I'm just a weak woman without the strength to tie a chicken. Are you really going to do something to me here? Lu Erlong felt her hands restless. In Flander's gaze, she caught a glimpse of a terrifying look, which instantly made her heart feel heavy. Could it be that Flander intended to do something to her in her room? The thought flashed through her mind, and Lu Erlong's heart trembled quietly. Her residence was already far from the academy, so even if something happened here, no one would discover it. And that result was the last thing she wanted to see. If it were to spread that she had spent the night with a man, how would she be treated? She couldn't imagine such a result, nor dared to. Whether you are really a weak woman or not, I will test it out soon enough. Lu Erlong, I like you so much, yet you refuse me. Today I must have you. Flander sneered, and the next moment, 7 soul rings lit up on him. The colors being white, yellow, black, 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 and black. 7 soul rings. This was indeed the strength of a soul sage. Hiss. Seeing the scene, a look of astonishment flashed in Lu Erlong's eyes. She never expected that after so many years, Flander had reached such strength and become a genuine soul sage. With such power, how could she be his opponent? Was she really going to be violated today? No. Lu Erlong felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart. Although she was also a soul sage, how could she possibly defeat Flander? Over the years, he had been negligent in his training due to trivial matters in his heart. And although she was also a soul sage, her strength was considerably lacking. Boss Fland, please spare me. As long as you don't do that kind of thing to me, I can agree to anything you want. Please. Lu Erlong's expression was frantic. At this moment, even a fool could see what Flander intended to do. Now, all she could do was pray that Flander would not commit such a mad act otherwise. As a weak woman, she truly would not know what to do. No, Lu Erlong, I, Flander, have liked you for so many years. Today, no matter what, I must have you, or else this knot in my heart may never be untied. Flander's eyes glinted with a crimson hue, and he decisively shook his head, giving Lu Erlong no chance for negotiation. Since he had chosen to release his martial soul, he naturally had no thoughts of regret. To him, as long as he could have Lu Erlong once, even if he died, it would be worth it. As the saying goes, to die under the peony is to be a ghost with style. This time, let him have some fun. What are you going to do? Flander, don't mess around. I'll warn you, if you dare to do that kind of thing to me, once I come to my senses, I will definitely kill you. Lu Erlong's face suddenly changed dramatically. She couldn't imagine what her fate would be if Flander acted recklessly. Just thinking about that outcome made her heart tremble. After all, she understood very well that she was just a weak woman, and the simplest way for a man to humiliate a woman had only one method. Lu Erlong, I fantasize every night about the scene of having you. Today, I can finally fulfill my wish. Become my woman. Flander ignored Lu Erlong's pleas and requests, instead becoming even more unrestrained, his face revealing a crazed smile. Just looking at that smile was enough to send a chill down one's spine. Under such a sinister gaze, it was not hard to imagine the evil and vile thoughts brewing in Flander's heart. Flander, stop. Don't bully me. I don't want to lose my innocence. Please, can you spare me? Woo. Tears streamed down Lu Erlong's face, and she looked so weak and pitiful that it made one sympathize with her. It's already too late to plead for mercy. Lu Erlong, after tonight, you will be my Flanders woman. Ha ha. Flanders' laughter echoed slowly, sending chills down the spine. Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong looked utterly helpless. Chapter 3:13. Flander, despicable man. Flander, please don't hurt me, okay? I don't want to die. Lu Erlong's voice was filled with helplessness. Even though she was also a soul sage, facing Flander, who was also a soul sage, the feeling of weakness was nearly driving her to the brink of collapse. The sky was dark, and since she was living alone outside the academy, how could a small weak woman like her possibly defeat Flander? Was she really going to be forced into such a situation today? Erlong, if you take the initiative to plead for mercy, I might treat you a little gentler. After all, you're so beautiful. I wouldn't want to hurt you, but I advise you not to be ungrateful. If you dare to defy me, you will die today. Flander revealed an extremely lewd smile. After all, he was a man, and at this moment his true nature was laid bare. Although Flander usually gave people the impression of being very honest, in this world, are there really honest people? So-called honest people are just a misrepresentation brought about by surface phenomena, and the real horror lies beneath the mask of the honest person, where the hidden evil is the most terrifying. It was clear that Flander was such a person. Ooh, Flander, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I really misjudged you. Do you really have to do that to me today? Lu Erlong let out a cry that was pitiful to the extreme. Her appearance, full of grievance and sadness, made her even more lovable. She looked like a frail little girl, making it hard for anyone to bear to hurt her. Spare you? In your dreams, how could I possibly let you go? Erlong, I, Flander, am also considered a talented person. To be honest, if you agree to be my woman, I will absolutely treat you well. Will you trust me just this once? Hearing this, Flander scoffed, his face full of provocation, making one want to beat him to death. Boss F, do you really want to take me out here? Don't you know that a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet? Besides, I don't like you either. Can you let me go? Despite being terrified to the extreme, Lu Erlong still prayed to Flander. After all, she had known Flander for several years, and to be honest, she didn't really believe that Flander would do something like this to her. Perhaps it was just a little joke Flander was playing on her? So what? Even if the forcibly picked fruit is not sweet, at least it can quench thirst. As long as I have your words, I can consider my regrets compensated. So you might as well not resist and accept your fate obediently. Flander mocked. His patience had been worn down to nothing. If it weren't for their past friendship, he would have dealt with Lu Erlong long ago. While speaking, Flandra moved his body towards Lu Erlong, a cruel smile on his face, and a gleam of light in his eyes, as if a beast was fixated on its prey. Do you really think I would be afraid of you? As a disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, today I will let you witness the power of a top-tier beast martial soul. Prepare to tremble, Seeing that Flander had no intention of letting her off, Lu Erlong took a deep breath, and a cold expression appeared on her fair and delicate face. She knew that some things could not be avoided. Instead of cowardly fleeing, it was better to face them bravely. After all, her martial soul was the mutated Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. As a top-tier beast martial soul, would she still be afraid of mere Flander? Elder Fu, let me show you my true power, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, possessed. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden surge of blue light erupted from Lu Erlong's body, accompanied by a strong blue glow. Behind him, a blue illusory giant dragon, measuring several dozen meters in length, emerged. Its imposing presence was mixed with a chilling power that instilled immense fear in people. Is this the power of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus? It's truly terrifying. However, since Lu Erlong's martial soul is merely a mutated Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, her martial soul cannot manifest in the form of a martial soul possession. Beneath her feet, 7 soul rings of different colors are spiraling in sequence, with the colors being white, white, yellow, yellow, black, 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 black. 7 soul rings, a 7-ringed soul sage powerhouse. Moreover, in terms of soul ring configuration, Lu Erlong's soul ring setup is exactly the same as Flander's, with the same soul ring pairing. The difference in strength can be attributed to the strength of the martial soul itself. Erlong, I didn't expect you to be this strong. However, what I admire most about you is your character. Once I defeat you, you can rightfully become my woman. At that time, I'll let you see my power. Flander's gaze showed a hint of seriousness, but he remained confident in his own abilities. After all, a mere mutated blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul was nothing to be concerned about. It should be noted that he, Flander, was a dignified 7-ring soul saint, with a soul power level reaching 79. Such an extraordinary strength was not something Lu Erlong could defeat. Erlong, let me show you my true power. The 7th soul skill, Cat Eagle True Form. As the roar fell, a brilliant golden light suddenly enveloped Flander's body, a luxurious gold that radiated a sacred glow. Under the cover of that magnificent golden light, a pair of golden cat eagle wings also appeared on his body, which was the power of his martial soul's true form. In the state of martial soul true form, all soul skills of a soul master receive a significant boost. The reason Flander chose to unleash his martial soul true form first was to defeat Lu Erlong as quickly as possible and then take further action. Watch out. 6th soul skill, Eagle Eats Chick. In the next moment, Flander's 6th soul ring suddenly shone brightly, and with the brilliance of the black soul ring, his hands became sharp at that instant, directly attacking Lu Erlong. The momentum was terrifying to the extreme. Flander, truly worthy of being a soul sage, reached such a level with just a casual move. Is this the power of a soul sage? How frightening. Erlong, be my woman obediently. I can't bear to hurt you. Flandra had a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth, and his speed increased in vain. In the state of his martial soul true form, his 6th soul skill would reach a terrifying enhancement. As for the power of this enhancement, one could only know by experiencing it firsthand. It's just the 6th soul skill. Watch me break it with one move. Watching Flander's offensive, Lu Erlong remained completely calm. 7th soul skill, True Body of the Red Dragon. How? Lu Erlong's voice echoed, and behind her, a massive blue-red dragon phantom roared, its tremendous sound drawing attention. At that moment, it felt as if the entire world had quieted down. Chapter 314, The Death of Flander. No wonder it's the mutated blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. Such terrifying power, I underestimated you. Flander couldn't help but gasp in shock. Facing Lu Erlong unleashing her martial soul true body, he could only treat it with caution. In contrast, Lu Erlong's immense soul power surged like a tide. And confronted with that enormous pressure, he had no choice but to avoid its sharp edge, quickly retreating. If you want to belittle me, Lu Erlong, you better see if you have that capability, Flander. Don't be too self-assured. In my eyes, you're just a small ant. Seeing Flander at a disadvantage, Lu Erlong's expression brightened. She originally thought she was not Flander's opponent. After all, in the Golden Iron Triangle, Flander had the highest qualifications and seniority. But now it seemed she had overestimated him. Such weak power was nothing in her eyes. Erlong, do you really think I, Flander, will be afraid of you? Watch carefully. My next strike is coming. Even I am afraid of it, so you'd better accept your fate. Flander smiled slightly, flicking the dust off his body with his fingers, the smile at the corner of his mouth still rippling. Earlier, if it weren't for Lu Erlong unleashing her martial soul form in a critical moment, how could his 6th soul skill have been suddenly cancelled? Old Master Fu, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that I, Lu Erlong, am an easy target? If you want me to be your woman, I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications for that. Lu Erlong's eyes were filled with disdain. If Flander's strength was only this little, then today she truly had nothing to fear. You. Flander glared at Lu Erlong fiercely. Although his anger was immense, he also knew very well that if he relied solely on this little strength, it would be a dream to defeat Lu Erlong. All right, since that's the case, I won't show mercy. Erlong, even though I, Flander, really like you, today I have no choice but to take ruthless action. Flander took a deep breath, then stepped forward forcefully. The soul power beneath his feet shook the ground, causing cracks to appear. Such terrifying power was truly against the heavens. 5th soul skill, Owl Curse. Suddenly, Flander's 5th soul ring shone brightly. With the rhythm of the black soul ring, a dark power slowly revealed itself, surrounding him. Then, Flander's eyes suddenly opened wide, replaced entirely by a strange black color. That black was as pure as ink, seemingly representing all the darkness in the world. Looking into those eyes gave people a prickling sensation on their scalp. In the next moment, Flander's mouth suddenly opened, murmuring softly. The sound he emitted made people tremble. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Indeed, the sound Flander was making was the hooting of an owl. His 5th soul ring was obtained from a 20,000-year-old soul beast, the four-eyed owl, and it granted him a very practical soul skill, hypnosis. As everyone knows, The hooting of an owl has a hypnotic function, and this soul skill derived from that principle, using the owl's hooting to put opponents into a stupor, and once hypnotized, they would obey him without question. To put it bluntly, even if he made some outrageous demands, the hypnotized person would agree without hesitation. This is what makes this soul skill so terrifying. It might even be an understatement to describe it as horrifying. What's going on? My head is spinning. Am I under its effect? Flinder, how despicable of you to use such a method. Lu Erlong felt her vision suddenly blur, as if the scenery before her was becoming illusory, and even her feet felt unsteady. A strong wave of drowsiness swept through her entire mind. Erlong, didn't expect this, did you? In the end, you will still be defeated by me. But don't worry, I will be gentle with you later. After all, you are the woman I like. I want to hurt you. Seeing that Lu Erlong was really affected by his soul skill, Flinder was overjoyed. Once she was under his control, wouldn't she have to obediently listen to him? At that time, he could do whatever he wanted. I'm dizzy. It feels so uncomfortable. I have no strength left. What is happening to me? Flinder, are you going to do that to me? Please don't hurt me. Finally, Lu Erlong's body suddenly softened, and with a feeling of weakness spreading throughout her, her delicate form fell toward the ground. Erlong, you're mine now. Upon seeing this, Flinder's face was filled with uncontrollable joy, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, just as Flinder moved and was about to touch Lu Erlong's body, a voice like thunder suddenly resonated, powerful and intimidating. How dare you lay a hand on my woman? With the voice's fall, Chao Yan's figure appeared bizarrely in the thatched cottage, and Lu Erlong's body was promptly embraced by him, allowing him to feel the softness of the girl in his arms. As expected of a mature and charming woman, the feeling is truly indescribable. Master Chao Yan? You. Why are you here? Flinder's face turned as pale as paper, cold sweat streaming down his back. This was it, he was finished. If I hadn't come, my woman would have been harmed by someone else. Do you think I could just sit idly by? Hearing this, Chao Yan shot a disdainful glance at Flinder, his sharp words leaving Flinder speechless. Now with both the person and the evidence in hand, how could he explain himself? Even if he tried to explain, how could he possibly make it clear? Flinder, you might as well kill yourself. I don't want to dirty my hands. You should know what the consequences are for daring to have those thoughts about my woman. Chao Yan said, having noticed Flinder's unusual behavior long before he left. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, given Flinder's despicable character, who knows what kind of danger Lu Erlong would have faced. Master Chao Yan, can you spare me just this once? I didn't mean it. Flinder was sweating profusely, and facing Chao Yan, he even gave up on the idea of resisting. How could he possibly be a match for Chao Yan? Chao Yan did not respond. He gently placed Lu Erlong on the bed and tenderly covered her with a small blanket, his eyes filled with tenderness. After doing all this, his body flashed like a shadow, moving as fast as lightning, and his palm pierced directly through Flinder's heart. Flinder fell to the ground, clearly unable to survive. Flinder dead. Chapter 315. Lu Erlong's gratitude. Master Chao Yan, I was wrong. Flinder's eyes were almost vacant, the immense pain in his chest causing his whole body to spasm. His pale face filled with horror. At this moment, he finally felt a deep sense of regret. If it weren't for his moment of lust, how could he have fallen to such a fate? I told you long ago, if you dared to touch my woman, I would make you die. Chao Yan sat quietly beside Lu Erlong's bed, his clear eyes filled with purity. Fortunately, he had arrived in time today. Otherwise, with Flinder's despicable nature, who knows what danger Lu Erlong would have faced. Flinder was truly worse than a beast. It's my fault. I wronged Erlong. Perhaps this is the retribution I deserve. Flinder murmured, his chest pierced by Chao Yan. Facing such a heavy injury, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not survive. Master Chao Yan, can you give me a quick end? You can kill me yourself. Perhaps that way, I will feel a little better. Flinder's breath gradually weakened, and even as he spoke those words, it seemed he used up all his strength. This shows just how severe Flinder's injuries were. Such injuries, even a golden immortal might not be able to heal. Flinder, why do you do this to yourself? A bud like you can only be a coward. How could you possibly be worthy of Erlong? Chao Yan sneered, not looking down on Flinder. These words were simply undeniable facts. He just wanted Flinder to see it clearly. Cough. Lord Chao Yan is right. Please give me a quick end. I feel so miserable. Please let me die. Flinder's expression became extremely sinister, with blue veins bulging on his pale cheeks and blood staining the corners of his mouth. Such a sight was quite horrifying. Looking at this scene, Chao Yan felt a bit of pity. He stood up, slowly took a step forward, and then came to Flandre's front, calmly saying, "Today's events are all your own doing. So when you die, don't blame me." After saying this, Chao Yan's gaze also turned towards Flandre's chest, where a shocking wound was faintly visible, and beneath that wound, blurred flesh could even be seen. Such a terrifying injury. Surely even a deity descending would not be able to save him. Sigh, if I had known this earlier, why bother in the first place? The indifferent voice fell lightly, and Chao Yan struck Flandre's body with a palm. Instantly, the sound of bones shattering rang out clearly, and the latter's body was thrown out in a disheveled manner, crashing heavily to the ground, his tragic appearance chilling to the bone. Haha, Flandre finally died. I can be free. With his body falling to the ground, Flandre's excited voice also rang out. After he finished speaking, his eyes immediately darkened, and then his eyes slowly closed. The heart that symbolized life also lost its beat at this moment. Thus, a generation of soul sage powerhouse. The wise corner of the golden iron triangle, Flandre, perished. Sigh, heaven's punishment can be forgiven, but self-inflicted punishment cannot be lived through. Flandre, oh Flandre, you dared to covet my woman, and this is your fate. You deserved it. Looking at Flandre's lifeless body, Chao Yan couldn't help but sigh. In fact, Chao Yan did not harbor much hatred towards Flandre. To be honest, he even somewhat admired Flandre. After all, the latter could at least show such selflessness when facing someone he liked. Such perseverance was somewhat moving. However, it is a pity that Lu Erlong had long been designated as Chao Yan's woman, and when it came to matters concerning women, he would not show any leniency. There was no reason for compromise in this regard. Shaking his head helplessly, Chao Yan gently waved his hand. A trace of indistinct soul power began to slowly envelop Flandre's body, and under that invisible soul power's pressure, the latter's body also began to disintegrate, not even leaving behind dust. After finishing this, Chao Yan sat down again beside Lu Erlong's bed, choosing to quietly wait here, although he had some lustful thoughts. At such a time, he would not engage in such shameless acts. On the bed, Lu Erlong's beautiful eyes were tightly closed. Although her breathing had a rhythm, it revealed a sense of weakness. The faint breath slowly exhaled, dissipating into the air, filled with a delicate fragrance. On the bed, Lu Erlong's delicate body was wrapped in clothing, looking quite rounded, and on her pretty face, a faint blush could be seen, making her look quite charming. A night without conversation. The next morning, when a weak ray of morning light shone into the small thatched cottage, Lu Erlong, who was sleeping on the bed, gradually woke up. Opening her slightly sore beautiful eyes, Lu Erlong quickly sat up. When she saw that her clothes were still on, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She gently patted her chest, and the worry in her eyes quickly faded. It seemed that the expected situation did not happen to her. Turning her gaze, Lu Erlong discovered the young man sleeping on the bed beside her. On Chao Yan's clean face, a hint of weakness and fatigue was faintly visible, likely due to overexertion. "Young Master Chao Yan, may I ask, were you the one who saved me last night?" Lu Erlong slowly got up, her gentle voice carrying a hint of gratitude. After all, she clearly remembered that after being hit by Flandre's soul technique, she fell into a coma, and now she was sitting here safe and sound. Perhaps this had something to do with the young man in front of her. Seeing that Chao Yan did not respond, Lu Erlong gently bit her teeth, then reached out her fair hand and carefully patted Chao Yan on the head, trying to wake him up. "Director Erlong, you're awake?" Feeling a slight pain at the back of his head, Chao Yan immediately woke up, and when he saw the charming, delicate face in front of him, he was also surprised. May I ask, did young Master Chao Yan save me last night? Is my purity still intact?" Lu Erlong nodded shyly, her voice carrying a faint hint of bashfulness. For some reason, gazing into Chao Yan's jet-black eyes made her heart feel a strange sensation. Although asking such a question in this situation was somewhat inappropriate, it was still a matter of great importance for her as a woman. After all, a girl's purity is very important. "Don't worry, Erlong, with me here, Flandre didn't do anything to you. You can rest assured about this." Chao Yan smiled, his gentle voice carrying comfort. Hearing this, Lu Erlong cast a grateful glance at Chao Yan. The weight in her heart finally fell to the ground. Chapter 316, Fiery Fire Academy. "Really, young Master Chao Yan? Flandre really didn't do anything excessive to me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong couldn't believe her ears and immediately voiced her doubts. She knew that in that situation last night, she had already lost some consciousness, and in that scenario, how could Flandre possibly let her go? Although she was just a woman, she was not foolish. Some things, although she had not experienced, she could still understand the general idea. Flandra's nature was already worse than that of Beast. How could she trust such a person? Don't worry. I can assure you that I arrived just in time last night. Otherwise, Flandra might have really done something to you. Chao Yan's gentle voice comforted her. Although he had not known Lu Erlong for long, he quite liked her personality. Perhaps this is what they call love. Really? Young Master Chao Yan, did you really stop Flandra last night? Lu Erlong's eyes sparkled with wonder. The Chao Yan in front of her not only gave her a very kind feeling, but also seemed to instill in her a sense of trust. Although they had just met, some things could be seen through at a glance. Compared to Flandra, whether in nature or character, Chao Yan was far superior, and these were the qualities she valued most. She even wished to become young Master Chao Yan's woman. Of course, I can guarantee you that. And I can also tell you that Flandra is no longer here. He died at my hands last night. Chao Yan nodded cheerfully, his clear gaze free from any impurities. Facing such a clear pair of eyes, even Lu Erlong felt a deep sense of connection when she looked into them. The young girl was not only kind-hearted but also pure and simple, and deep in her heart there was a longing. If she could become the woman of Lord Chao Yan, it would surely be a very happy thing, right? Thank you, Lord Chao Yan. Didn't you take advantage of the opportunity to do anything to me last night? Lu Erlong suddenly asked, but after saying this, she felt a bit regretful. After all, according to Chao Yan's nature, how could he possibly do anything inappropriate to her even if she had fallen into a coma? For some reason, Lu Erlong still trusted Chao Yan's character very much. Although this trust had no basis, this strange feeling just grew in her heart, which was quite puzzling. Of course not. Don't you know what kind of person I am? My character, Chao Yan, is as clear as day and as bright as the sun. How could I take advantage of you? Chao Yan replied with a strange look, wondering what Lu Erlong thought of him. Such shameless things were beyond him. Although Chao Yan was often quite shameless, he still couldn't bring himself to do something so immoral. I'm sorry, Lord Chao Yan. I misunderstood you. Can I apologize to you? Please forgive me, Lu Erlong said, feeling a loss for words, a strong sense of guilt suddenly surging in her heart. After all, Lord Chao Yan had rescued her at her most critical moment, and such a great kindness made her doubts seem excessive. I don't blame you. I, Chao Yan, have always been an upright person. I seek no results, but only a clear conscience in my actions. Although you doubted me, I am not angry. After all, you are so beautiful, Chao Yan said with a faint smile, his innocent demeanor making him appear even more righteous. Chao Yan felt a bit speechless, but he genuinely wasn't angry about Lu Erlong's doubts. After all, Lu Erlong was a very gentle and considerate girl. How could he bear to be angry with such a beautiful girl? Thank you, my lord. It's my fault. I misunderstood your character. Lu Erlong's voice carried a hint of apology. After all, Chao Yan had saved her at the most critical moment, and such a favor was as heavy as a mountain. It's okay. You're so beautiful. I forgive you, Chao Yan said generously, waving his hand nonchalantly. His nature was as broad as the sea. How could he hold a grudge over a small misunderstanding? Really? Lord Chao Yan really forgives me? But I was so excessive. No, I have to make it up to you. How about I give you a kiss? Is that okay? After saying this, Lu Erlong suddenly leaped in front of Chao Yan, looking deeply into his not-so-handsome face, and kissed him directly on the cheek. At that moment, it felt as if the whole world had quieted down. The world fell silent, and even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard clearly. A few seconds later, Lu Erlong slowly moved her lips away from Chao Yan's face, and as she did, a faint white thread could be seen stretching between them, revealing a strong flavor. It's a sweet taste. Erlong, you're the most beautiful girl I, Chao Yan, have ever seen. In my eyes, you are a fairy, and I will love you well for the rest of my life. Looking at Lu Erlong's blushing cheeks, Chao Yan couldn't help but smile. It seemed that this proud girl was giving her first kiss to a stranger for the first time. There was no doubt about it. After all, in the original story, beauties like Lu Erlong were often let down by the ungrateful Yu Xiaogang. Chao Yan couldn't help but imagine what kind of beast Yu Xiaogang was. Girls like Lu Erlong can't satisfy him. All right, Lord Chao Yan, we should go to the academy. If we don't leave soon, we will be suspected, Lu Erlong said. Her pretty face slightly flushed, but then it quickly faded back to normal. Just as Chao Yan guessed, the kiss she had just given him was indeed her first kiss. A precious moment she had cherished for a long time. However, today she finally gave this unforgettable first kiss to the person she liked. And that feeling made her feel shy and a little happy. Hearing Lu Erlong's words, Chao Yan nodded in agreement, indicating that they should go. Otherwise, they might be discovered. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yin directly took Lu Erlong's delicate hand and walked towards the academy, their intimate appearance resembling that of a couple. This scene truly made people envious. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Blue Tyrant Academy, three figures dressed in fiery Red Academy attire stood there calmly. From the emblem on their chests, it was easy to see that they were from the Blaze Academy. Chapter 317. Is this the fire dance? Blue Tyrant Academy. At the entrance. Since it was early morning, Blue Tyrant Academy had not yet opened, but some students inside had already begun their arduous training. After all, cultivating soul power was quite challenging. Master Huowujia, is Blue Tyrant Academy really that strong? In my opinion, these are just rumors. If Blue Tyrant Academy were truly that powerful, how could it not compete with the Heaven Do Royal Academy in terms of reputation? I believe Blue Tyrant Academy is just a name without substance. A girl dressed in fiery Red Academy attire said angrily to an old man beside her, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of resentment. The girl wore a Red Academy outfit with a short red skirt, and at the back of the skirt was a red bow, with long ribbons cascading down to her toes, giving her an ethereal appearance. She had a delicate face, especially on her smooth, white forehead, where a strange and mysterious flame symbol was faintly outlined, adding to her enchanting aura. Such a girl, merely standing there gracefully, attracted many gazes towards her. Her decorations were not overly extravagant, but beneath that red skirt, a pair of white, exquisite legs caught everyone's attention. Facing such long and delicate legs, one couldn't help but feel an impulse to touch them. Little brats of Blue Tyrant Academy. I am the vice president of Blaze Academy, named Huowujia. Go call your president. I have something to discuss with her. Hearing the girl's complaints, the old man shook his head in agreement. Having long been displeased with this so-called Blue Tyrant Academy. Today, the reason they had come here was to see if Blue Tyrant Academy had the qualifications to stand in Heaven Do City. As soon as the old man's words left his mouth, many students in the academy showed expressions of anger and quickly moved closer to him. Old man, who do you think you are? You old dog. How dare you make noise at the entrance of our Blue Tyrant Academy? Are you tired of living? Yeah, claiming to be the vice president of the Blazing Fire Academy. You should take a look at yourself. Do you deserve it? With someone like you, do you think you are worthy to see our dean? Just get lost or you'll die here. After a few students whispered among themselves, they stepped forward to stand in front of Huowujia. As students of Blue Tyrant Academy, they naturally carried an air of superiority, a confidence stemming from their own strength. In response to the mocking and insults, Huowujia merely smiled lightly, not bothering to refute them. In his view, these students were just a bunch of nameless youngsters, and arguing with such a group was quite irrational. However, although his expression didn't change much, the aura around the old man subtly fluctuated. Soon, an extremely subtle but overwhelming aura was released, causing some people to feel dizzy. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. One after another, soul rings appeared around Huowujia. And with each soul ring's emergence, the atmosphere in the air seemed to grow heavier. The 8 soul rings, with their visually stunning colors, were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 8 soul rings in total, all of the highest quality. Such a display was something even these students had never seen before. However, after releasing his soul rings, Huowujia merely squinted his eyes, showing no intention of attacking. He calmly looked at the young boy beside him and said, Huowu Shuang Huowu, let them see the power of our Blazing Fire Academy. Upon hearing this, Huowu Shuang and Huowu exchanged glances and nodded in unison, and then their own soul rings, symbolizing their strength, appeared. Huowu Shuang and Huowu had the same soul ring configuration, 2 yellow and 2 purple. While this configuration might not be the absolute top tier, it was still quite impressive. As they revealed their soul rings, the students of Blue Tyrant Academy widened their eyes in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. After all, such a soul ring configuration was already quite terrifying in their eyes. Ah, my goodness, how is this possible? Your soul ring configuration is so powerful. Wow, what terrifying talent. With such a soul ring setup, it's no wonder you're geniuses from Blazing Fire Academy. We admit defeat. After witnessing the soul ring configurations of Huowu Shuang and Huowu, the students of Blue Tyrant Academy almost instantly lost their desire to fight. Although their strength was not weak, if they were to fight the two before them, the outcome would be clear: they would lose. Thus, they knowingly took a few steps back. After all, the opponent's strength was evident, and if they insisted on fighting, it would only be a humiliation for themselves. They weren't foolish enough to engage in such a stupid act. Is that all the ability Blue Tyrant Academy has? Just a bunch of trash. If you have the guts, take one of my attacks and see my power. Seeing a few students retreat, Huo Wushuang's face showed a smug expression. He then moved swiftly, extending his hands, and a wave of fiery energy erupted, producing an extremely terrifying heat. Oh, what terrifying power! Don't kill us, we surrender. The students of Blue Tyrant Academy widened their eyes in fear. Huo Wushuang's attack was not only fierce, but also carried immense momentum. How could they withstand such an attack? A bunch of ants. Blue Tyrant Academy is nothing but this. Huo Wushuang laughed loudly, the flames in his hand growing stronger. With a loud crash, several students from Blue Tyrant Academy fell to the ground. How could they possibly fight against a Soul King like Huo Wushuang? Just then, a furious voice resonated in everyone's ears. What a blazing fire academy! How dare you come here to cause trouble? Do you think there is no one in my Blue Tyrant Academy? As the voice fell, Lu Erlong and Chao Yin quickly approached. Especially Lu Erlong, who, upon seeing the students sprawled on the ground, looked even more furious. Chao Yin stared in disbelief at the scene before him. However, his gaze was quickly drawn to the girl in the red dress. He tentatively asked, "Miss, I'm Chao Yin. May I ask for your name?" "Huo Wu." The girl replied coldly, her face showing disgust. Hearing this, Chao Yin was momentarily stunned, inwardly sighing. So this is Huo Wu? What a beautiful woman. Chapter 318. The Blazing Fire Academy is nothing special. Hey, where are you looking? Noticing Chao Yan's gaze lingering on her chest, Huo Wu's beautiful eyes widened, and she angrily shouted, sorry. It's just that Miss Huo Wu is too beautiful, and I couldn't help myself for a moment." Chao Yan awkwardly scratched his nose. He didn't expect Huo Wu from the original story to be so stunning. After all, a girl who could make a seasoned lecturer like him feel captivated was certainly extraordinary. What nonsense are you talking? Of course I'm beautiful. Are you trying to pursue me? Haha, you don't deserve to pursue me. In my eyes, you're just a tiny ant. Huo Wu snorted lightly, her beautiful eyes filled with pride. Being regarded as a genius of Blazing Fire Academy, she had seen all kinds of talents. In her view, Chao Yin was nothing more than a small, insignificant ant. A mere insignificant ant wasn't even qualified to be her pursuer. This was the harsh reality. In response, Chao Yin merely shook his head slightly, not bothering to refute. There was nothing worth arguing about in this matter. Since arriving in the Douluo continent, Chao Yin had experienced a lot. Now, he was quite mature in terms of temperament. Thus, he completely disregarded Huo Wu's provocation and disdain. In his eyes, while Huo Wu was beautiful, her personality was too willful. Such girls, no matter how pretty, were generally not liked by anyone. Perhaps this was what reality was all about. As the saying goes, the heavens are strong, and a gentleman strives unceasingly. Although Chao Yin was lecherous, he didn't want just any girl. This was a fundamental principle. Lu Erlong's gaze turned cold, hands on his hips, and he spoke in a low voice. "Elder Huo Wuji, why did you come to cause trouble in my Blue Tyrant Academy? Our academy has always kept to ourselves. Why do you have to do this?" The reputation of the Blaze Academy in Tiando City is quite well known, so Lu Erlong usually maintains a proper respect for such an institution. However, today she is greatly puzzled as to why the Blaze Academy would come to trouble their Lamba Academy. That statement is incorrect. Our Blaze Academy is powerful within the Tiando Empire, and in terms of reputation, our academy should far surpass yours. Therefore, I hope your Lamba Academy can recognize the situation and leave the Tiando Empire. All right? Elder Huo Wujia spoke with a proud demeanor, and as he talked, the whiskers on his lips moved, giving him a somewhat elegant appearance. Don't bully people too much, why should we? Our Lamba Academy has countless talented students. You Blaze Academy is merely a second-rate academy. What qualifications do you have to shout at us? If you have any sense, you should just leave here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing this, Lu Erlong's expression darkened. This was a situation she had not anticipated. After all, she had worked hard to establish her own academy in Tiando City. But today, she was being bullied like this. Why should this be tolerated? Does having strength mean one can do whatever they want? What kind of reasoning is this? Lu Erlong, if you have the ability, then let your strength speak for itself. I will stand here without moving. If you can defeat me, I will kneel and bow to you. Otherwise, take everyone from your Lamba Academy and get lost. Did you hear that? Huo Wujia spoke in a deep voice. He was now a soul-level powerhouse, and his strength was beyond imagination. Thus, in his eyes, Lu Erlong was nothing more than a tiny ant. Since that is the case, why should he be polite to a small ant? Such an ant only needs to be reasoned with using a fist. Defeating others with strength is the right path. You're going too far. I'm just a small soul sage. How could I possibly be your opponent? Please let us go, Lu Erlong pleaded, her voice sounding very pitiful, akin to a thoroughly humble ant, which made people feel a surge of sympathy. In response, Huo Wujie frowned slightly and sighed inwardly. This Lu Erlong truly deserves to be the head of an academy. Her temperament is indeed impressive. However, despite his inner thoughts, he maintained a calm exterior and coldly said, Lu Erlong, don't be too ungrateful. I tell you, crushing you is as easy as crushing an ant. If you regret it now, it's not too late. Faced with Huo Wujie's threatening words, Lu Erlong was clearly a bit afraid. Not to mention anything else. In terms of strength, her soul sage level abilities were nearly impossible to match a soul Douluo powerhouse. Therefore, after a moment of contemplation, a hint of cowardice appeared on Lu Erlong's face, and she stammered, Huo Wujie, could you spare me some face? After all, I am the head of the academy. Could you not make it too difficult for me? Lu Erlong's expression was extremely humble, even carrying a tone that was almost flattering. There was no other reason for this, but because she was truly frightened. As for why she should be afraid, that goes without saying. As a mere soul sage, a being as insignificant as an ant, how could she possibly be the opponent of a soul Douluo powerhouse? If she insisted on fighting Huo Wujie, perhaps in the end, she would be the one to suffer. She was very clear about this, and precisely because of this clarity, despite feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Erlong did not see anything wrong with her actions. After all, admitting defeat in front of a very strong opponent isn't particularly shameful. Ha ha ha, Lu Erlong. You're quite perceptive. You have good insight. As a soul Douluo powerhouse, if I were to make a move against you, you would likely not last even a single round against me. So, you might as well kneel before me. In that case, I might consider sparing you. The arrogance on Huo Wujie's face was incredibly thick. In his eyes, Lu Erlong's cultivation was simply insignificant. After all, strictly speaking, below the title of Douluo, anyone else is merely an ant. Who would take a tiny ant seriously? This is the stark reality. However, just as Elder Huo Wujie was about to step forward, Chao Yan, who was standing still, took a small step forward, then smiled faintly and said, A soul level ant dares to shout? Kneel before me or die. Chao Yan's voice was like rumbling thunder, echoing in everyone's ears, especially hitting Huo Wujie hard, causing him to fly backward in a disheveled state, looking as miserable as a dead dog. It was shocking. At that moment, the entire place fell silent. A deadly silence. Chapter 319. Fire Dance's Heart Trembles of. You little brat, do you know my name? I am Huo Wujie, a genuine soul Douluo powerhouse. You disrespect me like this. Are you provoking me? Huo Wujie's face was dark. After all, he was a soul Douluo level powerhouse, but now he was beaten to the ground by Chao Yan in front of everyone. Facing such humiliation, how could he, as an elder, not care? Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Huo Wujie stood up with a gloomy expression, enduring the pain. Although he had been intimidated by Chao Yan's momentum earlier, fortunately, his strength was also quite extraordinary. After a brief moment of catching his breath, he quickly recovered. You're just a soul Douluo level ant. You dare to shout in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Jesus? Chao Yan smiled, his tone extremely arrogant. No matter how you put it, the Douluo continent is a place where strength speaks. If you have strength, others will respect you. If you don't, others can trample you heavily. This is the cruelest reality. Moreover, Huo Wujie's irritable demeanor greatly displeased Chao Yan. Such a stubborn and unreasonable old man was truly infuriating. In the past, if someone like this had crossed his path, Chao Yan would not hesitate to kill him without mercy, as killing such a person would be as easy as crushing an ant. But the scene was different now. Not only was Lu Erlong, a beautiful woman, watching from the side, but the fire dance of the Blaze Academy was also stunningly beautiful. Given these considerations, Chao Yan naturally had to think carefully. Although this old man was quite irritating, he still didn't want to damage his image in front of the goddess. This was also a concern in Chao Yan's heart. Kid, you're looking for death. Do you want me to kill you? I have never bullied the weak, but if you continue to be so ungrateful, don't blame me for being impolite. Huo Wujie said darkly. In the Blaze Academy, he had a high reputation, and his temper was extremely fiery, which had cultivated his arrogant character. Thus, he could do things like bullying the weak. Director Lu Erlong, I want this kid's right hand. Do you have any objections? Huo Wujie shouted loudly. He had always placed great importance on face, and Chao Yan's previous disrespectful behavior had deeply offended him, making him quite displeased. Since he was unhappy, He thought he might as well vent his anger through killing. In his view, Lu Erlong was not someone who didn't know the situation. She wouldn't tear her face with him just to protect a young kid. She understood the difference between what was important and what was not. Elder Huo Wuji, my strength may not be strong, but I might not be able to agree to your request. To Huo Wuji's surprise, Lu Erlong's response was surprisingly quick and straightforward, almost without hesitation. What is this situation? Are you going to break ties with my Flame Academy for young kid? Huo Wuji frowned, suppressing his doubts, and said in a deep voice, Director Lu Erlong, what do you mean? Do you really think this kid's life is that important? Do you know that if I get angry, the consequences could be very serious? As he spoke, Huo Wuji mobilized his soul power. With the violent fluctuations of soul power, his aura suddenly surged dramatically. In just a moment, his hair stood on end, looking as if it had been dyed a fiery red, extremely terrifying. Not only that, but the 8 soul rings on Huo Wuji also revealed themselves, and the terrifying fluctuations of soul power were enough to make one's heart tremble. However, beneath that frightening aura, Chaoyan still maintained a calm expression, his eyes showing no signs of fear or panic, appearing like a young hero. This guy is such an aura, just an act? How could Elder Huo Wuji's powerful aura be resisted? This is impossible. On the side, Huo Wu also showed a puzzled look in her beautiful eyes. She knew very well how strong Elder Huo Wuji was. Because of this, seeing Chaoyan's calm expression made her feel even more confused and perplexed. Could it be that this young man in front of her was not as simple as he appeared? Elder Huo Wuji, what are you doing? Are you trying to cause trouble in my Flame Academy? You are quite bold. What are you planning to do? Do you think I would be afraid of you? Seeing the sudden burst of sharp aura from Huo Wuji, Lu Erlong's brows shot up, and her pretty face instantly turned cold. Although Chao Yin was not a student of their Blue Tyrant Academy, she still did not reject the young man in her heart. Moreover, Chao Yin had saved her life. If he hadn't risked his life to save her, perhaps her purity would have already been taken by that despicable man, Flander. If that were the case, how would she face others? Director Lu Erlong, do you also want to challenge me? Don't forget, you're just a mere soul sage. In my eyes, you're just a tiny ant. Would I be afraid of a mere ant? In response to Lu Erlong's questioning, Huo Wuji only smiled instead of getting angry. He had been in the Soul Douluo realm for many years. What kind of strong opponents hadn't he seen? If the other party was truly a powerful opponent, he wouldn't mind a little arrogance. After all, if a person had strength, being a bit arrogant wasn't a big deal. But if a person had no strength at all, then he shouldn't blame others for bullying the weak. In this world, if you want to talk reason, you can only talk with fists. Whoever's fist is bigger. That person is right. This is the naked reality. Although cruel, it is undeniable. Lu Erlong's face turned pale with anger at Huo Wuji's words. Just as he said, her strength was only at the soul sage level, and in Huo Wuji's eyes, that was merely an ant. Young Master Chao Yin, I will protect you today. I will hold him off here. You should leave quickly. Lu Erlong's voice was unusually firm as she waved her hand, signaling Chao Yin to leave. If I let you leave alive today, I would have no right to live anymore. You are just a junior. You are not qualified to challenge me. Seeing Chao Yin planning to leave, Huo Wuji's eyes flashed with fierce light, and then his figure flashed, directly blocking Chao Yan's path. His fierce aura causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Get out of the way, old man. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Chao Yin finally couldn't hold back any longer. Being insulted repeatedly by Huo Wuji ignited the anger in his heart. He raised his palm abruptly, containing soul power, and struck Huo Wuji's face. Slap! The crisp sound of the slap echoed in everyone's ears, and for a moment, everyone was confused because they saw Huo Wuji was actually slapped away. This scene shocked them all. Even Huo Wu on the side felt her toes tremble slightly. What a handsome young man. I just wonder if he likes me. Huo Wu's beautiful eyes curved into a lovely crescent, and she felt a bit shy in her heart. Is this feeling what it means to like someone? Chapter 320. Killing the Soul Douluo. How is this possible? You brat actually managed to slap a Soul Douluo strongman away? How did you do that? This is impossible. Huo Wuji felt a burning pain on his face. At the moment he was slapped away by Chao Yin, his mind went blank. He didn't even realize what had happened. He was just slapped away. I'm just teaching some people how to behave. This world is vast and expansive. Some people shouldn't think that just because they have a bit of strength, they can do whatever they want. Little do they know, in my eyes, your strength is nothing but that of an ant. Chao Yin revealed a calm smile. To be honest, Huo Wuji's strength couldn't be considered too strong. The Soul Douluo level was not in his eyes. I am an unparalleled Douluo. Chao Yin took a deep breath, then smiled again, slowly walking in front of Huowuji, and said with a faint smile, "Old man, I can give you a chance to regret. If you kneel and apologize to director Lu Erlong, I can spare your life. Otherwise, just wait to die." Chao Yin looked at Huowuji with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "You don't go too far. You brat are looking for death. I have lived for so long, and you're the first person to humiliate me like this. Today, I will let you see what true power of soul Douluo is. Get ready to tremble." Huowuji's mouth twitched slightly. He was a person who valued face greatly. If he couldn't even defeat a young kid like Chao Yin, then if this news got out, wouldn't he become a joke? As he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped into the air, his resentful gaze fixed on Chao Yin, filled with hatred as if he wanted to swallow him alive, extremely terrifying. Then, Elder Huowuji shook his body, and the fifth black soul ring shone brightly, pure black like a dark night, as if it could illuminate the sky. Such brilliance could even blind people's eyes. So terrifying. Fifth soul skill, flame light. As the roar of Elder Huowuji fell, his body slowly began to swell, looking as if he were a balloon filled with air, ready to burst with just a poke. In the next moment, Huowuji opened his mouth, and an extremely intense black flame erupted directly from his mouth, the blackness being the purest form of black. The temperature of the black flame was incredibly high, and in the blink of an eye, it reached in front of Chao Yin. The intense heat was suffocating. "Oh, this kid is doomed." This is Elder Huowuji's fifth soul skill, Flame of Light. It is said that he once used this move to slay a powerful opponent of the same rank. It's simply terrifying. Beside him, Huowu Shuang excitedly shouted. It seemed that he was quite familiar with Elder Huowuji's fifth soul skill. "Chao Yin, be careful. This old guy is very strong. You must not get hurt." Lu Erlong was also quite anxious, feeling an inexplicable fear that Chao Yin might get injured. Hearing this, Chao Yin merely nodded calmly, his expression showing little change. Even if this old guy in front of him was powerful, so what? To put it bluntly, he was just a soul, not even a title, Douluo, just an ant. What qualifications did he have for him to take seriously? "Kid, you're quite arrogant. But you don't need to be too sad. Being able to die in my hands is enough for you to be proud. I have never bullied the younger generation in my life, but today you have forced me to make an exception. Remember my name, I am Huowuji." Huowuji frowned. After all, he was quite confident in his fifth soul skill. However, what annoyed him was that Chao Yin dared to so blatantly ignore him, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. Was he mocking him? "Hee, Huowuji, let me give you a piece of advice. Your strength is nothing in my eyes. Since you insist on seeking death, then today, I will fulfill you." Chao Yin was not afraid of Huowuji's threats. If he were a coward, he might have died 100 times already. A person can certainly fear death, but if one lacks the courage to face death, then that person is the most pitiful existence. "Kid, just die already." Seeing that Chao Yin still dared to ignore him at such a moment, Huowuji was furious, and the consequences were severe. In midair, the black flames surged like a tide, continuously spraying toward Chao Yin, the posture seemingly endless, causing immense dread. After all, facing such a formidable black flame, an ordinary person might have already knelt down begging for mercy. "Kid, offending me means you deserve to die." Seeing that Chao Yin had not made any moves at this time, Huowuji's laughter grew more intense. In his view, Chao Yin must have given up on resistance. But thinking about it, in the face of the threat of death, giving up resistance is undoubtedly easier than struggling desperately. If viewed in this way, Chao Yin's choice made sense. "Old man, watch closely. I will break your soul skill with one move." At this moment, Chao Yin's voice suddenly rang out, his eyes calmly glancing at the imposing black flames, his palms slightly extending out, and then a vast power surged from his palm. A terrifying aura that could even shatter the heavens. This is the power of a peerless Douluo. How terrifying! As that terrifying aura approached, Huowuji's face showed an expression of disbelief. The sharpness of this aura was even beyond that of some title Douluo super experts. At this moment, a sense of fear and trembling finally rose in Huowuji's heart. He had seen many powerful beings, but a young man like Chao Yin containing such immense power was something he had never encountered before. What kind of background does this boy have? "Old man, die for me." Chao Yin waved his hand, his aura suddenly exploding, and the black flames completely dissipated. In contrast, Huowuji's face showed a ghostly expression. "No, please don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. I can kneel for you, all right? Please, young friend." Huowuji sensed the hint of killing intent in Chao Yin's gaze and hurriedly begged for mercy. He felt that his life seemed to be in the hands of this young man before him. In response, Chao Yin simply shook his head and said coldly, If I don't kill you, it would be against the natural order. D. As the words fell, Chao Yin slapped Huo Wuji, and immediately the sound of bones breaking echoed. With Huo Wuji's figure crashing down to the ground, he spewed out a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered internal organs. Chapter 321. Departure to the Blaze Academy. I, Huo Wuji, have never encountered an opponent in my life. I didn't expect to fall today at the hands of such a young brat. I am unwilling. Huo Wuji shouted in horror, feeling the spread of death's aura on his body. Under the impact of Chao Yan's earlier palm, all of his ribs and veins had been deeply shattered. He propped himself up with one hand on the ground while using the other to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his thick eyebrows and big eyes showing a hint of resentment. But due to his severe injuries, he could only shake his head in despair. Huo Wuji knew that given his current injuries, he was likely facing death. Kid, you dare to attack Elder Huo Wuji? Are you tired of living? At this moment, Huo Wuxuang moved. His fist suddenly condensed with red soul power, and then his figure flashed, directly pouncing toward Chao Yan, his eyes filled with a fierce, killing intent. One must know that Elder Huo Wuji held a significant position in the Blaze Academy, and now he could only watch as his academy's elder was injured by someone else, even on the brink of death. If that were the case, how could he face returning to the academy? Brother, be careful. He's very strong. Seeing Huo Wuxuang suddenly attack, Huo Wu quickly shouted a warning, her pretty face showing a hint of worry. As a girl, she was naturally more sensitive in her thoughts than boys. Previously, when Chao Yan made his move, she had sensed something was off. After all, Elder Huo Wuji was a soul Douluo. If he were facing an ordinary opponent, how could he possibly be injured by someone like that? Therefore, she concluded that Chao Yan was hiding his strength. Considering this possibility, Huo Wu's heart grew even more anxious. After all, Chao Yan looked even younger than her. If such a young man was hiding his strength, how terrifying would that be? After all, he had even defeated Elder Huo Wuji. Despite her worries, Huo Wu still turned her gaze to where Chao Yan was, while at the same time, Huo Wuxuang's figure arrived, his fists wrapped in fiery red soul power, striking down hard toward Chao Yan's body. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think there's no one in our Blaze Academy? Seeing his fist hit Chao Yan, Huo Wuxuang's face lit up with joy, and the corners of his mouth curved up slightly. He was quite confident in his own strength. Although he wasn't particularly strong, he was still a powerful soul sect expert. With this punch, Chao Yan should at least be hurt, right? Hee, if this is the strength you are so proud of, then you are too naive. With such power, you don't even qualify to be an ant. Chao Yan's mocking voice slowly rang out as he gently clenched his palm, then reversed it. A powerful gust of wind suddenly surged forth, and under that force, Huo Wuxuang's body was directly sent flying. How is that possible? Your strength is actually this strong. As his body was sent flying, Huo Wuxuang's horrified voice echoed, and not only that, his body spun rapidly in the air, about to crash to the ground. However, just as he thought he was going to fall heavily to the ground, he suddenly discovered that a gentle soul power had formed around him, slowing his descent significantly, preventing him from crashing to the ground in a sorry state. Brother, are you okay? After stabilizing his body, Huo Wu quickly rushed to Huo Wuxuang's side, her gentle voice tinged with concern. I'm fine. This kid's strength is very strong. If he'd gone all out against me earlier, I would have undoubtedly died. It seems today we have kicked a metal plate. Huo Wuxuang waved his hand at Huo Wu, signaling her not to worry. Kid, we have offended you today. Please, for the sake of our Qihua Academy, let Elder Huo Wujing go, okay? Huo Wuxuang's gaze turned to Chao Yan, his eyes showing more seriousness. He knew that this seemingly similar-looking youth might actually be much stronger than him in terms of strength. Therefore, his tone was more polite than before. You mean this old man? He insulted me repeatedly. My earlier strike has already broken all his meridians. Even if I let him go, he won't survive. Chao Yan replied lightly upon hearing this. What? Are you planning to become enemies with our Qihua Academy? Do you know what kind of status Elder Huo Wujing has in our academy? Upon hearing this, Huo Wuxuang's face also showed an incredulous expression. Elder Huo Wujing's strength in their academy was extraordinary. If he were to die just like that, it would be an enormous loss for Qihua Academy. What he found hardest to accept was that Elder Huo Wujing had been defeated by such a young kid. Such a result was something he could not tolerate. Ere long, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. This old man's actions today are too excessive. If I don't kill him, I won't feel at ease. Chao Yan seemed to ignore Huo Wuxuang's furious shout, rolling his eyes at him and not continuing to pay attention. After all, he was just an ant. What was there to care about? Young Master Chao Yan, I thank you on behalf of Erlong. If it weren't for your help, Arlon Ba Academy would have suffered immeasurable losses. Your kindness is as heavy as Mount Tai. I have no way to repay you, and I can only offer myself in return. Lu Erlong was somewhat flattered, her beautiful eyes even more surprised. She had never expected that Xiao Yin would care so much for a delicate girl like her. Is this the taste of love? So sweet. Is this for real? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin was also a bit incredulous. After all, if he were to say he didn't like someone as beautiful as Lu Erlong, that would be too insincere. What surprised him even more was that Lu Erlong, as a woman, would be so proactive in saying such things, which also caught him off guard. Really, Erlong likes young master, such a heroic figure. I am willing to be young master's woman, Lu Erlong shyly said, the blush on her face spreading all the way to her neck, looking enticingly red. Hearing this, Xiao Yin nodded in satisfaction. With this, the matter between him and Lu Erlong was already a done deal. Old man, let me send you off on your last journey. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's gaze shifted, and a fierce soul power directly targeted the lying Huo Wujing. The next moment, accompanied by the crashing of that power, Huo Wujing's body was directly turned to nothingness. The power of a peerless Douluo is terrifying indeed. Kid, you actually killed our elder Huo Wujing. If you have the ability, come with us to Qihua Academy. Otherwise, your Lanba Academy will eventually be destroyed. Seeing their elder killed by Qiao Yan, Huo Wushuang's anger surged. Go, I'm not afraid of you. Qiao Yan's response was extremely straightforward. He was never one to shy away from trouble. Since he had done it, he had to face the consequences. Chapter 322, Huo Wushuang. Young Master Qiao Yan, are you really going to Qihua Academy? I'm so worried about your safety. Upon hearing that the people from Qihua Academy were going to take Qiao Yan away, Lu Erlong was worried. After all, the strength of Qihua Academy was also quite formidable. What if they did something to Qiao Yan? This was exactly what Lu Erlong was worried about. Don't worry, Erlong, I'll be fine. I can't let our two academies have a conflict because of this. Today, that old man was too aggressive. Otherwise, I wouldn't have acted. After I go to Qihua Academy, I will try my best to resolve these conflicts. Qiao Yan smiled gently at Lu Erlong. No matter what, since things had come to this point, he couldn't just walk away. If a conflict arose between the two academies because of him, that was not something Qiao Yan wanted to see. But, young master, will you really be okay? I'm worried you might be in trouble. Lu Erlong was still a bit uneasy. After all, there were many old monsters in Qihua Academy, and she was most worried about what those old monsters might do to Qiao Yan. If anything dangerous happened to Qiao Yan, she would feel guilty and uneasy. All right, Erlong, you are my little treasure. Don't worry, when I come back next time, I will make you my woman, okay? Trust me. Seeing Lu Erlong so concerned about his safety, Qiao Yan felt a bit touched. After all, being cared for by a woman felt quite wonderful. In his previous life, he had always been an orphan and had never experienced the taste of love. But ever since he crossed over to Douluo continent, he had met so many beautiful confidants, which also made up for the deficiencies in love in his previous life. Whether it was Xiao Wu or Zhu Zhuqing or the present Lu Erlong, in Qiao Yan's eyes, these girls were not just his women. More importantly, they were the most important people in his life. And this position would not change easily. Young Master Qiao Yan, thank you for your concern for Erlong. I will wait for your return, and when that time comes, I will definitely marry you. Lu Erlong revealed a smile that could topple cities, making her look so beautiful. Such a smile seemed to dim the brilliance of the entire world. To have a girl like this was indeed Qiao Yan's fortune. Wait for me to come back, my treasure. Qiao Yan took the initiative to walk in front of Lu Erlong, his dark eyes meeting the latter's pure and flawless beautiful eyes for a moment, before he opened his arms and embraced the beauty in front of him. Lu Erlong's body was soft, with a unique fragrance typical of young girls. Her waist was as delicate as that of a water snake, naturally enchanting. Even Qiao Yan found it hard to part with such a beauty. After all, as a man, he had no resistance to beautiful women, and that was an unchangeable fact. After the embrace, Lu Erlong reluctantly released Qiao Yan, experiencing this wonderful feeling for the first time. Regardless, the youth in front of her brought her a feeling she had never experienced before. This feeling seemed to be love, right? Please lead the way, both of you, Qiao Yan said calmly, looking at Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu in front of him. Kid, I advise you to be mentally prepared. Elder Huo Wujia is an important figure in our Qihua Academy. He is now dead at your hands, so I suggest you consider the consequences, Huo Wushuang said lightly, surprised by Qiao Yan's calm demeanor. After all, although Qihua Academy was not considered a top-tier academy, its backing was undeniably powerful, and Qiao Yan's disdainful gaze ignited the anger in his heart like gunpowder. Do you know that Elder Huo Wujia is an important figure in our academy? Yet this kid killed him just like that? How can we tolerate such a result? I know, but in my opinion, I did nothing wrong. Elder Hua Wujia's proud and arrogant personality means that someone like him will eventually receive a lesson. What I did today was just to teach him a little lesson. I believe that even if I go to your Chihua Academy, I will have my reasons. Xiao Yan nodded, his eyes calm. This did not mean he was arrogant. Rather, he did not feel he had done anything wrong. Hua Wujia caused trouble first, and if he did not have the courage to stand up for himself, then what kind of man was he? After all, if someone came to your doorstep to provoke you and you did nothing, wouldn't that make you a coward? Xiao Yan could endure what needed to be endured, but what could not be endured, he would not endure any longer. All right, good kid. I, Hua Wushuang, have never admired anyone, but among my peers, you are the first. Can you tell me your name? After hearing Xiao Yan's words, Hua Wushuang felt a surge of emotions. My name is Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan replied. Good. I am Hua Wushuang, and this is my sister Hua Wu. Good brother, I admire your courage. Although you killed an elder of our Chihua Academy, I respect your boldness. Rest assured, once we enter Chihua Academy, I will speak on your behalf, Hua Wushuang said solemnly, the earlier unpleasantness dissipating in their conversation. While speaking, Hua Wushuang extended his hand, and surprisingly, a hint of friendliness appeared in his eyes, which caught Xiao Yan slightly off guard. Well, it seems that Chihua Academy is not as rude and unreasonable as I imagined. Xiao Yan also extended his hand. Since the other party had taken the initiative, he naturally would not say much more. Otherwise, it would seem like he was being petty. Xiao Yan, it seems we have become acquainted through conflict. Rest assured, while I can't guarantee your safety at our Chihua Academy, if anyone tries to make things difficult for you, I will help you. Hua Wushuang's eyes revealed sincerity. Through this, Xiao Yan understood that the person in front of him was not pretending. Just this unexpected warmth made Xiao Yan silently decide that once he entered Chihua Academy, if he really had to use his strength, at least he would hold back a little considering the goodwill Hua Wushuang had shown him. Thank you, Brother Wushuang, Xiao Yan naturally said, feeling quite warm inside despite his high strength. Chapter 323. Marrying Hua Wu to Yu Chihua Academy is also located within the city of Tiandou and is not too far from Lamba Academy. Therefore, after some small talk, Xiao Yan chose to set off directly under Hua Wushuang's guidance. Along the way, due to Hua Wushuang's display of enthusiasm, Xiao Yan developed a good impression of him. While walking, the two occasionally exchanged a few words, and their lively conversation witnessed the unusual bond between them. By the way, Brother Xiao Yan, what do you think of my sister Hua Wu? Do you like her? Hua Wushuang asked, glancing slyly at Hua Wu beside him. Upon seeing her well-developed figure, he quietly realized something. His sister seemed to have grown up. Hua Wu is very beautiful, more attractive than many girls I've seen, Xiao Yan replied, slightly confused by Hua Wushuang's question. However, he was not an ordinary person, and after a moment's thought, he answered straightforwardly. After saying this, Xiao Yan's gaze turned to Hua Wu. Her figure was excellent, with a graceful silhouette that sparked imagination, and her long, slender legs were accentuated by red boots. Just her outfit alone was enough to captivate many men. Of course, even a man like Xiao Yan was no exception. There was no other reason. After all, as a man, who wouldn't like beautiful women? Young Master Xiao Yan, where are you looking? Noticing Xiao Yan's gaze subtly assessing her, Hua Wu's cheeks flushed slightly, her shy demeanor making her appear even more charming. As a girl, Hua Wu was also quite perceptive. She sensed that Xiao Yan's eyes seemed to be focused on her chest. Though shy, she was pleased with this feeling. After all, her outfit was meant to attract handsome boys, right? Otherwise, why would she dress so revealingly? Was it just to feel cool? Hua Wu is truly beautiful. I was merely captivated by your beauty. A girl as pretty as you is someone I have never seen before, Xiao Yan said, thick-skinned. After experiencing so much in relationships, he understood one thing. To pursue beautiful girls, one must have enough courage. Otherwise, it would never work. Really? Am I really that beautiful? Do you like me? I've never had a boyfriend before, Hua Wu asked with a charming smile after hearing Xiao Yan's praise of her beauty. After all, she was just a girl, and being complimented on her beauty was a temptation that many young girls could hardly resist. Seeing Hua Wu's shy appearance, Hua Wushuang felt a bit embarrassed. He never expected that his usually aloof sister would show such a side. This clingy demeanor was something he had never seen before. Of course, Hua Wu was indeed very beautiful. If he said he didn't like a girl as beautiful as her, that would be quite insincere. Let's put it this way. You're the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. The feeling that Hua Wu brought him was also quite pleasant. A girl like her, in terms of allure, probably few could resist. So can I marry you? I don't have someone I like yet, and if you don't mind, can you let Hua Wu marry you? I promise I will be very obedient. Huo Wu looked at Chao Yan with expectation, her heart racing, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of urgency. At the Qihua Academy, she had always been seen as a genius due to her overwhelming strength, which was also the reason no one dared to pursue her. This was the most frustrating thing for her. However, since meeting Chao Yan, she felt a wonderful sensation around him, even to the point where she seemed very willing to spend time with him. This feeling had brought her an unprecedented delight. Chao Yan looked bewildered at Huo Wu, unable to grasp her words. After all, Huo Wu was a girl. Wasn't this a bit too forward? Chao Yan, disagree to Huo Wu. Huo Wuxuang said, stepping forward with a gentle voice. I know my sister's personality well. Once she decides something, she won't easily change her mind. Trust me, she is serious this time. Seeing Chao Yan's hesitation, Huo Wuxuang also patted his shoulder, and the meaning in their eyes was clear to everyone. As she spoke, Huo Wuxuang patted Chao Yan's shoulder again, and seeing the seriousness in his eyes, Chao Yan understood that these two were not joking. All right, I agree. Huo Wu, from now on, I will make you a happy girl. Chao Yan nodded and then opened his arms. Seeing this, Huo Wu gently bit her lip, her face slightly flushed. And then she gathered her courage and leaped into Chao Yan's embrace, her heart racing like a shy girl. Feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, Chao Yan felt as if his life had reached a climax at that moment. After all, a girl like Huo Wu, even he couldn't completely ignore. After all, she was top-notch in both appearance and beauty. Who could refuse such a beautiful girl? Great. Chao Yan, then it's settled. Today, I'm marrying my precious sister Huo Wu to you. Are you willing? Huo Wuxuang, seeing the happiness radiating from her sister's face, felt a stone lift from his heart. He had to admit, his sister was truly innocent and adorable. I am willing. Huo Wu, you will be my girl from now on. If anyone dares to hurt you, I will make them pay. Chao Yan nodded, his eyes revealing a determined look, a hint of sharpness hidden in his dark gaze, resembling the anger of a god, making others feel a chill. I finally found someone I like. I'm so happy. Huo Wu nestled like a little kitten in Chao Yan's broad embrace. Although it was her first time having such physical contact with a boy, this feeling filled her heart with satisfaction. At least, she had met someone who liked her. Huo Wu, let's go to the Qihua Academy first. Since you've agreed to marry me, I will let everyone in the academy know that besides me, Chao Yan, no one else in this world is worthy of you. Chao Yan affectionately stroked Huo Wu's hair, his voice filled with determination. I believe Brother Chao Yan is the strongest man in the world. Being able to marry you is my lifelong blessing. Huo Wu shyly nodded, her pure, animated appearance making her look like a charming child. Who would like a girl like this? Chapter 324. The Shock of Qihua Academy. A few minutes later, under Huo Wuxuang's lead, Chao Yan finally arrived at the location of Qihua Academy. Chao Yan, this is Qihua Academy. Although you killed our elder Huo Wujia, don't worry. No one in Qihua Academy should make things difficult for you. Huo Wuxuang pointed to the grand building in front of them, reassuring him with a smile. Although Elder Huo Wujia was an important figure in their academy, he was the one who caused the trouble first, so in that regard, their academy seemed to have no justification. Therefore, Huo Wuxuang believed that as long as Chao Yan did not act too extreme and sincerely admitted his mistake to their academy, the issue should not be too serious. I believe Qihua Academy is a place that values reason. Chao Yan nodded with a smile. Although he was not afraid of trouble, it was naturally best to resolve such matters without resorting to brutal means. After all, there was no significant conflict between Lamba Academy and Qihua Academy. If the conflict between the two academies escalated further just because of him, he would have a hard time escaping responsibility. Okay, Huo Wu, you and Brother Chao Yan wait here for a moment. I'll go call the dean. After saying that, Huo Wuxuang quickly left. Brother Chao Yan, being with you makes Huo Wu feel so happy. Huo Wu took Chao Yan's hand, her voice filled with unmistakable affection. Before meeting Chao Yan, Huo Wu was just a simple girl with little experience in love, but since meeting him, that feeling had vanished. Silly girl, you are the woman I cherish. As long as I'm here, you will definitely be the happiest girl in the world. Chao Yan felt a bit moved by Huo Wu's shyness. A girl like her, not just him, even other men would find it hard to resist. Brother Chao Yan only knows how to say sweet things. Do you really like me? Huo Wu blinked her cute big eyes and asked with a hint of doubt. Of course. How could I bear to deceive someone as beautiful as you? Your position in my heart will always be number one. Chao Yan smiled gently, and when he looked at her, his dark eyes became even softer, as if everything in the world could melt under such a gaze. By the way, Brother Chao Yan, I still don't know your strength. I remember you seemed to defeat Elder Huo Wujia quite easily. You must not have used all your power, right? Huo Wu suddenly asked. This question had always puzzled her, and she still remembered it clearly. Well, Huo Wu, my strength is very strong, but I can't tell you the specifics yet because I'm afraid it might scare you. Upon hearing that, Chao Yin awkwardly scratched his head. After all, his strength was at the level of a peerless Douluo. Even if he told her, she might not believe it. How would he explain it then? Brother Chao Yin is lying. You want to even share this little secret with me. You must not like me anymore. Seeing that Chao Yin seemed to be hiding something, Huo Wu also pouted slightly in anger, a hint of resentment flashing in her eyes, as if she was upset. Noticing this, Chao Yin had no choice but to speak honestly. All right, I won't hide it from you anymore. My strength is unparalleled. However, before Chao Yin could finish his sentence, an angry roar suddenly echoed from within the academy, like the sound of thunder. Who is it? Who dares to kill my brother? I will tear you apart and scatter your ashes today. Just as Chao Yin was filled with confusion, a figure shot out from the academy like lightning. His speed was so extreme that Chao Yin felt as if a phantom flashed before his eyes, and then everything became unclear. Huo Wu, who is this kid? Is he the one who killed my brother? As the phantom figure approached, eventually an old man dressed in a red robe appeared before Chao Yin. The old man wore a fiery red robe, his body robust like granite, exuding a sense of strength. His silver hair was densely sprinkled on his head like steel needles, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. The old man's eyes always held a trace of arrogance, and just by standing there with his hands behind his back, he gave Chao Yin an unfathomable feeling. It was clear that this old man's strength was extraordinary. Otherwise, how could such an imposing aura and authority be emitted by an ordinary elder? Elder Huo Wugen, what are you doing? Upon seeing the old man, Huo Wu also showed a timid expression, indicating that the status of this elder was quite significant. Huo Wu, who is this kid to you? I just heard Huo Wu Shuang and the dean say that a kid killed Huo Wu Jia, and he is my brother. I will avenge my brother today. If you dare to stop me, don't blame me for being rude. By the end of his words, Huo Wugen even made a threatening expression toward Huo Wu. A blatant threat. Elder Huo Wugen, please don't do this, okay? This is young Master Chao Yin. He is my boyfriend, and I don't want him to be harmed. Can you understand my feelings? Huo Wu's eyes were filled with pleading. She had finally met someone she liked. Was she not even allowed the right to love? Who is he? Is he very powerful? Chao Yin couldn't help but ask, noticing the fear in Huo Wu's eyes. Surely this elder's strength was extraordinary. This is Elder Huo Wugen. His status in our Blaze Academy is quite high, and he is also a Soul Do-level powerhouse. The Huo Wujia who died at your hands was his brother, and this guy is extremely protective of his own. I'm afraid he won't let you off easily. Huo Wu leaned closer to Chao Yin, her soft voice quite melodious. A Soul Do-level powerhouse? Upon hearing this, Chao Yin's expression remained largely unchanged. His demeanor was still as cold as ice. If the other party's strength was somewhat higher, he wouldn't mind their arrogance. But if it was only at the Soul Do-level level, then in his eyes, it was not much of a threat. Existence below the Soul Do-level level was nothing more than ants. How could he fear a mere ant? Kid, it seems you're the one who killed my brother. Here's the deal. If you dislocate your own hands, I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I will make your death very ugly. Huo Wugen narrowed his eyes slightly, his deep demeanor giving a sense of overwhelming oppression. This was the pride of a Soul Do-level powerhouse. Dislocate my hands? You must be joking. Hearing this, Chao Yin frowned slightly. If he hadn't deliberately controlled his inner rage, he would have already exuded a murderous aura. Although he had a good temper, he was definitely not the kind of soft persimmon that could be easily squeezed. Besides, he considered himself to have decent strength. How could a Soul Do-level ant be so unafraid of death? I haven't seen such an arrogant kid in a long time. Don't worry, I will personally slay you later and then disable your limbs. I will let you know what it feels like to wish for death. Huo Wugen's lips curled into a faint smile, his voice somewhat grating. As an elder of Blaze Academy, he was usually a highly respected figure, and it had been a long time since he had faced such provocation from a junior. This also quietly ignited a hint of his battle intent. Kid, I'll give you another chance to consider. If you cut off your own hands, I can spare your life. Otherwise, today, I will let your corpse lie here, Huo Wugen said calmly, his tone carrying an undeniable weight. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if such a powerhouse became enraged. Just an ant, and you dare to speak so boldly. Today, I will take your life and teach you a lesson. Chao Yin couldn't help but laugh, as if he had heard an extremely funny joke. Chao Yin, brother, don't be like this. Elder Huo Wugen is very powerful. Although he is only at the soul Douluo level, he is among the best on the continent. You need to be careful. He is strong, Huo Wu said anxiously from the side. Although she admired Chao Yan's dismissive attitude toward everything, Elder Huo was not someone to be underestimated. After all, a Soul Douluo powerhouse could move freely among an army of thousands. Such terrifying power made it difficult for many to compete with them. This was the most terrifying aspect of Soul Douluo powerhouses. Huo, my dear, don't be afraid. No matter what kind of danger happens, I will always stand by your side without hesitation, silently protecting you. With me here, I won't let anyone harm you. Chao Yan smiled and gave Huo a trusting look. Anyone who dared to harm the woman he loved would only have one fate, death. Chao Yan, brother, I'm so happy. Meeting you in this life is my fortune. Huo Wu's eyes showed a touch of emotion. She could tell that Chao Yan's words were heartfelt. Meeting such a perfect boy. Could this be the luck mentioned in legends? Silly girl, with me around, no one can harm you, unless they step over my dead body. Chao Yan took a deep breath, saying that his Huo Wu was only for him. Anyone who dared to covet her was asking for death. Such an arrogant kid. I haven't seen someone like you in a long time. Quite interesting, but you killed my brother, and I must take revenge. Today, you shall leave your life here. Huo Wugen said with a cold sneer. However, despite his words, he had developed a hint of respect for Chao Yan in his heart. After all, a passionate young man like Chao Yan is indeed rare. Kid, today I'll let you see what it means to be a Soul Douluo powerhouse. With that, a smile suddenly appeared on Huo Wugen's face, and then a shocking scene unfolded. 8 soul rings continuously emerged around him. As the soul rings appeared, the surrounding air seemed to solidify. The colors of the 8 soul rings were distinctly yellow, purple, black, black. These 8 soul rings clearly indicated that he was a Soul Douluo level powerhouse. With the release of the soul rings, an incredibly terrifying aura spread in Huo Wugen's vicinity, such that even the air around seemed to fearfully retreat. This scene was truly terrifying. What terrifying power. Is this what it means to be a Soul Douluo powerhouse? As that aura was released, Huo Wu, who was standing beside Chao Yan, was also affected to some extent. The terrifying soul power almost made her fall to the ground, which shows just how frightening Huo Wugen's strength truly was. Perhaps, describing such a person as terrifying is not an exaggeration. Be careful. Huo Wu, are you okay? Seeing Huo Wu about to fall, Chao Yan quickly extended his arm. With his support, Huo Wu's body gradually steadied, preventing her from falling to the ground. Brother Chao Yan, thank goodness you're here, otherwise I would have fallen, Huo Wu said, her eyes filled with emotion. Is this what it feels like to have a boyfriend? It's so nice. She had been an orphan since childhood, with no one to care for her. Unexpectedly, when she was about to fall, it was Chao Yan who steadied her. Could this be the feeling of love? Fool, you are my little treasure. How could I bear to let you fall? Chao Yan smiled gently, then slightly relaxed his arm, releasing Huo Wu. Then, Chao Yan turned his gaze to the elder Huo Wugen not far away and said calmly, Aunt, I initially didn't want to reveal my strength, but today you've pushed me too far. I can no longer tolerate it. If I don't kill you, it would be against the laws of nature. With that, Chao Yan took a step toward Huo Wugen. With each step he took, the ground trembled violently, and numerous cracks appeared on the surface. This scene left Huo Wu stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Such power is simply too strong, isn't it? Kid, don't be so pretentious. I'm a Soul Douluo powerhouse. Seeing this bizarre scene, Huo Wugen's face became somewhat gloomy. He swallowed hard, then slightly raised his palm, releasing a terrifying soul power that charged directly at Chao Yan, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. Wherever the soul power passed, even the surrounding air emitted intense sounds, creating a terrifying spectacle that completely overturned Huo Wu's understanding. Kid, if you die in my hands today, you can consider it a fair trade. Seeing that Chao Yan had no intention of fighting back, Huo Wugen's lips curled into a proud smile. In his view, as long as this attack hit Chao Yan, even if the latter didn't die, he would at least suffer serious injuries. But in the next moment, the smile on Huo Wugen's face suddenly froze, and his expression turned to one of terror. In my eyes, you are merely an ant. Now, let me show you what true power is. You may have never witnessed the might of a Super Douluo. Today, you will. Chao Yan's voice slowly echoed, and then an overwhelming soul power continuously gathered around him. The aura of a Super Douluo suddenly descended. This aura was like a god or demon descending upon the world. Chapter 326. The Submission of the Flame Academy Impossible. You are just a mere junior. How could you possibly possess such terrifying power? This is impossible. How could you be a super Douluo? At this moment, Huo Wugen's expression finally turned to one of extreme shock. Initially, he thought that at Xiao Yan's age, his strength wouldn't be too formidable. After all, when he was at that age, he was merely a soul master. But now, the strength Xiao Yan displayed had completely overturned his expectations. Such a scene would undoubtedly astonish anyone, not just him. Impossible? You are too foolish. In this world, nothing is impossible. It's just that you dare not imagine it. How could my strength be something a mere ant like you can comprehend? A faint, mocking smile lingered on Xiao Yan's lips. He was not an arrogant person, but if someone wanted to step on him, he would not agree. In this world, things are not that easy. Brother Xiao Yan, so you are this strong? You're actually a super dual-level powerhouse, huh? You didn't tell me. Feeling the powerful aura from Xiao Yan, Huo Wu's beautiful eyes curved into a lovely crescent. The gentle arc extremely beautiful. Fool, I didn't want you to worry, Xiao Yan said with a warm smile. His little treasure, Huo Wu, was indeed beautiful. Upon hearing this, a faint blush appeared on Huo Wu's face. However, in the next moment, her expression suddenly changed as she shouted, Brother Xiao Yan, be careful in front of you. At the same time, Huo Wu shouted, the soul power that Huo Wugen had previously unleashed finally arrived. The soul power crackled in the air, producing a loud and piercing sound, giving an extremely terrifying feeling. It was as if even the internal organs would be shattered by such a powerful aura. It was so strong it left people speechless. Kid, even if you were a super Douluo-level powerhouse, what can you do? This attack of mine could even defeat some ordinary titled Douluos. How dare you be arrogant before me, you little brat? Prepare to die. Huo Wugen couldn't help but show a look of wild joy. Although this soul power strike wasn't too strong, it had nonetheless gathered a considerable amount of his soul power. And its power was such that ordinary beings would not stand a chance against it. He was very clear about this. As the fierce soul power strike approached, Xiao Yan merely smiled faintly, then slightly raised his palm and said, I originally thought that as a soul Douluo powerhouse, you would at least have a broader perspective. But now it seems I overestimated you. Do you really think a super Douluo cannot stop such an attack? With that, the palm that was suspended in midair suddenly erupted with a force capable of shattering the world, a torrent of soul power that surpassed everyone's imagination. Even Huo Wugen, standing still, wore an expression of disbelief. Because, as a fellow soul Douluo, he could clearly feel just how powerful this force was. He even felt that when facing such power, he was like an ant, utterly insignificant. My goodness, could this be the power of a super Douluo? It's impossible. Such a powerful force. How can it appear in the hands of a young brat like you? I can't accept this. The surprise on Huo Wugen's face grew even more intense. As a soul Douluo powerhouse, he could naturally sense the terrifying nature of this power. Such power can be called unparalleled, crushing everything and looking down on all things. This kind of force is unbelievable. You're quite perceptive. Here's the deal. As a reward for you, I'll personally send you on your way. Offending me means you deserve to die. Qiao Yanjie smiled coldly. However, this smile made Huo Wugen feel a chilling sensation throughout his body. He had never been a soft-hearted person because he knew that if one is too weak, they will lose all authority and people will step all over them. Qiao Yan had deep experience in such matters. Therefore, the moment Huo Wugen intended to attack him, Qiao Yan had already made a decision in his heart to eliminate the root. After all, sparing someone else's life was never Qiao Yan's style. No, please don't. My lord, don't kill me. I have elderly parents and small children at home. You can't kill me. I beg you, can I kneel down for you? I'm willing to atone for my sins. Huo Wugen screamed, his voice tearing, enough to make one's heart tremble, showing how terrified he truly was. Beside him, Huo also felt some pity. After all, Huo Wugen was an elder of their Qihua Academy. Seeing her elder in such a state in front of others made her heart quite sad. However, while she sympathized with Huo Wugen, she did not choose to stand up for him at this moment. After all, what had happened earlier was indeed Huo Wugen's fault. So she chose to stand with Xiao Yan. Old man, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being blind and offending the wrong person. There was originally no enmity between us, but you wanted to kill me. Therefore, if you don't die today, it would be against the laws of nature. Xiao Yan enunciated each word with great fervor, his voice powerful and terrifying. Then, Xiao Yan took steady steps towards Huo Wugen. Although his steps were slow, they were light, as if a whirlwind had swept by. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Huo Wugen. This speed was frightening. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to make his move, a surprise voice came from not far away. Although the voice was not loud, it seemed to possess some kind of magic capable of penetrating space. This young friend, I am Haotian, the president of Qihua Academy. Please, for my sake, spare Wugen's life if you can. Two figures came rushing in, and the one in front was an old man dressed in a red robe, exuding a proud aura, clearly someone who had long held a high position. Behind the old man, there was a rising aura like thunder and flames, emitting a deep rumbling sound. The person behind the old man was someone Chao Yin recognized. Wu Shuang. President, save me. This kid wants to kill me. You must help me. Upon seeing the old man in the red robe, Wugen rushed forward as if he had grasped a lifeline, crying out. In response, the old man only sternly pushed Wugen aside, then walked directly to Chao Yin and cupped his hands in greeting. This young friend, I am willing to bring Qihua Academy to submit. Can you spare us? The old man's voice was filled with pleading and humility. Upon hearing this, Chao Yin remained silent, lost in thought. After a moment of silence, Chao Yin finally spoke up slightly. Since you're the president of Qihua Academy, I can still give you this face. However, Wugen has gone too far. Today he must die. Anyone who dares to stop me will be my enemy. Chao Yan's voice was calm, perhaps the calmest he had ever been. In truth, he did not wish to create enmity with Qihua Academy. After all, it was an old and established academy, and its strength was self-evident. Seeing the determination in Chao Yan's eyes, Hu Jiqian felt greatly helpless. He knew that despite being an elder of Qihua Academy, such a title did not guarantee that everyone would listen to him. After all, his title as president only held certain authority within Qihua Academy, in front of others. That authority was significantly diminished. After a brief silence, Hu Jiqian slowly spoke. Young friend, I assentee this a bit too much. After all, Elder Wugen is one of our own. What you're doing seems a bit too harsh. Despite feeling helpless, Hu Jiqian's tone was extraordinarily sincere, even devoid of any anger. After all, when facing someone whose strength far exceeded his, he naturally knew the measure of things. In response, Chao Yin simply shook his head indifferently, his voice leaving no room for rebuttal. President Hu Jiqian, I truly don't want to do this, but some things, once they happen, must have someone take responsibility. If it weren't for the face of Qihua Academy, he might already be a dead man. Chao Yan's voice was serious, making it difficult for anyone to find a reason to argue. As he spoke, his finger pointed toward Wugen, a faint smile on his face, the mockery evident. At that moment, Wugen, who stood to the side, was already drenched in sweat. The moment Chao Yan's finger pointed at him, he understood a fact. Perhaps today, his life would truly end here. Only at this moment did he truly understand what real regret meant. At first, he thought Chao Yin was merely a weak young man, but as Chao Yin displayed his overwhelming strength, he felt a deep sense of regret. After all, the young man he had offended was a peerless Douluo, such a being in the past he had never even seen, but now he had offended the most terrifying existence in the entire Soul Master world. If a peerless Douluo-level powerhouse won his life, who could stop it? All Wugen felt in his eyes was despair. With things having developed to this point, he knew that begging for mercy was futile. After all, he had not offended an ordinary person, had it only been an average individual. There might have been room for negotiation, but the person before him was a genuine, peerless Douluo. In the face of such absolute power, how could he resist? The gap between a soul Douluo and a title Douluo was like a chasm, let alone facing a peerless Douluo. The difference was magnified countless times. Wugen, come back and die. Chao Yan's voice was crisp and decisive. The killing intent radiating from his eyes made it clear to everyone present that this young man, though not yet old, had truly developed a murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Wugen naturally dared not retort. After witnessing Chao Yan's strength, a deep sense of fear had already taken root in his heart. At such a moment, how could he dare to resist? After all, death was inevitable. If that were the case, why not die with a bit of dignity? Coming to this realization, Wugen struggled to move his legs and slowly made his way towards Chao Yan's position, each step seeming to be hindered by some immense force, evoking sympathy. Beside him, Hu Shuang felt a pang of compassion and immediately spoke up. Brother Chao Yan, can't you spare Elder Wugen? After all, he is an elder of our Blaze Academy. If he were to die like this, it would undoubtedly be a huge loss for our academy. Although Hu Shuang knew that saying such things in this situation was somewhat inappropriate, he felt that if he did not step forward now, this matter would become a shadow over his life. Regardless, this incident originated because of them, and now that it had developed to this point, there was nothing anyone could do. Sigh, Brother Huo Shuang, I understand your feelings, but I must take his life today. Seeing the dimness in Huo Shuang's eyes, Chao Yan also felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, among the people from Blaze Academy, Huo Shuang had left a relatively good impression on him. Upon hearing this, Huo Shuang's gaze dimmed again, and the hint of despair in his eyes was hard to bear. However, just as Chao Yan was about to take action, a vague yet imposing voice descended from the sky, like thunder rolling in, bringing with it an overwhelming presence that could make anyone tremble with fear. Hee, Chao Yan, I didn't expect you to become so cowardly after such a long time. It's just killing an ant, right? Since you won't take action, let me, Tang San, help you. As the voice echoed, everyone looked up and witnessed a scene they would never forget. Above the sky, countless dark clouds surged, and at that moment, the surrounding air seemed to be filled with an indescribable dead silence. Coupled with the oppressive clouds, it gave them a feeling akin to being in hell. Suddenly, a massive blue-silver grass shot out from the sky, its entire body displaying a dark red hue. What surprised them the most was that the size of this blue-silver grass was quite enormous. As it shot out, the surrounding air violently trembled, and even the space around it seemed to show signs of impending collapse. This scene truly left them in shock. Next, they heard a cry, and the dark red blue-silver grass pierced directly through Huo Wugen's chest. Seeing the life rapidly fading from his eyes, Chao Yan's heart couldn't help but shudder. With just one move, he had slain a soul-level powerhouse. Such strength was truly terrifying. Haha, Chao Yan, long time no see. You didn't expect that, did you? I, Tang San, am now a 99th level peerless Douluo. Today, I will make you completely disappear from the Douluo continent. Prepare to die. As the voice fell, the dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, and a blue figure appeared before everyone. He wore luxurious blue garments, had a well-proportioned figure, and his eyes were deep blue. The blue figure stood in midair, hands clasped behind his back, with an air of arrogance. What was most terrifying was that within the space around him, even the soul power was momentarily stagnant. Tang San, 99th level peerless Douluo title, green hat. The blue figure stepped forward slightly, pausing in midair, and his faint voice suddenly echoed. Chapter 328. Tang San's Revenge Impossible. This aura, you have actually reached the level of a peerless Douluo. How is this possible? With a slight frown, Haotian disregarded his image and shouted loudly. As the president of Blaze Academy, his own cultivation level was also quite high, so he quickly realized Tang San's strength upon his appearance. It was indeed at the peerless Douluo level. What shocked him the most was that the peerless Douluo aura emanating from Tang San was not much weaker than Chao Yan's in terms of depth. This was the most unbelievable aspect for him. It was known that in their eyes, Chao Yan's strength was already considered extremely powerful. Yet Tang San before them seemed to far surpass Chao Yan in terms of aura. Faced with such a situation, even as a president, he felt somewhat caught off guard. Tang San, standing in midair, seemed to be oblivious to Haotian's shock. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and he said, "What? Surprised? Haha, I, Tang San, am now also a peerless Douluo. This time, I will make all of you die. Not even Jesus can stop me." As he spoke, a jubilant smile appeared on Tang San's face. His strength had just reached the peerless Douluo level, and during his time away, he had endured countless hardships to achieve this. What he longed for was to stand before Chao Yan today and take revenge for all his grievances. Tang San, you really surprised me. I didn't expect that after some time apart, you would also break through to my level. I had truly underestimated you. Chao Yan raised his gaze slightly to look at Tang San, who was suspended in midair, feeling a significant shock in his heart. After all, he was well aware of Tang San's level. What surprised him, however, was that Tang San had managed to break through to the peerless Douluo level in such a short time. Even he found this result somewhat unexpected. Haha, Chao Yan, you didn't expect it, did you? During my time away, I returned to the Haotian sect, and everyone there willingly transferred their soul power to me. Later, I even met my great-grandfather Tang Chun in the city of Slaughter, and he passed on the Shura goddess power to me. Not only that, but I have also inherited the Shura goddess position. Chao Yan, today you will definitely lose to me. Ha ha ha. Tang San's face was filled with excitement. Although he had struggled for so long, he was now even stronger. After saying this, Tang San took a few steps forward. Wherever he stepped, the space rippled slightly. It must be said that although Tang San had been absent for a while, the strength he displayed now was undeniably powerful. Such power had indeed reached the peerless Douluo level, and the aura was not weak. Just this faint pressure was enough to make the world tremble. Perhaps this was the terror of being a peerless Douluo. Chao Yan, you took away my Xiao Wu and killed my father. I have always remembered these humiliations, never forgetting them. Today, I will kill you for revenge and reclaim all the pain I have lost. Tang San's gaze towards Chao Yan suddenly turned cold. The kind of look filled with resentment and hatred, though not very strong, it was enough to instill fear. As he spoke, a massive surge of white soul power suddenly erupted from his left hand, followed by a pure white soul ring that dazzled the eyes. On Tang San's left hand, the blood-red blue-silver grass also swayed gently, and the 9 soul rings surrounding it were all pure white, representing the lowest level of 10-year soul rings. Then, Tang San raised his right hand, his gaze slightly tightening, and suddenly, a black light burst forth from his right hand. As the black light dissipated, a uniquely shaped small hammer appeared in his palm, its strange patterns indicating its extraordinary nature. This was, in fact, Tang San's second martial soul, the Haotian hammer. Chao Yan, see clearly, I also possess the power of the Shura God. This time, I will make you die. After releasing his 2 martial souls, Tang San once again revealed a faint smile. At that moment, an extremely terrifying power suddenly emerged behind Tang San. A force that seemed to come from the darkest depths of hell, a powerful force that could shock the world. Subsequently, a gigantic illusory figure suddenly appeared above Tang San's body, manifesting as an enormous gray silhouette from which a continuous stream of Shura power emanated. Though not particularly terrifying, the power was enough to make one's heart tremble. Unexpectedly, you even control the power of the Shura God. Chao Yan's face finally showed a look of shock at this moment. He could clearly feel that the power emanating from Tang San was the power of the Shura God. And in the face of such immense divine power, he felt how small he truly was. Ha! Chao Yan, I didn't expect you to have a day of fear. I, Tang San, have long waited for this day to defeat you. Today, it is either your death or mine. So let me see your true strength. After saying this, Tang San suddenly laughed several times, and at that moment, the soul power pressure of the peerless Douluo erupted from him, enveloping the entire space with an overwhelming aura. Chao Yan's expression became grave. As a peerless Douluo, he naturally understood what Tang San had done. This was the pressure of a peerless Douluo level. It must be said that such power was indeed terrifyingly astonishing. At the moment Tang San released his pressure, the first to react were Hui Jiqian and the others. Their strength seemed too weak in front of a peerless Douluo. After all, a peerless Douluo represented the pinnacle of power in this world. Under such pressure, other weaker cultivations were insignificant. However, Chao Yan quickly reacted. In the instant Tang San released his pressure, he also unleashed his own aura to counter it, releasing the aura of a peerless Douluo as well. After Chao Yan released his aura, everyone present quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, Tang San, let us settle this today. Regardless, I must eliminate you, as your existence threatens to plunge the entire Douluo continent into an irreversible abyss. Today, I will act in the name of justice and take care of you. After saying this, Chao Yan leaped into the air, standing with his hands behind his back. Locking eyes with Tang San, the battle intent in his eyes ignited at that moment. Chapter 329. The Death of Tang San. Haha, Chao Yan. Just thinking about killing you excites me. I, Tang San, have waited a long time for this day. Let us settle this once and for all. A faint smile appeared on Tang San's face, and the martial souls in his left and right hand seemed to respond to some call at that moment, both eager to try their strength, as if the martial souls had their own lives, truly miraculous. Tang San, no matter what happens today, I will kill you. Don't think that just because you've broken through to peerless Douluo, you're impressive. In my eyes, you are still just an ant. Your identity will not change in the slightest because of your strength. Chao Yan snorted coldly, his battle intense surging. Although Tang San's newfound power surprised Chao Yan, he was also curious. If he used his full strength, would Tang San be his opponent? Regardless, although Tang San's strength had risen rapidly, Chao Yan could genuinely feel the peerless Douluo-level power emanating from him. Despite this power being somewhat unstable, it was the most terrifying force he had encountered so far. Comparing Tang San before him to the opponents he had faced earlier, it was a stark contrast, a gap as vast as heaven and earth, stemming from an absolute suppression in strength. After all, the opponents Chao Yan had encountered before were far inferior to Tang San in terms of combat experience and strength. Even if Tang San's current strength was not stable, that peerless Douluo aura emanating from him was undeniably real. Thus, Chao Yan was curious. If he fought with his strongest power, who would ultimately emerge victorious? Chao Yan, go for it. If you defeat Tang San, I will be your woman for a lifetime. From the ground, Huo Wu's gentle voice suddenly rang out, but within that gentleness was a hint of coldness. Huo Wu's gaze involuntarily turned to Huo Wugen, who lay on the ground, a bull-sized scar on his chest, the very spot pierced by Tang San's blue-silver grass. Such an attack was fatal for a soul Douluo like Huo Wugen. After all, the gap between soul Douluo and peerless Douluo was enormous. Chao Yan, I also implore you to kill Tang San. Huo Wugen is one of our academy's people, and I can only watch him be killed by others. I cannot swallow this anger. I implore you. As he spoke, Huo Jitian even knelt on the ground. Although Huo Wugen had offended Chao Yan, if he were to die, it had to be at Chao Yan's hands. In Huo Jitian's view, if the one to kill Huo Wugen was Chao Yan, he would have no objections, as this matter was indeed a fault of their Blaze Academy. However, if it were Tang San, that was something he could not tolerate. Moreover, he had personally witnessed how ruthless and cruel Tang San's methods were. How could they, the Blaze Academy, swallow this anger? Chao Yan, I also implore you to avenge Elder Huo Wugen. I know this might be a bit of tall order, but I still want to ask you. Elder Huo Wugen is one of our Blaze Academy's people. If he dies like this, wouldn't our Blaze Academy become a soft target for others? Beside Huo Jitian, Huo Wushuang couldn't help but glance at the corpse of Huo Wugen. When his gaze fell upon the horrific wound, his mind went blank, and a deep sense of guilt spread throughout his body. It is known that if this matter were to be thoroughly investigated, he would likely bear the blame. If he had brought the principal to meet Chao Yan a bit earlier, perhaps Elder Huo Wugen would not have met such a tragic end. How could he possibly distance himself from this matter? Hearing these voices, Chao Yan was also somewhat moved. The Qihua Academy left a good impression on him, so he had no reason to refuse this request. Don't worry, if I do not kill Tang San today, then I, Chao Yan, will be unworthy of being human. Chao Yan nodded, a fierce look suddenly flashing in his eyes, a gaze so intense that it made people afraid to meet it, as if just one glance could cause death. Terrifying. You want to kill me, Tang San? You're too naive. I'm no longer the weak waste I once was. Since you wish to seek death before me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Today, you'll all die here. Tremble before me, power of the Azura God. Suddenly, Tang San shouted, and a hellish aura spread around him. The soul power emanating from him felt as if it came straight from hell. A terrifying force that was enough to make one's heart tremble. What a terrifying power. Is this the power of the Azura God? Truly terrifying to the extreme. Huo Wu couldn't help but shiver. Her strength was already extremely weak, and with Tang San unleashing the power of the Azura God, she felt as small as an ant, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. I never expected to witness the power of God in my lifetime. Is this really the power of the Azura God? It is indeed frightening. Huo Jiqian gasped. Though he was the principal of Qihua Academy, this was the first time he had ever witnessed such a spectacle. After all, for ordinary people like them, witnessing the power of a god was almost impossible. Yet now he felt it so clearly, a sensation that made him feel as if he had fallen into hell. The moment Tang San unleashed his aura, he felt as if he had already died. Oomph. A bunch of ants. Come here and let me, Tang San, show you what true power is. Tang San snorted coldly, slightly extending his palm. But just as he was about to strike, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this voice, his pupils constricted. You dare to use my power, little brat? I am the Azura God. I will send you on your way. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from the sky, and a gray beam of light shot down from above, piercing through Tang San's body. Then, Tang San closed his eyes and died completely. Chapter 330. A new piece in Douluo. Kanana. No, this is impossible. This is the power of the Azura God. Are you the Azura God? Shouldn't you be in the divine realm? How could you find me? The moment the gray beam struck him, Tang San realized everything. He understood perfectly the power contained within that beam. It was indeed the power of the Azura God. Answering Tang San was only an extremely indifferent voice, as if it came from the heavens, carrying a sense of ethereal power. I am the Azura God. Since you have inherited a trace of my divine essence, you should not commit evil deeds. While we gods cannot intervene in human affairs, you possess my power. So let me kill you. The ancient laughter slowly echoed across the sky. As the gray beam completely pierced through Tang San's body, it transformed into countless tiny light dots, dispersing in the air as if they possessed intelligence, the force overwhelming. In the next moment, all the gray light dots gradually converged toward one spot. As the gray light dots gathered, the figure of an old man in a red robe slowly appeared in the sky. The power of the Azura god emanating from him was worlds apart from that of Tang San. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. The figure of the old man in the red robe hovered in midair. Although he did not make contact, the terrifying power radiating from him proved his strength. This old man seemed to be the most terrifying existence in this world, and merely standing there brought an overwhelming pressure to everyone. Such pressure quickened their breaths and made their hearts tremble. The old man's strength had undoubtedly reached an undetectable level, even more powerful than a title Douluo. His true strength was, in fact, the pinnacle existence of this world, that is a god. No, please don't kill me. I don't want to die. I beg you, if you spare my life, I will do anything you ask. Tang San cried out in despair. In front of this old man, he truly felt the taste of death. He even sensed that if this old man wished, he could end his life in an instant. Thinking of this, Tang San couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. He feared death. After all, if given a choice between life and death, he would certainly choose the former. After all, in this world, few could resist the temptation of life. When a person loses their life, it means they have lost everything. Life is the foundation of everything. And Tang San was well aware of this. But it was precisely because he understood this that he yearned to live. So, in such moments, he did not feel that expressing these words was inappropriate. Compared to life, so-called dignity and face were insignificant. Want to beg for mercy? Too late. You, who would go to such despicable means to gain power, have truly surprised me. You, a vicious person, shall die here forever. Perhaps that would be the best lesson for you. The ethereal red figure in midair said with a faint smile. This figure was not the true body of the Azura god. After all, the Azura god existed above the divine realm. And such a powerful being could not easily interfere in the human world. The current red figure was merely a clone of the Azura god, a phantom formed through immense spiritual power. Although it was extremely ethereal, even giving a sense of being unfathomable, the power contained within it was very real. Such power far surpassed ordinary humans, and this is the power of a god. Haotian stood in shock, staring at the scene before him, unable to contain his admiration. Is this the power of the Azura god? With a sigh in his heart, Haotian realized that the illusory figure before him, though merely a clone of the Shura god, harbored an incomprehensible, terrifying power that he could not compare to. In fact, the presence of this figure gave him the feeling that if its master wished, everyone here would likely die. Everyone step back. This figure's strength is not simple. I think its power has already reached the pinnacle of this world, which is the realm of gods, Haotian said gravely. He was not afraid of the red figure itself, but rather of the master behind it. That was the Shura god, one of the three great creation gods in the divine realm. Although he possessed the strength of a peerless Douluo compared to a true god, the difference was as vast as that between an elephant and an ant. If one were to say the gap was not significant, it would be hard for anyone to believe. The Shura god not only mastered Shura power, but it was also a force that came from the depths of hell. How could an ordinary human possibly defeat the Shura? Although Haotian had considerable confidence in his own strength, that confidence was truly fragile when faced with absolute power. Haotian, you must be careful. Hearing Haotian's words, Huowu quickly reminded him. This was the first time she had seen him display such a solemn expression since they met, and she could hardly imagine the terrifying power contained within the illusory figure before them. However, despite her immense fear, Huowu was not foolish. She vaguely guessed that this red figure was at least stronger in cultivation than Haotian. Otherwise, how could the person she admired show such a face? Tang San, you should never have come to this world. Today, let me end your life. The red figure laughed, haha. To die at the hands of this god is also your honor. With the laughter of the red figure, a terrifying Shura power enveloped Tang San, distorting and even contorting his face. Such a scene shocked everyone. As the last bit of Shura power invaded, deathly energy swirled around Tang San's face. And under that eerie aura of death, his eyes slowly closed. This moment symbolized the complete end of Tang San's life. Chapter 331. The end. Thank you, Senior, for saving me, Haotian said, feeling a sense of relief in his heart as he watched Tang San die in such a tragic manner at the hands of the Shura god. No matter how one looked at it, he was quite satisfied with this outcome. In midair, the red elder figure simply smiled lightly and said, Kid, it seems we are fated to meet today. How about this? I will now impart all my abilities to you. Once you inherit my powers, you too can become a god. What? Haotian was taken aback. Become a god? Is it really that easy? Haha. Kid, accept the gift I bestow upon you. The red-robed elder laughed again, Then the illusory figure's finger extended slightly and gently tapped Chao Yan's forehead. The moment the finger touched Chao Yan's body, a rich red light flowed like water, directly entering his body through his forehead. This power was the purest Shura power within the Shura god. This power feels so warm. I feel like I might become a god. As the red light entered his body, Chao Yan felt a warm current spreading through his limbs. And under the influence of this warmth, he even sensed that every cell in his body was undergoing a slight transformation. Chao Yan, are you okay? On the ground, Huo Wu looked anxiously at Chao Yan's body, especially when she noticed that his body was trembling under the enveloping red light, which indicated that he was likely enduring some unbearable pain. However, Huo Wu was very aware of the immense strength of the red-robed elder, so she did not take any rash actions. But she knew that Chao Yan's life and death were in the hands of this elder. If the elder wished to harm Chao Yan, no one present could stop him. As a girl, she was naturally more sensitive in certain aspects, especially regarding her instincts about danger. If it weren't for her own weak cultivation, she would have rushed up to confront the red-robed elder. The illusory remnant of the Shura god seemed to notice the worry in Huo Wu's eyes and comfortingly said, "Little girl, it seems you care about him. But rest assured, I'm only passing my divine power to him. Although I'm not a good person, I am definitely not a bad one." Upon hearing this, Huo Wu quietly breathed a sigh of relief and then gently said, "Thank you, senior." Although Huo Wu's strength was only at the Soul King level, she knew a thing or two about the legendary gods that existed. It was said that the highest existence in this world was the legendary gods, and in the face of such power, even titled Douluos were like ants. Thus, when Huo Wu heard that the Shura god was going to transfer his divine power to Chao Yan, she was also deeply shocked. After all, this meant that Chao Yan had already 1 foot in the realm of gods. Moreover, she was the woman admired by Chao Yan. In other words, she could even be considered a woman of God. Thinking of this, Huo Wu revealed a captivating smile. If Chao Yan became a god, wouldn't that mean she could follow him to witness the splendor of the divine realm? After all, she was just a small soul king, and she did not know the full extent of this vast world. Just as Huo Wu was lost in her thoughts, suddenly, Chao Yan's voice rang out from above. So refreshing. Is this the power of a god? I, Chao Yan, have finally become a god. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by a hearty laugh, the red light enveloping Chao Yan gradually dissipated, and finally, all the light transformed into a tiny beam, returning to the Shura god's body. Kid, you have now inherited all my divine power. You're now God. How do you feel? The Shura god looked at Chao Yan with a smile. Although he was a god, he did not carry an ounce of arrogance, which was quite admirable. In fact, the Shura god had always felt a peculiar sensation toward Chao Yan. Although he could not describe it, it seemed that this young man was the one chosen by fate. For this reason, the Shura god had unhesitatingly transmitted all his soul power to Chao Yan. Although this action did not significantly harm him, it allowed Chao Yan to leap to the level of a god in cultivation. Such a great gift was indeed significant. Thank you for your grace, Shura god. I will remember it in my heart, Chao Yan said joyfully, quickly cupping his fists toward the Shura god before him, his face showing a respectful expression. No matter what, if it weren't for the Ashura god in front of him passing his divine power to him, he wouldn't even know how difficult and arduous it would be to break through to the divine stage. However, with the help of the Ashura god, this originally exaggerated process was abruptly omitted. Just this point alone was enough for Chao Yan to feel grateful. Haha kid, you're quite good. I've decided that after some time, I'll give you the position in the divine realm. By then, you will be the ruler of this entire world. The Ashura god said with a faint smile, his gentle voice making it very pleasant to hear. How can this be? Upon hearing this, Chao Yan was momentarily stunned, even though he had a good temperament. Such a grand gift felt a bit overwhelming. Haha, there's no need to decline. Since you've already become a god, it's time for me to leave. Hee, this is just my residual shadow. My true self is still in the divine realm. I shall take my leave. After saying this, the Ashura god's body slowly dissipated, transforming into countless red light spots, and disappeared into the air. Chao Yan stood there, somewhat dazed. He could clearly feel that after the Ashura god transferred his divine power to him, it was as if all the cells in his body had been activated, and even all the meridians throughout his body had a sense of rebirth. This feeling not only brought him an indescribable sense of comfort, but also granted him unprecedented power, reaching the divine level. At that moment, countless voices suddenly came from all directions. Among those voices were shock, joy, and excitement. Oh my God, this young man. I didn't expect you to become a god. Can I, BB Dong, marry you? What powerful divine power? Is this the power of a god? So terrifying. I'm Qianren Xue, and I'm willing to be your woman. We're the girls from Tianxue Academy. Can we marry you? Looking out, countless beautiful figures rushed in from the horizon, and at the forefront was BB Dong, with Qianren Xue naturally following behind her. In addition, various factions from Douluo continent also arrived one after another. After all, who wouldn't want to become the woman of a god? To this, Chao Yan merely smiled slightly and said, I can finally enjoy myself. Thus, Chao Yan lived a happy life with all the beauties of Douluo continent. Moreover, as long as they were good-looking girls, they would actively come to embrace Chao Yan. After all, who wouldn't want to become the woman of a god? Chao Yan was more than happy to oblige, rejecting none of the beautiful girls. In fact, during a certain period afterward, Chao Yan even visited the divine realm, and even the kind goddess, the goddess of light, the god of gods, the goddess of life, and the gentle goddess all became Chao Yan's wives. From then on, under Chao Yan's careful care, Douluo continent enjoyed eternal peace. Even all the indigenous residents of Douluo continent lived a carefree life. Introduction: crossing into the Douluo realm, possessing a system, starting with soul power at level 99. Invincible throughout Douluo, who dares to claim invincibility in front of me? My martial soul is a guardian spirit. My talent is unmatched. I have been invincible since the beginning. No matter how talented you are, in front of me, you are all just trash. While you are still diligently cultivating, I have already become invincible. Destroy Haotian, kill Tang San, humiliate Yu Xiaogang. This is the joy of being a traveler. After crossing over, I don't want to be a person. I'm the great villain.